Chapter 1. A decade has passed. Only now do I receive the system. In this realm of Yinzhou, there exist 7 extraordinary forces. Among them, the most notable is the Wenshan sect. It is rumored that the founder of the Wenshan sect, in pursuit of the path to immortality, forged a celestial avenue. Those who traverse this avenue may ascend to the gates of transcendence, becoming beings beyond the mortal coil. Alas, what is this? Is it not so? I have traversed this world for a decade, yet the system still chooses to introduce the Wenshan sect to me. I have dwelled here for 3 years, how could I be unaware? In the external chambers of the Wenshan sect, a youthful figure with refined features expressed his frustration. 10 years. A full decade. Only now does the system arrive. Do you comprehend the hardships I have endured over these 10 years? Chen Luo, a decade ago, crossed over from the blue star to this world, inhabiting the body of a 10-year-old boy who had nearly drowned. In these 10 years, Chen Luo has gained profound insights into this fantastical realm, reminiscent of the stories found in novels. Yet, the system's arrival feels excessively delayed after enduring countless tribulations for a full decade. Wealth system has been bound. Loading system panel. Host, Chen Luo. Realm mortal. Wealth value copper coins, 20. Wealth acquired, along with treasures, automatically generates wealth value. Wealth value may be utilized to enhance cultivation and martial skills. Elevating wealth value level unlocks new functionalities. Current wealth value level is copper coin. A wealth system? I, a pauper, am bestowed with a wealth system. Chen Luo retrieved the 20 copper coins from his pocket, his entire fortune, perfectly aligning with his wealth value. As a mere errand boy of the Wenshan sect, his monthly remuneration amounted to a mere 10 copper coins. With such paltry earnings, who knows when he might ascend to the ranks of a cultivator? Never mind, let me examine how to utilize this wealth value. Perhaps there lies a surprise. Chen Luo promptly accessed the wealth value panel. At the copper coin level, the only available functions were enhancing cultivation and martial skills. Yet, martial skills were beyond the reach of someone like Chen Luo, an errand boy that he focused earnestly on the section regarding level enhancement. Current realm. Mortal. Next realm. Body refinement stage 1. Wealth value required for promotion, 20 points. Perfectly aligned. Chen Luo beamed with delight, realizing that the 20 copper coins he had painstakingly accumulated now served as his inaugural step toward the path of cultivation. Upon entering the body refinement stage, he could participate in the external assessments of the Wenshan sect. That if he succeeded in the assessment, he would gain entry into the external discipleship of the Wenshan sect, becoming a true disciple of the sect. The privileges of being an external disciple far surpassed those of an errand boy. Elevate me. Without hesitation, Chen Luo expended all his wealth value and pressed the promotion button. As the value of wealth diminished to nothing, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy flowed into Chen Luo's body. This energy, reminiscent of a babbling brook, coursed through his meridians. The sensation was inexplicably refreshing. Successfully reached the first stage of body refinement. Next realm. Second stage of body refinement. Wealth required for advancement, 50 points. Upon realizing that an advancement to the second stage of body refinement required 50 points of wealth, Chen Luo could not help but gasp in disbelief. 50 points of wealth equated to earning 50 copper coins. For someone like Chen Luo, whose monthly salary was a mere 10 copper coins, this was no trivial task. With only half a month remaining before the assessment for outer disciples of the Asking Immortal sect, he needed to accumulate 50 copper coins within that short time frame. Xiao Luo, what are you doing, you rascal? Come out and lend a hand. A rugged voice echoed from outside the woodshed. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Luo rushed out without a moment's hesitation. Outside, a burly man, bare-chested, was striding forward with a pig slung over his shoulder. Alaikua had been a handyman at the Asking Immortal sect for 15 years. His cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of body refinement, granting him the potential to become an outer disciple of the sect. However, due to exceeding the age limit of 30, he was destined to remain merely a handyman. Uncle Li, what occasion calls for the slaughter of an entire pig? Is Elder Qin hosting a banquet? Chen Luo quickly assisted Li Kueha in lifting the pig onto the table. Together, they prepared meals for Elder Qin Lin of the outer sect. Qin Lin, a woman known for her modest appetite and preference for vegetarian cuisine, only prepared meat dishes when guests arrived. The purchase of a whole pig indicated a significant number of guests were expected today. Huff! Li Kueha wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. It seems there are indeed guests coming, and they are distinguished guests. You better behave yourself these past few days. Offending these esteemed guests could cost you your job or even your life. A mere handyman had no right to offend cultivators. In the asking immortal sect, the lives of handymen were worth less than the spirit beasts raised by the cultivators. Rest assured, Uncle Lee, I promise to keep my distance, Chen Luo grinned. After 3 years as a handyman, he understood the law of the Jungle One must not provoke these cultivators before achieving prominence. Li Kuei nodded and began preparing the pork for tonight's meal, while Chen Luo assisted, deftly handling the tasks he had mastered over the years. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could finish preparing the pork, a sudden knocking resounded from outside. Chen Luo barely had time to react before the door was thrust open. A woman clad in a flowing azure dress and a white mask entered the woodshed. Her figure was graceful, although her face was obscured. The strikingly expressive eyebrows and big, fair-skinned eyes revealed her extraordinary beauty. "Who is Li Kuei?" The woman inquired with a frigid tone. "It is I. It is I. What business does this celestial being have?" Li Kuei hurried forward, anxious not to provoke the person before him. Upon hearing Li Kuei's words, the woman could not help but stifle a chuckle. "Celestial being, you say? I am merely inquiring about an ordinary disciple from the outer sect of the Xian sect. Elder Qin has tasked me with giving you some copper coins to procure several pounds of fire spirit rice down the mountain. The guests arriving tonight are all significant figures from the Xian sect. They are unaccustomed to ordinary rice." As she spoke, the woman tossed a bag of copper coins into Li Kuei's hands. Li Kuei stood momentarily stunned, his expression gradually turning sour. "But I still need to prepare for the banquet. If I descend the mountain now, I fear I shall not return in time to complete all the dishes." With only half a day remaining until the banquet, the pigs had yet to be processed. Where would he find the time to buy fire spirit rice? The woman cast a glance at Chen Luo, who stood behind her. "Let him go, just ensure he understands the precautions. If anything goes awry, Elder Qin will not be lenient." Having said this, the woman turned and departed. Li Kuei, clutching the coin pouch, turned to face Chen Luo, his head aching at the prospect. Typically, Li Kuei would personally handle the procurement. Yet, with Elder Qin suddenly demanding a batch of fire spirit rice, and Li Kuei needing to remain behind to prepare for the banquet, this task had to be entrusted to Chen Luo. "Xiao Luo, make certain to keep the copper coins well hidden. I estimate there are at least 100 coins." Li Kuei solemnly handed the pouch to Chen Luo. For a mortal, this was an immense sum. Li Kuei placed his trust in Chen Luo, confident that he would not abscond with the money. However, he worried about the possibility of Chen Luo encountering robbers, resulting in the copper coins being seized. Elder Qin would not concern himself with the reasons behind Chen Luo's loss. Failing to complete the task would be deemed Chen Luo's negligence. The consequences of such negligence were beyond what Chen Luo could endure. Chapter 2 Come. Rami. Uncle Lee is far too cautious. Where would such robbers come from? Chen Luo weighed the pouch in his hand, containing a total of 120 copper coins. Regrettably, such money could not be converted into wealth value. If only it could be transformed into wealth value, he would soar to new heights. Suddenly, Chen Luo's eyes darted around. What if this money were to be stolen by robbers, and I managed to retrieve it? Would that count as wealth value? Contemplating this audacious scheme, Chen Luo broke into a mischievous grin. Perhaps it just might. In that case, he found himself unexpectedly hoping for a few robbers to appear. Ideally, they would be mere mortal bandits, easily dealt with. At present, he was at the first stage of body refinement, his physical prowess far surpassing that of mortals, making it a simple task to subdue 3 or 4 of them. At the foot of the Xian sect mountain lay a small town, established due to the sect, named Xian Inquiry Town. Li Kuei typically conducted his shopping within this very town. Though Xian Inquiry Town spanned merely 100 acres, its population exceeded 10,000. In such a small area, the streets were bustling with an extraordinary throng. Spirit Moon Tower. Chen Luo squeezed through the crowd, making his way towards the Linghua Tower, renowned for its sale of fire spirit rice. Outside, the tower was thronged with people, making it quite difficult for an ordinary individual to procure items from within. The spiritual food sold here is primarily supplied directly to the disciples of the Wenxing sect, not only exorbitantly priced, but also immensely beneficial for cultivation. What chance do mere mortals have to indulge in such delicacies? Servant of the Wenxing sect, I would like to purchase 6 pounds of fire spirit rice. Chen Luo finally managed to elbow his way in, shouting at the attendant of the Linghua Tower. The attendant glanced at the servant token in Chen Luo's hand and sighed with a smile. "I'm afraid the fire spirit rice is sold out. However, a new shipment will arrive in half an hour." "Hey, little brother, Why not wait a bit? Feeling dejected, Chen Luo reluctantly withdrew his coin pouch. He had no choice but to wait. Half an hour should suffice for his purchase. Ah, Tang Feng, isn't that Chen Luo, the servant of Elder Qin? While Chen Luo awaited the arrival of the fire spirit rice, three figures approached Lingyue Tower and spotted him squatting nearby. These three, like Chen Luo, were also servants under the external elders of the Wensheng sect. They were associated with Elder Lin Tao, who had a long-standing rivalry with Elder Qin, often engaging in subtle skirmishes. Indeed, it is Chen Luo. When did he get assigned to procure supplies? Tang Feng squinted, fixating his gaze on Chen Luo. Previously, it had been Li Kuehe who descended the mountain for procurement. Li Kuehe, being at the third stage of body refinement, was beyond their reach. Now that it was Chen Luo's turn, an opportunity had presented itself. If they could thwart Qin Lin's plans, it would be a significant achievement. I've heard that Elder Qin is hosting a banquet tonight for a group of core disciples from the inner sect. Chen Luo's descent must be for this purpose. One of the lean men beside Tang Feng remarked slyly, "If we could sabotage this event, Elder Lin would surely reward us three handsomely." Lin Tao and Qin Lin were arch-rivals. If they could disrupt Qin Lin's scheme, Lin Tao would surely be delighted. Who knows, he might even bestow some elixirs upon them, allowing all three to embark on their journey of cultivation. Excellent. Truly excellent. Then why are we just standing here? Let's move. Tang Feng, envisioning his ascent to becoming an outer disciple of the Wensheng sect, excitedly glanced at Chen Luo. Today would mark the beginning of their cultivation journey, all thanks to capturing Chen Luo. Chen Luo took notice of the approaching trio. He was well acquainted with these individuals. They were fellow servants from the outer sect, frequently crossing paths. Had it not been for Li Qi's protection, these three would undoubtedly have made his life miserable. In the early days of his servitude, he had suffered greatly at their hands. "Oh, look who it is, Chen Luo." Tang Feng grinned as he approached Chen Luo, his eyes scanning him from head to toe. Since it was Qin Lin who had sent Chen Luo to procure spiritual food, he must possess a considerable sum of wealth. If they could snatch the coins Qin Lin had given him, it would be an easy resolution. Not only could they make a handsome profit, but they would also revel in their success. "What are you doing?" Chen Luo feigned panic as he rose to his feet, retreating a step to press against the wall. Tang Feng and his two companions had only recently begun their roles as errand boys, and all three were mere mortals. Before Chen Luo embarked on his journey into the realm of physical refinement, he would have certainly been no match for these three ruffians. However, the current Chen Luo had successfully stepped onto the path of cultivation, rendering these three nothing more than trifling opponents. Tang Feng let out a cold chuckle, observing the satisfaction on Chen Luo's face, completely unaware that he had entered the stage of physical refinement. "It's nothing of great consequence. We're just a bit short on funds lately, and we're hoping to borrow some from you." As he spoke, Tang Feng rubbed his fingers together, wearing an expression that suggested he had Chen Luo firmly in his grasp. "What? I have no money." Chen Luo quickly shook his head, covering his right trouser pocket with his palm. Seeing Chen Luo clutching his pocket, the eyes of Tang Feng and his companions gleamed with excitement. "Chen Luo, you're still as naive as ever. You can't even lie properly. I truly wonder what gives such a fool the confidence to think he can walk the path of cultivation. Hand over the pouch of coins in your pocket." Tang Feng pointed at Chen Luo's right trouser pocket, his eyes wide with greed. Not only could they make a handsome profit, but they would also earn Lin Tao's favor. Such a twofold advantage was too good to pass up. If that fellow Li Kuehe happened to be nearby, they would find themselves in deep trouble. Chen Luo lowered his head, pressing down forcefully on his pocket. Seeing this, Tang Feng and his companions grew even more exhilarated. "Let's go." The trio rushed forward, launching a flurry of attacks at Chen Luo. "Ah, you three wicked villains." Chen Luo tumbled to the ground, helplessly watching as his pouch of coins fell into Tang Feng's hands. Tang Feng opened the pouch, excitement radiating from his face as he beheld the coins within. A total of 120 copper coins equivalent to his earnings for an entire year. This was an astounding windfall. Hey, now that we have it, let's make a swift exit." Just as Tang Feng turned to leave, he suddenly felt a weight on his right shoulder, immobilizing him. "Who's there?" Tang Feng shouted in anger, only to find Chen Luo standing behind him, smiling, with his hand firmly gripping Tang Feng's shoulder. "What are you doing, you brat? Are you thinking of reclaiming your copper coins? Let go, or I'll beat you up," Tang Feng yelled, pointing a finger at Chen Luo. His two companions reached out to grab Chen Luo, intending to pin him to the ground. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, They could not overpower Chen Luo. In fact, it was Tang Feng, who was being held down, that began to cry out in pain. Let go. Let go. Tang Feng found himself bending his knees under Chen Luo's strength, never having imagined Chen Luo could be so powerful. When did this guy become so strong? Didn't I tell you to let go? Are you deaf? The emaciated man threw a punch at Chen Luo, a foolish endeavor on his part. Bang! A cold thud resonated as a gaunt man was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling several meters in the process. This scene rendered Tang Feng and his companion speechless, their minds blank with shock. What on earth was happening? Since when did Chen Luo possess such prowess? Chapter 3. Unexpected Gains, the Supreme Elixir. It hurts. Bastard. Let me go. Tang Feng cried out in pain, feeling as though his shoulder was on the brink of being shattered by Chen Luo's grip. The other individual staggered backward, his legs trembling in fear. Tang Feng. This Chen Luo was merely pretending. This brat is toying with us. Gao Dan shouted, pointing at Chen Luo. In the past, Chen Luo would never have dared to lay a hand on the three of them. He was simply a timid lamb hiding behind Li Kuei-he. Without Li Qi's protection, he would have long been left incapacitated. Tang Feng's face turned ashen. He was currently bearing the pressure from Chen Luo, and he was acutely aware that Chen Luo was no longer the same as before. Had it not been for his training at the Xianwen sect, he would have already collapsed to the ground. Chen Luo, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Tang Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, his shoulder nearing the point of collapse under Chen Luo's relentless grip. Chen Luo grinned widely, playfully patting Tang Feng on the shoulder. The impact of that pat nearly shattered Tang Feng's already precarious shoulder. Damn it! Tang Feng's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Such immense strength could it be that this lad had advanced to the body refining stage. Gao Dan supported the frail man as he approached Tang Feng. The man had yet to regain consciousness, clearly revealing the magnitude of Chen Luo's earlier kick. Upon witnessing the pitiful state of the gaunt man, Tang Feng and Gao Dan dared not provoke Chen Luo further. A kick from Chen Luo was certainly no pleasant experience. Handed over, Chen Luo extended his palm. It must succeed. If this wealth value is acquired, I shall ascend. Tang Feng, observing the twitch in Chen Luo's eye, found himself utterly perplexed. If Chen Luo possessed such strength, why had he feigned weakness before? Was he truly toying with them? As Chen Luo retrieved the pouch of money, he eagerly awaited the system's response. 120 wealth points acquired. Unbelievable. Chen Luo clenched his fists in exhilaration. It truly worked. Could I exploit a glitch? A wild idea suddenly sparked in Chen Luo's mind that if he could give the money to Tang Feng and then snatch it back, wouldn't that allow him to endlessly manipulate the wealth value? With this thought, Chen Luo's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he glanced at Tang Feng and his companions. Tang Feng and Gao Dan, sensing Chen Luo's gaze, trembled in fear. What was this guy planning? Take this. Chen Luo tossed the pouch of money into Tang Feng's hands. Staring at the pouch, Tang Feng was momentarily bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Chen Luo, you. Before Tang Feng could finish his question, Chen Luo snatched the pouch back once more. This audacious maneuver left Tang Feng frozen in place. What on earth are you doing? How could this be? Chen Luo, feeling frustrated by the system's lack of response, scratched his head in dismay that it seemed that this bug could not be exploited. If it could be, he would have attained a remarkably formidable realm in a short span of time. Tang Feng looked at Chen Luo in bewilderment, utterly confused about what Chen Luo was attempting to achieve. He felt like a fool, toyed within Chen Luo's hands. Can we leave now? Tang Feng stammered, eager to distance himself from Chen Luo before suffering any losses. Leave? What about the compensation for the mental distress caused by your robbery? Chen Luo firmly grasped Tang Feng's shoulder, this time on the opposite side. Tang Feng winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he lamented. What? What is mental distress compensation? That's not it. Weren't we the ones who returned the copper coins to you? Gao Dan almost burst into tears, knowing all too well that Chen Luo would not let them off easily. Chen Luo sighed and gave Tang Feng 2 firm pats, nearly causing him to spit blood. Tang Feng's complexion turned a ghastly shade. You did return my money. However, this is the first time I've been robbed. My tender heart has suffered a heavy blow. What do you think? Shouldn't I be compensated for my mental distress? This money was too good to be passed up. This was what one might call the wheel of karma. Gao Dan, in his naive demeanor, nodded, suddenly realizing that Chen Luo had a point. You fool. Tang Feng, infuriated, Kick out, Dan Chen Luo, do not go too far. After all, we are under Elder Lin Tao's protection. Aren't you afraid of Elder Lin Tao? Before Tang Feng could finish, Chen Luo grasped his shoulder firmly. Tang Feng yelped and felt his knees. Oh, you dare mention Elder Lin Tao to me. What about the money you stole from Elder Qin Lin? Have you considered my esteemed Elder Qin Lin? Chen Luo admonished with utmost seriousness. Tang Feng found himself at a loss for words, realizing that today he had fallen into Chen Luo's trap. What do you desire? Just don't overstep. My cousin is destined to become an outer disciple of the Wenxian sect this year. Tang Feng ground his teeth in frustration. Although he worked for Elder Lin Tao, in the eyes of Elder Lin, they were mere slaves. There was no way Lin Tao would intervene to teach a servant a lesson. However, Tang Feng's cousin was different. Having a cousin as an outer disciple would elevate Tang Feng's status among the servants. If Chen Luo were to act unreasonably, his cousin would surely teach him a lesson. Today, he would reclaim all that he had lost. Oh, your cousin is so impressive that you shall be elevated along with him? Chen Luo expressed his astonishment, a look of approval gracing his face. Tang Feng smiled broadly, but upon reflecting on Chen Luo's words, he sensed something amiss. What did he mean by elevated along with him? How dare you? Tang Feng raised his head in anger, but recalling Chen Luo's formidable strength, he could only endure for now. Nevertheless, I advise you to be sensible and let us go. Treating today's events as if they never occurred. Tang Feng gritted his teeth, planning to seek vengeance against Chen Luo once his cousin entered the Wenxian sect. This debt, after all, would not simply be dismissed. That is out of the question. Chen Luo resolutely shook his head. Why Tenderheart requires compensation in the form of copper coins. Let each of us contribute 10 copper coins, he suggested. Mere menial workers of the Wenxian sect. Tang Feng and his companions were hardly affluent. It was uncertain whether these three could muster a total of 30 copper coins. Tang Feng's face turned a shade of iron. Realizing his threats were ineffective, Chen Luo was utterly unyielding. My dear flower, Gao Dan exclaimed as he tossed 10 copper coins into Chen Luo's hands. This represented his wages for the month, which he had hoped to spend on a delightful meal and perhaps court a lady, but that was now impossible. Tang Feng first extracted 10 copper coins from the emaciated man's possession, then rummaged through his own pockets, producing not copper coins, but a pitch-black pill. Here, take this pill, he offered. I just spent 10 copper coins on it, he added. Gao Dan's expression soured upon seeing the dark pill Tang Feng had retrieved. This was hardly a purchase worth 10 copper coins. It was clearly something he had procured from a street vendor for merely 2. Is this permissible? What a loss. Chen Luo accepted the obsidian pill and began to scrutinize it closely. Tang Feng let out a cold laugh, confident that as mere menial workers, they would not be able to discern the nature of the pill. This worthless concoction would surely suffice to fool Chen Luo. Wealth value obtained, 100 points. Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. This seemingly unpalatable pill was valued at a staggering 100 copper coins. Valued at 100 copper coins, surely this must be a top-grade pill. Chapter 4. How can elixirs compare to beauties? Elixirs are categorized into 10 grades, each possessing its unique characteristics, and are further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. The pitch-black elixir in Chen Luo's hand is the highest grade within the first tier, an unparalleled first-grade elixir, although he was uncertain of its specific properties. An unparalleled first-grade elixir could hardly be inferior. Even outer disciples of the Asking Immortal sect seldom have the privilege to enjoy an unparalleled first-grade elixir, let alone a mere servant like Chen Luo. Very well, I shall accept this elixir. Chen Luo feigned indifference. He could not allow Tang Feng to realize that this was an unparalleled first-grade elixir worth 100 copper coins. There was no way he would part with it. Fine. I shall reluctantly let it go. Tang Feng nodded helplessly, though internally he was elated. How foolish to trade a worthless elixir for 10 copper coins. What a lucrative deal. With that, Tang Feng and his companions hurriedly departed, wary of Chen Luo's potential for further extortion. Today, they had fallen into Chen Luo's trap, and they vowed to reclaim their dignity next time. Chen Luo tucked the elixir away and promptly accessed his system panel. Thanks to the assistance of Tang Feng and his companions, he had accumulated 240 points of wealth. Level up. Consume 50 wealth points to advance to the second stage of body refinement. Wealth points required for the next realm, 100 points. Consume 100 wealth points to advance to the third stage of body refinement. Wealth points required for the next realm, 200 points. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo quelled his excitement. Advancing directly to the third stage of body refinement was astonishingly swift. Reaching this level was sufficient to participate in the outer assessments of the Asking Immortal sect. He had not anticipated achieving the requirements so quickly. This trip down the mountain had proven immensely profitable. Esteemed guest, your fire spirit rice has arrived. A staff member from Lingwei Tower called out to Chen Luo. He hastily retrieved his pouch of coins and purchased 6 pounds of fire spirit rice. With the goods in hand, it was time to return and fulfill his duties. As the sun began to set, Chen Luo arrived back at the woodshed. Li Kueya had prepared several dishes and promptly instructed Chen Luo to cook the fire spirit rice upon his return. Little Luo, I have heard that the esteemed guests arriving today are disciples from the inner sect of the Asking Immortal sect. When you serve the dishes, be exceedingly cautious. If you offend these prominent figures, our lives may be at stake, Li Kueya earnestly cautioned. The status of the inner disciples of the Asking Immortal sect is hardly inferior to that of the outer elders. Elder Qin Lin had invited several inner disciples, undoubtedly with requests in mind. If Chen Luo were to jeopardize Elder Qin Lin's endeavors, even if the inner disciples were forgiving, Elder Qin Lin would not easily let Chen Luo off the hook. These influential figures are not ones that mere servants can afford to offend. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Luo carried 2 bowls of dishes towards the reception room. Inside, several individuals were already seated, with Elder Qin Lin occupying the main seat. Behind her stood a woman, the very outer disciple who had entered the woodshed at noon. Standing behind Qin Lin in such a setting sufficiently attests to the profound connection that this woman shares with her junior brother Yang Qian. I shall rely on you for the inner sect disciple assessment in a month and a half, Qin Lin remarked, directing her gaze towards the man on her left. Her demeanor unusually amiable. When soliciting assistance, one must not adopt an air of superiority. Moreover, these inner sect disciples do not stand in a position inferior to that of the outer sect elders. Furthermore, this inner sect disciple named Yang Qian possesses a cultivation level not significantly lower than that of Qin Lin herself. Yang Qian did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before revealing a look of exasperation. Senior Sister Qin, ever since you ascended to the rank of outer sect elder, your understanding of inner sect matters has waned considerably. The current assessments of the inner sect are not determined solely by us disciples. As he spoke, Yang Qian's gaze shifted to the woman behind Qin Lin, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his pupils. What a stunning beauty, even more enchanting than Qin Lin herself. Although junior sister Si Yin has reached the 10th stage of body refining, making her one of the elite among outer sect disciples, I have heard that this year 5 foundation-building disciples have already emerged. Among those at the body refining stage alongside junior sister Si, there are certainly at least a dozen. The inner sect only admits 10 disciples each year. It appears quite challenging. At this juncture, a cunning smile crept upon Yang Qian's face. The implication in his words was unmistakable to Qin Lin. He was seeking to curry favor. Qin Lin furrowed her brows, her smile gradually fading. Ordinary favors would hardly suffice to satisfy someone of Yang Qian's status as an inner sect disciple. Yet, in order to ensure her sister's smooth entry into the inner sect, she felt compelled to bear this cost. With a faint smile, Qin Lin conjured a delicate treasure box from thin air. Upon opening it, a vibrant green pill lay nestled within. At the sight of this pill, the eyes of several inner sect disciples gleamed with excitement. It was indeed a 3rd-tier pill. Qin Lin is quite generous. Chen Luo's gaze was equally captivated by the pill within the box. Although this 3rd-tier pill was merely of the lower grade, its value was no less than 3,000 copper coins. If he could obtain this pill, it might just elevate him to the foundation building stage. Who are you? A mere servant, to covet a 3rd-tier pill? Yang Qian cast a disdainful glance at Chen Luo, his displeasure evident. This was a precious 3rd-tier pill, and it belonged to him. I merely glanced at it. Is looking not permitted? Chen Luo could not help but retort. You insolent wretch. Before Yang Qian could respond, another inner sect disciple named Shun Yin rose abruptly from his seat. As Yang Qian's loyal follower, he could not tolerate an outer sect servant daring to oppose him. Just as Chen Luo was about to voice his rebuttal, he was interrupted by Qin Lin's authoritative voice. You, a mere servant, should withdraw. Qin Lin admonished sharply. How could a servant jeopardize matters? Even if Yang Qian's side was unreasonable, support must still be given to him. Chen Luo shrugged and hurriedly ran away after placing the dishes. Sister Qin Lin, is this how you manage your subordinates? What purpose does it serve to keep such a disrespectful servant? Yang Qian scoffed. Qin Lin quickly donned a smile. Junior brother Yang Qian, do not let a mere servant upset you. Yang Qian glanced at the Qinling Huishued Dan, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Although it was a 3rd-tier elixir, it was relatively common within the inner sect. However, a beauty like Si Yin was another matter entirely. A wicked grin crept onto Yang Qian's face. Were it not for his attraction to Qin Si Yin, he would not have come here. As an outstanding disciple of the inner sect, his future far surpassed that of Qin Lin, an outer sect elder. If Qin Lin wished to enlist his help, she must offer something that piqued his interest. Upon hearing this, The inner sect disciples burst into laughter. They were well aware of Yang Qian's reputation. He valued beauty far more than elixirs. Junior brother Yang Qian, I thought you were jesting just now. Qin Lin's expression darkened, her tone growing increasingly frosty. Behind her, Qin Ziyin also appeared displeased. How could one attempt to curry favor with Yang Qian in such a manner? How utterly distasteful. Yang Qian, however, remained unfazed. Sister Qin, why do you place such weight on matters of the heart? My interest in Ziyin is indeed a blessing for her. Once she enters the inner sect, I shall certainly take good care of her. Chapter 5, A Deal Gone Awry? Qin Lin's contingency plan, so he is truly a scoundrel. Yet, Elder Qin's sister is indeed quite lovely. Chen Luo had not left but was eavesdropping outside, hoping to find an opportunity to acquire Qin Lin's Qiling Hushiwei Dan. A third-tier elixir is a considerable fortune. Suddenly, there was a stir within the room, and before Chen Luo could grasp the conversation's context, Yang Qian and the others emerged. Seeing Chen Luo waiting outside, Yang Qian and his companions sneered. As disciples of the inner sect of the Wenxian sect, they paid no heed to a mere servant, nothing more than ants. Chen Luo observed Yang Qian and the others depart and surmised that the negotiation must have failed. What are you still doing here? Qin Lin and Qin Ziyin exited the house, both wearing expressions of confusion upon seeing Chen Luo. Elder Qin, aren't we supposed to serve the dishes? Chen Luo hastily concocted an excuse. He certainly could not admit to eavesdropping. Qin Lin sighed and waved her hand dismissively. No need. You and Old Li can finish the remaining dishes. She had initially invited Yang Qian and his companions to assist Ziyin's entry into the inner sect. However, she had not anticipated Yang Qian's ulterior motives, fixating on Qin Ziyin's beauty. Such a foolish request was utterly unacceptable. Chen Luo awkwardly chuckled and rubbed his head, saying, Elder Qin, you needn't worry too much. With your sister's abilities, her chances of entering the inner sect are quite substantial. The two sisters raised their eyebrows simultaneously. When had it become the place of a servant to comfort them? Sister, this servant speaks the truth. I can manage on my own, Qin Ziyuan suggested, urging Qin Lin to abandon the notion of taking shortcuts. With a bittersweet smile, Qin Lin realized that she could only let Qin Ziyuan try it herself now. What is your name? Qin Lin's gaze fell once more on Chen Luo. I've been here for 3 years, and you don't know my name? Chen Luo looked at Qin Lin with frustration. Having served under her for 3 years, it was surprising that she had not even remembered his name. Qin Lin couldn't help but laugh, saying, as an outer sect elder, why should I bother remembering the name of a mere servant? You were called Chen Luo, correct? To reach the third stage of the body refinement realm at such a young age is indeed a sign of talent. As a foundation establishment stage practitioner, Qin Lin could easily discern Chen Luo's cultivation level. Achieving the third stage of body refinement at the age of 20 was commendable. Should he participate in the outer sect disciple examination, his chances of success would be substantial. Thank you for the compliment, Elder Qin, Chen Luo chuckled, feeling it was his first time receiving praise from Qin Lin. In the eyes of the outer sect elders, servants were akin to ants. If not for Chen Luo's potential to become an outer sect disciple, Qin Lin would not have extended such kindness toward him. Once you become an outer sect disciple, make sure to cultivate diligently and contribute to the Wuxian sect. If you have a chance to enter the inner sect, your status within the sect will be radically different. Qin Lin smiled. The path of cultivation is fraught with uncertainties. Although Chen Luo was merely a servant now, his future was filled with possibilities. If by chance he were to enter the inner sect, he might even become an asset to Qin Ziyuan. Chen Luo scratched his head and joked, Elder Qin, are you considering investing in me? Rest assured, if I make it into the inner sect, I will certainly look after you. Before he could finish, Qin Ziyuan burst into laughter. You really have quite the imagination. The third stage of body refinement at 20 isn't exactly top-tier talent. Entering the inner sect is not as simple as you think. Besides, who will be taking care of whom is evident to anyone with eyes, Qin Ziyuan chuckled, covering her mouth. She had already reached the 10th stage of body refinement, just a step away from foundation establishment. If she could enter the inner sect, stepping into the foundation establishment realm would be a matter of this year. With Chen Luo only at the third stage of body refinement, meeting the requirements for the inner sect examination would be impossible without at least 3 to 5 years of effort. Even if Chen Luo were to smoothly enter the inner sect, Qin Ziyuan would have already ascended to a higher realm. Would she still need his care? Chen Luo grinned, saying, well then, senior sister Qin, you can take care of me. I particularly need someone to look after me. Qin Ziyuan shot him an exasperated glance. This fellow truly had no shame. All right, Chen Luo, you may leave now. Qin Lin waved her hand. Chen Luo nodded and hurried back to the woodshed. As Qin Ziyuan watched him depart, she couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow named Chen Luo is quite the smooth talker. Qin Lin, however, shook her head with a smile. Do not underestimate Chen Luo. He is not as simple as he appears. By the end, her tone had noticeably intensified. Dear sister, what do you mean by that? He is merely a servant, yet possesses a background? Qin Siyuan inquired with perplexity. How could someone in such a menial position possibly have an impressive lineage? Qin Lin elucidated. Although I have only just learned Chen Luo's name, that does not imply I am unaware of him. Just yesterday, when he delivered meals, he was still an ordinary mortal. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyuan's expression transformed instantaneously. Just yesterday, he was a mere mortal? So, in the span of half a day, he has ascended to the third stage of body refining. How can such an outrageous event occur? This is absolutely impossible. Sister, you cannot be mistaken, can you? How could anyone transcend 3 realms in a single day? Qin Siyuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, revealing an expression of incredulity. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? Qin Lin chuckled softly, patting Qin Siyuan on the shoulder. If it were not for this reason, I would not have engaged in conversation with him. I shall keep an eye on him. If he truly possesses such talent, it may present an opportunity. Qin Siyuan raised an eyebrow. What opportunity? What are you implying? She covered her cheeks, revealing a bashful demeanor. What are you thinking? I mean, Chen Luo could serve as your ally. We have offended Yang Qian today. It seems unlikely you will gain entry into the inner sect this year. Perhaps next year. You will surely reach the foundation establishment stage, and entering the inner sect will not necessitate external assistance. However, once you enter the inner sect, you will undoubtedly face harassment from Yang Qian and his ilk. If Chen Luo can ascend to the foundation establishment stage within a year, he could help shield you from considerable trouble. Qin Lin exhaled deeply. Having lingered too long in the outer sect, she had lost her influence within the inner sect. Yang Qian held a respectable position there, and it was likely no one would assist them at the risk of offending him. If Chen Luo possessed the talent they envisioned, he might indeed help Qin Siyuan navigate the significant threat posed by Yang Qian. Qin Siyuan remained silent, her head bowed, lost in contemplation. However, to entice him and gain his allegiance, we must offer him some benefits, Qin Lin began to ponder. At that moment, Qin Siyuan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Lin, seemingly harboring different thoughts. In a whisper so soft that Qin Lin could barely hear, she murmured, I do not need to rely on others to enter the inner sect. Chapter 6 Uncle, your movements are quite impressive. What? Xiao Luo, have you reached the third stage of body refining? When did this happen? Li Kuei-ha exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment upon hearing the news. Having lived alongside Chen Luo, he had been completely oblivious to Chen Luo's entrance into the realm of cultivation. At 20 years of age, achieving the third stage of body refining is far superior to his own accomplishments at that age. Chen Luo chuckled, Uncle Li, I have not wasted these past 3 years. I have been diligently cultivating. Naturally, he could not disclose the existence of the system to Li Kuei-ha. Some secrets must remain buried deep within. Li Kuei-ha nodded thoughtfully, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. After living with Chen Luo for 3 years, Li Kuei-ha had already regarded him as a friend. Chen Luo possessed a remarkable talent for cultivation, which was indeed a joyful matter. Xiao Luo, with merely 10 days left until the outer sect assessment of the Wenchen sect, you must prepare diligently. I had the fortune of participating in the outer sect assessment in the past, but unfortunately, my strength was insufficient, and I could not even pass the first stage. Now that you have reached the third stage of body refinement, your chances of entering the outer sect are quite high. Should you succeed in entering the outer sect, do not forget your Uncle Li, Li Kuei-ha said with a smile, patting Chen Luo on the shoulder. Uncle Li, you participated in the outer sect assessment? Could you share the specifics of the assessment with me? Chen Luo blinked, eager to know the content of the outer sect assessment to enhance his chances of entering the Wenchen sect. Becoming a disciple of the Wenchen sect's outer sect would mark the official beginning of his path to cultivation. Li Kuei-ha pondered for a moment before speaking meaningfully. The outer sect assessment of the Wenchen sect consists of 3 stages. The first stage is relatively easy. One only needs to activate 3 Wenchen stones to pass. The Wenchen stones are used to test the aptitude of the candidates. Given that you are already 20 years old and have reached the third stage of body refinement, you should be able to activate 3 Wenchen stones. Wenchen stones. Chen Luo, having worked as a servant for 3 years, had certainly heard of them. Being able to activate 3 Wenchen stones indicated decent talent and a possibility of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Such individuals are worthy of cultivation by the Wenchen sect. Activating 3 Wenchen stones should not be too difficult. The second stage focuses primarily on elimination and is a competition of speed. Regardless of how many people pass the first stage, only 50 will qualify for the second stage. The third stage involves a lottery for combat. Candidates will engage in one-on-one duels based on their cultivation levels, and the victors will pass to become disciples of the Wenchen sect's outer sect. Xiao Luo, I believe you can do it. Li Kuei could not help but smile, already envisioning Chen Luo as a disciple of the Wenshan sect's outer sect. If Chen Luo could become an inner sect disciple, it would be even better. With inner sect disciples backing him, who would dare to challenge him among the outer sect servants? I see. Chen Luo had a general understanding of the specifics of the outer sect assessment. It seemed manageable upon reflection. However, he currently lacked absolute confidence in becoming a disciple of the Wenshan sect's outer sect. The first stage appeared simple, but the second and third stages presented significant challenges. Without martial skills, he would be at a disadvantage in combat. Uncle Li, do you possess any martial skills? Wouldn't lacking martial skills put me at a disadvantage? Chen Luo blinked, entering a mode of inquiry. Martial skills can also be exchanged for wealth, right? Martial skills, like medicinal pills, are categorized into 10 ranks, further divided into supreme, superior, medium, and inferior tiers. Even the lowest ranked martial skill is worth 20 copper coins. Li Kuei paused for a moment, scratching his head awkwardly. Well, I do have one martial skill, but it may not be suitable for you. Not suitable? What do you mean? Chen Luo looked at Li Kuei in confusion, unable to comprehend his statement. Martial arts, is there any inappropriateness in this terminology? Li Kuei beckoned Chen Luo and others, then retrieved an ancient tome from beneath his pillow. The tome bore 4 indistinct characters: phantom butterfly steps. Chen Luo fell into a moment of silence. Phantom butterfly steps? A technique of movement? What a flamboyant name for such a technique. Surely, it must be a technique suited for women. Uncle Li, I never anticipated you harbored such a penchant, Chen Luo remarked in astonishment. This technique is evidently feminine. Employing it would surely lead to social embarrassment. Li Kuei chuckled. Isn't that typical of me, your Uncle Li? This was the sole technique my late wife practiced during her lifetime. Although I am unaware of its rank, it was acquired from a secret cave. Its grade should be commendable. Little Luo, I can bestow this technique upon you, but will you grant me a favor in return? Chen Luo stared blankly at Li Kuei, realizing that the old fox was up to something. Well, Uncle Li, I feel this technique may not suit me. Chen Luo replied with a wry smile. Fearing social disgrace more than being unable to become an outer sect disciple. To learn this technique, would I have to twirl my fingers delicately? That would be utterly embarrassing. You may examine it first. If it doesn't suit you, we can discuss it further, Li Kuei insisted, handing the phantom butterfly steps to Chen Luo. The moment he grasped the tome, the system's voice echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Wealth value acquired. 200 points. 200 points of wealth value. Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. This indicated that it was a second-grade martial art. Remarkable. Uncle Li possesses such a high-grade technique. Little Luo, what do you think? Noticing Chen Luo's silence, Li Kuei inquired eagerly, as he genuinely needed Chen Luo's assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo grinned. Uncle Li, given our relationship, even if you do not gift me this technique, I would still assist you. This is a second-grade technique, more precious than the elixirs seized by Tang Feng. Receiving such an invaluable gift from Li Kuei warranted his utmost support. Little Luo, Li Kuei, upon hearing Chen Luo's agreement, could not contain his tears. Over a decade ago, my wife and I visited the Wenshan sect. That year, I failed the examination, but my wife successfully became an outer sect disciple, relying on this very technique. At this juncture, Li Kuei's expression turned grave, as painful memories flooded his mind. Did something happen to Auntie in the outer sect? Chen Luo's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Initially presuming that Li Kuei's wife had passed away from illness, it appeared the circumstances were far more complex. It was likely that she had offended someone in the outer sect and had been harmed. Li Kuei nodded helplessly. When I discovered her body, her bones were shattered. That scoundrel Lin Tao claimed she fell from a cliff. I am no fool to believe his words. My wife's death is undoubtedly linked to Lin Tao's disciple. Yin Fu. Li Kuei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. This emotional turmoil had festered within him for over a decade. He had once resigned himself to the hopelessness of avenging his wife, yet Chen Luo reignited that flicker of hope. If Chen Luo could penetrate the outer sect and uncover the truth behind his wife's demise, identifying the true culprit, then even at the cost of his own life, he would see his vengeance fulfilled. How could one not avenge the murder of their spouse? Chapter 7. A modicum of politeness. Did you take it seriously? Consumption of 200 wealth points. Promotion to the 4th stage of body refining. Wealth points required for the next realm. 500. As night fell, Chen Luo sat on his bed. Having just expended a considerable amount of wealth points to ascend to the 4th stage of body refining. On the adjacent bed, Li Kuei had already succumbed to slumber, the traces of tears still evident at the corners of his eyes. Chen Luo cast a glance at Li Kuei and let out a gentle sigh. He had not anticipated the depths of Li Kuei's tragic past. Out of gratitude for the 3 years of care he had received, he felt compelled to uncover the truth behind his wife's death. though Li Kuei-ha had only requested that he investigate the circumstances surrounding his wife's demise. Chen Luo resolved to exact vengeance on his behalf. With Li Kuei-ha at the third stage of body refining, he could hardly contend with the outer sect disciples of the Inquiry of Immortals. It was only he who could bring justice to Li Kuei-ha. Fear not, Uncle Li. I shall ensure the murderer kneels before you in repentance. Chen Luo took a deep breath, having made up his mind. Let it be known. Not only the outer sect disciples of the Inquiry of Immortals, but even those of the inner sect would face no mercy, with the system at his disposal. What was there to fear? Knock, knock. A sudden rapping echoed from outside the door. Puzzled, Chen Luo descended from his bed and opened the door, discovering Qin Siyuan standing at his threshold. She was clad in a dark long dress, her face unobscured by a veil, revealing her exquisite beauty in its entirety to Chen Luo's gaze. Is there something you need? Chen Luo asked, momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Qin Siyuan would come to visit him in the dead of night, looking so enchanting. Surely, she did not intend to persuade him with such a lure? Qin Siyuan glanced at Chen Luo, her gaze drifting to the sleeping Li Kuei-ha. Come outside and speak, she said coolly, turning to walk into the courtyard. Chen Luo, though skeptical, followed her, curious about her intentions. He was not one to be trifled with. Yet he could be quite amiable when the situation called for it. I have already heard about your situation from my sister. It seems you encountered unexpected gains during your descent today. Qin Siyuan turned, her dark dress billowing, casting her in a moonlit aura reminiscent of a beautiful painting. Chen Luo found himself momentarily entranced. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to experience romance. His standards were not excessively high, and a beauty such as Qin Siyuan would certainly suffice. It appears I cannot hide anything from your keen eyes. Indeed, I experienced significant gains during my descent. Chen Luo replied with a sheepish smile. It seemed that Qin Lin had discerned the change in his cultivation level. Indeed, she was a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, possessing a keen insight. Qin Xian let out a light chuckle, remarking that it was no wonder, as it indicated a connection with the celestial realm. However, she added, there was no need for him to concern himself with her sister's words. Matters concerning her would be resolved by herself. Qin Xian had never considered that Chen Luo could assist her in any way. Moreover, she was set to enter the inner sect this year, making it impossible to wait until the following year. It was utterly inconceivable for her to delay for Chen Luo. Is this what you meant? Chen Luo replied, waving his hand dismissively. I was merely being polite. How could he help Qin Xian without any reason? While she was indeed beautiful, she was not someone to be utilized. Chen Luo held no interest in engaging in trivial matters. Qin Xian furrowed her brows, taken aback by Chen Luo's response. Polite? Are you truly courteous? She questioned. Very well. With a roll of her eyes, she retrieved a martial arts manual from her robe. This is a gift from my sister. You know her intentions well. Do not mistake her kindness for a plea. She merely regards you as a shield, so do not let your imagination run wild. Chen Luo accepted the manual, which contained the exquisite wind howl fist technique. What a splendid treasure. Acquired 100 points of wealth. With such a valuable asset, he could disregard Qin Xian's remarks. Such potential. As he observed Chen Luo's reaction, Qin Xian's frown deepened. This Chen Luo was entirely different from the insipid men she had encountered before. His audacity was thicker than the protective formations of the asking immortal sect. Let me remind you one last time. Do not harbor delusions of grandeur. I am not easily swayed by such tactics, Qin Xian stated before turning on her heel and swiftly disappearing from Chen Luo's sight. Chen Luo paid no heed to her words and instead focused on the wind howl fist. He needed to master this technique swiftly, as it would prove invaluable in the outer sect assessments. By the way, I recall that wealth points can be used to cultivate martial arts. Chen Luo quickly accessed the system panel to check the specifics. Wind howl fist, supreme class martial art, unlearned, to elevate to initial realm. Requires 20 wealth points. Phantom butterfly steps, upper second class martial art, unlearned, to elevate to initial realm. Requires 50 wealth points. Such a substantial amount of wealth points? Chen Luo grumbled. If entering the initial realm demands this much, then achieving the minor accomplishment realm must require even more. With 190 wealth points remaining, he pondered what realms he could elevate these two martial techniques to. Absolute first-class martial art. Wind howling fist, upgraded to the initial stage. Consumes 20 wealth points. To upgrade to the minor achievement stage requires 50 wealth points. Absolute first-class martial art. Wind howling fist, upgraded to the minor achievement stage. Consumes 50 wealth points. To upgrade to the major achievement stage requires 100 wealth points. Second-class martial art. Phantom butterfly steps, upgraded to the initial stage. Consumes 50 wealth points. To upgrade to the minor achievement stage requires 100 wealth points. Gasp. Chen Luo inhaled sharply. realizing that merely upgrading the Wind Howling Fist to the minor achievement stage and the Phantom Butterfly Steps to the initial stage would cost him a total of 120 wealth points. With only 70 wealth points remaining, he found himself unable to proceed further. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that with over 10 days remaining, he could still master these two techniques to their fullest. For the next 3 days, Chen Luo remained in the courtyard, practicing sparring with the Kueya during his free time to enhance his combat skills. Against mortals like Tangfeng, Chen Luo could easily prevail. However, when facing opponents who were also cultivators, Chen Luo found himself at a significant disadvantage in terms of practical experience. Li Kueya, having spent some time in the martial world, possessed far more combat experience than Chen Luo. Yet, the guidance from Li Kueya alone was insufficient to equip Chen Luo with the necessary practical skills. As Li Kueya was not particularly strong himself, had he been formidable, he would not have been eliminated from the competition. Unable to even enter the outer sect of the Asking Immortal sect, to successfully pass the outer sect assessment, Chen Luo needed to secure an absolute advantage in both cultivation and martial skills. Phew, little Luo, you learned so quickly. After 3 days, your combat skills have already matched my own, Li Kueya exclaimed, surprised as he was pushed back several steps from their sparring match, looking up at Chen Luo in astonishment. Chen Luo's rapid acquisition of skills had eclipsed Li Kueya's meager abilities. Such innate talent. Uncle Li, it's primarily due to my advancement to the 4th stage of body refinement. My physical prowess grants me a considerable edge, Chen Luo grinned. The mere difference of a minor realm allowed him to establish a significant gap against his foes. Even with limited practical experience, Chen Luo could rely on his cultivation to overpower Li Kueya. Li Kueya's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Chen Luo had reached the 4th stage of body refinement so swiftly. With your cultivation, you're surely set for the outer sect, he exclaimed. Historically, the highest level of participants in the assessment has only reached the 5th stage of body refinement. With your prowess, you will have no issues. Li Kueya was elated. Chen Luo exceeded his expectations of talent. Chapter 8. Only the unashamed can reap endless benefits. Whoosh, whoosh. Chen Luo's figure flickered like a wraith, vanishing and reappearing until he stood before Li Kueya. Startled, Li Kueya stumbled back, as wide as he beheld Chen Luo. After employing the Phantom Butterfly Steps, Chen Luo moved with ghostly swiftness, appearing before Li Kueya in the blink of an eye. In just a few days, Chen Luo had mastered the Phantom Butterfly Steps. That was astonishingly swift. Little Luo, you truly are a genius. My wife took an entire month to master this technique. Yet you have achieved initial proficiency in merely 7 days. Impressive. Li Kueya could not help but raise his thumb in admiration. Chen Luo's talent is truly remarkable. How is it that I never sensed Chen Luo's extraordinary abilities in the past 3 years? Could it be that he has been concealing his gifts all along? Chen Luo chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Oh, it's merely due to the excellence of the technique you provided, Uncle Li. With the skill, no one in the same realm should be able to catch a glimpse of my figure. The Shadow Butterfly Step, after all, is a lower-grade technique valued at 200 copper coins. It is likely that an ordinary person living at the foot of the mountain would never earn that amount in their lifetime. Just as those words left his lips, a gentle voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him. Do not grow complacent. Your chances of entering the outer sect are considerable. But should you encounter formidable opponents in the 3rd challenge, even with this lower-grade technique, you may still face defeat. Chen Luo swiftly turned around to find Qin Lin approaching. Her tone was noticeably more amicable, devoid of the previously domineering attitude. I have met Elder Qin. Li Kueya promptly bowed and lowered his head. Chen Luo followed suit. Recognizing that he had yet to become an outer sect disciple, and even once he did, he ought to respectfully greet Qin Lin. Qin Lin's gaze fell upon Chen Luo, and upon realizing that he had already advanced to the 4th stage of body refinement, her expression turned to one of astonishment. It is truly remarkable how Chen Luo has managed to break through several realms in such a short span of time. Unbelievable. Chen Luo, you indeed possess a talent for cultivation that merits my investment. However, you must take to heart what I previously mentioned. Should you betray my trust, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Even if you ascend to the foundation building stage, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. A glint of coldness flickered in Qin Lin's eyes. It was precisely because Chen Luo held value that Qin Lin had arranged for Qin Siyuan to bestow upon him the Windhowl Fist. Such an exquisite technique of the highest grade is not something a mere servant could easily learn. Hearing this, Chen Luo grinned widely. Elder Qin, the Windhowl Fist is indeed formidable. Yet, as you have just pointed out, I do not possess absolute confidence in entering the outer sect. If I encounter those prodigies from various regions, I certainly stand no chance. He was determined not to miss any opportunity to negotiate. Since Chen Lin was inclined to nurture him, it was only fitting for Chen Luo to seek some advantages. For him, a few hundred copper coins constituted a significant sum. Yet for Chen Lin, an elder of the outer sect, it was hardly a matter of consequence. Just previously, the Qingling Vitality Pill, valued at 3,000 copper coins, was a lower-grade elixir. The ability to give such a potion was a testament to Chen Lin's financial resources. Chen Lin cast a glance at Chen Luo. Their previous interactions had been minimal, and she did not know him well. Since their last conversation, she had come to realize that Chen Luo possessed an astonishing degree of audacity. It is truly absurd for a mere servant to shamelessly beseech the outer gate elder for rewards. Even more ludicrous is the fact that she actually bestowed benefits upon Chen Luo, without such incentives to win over Chen Luo. How could he possibly work for her in the future? Humph, such flattery. However, you are indeed correct. It is imperative that you become an outer disciple this year. I do not wish for Si Yin to wait another year. Chen Lin initially spoke with irritation, but then nodded in agreement with Chen Luo's words. This year, Chen Si Yin has already met the requirements for the intersect assessment. Delaying by 2 years would only hinder her progress. If Chen Luo were to impede Chen Si Yin's advancement, it would be a grave misstep. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, there is hope. Elder Chen Lin is rather amiable. Moreover, she is quite attractive and possesses an excellent figure. How is it that such an outstanding woman remains unmarried at her age? Before Chen Luo could ponder over Chen Lin's personal affairs, she produced a token and tossed it into his hands. The token bore the character for Chen, signifying Chen Lin's identity. Take this token to the blacksmith shop in Xian Town and have old Kai forge you a weapon. He owes me a favor, and you may choose materials from his shop at will. The quality of the weapon you receive will depend on your own discernment. The blacksmith shop in Xian Town cannot be compared to that of the Xian sect. The weapons crafted by old Kai are at best of the second-tier quality. Even if Chen Luo were to acquire a second-tier weapon, Chen Lin would not mind. A mere 200 or 300 copper coins are of little consequence to her. Chen Luo gazed joyfully at the Chen token in his hand. Elder Chen is truly generous. This could lead to a significant profit. Beside him, Li Kuei-ha displayed a look of satisfaction. It is indeed a fortuitous event for Chen Luo to gain the favor of Chen Lin. With her support, Chen Luo can rapidly enhance his own strength. As long as he keeps pace with Chen Si Yin, the benefits provided by Chen Lin will only increase. Thank you, Elder Chen. Chen Luo quickly tucked the Chen token away. Such an item must not be lost, for it symbolizes Chen Lin's identity. By the way, Elder Chen, I unexpectedly obtained a medicinal pill. As he spoke, Chen Luo retrieved the pill he had seized from Tang Feng and presented it to Chen Lin. Observing the dark-colored pill, Chen Lin could not help but furrow her brows. Although the pill appeared unremarkable, it was of the absolute first tier. A medicinal pill of this caliber is an exceedingly rare treasure for a mere servant. Is this the Blood Valley pill? How did you come to possess it? Chen Lin exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the pill. The Blood Valley pill is a creation of the Blood Valley sect, used to purify vital essence and enhance physical strength. The Blood Valley sect is a rival of the Xian sect, both being renowned in Tianyin Prefecture. The two sects often clash, akin to sworn enemies. How could Chen Luo, a mere outer servant of the Xian sect, have in his possession a pill from the Blood Valley sect? The Blood Valley pill? This is not a pill from the Blood Valley sect. Yet, this is so dark and unrecognizable. Chen Luo inquired, astonished, as the elixir in his hand bore no resemblance to the Blood Valley elixir described in the texts. Chen Lin elucidated. This Blood Valley elixir is the foundational potion for cultivating one's physical body within the Blood Valley sect, classified solely as an exceptional grade. However, this elixir is further divided into two extremes, yin and yang. The Blood Valley elixir commonly utilized by disciples of the sect is of the yang extreme. Crafted from materials with a predominantly yang attribute, resembling the illustrations in the literature. The one you hold, however, is of the yin extreme. This yin Blood Valley elixir is concocted using human blood. Consuming this elixir yields effects that surpass those of the yang variant by more than tenfold. But its side effects are significantly pronounced. Should one cease its intake, the strength of the body will regress rather than progress. Within the Blood Valley sect, this yin Blood Valley elixir is strictly reserved for the deadliest of warriors. I care not where you acquired this elixir. If you wish to avoid demise, do not consume it. Chapter 9. A beautiful woman, a fine sword. Chen Luo, how deplorable. Not to be consumed. Chen Luo lamented. Gazing at the Blood Valley elixir in his palm, his cravings ignited. Having finally obtained an exceptional grade elixir, only to be unable to partake of it, was nothing short of vexing. Were it not for the fact that this elixir had earned him 100 points of wealth value, he would have rushed to slap Tang Feng in exasperation. What kind of person treats such an elixir so carelessly? You need not linger here. Descend the mountain. Old Kai requires several days to forge a weapon. By the time you return, the outer sect examination will likely have commenced. Crafting a weapon cannot be accomplished in a single day. If this drags on, Chen Luo may return with his weapon only to miss the outer sect assessment. Should such a foolish situation arise, I would have to reconsider offering Chen Luo my assistance. Those lacking in intellect, no matter how obedient, are of little use. That means I must stay at the foot of the mountain for several days, and I still need to eat and drink. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, revealing a conflicted expression. Before he could fully articulate his dilemma, Qin Lin extended her hand, her delicate palm resting against Chen Luo's face. Do not push your luck. Young man, the expenses for a few days of food and lodging amount to less than a single copper coin. After 3 years of service under me, you have yet to save a single copper coin? Qin Lin rolled her eyes, bemused by Chen Luo's surprising audacity. With a grin, Chen Luo scratched his head, hastily tucking away the Qin character token in preparation to descend the mountain. After Chen Luo departed, Qin Lin turned her gaze towards Li Kuei-ha. Noticing Qin Lin's attention, Li Kuei-ha offered a hearty smile, aware that she had something to discuss. Oldly, you are aware of Chen Luo's circumstances, are you not? Qin Lin inquired nonchalantly. Li Kuei-ha nodded vigorously. Elder Qin, is there something you need me to do? Rest assured, I shall not assign you tasks beyond your capabilities. I need you to visit Chen family town and investigate Chen Luo's background. Qin Lin waved her hand, fully cognizant of Li Kuei-ha's limitations. Chen family town is not a sect of cultivators. Even if there are practitioners, their strength is unlikely to be formidable, given Li Kuei-ha's capabilities. It is improbable that any mishap would occur during his visit to Qinjia town. Elder Qin, do you harbor doubts about Xiao Luo? Xiao Luo poses no concerns. I have spent 3 years in his company, and he is a good person. Li Kuei-ha promptly defended Chen Luo. In Li Kuei-ha's heart, Chen Luo's current achievements are inseparable from Qin Lin's support. Should Qin Lin cease to assist Chen Luo, his progress may very well halt. For the sake of Chen Luo's future, it is imperative to speak highly of him. However, Qin Lin responded coolly, stating that one must know a person thoroughly. If Chen Luo poses no issues, I will not treat him unjustly. Having reached her current stature, Qin Lin's thoughts are far from naive. Until she is certain of Chen Luo's capabilities, she cannot afford to extend excessive assistance. The rewards previously granted to Chen Luo are easily attainable by outer sect disciples and hardly constitute valuable prizes. Only someone like Li Kuei-ha, a mere servant, would perceive such rewards as bountiful. Li Kuei-ha nodded thoughtfully, understanding Qin Lin's cautious demeanor. Indeed, exercising prudence is wise. Here is your traveling allowance. Keep a low profile. Qin Lin tossed a pouch to Li Kuei-ha, containing no less than 30 copper coins. For Li Kuei-ha, 30 copper coins is a considerable sum, the remainder of which constitutes his reward for this outing. At this moment, Chen Luo had already arrived at the foot of the mountain, making his way towards the blacksmith shop. Due to the impending outer sect examination at the Asking Immortal sect, the populace in Asking Immortal town was denser than before, the streets nearly overcrowded. Cousin, you must avenge me. That Chen Luo is truly insufferable. Inside the tavern, Tang Feng was weeping and wailing. Opposite him sat a robust man, Tangy, his cousin, who was at the 3rd stage of physical refinement. Tang Feng, my dear lad, you are quite lacking. After several years as a servant at the Asking Immortal sect, how have you not even stepped into the realm of physical refinement? To be beaten by another servant is a disgrace to our Tang family. Tangy mocked, deriding Tang Feng's inadequacies. Tang Feng looked at Tangy pitifully. He too wished to embark on the path of cultivation, but it was exceedingly difficult. In terms of innate talent for cultivation, he could hardly compare to Tang Yi, who was a renowned prodigy within the Tang family. Cousin Tang Yi, that fellow is Chen Luo. As Tang Feng wiped his tears, he suddenly caught sight of Chen Luo entering the blacksmith shop. How could he forget Chen Luo's appearance? Just days prior, he had received a thrashing from him, a memory that remained vivid. It is this brat? Come, I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson. Tang Yi stood up, for it was only reasonable to defend his cousin. Tang Feng excitedly trailed behind Tang Yi, akin to a dutiful spouse. This sense of security is so comforting. Master Kai? Chen Luo entered the blacksmith shop, scanning the interior. He did not see the burly old blacksmith, but rather a woman clad in black with a single ponytail, standing at the doorway, gripping the hilt of a sword. The woman sensed Chen Luo's entrance into the blacksmith shop and turned to meet his gaze, their eyes locking in an intense moment. Ah, such pristine beauty. My word, what a figure. Chen Luo's mind raced with thoughts, ultimately concluding that she was a stunning beauty, rivaling even Qin Siyuan, though she possessed a significant advantage in physique. You, the woman said, her delicate brows furrowing, her expression growing colder. Are you polite? Men like Chen Luo were indeed a rarity. She felt no offense, yet found him rather distasteful. Clearing his throat, Chen Luo smiled and inquired, "Are you Master Kai?" He was taken aback to discover that the master blacksmith was, in fact, a striking beauty. "I am not Master Kai," she retorted, casting a glance at him before turning her back, choosing to ignore him. Such men were best disregarded, as they could dampen one's spirits. Chen Luo shrugged. Realizing he had mistaken her for someone else, she was likely just another patron of the blacksmith shop. "Miss Yang, your sword has been well maintained." At that moment, a dark-skinned elder emerged from the back room, cradling a black sword in his hands. The blade radiated an astonishing aura, as if it contained within it the essence of an ancient beast. This sword was undoubtedly of high quality, at least a 4th rank. Chen Luo's eyes widened. This was a genuine treasure, worth no less than several thousand copper coins. If he could acquire this sword, it would propel him to new heights. With a swift motion, Yang Tingyu seized the sword, her frosty gaze directed at Chen Luo. What irked her was that his fervor while gazing at the sword surpassed that when he looked at her. This man was indeed obsessed with blades. Humph. With a cold snort, Yang Tingyu departed, sword in hand. As Chen Luo watched her vanish from sight, the allure of the sword lingered in his mind. "Young man, do you require assistance?" Old Kai asked with a jovial smile, noting that business had been thriving in recent days. Chen Luo promptly produced the Qin token and said, "Master Kai, I come at the behest of Elder Qin to forge a weapon." Upon seeing the token in Chen Luo's hand, Old Kai hurried forward, realizing he was in the presence of Elder Qin's associate. "Come, choose your materials from the shop. Once you select them, I shall forge your weapon to your satisfaction." Chapter 10. If I want the Pishu to spit out money, I suppose I must teach you a lesson. Chen Luo began to circle the materials in the blacksmith shop. Yet after a long while, he found himself utterly perplexed about what to select. In the realm of forging, he was utterly clueless. Even if he could discern the more expensive materials, he had no idea if they were suitable for weapon crafting. This was a weapon procured through Elder Qin's goodwill. If it did not reach 2nd rank, it would be a grievous loss. "Master Kai, do you have any recommendations?" "I am quite inexperienced in this area," Chen Luo admitted, scratching his head in frustration. Old Kai approached with a grin. "Young man, what kind of weapon do you find most comfortable to wield?" "Comfortable?" Chen Luo frowned, deep in thought. Having spent 10 years in this world, he had yet to wield any of its weapons. What weapon feels comfortable to wield? To be honest, I have never given it much thought. Observing Chen Luo in a quandary, Old Kai continued, "Do you have any specific requirements for the weapon?" When it came to requirements, a single word immediately sprang to Chen Luo's mind: expensive. Old Kai was taken aback, gazing at Chen Luo as if he were a fool. Expensive? The prices of most weapons are determined by their grade. The higher the grade of the weapon, the better the materials used, naturally making it pricier. When Chen Luo mentioned expensive, was he not implying a desire for a weapon of superior grade? "Haha, young man, I'm no master craftsman. At best, I can procure a 2nd-grade weapon. Anything higher is beyond my means," Old Kai lamented. He wished to provide Chen Luo with a weapon of higher grade, but his capabilities were limited, and he simply did not possess anything of superior quality. A 2nd-grade weapon could at most yield 300 points of wealth value. Frankly, Chen Luo was dissatisfied with the 300 points. What could that amount achieve? The opportunity to have Elder Qin foot the bill must be utilized wisely, without squandering his efforts. "Master Kai, do you have any weapons that are not of high grade, have minimal utility, yet are merely expensive?" Chen Luo pondered and inquired. Compared to a 2nd-grade weapon, wealth value would be far more beneficial to him. The priority should undoubtedly be his cultivation over weaponry. In the face of overwhelming cultivation, a low-grade weapon offers little assistance. Upon hearing Chen Luo's request, Old Kai began to fret. "Not good, just expensive. This is a first for me. Wasn't this merely an attempt to show off?" Old Kai muttered to himself, suddenly comprehending Chen Luo's intent. "In that case, this material may suit you well." Crouching down, Old Kai retrieved a dusty box from beneath the table. Upon opening it, he revealed a lump of silvery metal. "Is this the material for forging silver coins?" Chen Luo exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "A single silver coin is worth 10,000 copper coins. This sizable lump must weigh at least 10 pounds. It could yield at least 10,000 silver coins, equating to over 1 billion copper coins. Over 1 billion copper coins. Over 1 billion in wealth value. Could one ascend to immortality? Indeed, it was the material for forging silver coins, but its quality was too poor to extract any silver. Such material could at most be fashioned into an exceptional 1st-grade weapon, and its power might not even surpass that of a 1st-grade weapon. However, it suits you perfectly. It will shimmer splendidly when showcased," Old Kai said with a grin. Crafting a weapon from material intended for silver coins is truly an act of opulence. Of course, such inferior material, which could not yield silver coins, would not carry a high price. It merely appeared expensive. "What is the value of these 10 pounds of material in copper coins?" Chen Luo could not help but ask. If its worth was comparable to that of an ordinary exceptional first-grade weapon, why choose it at all? It would be better to select something superior and directly obtain a second-grade weapon. Old Kai chuckled wryly. The value of this material is somewhat inflated. It is about 50 copper coins per pound. In those days, the materials were primarily used for decoration, to give weapons a more formidable appearance. Now that superior decorative materials have emerged, this particular item has lost its utility. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo calculated in his mind that a pound would cost 50 copper coins, even accounting for some loss during the forging process. He could still manage 7 or 8 pounds, amounting to no less than 400 copper coins. That translates to 400 points of wealth. This is considerably more than a second-tier weapon. Excellent. I shall proceed with this, and I will utilize this material as the main component. I will strive to incorporate every last bit, leaving not a single drop behind. Chen Luo, filled with excitement, wished he could simply take the material instead of forging a weapon. However, just taking the material might provoke the ire of that old woman, Qinlin. Very well. Very well. Although your request is unprecedented in my experience, I shall accommodate it for Elder Qinlin's sake. As old Kai chuckled, he began moving the materials into the inner room. To be honest, Chen Luo's desire for this material aligned perfectly with his own interests. The material was of such poor quality that, despite its price, no one was willing to buy it. By the way, what kind of weapon do you desire? With these 10 pounds of material, it would be impossible to forge heavy weaponry like spears or axes. A sword or a short staff could certainly be created. Old Kai peeked his head out, looking at Chen Luo with curiosity. After some contemplation, Chen Luo ultimately chose the sword. The type of weapon was not of paramount importance. It was not the primary objective for which he sought it. Very well, it will take 4 days. You would do well to stay at a nearby inn during this time, as I will need to reach you promptly should any issues arise. Old Kai advised before retreating to his tasks. For days, Chen Luo pondered, nodding thoughtfully. It was quicker than he had anticipated. Yet he still had to remain in Xian Town for that duration. Over these 4 days, perhaps he could earn some additional copper coins. Just as Chen Luo was about to exit the blacksmith shop, 2 figures blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized Tang Feng. This fellow was back for a confrontation? Chen Luo, you have made it easy for me to find you. Tang Feng shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Let us settle the score from a few days ago. Tang Yi stood beside him, wearing a disdainful expression. Tang Feng claimed that Chen Luo was merely a menial worker, asserting that a laborer of the Xian sect could hardly be formidable. Such a waste of space would struggle to cause any ripples even if they embarked on the path of cultivation. Settle the score? Splendid. If you're offering money, I would gladly welcome you. Chen Luo replied with a smile, welcoming Tang Feng's arrival. Witnessing Chen Luo's unyielding demeanor, Tang Feng's face turned ashen with fury. How dare he? Why was Chen Luo so audacious? Humph, insolent. Today, my cousin Tang Yi is here with me. In just a few days, he will become an outer disciple of the Xian sect. If you know what is good for you, you will kneel obediently, otherwise, you will regret it. Tang Feng clenched his fists and shouted in anger. Tang Yi was his source of confidence. He could not believe Chen Luo could stand against him. Tang Yi arrogantly raised his head, responding with a boastful demeanor. Kid, Tang Feng is my cousin. You have bullied my cousin, which is tantamount to opposing the Tang family. Hand over the items you pilfered a few days ago and compensate me with several dozen copper coins, and I may consider sparing your life. Ah. Chen Luo scrutinized Tang Yi from head to toe. Compensation? Impossible. Such a notion is utterly unattainable. To extract wealth from a Pichio is something no one can accomplish. So, you desire my money? Chen Luo's expression grew serious. Both Tang Yi and Tang Feng were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, and could only nod in acquiescence. Chen Luo let out a resigned sigh, stating, You truly do not comprehend the significance of money to me. In light of this, I have no choice but to administer a beating to extinguish your aspirations. Chapter 11. I seized it by my own merit. Why should I return it? A beating? You say? Haha. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Tang Feng couldn't contain his laughter. This was the most amusing joke he had ever encountered in his life. What audacity Chen Luo possessed to utter such words, truly soaring above reality. Cousin, this lad looks down upon you. He is remarkably arrogant, Tang Feng remarked, pointing at Chen Luo and turning to Tang Yi. Tang Yi scoffed disdainfully. Chen Luo's words were to him the epitome of ignorance. It seems my previous warnings have fallen on deaf ears. Since your hearing is poor, allow me to assist in amplifying it. With that, Tang Yi lunged toward Chen Luo. A mere servant could never match him. Should Chen Luo dare to resist, he would soon learn the meaning of suffering worse than death. Chen Luo leaped, evading Tang Yi's assault and landing on the street. It would be inappropriate to engage in combat within the blacksmith shop, as it would hinder old Kai in his weapon crafting. Attempting to escape? You, a despicable servant, believe you can evade my grasp? Tang bellowed. Charging towards Chen Luo, Tang Feng, left behind, scratched his head, feeling as though he too had been scolded by his cousin. He was also a servant. Kneel before me. Tang stormed before Chen Luo, his right fist clenched, delivering a powerful blow to Chen Luo's abdomen. Such a fist, the size of a sandbag, would surely crush Chen Luo. Smack. Suddenly, Chen Luo delivered a resounding slap across Tang Yi's cheek. The sharp sound left Tang Yi momentarily stunned, even causing him to forget to continue his attack. You. Tang Yi glared furiously, his eyes wide with rage, fixating on Chen Luo. You dare to slap me? I will end you. As a direct descendant of the Tang family, when had Tang Yi ever been struck by a peer? Today, however, he was soundly slapped by a mere servant, and he could not possibly swallow this humiliation. He would not cease his assault until Chen Luo lay disabled. He would not bear the Tang surname otherwise. Tang Yi pressed on, his arm bulging with veins, fueled by sheer determination. He was intent on reclaiming the honor lost in that slap, determined to make Chen Luo aware of the true cost of his insolence. Smack. Once again. A resounding slap resonated through the air, yet this strike bore greater ferocity than the previous one, landing squarely upon Tang Yi's head. Stars danced before his eyes as his body began to sway, retreating several steps. This blow nearly sent Tang Yi into a daze. How could a mere outer disciple of the asking immortal sect possess such formidable strength? Cousin, Tang Feng exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to steady the staggering Tang Yi. The two slaps delivered by Chen Luo left Tang Feng at a loss. His cousin was in the third stage of body refinement. How could he be so disoriented by Chen Luo's strikes? Yet, Tang Yi's disheveled appearance was undeniably genuine, certainly not an act. Could it be that Chen Luo's prowess surpassed that of Tang Yi? Cousin, are you all right? Tang Feng hurriedly inquired, regaining his balance. Tang Yi shook his head to clear the fog and swiftly turned to Chen Luo. There stood Chen Luo, calm and composed, wearing an innocuous smile. Was he truly just a mere disciple? Tang Yi regarded Chen Luo with astonishment, his head throbbing. As a cultivator, he understood all too well the magnitude of force behind Chen Luo's earlier slap. If Chen Luo exerted a bit more strength, he could very well knock Tang Yi unconscious. Indeed, Tang Feng stammered, trembling. Upon hearing Tang Yi's words, he realized something was amiss. This Chen Luo seemed to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. With your pitiful skills, do you dare to covet my riches? Chen Luo remarked, pointing at Tang Yi with a chuckle. Just 2 slaps had rendered Tang Yi unable to stand. A few more, and he would surely collapse. Tang Yi rubbed his head, glaring at Chen Luo with indignation. Humph. You think you've already won without a proper fight? Those 2 slaps will be repaid in full. With that, he shoved Tang Feng aside and drew a treasured sword from his waist, a supreme-grade weapon. As Tang Yi unsheathed his sword, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, an unexpected bounty. Receive my blade. Tang Yi bellowed, stepping forward and slashing at Chen Luo. The aura of the third stage of body refinement erupted forth, the spiritual energy converging upon the sword. The blade swung with the force of a lumberjack, aimed directly at Chen Luo. Unfazed, Chen Luo fixed his gaze on the sword in Tang Yi's hand. Why would he refuse an offered fortune? With a swift motion, Chen Luo evaded the strike and seized Tang Yi's wrist, applying a painful grip that made Tang Yi wince. Following this, a powerful kick landed squarely in Tang Yi's abdomen. Tang Yi's eyes widened in shock, akin to the size of pigeon eggs, and after expelling a mouthful of blood, he was sent hurtling backward. Meanwhile, the supreme-grade sword had already found its way into Chen Luo's possession. Chen Luo examined the exquisite blade with keen interest. Excellent. Another 100 points of wealth acquired. However, the system had yet to confirm the acquisition of wealth, likely awaiting the complete subjugation of Tang Yi before granting recognition. Cough. Such terrifying strength. The young man possesses a cultivation level even higher than mine. Tang Yi clutched his stomach and raised his head, his eyes filled with panic. In terms of both speed and strength, Chen Luo surpassed him by far. This could only mean that Chen Luo's cultivation was indeed superior. How could this be possible? How could a mere servant of the Wenxian sect possess such formidable prowess? Cousin, are you all right? Tang Feng hurriedly rushed to Tang Yi's side, his expression even more alarmed than Tang Yi's. Tang Yi was Tang Feng's pillar of support. If Tang Yi could not match Chen Luo, then all hope was lost. Would he have to endure Chen Luo's bullying within the Wenxian sect? Get away. Tang Yi angrily shoved Tang Feng aside, his face a picture of distress. He had considered himself a quasi-inner disciple of the Wenxian sect, yet he had been bested by a mere servant. What a disgrace. Tang Feng stood weakly to the side, too frightened to utter another word. nearly on the verge of tears. Chen Luo, return my sword. Tang Yi clenched his fists, his tone noticeably weakened. In the world of cultivation, status is paramount. Though Chen Luo was a mere servant, his cultivation was above Tang Yi's. If it were not for the support of the Tang family behind him, he would have fled long ago, too intimidated to remain in Chen Luo's presence. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's expression turned exceedingly serious. What? This sword was seized through my own skill. Why should I return it to you? If you possess the ability, then reclaim it yourself. Chen Luo declared earnestly, as if the sword that had come into his possession could ever be relinquished. Tang Yi's eyelid twitched, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and fury. This Chen Luo was truly shameless. If you do not return it, the Tang family will not let you off the hook. Tang Yi clutched his chest, shouting with a heart-wrenching intensity. The Tang family? Chen Luo scratched his head, suddenly grinning mischievously. What treasures does your Tang family possess? If you have any, you may trade them for this sword. You. Tang Yi staggered back 2 steps, completely at a loss against Chen Luo. He could not fight back. What else could he do? Chapter 12. Dreaming of Yang Tingyu's sword, just wait. I will definitely. Tang Yi pointed at Chen Luo, grinding his teeth, but before he could finish, Chen Luo was already before him. As Chen Luo raised his hand, Tang Yi hurriedly lifted his own to shield his head. However, the strike landed squarely on Tang Yi's shoulder. The overwhelming pressure instantly rendered Tang Yi breathless, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Had he not been merely 1 cultivation level below Chen Luo, he too would have knelt before him like Tang Feng had earlier. Hold on. Don't make threats just yet. I have no intention of letting you go. Chen Luo smiled brightly. A kind-hearted person like Tang Yi could not be easily dismissed. A single exquisite sword was hardly the end of it. Chen Luo, do not overstep your bounds. Tang Feng trembled in fear, shouting at Chen Luo. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Luo kicked him to the ground. Who do you think you are to speak here? Desiring to speak, one must first procure a formidable weapon. Chen Luo exclaimed. What audacity does a pauper like Tang Feng possess to prance about? Tang Feng collapsed to the ground, too terrified to rise again. That kick nearly cost him his life. Chen Luo's gaze then fell upon Tang Yi. Flashing a grin at him, Tang Yi began to tremble. Not only had he endured a beating from Chen Luo, but now he found himself targeted for his purse as well. You have already robbed me of my precious sword. What more do you want? Tang Yi shouted in desperation. Having never encountered such a brazen individual as Chen Luo, to pilfer a sword and then seek to seize money? Alas! Chen Luo shot Tang Yi a glare and then patted him on the shoulder. How can you call it theft? It is clearly a gift from you. If I were to rob you, it would be far more convenient for me to simply dispose of you. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Yi was taken aback by Chen Luo's words, a wave of suffocation washing over him. Could this truly be jest? Chen Luo was clearly intimidating him. Do not be so arrogant. Once I return to the Tang family, you shall pay for this. My father is a master at the 7th stage of body refinement. With a single slap, he could easily end you. Tang Yi muttered as he reluctantly retrieved his purse. His purpose for visiting the Xian sect was to participate in the outer sect assessment. If he were injured before the evaluation, his hopes of joining the outer sect would be dashed. For the sake of his ambitions, he thought it best to part with some coin. Alas, no need to count it. Given our relationship, why be so meticulous? Chen Luo snatched Tang Yi's purse, and with the money laid before him, there was no way he would allow Tang Yi to reclaim it. Tang Yi could only endure, helplessly watching as Chen Luo absconded with the funds. Gained 100 wealth points. Gained 150 wealth points. Ah, you are rather affluent. Chen Luo chuckled, surprised to find 150 copper coins in Tang Yi's purse. These coins, aside from covering Tang Yi's living expenses, likely included funds provided by the Tang family for their dealings with the outer sect elders. Tang Yi was left speechless, casting a resentful glare at Tang Feng. Had it not been for Tang Feng, would he have suffered such losses? Thank you for the generous gift, my good friend. We shall meet again during the outer sect assessment, Chen Luo grinned, striding towards the inn. With 190 copper coins in hand, he felt quite prosperous in Xian Town. Landlord. A room, the largest and finest you have. Chen Luo entered the inn, placing a copper coin upon the table. This single coin would suffice for an extended stay. Ah, a distinguished guest. Surely you are here for the outer sect assessment at the Xian sect? We have a heavenly suite available, and I shall arrange it for you immediately. The innkeeper's wife beamed as she accepted the copper coin. This coin would secure 5 days in the heavenly suite, ample time for Chen Luo to await his new weapon. The attendant guided Chen Luo upstairs to the most secluded Tianzi private room. As the door swung open, the adjacent door unexpectedly creaked open. Chen Luo turned to find a familiar face. It was Yang Tingyu, whom he had encountered earlier. Without acknowledging Chen Luo, Yang Tingyu closed the door behind her and descended the stairs. Dear guest, do not gaze at this woman for too long. Her background is rather formidable. The attendant cautioned as he noticed Chen Luo's fixation on Yang Tingyu. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Luo's attention was captured by the sword at Yang Tingyu's waist. The allure of that sword was undeniable. What is her true identity? Chen Luo inquired, curiosity piqued. Carrying a sword of at least 4th rank, her status cannot be trivial. The attendant replied swiftly. She is a princess of the Tianyan dynasty, the most cherished daughter of the emperor. To offend her is to court death. The Tianyan dynasty, one of the most powerful forces in Tianyan prefecture, held considerable influence among the realms. As a princess, Yang Tingyu was one of the most formidable second-generation figures in Tianyan prefecture. Who would dare to cross her? Why would the princess seek out the Wuxian sect? Surely, the resources available to her in the Tianyan dynasty are far greater. Chen Luo pondered aloud, perplexed as to why a princess would venture to the Wuxian sect. Could it be for a man? Best not to speculate, dear guest. Knowing too much could cost you your head, the attendant replied, wary of the implications of such inquiries. These matters were far beyond the understanding of a mere attendant. Chuckling softly, Chen Luo accepted the key and entered the room. True to its reputation, the Tianzi private room was adorned with opulence. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to practice 2 martial techniques. Chen Luo activated the system panel to assess the status of the techniques. Absolute 1st rank martial technique, Gale Fist, to be upgraded to great perfection. Requires 100 wealth points. To reach perfection, requires 200 wealth points. 2nd rank martial technique, Phantom Butterfly Step, to be upgraded to minor accomplishment. Requires 100 wealth points. To reach great perfection, requires 200 wealth points. Gasp. His wealth points had dwindled to a mere 120. Cultivating martial techniques was indeed a costly endeavor. He needed to devise a way to earn more. Chen Luo lamented over the scant 120 wealth points, a pang of pain striking his heart. The path of cultivation was fraught with difficulty, expenses flowed like water, while the wealth earned barely sufficed. If only he could obtain the princess's sword. The mere thought of Yang Tingyu's treasured blade ignited a spark in Chen Luo's eyes. Securing that sword would elevate him to new heights. Not only would the external assessments of the Wuxian sect be a breeze, but even the internal trials would pose no challenge. Alas, that can wait until tomorrow. For now, I shall rest well, he mused, realizing that the longer he contemplated the sword, the more it would invade his dreams. Contentedly, Chen Luo reclined on the bed and soon drifted into slumber. As night deepened, the room resonated with Chen Luo's murmurs in his dreams, and indeed, his dreams were filled with visions of Yang Tingyu's magnificent sword. In the adjacent room, Yang Tingyu sat on her bed, tightly clenching her fists. A mere wall separated them. Yet the ears of a cultivator are far more attuned than those of an ordinary person. She could hear Chen Luo's sleep talk with crystal clarity. That wretched man. Am I to be outdone by a mere sword? Chapter 13. Little Princess, what brings you to the wilderness at this hour? Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon with a tumultuous clamor. Chen Luo, groggy and disoriented, rose to his feet. It was the 3rd night of his stay at the inn. And finally, old Kai had come seeking him. Throwing on a light garment, Chen Luo opened the door to find old Kai waiting outside. Come quickly. We have encountered a problem with the forging. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was instantly alert. This could not afford to go awry. The value of this wealth was crucial for his progression to the 5th level of body refinement before the outer sect assessment. Following old Kai into the blacksmith's workshop and then into the inner room, he beheld a silver sword resting within the forge. Yet, to his dismay, a crack marred its surface. A crack on the sword was a fatal flaw. Such a defect could very well lead to the sword shattering in the midst of battle. Master Kai, what is the cause of this crack? Chen Luo inquired urgently. Old Kai furrowed his brow, hesitating before he finally spoke. This crack arose from the material being too brittle, compounded by my ambition to forge this sword to the 2nd tier. As a disciple of Elder Qin, Chen Luo was determined to repay Qin Lin's kindness by obtaining a fine sword. However, the emergence of this flaw posed a significant problem. Can it be repaired, Master Kai? Chen Luo asked hastily. While the sword's primary value lay in the wealth it could provide, it did not mean he was willing to part with it so easily. Repairing it is possible, but the cost is considerable. It requires a gem of exceptionally high quality to mend this fissure. If you can procure such a gem, it might even elevate the sword further, old Kai lamented, acknowledging that he had none of such gems in his shop. Master Kai, this is a result of your forging. I cannot bear the entire burden, Chen Luo protested. This was indeed a flaw born of old Kai's work, and he should be held accountable. Had it not been for the fact that forging the sword incurred no cost to him, Chen Luo would have insisted on old Kai bearing full responsibility. Old Kai scratched his head, frowning in frustration. Chen Luo's argument held merit, yet the price was exorbitant. The effort Chen Luo exerted was not monetary. How could he expect old Kai to shoulder that burden? Very well, I shall provide you with a lead. There exists a place where such gems may be found. However, whether you can acquire one depends on your own capabilities, old Kai said bitterly, lamenting his meager existence as a humble blacksmith. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Should he manage to obtain that gem, it would be acceptable. Agreed, Chen Luo affirmed. Deep within the mountains located several miles west of Wenqing town, there may lie the coveted crystal moonstone, a gem worth no less than 300 copper coins. However, one must exercise utmost caution, as these mountains are infested with monstrous beasts. Having resided in Wenqing town for decades, old Kai remains well informed about such forging materials. Were it not for his own meager strength, merely at the second stage of body refinement, he would have ventured to retrieve the crystal moonstone himself long ago. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at old Kai, realizing that acquiring the crystal moonstone would indeed be perilous and fraught with danger. This old Kai is quite astute. In addition to this information, you ought to compensate me further. If I were to perish in that mine, Elder Qin would undoubtedly come knocking, Chen Luo remarked, displaying an expression of concern. The more he could procure, the better. Having operated a blacksmith shop for decades, old Kai must have amassed quite a collection of valuable items. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, old Kai chuckled awkwardly, suddenly feeling a bit bashful. All right, I concede, this is indeed partially my fault. Here, take this exquisite gold and silk armor. It is yours. Reluctantly, old Kai tossed a piece of gold and silk armor to Chen Luo, which is valued at 50 copper coins. Gained 50 wealth points. With a beaming smile, Chen Luo accepted the gold and silk armor, recognizing its worth. Very well, I shall return. I am determined to acquire that crystal moonstone. He swiftly donned the gold and silk armor and dashed out of the blacksmith shop. Watching Chen Luo's retreating figure, old Kai couldn't help but sigh. A few words had cost him a fine piece of armor, which felt rather amiss. Under the cover of night, Chen Luo hastened his journey, traversing the 10+ miles in just an hour. Ahead lay the very mine that old Kai had described, which had long been abandoned due to the proliferation of monstrous beasts. To his dismay, the creatures lurking outside the mine were already at the second and third stages of body refinement. What formidable beasts must dwell deeper within the mine? Chen Luo felt a wave of frustration. Old Kai had truly led him astray. Had he known better, he would have requested a superior weapon. Just then, he noticed movement near the mine entrance. A figure was engaged in battle with several monstrous beasts. The darkness obscured the person's features. Yet it was evident that it was a woman of striking physique. Moreover, her prowess was remarkable. The second and third stage beasts were no match for her strength. At the very least, she appeared to be at the 5th stage of body refinement. Could she be another candidate for the outer sect examination? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, surprised to encounter such a formidable opponent during this assessment. This individual could very well become a formidable rival. Nonetheless, it would be advantageous to have her clear the path, allowing him to avoid dealing with the beasts and simply follow her into the mine. After contemplating briefly, Chen Luo stealthily approached the cave entrance. The area was littered with the carcasses of the slain beasts. He concealed himself within the underbrush, biding his time until the woman had entered the mine, at which point he emerged from the foliage to begin looting the fallen creatures. Killing the demonic beasts could yield the precious beast cores. These cores serve as vital materials for alchemy and the crafting of magical formations, holding immense value. Even cores derived from these lower-tier beasts can fetch 5 copper coins apiece. 1, 2, a total of 8. His 40 points of wealth value. Chen Luo smiled broadly as he collected the beast cores, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall. His wealth value surged to 210 points. To prepare for the impending challenges, Chen Luo unhesitatingly expended 200 points to elevate the Wind Howl Fist to its perfected state. In the realm of body refinement, it is rare for anyone to attain such mastery of a top-tier martial technique. Regaining his focus, Chen Luo swiftly slipped into the mine. Inside the cave, the number of demonic beasts was evidently fewer than outside, indicating that a formidable beast was guarding this mine, one so powerful that the surrounding beasts dared not approach. But where was she? Upon entering the cave, Chen Luo found no trace of the woman. She had fled with remarkable speed. Sounds of combat echoed. Advancing further, he suddenly heard the clash of metal and hurried towards the source. Upon entering a vast cavern, he finally spotted the woman he had been tracking. Illuminated by the glow of gemstones, Chen Luo discerned her features. It was none other than Yang Tingyu. Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that this woman, venturing into the wilderness alone at such a late hour, was the little princess of the Tianyin dynasty. Chapter 14, Little Princess. I was only jesting. Engaged in battle with Yang Tingyu was a fiery beast resembling a tiger, the fire crystal demon tiger, a creature that cultivates by devouring crystals. This fire crystal demon tiger had reached the 6th stage of body refinement, even nearing the 7th, boasting formidable strength. Fortunately, Yang Tingyu was also at the 6th stage of body refinement, and with her 4th-tier sword in hand, she matched the beast blow for blow. Their fierce clash caused the entire cavern to tremble. Chen Luo wisely concealed himself in the shadows, knowing that a direct confrontation would offer little chance of victory. It would be prudent to wait until both combatants were severely weakened before intervening. Ding! A sharp metallic sound rang out as Yang Tingyu swiftly retreated, creating distance between herself and the fire crystal demon tiger. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Her purpose here was to obtain the beast core of the fire crystal demon tiger, but she had not anticipated the beast's overwhelming might. Had it not been for her 4th-tier listening rain sword, she would have struggled to withstand the beast's onslaught. Roar! The fire crystal demon tiger suddenly unleashed a furious roar, its flames shifting from yellow to gold, indicating a significant enhancement in its power, nearing the 7th stage of body refinement. Then, with a swift thrust of its powerful claws, it charged at Yang Tingyu, aiming to strike her down with its formidable paw. Yang Tingyu stepped back, her fingertips gliding along the blade of the listening rain sword, which then shimmered with a layer of mist, and with a flourish, she unleashed her attack. Gentle rain, listening to the wind. Yang Tingyu uttered a soft exclamation. This sword technique was of the 2nd rank, complemented by a 4th-rank sword, rendering its power extraordinarily formidable. The blade clashed with the ferocity of a tiger's claw, forcefully enveloping the body of the fire crystal demon tiger and relentlessly assaulting its form. Utilizing the advantages of her martial skills and weaponry, she temporarily suppressed the beast. The fire crystal demon tiger emitted low growls, its robust body trembling slightly. Yang Tingyu gritted her teeth. Although she held the upper hand for the moment, the terrifying resilience of the tiger's physique rendered this strike insufficient to vanquish it. To slay the fire crystal demon tiger, she would need a more potent technique. Stalemated? This young princess possesses considerable strength. Chen Luo marveled, noting that the physical prowess of the demon beast surpassed that of humankind. To triumph over a demon beast of equal rank, Yang Tingyu must employ martial arts with greater lethality. With a resounding boom, the fire crystal demon tiger broke free from the sword's grip, distancing itself from Yang Tingyu. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yang Tingyu landed gracefully on the ground. This fire crystal demon tiger was nearing the 7th stage of body refinement, far stronger than she had anticipated. Yet, this did not imply that her chances were null. Taking a deep breath, Yang Tingyu traced her fingertip along the blade, leaving a crimson mark upon it. Subsequently, a blood-colored mist emanated from her, coalescing into a blood sword that enveloped her own blade. The fire crystal demon tiger seemed to sense the terrifying power of this strike, baring its teeth at Yang Tingyu, its flames intensifying. Now, the fire crystal demon tiger was entirely engulfed in flames, resembling a massive fireball as it charged towards Yang Tingyu. Both adversaries struck simultaneously. The blood sword and golden flames erupted in unison. How intense! Chen Luo was taken aback. Yang Tingyu's strike had reached the peak of the 2nd rank, genuinely capable of slaying the fire crystal demon tiger. With a tremendous crash, both Yang Tingyu and the fire crystal demon tiger were forced to retreat. The tiger bore deep crimson gashes across its body, revealing the stark, white bones beneath its flesh. This strike had nearly claimed the life of the fire crystal demon tiger. Had Yang Tingyu's strength been even slightly greater, the tiger would surely have met its demise. Yang Tingyu was not in a much better position. The golden flames of the tiger had scorched her garments, leaving them tattered and her fair skin nearly entirely exposed, a faint hint of crimson visible beneath the pallor. Oh no, it should be a delicate pink. Chen Luo instinctively swallowed, surprised by the unexpected benefit of the view. However, there was no time for leisurely admiration. Both Yang Tingyu and the fire crystal demon tiger had reached their limits. It was time for him to intervene. Roaring, the fire crystal demon tiger staggered towards Yang Tingyu, relying on its formidable physique to maintain its mobility, albeit with a somewhat unsteady gait. In contrast, Yang Tingyu lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. She yearned to rise, yet her body was engulfed in a searing pain that rendered her unable to stand. Was it possible that she would perish here? Yang Tingyu watched helplessly as the fire crystal demon tiger approached with relentless determination, her capacity to resist utterly diminished. This time, it seemed she was doomed. The roar of the fire crystal demon tiger echoed as it closed the distance to mere meters, its maw agape, ready to devour her. Clenching her fists, Yang Tingyu slowly brought her hand to her chest, where a necklace hung, her final trump card. Yet, employing this last resort to slay a 6th-tier beast seemed rather disadvantageous. Cursed be her fate. As she gritted her teeth and contemplated removing the necklace, her eyes caught sight of a shadow rushing forward. The sudden appearance of this shadow startled the fire crystal demon tiger as well. What was happening? Another person, Whirlwind Fist. Chen Luo seized the opportunity, unleashing the wind howl fist with unparalleled ferocity. The perfected form of the wind howl fist wielded immeasurable power. This blow was sufficient to instill a sense of lethal threat in the severely injured fire crystal demon tiger. As Chen Luo's fist struck with a resounding crack, the tiger let out a pained roar. Why did this boy aim for the wound? It was him. Yang Tingyu recognized Chen Luo, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had never anticipated that the man who had once offended her would appear here and save her. Even more astonishing was the fact that he employed a martial art of the highest order in its perfected state. Although this wind howl fist could not compare to her own techniques, most of hers were still in their infancy, with only a few reaching minor proficiency. It seemed she had underestimated Chen Luo. With a swift uppercut, Chen Luo struck the fire crystal demon tiger's injured throat, delivering a fatal blow. After slaying the beast, he turned to Yang Tingyu. Sensing his gaze, she hastily covered her body, her remaining garments barely concealing her modesty. You, turn around, Yang Tingyu shouted in indignation. How shameless could he be, staring at her so brazenly? Chen Luo, however, wore a mischievous grin. My dear princess, do understand that you currently lack the authority to make demands of me. Despite her injuries, Yang Tingyu was equally unable to withstand Chen Luo's aggressive demeanor. Care to test me? She said, her expression darkening as her hand tightened around the necklace. Chen Luo noticed the necklace around her neck, of course. The princess of the Tianyun dynasty would possess a life-saving talisman. Oh, I was merely jesting. Chen Luo chuckled, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. With a slight pout, he turned away, lamenting the lost opportunity. He had intended to seize Yang Tingyu's treasured listening rain sword, which was truly a pity. Chapter 15. This is worth 1,000. You offer me 200? Do you have any spare clothes in your storage bag? The sudden voice of Yang Tingyu echoed from behind. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. And upon turning, the flawless form of Yang Tingyu came into full view. Turn around, Yang Tingyu shouted urgently. To be seen bare by a stranger was an unbearable humiliation. Reluctantly, Chen Luo pivoted, his thoughts still lingering. I don't have one. I don't even possess a storage bag. Chen Luo shrugged. Such bags were luxuries that cost over 1,000 copper coins. As an outer sect servant, how could he afford such an expense? Yang Tingyu cast a frustrated glance at Chen Luo's back, realizing she had hurried out without bringing any spare garments. Was she expected to leave as a girl in the nude? Then take off your robe and give it to me, Yang Tingyu said through gritted teeth. Now left with no choice but to plead for a piece of clothing from Chen Luo. That's out of the question. How could I be naked? I'm not a pervert. Chen Luo firmly shook his head. Hearing this, Yang Tingyu clenched her fists in anger. This man had no sense of decorum. I will give you 100 copper coins for it. Would that suffice? Yang Tingyu said, resigned. Spending 100 copper coins for a tattered robe felt like a loss. Instantly, Chen Luo's attitude shifted. 100 copper coins was certainly acceptable. Without hesitation, he removed his robe, revealing the golden silk armor beneath. Upon seeing Chen Luo still clad in armor, Yang Tingyu nearly drew her sword in exasperation. You still have another piece of clothing. Hand over the robe. And don't turn around. Yang Tingyu caught the robe Chen Luo tossed her, simultaneously tossing him 100 copper coins. Chen Luo, pleased, accepted the coins, adding 100 points to his wealth value, a considerable profit indeed. By the way, the beast core of that fire crystal demon tiger should fetch at least 100 copper coins, right? Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the corpse of the fire crystal demon tiger, and he immediately approached it. After a moment of searching, he indeed found a beast core. However, this core did not contribute to Chen Luo's wealth value, indicating it did not belong to him. That beast core is mine. Yang Tingyu suddenly stepped beside Chen Luo. He turned to glance at her. Despite wearing his robe, her enchanting figure was hardly concealed. Moreover, lacking any undergarments, the slit of the robe revealed her fair legs, which were undeniably alluring. Wait, I killed that fire crystal demon tiger, didn't I? Chen Luo suddenly realized, clenching the beast core tightly. He had saved Yang Tingyu's life. How could she repay him with ingratitude? Yang Tingyu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself how thick-skinned Chen Luo was. You call this picking up the scraps? If I hadn't severely injured the fire crystal demon tiger, how could you have possibly killed it? Hand over the beast core, and I won't hold it against you. Yang Tingyu extended her palm. That is not permissible. Without me, you would be devoured by the fire crystal demon tiger. If you desire the beast core, you may exchange it for currency. The little princess of the Tianyun dynasty surely lacks for nothing in copper coins, correct? Chen Luo resolutely declined. This beast core holds little value. If Yang Tingyu were to produce an equivalent amount of copper, she would certainly part with it. Yang Tingyu exhaled slowly, then retrieved 50 copper coins from her storage pouch. This beast core is worth merely 100 copper coins. I shall offer you 50 copper coins. As a fair division between us. Yang Tingyu tossed the coins to Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo did not hastily surrender the beast core. If, as Yang Tingyu claimed, It was truly worth only 100 copper coins. Why would she be so concerned? 100 copper coins were hardly a significant sum for her, and it was not worth the risk of venturing here to hunt the fire crystal demon tiger. Did this beast core possess some extraordinary quality? Chen Luo picked it up and scrutinized it closely, wishing to ascertain its nature. Remarkably, in the core's center, there was a striking crimson hue, a color unseen in other beast cores. Seeing that Chen Luo was slow to relinquish the core, Yang Tingyu grew anxious. She promptly produced 150 additional copper coins. I will give you 150 more. Now, hand over the beast core. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. She had yet to fully comprehend the nature of this core, yet Yang Tingyu was increasing her offer. This indicated that the beast core was indeed something remarkable. Wait, could that crimson hue be the essence blood of the fire crystal demon tiger? A beast core containing essence blood could be worth tenfold its normal value. This core is worth 1,000 copper coins, and you intend to dismiss me with a mere 200? It dawned on Chen Luo. 200 copper coins for a core valued at 1,000. She would be at a significant loss. No wonder Yang Tingyu was so eager. She must have already known that this was a core infused with essence blood. Acknowledging that Chen Luo recognized the essence blood within the core, Yang Tingyu continued to offer money. Wealth is merely a transient matter, and the Tianyan dynasty possesses ample resources. Yet beast cores containing essence blood are exceedingly rare and must be acquired. Here are 450 copper coins. Combined with the previous 50, that totals 500. Is this acceptable now? Yang Tingyu cast a resigned glance at Chen Luo, recognizing that this individual was astute and not easily deceived. She was eager to obtain the beast core and distance herself from Chen Luo. This is satisfactory. Chen Luo chuckled, accepted the coins, and tossed the beast core to Yang Tingyu. She had made a profit of 600 copper coins off of her. Consequently, her wealth had surged to 610 points. Before even acquiring the crystal moonstone, she had gained an additional 600 points in wealth. Quite a fortunate windfall. To which faction do you belong? What is your name? Yang Tingyu inquired, having stowed the beast core and now sizing up Chen Luo. Chen Luo appeared to be of similar age, around 20. At 20, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th stage of body refinement, and having perfected a first-grade martial skill. Such talent must surely stem from a considerable power within Tianyan Prefecture. And you? I inquired of a mere servant from the outer sect of the Asking Immortal sect. Chen Luo jested. My little princess, you wouldn't consider sending troops to capture me upon your return, would you? He could not help but tease, contemplating the dire consequences if Yang Tingyu were to hold a grudge and seek revenge. Yang Tingyu shot him a disgruntled glance. I am not one to repay kindness with enmity. You claim to be a servant of the Asking Immortal sect? Surely, you jest. How could a mere servant possess such formidable capabilities? Yang Tingyu harbored skepticism regarding Chen Luo's identity. With such talent, why would he serve as a mere servant? Chen Luo shrugged. You need not believe me. In any case, our paths shall not cross again. The notion that they would have no further interaction unsettled Yang Tingyu. To forge a connection with the princess of the Tianyan dynasty was a dream many men cherished. That Chen Luo seemed indifferent was perplexing. Did she possess no allure whatsoever? This was the second time Yang Tingyu found herself doubting her own worth. Are you intending to remain here? Perhaps to procure that crystal moonstone? Yang Tingyu pondered, quickly deducing Chen Luo's purpose for being there. Chen Luo chuckled. Indeed, the princess likely holds no interest in such worthless trinkets. If there is nothing further, you ought to return and rest. However, Yang Tingyu displayed a playful smile. No need. You have just saved my life. I shall accompany you further into the depths. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 16. Do you feel at a disadvantage? Then allow me to show you. Accompany you? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, sensing the woman's ulterior motives. Only a fool would believe that Yang Tingyu had any genuine interest in him. The princess of the Tianyan dynasty surely would not be captivated by a crystal moonstone. Such trivial matters were easily resolved on his own. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. Should Yang Tingyu conspire against him, he might end up losing out on the crystal moonstone. Yang Tingyu smiled slightly. While I have no interest in the crystal moonstone, I find myself quite intrigued by you. In Tianyan Prefecture, few have seen my form. You are, aside from my father, the second man. Chen Luo was taken aback, realizing Yang Tingyu was preoccupied with this matter. Having thought she sought to reclaim her copper coin. What a needless worry. My princess, that was merely an accident. If you feel wronged, I might as well reveal myself entirely, Chen Luo declared, placing his hands on his waistband. Such a trivial matter was easily resolved. You, how shameless. Yang Tingyu glared at Chen Luo, intending to intimidate him, yet she was unprepared for his audacity. There was nothing further to discuss with Chen Luo. Humph. With a cold snort, Yang Tingyu turned and departed, still clad in Chen Luo's clothing, eager to return and change. Observing her hasty retreat, Chen Luo chuckled and shrugged. Women, If you wish to challenge me, you are woefully unprepared. Seek out the moonstone. Chen Luo glanced towards the passage leading to the mine and hurried forward. The fire crystal demon tiger guarding the mine had perished. Thus, he should not encounter any other beasts. As Chen Luo delved deeper, he eventually entered a vast cavern. The walls around him were adorned with radiant gemstones of various hues. These luminous gems held little value, even if one were to collect a pound. It would scarcely be worth a couple of copper coins. Harvesting such gems was a mere waste of Chen Luo's time. Moonstone. Chen Luo swiftly navigated through the cave, searching for traces of the moonstone among the multitude of gems. Before long, a crescent-shaped gem caught his eye. This must be the moonstone. Indeed, it is. With a sudden leap, Chen Luo grasped a protruding gem with his left hand while reaching for the moonstone with his right. Just as his palm was about to touch the moonstone, the mine began to tremble violently. Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening? Surely, the mine was not about to collapse. How could his luck be so dire? If it were to cave in, his demise would be inevitable. However, the tremors ceased almost as abruptly as they had begun, having only dislodged a few loose gems. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief and promptly plucked the moonstone from its resting place. Yet, to his bewilderment, acquiring the moonstone did not confer any wealth points. This indicated that he remained in peril. The moonstone was not yet his to claim. There were undoubtedly other beasts lurking nearby. Chen Luo heightened his vigilance, scanning for any sign of the creatures. Any beast capable of roaming the territory of the fire crystal demon tiger would possess formidable strength. Moreover, they excelled at concealment. Otherwise, Chen Luo would have detected them long ago. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, prompting Chen Luo to lift his head. Emerging from a hole above was a pitch-black creature, a caterpillar. If he was not mistaken, this was the black venomous worm, at the 6th stage of body refinement. The black venomous worm's physical prowess, while inferior to that of the fire crystal demon tiger, was still considerable. It was notorious for its toxic capabilities. A mere brush with its venom could be fatal. The black venomous worm fully emerged from the hole, its body measuring an impressive 3 meters in length. Chen Luo took several steps back, his gaze fixed on the menacing creature. The threat posed by this black venomous worm was on par with that of the fire crystal demon tiger. Fortunately, he had gained some wealth from Yongtingyu, or he would surely be doomed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo immediately expended 500 wealth points to elevate his cultivation to the 5th stage of body refinement. 500 wealth points consumed, cultivation raised to the 5th stage of body refinement. Next level requires 800 wealth points. As soon as he reached the 5th stage, the black venomous worm lunged at him with ferocity. Although its physical strength was not particularly high, it surpassed that of a human in sheer might. To withstand the impact of the black venomous worm would be tantamount to courting death. Chen Luo swiftly drew the sword he had seized from Tang Yi, aiming it at the black venom worm and striking fiercely. However, this blow did not inflict significant damage upon the creature. Wielding a supreme-grade sword without employing any martial techniques would not suffice to vanquish the black venom worm, unless one targeted its vulnerable spots. With a chilling screech, the black venom worm advanced menacingly towards Chen Luo, its corpulent form bearing down upon him. In its eyes, there was no need for toxins to subdue such a feeble human. Intruding into its territory was tantamount to courting death. With a thunderous crash, the black venom worm's bulk smashed into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Utilizing the shadow butterfly step, Chen Luo deftly evaded the creature's assault. Once steady, he leaped above the black venom worm, aiming a fierce strike at its eyes, undoubtedly a more vulnerable area compared to others. The black venom worm was no fool and would not allow Chen Luo to assault its eyes unimpeded. Raising its head, it expelled a jet of black liquid, akin to a fountain, aiming to engulf Chen Luo. This venom, upon contact, would induce paralysis, even incapacitating foes of slightly higher realms than itself. Unhesitatingly, Chen Luo employed the shadow butterfly step to evade the noxious spray. Without succumbing to the venom, he resolved to escape unscathed today. Though the situation was troublesome, it was manageable. Taking a deep breath, he landed behind the black venom worm, grateful for the advantages bestowed by the shadow butterfly step, a remarkable technique. Without it, he would have surely perished. Once more, Chen Luo charged forward, his sword relentlessly slashing at the black venom worm. Leveraging his agility, he found himself unscathed by the creature's attempts to retaliate. However, despite his fervent onslaught, he realized that such strikes were yielding no substantive results. Without a lethal sword technique, the battle would remain unresolved. As he continued to strike, he contemplated the creature's weaknesses. After several minutes of relentless assault, he finally carved a noticeable wound into the creature's abdomen. This will do, Chen Luo exclaimed with elation, directing his focus to the wound and relentlessly enlarging it. As the gash widened, the black venom worm began to adopt a defensive stance, sensing the imminent danger posed by this human. Can you escape now? Having been wounded so grievously, there is no way I shall let you flee. Chen Luo laughed heartily, stepping forward to thrust his sword deep into the gaping wound. The black venom worm emitted a mournful shriek as its massive body quivered. This strike had evidently severed a vital artery. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Luo unleashed the Gale Howl Fist, delivering a final, decisive blow to the wound. The perfected Gale Howl Fist ultimately claimed the life of the black venom worm. Upon witnessing the emergence of 200 wealth points, Chen Luo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The coveted item was finally in his grasp. Chapter 17. You again? Why do you haunt me like a ghost? Master Kai, I have brought you the item. Chen Luo hurriedly dashed back to the blacksmith shop, eager to rectify his weapon. As he entered, he spotted a familiar figure, Yang Tingyu. At that moment, Yang Tingyu had donned a sleek black dress, exuding a subtle fragrance. She must have bathed and changed clothes upon her return before coming to the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Yang Tingyu displayed a look of perplexity. Why do I keep encountering this fellow everywhere? Could it be some divine fate orchestrated by the heavens? She mused, only to shake her head immediately. What was she thinking? As a prominent princess of the Tianyan dynasty, how could she be associated with someone as insignificant as Chen Luo? Ah, is this not the little princess? Chen Luo grinned, surprised to run into her again after only an hour apart. Yang Tingyu responded with an eye roll and turned her gaze towards the inner room. Master Kai, when will it be ready? No sooner had she spoken than old Kai emerged, carrying Yang Tingyu's listening rain sword. The blade bore a new crimson hue, a mark of the blood essence from the fire crystal demon tiger. It is complete. With a stronger essence, this sword could achieve the peak of the 4th rank. Old Kai said respectfully. He understood that Yang Tingyu was the princess of the Tianyan dynasty. As a mere blacksmith, he dared not offend such a significant figure. Yang Tingyu nodded, accepted the listening rain sword, and strode out, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Luo. Their recent encounters had firmly etched Chen Luo in her memory. This audacious man was indeed hard to shake off. Master Kai, I have retrieved the crystal moonstone. Chen Luo promptly produced the stone and handed it to old Kai. The latter examined it closely, a look of astonishment crossing his face. You truly managed to acquire the crystal moonstone. Impressive, young man, he exclaimed. I will begin the repairs immediately. It should be ready by tomorrow morning. With a smile, he took the crystal moonstone back to the inner room. With the troublesome matter resolved, Chen Luo stretched and contemplated returning to rest. Dawn was approaching, and after one more day and night, his weapon would be ready. Once he obtained it, he could return to the Wenshan sect. Only 3 days remained until the outer sect examination of the Wenshan sect. And having reached the 5th stage of body refinement, his entry into the outer sect was all but assured. Upon returning to the inn, as he ascended to the 2nd floor, he heard a rustling sound emanating from the adjacent room. The sound was somewhat familiar. It was Tang Yi. Tang Yi. He's also staying here? Chen Luo felt a hint of surprise and stealthily approached the door, eager to eavesdrop on who was conversing with Tang Yi. The sound caused Chen Luo to furrow his brow, as he suddenly perceived another voice that seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. Before Chen Luo could recall who this person was, it appeared that those inside the room sensed something unusual. With a loud bang, Tang Yi flung open the door and scanned the surroundings, yet saw no one. No one? He called out. Third young master, there is no one outside. Tang Yi turned back to regard the individuals within the room. They were adorned in splendid attire, exuding an air of elegance. However, their appearance was rather difficult to describe. Perhaps I misheard. The man gestured for Tang Yi to return. Close the door. Let us continue our discussion. After Tang Yi shut the door, Chen Luo emerged from the shadows. Tang Qian? Does he have a connection with Tang Yi? Chen Luo's heart raced with astonishment. Tang Qian was a prominent disciple under Lin Tao, having reached the 8th stage of body refinement at the tender age of 23. He was poised to enter the inner sect the following year, although they both bore the surname Tang. It was impossible for Tang Qian and Tang Yi to originate from the same Tang family. Could it be that Tang Yi was speaking ill of me? Chen Luo took a deep breath. If Tang Qian had set his sights on him, it would spell trouble. This individual was not to be underestimated, especially with Lin Tao backing him. Once he entered the outer sect, he would surely become a target for Tang Qian. With Lin Tao's influence, Qin Lin would likely be unable to assist him. He would have to confront Tang Qian on his own. But why worry? At worst, he could keep a low profile. And once he reached the 8th stage of body refinement, he could turn the tables on him. Chen Luo shook his hands and promptly retreated into his room. The 8th stage of body refinement was not too distant. Upon entering the outer sect of the Wenxian sect, there would be ample opportunities to earn copper coins. Why fear Tang Qian, an outer sect disciple? He felt entirely unfazed. Inside Tang Yi's room, Tang Qian held a wine cup, his demeanor indifferent. He had already heard about Chen Luo from Tang Yi, while Tang Yi's troubles did not concern him. He was perturbed about the copper coins that had been taken by Chen Luo, which Tang Yi had intended to present to him. Third young master. You must stand up for me. Tang Yi lamented. Chen Luo is too arrogant. He doesn't regard our Tang family at all. Tang Qian cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yi, then coldly remarked, Your Tang family is not the same as mine. Get your facts straight. If it weren't for your grandfather being a former protector of my father, I wouldn't bother with your trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi awkwardly scratched his head. In the Tianyin dynasty, there was only one Tang family, and that was the one to which Tang Qian belonged. Though the Tang family was not considered a top-tier force within the Tianyin dynasty, it held considerable renown. The family boasted foundation-building experts, far surpassing ordinary clans. Tang Qian was the third son of the head of his family, commonly referred to as the third young master. Nevertheless, Chen Luo certainly warranted attention. A mere errand boy suddenly attaining such a level likely meant he had come into possession of some rare treasure. If he could seize this item, it would undoubtedly be of great value. Tang Qian smirked. Ordinary treasures, how could they enable a mere servant to suddenly attain the fourth stage of body refinement? Seizing this treasure before Chen Luo matures is imperative. Plundering cultivation resources is a commonplace occurrence for cultivators. Tang Yi nodded vigorously. Finally, someone could impose sanctions on Chen Luo. Third young master, is there any way to prevent Chen Luo from entering the outer sect? Just the thought of that wretched face irritates me. I wish I could tear his mouth apart. Tang Yi clenched his fist in fury. If it weren't for Chen Luo, would he have fallen to such depths? In order to deal with Chen Luo, he had promised Tang Qian considerable wealth, awaiting the arrival of his family's support. This debt must be attributed to Chen Luo. Tang Qian smiled, reassuring him, rest assured. If he enters the outer sect, as a disciple of the Asking Immortal sect, it would be troublesome for me to act against him. If no opportunity arises before the outer sect assessment, we shall take action during the assessment. I know someone who can assist me with this. However, the compensation for his help will require your involvement. I can cover it for now. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's expression darkened. Ultimately, it would be he who foots the bill. This arrangement would cost an additional 500 copper coins. All of this is Chen Luo's fault. Just die already, Chen Luo. All right, third young master. I will inform my family. Chapter 18. Half a volume of martial techniques? What difference does it make to toilet paper? It's done. Chen Luo received the sword, its silver blade adorned with a crescent gem, exuding an air of elegance. To Chen Luo's surprise, this sword had reached the intermediate second grade. However, the material was lacking, and its power was comparable to that of a low second-grade weapon. This sword is the finest I have ever crafted. Old Kai couldn't help but chuckle. Despite its limited power, it was still a sword of intermediate second grade, the very first of its kind. Acquired 700 wealth points. As the wealth points were credited, Chen Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. It exceeded his expectations, allowing him to elevate his cultivation level. Thank you, Master Kai. Chen Luo clasped his fists in gratitude. This trip down the mountain had proven exceedingly profitable. Elevating to the sixth stage of body refinement nearly guarantees entry into the outer sect. The number of cultivators reaching the sixth stage during the outer sect assessment would undoubtedly be scarce. Upon returning, please extend my regards to Elder Chen. Old Kai remarked with a smile before retreating to his inner chamber. Chen Luo secured the sword at his waist, one on each side, appearing quite formidable. With some time remaining before the outer sect assessment and a bit of money left, he considered purchasing martial techniques or elixirs that might prove useful during the assessment. Let us head to the market, Chen Luo mused, stepping out of the blacksmith shop and making his way to the marketplace. As the outer sect assessment of the Asking Immortal sect approached, numerous merchants set up stalls in Asking Immortal town, eager to profit from the occasion. Without discernment, one could easily fall victim to exorbitant prices. Come take a look. We have top-grade elixirs at fair prices. Who desires this second-tier precious blade? A bargain. A bargain. The lower-tier martial arts technique is available for merely 150 copper coins. First come, first served. Chen Luo swiftly surveyed the merchandise at the stall, hoping to discover an opportunity for a fortunate find. Purchasing goods with his copper coins seemed unlikely to yield any wealth points. If transactions could indeed grant wealth points, he could effortlessly exchange items and commence an infinite accumulation of wealth. Such an extraordinary occurrence, however, was improbable. Are you jesting? Who would sell only half a martial arts technique? A furious exclamation drew the attention of many. Chen Luo, nearby, found himself intrigued by the remark. Half a martial arts technique? Is it truly feasible? As he squeezed into the crowd, he spotted a girl with a round bun hairstyle, hands on her hips, huffing as she glared at the stall owner. The stall owner, an elderly man with white hair, calmly regarded the girl and replied nonchalantly. If the martial arts technique is sound, why should I sell it to you for 500 copper coins? This is a premier second-tier technique. Upon hearing this, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. A premier second-tier technique typically commanded a price around 1,500 copper coins. How could one possibly acquire it for 500? Nonetheless, the elderly man's offer of half a technique was indeed somewhat extravagant. Without the other half, how could one possibly master it? It would be akin to purchasing a half sheet of worthless paper. Half a technique is no different from refuse. Selling it is simply a scam. The girl with the bun persisted indignantly. The spectators nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. The old man was indeed a charlatan. It remained to be seen if any fool would buy this half technique. Acquiring it would be a pure loss. The elderly man chuckled lightly and replied, "I am merely waiting for a fated individual." This remark incited laughter among the onlookers. Should anyone actually purchase it, they would become the subject of ridicule for a lifetime. At that moment, Chen Luo was fixated on the half technique. In his own practice, he did not require a complete technique and could rely solely on the system for enhancement without even needing to peruse the contents. If he were to acquire this half technique, could he still cultivate? Should he take a gamble? Chen Luo furrowed his brow. If it were unviable, he would be the fool. It would be tantamount to squandering 500 copper coins on mere scraps of paper. However, if it were viable, it would be a tremendous gain. Perhaps he could even earn some wealth points. To gamble or not? Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo pondered carefully before approaching the stall. This martial arts technique. 500 copper coins? His inquiry drew the gaze of all present. The girl with the bun regarded him as if he were a fool. Truly, someone is willing to purchase half a martial arts technique. How has such a simpleton grown to this age? Unbelievable. Someone is genuinely interested in buying this half technique. Fools appear every year, and today, it seems, one has come across my path. Once this fellow pays, we shall have our laugh at his expense. Purchasing merely half a volume of toilet paper to take home. How foolish. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, their eyes filled with mockery as they regarded Chen Luo. You fool. You won't even be able to learn from this half volume of martial arts. It will merely be waste paper. The girl with the bun couldn't help but chime in. It was such a pity that Chen Luo, tall and handsome, seemed devoid of intellect. Chen Luo merely smiled and produced 500 copper coins. Instantly, the attention of the crowd converged upon the gleaming coins. Who would have thought this simpleton had such amusing tendencies? 500 copper coins were no trifling sum. The elder cast a glance at Chen Luo and promptly accepted the 500 coins. Take it, he said, after the elder pocketed the money. The people around him erupted in laughter as if they had all agreed upon it. 500 copper coins, just like that, wasted. How foolish. Chen Luo paid no heed to the laughter, instead clutching the martial arts technique in his hands. The cover bore the 4 grand characters, Qin Yun Sword Technique. Gain 300 points of wealth. Upon seeing the wealth points credited, Chen Luo's eyes widened in delight as he hastily opened the panel for cultivating the technique. Second-tier martial arts. Qin Yun Sword Technique requires 300 wealth points to reach the initial realm. Due to the incompleteness of the Qin Yun Sword Technique, it can only be elevated to the minor achievement realm. It truly seems possible. By spending 500 copper coins, he received 300 wealth points, indicating that this half volume of the Qin Yun Sword Technique was valued at 800 copper coins. If it were complete, it would be worth 1,600 copper coins. Regrettably, an incomplete martial art cannot be perfected. Yet, attaining the minor achievement realm is sufficient. This technique will become one of Chen Luo's trump cards before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Hey, do you possess the other half of the Qin Yun Sword Technique? Just as Chen Luo was about to turn away, the girl with the bun suddenly grasped the corner of his garment. Chen Luo, puzzled, turned back to appraise her. Although her figure was unremarkable, her face was strikingly doll-like, and her ornate attire suggested she hailed from a prominent family. No, Chen Luo replied, shrugging after sizing her up. Upon hearing his response, the girl exhibited a peculiar expression, releasing his garment and taking a step back, as if to say, "You fool, keep your distance." Chen Luo was indifferent to her gaze. After all, he had profited from the situation. With less than 300 copper coins remaining, he intended to purchase some healing elixirs before returning to the immortal sect. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Luo completed his purchases and made his way back. Upon returning to Qin Lin's courtyard, he beheld a graceful figure dancing with a sword under the moonlight. The moonlight filtered through the sheer fabric, revealing her enchanting form, reminiscent of a celestial fairy, stirring the heart. Chapter 19, The Void Cave, What Treasures Await Within. With a swift motion, the sword energy surged forth, blending with the gentle breeze, caressing the grass and trees like ripples. It was only after Qin Siyuan sheathed her sword that she noticed Chen Luo standing nearby. A mid-grade sword? Have you descended the mountain to commit robbery? Qin Xian's gaze was drawn to the sword at Chen Luo's waist. Not only did he possess a mid-grade sword, but also an exceptional first-grade sword. How could a mere servant like Chen Luo afford such treasures? Chen Luo chuckled as he patted the scabbard, proclaiming, "This sword was bestowed upon me by Elder Chen. Isn't it magnificent?" Qin Xian rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "My sister must be blind to invest so much effort in you." She harbored discontent towards Qin Lin's decision. She believed she could enter the inner sect on her own merits without Chen Luo's assistance. "Your words are rather harsh. Cursing your own sister's vision." Chen Luo retorted with righteous indignation. "If it weren't so late, I would make a beeline for Qin Lin's chamber." Qin Xian shot him a glare, thinking how adept he was at twisting the truth. "Enough. My sister has already invested so much in you. Do not betray her trust. If I discover you have wronged her, my sword will show no mercy." Her eyes narrowed as she flicked the hilt of her sword. A glimmer of white light flashing forth. Qin Xian had only Qin Lin as her kin. This sister, 20 years her senior, was akin to a mother. Anyone who dared to hurt Qin Lin would pay dearly, no matter the distance. Chen Luo paid no heed to Qin Xian's warnings. How could he possibly betray Qin Lin? She had provided him with so many benefits that he could only be grateful. "Fear not, senior sister. I am not one to be disloyal," he said with a grin, thumping his chest confidently. He was well aware of who treated him kindly. "Do not call me senior sister. Are you so certain you will enter the outer sect?" Qin Xian frowned, perplexed by Chen Luo's audacity. If he couldn't even pass the outer sect examination, Qin Lin would surely cease to waste her time on him and reclaim her investments. "Fool, this is a foregone conclusion," Chen Luo declared, puffing out his chest. "Not only will I pass the outer sect examination, but I'll also secure the first place." His confidence was palpable. "You?" This year's outer sect examination has attracted numerous prodigies from esteemed families. The difficulty is far greater than in previous years. If you manage to achieve first place, I shall grant you any request." Qin Xian could not help but laugh, deeming Chen Luo's claims mere bravado. What qualifications does a servant like you have to compete with the scions of noble families? Any request granted? Chen Luo's eyes sparkled at the prospect. "You truly have this in mind?" Qin Xian shot him a skeptical glance, convinced he lacked such ability. Even she would not dare to compare herself with the elite, let alone a lowly servant like Chen Luo. Lacking a background and resources, relying solely on Qin Lin's minimal assistance, how could he stand against the children of influential families? "Let us make a pact. If you truly believe in your abilities, let us shake on it." Chen Luo extended his pinky, seizing this splendid opportunity, unwilling to let Qin Siyuan slip away. Qin Siyuan chuckled lightly before reaching out her own pinky to seal the pact with Chen Luo. How juvenile. After uttering this, she turned and departed. Chen Luo shrugged, bouncing back to his room. Li Kueha was absent, and the room was cloaked in dust, suggesting that Uncle Li had been preoccupied with matters these past few days. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang, and to Chen Luo's surprise, it was Qin Lin. This marked the first occasion Qin Lin had ventured into the quarters of the miscellaneous servants. "Siyuan informed me of your return and mentioned you brought back a second-tier sword. When did Old Kai become capable of forging a second-tier weapon?" Qin Lin was well aware of Old Kai's limitations. The fact that Chen Luo had managed to persuade him to create a second-tier sword astounded her. Such good fortune indeed. Good fortune and commendable materials. Chen Luo grinned as he unsheathed the sword. The silver blade gleamed, the crescent-shaped gem prominently visible. However, upon seeing the sword, Qin Lin's expression soured. "You fashioned a sword out of silver scrap? Although it appeared valuable, it lacked strength. In terms of resilience and sharpness, it barely registered on the scale. The sword's might was more akin to that of an inferior second-tier weapon, if not less. Let us not concern ourselves with its potency for now. Let us simply admire its aesthetics." Chen Luo grinned. The use of silver scrap was merely a testament to its high value. Such value, indeed, proved advantageous to Chen Luo. Qin Lin shook her head, unable to comprehend Chen Luo's penchant for ostentation. Were it not for his notable talent and potential for cultivation, she would have scolded him long ago. "The external examination is in 2 days. Prepare yourself accordingly. A considerable number of scions from prestigious families will participate this time, making the challenge significantly more arduous than in previous years. However, having reached the 5th stage of body refinement, you should be well equipped." Qin Lin scrutinized Chen Luo. To her astonishment, he had made another breakthrough within just a few days away from the mountain. His cultivation speed was indeed remarkable. In past external assessments, possessing the 5th stage of body refinement assured one as success. Yet this year, the competition was fierce, with several prodigies at the 6th stage of body refinement. Should Chen Luo encounter one of these elite scions, he would be in peril. Why are so many scions from prestigious families entering the Wushan sect this year? What significant event has transpired? Chen Luo pondered curiously. Even Yang Dingyu, the princess of the Tianyan dynasty, has come to participate in the Wushan sect's external examination. Is that truly necessary? Have you heard of the Wushu Cavern? Qin Lin's tone suddenly turned grave. Wushu Cavern? What is that? Chen Luo inquired. a look of confusion adorning his face. As a mere miscellaneous servant, how could he be privy to such matters? Chen Lin continued. There are 3 Wushu caverns throughout the 7 states. One is located at the border of Tianyun and Tianfeng states, jointly managed by both regions. In just 20 days, the day of the opening of the Wushu cave will arrive. At that time, various factions from both states will dispatch disciples to the Wushu cave. Our Winston sect possesses more slots for entry into the Wushu cave than even the Tianyun dynasty. The disciples of these prominent families participate in the outer sect assessments solely for the chance to enter the Wushu cave. Roar. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Chen Luo's eyes. The Wushu cave could indeed be considered a secret realm, undoubtedly brimming with treasures, perhaps even 3rd or 4th grade artifacts. If he could gain entry, his wealth would soar. Would I be able to enter the Wushu cave? Chen Luo's eyes widened with anticipation. Chen Lin cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luo and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, each time the Wushu cave opens, it is divided into 3 tiers, each with its own cultivation requirements. The first tier for those at the 3rd to 6th stages of body refinement, the second for the 7th to 10th stages, and the third for the 1st to 4th stages of foundation establishment. Although our Wenxian sect holds the most slots in Tianyun state, these are distributed across 3 tiers, with only 10 slots available for each. If you reach the 6th stage of body refinement, you might have a chance to compete. Chapter 20. The outer sect assessment begins. That's a certainty. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo confidently patted his chest. However, in 20 days, he should have surpassed the 6th stage of body refinement and strive to reach the 10th stage, aiming for the slots designated for the 7th to 10th stages. You, my friend, possess too much confidence. Those scions of noble families are not as easily dealt with as you imagine, Chen Lin remarked, rolling her eyes. Excessive confidence can easily lead to arrogance. These noble offspring enter the Wenxian sect for the opportunity to access the Wushu cave. Will they leave the Winston sect after it concludes? Chen Luo suddenly pondered this question. The slots for outer sect disciples are already limited. If these noble scions were to depart after the Wushu cave, it would squander the disciple quotas of the Wenxian sect. Would the sect agree to such a loss? Chen Lin, however, chuckled lightly. Do not underestimate the Wenxian sect. Once, it was the mightiest force in Tianyun state. Most of these noble scions will choose to remain. They lack the courage to offend the Wenxian sect. However, those with significant backgrounds might indeed depart, such as the little princess of the Tianyun dynasty, Yang Tingyu. Presently, Tianyun state is undeniably under the dominion of the Tianyun dynasty. Even combined, the 2 sects may struggle to rival it. If Yang Tingyu decides to leave, the Winston sect has no choice but to acquiesce. It cannot afford to be at odds with the Tianyun dynasty. Yang Tingyu? I encountered her when I descended the mountain. She is incredibly wealthy, wielding a 4th grade sword. Upon hearing her name, Chen Luo recalled the Tingyu sword in Yang Tingyu's possession. A 4th grade sword, how enticing. Huh. I advise you against harboring any intentions towards her unless you wish to oppose the entire Tianyun dynasty, Chen Lin remarked with a cold laugh. Chen Luo was merely a servant. Even if he became an outer disciple of the Wenxian sect, he would have no standing to covet Yang Tingyu. Desiring to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yang Tingyu, one must undoubtedly become a direct disciple of the Wenxian sect. Chen Luo, is that even possible? After Chen Lin departed, Chen Luo retired to his bed and accessed his system panel. He possessed a total of 1,010 wealth points, of which 800 were expended to elevate himself to the 6th stage of the body refinement realm. Subsequently, he invested 200 points to enhance the shadow butterfly step to its perfected state, leaving him with a mere 10 wealth points. It is regrettable that he lacked the wealth to cultivate the Qing Yun sword technique. Mastering this technique would undoubtedly transform it into a formidable weapon. On the day of the outer sect assessment for the Wenxian sect, nearly 1,000 cultivators gathered, all there to partake in the examination. Chen Luo meandered through the crowd, curiously surveying his surroundings. He spotted several familiar faces, including the little princess Yang Tingyu, the girl with the bun hairstyle, and the foolish Tang Yi. That guy again. Upon noticing Chen Luo, Yang Tingyu displayed an expression of displeasure. In the cave, Chen Luo had nearly seen her entirely unclothed. Should he dare speak of this incident, he would not be spared. Your Highness. Several figures approached Yang Tingyu, all of them scions of noble families. Given her esteemed status, forging a good relationship with Yang Tingyu would ensure smooth sailing in Tianyun Prefecture. Yang Tingyu cast a fleeting glance at them before turning away. She found their kind to be insufferable. She preferred the discomfort of Chen Luo, the genuine rogue, over these sycophantic hypocrites. Hey, Your Highness, please don't leave. The noble youths hastily followed, unwilling to squander such a golden opportunity. Get lost. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed across the square. Chen Luo turned his gaze, intrigued by the source of the shout. It emanated from a burly man with dark skin, towering nearly 2 meters tall, standing amidst the crowd like a small giant. Are you Tao Ping? One of the noble youths recognized the imposing figure. What? The son of General Tao from the Tianyan dynasty, Tao Peng? Indeed, it is he. It is said that Tao Peng has reached the 6th stage of body refinement, a strength that surely qualifies him for the outer sect. Tao Peng's greatest asset is his physical prowess. It is rumored that he can contend with demon beasts. Within the same realm, few could match Tao Peng's might. Gasps of astonishment arose among the onlookers, taken aback that even the son of General Tao had come to participate in the Wenshan sect's outer assessment. This year's examination promises to be exceptionally arduous. Upon recognizing Tao Peng, the noble youths dared not continue following Yang Tingyu. Rumors had long circulated that Tao Peng harbored intentions towards Yang Tingyu, and he would not tolerate any pure male who approached her. Tingyu, why didn't you call me when you left the capital? Tao Peng turned, his tone undergoing a complete transformation. This brutish man revealing such tenderness was indeed a startling contrast. Yang Tingyu cast a glance at Tao Peng, dismissing him entirely as she turned to leave. Hey! Tao Peng hurried after her. He could not allow other men to encroach upon Yang Tingyu's vicinity. Chen Luo was nearby, indulging in gossip, and indeed, the tales among these aristocratic youths were far more delectable than those of ordinary folk. The son of a general pursuing a princess? Was this Tao Peng not merely a sycophant, as you suggest? Silence. A voice suddenly reverberated through the air. Everyone lifted their heads to behold several figures soaring through the sky on swords. These individuals were all elders from the outer sect, among them Qin Lin and Lin Tao. Leading them was the grand elder of the outer sect, named Imohi, whose cultivation had reached the 10th stage of foundation establishment. Just a step away from the golden course stage. As the crowd fell silent, Imohi exchanged glances with the elder beside him. That elder raised his hand, summoning 10 enormous questioning immortal stones, which landed in the center of the plaza. The 10 stones stood tall, still dormant and grayish-white. Once activated, they would emit a radiant blue glow, and activating 3 would allow passage through the first challenge. Those who had registered their names were called forth to the center for testing. Imohi bellowed, promptly announcing the first name, Tao Peng. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. They had not anticipated that the first would be Tao Peng. Given Tao Peng's prowess, he was certain to activate more than 3 questioning immortal stones. Wait for me, Tingyu. I will surely dazzle everyone. Tao Peng declared to Yang Tingyu before hastily making his way to the center. Yang Tingyu, however, paid him no mind, treating him as if he were invisible. Upon reaching the designated spot, Tao Peng let out a furious roar, unleashing his entire aura and channeling it into the 10 questioning immortal stones. In no time, the first stone lit up, radiating a crystalline blue light. The second, third, and until the 5th stones followed suit. Only then did Tao Peng withdraw his energy. He had reached his limit. Pushing further would not activate the 6th stone. Activating 5 stones was already an extraordinary achievement. Not bad. Truly worthy of being the son of General Tao, Imohi remarked with a nod of approval, and the elders behind him echoed their agreement. Activating 5 stones had placed him among the elite of past cohorts, with the highest record being 7 stones. Next, Su Dandan. Su Dandan. Upon hearing that name, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. What a ridiculous name. Before he could contain his laughter, he sensed a chilling intent. Turning his gaze, he found the girl with the bun hairstyle. Could this girl truly be Su Dandan? Chapter 21. The 10 questioning immortal stones, completely filled. I shan't bother arguing with a fool. To spend 500 copper coins on half a martial art manual. What an imbecile. That would make me look foolish, Su Dandan scoffed. Bouncing towards the center, Chen Luo watched in frustration. This little girl had an impressive memory. If he were to make her cry, would she hold that grudge for a lifetime? Su Dandan activated 5 questioning immortal stones. Following her performance, another wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Having achieved 5 stones after merely 2 attempts was simply extraordinary. This year's external assessment is fiercely competitive. Chen Luo quietly waits, anticipating the call of his name. After more than half of the participants have been called, his name finally echoes through the hall. Few are familiar with Chen Luo, and thus, he garners little attention. The one who appears most captivated by him is, surprisingly, the young princess Yang Tingyu, whose gaze remains fixed upon Chen Luo. Tao Peng, noticing Yang Tingyu's interest, furrows his brow in bewilderment. Why is she so focused on this man? He seems utterly ordinary. What could possibly draw her to him? Who is this fellow? Unable to contain his curiosity, Tao Peng turns to Yang Tingyu and inquires. However, Yang Tingyu remains unresponsive, as if she has not heard him, further igniting Tao Peng's indignation and leading him to believe Yang Tingyu harbors feelings for Chen Luo. This simply cannot be allowed. Yang Tingyu must not take an interest in another man. As Chen Luo steps to the center, He takes a deep breath and begins to unleash his spiritual energy. In an instant, 10 inquiry stones ignite simultaneously, astonishing everyone present. What is happening? He activated 10 inquiry stones so swiftly. This is outrageous. Who is this person? How could he possibly have triggered 10 inquiry stones in an instant? I do not recognize him. Is he a scion of some esteemed family? I know him. He is merely a servant from the outer sect. A servant? This cannot be true. How could a mere servant awaken 10 inquiry stones? Gasps of disbelief fill the air. As no one dares to believe that someone could activate 10 inquiry stones, especially a servant from the outer sect. He is one of our outer sect servants? He exclaims, staring at Chen Luo in astonishment, unable to fathom that a servant could possess such talent. Whose is he? Elder Qin, he is my protege. Qin Lin promptly replies. The elders turn their gazes toward Qin Lin, their expressions filled with envy. To find such talent among the servants is extraordinary luck for Qin Lin. Indeed, Elder Qin is fortunate. Even her subordinates possess remarkable abilities. Without a doubt, Chen Luo is destined to become a pillar of our inquiry sect. It has been quite some time since Elder Qin last visited for a drink. Once this external assessment concludes, shall we share a cup? The other elders extend invitations to Qin Lin, eager to build rapport with someone who has activated 10 inquiry stones. His future prospects are undoubtedly bright. Moreover, Chen Luo's cultivation is commendable. Achieving the 6th stage of body refinement at such a young age heralds a promising future. Establishing a good relationship with Qin Lin could potentially lead to gaining Chen Luo's favor. Qin Lin responds with a calm smile, though internally she is profoundly shaken. She had never anticipated that Chen Luo could activate 10 inquiry stones. Such talent is truly remarkable. The one paling in comparison is Lin Tao, who has a grudge against Qin Lin. If Chen Luo indeed becomes a vital member of the inquiry sect, Lin Tao will find it impossible to rival her and may be overshadowed by Qin Lin's influence. Activating 10 inquiry stones? This must be a mistake. Tao Peng can no longer restrain himself and exclaims, how could someone like Chen Luo possibly activate 10 inquiry stones? A mere servant, possessing such ability? As the grand elder of the outer sect of the inquiry sect, I vouch for the authenticity of the inquiry stones. He cast a sidelong glance at Tao Peng, silencing him. With He's assertion, who would dare to contradict him? All eyes converged upon Chen Luo, brimming with envy. By what right could a lowly servant activate 10 inquiry stones? You actually managed to activate 10 inquiry stones. Could it be that you were the progeny of a hidden master? Su Dandan, upon seeing Chen Luo return, rushed to his side and inquired. Even the direct disciples of the inquiry sect could not achieve the activation of 10 inquiry stones. Could it be that Chen Luo's talent surpasses that of those direct disciples? Chen Luo turned to Su Dandan, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. It's simply because I am a genius. The girl with the bun looked at Chen Luo with annoyance. How could someone be so brazen? However, activating 10 inquiry stones indeed marked Chen Luo as a genius. But do not rejoice too soon. Activating inquiry stones does not equate to strength. It merely indicates the purity of your spiritual essence. It is possible that in the second round, you might be eliminated. Su Dandan haughtily huffed, asserting that the outer sect assessments should prioritize strength. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. In terms of strength, you cannot surpass me. I could take on 10 of you. Su Dandan was at the 5th stage of the body refining realm, thus her chances of entering the outer sect were considerable. Yet attaining a commendable rank would prove challenging. In this outer sect assessment, there were as many as 6 individuals at the 6th stage of the body refining realm. These 6 constituted the elite of this assessment. I see you can only boast. Do not let me encounter you during the assessment, or I shall leave you searching for your teeth. Su Dandan waved her small fist, filled with indignation. Chen Luo chuckled dismissively, unconcerned by Su Dandan's threats. This little girl was merely all talk. The remaining participants gradually stepped forward for the first round of assessments. Perhaps due to the astonishing feat of Chen Luo activating 10 inquiry stones, the subsequent activation of 6 inquiry stones by others did not create much of a stir. It was not until Yang Tingyu took the stage that the atmosphere became lively. The little princess of the Tianyan dynasty had finally arrived. Yang Tingyu, 8 inquiry stones. The crowd erupted once more, for the princess had activated 8 inquiry stones, breaking the previous record. Had it not been for Chen Luo, this unexpected dark horse, Yang Tingyu would undoubtedly have been the brightest star of this outer sect assessment. Yang Tingyu furrowed her brows as she stepped away from the center, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Chen Luo. She had activated 8 inquiry stones, yet Chen Luo had managed to activate 10. Why was this? How could a mere servant activate 10 inquiry stones? Did the treatment of a servant in the inquiry sect surpass that of a princess? This servant was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Just who was Chen Luo? Tao Peng clenched his fists tightly. Yang Tingyu's gaze was unexpectedly fixated on Chen Luo. A wave of jealousy surged within her. It was imperative to uncover Chen Luo's origins and devise a means to eliminate him. Such a man posed a significant threat. He must not be allowed to steal away her little princess. Those with fewer than 3 asking immortal stones should exit, Imohi bellowed, prompting those who fell short to leave in disappointment. The 1,000-strong line dwindled to a mere 200. Among these, only 50 would advance to the final third round. Chen Luo leisurely trailed behind the crowd, and as he passed by a man, he distinctly sensed a murderous intent. Standing beside this man was none other than Tang Yi. Chapter 22. I am not in a hurry. Are you? Chen Luo. Tang Yi's gaze bored into Chen Luo, who activated 10 asking immortal stones, something Tang Yi had never anticipated. How could a mere servant achieve this? There must have been some error, or perhaps Chen Luo was cheating. Do not worry. The asking immortal stones merely indicate a higher purity of spiritual energy. I will not allow him to pass the second round, sneered the man beside Tang Yi. Yang Ku, at the 5th level of body refinement, was precisely the individual hired by Tang Qian. To enlist Yang Ku's aid, Tang Yi had incurred a significant debt. This debt hinged on ensuring that Chen Luo failed the outer gate assessment. The losses suffered must be reclaimed from Chen Luo. Brother Yang, isn't the second round a race? How do you intend to eliminate Chen Luo? Tang Yi inquired, perplexed by Yang Ku's intentions. Yang Ku smiled as he explained, indeed, it is a race. But there is no rule against taking action against others. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi suddenly grasped the implication. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if Yang Ku attacked Chen Luo, he would also have to slow his own pace. If Yang Ku were unable to reach the third round, who cares? Whether Yang Ku advances or not is irrelevant as long as Chen Luo does not. It seems many people harbor disdain for you, Su Dandan remarked playfully as she walked alongside Chen Luo. A wave of satisfaction washed over her upon witnessing the discontent directed at Chen Luo. Chen Luo cast a glance at Su Dandan, unfazed. Anyone who dares to challenge me shall face the consequences. The path of a genius in cultivation is eternally fraught with thorns. Su Dandan shivered at Chen Luo's words, her skin prickling with goosebumps. Where did this fellow derive such confidence? How shameless. Everyone, gather here. Imohi shouted from the air. And the 200 individuals hurriedly assembled at the edge of a cliff. Across the chasm stood another cliff, atop which loomed a towering tree adorned with red ribbons. Those who could reach the opposite side and pluck a red ribbon would gain entry to the third round. With only 50 ribbons available, only 50 individuals would advance. However, the distance between the two cliffs spanned a full mile, and the only path across consisted of 3 slender iron chains. In the realm of martial practitioners, those in the body refinement stage are yet incapable of soaring through the skies on their swords, relegated instead to traversing upon iron chains. One misstep could plunge them into an abyss of unfathomable depth. 200 souls gazed downward simultaneously, the clouds obscuring their view of the unfathomable chasm below. To fall from this height would surely spell doom. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Should one tumble, celestial cranes would be poised to catch them. Yet, those rescued by the cranes would be deemed failures without exception, Imohi chuckled, stroking his white beard. These individuals had come to partake in the external examinations of the Wuxian sect, and it was implausible that a multitude of candidates would perish during the trials. With the assurance of survival, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, beginning to survey their surroundings and contemplate methods of passage. The most prudent approach, naturally, was to ascend along the iron chain, though the pace of traversal was a matter of great concern. Commenced the examination. Imohi bellowed suddenly, causing the contestants to shudder in unison. Their thoughts barely formed before they surged toward the cliff's edge. Chen Luo followed at a leisurely pace. While the second stage was indeed a race, it placed greater emphasis on the foundational skills of the candidates. Those who had relied on unconventional methods of cultivation or lacked practical experience would find this challenge insurmountable. Although Chen Luo's own combat experience was limited, he perceived no difficulty in this phase. The perfected phantom butterfly step was no mere display of flamboyant techniques. Oh, prodigy, you wouldn't falter at this stage, would you? Su Dandan chuckled lightly, observing Chen Luo's unhurried demeanor. Still a genius? Just this? Chen Luo shrugged indifferently, his calmness a testament to his composure. Su Dandan giggled softly, you can keep waiting. I shall proceed to the other side. With that, she gracefully stepped forward, landing on the central iron chain with an effortless poise. Utilizing her remarkable balance, she navigated the chain with ease. Many others, inspired by Su Dandan, commenced their own journeys, yet not all possessed her steadiness. Some, after just a few meters, plummeted from the chain, caught by the waiting celestial cranes below. Among those who had stepped onto the chain, leading the charge was none other than the little princess, Yang Tingyu, practicing a second-tier agility technique. She was more than capable of handling the iron chain despite being a novice. You two still haven't moved? Chen Luo suddenly turned, his gaze landing on Yang Ku and Tang Yi. Their reluctance to advance was precisely why he hesitated. Their conspicuous behavior was not lost on Chen Luo, who was far from oblivious. Upon noticing Chen Luo's inquiry, Yang Ke couldn't help but laugh. This trivial challenge hardly warrants haste. Yet if you manage to pass this second stage, I shall write your name backward. Yang Ke smirked, his expression brimming with mockery. He felt completely assured regarding this second stage, for agility was his forte. His foremost objective was to eliminate Chen Luo. The moment Chen Luo stepped onto the chain would be his cue to spring into action. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, realizing Yang Ke's intentions to cause mischief. Indeed, highly exceptional individuals often become targets of others. Very well, let them wait. If I fail to pass this second trial, so be it. Chen Luo shrugged and plopped down onto the ground. This scene left Yang Ke utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Has Chen Luo given up? Brother Yang, what should we do? If we both don't proceed, how can I hope to enter the outer sect of the Xian sect? Tang Yi said with a wry smile, wishing to continue his pursuit of entry into the outer sect. You go ahead. Leave him to me. Yang Ke narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Chen Luo. I am keen to see how long he can endure. Tang Yi nodded and hastily stepped onto the iron chain. Aside from Yang Ke and Chen Luo, the others had already ventured onto the chain in their attempts. The stillness of the two drew the attention of several elders from Mo. Has this young lad named Chen Luo given up? Mo. Furrowed his brow. Chen Luo shone brilliantly in the first trial but seemingly relinquished the second. What could this signify? Xin Lin remained silent, her heart racing with anxiety, unable to comprehend Chen Luo's actions. The other individual, Yang Ke, the adopted son of the Sea King, right? Mo. Clicked his tongue. Lin Tao quickly nodded, confirming that indeed, Yang Ke was the Sea King's son. Renowned for his wave-walking technique, Yang Ke's confidence in his agility was absolute, unlike Chen Luo, who seemed devoid of self-awareness. Mo. Pondered thoughtfully, suspecting the reasons behind the hesitation of these two. The competition among the youth is truly fierce, reaching such heights. However, this also adds a measure of intrigue to what was otherwise a rather dull assessment. The dark horse of the first trial, Chen Luo, and the Sea King's adopted son, Yang Ke, who possesses the superior agility. They are vying for the final spot. Chapter 23. Today, one of them must fail. Oh, yes. It's in the bag. Su Dandan grasped a red string with determination. Before Su Dandan, over a dozen individuals had already reached the finish, indicating that many had successfully passed. The first to succeed was undoubtedly Yang Tingyu. In terms of both strength and background, Yang Tingyu was without a doubt the highest among those present. What is he doing? Why isn't he coming over? Could it be that he truly cannot proceed? Su Dandan noticed Chen Luo still stationary across the way and couldn't help but chuckle. She had thought Chen Luo was formidable, yet he remained at the starting point. Chen Luo was indeed all talk. Su Dandan? The daughter of President Su? Yang Tingyu suddenly approached Su Dandan. Su Dandan was momentarily taken aback and quickly turned to Yang Tingyu. The little princess of the Tianyan dynasty, who doesn't know her? Yes. Your Highness the Princess, Su Dandan replied with a wide smile. Her father is the president of the Alchemist Association in Tianyan Prefecture, holding great prestige there. Yang Tingyu nodded thoughtfully and continued. Do you know this Chen Luo? I observed you just now, walking alongside him. Yang Tingyu's curiosity regarding Chen Luo grew increasingly intense. A mere errand boy managed to activate 10 Xian stones in the first round. Yet, his performance in the second round remains rather enigmatic. Given Chen Luo's abilities, he ought not to progress beyond this stage. What on earth is this fellow up to? No, I am not familiar with him. I was merely jesting at his expense. He is quite the scoundrel. Should he indeed fail to pass the second round, I shall surely mock him to his face. Su Dandan chuckled softly, already devising ways to humiliate Chen Luo. That arrogant buffoon deserves a good scolding. Yang Tingyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Dandan, choosing not to engage further. To be candid, she did not believe that Chen Luo remained at the starting point due to a lack of capability. Was it because of that Yang Ke? When did Chen Luo ever get entangled with Yang Ke? As time slipped away, over 40 individuals had secured the red ribbons, leaving fewer opportunities. A look of panic finally crossed Yang Ke's face. What is the matter with this Chen Luo? Is he not concerned about failing the second round? How can he remain so composed? Yang Ke clenched his fists, fixating intently on Chen Luo, unable to believe that Chen Luo's expression remained so serene. This is abnormal. Why do I feel as though I am the one being toyed with? With only 6 red ribbons remaining, will you not make your move? Yang Ke finally rose, unable to suppress the twitch at the corner of his eye. He truly could not fathom the source of Chen Luo's confidence. Could it be that Chen Luo possesses remarkable skills and agility as well? Chen Luo, however, remained unhurried and smiled. Are you anxious? If you are in a rush, then by all means, go ahead. I, on the other hand, am not in a hurry. He shrugged, exuding an air of calm certainty, as though victory were assured. You Yang Ke tightened his fists, his focus shifting to the few remaining red ribbons. The prerequisite for preventing Chen Luo's advancement was that he himself must first progress. He could not afford to lose more than he gained, jeopardizing his own chances. I suspect you lack the ability to pass, wasting my time. Only a fool would continue to squander time with you. Yang Ke exclaimed in frustration, swiftly striding onto the iron chain, rushing towards the opposite side. Yang Ke's speed was impressive, and he moved with great stability. At this rate, he would likely cross the iron chain in 5 minutes, securing a red ribbon and advancing to the third round. Truly, as the adopted son of the Sea King, his agility was remarkable. To achieve such proficiency in agility at this age is indeed commendable. Imohi, witnessing Yang Ke's performance, could not help but chuckle. Yang Ke's speed ranked among the top 3 of all participants. No wonder he had waited so long. It appeared he was unperturbed. But what of Chen Luo? Could he match Yang Ke's speed? One can only wonder if Chen Luo has begun to feel the pressure upon witnessing Yang Ke's pace. I refuse to believe that this outer sect servant possesses superior agility compared to Yang Ke. Elder Qin, what say you? Lin Tao's gaze shifted toward Qin Lin. His tone laced with mockery. In his eyes, Chen Luo had already been eliminated. Qin Lin had undoubtedly invested considerable effort in Chen Luo. Yet it seemed that all her labor would come to naught. Clenching her fists, Qin Lin found herself at a loss for words in response to Lin Tao. She had little knowledge of Chen Luo, save for the fact that he possessed a second-tier technique. How could one with merely a second-tier skill possibly surpass Yang Ke's speed? What on earth is Chen Luo doing? The protagonist has finally made his entrance. Chen Luo rose leisurely, his gaze fixated on the iron chain in the center. As he stepped onto the chain, all eyes turned toward him. Is he finally making a move? Yang Tingyu narrowed her eyes, intently watching Chen Luo, eager to discern the source of his confidence. Fall down. You better fall. Tao Peng, standing behind Yang Tingyu, noticed her unwavering focus on Chen Luo and felt a surge of frustration. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Luo advanced, his body gliding along the chain with uncanny speed and stability. The scene was undeniably surreal. Goodness. Even Elder Imo, he widened his eyes, incredulous at the mesmerizing display of Chen Luo's agility. Chen Luo on the chain resembled a specter. What on earth is happening? Yang Ke, leading the charge, noticed the astonished expressions of those around him and couldn't help but glance back. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of Chen Luo's ghostly figure. To others, Chen Luo's movements were astonishing, but to Yang Ke, they were nothing short of supernatural. No, don't come near me, Yang Ke shouted in panic, propelling himself forward with all his might. As Chen Luo approached Yang Ke, a sly smile crept across his face. I hold grudges, you know. In a swift motion, Chen Luo closed the distance, and as he caught up to Yang Ke, he brushed past him like a gust of wind. Yang Ke lost his balance and tumbled off the chain, but fortunately, his strength allowed him to grasp the chain tightly. Damn Chen Luo, Yang Ke fumed, raising his head only to find Chen Luo with his arm wrapped around a girl's slender waist, dashing forward with her in tow. The girl in Chen Luo's embrace appeared utterly bewildered until he brought her to the opposite cliff. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Chen Luo's intentions. Why is he bringing someone along? This is an outer sect examination, not a place for romantic pursuits. Wait, the red ribbons. Yang Ke suddenly realized and glanced at the ribbons hanging from the tree. There were only 2 left. That scoundrel. He doesn't want me to pass. Chen Luo, I will not let you get away with this. Yang Ke, in a fit of rage, shouted loudly, losing all composure and plummeting from the iron chain. Chen Luo paid no heed to Yang Ke, instead plucking 2 red strings from the tree, one for himself and the other for the girl. The girl gazed at Chen Luo with gratitude. Without him, she would never have passed the second trial. This man truly possessed elegance. Chen Luo merely chuckled and extended his hand towards the girl, inquiring if 10 copper coins for this ride would be unreasonable. Chapter 24. An unforgettable past with Her Highness the Little Princess. This fellow, Yang Tingyu couldn't help but smirk upon witnessing Chen Luo's demeanor. Compared to the insincere pretenders of the imperial capital, Chen Luo was indeed far more intriguing. He actually made it through. Chen Luo is impressive? Su Dandan pouted in frustration. Having anticipated a chance to humiliate Chen Luo, she was dismayed to see him succeed, showcasing remarkable speed. Failing to embarrass him was truly regrettable. Silence. Imo, he coughed, commanding the attention of all present. The 50 successful candidates had been determined, and the third trial was about to commence. This third trial was of paramount importance. Passing it would grant one the status of an outer disciple of the Wenxian sect. The arrangement of opponents for the third trial would be decided through discussion among the outer elders. Those with higher cultivation levels would rarely be paired together. These talented individuals were the focus of the Wenxian sect, and it was inconceivable to allow them to be eliminated. You will wait at the martial arena until we finalize the combat list. Then we shall commence the third trial, He continued. Based on the performances in the first 2 rounds, the elders had already formulated their plans. They had mentally noted who should remain and who should be eliminated. Of course, unexpected events could arise, such as the weak overcoming the strong. Although such occurrences were rare, they were not entirely beyond consideration. The 50 successful candidates made their way to the martial arena, awaiting the elders' arrangements. Chen Luo took a seat on the side, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the crowd. The outer elders were well aware of his cultivation level, and it was unlikely they would assign him a formidable opponent. This meant that Chen Luo would almost certainly pass the 3rd trial. The only uncertainty was which unfortunate soul he would face. What is your cultivation level? Su Dandan suddenly leaned in, her large, sparkling eyes fixated on Chen Luo. After all, he had achieved astonishing results in both the 1st and 2nd trials. How could such a person possibly be weak? Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at Su Dandan. This little girl was indeed tenacious, a quintessential social butterfly. Perhaps just a tad stronger than you, he replied nonchalantly. A tad? Su Dandan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Chen Luo with suspicion. This fellow appeared rather cheeky. Yet he didn't seem foolish. How could someone so audacious lack intelligence? But why had Chen Luo purchased only half a martial technique? Could it be that he truly had a way to resolve the issues surrounding it? Do you truly possess the other half of the Qingyan sword technique? Su Dandan inquired, inching closer and scrutinizing Chen Luo. Chen Luo promptly pushed her away, exclaiming, "Don't get so close. I'm not interested in children." Child? Who's a child? I am already 19. Su Dandan retorted, hands on her hips, indignant at being mistaken for someone so young. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. 19? Have you perhaps stopped growing for the past 19 years? Fuming, Su Dandan raised her fists and playfully struck Chen Luo's shoulder. The impact made him shift aside. I won't bicker with a child, he declared. I truly don't understand how you, such a shameless fellow, could attract the attention of Her Highness the Little Princess. You know Her Highness? Su Dandan leaned against Chen Luo again, her curiosity piqued. Who in the capital doesn't know Yang Tingyu's temperament? Many outstanding individuals in the capital strive in vain for her attention. What gives you the right, you scoundrel? The Little Princess? You mean Yang Tingyu? Chen Luo pondered for a moment before sighing. It's just a matter of the past. Best not to mention it. This remark ignited Su Dandan's curiosity. A sorrowful past? Could it be that Chen Luo has some connection with Yang Tingyu? No way. How could a mere servant possibly be related to the little princess of the Tianyan dynasty? Do tell, please, she urged, shaking his arm with enthusiasm. She delighted in gossip, especially when it involved Yang Tingyu. It was bound to be a sensational story. Chen Luo feigned a serious demeanor, shaking his head helplessly. Su Dandan grew more impatient, resembling a pleading puppy, eager for him to spill the beans. Well, I could share. But I'm a bit short on funds at the moment. Would you be so kind as to lend me 100 copper coins as a fee for the story? Chen Luo suggested, clicking his tongue. Given Su Dandan's lavish attire, it was evident she hailed from a wealthy family, making it reasonable to ask for something in return. 100 copper coins? Su Dandan hesitated for a moment before promptly pulling out the coins. Fine. It's not a large sum anyway, so hurry up and tell me. For her. 100 copper coins were insignificant, and she would lose sleep if she didn't hear the gossip about Yang Tingyu that day. Chen Luo accepted the coins, grinning at Su Dandan, before recounting a tale of heroism and rescue, embellishing the story and omitting any mention of Yang Tingyu's garments being burned. If anyone were to discover that Chen Luo had seen Yang Tingyu in such a state, she would undoubtedly be furious. After listening to Chen Luo's narrative, Su Dandan couldn't help but scoff. Is this what you call a hero saving a damsel? This is clearly just you taking credit for someone else's glory. Chen Luo immediately countered. Hey, what do you mean? If it weren't for me, Yang Tingyu would have been devoured by that beast. Su Dandan rolled her eyes, feeling that the expenditure of 100 copper coins was hardly justified. However, from the tale of Chen Luo, she surmised that his cultivation level was likely at the 4th or 5th stage of body refinement. If Chen Luo had reached the 6th stage, how could he resort to the method of collecting heads to slay demon beasts? Besides Su Dandan, who was thoroughly engrossed, there was another eavesdropper, Tao Peng. Upon hearing that Chen Luo had spent time alone with Yang Tingyu, his expression contorted with jealousy, wishing fervently to crush Chen Luo into oblivion at that very moment. Silence. Mohe's commanding shout brought the crowd back to order, as all eyes turned toward the elder hovering above. Once tranquility returned, Mohe scattered 50 wooden sticks, which landed in the hands of each participant. Chen Luo picked up his stick and saw the number 22 inscribed upon it. Those who drew the same number would be his opponents. Just as everyone was carefully examining their numbers, intent on discreetly identifying their adversaries, Chen Luo suddenly stood up. Who is 22? Who is 22? I'm number 22. Chen Luo proclaimed, his voice ringing out clear and strong. All gazes converged on him, their expressions akin to that of incredulous fools. Who would announce their numbers so loudly? Wasn't he this providing his opponent an opportunity to observe him in secret? Chen Luo was quite foolish indeed. The silence that followed prompted Chen Luo's annoyance. This is too tedious. It lacks excitement. In a corner of the martial arena, Tang Yi clutched his stick, his face pale. His number was also 22. After barely advancing past the second round, he was dismayed to find that his opponent in the third round was none other than Chen Luo. How could he possibly compete? Chapter 25. Outwitting the Dimwitted requires strategy. Contestant number 1, step forward. With MOHS Bello, two figures took to the stage to commence their duel. The initial matches lacked thrill, comprising cultivators at the third and fourth stages of body refinement. Chen Luo was still searching for his opponent, feeling that his adversary was rather timid, unwilling even to reveal his face. Couldn't he behave like a man? Are you number 22? Tang Yi, concealed in the shadows, trembled upon hearing the question and turned to find Tao Peng standing behind him. Yes, that's me, Tang Yi replied, swallowing hard. He recognized the son of General Tao without a doubt. Quickly, exchange your stick with mine, Tao Peng demanded. Is that allowed? Tang Yi exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Tao Peng smirked. What do you have to fear? I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Yi reluctantly handed over his stick. With Tao Peng's backing, he felt relieved of his burden, knowing he was no match for Chen Luo. Fine. Tang Yi discreetly passed the stick to Tao Peng, glancing at the number on Tao Peng's stick as he did so. Number 9. After receiving the stick, Tao Peng's gaze turned toward Chen Luo, a slight smirk gracing his lips. So, it's you, Chen Luo. Dare to approach my little princess? You shall not pass this third challenge. Tao Peng's subtle maneuvers did not escape the notice of the elders from the outer sect. Were it anyone else, these elders would certainly intervene. However, Tao Peng is the son of General Tao, and they lack the courage to oppose him. Qin Lin clenched her fists. There was nothing she could do, relying solely on Chen Luo. If Chen Luo could surpass Tao Peng, he would undoubtedly become the dark horse of this outer sect assessment, garnering the attention of all the elders. He must win. Number 22. Step forward. At last, it was Chen Luo's turn. He strode confidently to the center, scanning the surroundings for his opponent, who had yet to appear. Others were equally curious about who Chen Luo's opponent would be. Surely, it could not be someone formidable? Suddenly, a figure crashed heavily to the ground. As everyone recognized that the figure was Tao Peng, astonishment swept through the crowd. How could Chen Luo's opponent be Tao Peng? How could the elders of the outer sect make such a decision? Was there someone intent on preventing Chen Luo from joining the Wenshan sect? Is it you? Chen Luo gazed incredulously at Tao Peng. Tao Peng grinned, puffing out his chest. What's the matter? Are you scared? Chen Luo chuckled and shook his head. He was not afraid, merely astonished that the timid one he had imagined would turn out to be the son of General Tao. Tao Peng's face darkened with rage at Chen Luo's mockery. As the son of General Tao, it was the first time he had ever been called timid. You can only resort to verbal jabs. I assure you, you will not enter the Wenshan sect today. Tao Peng bellowed, spreading his legs apart like a colossal beast. Standing tall on the stage, Chen Luo appraised Tao Peng. He too was at the 6th stage of the body refinement realm, and his physical prowess was formidable. This fellow's strength could very well rival that of the fire crystal demon tiger. Among all the candidates, Tao Peng undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 in ability. To be frank, since I embarked on the path of cultivation, I have yet to truly engage in combat. You, however, barely qualify to warrant my full attention. Chen Luo adopted a serious demeanor, drawing a silver sword from his waist. Barely worthy? Tao Peng's eyes twitched with fury. How could this Chen Luo be so arrogant? He was the son of the general of the Tianyun dynasty, having grown up amidst battles, boasting unparalleled practical experience and innate talent among his peers. What gave Chen Luo the right to consider himself his rival? You seek death, Tao Peng roared, clashing his fists together before charging at Chen Luo with the ferocity of a wild beast. The audience was rapt with attention on this confrontation. The previous battles had been lackluster, but this fight promised to be extraordinary. How audacious of Chen Luo to provoke Tao Peng. Surely, he could not match him. Su Dan couldn't help but chuckle, fully aware of just how formidable Tao Peng's strength truly was. Even the petite princess Yang Tingyu lacks absolute confidence in defeating Tao Peng. Can Chen Luo truly stand as an opponent to Tao Peng? I believe Tao Peng will emerge as the victor. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Tingyu appeared behind Su Dandan. Startled by Yang Tingyu's words, Su Dandan turned around in disbelief. How could this be? Chen Luo as Tao Peng's rival? Su Dandan widened her eyes, unable to fathom that Yang Tingyu would advocate for Chen Luo. Yang Tingyu merely smiled, offering no response to Su Dandan's query. On the surface, it appeared that Chen Luo was indeed inferior to Tao Peng, who held advantages in every regard. Yet in Yang Tingyu's heart, she believed Chen Luo surpassed Tao Peng. Bang! At that moment, Tao Ping charged towards Chen Luo, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Chen Luo swiftly retreated using the phantom butterfly step, evading Tao Ping's assault. With a direct blow like that, it would likely result in a few broken ribs. What is this? Is your only skill to evade? Tao Ping laughed heartily, completely abandoning defense as he launched a ferocious attack on Chen Luo. The best defense is offense. Chen Luo shrugged, replying, not quite. I simply wish to avoid your filthy hands from touching my pure body. You. Tao Ping clenched his teeth, filled with a desire to tear Chen Luo's mouth apart. Let us see where you run. Tao Ping roared in anger, persistently attacking, eager to uncover what warranted Chen Luo's audacity. Relying on the perfected phantom butterfly step, Chen Luo adeptly dodged Tao Ping's strikes. Engaging Tao Ping in a frontal confrontation was ill-advised. His physique rivaled that of a beast. Chen Luo's advantage lay in his mastery of martial arts. Most of Tao Ping's skills were merely at the entry level, and even his signature techniques barely reached the minor attainment stage. The key to defeating Tao Ping resided in a decisive strike, leveraging the perfected wind howl fist. Run. If you dare, don't you run. Tao Ping's face turned ashen with rage. Chen Luo darted away like a mosquito, far too swift. This battle was utterly frustrating. Ignoring Tao Ping's roars, Chen Luo maintained an air of nonchalance. The more anxious Tao Ping became, the more it played to Chen Luo's advantage. To deal with such a mindless opponent requires cunning. Roaring in exasperation, Tao Ping smashed the ground before him, his face flushed with fury. I can't even touch you. Not even once. Is your only skill running? Fight me. Fight me. Tao Ping bellowed madly, his sanity beginning to fray. Battling Chen Luo was a torment indeed. At last, Chen Luo paused, landing not far from Tao Ping. Observing Tao Ping's state, it seemed he was nearing his limit. A final, heavy blow would surely seal Tao Ping's defeat. Well then, I shall generously grant you one chance. Chen Luo's mocking voice ignited Tao Ping's rage. However, Chen Luo was finally engaging him directly, which was precisely what Tao Ping desired. With this punch, he aimed to utterly shatter Chen Luo. Chen Luo, you shall come to regret your decision. Chapter 26, a draw? He dares to consider a draw with me. The Tao family's second-tier boxing technique, the frenzied lion fist. Moreover, it has reached the minor mastery stage. Can Chen Luo withstand this punch? Lin Tao hovered in the air, observing Tao Ping's current state, unable to suppress a chuckle. Tao Ping's actions aligned perfectly with his intentions. He eagerly anticipated Chen Luo's elimination. Should Chen Luo enter the outer sect, he would pose a significant threat. However, Chen Luo also possessed the sixth stage of body refinement and might not necessarily yield to Tao Ping. Furthermore, relying on his agility, Chen Luo could deplete Tao Ping's stamina. Thus, Tao Ping's punch may not possess even 80% of his peak power. Emohi, smiling, expressed his interest in Chen Luo after witnessing his performance in the first and second rounds. If a talent like Chen Luo could enter the Wuxian sect, it would be a splendid outcome. As for Tao Ping, he joined the Wuxian sect solely for the opportunity to access the Void Cave. Such individuals are unlikely to remain. Allowing Tao Ping into the Wuxian sect would yield little benefit. Humph. How could a mere outer sect servant like Chen Luo possibly possess martial skills that rival the frenzied lion fist? What could he rely on to contend with Tao Ping? Lin Tao no longer concealed his disdain for Chen Luo, as Chen Luo was aligned with Qin Lin, and how could he harbor any fondness for him? He cast a glance at Lin Tao, understanding the enmity between him and Qin Lin. Should Chen Luo indeed display exceptional talent, a warning would be necessary for Lin Tao. Some matters transcend the private grievances between the two elders. The frenzied lion fist. Tao Ping roared, his fists colliding with the force of a frenzied giant lion. The aura emanating from Tao Ping stirred the onlookers. What a terrifying presence. Is this truly the son of a great general? How could Chen Luo possibly withstand such a punch? Chen Luo stood firm, drawing a deep breath as the spiritual energy within him coalesced in his right fist. As the energy fully converged, a tempest began to swirl around him. The howling wind engulfed the entire martial arena. The gazes of the crowd swiftly turned toward Chen Luo, their faces painted with astonishment. He could actually invoke an anomaly. What grade of martial skill is Chen Luo employing? Is this a supreme first-tier martial skill? Tao Ping discerned the grade of Chen Luo's technique and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Haha, a mere supreme first-tier martial skill. This is your trump card? With this, you expect to triumph. A supreme first-tier martial skill cannot possibly compare to his second-tier technique. Servants are merely servants. How could they possess noteworthy martial skills? Chen Luo smiled calmly, stepping back with his right foot to gather strength. Then, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing for you to be defeated by a supreme first-tier martial skill? After speaking, Chen Luo charged towards Tao Ping. Tao Ping scoffed, a smirk on his face. Defeat? How could I possibly lose? Just based on your supreme. Before Tao Ping could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why does the supreme first-tier martial skill possess such terrifying might? No way. How could your supreme martial skill be at the perfected realm? Tao Ping exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Chen Luo had actually mastered such a skill to perfection. Was it even possible for someone of their age to achieve the pinnacle of a supreme martial technique? Lin Tao, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment. However, He turned to Qin Lin with a smile, saying, "You have truly found a remarkable talent this time. Chen Luo has already demonstrated his innate gifts. Such prodigious talent is something the asking immortal sect cannot afford to overlook. Even if Chen Luo were to be defeated by Tao Peng, the sect would surely find a way to retain him. Talents like him are exceedingly rare on the continent." Lin Tao, upon hearing He's words, felt a surge of anger, his face turning pale as he fervently rooted for Tao Peng. "Tao Peng, you must prevail. I refuse to believe that you, a mere servant, can surpass me." Tao Peng roared in fury, charging fiercely at Chen Luo. The two struck simultaneously, their fists colliding with tremendous force. A gust of wind erupted, sweeping through the onlookers' sleeves. The intensity of this clash was palpable, a testament to their extraordinary prowess, placing them among the elite of all the candidates present. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as a cloud of dust surged several meters high. The crowd rose, their eyes fixated on the arena. Who would emerge victorious? A light cough shattered the silence. Chen Luo staggered out of the dust, collapsing to the ground. Chen Luo? Has he lost? Laughter erupted from the crowd. "I told you. How could a mere servant like Chen Luo possibly stand against Tao Peng?" Lin Tao couldn't contain his glee, his heart soaring with exhilaration. The weight he had carried was finally lifted. Is this truly the end? Yang Tingyu furrowed her brows, having believed in Chen Luo's potential to win. Yet, his defeat filled her with disappointment. Of course he lost. Tao Peng is the son of General Tao and has honed his skills on the battlefield for years. Chen Luo is impressive, but defeating Tao Peng was a tall order. Su Dandan grinned, relishing the prospect of humiliating Chen Luo. Yang Tingyu shrugged, her gaze still fixed on the dissipating dust. Tao Peng hasn't revealed himself yet. It could still end in a tie. As the dust settled, Tao Peng lay motionless at the center, devoid of any reaction. A tie? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the outcome would be a draw. Chen Luo possesses remarkable skill to have matched Tao Peng. If it was indeed a tie, did that mean both would advance? Qin Lin quickly turned to He for clarification. He nodded, ready to announce the results when suddenly, Chen Luo sprang to his feet. I was merely pretending." Chen Luo grinned, his gaze fixed on Tao Peng. If Tao Peng were to witness Chen Luo's antics, he would undoubtedly be enraged to the point of spitting blood. "This rascal." He chuckled and shook his head. "Chen Luo prevails." The crowd erupted in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Chen Luo's ruse. This fellow is indeed insufferable. Nevertheless, Chen Luo's prowess is truly formidable, as even Tao Peng stands no chance against him. This battle was truly unexpected. How did Chen Luo emerge victorious? It infuriates me. Su Dandan huffed, pouting in exasperation, realizing she would not have the opportunity to humiliate Chen Luo as she had hoped. The very thought of Chen Luo's smug expression made her want to land a few punches on him. Yet, Chen Luo's strength is quite impressive. "Do you harbor a grudge against Chen Luo?" Yang Tingyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su Dandan. Su Dandan had been eagerly anticipating Chen Luo's defeat. Surely there must be a reason. However, Su Dandan turned her head away, responding haughtily, "No grudge. I simply find him displeasing." Yang Tingyu chuckled. Indeed, the daughter of the Alchemy Association's president. Su Dandan is the sole daughter, cherished and pampered by her father. Her princess-like demeanor is even more pronounced than that of a true princess. Upon returning to his seat, Chen Luo caught a glimpse of Su Dandan's displeased expression. Unable to resist teasing, "Little eggshell, do you find my victory so dashing that it irks you? Fear not, the greater annoyance is yet to come." Chapter 27. Oh, so you're a little wealthy lady. Before long, the outer sex examination concluded. Among those eliminated, the only surprising name was Tao Peng. Tao Peng had brought this upon himself. Had he sought to exchange his sign with Tang Yi, he would not have faced elimination. Upon returning, he would likely receive a severe reprimand from his father. Those who passed should proceed to the law enforcement hall to collect their disciple garments and elixirs. From this day forth, you shall be disciples of the outer sect of the Wenxian sect. He cleared his throat, his resonant voice echoing throughout the outer sect. The 25 successful candidates displayed various expressions of excitement. For most, except for individuals like Yang Tingyu, gaining entry into the Wenxian sect is no simple feat. Joining the Wenxian sect signifies the commencement of the path of cultivation. The refinement stage is merely the first step on this journey. After sunset, gather here again. I shall escort you to your accommodations. A buxom elder stepped forward, addressing everyone. Now, disperse. Once the elders departed, the candidates gradually left to head to the law enforcement hall to collect their garments and elixirs. Chen Luo strolled leisurely, with Su Dan trailing behind. Little eggshell. Why are you following me? Aren't you rather displeased with me? Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at Su Dan. Could it be that this little girl harbors a peculiar interest? She appears so pure and adorable, yet one never knows what secrets lie beneath. Humph. Compared to those insincere individuals, you, insufferable one, are refreshingly genuine. Aren't you a lowly servant of the outer sect? You should possess a fair understanding of the outer sect. No? Take me for a stroll outside. There is still an hour until dusk. Su Dan turned her head away with a cold snort. As the daughter of the president of the Alchemy Association, she was never short of elixirs. Because of this status, many sought to approach her for high-grade potions. Having been through hardships, Su Dan could never easily trust outsiders. Although Chen Luo had his flaws, at least he was genuine, far preferable to those pretentious individuals. That won't do. I'm quite busy. If you want me to be your guide, I can't do it for free. Chen Luo shrugged. Doing things for no compensation did not align with his core principles. How can you think about money when you have a stunning beauty like me by your side? What a fool. No wonder you bought that half-baked martial skill. I have a bottle of top-tier elixir here. 10 pieces for a mere 1,000 copper coins. Su Dan suddenly produced a vial of potions, a mischievous expression on her face. Chen Luo's gaze instantly fixated on the vial. Such a little rich girl. To offer an entire bottle of top-tier elixirs, how affluent. What do you want in return? Chen Luo yawned. He was no fool. It was clear Su Dan would not give him a bottle of top-tier elixirs for nothing, unless she was the fool. Su Dan grinned. It's not that difficult. You must know about the Wushu cave in 20 days, right? Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, given her deep background. Her purpose for visiting the Wuxian sect was undoubtedly the Wushu cave. Su Dan continued. The Wuxian sect will select participants for the Wushu cave in a manner that mimics the cave itself, allowing everyone to enter the secret realm and vie for a spot. You will accompany me and help me secure a spot in the Wushu cave, and in return, I'll give you this bottle of elixirs. Wushu cave? Chen Luo frowned, displaying a troubled expression. Seeing his reaction, Su Dan exclaimed in frustration. What's wrong? This little task should be worth that bottle of elixirs. Are you trying to be greedy? Su Dan approached Chen Luo precisely because she valued his strength. His ability to defeat Tao Ping spoke volumes. Among those at the 6th stage of body refinement, Chen Luo was undoubtedly a powerhouse. Chen Luo shrugged. Not quite. In 20 days, I won't be at the 6th stage of body refinement anymore. So I want to be able to help you compete for a spot on the 1st level. This response left Su Dan momentarily speechless. Not at the 6th stage? You must be joking. How could you possibly advance a stage in just 20 days? That is too fast. Huh? What kind of joke is that? You think you can advance a stage in just 20 days? Su Dan rolled her eyes, incredulous at Chen Luo's bravado. If you were to give me that bottle of elixirs directly, I might consider suppressing my level and waiting until after the Wushu cave to break through. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. According to his original plan, he intended to reach the 10th stage of body refinement before entering the Wushu cave. Su Dan rolled her eyes, speaking as if her words were undeniable truths. I cannot possibly believe you could reach the 7th stage of body refinement within 20 days. Even if you did achieve the 7th stage, you would still be ineligible to enter the Wushu cave. If you refuse, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. There are plenty willing to create a bottle of supreme-grade elixir. For the outer disciples of the Wuxian sect, a bottle of supreme-grade elixir is not a trifling sum. With such an elixir, one could easily recruit an outer disciple at the 6th stage of body refinement. However, the disciples acquired in such a manner will hardly be formidable. For those top-tier disciples, a bottle of supreme-grade elixir holds little allure. Suit yourself. You seek my aid yet fail to show any sincerity. It would be quite peculiar for me to acquiesce. Chen Luo yawned, contemplating parting ways with Su Dan. The treasures on the 2nd level of the Wushu cave were undoubtedly superior to those on the 1st. Should he choose to assist Su Dan, he would have to forfeit the opportunity to explore the 2nd level of the Wushu cave. Su Dan had not paid in advance. Chen Luo was acutely aware of how this transaction would unfold. Su Dan began to waver. Not out of concern for the bottle of supreme-grade elixir, but rather out of anxiety that Chen Luo might not keep his word. If she were to lose the elixir and her chance at the Wushu cave, it would be a grievous loss. Humph. I shall consider it further. Su Dan huffed, adopting an air of haughtiness. The two made their way to the outer discipline enforcement hall, where numerous individuals had already received their disciple garments and elixirs. New disciples entering the Wuxian sect would each receive 3 sets of disciple attire and a bottle containing 10 first-grade elixirs. After receiving the elixir, Chen Luo found that his wealth value had increased by a mere 200 points. With his previous accumulation, he now had a total of 320 points. This amount of wealth was exceedingly meager. He needed to contemplate ways to acquire more. Ascending to the 7th stage of body refinement required 1,500 points of wealth, roughly estimating. Reaching the 10th stage would demand no less than 10,000 points. Items valued at 10,000 points must be at least of the upper 3rd grade, which were indeed challenging to procure. How about I give you 5 elixirs now, and upon securing the Wushu Cave quota, I shall provide you with the remaining 5. Su Dandan, who had been deep in thought, suddenly proposed. Chen Luo spread his hands, incredulous. Really? You, a little heiress, are concerned about this bottle of supreme great elixir? Su Dandan clenched her teeth and, after a moment of hesitation, thrust the supreme great elixir into Chen Luo's hands. If you fail to keep your promise, my father will not let you off easily. You have gained 1,000 wealth points. Chapter 28. Elder Qin, are you here to bestow wealth again? Your living area is located in the Haishan region of the 12 mountains of the Wuxian sect. The disciples residing in this area are all newcomers who joined the sect in the past 3 years. Should any conflicts arise, it is advisable to seek resolution from the elder stationed at Haishan. Inflicting harm upon fellow disciples is a capital offense within the Wuxian sect. Elder Xiao Chunyu, accompanied by her new disciples, descended upon Haishan aboard a celestial vessel. Among the 12 mountains of the Wuxian sect, Haishan is regarded as the least prestigious. Upon entering the inner sanctum, each disciple will pledge themselves to an elder as their mentor, subsequently relocating to the mountain of their master. The rooms within these auxiliary courtyards are for you to select at your discretion. Once chosen, infuse the token at the entrance of the courtyard with your spiritual energy. This token also serves as your identification as a disciple. Elder Xiao Chunyu gestured towards the vast expanse of auxiliary courtyards ahead. There are over 100 of these courtyards, with nearly 500 rooms available. With fewer than 100 new disciples recruited over the past 3 years, most of the courtyards remain unoccupied. Thus, you may select any that pleases you. Chen Luo surveyed the courtyards and ultimately chose one that was relatively close to the exit. All the courtyards were quite similar, making the choice inconsequential. Proximity to the exit would save considerable time for his numerous pursuits. He could not afford to squander it on trivial commutes. Upon seeing Chen Luo finalize his selection, Su Dandan promptly followed him like a shadow. What do you think you're doing trailing behind me? You don't actually think I'm so handsome that you want to be my neighbor and plot something nefarious, do you? Chen Luo jested, noticing Su Dandan behind him. Rolling her eyes, Su Dandan retorted, your audacity knows no bounds. As if a stunning beauty like me would set her sights on you. I'm living next to you to keep an eye on you. You haven't fulfilled our agreement, and I cannot allow you to escape. Chen Luo shrugged, unconcerned about Su Dandan residing next door. Each courtyard consisted of 3 independent rooms, thus, her presence would not intrude upon his privacy. After entering the courtyard, Chen Luo selected the central room, as it befitted the status of the courtyard's occupant. Su Dandan, choosing the room to Chen Luo's right without any particular intention, simply picked one at random. They both began to channel their spiritual energy into the tokens, transforming them into their disciple tokens. This token holds immense significance within the Wuxian sect, not only representing their status as disciples but also being essential for acquiring monthly cultivation resources and undertaking tasks. It is of utmost importance not to misplace it. Just as Chen Luo secured his token and prepared to enter his room, Su Dandan suddenly called out. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. What is it? You didn't open the door only to find a man inside, did you? He turned around, only to mirror Su Dandan's astonished expression. Both were utterly incredulous. Standing in the adjacent room was none other than Princess Yangtingyu. What was going on? Why was Princess Yangtingyu in this courtyard? Ignoring the two, she tucked away her token and entered her room, closing the door behind her. Chen Luo and Su Dandan exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. How could this little princess be residing here? Hey, you're quite fortunate, aren't you? Your neighbors are 2 stunning beauties. This room is, without a doubt, a residence that many men yearn for, Su Dandan remarked with a playful smile. Chen Luo, however, scoffed lightly, acknowledging that the little princess is indeed a great beauty. Yet, the other aspect remains debatable. You. Su Dandan shot Chen Luo a glare, forcefully closing the door behind her. This fellow is insufferable. Chen Luo chuckled and was about to shut the door when he unexpectedly noticed Qin Lin standing outside the courtyard. Elder Qin? He hurriedly exited the courtyard, surprised that Qin Lin had come personally. It seems I underestimated you previously. With your talents, you stand a significant chance of entering the foundation establishment stage within a year. Qin Lin assessed Chen Luo from head to toe, admiring him even more. Activating 10 asking immortal stones and defeating General Tao's son, Tao Peng. This achievement is undoubtedly top tier. Elder Qin, seeing my exceptional performance, are you considering an additional investment? Chen Luo grinned. Qin Lin, being an outer sect elder of the Asking Immortal sect and a formidable practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage. Surely possesses far more valuable items than Su Dandan. If I could obtain a third-grade treasure, it would be a remarkable windfall. Chen Lin shot Chen Luo an exasperated glance, having anticipated his words. However, Chen Luo's performance this time was indeed astounding, surpassing her expectations by a great margin. How could one let go of a talent praised even by Elder Mohi? I knew you would say that. In light of your recent performance, I shall bestow upon you this martial technique. Chen Lin retrieved a martial manual from her storage ring and handed it to Chen Luo. As he took it and examined it, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed a rare second-grade martial technique. Listening Wind Palm. Gained 1,500 wealth points. Wow. Thank you, Elder Chen. Chen Luo exclaimed excitedly, his wealth points soaring to 2,820. Such an abundance of wealth points is exhilarating. I did not bestow this martial technique upon you without reason. The previous weapons in the Wind Howl Fist were not given freely either. Chen Lin stated with a serious tone. Before Chen Luo's rise, he was merely a servant. As an elder of the Asking Immortal sect, how could she treat a servant so generously? Chen Luo nodded with a smile. Of course, once I enter the inner sect, I will certainly take good care of Sister Si Yen. With me around, no one will be able to lay a finger on her. Having received benefits from Chen Lin, he was determined to honor their agreement. Chen Luo was well aware of the extent of help Chen Lin had provided him. All right, just remember that. As long as you perform well, I will not shortchange you. With your aptitude, it is conceivable that you might surpass me in the future. Perhaps one day. I may even require your assistance, Chen Lin smiled. In just half a month, Chen Luo ascended from a mere mortal to the 6th stage of body refinement. His talent is perhaps unparalleled in history. Such a prodigy, not to mention the Foundation establishment stage, even the Golden Core stage is within reach. Elder Chen jested. To surpass you, it would take at least half a year. Chen Luo grinned. Chen Lin's cultivation was merely at the 5th stage of Foundation establishment, which was not particularly impressive. In half a year, he should be able to surpass Chen Lin. Chen Lin shot Chen Luo an exasperated glance, warning him not to boast. Few in the entire Tianyuan prefecture could reach the Foundation establishment stage at your age. If you truly achieve it, you will be the next leader of the Wenxian sect. Enough of this banter. Focus on preparing for the selection of the Winshu Cave. Entering it would greatly benefit your cultivation. By the way, be wary of that fellow Lin Tao. During the outer sect assessment, he has already harbored murderous intent towards you. Given his nature, he will not let it go easily. If you encounter trouble, seek out Elder Haifu Shan from Haishan. With him around, Lin Tao will think twice before acting against you. Understood? Chapter 29. With your current strength, why embarrass yourself? 20 wealth points. Chen Luo sat in his room, his gaze fixed on the system panel. Having promised Su Dandan to assist her in securing a spot in the Winshu Cave, he could not squander his wealth points on cultivation. Besides cultivation, there were numerous areas for improvement, the most immediate being martial skills. First, he would elevate the Shadow Butterfly step to perfection, consuming 400 wealth points. Next, he would focus on the Qingyun sword technique and the Listening Wind Palm. Second-tier martial skill Qingyun sword technique, upgraded to the initial stage, consuming 300 wealth points. Second-tier martial skill Qingyun sword technique, upgraded to the minor achievement stage, consuming 600 wealth points. The Qingyun sword technique could not be further enhanced once it reached the minor achievement stage. The remaining wealth points would then be allocated to the Listening Wind Palm. Like the Qingyun sword technique, the Listening Wind Palm was also a second-tier martial skill. He would elevate the Listening Wind Palm directly to the minor achievement stage, consuming 900 wealth points. With both second-tier martial skills reaching the minor achievement stage, 20 wealth points remained. If he could acquire more wealth points, he could elevate the Listening Wind Palm to the major achievement stage. After exiting the Winshu Cave, only 10 days remained before the intersect assessment. He hoped to obtain valuable treasures from the Winshu Cave. Otherwise, he would miss the intersect assessment. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. The wealth points required to reach the Foundation establishment stage were exorbitant, with only the Winshu Cave as a glimmer of hope. In the following 2 days, Xiao Chunyu frequently visited the new disciples' living quarters, informing them of the critical matters to heed within the outer sect of the Winston sect. 25 new disciples gathered in a spacious hall, seated on the ground around Xiao Chunyu. In the Winston sect, strength always took precedence. If you wish to establish yourselves within the sect, diligent cultivation is essential. Xiao Chunyu's gaze swept over all the new disciples, lingering a moment longer on Yang Tingyu. This little princess of the Tianyuan dynasty has always been a focal point of attention for the Winston sect. If Yang Tingyu inquires about the troubles at the Winston sect, the relationship between the Tianyuan dynasty and the Winston sect may well be irreparably damaged. Elder Xiao. Su Dandan suddenly raised her hand. Xiao Chunyu's gaze fell upon Su Dandan. the daughter of the president of the Alchemist Association, who also warranted significant attention. What is it, Dandan? Su Dandan blinked and inquired, Elder Shao. When does the selection for the Wushu Cave begin? Upon hearing this, many individuals displayed a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Several among them had entered the Wenshan sect with the specific aim of securing a place in the Wushu Cave, although they were newly admitted disciples. Any who reached the 6th stage of the body refinement period were eligible to compete for selection. Furthermore, hailing from the foremost families of Tianyan Prefecture, they believed they could hold their own against the seasoned disciples of the Wenshan sect. Xiao Chunyu smiled calmly, stating that the selection for the Wushu Cave would commence in 7 days. I am aware that you are all quite concerned about this selection. However, with only 10 places available and hundreds vying for them, your chances are rather slim, given that you have only just entered the outer sect of the Wenshan sect. The disciples exchanged glances, acknowledging the daunting challenge of competing against established disciples. At that moment, a tall, slender man spoke up, his tone laced with mockery. After spending a year or two in the Wenshan sect, can a person still at the 6th stage of the body refinement period dare to compete with us? All eyes turned towards this man, whose arrogance was palpable. Truly, he embodied the audacity of a scion from a prestigious family. His name was Huang Du, the son of a city lord. Su Dandan whispered to Chen Luo. Upon hearing her, Chen Luo could not stifle a laugh. Noting that most city lords of the Tianyan dynasty possess strength around the 5th stage of the foundation establishment period, hardly comparable to the elders of the outer sect of the Wenshan sect. What audacity did this Huang Du possess to speak in such a manner? If Yang Tingyu had said those words, it might have been acceptable. What are you laughing at? Huang Du frowned in displeasure upon hearing Chen Luo's voice. Were it not for witnessing Chen Luo's defeat of Tao Peng firsthand, he would have likely taken action against Chen Luo by now. Chen Luo, with a playful smile, remarked that obtaining a place in the Wushu Cave was certainly not difficult, but someone of Huang Du's caliber had no right to aspire to such a place. Sending him to the Wushu Cave would surely tarnish the reputation of the Wenshan sect. Huang Du's strength was inferior to that of Tao Peng. And among the several 6th-stage body refinement disciples present, Huang Du's aura was the most insipid. Such a character would only serve as cannon fodder in the Wushu Cave. You. Huang Du clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Chen Luo. Yet, he dared not make a move. Chen Luo's strength was evident, and among the disciples present, few could surpass him. The only thing that could rival Chen Luo was one's background. Who did not know that Chen Luo had once been a mere servant? What do you mean by that? Am I wrong in what I say? If you are dissatisfied, shall we spar now? Chen Luo grinned. There was no threat posed by someone like Huang Du. The only potential threat in attendance was likely the little princess, Yang Tingyu. Huang Du turned his head. Ceasing his verbal sparring with Chen Luo, he would seek retribution against Chen Luo once he found a powerful ally. Now, let us focus on the selection process. Do not underestimate the seasoned disciples of the outer sect of the Wenshan sect. Some have deliberately remained at the 6th stage of body refinement for the sake of this elusive Wushu Cave. Xiao Chunyu smiled and waved her hand, quelling the dispute. However, Chen Luo's words sparked a sense of admiration within her. These scions from noble families often exhibited an air of superiority. They deserved a few verbal rebukes. Elder Shao, when may we undertake tasks from the law enforcement hall? We are in dire need of funds. Chen Luo needed to devise a way to earn money. The law enforcement hall frequently dispensed relatively simple tasks, completion of which would yield rewards such as copper coins, medicinal pills, and martial skills. Chen Luo had visited the law enforcement hall, eager to accept the task, but was met with rejection. Wealth was tantalizingly close, yet unattainable. Who could fathom this torment? Tasks from the law enforcement hall? You have only just entered the Wenshan sect. They will not allow you to undertake tasks alone. If you wish to accept a task, it is advisable to organize a group of 4 or 5, preferably accompanied by a senior disciple, Xiao Chunyu explained. New disciples like Chen Luo, lacking experience, were prone to mishaps during tasks. How could the law enforcement hall consent to let Chen Luo venture alone? If he were to perish outside, it would reflect poorly on the hall. Such a hassle. Do I really need 4 or 5 people? Chen Luo's face clouded with frustration. Who could he possibly enlist? Don't look to me. I am neither in need of money nor medicinal pills and have no desire to risk my life, Su Dandan remarked, immediately averting her gaze upon sensing Chen Luo's scrutiny. As an alchemist, how could she possibly engage in perilous ventures? The rewards from those tasks paled in comparison to the value of a batch of pills she could refine. What are you thinking? I intend to pursue high-level tasks. How could I possibly take on a burden? Chen Luo joked. Only if he truly found himself at a loss would he consider seeking Su Dandan's assistance. Humph. Keep pretending. Su Dandan pouted and turned her head away, unconvinced by Chen Luo's words. Chen Luo merely smiled, a figure surfacing in his mind. If he were to approach her, would she be amenable? Chapter 30. Previously, he had referred to her as senior sister. And now he called her this woman? You want me to accompany you on a task? Chen Yuan frowned at Chen Luo, her expression one of incredulity. Chen Luo nodded with a smile. Senior sister Chen, consider this. If I strengthen my abilities, wouldn't I be able to enter the intersect alongside you more swiftly? At that point, I could take care of you. Hearing this, Chen Yuan could not suppress a laugh. Are you implying that you can reach the 10th stage of body refinement within a month? Your talent is indeed commendable. My sister did not misjudge you. However, to achieve the 10th stage within a month? Surely, you jest. Even the most lauded Yang Tingyu could not accomplish that feat in such a short time. Chen Luo possesses considerable talent. Yet aspiring to attain the 10th stage of body refinement within a mere month is akin to chasing a fantasy. How could such a feat be accomplished? How would you know unless you try? Chen Luo replied with a broad grin. Chen Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, sensing an underlying implication in his words. In a few days, I do have a task, a sea-level mission. The rewards are quite substantial, she remarked, a smile gracing her lips. Chen Luo surmised that she would not allow him to join her team without a price. A sea-level mission? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Sea-level tasks represent the pinnacle of external sect assignments, with rewards often amounting to several thousand copper coins. Even at the minimum, he could expect a share of at least 1,000 coins. You could spare me a portion, and I won't necessarily hold you back, Chen Luo chuckled. To Chen Yuan, a disciple of the 10th stage of body refinement, 1,000 copper coins hardly constitutes a significant sum. Surely, you can share some of the spoils? Chen Yuan continued. Our team distributes rewards based on contributions. If you prove yourself, your share will undoubtedly be considerable. However, given your 6th stage of body refinement, she smiled faintly, knowing their weakest member was already at the 8th stage. With Chen Luo's 6th stage prowess, his contributions would likely be negligible. Is Sister Chen in agreement? Chen Luo rubbed his hands together, clearly appreciative of her support. You're welcome to join, though my teammates may not be so accommodating. To win their approval, you will need to. Chen Yuan smiled gently and raised her palm, a gesture that Chen Luo understood all too well. This was a crucial step in networking within the sect. All right, after 3 arduous years in the outer sect, I do have some savings. How many people are there? How does 10 copper coins each sound? Chen Luo reluctantly produced his money pouch, which appeared rather deflated, indicating its meager contents. As a frugal man, he believed in conserving his funds. 10 copper coins? Chen Yuan couldn't help but scoff. Are you asking for alms? At the very least, it should be 100 coins per person. 10 coins were simply insufficient for her and her companions. Chen Luo's expression shifted to one of resignation, gradually growing serious. 100 copper coins each? That has quite the exorbitant demand. Very well. I shall offer all my savings. Now, how many individuals are there? He displayed a pained expression, as if he were parting with something dear. Chen Yuan rolled her eyes in disbelief. A mere 100 copper coins was not much at all. 5, she declared. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately produced 5 medicinal pills, the exquisite first-grade pills gifted by Su Dandan. Each of these pills was valued at around 100 copper coins. Moreover, the elixir provided by Su Dandan is intended to enhance the speed of cultivation. This particular potion holds no benefit for Chen Luo, as his cultivation relies solely on wealth accumulation, rendering the elixir rather futile. However, for Chen Yuan and her companions, this elixir proves to be invaluable. Is it truly the spirit refining pill? You possess such a rare potion? Chen Yuan gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment. The spirit refining pill is precisely the elixir she typically employs in her cultivation endeavors. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yuan decided to put the spirit refining pill away. This potion is highly sought after in the Wishan sect, with stocks being rather limited. In her eyes, the value of the spirit refining pill far surpasses that of 100 copper coins. All right, come find us in Wishan town in 2 days. During the mission, do not lag behind. If you hold us back, these few spirit refining pills will not suffice. With that, Chen Yuan turned and departed. To have acquired several spirit refining pills was indeed a stroke of fortune. Chen Luo touched the tip of his nose, contemplating the remaining 5 spirit refining pills, which could facilitate numerous endeavors. By the way, why didn't that individual share the details of the mission with me? Does he truly consider me a burden? Chen Luo felt a wave of frustration. His strength was that lacking. With 2 second-tier martial arts techniques in his possession, he could hold his own against opponents at the 8th stage of the body refinement period. He hoped this C-grade mission would not be overly challenging, allowing him to gain some merit and a share of the rewards. He was in dire need of funds. Indeed, he was in desperate need of money. 2 days later, Chen Luo arrived at the designated location set by Chen Yuan. She was seated within an inn, accompanied by 4 figures, 2 men and 2 women. One of the men had reached the 9th stage of the body refinement period, while the other 3 were at the 8th stage. Upon Chen Luo's arrival, all five greeted him with friendly smiles, as they had accepted his gift and felt the need to maintain appearances. However, if Chen Luo were to hinder their progress, they would not hesitate to voice their displeasure. Xiaomu, Zhang He, Yu Yinan, Tong Qing. Remember those names? Let us set off. Qin Si Yuan promptly introduced the four and then rose to prepare for their departure. Chen Luo was taken aback by such a brief introduction. It seemed Qin Si Yuan truly regarded him as a mere burden. I heard you defeated General Tao's son, Tao Peng? The first to engage Chen Luo in conversation was the striking Yu Yanyan, who sported a single ponytail. Though her beauty could not quite rival that of Qin Si Yuan, she was still rather eye-catching among ordinary folk, especially with her prominent features that seemed to beckon attention, so fair and delicate. Tao Ping? I don't recall. My memory is rather poor, and I generally do not remember mundane opponents, Chen Luo replied, leaving Yu Yanyan momentarily speechless. A mundane opponent? Was Tao Peng truly considered ordinary? Are you serious? You really are audacious, disregarding even the son of General Tao. If you continue to act so arrogantly, don't blame me for berating you if you lag behind during the mission. Zhang He cast a cold smile at Chen Luo, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Rest assured, I shall not be a hindrance. However, you must divulge the particulars of the mission to me. That woman took the elixir and departed without uttering a word. Chen Luo shook his hand, ready to embark, yet he was oblivious to the very nature of their undertaking. Previously, you referred to her as sister, and now you simply call her that woman? Chen Luo, you are becoming rather presumptuous. Qin Si Yuan turned her head to glare at him, insisting he show her the respect due to a senior. Chen Luo offered an awkward smile, about to speak when two horse-drawn carriages came rushing towards them. Let us board the carriage first. We can discuss matters on the way. Chapter 31. Rescuing the mayor's daughter. A significant undertaking. To summarize, our mission is to assist the mayor of Huiyun City in locating his missing daughter. Her disappearance is likely linked to the Ghost Path sect, so we must proceed with caution. Within the carriage, Qin Si Yuan stated gravely. Chen Luo sat opposite her, attentively absorbing her words. The Ghost Path sect, a third-rate power, boasts a grandmaster who has merely entered the foundational stage. If it were indeed the Ghost Path sect that kidnapped the mayor's daughter, would the mayor himself be incapable of resolving the issue? What audacity does the Ghost Path sect possess to dare abduct the mayor's daughter? Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Luo interjected, how could a third-rate, insignificant faction dare to provoke the mayor of Huiyun City? Are they not afraid of being obliterated? Seated beside Qin Si Yuan, Yu Yanyan chuckled. If it were just the Ghost Path sect, it wouldn't pose such a problem, and Huiyun City would not have sought our assistance. There may be internal factions within Huiyun City involved as well. The mayor has realized that he must remain in Huiyun City to avert any potential rebellion. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the dual threats of internal strife and external dangers. No wonder the mayor sought help from the Xianwen sect. The mayor of Huiyun City is indeed in a dire predicament. His daughter is missing, and his home is at risk of being lost. Such a critical matter surely warrants a substantial reward. What is the total compensation for this undertaking? Chen Luo inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. The mayor, a figure of considerable standing, particularly concerning his daughter's safety, would undoubtedly be generous. Qin Si Yuan shot him an exasperated glance. You are truly insatiable when it comes to wealth. Forever fixated on money. Well, the reward for this mission amounts to a staggering 10,000 copper coins. However, it will be distributed based on merit. If you contribute nothing throughout the mission, you may only receive 300 copper coins at most. Yu Yanyan grinned, indicating that Chen Luo would not receive a substantial reward if he failed to assist in the task. Having invested 500 copper coins to join this mission, Chen Luo mused that if he were to receive merely 300 copper coins, it would be akin to paying for the privilege of working. The only gain would be the experience of undertaking the task. His eyes sparkled at the mention of 10,000 copper coins, completely disregarding Yu Yanyan's subsequent words. For the sake of that sum, he was prepared to expend every ounce of his effort to earn some merit. 300 copper coins do not align with Chen Luo's tastes. Do not fixate on wealth. Your primary role is to avoid hindering our progress. Should your own foolishness lead you into peril, we shall not come to your aid. Qin Xin scoffed. This remark was intended to intimidate Chen Luo, urging him to behave. Were it not for Qin Lin, she would not extend such consideration toward Chen Luo. Within the group, not everyone was pleased with Chen Luo's participation in this mission. Even though he had paid the entry fee, it did little to garner respect from some members. I understand, senior sister Qin. Rest assured. Perhaps I might even achieve a notable first accomplishment. Chen Luo waved his hand with a smile. Despite being the least skilled, his strength was not necessarily the weakest. Apart from Qin Xiyin, who was at the 10th stage of body refinement, and Xiaomu at the 9th stage, he felt confident in his ability to contend with the other three. Qin Xin snorted, choosing to ignore Chen Luo, while Yu Yanyan continued to engage him in conversation. After nearly half a day's journey, the two carriages finally arrived at Huiyun City. Located in Tianyuan Prefecture, Huiyun City was not particularly large. Most of the residents were not cultivators. Within this city, those who embarked on the path of cultivation were regarded as formidable. Are you the esteemed disciples of the Wenxian sect? As soon as Chen Luo and the others disembarked, a group approached. The spokesperson was a stout man with a rotund belly, exuding an air of affluence. With a cultivation level of only the 5th stage of body refinement. He was certainly not the city lord of Huiyun City. It is us. You must be Mr. Wang, the steward of Lord Jin. Qin Xin assessed the stout man. Recognizing him as Wang He, who had previously come to post a task on behalf of the Wenxian sect. Despite his modest cultivation, Wang He was a trusted aide to the city lord, the second in command of Huiyun City. Welcome. Please follow me. Lord Jin has been awaiting your arrival. Wang He said with a smile, instructing the soldiers to clear a path and leading the 6 of them toward the city lord's residence. Chen Luo trailed at the rear, observing the surroundings of the lord's residence. Although it was the strongest force in Huiyun City, there were not many cultivators within the estate. The ordinary soldiers were all mere mortals. There were only about 10 cultivators in the entire lord's residence. Is it truly so few? Chen Luo leaned closer to Qin Xin, inquiring curiously. Even a third-rate force would have more than this. Such a small number. No wonder the city lord sought assistance from the Wenxian sect. Qin Xin cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luo, her tone indifferent. The primary duty of the city lord's residence is to govern the mortals within the city. They generally avoid conflict with the cultivators residing here. Chen Luo nodded, realizing the city lord's residence was not as powerful as he had imagined. The true strength lay solely with the city lord. Each city lord was personally appointed by the royal family of the Tianyuan dynasty. It could be said that within the entire lord's residence, only the city lord had the power to deter the cultivators within the city. Wang Yi led Chen Luo and a few others into the main hall of the lord's mansion, where Lord Jin Changyuan was seated in the principal position. Upon seeing Chen Luo and his companions, Jin Changyuan immediately rose to his feet. I have finally awaited your arrival, he said, stepping forward with an expression of helplessness. The number of cultivators within the lord's mansion was woefully inadequate, rendering them unable to dispatch anyone in search of his daughter. Furthermore, Jin Changyuan's relationship with the local sects was tenuous at best, and they were unlikely to assist the lord's mansion. Lord Jin, please provide us with the specifics so that we may depart promptly, Qin Xiyuan stated solemnly. Jin Changyuan's daughter had been kidnapped for several days, and it was imperative that she be located swiftly. Should anything happen to her, the mission would be deemed a failure. Jin Changyuan sighed, explaining that members of the Ghost Dao sect had taken Xiao Qiao into the Fire Cloud Mountain Range, specifically to the northern area of Huiyun City. The exact location was unclear, requiring the group's concerted effort. This is the mother pearl of my mother-child treasure, as long as the child pearl is within a mile. The mother pearl will react, he said, handing a golden pearl to Qin Xiyuan. Qin Xiyuan accepted the mother pearl, recognizing its significance in expediting the search for Jin Xiao Qiao's whereabouts. Our objective is to return your daughter alive. That is the essence of our mission. Is it not? Chen Luo interjected suddenly. All eyes turned toward him, surprised that he dared to speak at such a moment. Chen Luo, what are you interjecting for? As long as you don't hinder us, that suffices. Zhang He could not contain his indignation, being the most discontented with Chen Luo's inclusion in the mission. His displeasure stemmed not from the prospect of Chen Luo sharing the spoils, but rather from the perception that Qin Xiyuan was overly accommodating towards him. Why should that be? Even as a mere servant of Qin Lin, he felt Chen Luo did not deserve such preferential treatment. Jin Changyuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No matter. This young brother's question certainly warrants clarification. As long as you bring Xiao Qiao back alive, I will compensate you. If she returns unharmed, I assure you there will be additional rewards. You shall not be disappointed. Chapter 32. Sister, I must ensure your important matter is in good hands. After grasping the details of the mission, Qin Xiyuan led the group forth. Jin Xiao Qiao had been abducted for several days, and it was crucial to rescue her without delay. The Ghost Dao sect likely intended to lure Jin Changyuan out of the city, providing an opportunity for those within to act. For the moment, Xiao Qiao's life seemed secure, but expediency was essential. They aimed to rescue her within 3 days. Qin Xiyuan charged ahead, speaking as she hurried. The others nodded in agreement. A C-rank mission represented the highest task level for the outer sect of the Inquiry of Immortals. They were all acutely aware of the mission's difficulty and the potential peril it entailed. While completing the task was undeniably vital, the foremost concern was ensuring their own survival. They could not afford to sacrifice their lives for monetary gain. Provided that no one hinders our progress, I believe we can accomplish this task in 2 days. Those Ghost Dao sect members are hardly a match for us, one of the group remarked confidently. At this moment, Zhang He coldly chuckled, his gaze inadvertently glancing at Chen Luo. Should anyone lag behind, it would undoubtedly impede the progression of their mission and potentially plunge the team into peril. Zhang He's words were clearly intended to instill some self-awareness in Chen Luo. Such a tertiary task was beyond Chen Luo's capabilities. Qin Siyuan grasped the implication of Zhang He's remarks. It was not only Zhang He who harbored this sentiment, but the other three as well. If Chen Luo were to be the cause of mission failure, or worse, casualties, the repercussions would be dire. As the one who had brought Chen Luo into the fold, she bore an undeniable responsibility. Chen Luo, your cultivation is still lacking. Once we locate Jin Xiao, your role will be to keep watch from a high vantage point. If anyone pursues you, simply flee. I have heard of your commendable agility. You should be able to escape, correct? Qin Siyuan turned to Chen Luo and spoke. Were it not for her sister's admonition to assist Chen Luo as much as possible, she would not have included him in this mission. As long as Chen Luo complied, there should be no issues. Her concern lay in the possibility of Chen Luo acting recklessly and jeopardizing their plans. Rest assured, Sister Qin. I am fully aware of my capabilities, Chen Luo replied with a smile. Being a burden? That is out of the question. In pursuit of copper coins. I intend to make a mark this time. Qin Siyuan chose to disregard Chen Luo's enthusiasm and led the team onward at a rapid pace. Upon entering the Huiyun mountain range, the six began to exercise caution and slowed their pace. The members of the Ghost Dao sect lurked in the shadows, their numbers and strength entirely unknown. Should they rush in blindly, they could easily fall into an ambush, leading to an immediate mission failure. Yu Yanyan, scout ahead. Qin Siyuan instructed softly as she looked at Yu Yanyan. Yu Yanyan nodded, clasping her hands together, summoning a green light from her palms. This green light soon coalesced into green butterflies that fluttered off in various directions. Chen Luo stood behind, observing the ethereal butterflies with keen interest. It appeared that Yu Yanyan served the role of information gatherer within the group, and among the five, she possessed the weakest strength. We have a situation. To the east and west, I detect a dozen figures. Their strength is not formidable. 3 are at the 8th stage of body refinement, 5 at the 7th stage. While the rest are at the 5th and 6th stages, Yu Yanyan suddenly opened her eyes, exhaling lightly. The individuals she had detected posed little threat to them. These cultivators from a third-rate power were inherently weak, and within the same realm, it was difficult for them to contend with disciples of the Asking Immortal sect. The 3 at the 8th stage would be easily dispatched. Are these sentries placed by the Ghost Dao sect? How far apart are the two groups? Qin Siyuan inquired promptly. The eastern group is nearly a mile away, while the western group is approximately 800 meters distant, Yu Yanyan replied without hesitation. So close? It seems the location where Jin Xiao is held is not far from us, Qin Siyuan remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. With over 1,000 meters separating the two sentries, if they could not be dealt with simultaneously, one would undoubtedly alert the other. Once a lookout signals, they are completely exposed, potentially placing Jin Xiao in peril. I shall accompany Zhang He and Tong Qing to the eastern lookout, Xiaomu stated, stepping forward. As the second strongest in the group, he must share the burden of concern with Qin Siyuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyuan nodded, agreeing. There are 2 individuals at the 8th stage of body refinement in the east. Exercise caution. Once we receive the signal from Yu Yanyan, we will all act together. Xiaomu nodded in agreement, preparing to depart, but then turned to Chen Luo. Do not hinder the team. If you jeopardize our mission, I will not spare you. With that, Xiaomu turned and left with Zhang He and Tong Qing. Chen Luo, feeling disheartened, scratched his head, wondering why Xiaomu would suddenly say such a thing. This fellow had never spoken to him directly before. Hee, are you confused about the situation? Xiaomu has been harboring feelings for your senior sister Qin. Yu Yanyan said, approaching Chen Luo with a mischievous smile. Chen Luo's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to Qin Siyuan. Senior sister Qin, you actually have admirers. Qin Siyuan rolled her eyes, replying, Yu Yanyan, do not disclose everything to others. I do not consider this a good thing. She had consistently rejected Xiao Mu's affections. After all, she was poised to enter the inner sect this year, and once there, it would be challenging to maintain close ties with outer sect disciples. Given Xiao Mu's talent, it would take him at least another year or 2 to join the inner sect. During this time, the gap between them would only widen. In simpler terms, she viewed Xiao Mu as a distraction. Senior sister Qin, you are nearing 25. It is indeed time to contemplate significant life decisions. Elder Qin has entrusted me with your well-being. I must scrutinize your potential partners, Chen Luo remarked, adopting a serious demeanor akin to that of an elder. Beside him, Yu Yanyan could not help but chuckle. Are you not afraid of being struck for saying that? Do you believe I would not tear your mouth apart? Qin Siyuan raised an eyebrow, her gaze icy. Why did it seem as though Chen Luo was acting like her brother-in-law? Chen Luo grinned. Let us hasten our departure. If we delay any longer, Xiao Mu and the others will become anxious. Qin Si Yin rolled her eyes again. When the conflict begins, you shall deal with those at the 6th stage of body refinement. Do not fight recklessly. If you cannot win, retreat. Once we handle the 8th and 7th stages, we will come to your aid. With that, Qin Si Yin dashed towards the west. Chen Luo and Yu Yin quickly followed, and the three soon arrived at a grass hut built atop a tree. Inside sat 2 men, both at the 7th stage of body refinement. Surrounding them were 3 individuals at the 6th stage and 4 at the 5th stage. Fortunately, the most troublesome 8th stage practitioner was absent. Didn't we hear there was an 8th stage practitioner? Qin Si Yin frowned, glancing at Yu Yin. Could it be that your intel was incorrect? Yu Yin quickly replied, that cannot be. There must be an 8th stage practitioner here. I will send Qing Dai to investigate further. As Yu Yin was about to release the blue butterfly, she was abruptly halted by Qin Si Yuan. No, it's too close. Unleashing martial skills may alert the enemy. Inform Xiaomu and the others to engage directly. This outpost should pose no real threat. Chapter 33. I believe I can offer you a hand. Engage. After notifying Xiaomu, Qin Si Yuan stepped forward, wielding her sharp sword as she charged towards the 2 7th-tier body refinement practitioners in the grass hut. The sudden assault caught the guards off guard. One of the 7th-tier cultivators was swiftly slain by Qin Si Yuan's sword. Enemy attack. Quickly alert the elder, shouted the other 7th-tier practitioner in a panic. Qin Si Yuan exhibited her terrifying prowess at the 10th tier of body refinement, far beyond their capacity to counter. Only the elder's arrival could save them. However, Qin Si Yuan would not grant them such an opportunity. She lunged forward once more, her grip firm on a 3rd-grade treasured sword, rendering these lackeys insignificant. Chen Luo followed closely behind Yu Yin, launching an offensive against their adversaries. In dealing with these foes, Chen Luo need not exert his full strength. Employing the shadow butterfly step allowed him to evade their attacks effortlessly, and with a few strikes of his sword, he could easily dispatch one of them. Yu Yin observed Chen Luo's ease in combat. He was able to dominate opponents of the same realm. Such strength was indeed remarkable. It seemed Chen Luo was not entirely useless. He could assist them in dealing with these henchmen. That fellow is using the 1,000-mile transmission. Yu Yin. Eliminate him. Qin Si Yuan suddenly bellowed, her icy gaze fixed on a 5th-tier body refinement man in the distance. Although the 1,000-mile transmission required minimal cultivation to learn, its execution was exceedingly cumbersome. Even at the foundation building stage, it would take half a stick of incense to complete. This man, merely at the 5th tier, would require at least a full stick of incense to cast it. There was ample time for Yu Yin to eliminate him. Upon receiving Qin Si Yuan's command, Yu Yin sprinted towards him, gripping her sword tightly, prepared to strike him down. Yet, just as she was about to reach her target, a figure suddenly burst forth from the woods, a massive body akin to a rampaging bull, violently sending Yu Yin flying. Yu Yin. Qin Si Yuan's eyes widened in horror as she fixed her gaze on the man. This unexpected intruder was an 8th-tier body refinement practitioner. Precisely the one Yu Yin had previously detected. Where had he been hiding? Ah, it was indeed correct. That green butterfly was your doing. The man cracked his joints, a grin spreading across his face as he stared at the fallen Yu Yin. After discovering her presence, he had concealed himself, never anticipating a counterattack. Struggling to rise, Yu Yin felt excruciating pain in her right arm. That collision had undoubtedly shattered her right arm. Had she been uninjured, she would have been confident in confronting this 8th-tier man. But now, with an arm broken, she feared she was no match for him. Get away. On the other side, Qin Si Yuan swiftly sliced through the enemy's throat with her sword, displaying not a hint of hesitation as she charged towards Yu Yin. Despite Yu Yin being injured, the only threat in this vicinity was the man at the 8th stage of body refinement. Qin Si Yuan possessed unwavering confidence in her ability to confront this adversary. The man, noticing the approaching Qin Si Yuan, wore an expression of grave concern. After all, Qin Si Yuan had achieved the 10th stage of body refinement, a strength that could rival the elders of the Ghost Dao sect. Such a formidable opponent was certainly beyond his capabilities. However, rather than fleeing, the man assumed a defensive stance, awaiting Qin Si Yuan's arrival. Just as Qin Si Yuan closed the distance to within a mere 10 meters of him, a dark light suddenly illuminated the ground beneath her feet, and numerous black vines erupted from within, ensnaring her body with unyielding force. This was an absolute 2nd-grade formation. Panic surged through Qin Si Yuan in that instant. How could she have anticipated that a formidable 2nd-grade formation lay hidden here? Even with her prowess at the 10th stage of body refinement, it was impossible to break through this formation in such a short period. This was dire. The 3 of them might face total annihilation. Haha. Fortunately, we have the black vine formation provided by the sect leader. TSK TSK, what exquisite beauties you are. The Lord of Huiyun City, with a smirk, scrutinized the injured Yu Yin and the bound Qin Si Yuan. One was gravely wounded, and the other was ensnared. What further turmoil could they possibly incite? Chen Luo, quickly escape. Go fetch reinforcements. Qin Si Yuan suddenly recalled something and shouted. At that moment, Chen Luo's significance became apparent. With his agile movements, the man would likely be unable to capture him. If Chen Luo could escape and summon Xiaomu and the others, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Oh right, there is another person. I believe he is a lad at the 6th stage of body refinement, isn't he? Where is he hiding? The man grinned as he scanned the surroundings. Before he could locate Chen Luo, a voice emerged from behind. Looking for me? I'm right here. The man was momentarily stunned as he turned around to see Chen Luo piercing through the throat of the ghost Dao sect cultivator who had been sending a message, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Upon witnessing the messenger's demise, the man's expression soured drastically. What audacity! You dare not flee and have slain my operative. You want to be leaving today? He bellowed in fury, his robust right leg stomping forward, causing the ground to tremble. Yu Yin gritted her teeth and rose to her feet. Despite her grievous injuries, she still possessed the strength to fight, capable of stalling the man for a while. Chen Luo, you must go. Find Xiaomu and the others. She brandished her sword with her left hand, aiming it at the man. This battle was doomed. The fate awaiting her and Qin Si Yuan would be far from pleasant. Even if they survived, they would undoubtedly be tormented by the Ghost Dao sect. But if Chen Luo were to fall here as well, there would be no one left to rescue them. As Yu Yin prepared to take action, a hand suddenly patted her shoulder. Sister Yu, your hand is in such a state. It would be wise to refrain from further attempts. Allow me to handle this. Yu Yin stared in astonishment as Chen Luo approached her. For a moment, she was taken aback, not anticipating that Chen Luo could possess such a striking demeanor. You fool. You cannot possibly contend with him. Hurry and escape. Qin Si Yang shouted in fury, perceiving Chen Luo's decision to engage as a reckless act. With a 2-tier difference in cultivation, how could Chen Luo triumph? He was likely to be beaten to a pulp by this man. Though Chen Luo was infuriating, she did not wish for his demise. As her sister had placed a bet on him, surely that investment should not go to waste. Suddenly, the man erupted in laughter, his voice dripping with disdain. Kid, you are the most foolish individual I have encountered this year. You, a mere 6th stage of body refinement, what audacity do you possess to challenge me? Zhou Kong nearly doubled over with laughter, deeming Chen Luo's actions exceedingly foolish. The chasm in their cultivation levels was nearly insurmountable. By refusing to flee and opting for a reckless confrontation, Chen Luo was undoubtedly courting disaster. Confidence. Chen Luo clicked his tongue and sighed resignedly, adopting an elder's demeanor. Were it not for Elder Qin's admonition to look after Sister Qin, I would prefer not to take such risks. However, against you, I believe I could manage with one hand. Chapter 34, 2 Moves to Conquer, leaving my 2 senior sisters stunned. You. The most incensed was Qin Si Yang. Chen Luo was truly insufferable. Even at such a critical moment, he dared to take advantage of her. What did he mean by looking after Qin Lin? With such limited abilities, what could he possibly contribute to her welfare? Chen Luo was indeed foolish. With a 2-tier gap in cultivation, how could he claim he would fight Zhou Kong with one hand? Was he out of his mind? One hand? Zhou Kong could not help but burst into laughter. He had never heard such foolish words before. When had it become permissible for those of inferior cultivation to speak with such bravado? How amusing, truly amusing. I shall see what qualifies you to utter such nonsense. Zhou Kong roared, his powerful muscles surging, resembling a humanoid beast. He then charged towards Chen Luo with great speed. This impact would test Chen Luo's resolve. Run. Are you truly this foolish? Seeing Chen Luo remain stationary, Qin Si Yang could not contain her scathing remarks. Chen Luo had indeed become arrogant, mistakenly believing that defeating a Tao Peng would elevate him to contend with Zhou Kong, who was at the 8th stage of body refinement. Even if Zhou Kong was not the strongest among the 8 stages, defeating a 6th stage cultivator was akin to child's play. Do not panic. Chen Luo merely smiled, gathering spiritual energy in his palm. As he clenched his fist, the energy within him coalesced at that point. Prepare to meet your end. Zhou Kong leaped into the air with a powerful physique, his arms raised high like 2 robust iron rods, poised to strike fiercely at Chen Luo's body. Qin Xian gritted her teeth in frustration. This time, Chen Luo's folly could truly lead to the annihilation of the entire army. Had she known, she would have never brought Chen Luo along, as he was of no assistance whatsoever. With a sudden burst of energy, Chen Luo unleashed the Windhowl Fist, his right fist striking out rapidly. In the instant Zhou Kong descended, Chen Luo's fist collided forcefully with Zhou Kong's face. The speed of this blow was so astonishing that Zhou Kong could not react in time. This perfected Windhowl Fist not only achieved unparalleled speed, but also wielded considerable might. Cough. Under the astonished gazes of Qin Xian and Yu Yanyan, Zhou Kong spat a mouthful of blood, his body flying through the air like a kite with severed strings, crashing into the ground and creating a moderate-sized crater. The two women stared, their eyes wide in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Chen Luo's punch was so fearsome. A perfected first-grade martial technique? Chen Luo had managed to reach such a level with the Wind Howl Fist in less than a month? Qin Xian could not help but exclaim. Her mind a blank canvas. This technique was given to Chen Luo by Qin Lin, her elder sister, who also mastered it. However, while Qin Xian had cultivated the Wind Howl Fist to a significant level over nearly 2 years, she had yet to achieve perfection. How had Chen Luo accomplished this in such a short time? Damn, how could this guy's face be thicker than steel? Chen Luo shook his right hand, which had numbed after striking Zhou Kong. Facing a cultivator at the 8th stage of the refinement body realm, merely employing a first-grade martial technique was insufficient. Though his punch had repelled Zhou Kong, it had not thoroughly defeated him. The fallen Zhou Kong was slowly rising, revealing a fierce expression. No wonder he was so arrogant. He possessed some skill. However, your punch lacked a bit more strength. Zhou Kong glared menacingly at Chen Luo, never having imagined he would be pushed back by someone at the 6th stage of the refinement body realm. Fortunately, the outcome of this fistfight had yet to be determined. Otherwise, his illustrious reputation would be utterly ruined. You're not too shabby yourself. Your skin is as thick as that of a wild boar from the mountains. Chen Luo grinned, his gaze fixed on Zhou Kong. Now that Zhou Kong had sensed the threat, he would surely not let his guard down again. Had he known that the Wind Howl Fist would not suffice against Zhou Kong, he would have employed the listening wind palm instead. Mere words. Let us see how you withstand my next punch. Zhou Kong bellowed, his fist colliding with a metallic clang. Immediately, the spiritual energy surged throughout his body, gathering in his fists. Beneath him, the rubble began to tremble, the ground quaking as if something was about to erupt from beneath. Mountain-breaking fist. Zhou Kong's eyes widened fiercely as he propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, charging toward Chen Luo in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Xian urgently shouted, Chen Luo, flee. This is a second-tier martial skill, already cultivated to a minor success. Zhou Kong's punch possesses power that certainly rivals Chen Luo's Gale Fist. If Chen Luo were to take it head-on, the most favorable outcome would be shattered arms. The disparity in their realms is too significant. Had they been of the same level, Chen Luo could have countered Zhou Kong's strike with his Gale Fist. The only viable option now is to escape, relying on Chen Luo's second-tier agility. I wonder how you will defend against this. Zhou Kong laughed heartily as his fist swung towards Chen Luo. Remaining composed, Chen Luo took a step back, slowly closed his eyes, and attuned his ears to the wind surrounding him. The flow of air resembled delicate threads, weaving into Chen Luo's mind, intricately detailing Zhou Kong's punch. Listening wind palm, Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes, striking out with his right hand, forcefully colliding with Zhou Kong's fist. A tempest erupted, centering on the two, instantly dispersing the dense forest around them. In an instant, several large trees were uprooted by the gale, startling countless birds into flight. Is this truly a second-tier martial skill? The listening wind palm? Qin Xian recognized it as her sister's signature move. Although she too had learned it, she had only just begun to grasp it. Chen Luo had only recently acquired the listening wind palm, yet he had already reached minor success. How could this be possible? In such a short span. How had Chen Luo managed to cultivate a second-tier martial skill to such a level? Could it be true, as her sister had said, that this Chen Luo is a prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium genius? With a resounding impact, Zhou Kong was sent flying. The force of Chen Luo's strike rendered Zhou Kong unconscious before he even hit the ground, his eyes rolling back in his head. A hush fell over the scene, leaving Qin Xian and Yu Yanyan in stunned silence. They had never imagined that Chen Luo could contend with a cultivator of the 8th stage of the refinement realm, let alone emerge victorious. It was utterly absurd. He won. Yu Yanyan swallowed hard, staring at Chen Luo's silhouette, momentarily entranced. She had no certainty of victory against Zhou Kong. Yet Chen Luo had accomplished it. Furthermore, he had executed merely 2 moves, and astonishingly, he had done so with just one hand. Were all the young people of today this formidable? You seen your sister. Are you all right? Chen Luo turned to her, concern etched on his face. Yu Yanyan was momentarily taken aback before nodding. I am fine, just my right arm needs. Before Yu Yanyan could finish, upon hearing her reassurance, Chen Luo strode forward decisively to search the body. This action left Yu Yanyan speechless. It seemed that Chen Luo's charm was merely fleeting. Chapter 35. I will not allow you to speak of Chen Luo. Wealth points gained, 680. Chen Luo, satisfied, stored away the items he had scavenged, several vials of elixirs and a manual for a first-tier martial skill. These possessions held little value for him. and he intended to sell them for copper coins later on. Chen Luo, all you care about is money. Can you let me down first? Qin Siyuan, bound by the vines, could not help but shout. Although she was displeased with Chen Luo's greedy demeanor, the strength he displayed was indeed astounding. To be able to transcend 2 realms and defeat Zhou Kong, a formidable opponent at the 8th stage of body refinement, is a feat few could accomplish. In the entire Wuxian sect, there are likely only a handful capable of such an achievement. No wonder her sister holds this man in such high regard. Chen Luo truly possesses extraordinary talent. Chen Luo promptly stepped forward to assist Qin Siyuan in breaking free from the array. Yu Yanyan approached, clutching her right arm. Having already consumed a healing elixir that temporarily alleviated her injury. Yu Yanyan, your right arm is broken. You must return quickly for treatment. Qin Siyuan said with concern in her eyes. Presently, Yu Yanyan not only faced a significant decline in combat effectiveness but also risked becoming a burden to the team. Moreover, this injury could potentially lead to chronic issues. It was indeed the wisest decision to send Yu Yanyan back to Huiyun City for healing. Yu Yanyan nodded in disappointment, acknowledging that her injury was a result of her own carelessness. Had it not been for Chen Luo's timely intervention, she and Qin Siyuan might have fallen victim to Zhou Kong and his companions. Those adversaries were not particularly formidable if they could not handle such foes. There would be little point in continuing their mission. Are you all right? At that moment, Xiaomu and the others hurried over. Judging by their appearances, they had also endured a fierce battle. Clearly, the other outpost had proven to be quite challenging as well. Yu Yanyan is injured. She must return for treatment. The rest of you, continue forward with me, Qin Siyuan said, taking a deep breath. Losing a combatant was a considerable blow to the team. Suddenly, Tong Qing furrowed his brow and spoke weakly. We weren't able to stop them from sending a message. The Ghost Dao sect must have already received the news. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyuan's expression darkened instantly. What is your situation? She asked, her tone turning icy. They had encountered a second-tier absolute array here and completed their mission. Yet Xiaomu and his companions had allowed the enemy to send a message successfully. Was it possible that the other outpost also had a second-tier absolute array? It was all Zhang He's fault. Allowing a body refinement stage 7 to escape was inexcusable. That individual would certainly relay the information back. Xiaomu glared fiercely at Zhang He. It was unacceptable that Zhang He, at the 8th stage of body refinement, could let a 7th stage opponent slip away. Faced with Xiaomu's anger, Zhang He had no retort. It was indeed his oversight. However, when he caught sight of Chen Luo's cheerful face, a surge of rage welled up within him. What are you laughing at? You, a mere burden? Think you can mock me? Zhang He could not restrain his outburst. His irritation only intensified upon seeing Chen Luo's smiling visage. Zhang He, you are forbidden from calling Chen Luo a burden. If it were not for him, both Qin Siyuan and I would be in grave danger. Yu Yanyan immediately interjected, unwilling to allow Zhang He to belittle Chen Luo after witnessing his prowess. Could one who is capable of slaying an 8th stage body refinement practitioner truly be a liability to the team? Just him? What significance could he possibly hold? Yu Yanyan, could it be that you harbor some interest in this lad? Zhang He mocked, utterly unconvinced that Chen Luo could play a pivotal role. At that moment, Qin Xin shot a glare at Zhang He, asserting that Chen Luo indeed had merits, far surpassing one like you who allowed the enemy to escape, thereby exposing us. With her words, Zhang He dared not retort any further. After all, Qin Xin was the leader of the team, and opposing her was hardly a wise course of action. Yet, he remained skeptical of Chen Luo's capabilities, wondering what accomplishments could possibly be attributed to a mere 6th stage body refinement practitioner. Could it be that Qin Xin concocted this rationale merely to ensure Chen Luo received a larger share of the rewards? Qin Xin's remarks also displeased Xiaomu, who shared Zhang He's doubts regarding Chen Luo's abilities. Nevertheless, for the sake of the mission's continuity, Xiaomu refrained from voicing his concerns. Yu Yanyan, you should return to Huiyun City and observe the movements of the various factions within. We shall press on, aiming to locate the place where Jin Xiao is imprisoned before nightfall. Qin Xin commanded after a moment of contemplation, noting that only an hour remained until dusk. Should they fail to find Jin Xiao's location, they would have to search during the day. The whereabouts of the Ghost Dao sect members were unknown, and nighttime operations would only invite peril. Upon receiving the order, Yu Yanyan, despite her injuries, departed from the Huiyun mountain range. The remaining members followed Qin Xin's lead, proceeding with greater caution in the absence of Yu Yanyan, their scout. After traversing several miles into the depths, the mother pearl within Qin Xin's possession finally reacted. As the mother pearl illuminated, the group understood that the location of Jin Xiao's confinement lay within a mile radius. It is nearby. We must exercise caution. The Ghost Dao sect is already aware of our presence here. Should our position be revealed, we would be at a disadvantage, Qin Xin stated gravely. unwilling to risk her life over a mere C-grade mission. The likes of the Ghost Dao sect are not worthy of her demise. The group nodded in agreement. Following Qin Xiyin with utmost caution, Chen Luo trailed at the rear, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Regrettably, lacking reconnaissance skills akin to Yu Yinyan's, he could not detect the enemy's position in advance. Just before nightfall, they finally discovered a suspicious location, a cave enveloped by dense forest. Surrounding the cave were several members of the Ghost Dao sect, each at least 6-stage body refinement practitioners. Guarding the cave entrance were 2 8-stage cultivation experts. Thus, the foes within the cave were surely even more formidable. This must be the place. There are 12 individuals outside the cave, but the situation within remains unclear. Qin Xiyin furrowed her brow. Although they had pinpointed Jin Xiao's location, the number of enemies inside the cave was uncertain. Moreover, the opposition was already aware of their entry into the Huiyun mountain range, and acting recklessly would only place them in grave danger. Perhaps we should divide into 2 teams, suggested Xiao Mu, with the intention of using one group as bait to distract those guarding the cave, while the other team would infiltrate the cave to rescue Jin Xiao. He turned to Qin Xiyin to express his thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xiyin shook her head. No, we do not know how many people are inside the cave, nor do we have any information regarding their specific abilities. The best approach would be to lure them out. However, drawing the individuals from the cave was no simple task. The members of the Ghost Dao sect were not fools. They would not simply abandon their posts guarding Jin Xiao. If anyone could devise a plan to draw the snake out of its hole, it would be a significant achievement. I believe I have an idea, Qin Shiji. Would you like to hear it? All eyes turned to Chen Luo. What good plan can a mere 6th stage of body refinement propose? Zhang He scoffed, dismissing him outright. Go ahead and share your thoughts, Qin Xiyin encouraged. Recalling Chen Luo's earlier performance, which had been unexpectedly impressive, Chen Luo cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. We can use our main force to lure the people out of the cave, and then send a team in to rescue Jin Xiao. If she is surrounded by powerful guardians, we can retreat, even if we do not manage to save her. We will at least gather information about the situation within the cave. Upon hearing Chen Luo's proposal, Qin Xiyin and the others fell into contemplation. Following Chen Luo's suggestion would indeed be the most cautious approach. However, the allocation of personnel was crucial. Those tasked with the direct lure would need to withstand significant pressure. Furthermore, the individuals entering the cave must possess exceptional agility. Otherwise, they risk being captured during their escape. This idea is not much different from what Xiaomu proposed earlier. Zhang He sneered, dismissing Chen Luo's input. No, Chen Luo has elaborated further on the details. I believe this method is worth a try, Qin Xiyin countered, causing Zhang He to fall silent. Why is Qin Xiyin so protective of Chen Luo? Does this fellow possess such charm? He mused. I think it's worth a shot. Xiaomu concurred, now swayed by Qin Xiyin's endorsement. All right then. I, Zhang He, and Tong Qing will draw away the main force. Xiaomu, you will lead Chen Luo into the cave to rescue the person. If the enemies within the cave are too formidable, we will retreat and reconsider our strategy. After a moment of reflection, Qin Xiyin spoke decisively. It was imperative to find a solution. Remaining in a stalemate would only complicate matters further. As everyone nodded in agreement, Zhang He suddenly interjected. Wait, you want Chen Luo to accompany Xiaomu into the cave? This kid is merely at the 6th stage of body refinement. What if he gets caught by a strong adversary from the Ghost Dao sect? If he is captured, will Xiaomu still attempt to rescue? Zhang He could not fathom trusting Chen Luo's abilities. In his eyes, Chen Luo was nothing more than a liability. Rest assured, Chen Luo's agility has reached a consummate state. In terms of evasion, even I might find it challenging to surpass him. Qin Xiyin rolled her eyes. The 2nd-tier agility, perfected, allows Chen Luo to run faster than anyone present. As long as he does not act foolishly, it is improbable that he would fall into enemy hands. A perfected 2nd-tier agility? Zhang He cast a surprised glance at Chen Luo. Though his agility was of the middle 2nd tier and slightly superior to Chen Luo's, it had only reached a minor accomplishment. Is it feasible for a newly admitted outer disciple of the Wenshan sect to attain such a perfected state? Very well. Let it be. Xiaomu waved his hand. If Qin Xiyin asserts that Chen Luo is capable, then he must indeed be so. Should Chen Luo be captured, he would not intervene on his behalf. It would be preferable for the man under Qin Xiyin's protection to be eliminated. Qin Xiyin, accompanied by Zhang He and Tong Qing, was the first to engage, launching an assault on those outside the cave. Chen Luo trailed behind Xiaomu, waiting for the individuals within the cave to emerge before entering. What is your relationship with Qin Xiyin? Xiaomu suddenly turned his head, his tone serious. This inquiry left Chen Luo momentarily speechless. At such a crucial moment, Xiaomu was preoccupied with matters of the heart? She is my senior sister, Chen Luo shrugged and casually responded to Xiaomu's question. Senior sister? Xiaomu cast an annoyed glance at Chen Luo. If Qin Xian were merely his senior sister, how could she treat him with such kindness? Not only did she take Chen Luo on missions, but she also fiercely protected him. He simply did not believe it. Clearly, there was another dimension to their relationship. Once we enter the cave, stay behind me. If the situation turns dire, flee immediately. Should you be captured, I will not come to your rescue, Xiaomu stated coldly. Chen Luo was not Qin Xian. He would only exert himself for her sake. It would be foolish to risk everything to save a man who might very well be his rival. 1, 2, 3, 6 at the 8th stage of body refinement. And 1 at the 10th stage. Indeed, there were numerous foes within the cave. Chen Luo paid no heed to Xiaomu's warnings. His eyes fixated on those emerging from the cave. They were making their way towards Qin Xian and her companions, suggesting a fierce battle was imminent. Move. Chen Luo sprang into action, light as a swallow, darting towards the cave like a specter. Hey, you. Xiaomu frowned, feeling as though he was being held back. He was supposed to be the main force. Chen Luo and Xiaomu quickly entered the cave, where the only illumination came from torches affixed to the walls. The ominous atmosphere sent shivers down one's spine. Be careful. If you are captured, I will not come to your aid. Xiaomu warned Chen Luo in frustration. Chen Luo shot a glance at him, disregarding his admonishment. No wonder Qin Xian looked down on Xiaomu. This fellow was so timid in action. How could he win a woman's favor? Stop. Chen Luo suddenly halted, retreating into the shadows. Xiaomu had yet to comprehend the situation when a fireball suddenly surged towards him. What the hell? He cursed, swiftly drawing his blade to intercept the fiery projectile. In doing so, he was forced to retreat over 10 steps, indicating that the assailant possessed superior cultivation. Who dares disrupt the affairs of my ghostly Dao sect? Not far away, a black-robed elder stood atop a jagged stone, bellowing angrily at Chen Luo and Xiaomu. Behind the elder was a cage that confined Jin Xiao, and beside it stood a white-robed elder, 2 cultivators at the 10th stage of body refinement. Xiaomu's eyes widened in realization, and he began to consider retreat. If there were only one, he might have held them off long enough for Chen Luo to rescue her. However, facing 2 practitioners at the 10th stage of body refinement was utterly insurmountable. A cultivator at the 9th stage? Are you one of Jin Qingyuan's men? The black-robed elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiaomu as if trying to discern his identity. Stunned by the elder's words, Xiaomu thought, 1? Aren't there 2? Turning his head in confusion, he discovered that Chen Luo had already vanished from his side. That rascal runs so fast. Damn it! Xiaomu shouted in exasperation, hastily turning to flee. Chen Luo was the first to dash away, and he was also the swiftest. What on earth is that fellow up to? Trying to escape? The black-robed elder roared, launching himself after Xiaomu with great speed. This place is not one you can come and go as you please. The white-robed elder, stationed beside Jin Xiao, had been keeping his eyes shut. A mere 9th stage practitioner was no challenge for the black-robed elder alone. His priority was to protect Jin Xiao, for she was of utmost importance. Suddenly, the white-robed elder furrowed his brow, sensing a chill at his back, and quickly retreated. The spot he had just occupied was shattered by a silver longsword, creating a small crater. A 6th stage cultivator? When the white-robed elder discerned the assailant's cultivation, his eyes widened in shock. How dare a 6th stage practitioner attack him? Chapter 37. To be bested by a 6th stage cultivator, who could claim such a thing? What audacity! The white-robed elder continued to retreat, evading Chen Luo's strikes. Nevertheless, he found it difficult to take Chen Luo seriously. How could a 6th stage practitioner dare to be here? Unfortunately, the attack missed. Chen Luo raised his silver sword, his gaze fixed intently on the white-robed elder. This elder represented the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. With a cultivation level 4 tiers above his own, the disparity was significant. To overcome the white-robed elder, he would need to ensure a decisive strike. The white-robed elder cast a glance at Chen Luo before redirecting his focus to Jin Xiao. Eliminating Chen Luo was secondary. The primary goal was to prevent Jin Xiao from escaping. The life of a 6th stage practitioner paled in comparison to the daughter of the Lord of Huiyun City. Unbeknownst to you, what audacity you possess to snatch someone from my grasp. A mere 6th tier body refinement practitioner has come here seeking death. The elder in white robes bellowed, stepping forward and extracting a feathered whisk from his sleeve, aimed directly at Chen Luo. Being a formidable practitioner at the 10th tier of body refinement, Chen Luo stood no chance in a direct confrontation. With swiftness, Chen Luo executed the shadow butterfly step, deftly evading the elder's assault. To be struck by a 10th tier practitioner would mean certain death or grievous injury. Such speed. Is this the 2nd tier martial art perfected? The elder was astonished by Chen Luo's technique. At such a young age, to have mastered a 2nd tier martial art to perfection is an extraordinary talent, rare in the entirety of Tianyuan Prefecture. Could this group, here to rescue Jin Xiao, perhaps be disciples of a significant power? The elder immediately thought of the nearest elite force, the Inquiry of Immortals sect. If they were indeed disciples of the Inquiry of Immortals, it would explain much. As one of the two prominent sects in Tianyan Prefecture, those who enter the Inquiry of Immortals are certainly not mere commoners. Yet, do you truly believe you can escape from my grasp? The elder's eyes widened as he unleashed a second-tier martial art, swiftly pursuing Chen Luo. Although he had only attained the minor success in this technique, his superior cultivation allowed him to match Chen Luo's speed closely. Within the cave, the two engaged in a relentless chase, akin to two darting black spheres. Nowhere to flee. The elder pursued closely, his whisk continually sweeping through the air. Countless slender white threads erupted from the whisk, attempting to ensnare Chen Luo's legs. Should his legs be bound, Chen Luo would undoubtedly meet his demise. With a firm step against the wall, Chen Luo rebounded, brandishing his silver sword, which burst forth with brilliant azure light. Azure Cloud Sword Technique. This was Chen Luo's inaugural use of the Azure Cloud Sword Technique. Enhanced by the second-tier silver sword, he unleashed the full might of this strike, surpassing even the formidable wind listening palm. Noticing the potency of this strike, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. How could a sixth-tier body refinement practitioner wield a second-tier martial art to such minor success? The power of this strike posed a mortal threat to him. Ghostly flames sweep the mountain. The elder roared, unleashing a surge of black flames from the feathered whisk, violently colliding with Chen Luo's sword. This second-tier martial art, though only at the initial stage of mastery for the elder, was among his most powerful techniques. Leveraging the advantage of his cultivation level, the elder began to suppress Chen Luo. The disparity in their realms was too significant. Chen Luo's minor success in a second-tier sword technique was far from sufficient. Clang! Chen Luo felt a searing heat in his arms, and with a loosening grip, the whisk sent his sword flying, embedding it into the ground. Truly, the strength and skill of a 10th-tier body refinement practitioner surpassed his own. Without a weapon, how will you defend yourself now? The old man in the white robe let out a cold laugh, wielding his dust whisk to launch another assault. Chen Luo retreated incessantly, striving to reclaim his sword. However, his opponent offered no opportunity for him to do so. From this moment on, Chen Luo could only flee, evading the relentless attacks of the old man in white. Run. Let us see where you can escape. The old man cackled maniacally, his dust whisk striking repeatedly. A single hit would bring the battle to an end. Were it not for Chen Luo's extraordinarily agile movements, he would have been subdued long ago. Second-tier martial skill, listening wind palm, elevated to the perfected realm. Consuming 1,200 wealth points, Chen Luo decisively elevated his listening wind palm to the perfected realm. This was his final trump card. If this strike could not vanquish the old man in white, retreat would be his only option. With a thud, Chen Luo leaped, narrowly evading the old man's attack, and then descended, his palm aimed at the old man's head. The old man in white raised his gaze, confronting Chen Luo at close quarters, and immediately retaliated with a palm strike. In a clash of physical prowess, how could Chen Luo possibly contend with him? Listening wind palm, Chen Luo's eyes snapped open, an astonishing tempest erupting from his entire being. The fierce winds howled, coalescing within his palm. The power of this strike reached its zenith. The old man in white finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening. This palm strike was, after all, a perfected second-tier martial skill. How could a mere sixth stage of body refinement possess such formidable strength? It was utterly preposterous. With a resounding boom, the old man's body was propelled several meters away, crashing into the wall and creating a massive crater. This strike nearly cost the old man in white half his life. Chen Luo glanced at the old man, who was struggling to rise, realizing he could not possibly slay a 10th-stage cultivator. Seizing the moment while the old man was injured, he rushed to rescue Jin Xiao. Without hesitation, Chen Luo shattered the cage, scooping Jin Xiao into his arms and sprinting towards the cave's entrance. The old man in white struggled to his feet, intent on pursuit, but a sharp pain gripped his chest. He had not anticipated that a sixth-stage body refinement practitioner could wield such terrifying power. Were all disciples of the Xianxin sect so formidable? The old man gritted his teeth, acutely aware that he could not catch up with Chen Luo. Jin Xiao had indeed fallen into peril. Shortly thereafter, the old man in black hurriedly arrived. What transpired? Where are they? He bellowed in fury upon seeing the shattered iron cage. This cannot be a loss. Are the enemies truly this powerful? These individuals must be disciples of the Xianxin sect. The white-robed old man clutched his chest, gritting his teeth. He would never confess to the black-robed elder that he had been defeated by a sixth-stage body refinement practitioner. It was far too humiliating. The black-robed elder furrowed his brow, recognizing the trouble posed by the Xianxin sect's disciples, but that was no excuse for the failure. What shall we do now? The mission has failed, and we shall not recover the final payment, he shouted in exasperation. We were merely executing a task for others. And now we have incurred significant losses. The elder in the white robe hastily exclaimed, "Do not rush. Gather everyone to pursue. Jin Xiao Qiao is marked by the ghost insect I released. As long as we catch up to them before they return to Fire Cloud City, we can reclaim her." The elder in the black robe nodded. There was no other course of action but to retrieve Jin Xiao Qiao. As for the others, they must all perish, none shall be spared. Chapter 38. How did you rescue her? Qin Ziyin and her companions had already awaited at their original location. All three possessed considerable strength, making their escape relatively effortless. The crux of the matter lay in whether Xiaomu could rescue Jin Xiao Qiao. Should Xiaomu fail, they would have to exert themselves once more. Xiaomu has arrived. Tong Qing pointed ahead and shouted. Qin Ziyin lifted her gaze, her expression immediately darkening. Was it only Xiaomu? What of Chen Luo? Could it be that Chen Luo had been captured? Alas, Chen Luo had indeed been apprehended. Despite boasting of his agility, this fellow had merely brought trouble upon himself. Zhang He could not suppress a chuckle. Qin Ziyin turned her head, casting a cold glare at Zhang He. Are you pleased that our companion has been captured? With Qin Ziyin's rebuke, Zhang He lowered his head, silenced, while inwardly cursing Chen Luo multiple times. That good for nothing. He certainly deserves punishment. Damn it. I must teach this Chen Luo a lesson. Xiaomu scolded as he hurried back, his face ashen. He had been pursued relentlessly by the elder in black, nearly falling into his grasp. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have faced dire consequences. What are you saying? Where is Chen Luo? Qin Ziyin furrowed her brow, momentarily failing to comprehend Xiaomu's words. Xiaomu shouted in frustration. That coward Chen Luo abandoned me the moment we entered the cave. Where is he? Upon finishing his statement, Xiaomu realized Chen Luo was absent. What was happening? Hadn't he escaped ahead of time? Why was he not here? Haha, I thought Chen Luo had been captured, but it appears he fled before the fight even began. I told you this fellow is nothing but a liability. Had someone else accompanied Xiaomu, perhaps Jin Xiao Qiao would have already been rescued. Zhang He laughed heartily. Eager to belittle Chen Luo, Qin Ziyin glared at Zhang He, perplexed as to what he found so amusing. Is Chen Luo out or not? Qin Ziyin asked sternly. Where could he possibly be? Xiaomu shrugged. He had assumed Chen Luo had long since escaped, only to discover he had not returned. Could it be that he did not flee but, after you distracted the guards, went to rescue Jin Xiao Qiao? Tong Qing suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu immediately shook his head. Impossible. There is still a cultivator at the 10th stage of body refinement guarding Jin Xiao Qiao. Chen Luo has either been captured or fled. Even I cannot contend with a 10th stage body refinement expert. How could Chen Luo, at the 6th stage, hope to succeed? Zhang He could not help but chuckle, remarking that Chen Luo must have deemed the enemy too formidable and fled the mountain range. With him gone, there was no need to share the spoils with him this time. However, Qin Ziyuan paid no heed to Zhang He's words, as they were directed solely at Chen Luo and held no significance. Suddenly, Qin Ziyuan tightened her grip on her sword, her expression turning grave. How could this location have been discovered? Could it be that Chen Luo had betrayed them? This lad, could he truly have become a hindrance? The four turned their gaze toward the source of the disturbance, only to behold a peculiar shadow emerging from the dense forest. As they discerned the figure's identity, their eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed Chen Luo. Cradled in his arms was a delicate young girl. Could this girl be Jin Xiao Qiao? Tong Qing's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom that Chen Luo had managed to rescue Jin Xiao Qiao. Qin Ziyuan and the others wore equally incredulous expressions, never having considered that Chen Luo could bring Jin Xiao Qiao back. Was he there a formidable opponent at the 10th stage of the body refinement realm guarding her? How had Chen Luo managed to breach that defense and rescue her? Yes, we should return swiftly, Chen Luo declared as he entrusted Jin Xiao Qiao to Qin Ziyuan. The girl, weakened, had already succumbed to slumber, resting quietly in Qin Ziyuan's embrace. Is she truly Jin Xiao Qiao? Xiaomu could not restrain his curiosity, struggling to believe that Chen Luo had liberated her from the hands of that white-robed elder. How could a 6th stage body refinement practitioner possibly contend with someone of the 10th stage? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, replying, of course, in this desolate wilderness. Where could I find another girl to bring back? Xiaomu was momentarily speechless, his mind swirling with questions. How was it possible for Chen Luo to rescue Jin Xiao Qiao from a 10th stage body refinement master? It seemed utterly fantastical. Zhang He's expression grew even more exaggerated, akin to someone who had just tasted something utterly repugnant. A mere hindrance, Chen Luo had unexpectedly become the greatest contributor to this operation. When it came time to divide the rewards, would he not receive the lioness share? How could Zhang He accept such an outcome? Let us postpone this discussion and return to Huiyun City at once. The people from the Ghost Dao sect are likely in pursuit, Qin Ziyuan stated sternly, handing Jin Xiao Qiao over to Tong Qing and leading the group towards the exit of the Huiyun mountain range. There had already been signs of movement behind them, indicating that the Ghost Dao sect was on their trail. If they were ensnared by them, escape would become exceedingly difficult. Facing 3 10th stage body refinement practitioners directly leaves us with little chance of victory. Qin Siyuan inhaled deeply, acknowledging that this mission was proving to be more arduous than anticipated. Were it not for Chen Luo's remarkable performance, rescuing Jin Xiaoqiao would have demanded a tremendous cost. Let us leave a group behind to divert them. Carrying Jin Xiaoqiao is too cumbersome, Xiao Mu suggested immediately. Tong Qing held on to Jin Xiaoqiao, moving at a significantly reduced pace, unable to abandon Jin Xiaoqiao. The only option was to allocate a portion of their group to divert the pursuing enemies, thus creating a chance to return Jin Xiaoqiao safely. Qin Siyin nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiao Mu's insight that someone must draw away the pursuers. Tong Qing, you should take Jin Xiaoqiao and Chen Luo ahead while the 3 of us distract those behind, Qin Siyin instructed, glancing at Tong Qing. The ones tasked with diverting the pursuers had to be the strongest among them. Allowing Tong Qing and Chen Luo to return first was indeed the most prudent choice. Without further ado, the group split into 2 teams and commenced their actions. Chen Luo followed closely behind Tong Qing, sprinting towards the exit. The noise from behind had noticeably diminished. The enemies were likely being drawn away by Qin Siyin and her companions. Given the strength of Qin Siyin and her team, they should be able to escape, provided no one made a foolish mistake. I didn't expect you to possess such capability. If you had joined the Asking Immortal sect a year earlier, your strength would surely rival that of Siyin. Tong Qing remarked as they ran, casting a glance at Chen Luo. Although uncertain of how Chen Luo had managed to rescue Jin Xiaoqiao from a formidable opponent, such an accomplishment was a testament to Chen Luo's prowess. Tong Qing acknowledged that he had underestimated Chen Luo. He was far from being a liability within the group. I am not inclined to waste time. If I missed the selection at the Asking Void Cave, I would be at a significant loss. Chen Luo replied with a calm smile. With only 4 days remaining until the selection at the Asking Void Cave, if they failed to return to the Asking Immortal sect within that time frame, Chen Luo would surely reprimand himself. Tong Qing paused for a moment, offering an awkward smile. Given Chen Luo's abilities, the chances of securing a spot at the Asking Void Cave appeared promising. Chapter 39, The Second in Command? A Traitor. As dawn broke, Chen Luo and Tong Qing finally emerged from the Fire Cloud mountain range, racing towards Fire Cloud City. It would take merely an hour to reach the city. Once they handed Jin Xiaoqiao over to Jin Shengyuan, their mission would be deemed complete. However, the hour-long journey was not guaranteed to be free from obstacles. Within Fire Cloud City, there were many who sought to ensure Jin Shengyuan remained compliant. There's a team up ahead. It's Wang He. We can finally breathe easy, Tong Qing exclaimed upon spotting Wang He several hundred meters away, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Handing Jin Xiaoqiao over to Wang He would signify the conclusion of their task. No longer would they have to proceed in fear. They simply needed to wait for Qin Siyin and her team to return before heading back to the Asking Immortal sect. However, as Chen Luo observed the team ahead, a frown creased his brow. Behind Wang He stood 10 cultivators. Given the limited number of cultivators within the Lord's mansion of Fire Cloud City, it was improbable that Jin Shengyuan would dispatch such a substantial force to guard this location. What's more, the timing of their return was uncertain. Only enemies would station guards here to prevent Jin Xiaoqiao from reuniting with Jin Shengyuan. Stop. Chen Luo suddenly seized Tong Qing, halting his stride. Tong Qing looked at Chen Luo in confusion, unable to comprehend the reason for this abrupt action. Upon witnessing Chen Luo and Tong Qing come to a stop 100 meters away, the smile on Wang He's face instantly froze. The disciples of the Wenshan sect are indeed not easily deceived. Ha. I extend my gratitude to both of you for rescuing the young lady. Please, allow us to take her off your hands. You have both worked hard. With a smile, Wang He stepped forward, flanked by fellow cultivators who were poised for action. Tong Qing sensed that something was amiss. She had no recollection of the auras emanating from these cultivators. Though her time at the city lord's residence was brief, it was implausible that she wouldn't recognize a single one of them. Who, then, were these individuals brought by Wang He? Chen Luo had already begun assessing the strength of these cultivators, one at the 9th level of body refining, 2 at the 8th level, and the rest varying between the 5th and 6th levels. They likely were not affiliated with the Ghost Dao sect, as their auras differed significantly. These individuals were most probably from a faction within Huiyun City. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Luo prepared to flee. These people were here to abduct Jin Xiaoqiao. He unsheathed his sword, feeling no need for dialogue with these adversaries. Prolonging this confrontation would only invite the Ghost Dao sect to catch up, placing them in a precarious situation of being attacked from both sides. Though Tong Qing was still unclear about the situation, Chen Luo's serious demeanor convinced her of the truth. He would not deceive her. As they were all disciples of the Wenshan sect, Wang Yi's expression darkened upon witnessing Chen Luo draw his sword. It appeared that he could not manipulate Chen Luo and Tong Qing. Thus, he decided to resort to aggression. Hand over Jin Xiao. I have no desire to oppose the Wenshan sect. Do not force my hand. Wang Yi's demeanor shifted dramatically, his tone becoming menacing. This deputy of the city lord's residence was colluding with the forces of Huiyun City against his own master. Such treachery. How shocking it was that the most trusted individual of Lord Jin had betrayed him. If Lord Jin were to learn of this, what do you think your fate would be? Chen Luo grinned, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Wang Yi snorted disdainfully. People die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. It is Jin Chengyuan's folly to sever the financial ties of various factions in Huiyun City. Even if he were to find out, what could he do as long as I hold Jin Xiao in my grasp? If you are wise, hand her over and leave now. I can grant you a way out. Though they feared the formidable Wenshan sect, Chen Luo and his companions were merely outer disciples. The sect would not mobilize against a city faction for the sake of a few outer disciples. Should Chen Luo and his companions fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, they could not blame these adversaries for acting ruthlessly. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man at the 9th level of body refining. He was the sole threat. The others posed no concern. It was imperative to escort Tong Qing to safety. Once they returned to Huiyun City, they would be under Jin Chengyuan's protection. You go ahead. I will hold them off. Chen Luo took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly, readying himself for confrontation. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Wang Yi could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You truly are a man of loyalty. But what makes you think that, as merely a 6th stage body refiner, you can thwart us? Today, not one of you shall return to Huiyun City. With that, Wang Yi raised his hand, prompting the cultivators behind him to spring into action. The first to move were, of course, those at the 5th and 6th stages of body refinement. Did Chen Luo truly need stronger individuals to confront him? Tong Qing, cradling her companion, began to retreat, seeking an opportunity to escape. Although she was worried about Chen Luo's safety, she had no choice but to place her trust in him. After all, if Chen Luo could rescue Jin Xiao from a 10th stage powerhouse, he would undoubtedly find a way to survive this encounter. With a swift step, Chen Luo unleashed his sword, its blade slicing down with incredible speed. Utilizing the agility of the shadow butterfly step, he effortlessly dispatched 2 opponents in the blink of an eye. This overwhelming display of strength sent a shiver down Wang Yi's spine and that of his companions. What was happening? They were aware that the disciples of the Wenshan sect were formidable, but they never anticipated such extraordinary prowess. In mere moments, Chen Luo had eliminated 2 cultivators of the same realm. Was this not an exaggeration? Windhull Fist. With another powerful strike, Chen Luo dispatched yet another foe. To him, the opponents of his own realm were akin to mere punching bags. Damn it, this guy is incredibly strong. Charge. Wang Yi gritted his teeth and shouted, prompting 2 8th stage body refiners behind him to rush forward, joining the fray against Chen Luo. Seeing the moment had arrived, Tong Qing swiftly maneuvered away from the battlefield to escape. Her mission was to bring Jin Xiao back. The matters here were now in Chen Luo's hands. Go. Capture that woman. Bring Jin Xiao back. Wang Yi bellowed, noticing Tong Qing's flight and commanding the 9th stage man behind him to take action. Qi Ji's gaze fixed on Tong Qing, and without hesitation, he dashed forth, pushing his speed to the limit, closing the distance between them. Yet, just as Qi Gu was within mere meters of Tong Qing, a shadow suddenly flew towards him. Instinctively, he kicked out, sending the shadow crashing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he was aghast to find that the shadow was none other than his own companion, an 8th stage body refiner. What on earth? Qi Gu exclaimed, turning to gaze in Chen Luo's direction. To his astonishment, all those who had besieged Chen Luo lay lifeless. At that moment, Chen Luo had just plunged his sword into the chest of another 8th stage body refiner. In such a short span of time, he had managed to eliminate all of them, including 2 who were of a higher cultivation level than himself. How could Chen Luo be so powerful? What was happening with this youth? Wang Yi stared at Chen Luo, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had encountered prodigies who fought beyond their means, but never had he witnessed someone as extraordinary as Chen Luo. The individuals he had brought with him were simply not enough to contend with Chen Luo's might. With a swift motion, Chen Luo withdrew his sword and kicked the lifeless body to the ground. Subsequently, he brandished his sword towards Chiga, a smirk gracing his lips as he provocatively declared, "Hey, those 2 women are beyond your reach." Chapter 40. The wealth of the second-in-command is quite substantial. Chiga cast a disdainful glance at Chen Luo, a mocking smile playing on his face. Once I retrieve Jin Xiao, I will settle the score with you. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Luo swung his sword, but his target was not Chiga, it was Wang Yi. Wang Yi trembled in fear and hastily retreated. Chiga, save me. Wang He, a mere 5th stage in body refinement, stood no chance against Chen Luo's assault. Hearing Wang He's anguished cries, Chiga clenched his fist in rage. Forced to watch as Tong Qing took Jin Xiao away. You seek death. Chiga whirled around and charged at Chen Luo. This insolent boy, merely at the 6th stage of body refinement, had the audacity to disrupt their plans. He was truly detestable. Chen Luo refrained from pursuing Wang He further and instead turned to counter Chiga's attack. Wang He could easily be dealt with later, but first, the primary threat, Chiga, needed to be neutralized. Chiga's strength was not on par with that of the white-robed elder in the cave, and if he exerted his full power, there might still be a chance. Clang. Chiga's blade pushed Chen Luo back. The disparity in their realms was evident, and in a direct confrontation, Chen Luo held no advantage. However, it would not be an easy task for Chiga to eliminate Chen Luo. With his shadow butterfly steps, Chen Luo's speed dazzled Chiga. Such swiftness was nearly unparalleled among those at the stage of body refinement. Damn, how can this kid possess a perfected second-tier body technique? Chiga's face turned ashen upon witnessing Chen Luo's velocity. Were the disciples of the Asking Fairy sect truly that extraordinary? Realizing that prolonging the encounter would allow Jin Xiao to return to Jin Shengyuan, Chiga's expression hardened. All their previous efforts would be in vain. He must swiftly subdue Chen Luo and pursue Tong Qing to reclaim Jin Xiao. Suddenly, Chiga's eyes widened, and as the light glinted off his blade, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from him. He unleashed the Desert Blade technique, executing a mid-tier second-level sword technique with the intent to quickly dispose of Chen Luo. At this juncture, he could no longer concern himself with whether Chen Luo was a disciple of the Asking Fairy sect. Anyone who posed a threat to their plan had to be dealt with expeditiously. Good. Kill him. Wang He cackled from behind. How absurd that a mere 6th-stage body refinement practitioner believed he could thwart their scheme. It was nothing short of delusional. Once Chen Luo was dealt with, they would retrieve Jin Xiao, and their plan would proceed unabated. Chen Luo rapidly retreated, gripping his silver sword, which radiated a tempest of energy. As the storm intensified, it summoned a fierce azure wind. Azure Cloud Sword technique. Chen Luo lunged forward, unleashing a strike that collided head-on with Chiga. As the blade descended, the azure tempest surged like a primordial beast, engulfing Chiga's form. Savaged by the violent winds, Chiga's face paled to an extreme. He could never have anticipated that this disciple of the Asking Fairy sect, merely at the 6th stage of body refinement, could wield a second-tier sword technique at the minor accomplishment level. With merely this sword technique, the disparity in their realms was compensated. To think you could triumph over me? No chance. Chiga roared, executing his swordplay to its utmost, forcibly tearing apart the azure tempest. Though he broke free from the storm, his body was already riddled with wounds. In the face of Chen Luo's overwhelming swordsmanship, he could barely defend himself. He must eliminate him. Otherwise, he would become the greatest threat. Chiga grimly lifted his head, but the moment he did, he found Chen Luo charging towards him. That mocking smile pierced his mind. Destined to become a nightmare for the rest of his life. Before Chiga could utter a word, Chen Luo had already unleashed a palm strike. The listening wind palm surged forth with an intensity surpassing that of the previous sword strike. What? A perfected second-tier palm technique. Chiga finally panicked, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. He had managed to withstand Chen Luo's earlier sword strike, but he was not certain he could withstand this palm. Listening wind palm. Without hesitation, Chen Luo struck with the listening wind palm, forcefully colliding with Qi Ji's chest. Qi Ji's body flew like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. Wang He was left stunned, frozen in place, his mind blank. Who would have thought that due to a 6th-stage body refinement cultivator, the plan would suffer such a major setback? Unbelievable. Chen Luo cast a glance at Chiga, whose chest had caved in entirely. Such grievous injuries rendered survival impossible. Now, only Wang He remained. You, don't come any closer. Wang He, sensing Chen Luo's gaze, collapsed to the ground in fear. If even Chiga could not match Chen Luo, how could he, a mere 5th-stage body refinement cultivator? This time, he was truly doomed. Defeated by a 6th-stage body refinement cultivator, Chen Luo shot a glance at Wang He, deciding to ignore him for now. Even if he were given a stick of incense's time, he would be unable to escape. First, he would claim the spoils. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled as he rushed forward to loot the corpse. He had long coveted the second-tier treasured sword in Qi Ji's possession. Acquired 1,500 wealth points. Weapons, elixirs, martial arts techniques. Though their grades were not high, their quantity was substantial. He had managed to gather 1,500 wealth points. This was a significant profit. There is one more thing. Chen Luo's attention finally returned to Wang He. Wang He sat trembling on the ground, unable to stop shaking. Was he really going to die here? Bang. Chen Luo hoisted Wang He into the air. No, don't kill me. I can promise you anything you want. Wang Yi trembled all over, utterly incapable of resisting Chen Luo. Observing Wang Yi in such a state, Chen Luo could not help but laugh. The second-in-command of Huiyun City turned out to be so pathetic. Without Jin Chengyuan's promotion, would Wang Yi have reached this position? Don't move yet. With a sharp reprimand from Chen Luo, Wang Yi finally fell silent. Chen Luo lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on Wang Yi's fingertips. To his astonishment, there rested a storage ring. Truly, Wang Yi, the second-in-command of Huiyun City, was well favored by Jin Chengyuan. Hand it over. Chen Luo exclaimed as he snatched the storage ring away. The moment it was in his possession, a message regarding wealth points promptly appeared. Gain 5,000 wealth points. Such a sum? Chen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the storage ring in his hand. This ring alone was worth 1,000 copper coins, equivalent to 1,000 wealth points. This signified that within this storage ring lay a treasure of considerable value. Can you spare me? I assure you I will no longer oppose you or involve myself in Jin Chengyuan's affairs. With Chen Luo now holding the upper hand, Wang Yi found himself cornered. Whether he faced death or was captured and returned to the Lord's manor, his fate would be dire. Only by Chen Luo's mercy could he hope to survive. Chen Luo paid little heed to Wang Yi's pleas. The storage ring represented a significant portion of Wang Yi's fortune, and there was little else of value to extract from him. However, turning Wang Yi over to Jin Chengyuan might yield even greater rewards. Chen Luo would certainly keep that in mind. Hey, you fatso, you might still exchange for some cash. Brilliant. Brilliant. Chapter 41. Do you think you are worthy to question the disciples of the Asking Immortals sect? Within the Lord's manor, Jin Chengyuan paced back and forth in the main hall. 4 men flanked him on either side, all cultivators from the Lord's manor, each possessing at least 8th-tier body refinement skills. Lord, you're back. A soldier rushed into the hall in a flurry, calling out in a panic. Jin Chengyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed out of the hall, the 4 cultivators trailing closely behind. Suddenly, Tong Qing burst into the hall, cradling Jin Xiaoqiao, both appearing disheveled from their rapid escape, their legs trembling from exertion. Jin Chengyuan took Jin Xiaoqiao from Tong Qing's arms, a weight lifting from his heart. If anything were to happen to his only kin, he would gladly relinquish the title of Lord. Quickly, assist this young lady inside to rest, Jin Chengyuan urged. Tong Qing, however, shook his head. Lord Jin, my fellow disciple remains in peril. I implore you to send aid. Chen Luo is currently outside Huiyun City, having been intercepted by your steward, Wang Yi. Upon hearing this news, Jin Chengyuan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Wang Yi had intercepted a disciple of the Asking Immortals sect? How could this be? Impossible. Wang Yi was Jin Chengyuan's right-hand man. How could he betray him? There must be some misunderstanding. Immediately, one of the cultivators spoke up, his tone resolute, refusing to believe Wang Yi would turn against Jin Chengyuan. The other cultivators nodded in agreement. Having known Wang Yi for over 20 years, they could not fathom him being disloyal. They would sooner believe that the disciples of the Asking Immortals sect were the ones to betray than accept Wang Yi's treachery. Jin Chengyuan furrowed his brow, refraining from offering a direct response. Yet, the skepticism etched upon his countenance was unmistakable as he regarded Tong Qing's assertions with doubt. What I say is the truth. Wang Yi has colluded with the forces within Huiyun City. He intercepted us outside the city with several cultivators. Had it not been for Chen Luo's intervention, I would never have been able to bring Jin Xiaoqiao back. Tong Qing exclaimed anxiously. Chen Luo's fate hangs in the balance. If we do not act swiftly, it may soon be too late. Your words are riddled with inconsistencies. That lad named Chen Luo is merely at the 6th stage of body refinement, is he not? How could a 6th stage cultivator possibly withstand multiple practitioners? Surely, the forces of Huiyun City would not dispatch mere rabble to thwart you. A man, Gao Man, at the 9th stage of body refinement and holding considerable authority within the city lord's mansion, interjected. What do you imply? Are you suggesting that I am lying? We are here solely to fulfill a mission. Why would we harbor ulterior motives against you? Tong Qing retorted, her fists clenched in indignation, astonished that such words could emanate from within the Lord's mansion. Is this not a blatant attempt to stall for time? Gao Man chuckled derisively. I harbor no such intentions. I merely believe that you are tarnishing the reputation of Steward Wang. Who in Huiyun City does not know of Steward Wang's unwavering loyalty to Lord Jin? He would never betray him. Could it be that you have accepted favors from the forces of Huiyun City to sow discord? Several individuals adopted serious expressions, considering Gao Man's words to possess a semblance of logic. You. Before Tong Qing could counter, Jin Chengyuan raised his hand, silencing her retort. Enough. Let us not raise our voices. Once calm was restored, Jin Chengyuan's gaze fell upon the soldiers of the Lord's mansion. Is Wang Yi present in the mansion? Indeed. I have not seen Wang Yi today, but that does not imply his betrayal, Gao Man asserted. It is true that if this is a scheme to incite discord, we must not fall victim to it. The steward departed early this morning, claiming he had matters to attend to, a soldier weakly reported. Jin Qingyuan's brow furrowed further. Lost in contemplation. Should he trust Wang He or question these disciples of the Xian sect? Lord Jin. I suspect these disciples from the Xian sect are spies sent by the Volcano sect to instigate a rift between you and Steward Wang. I propose we detain this woman first, as well as the one who returned last night. Only by seizing the initiative can we respond effectively. Gao Man stepped forward, hinting at a readiness to act. Seeing the turn of events, Tongqing instinctively retreated, her eyes warily fixed on Jin Qingyuan and the others. Who could have anticipated such a development? Could it be that Gao Man had already betrayed the Lord's mansion? With a cold glare, Gao Man fixed his eyes on Tongqing, a faint smirk gracing his lips. After Tongqing brought Jin Chaoqiao back, he realized that Wang He had failed. To prevent Wang He's exposure, this was the only course of action. After all, Wang He had served Jin Qingyuan for over 20 years, surely. Jin Qingyuan would not doubt Wang He's loyalty based solely on the words of outsiders. No, these individuals are my hired aides from the Asking Immortal sect. I cannot commit such an unjust act. However, in order to uncover the truth of the matter, I must ask the young lady to remain in her guest room for the time being. If what you say is indeed true, I shall personally offer my apologies. Jin Qingyuan initially glared at Gao Mani before addressing Tongqing in a more amicable tone. This statement indicated that Jin Qingyuan harbored doubts about Tongqing's honesty. Otherwise, he would not impose restrictions on her freedom. Tongqing understood this all too well, yet no words she could utter would alter the current predicament. Alone, she was powerless against Jin Qingyuan and his companions. Moreover, the injured Yu Yinyan was still within the city lord's manor, and without knowledge of her condition. She could not afford to act recklessly. Gao Mani smiled, raising an eyebrow. Although he did not directly accuse Tongqing and her companions, confining her was sufficient. As long as Wang He dealt with the individuals outside the city, Jin Qingyuan would remain oblivious to Wang He's betrayal. That Chen Luo was merely at the 6th stage of the body refinement realm, surely the disciples of the Volcano sect could handle him. Yet, it was indeed impressive that these disciples of the Asking Immortal sect managed to reclaim Jin Chaoqiao from the Ghost Path sect, forcing them to alter their plans. Had it not been for these disciples, Jin Qingyuan would have obediently complied long ago. Let us proceed, Gao Mani declared, intending to personally confine Tongqing. Just as Tongqing found herself in a state of desperation, a round object suddenly plummeted from above. What is that? Jin Qingyuan and the others instinctively recoiled to avoid the falling object. When they looked down to ascertain what had landed, shock washed over their faces. It was a severed head. Moreover, the owner of this head was someone they recognized. Is this the head of Chigu from the Volcano sect? Jin Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. How did Chiji's head come to be here? Who killed him? Gao Mani was equally horrified. Chigu had been slain? Wasn't he merely up against the 6th stage body refinement cultivator, Chen Luo? How could Chigu possibly be killed by someone of that level? As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Chen Luo strode confidently into the city lord's manor, holding Wang He as if he were a mere chick. This scene left everyone aghast, their minds struggling to process what had transpired. Chen Luo? Wang He? What on earth is going on? Chen Luo unceremoniously tossed Wang He to the ground, flashing a confident smile at Tongqing before turning his icy gaze towards Gao Mani. You dare to imprison members of the Asking Immortal sect? You are hardly worthy of such actions. We are merely here to complete our mission. We have no interest in this insignificant city lord's manor. Chapter 42. Double the reward. The generous yet hard-pressed city lord Ji. Chen Luo's sudden appearance rendered those present visibly uncomfortable. Not only had he returned with Wang He, but he had also brought back Qi Ji's severed head. This unmistakably confirmed that what Tongqing had stated earlier was indeed true. Wang He, the steward of the city lord's manor, had truly betrayed Jin Qingyuan and was working for the Volcano sect. The one who appeared most distraught was undoubtedly Gao Mani. Gao Man could never have anticipated that the individual Wang He brought along could not even defeat a mere 6th stage of the body refinement realm. Are the disciples of the Asking Immortal sect truly this formidable? Jin Qingyuan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Wang He for a considerable time before stepping forward to speak. My apologies. It was our oversight to assume that Wang He would betray us. We owe a debt of gratitude to several young friends for purging the traitors from the Lord's manor. I assure you that I will provide each of you with greater compensation to make amends for this incident. The evidence was irrefutable. Jin Qingyuan had no choice but to concede. His most trusted aides had betrayed the Lord's manor. Such a situation is unbearable for anyone. Although Chen Luo's words were laced with hostility, it was undeniable that the Lord's manor had erred. Even as the Lord of Huiyun City, Jin Qingyuan must show respect to the disciples of the Asking Immortal sect, who were backed by one of the 2 great sections. Chen Luo snorted coldly and then kicked Wang He before Jin Qingyuan. This scoundrel is for you to deal with. Jin Xiaoqiao has returned to your side. Our mission is complete. Prepare the rewards swiftly. Assisting Jin Qingyuan with such a monumental task deserves at least double the compensation. Jin Qingyuan nodded solemnly. It was evident that Chen Luo wished to conclude this mission as swiftly as possible. The recent events had evidently sparked a shift in Chen Luo's perception of the Lord's Manor. Should this incident lead to the Asking Immortals sect ceasing their association with the Lord's Manor, Huiyun City would suffer greatly. Sister Tongqing. Let us first seek out Sister Yu Yinan, Chen Luo said as he approached Tongqing, exchanging a knowing glance. Tongqing understood Chen Luo's intent. There were still traitors within the Lord's Manor, and they needed to locate Yu Yinan quickly. If Yu Yinan fell into enemy hands, the situation would become even more perilous. The two hastened towards the guest room where Yu Yinan was staying. Upon opening the door, they found Yu Yinan lying on the bed, her right arm heavily bandaged. Sister Yu, how are you? Chen Luo inquired urgently, as the visible loss from this operation was Yu Yinyan's severed arm. As for the trio of Qin Siyuan who had yet to return, their fate remained uncertain. Given their strength, they should be able to return. I am fine. But last night, while resting, I discovered that someone was watching me from the shadows. The Lord's Manor is not as simple as we imagined. Yu Yinyan sighed. Having spent a night in trepidation, she finally relaxed upon seeing Chen Luo and Tongqing. The Lord's Manor is beyond redemption. Not only is Wang He a traitor, but there are others among the cultivators who have also betrayed us. We must leave swiftly. The mission is complete, and there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Chen Luo stated solemnly. The situation within the Lord's Manor was dire, and remaining there would only exacerbate their troubles. In any case, with the mission accomplished, they would wait for Qin Siyuan's trio to return, collect their rewards, and depart without delay. If anyone were to perish here, the consequences would be dire. Yu Yanyan. I must tell you, Chen Luo is truly remarkable. Tongqing suddenly exclaimed with excitement. She was acutely aware that it was Chen Luo who had single-handedly obstructed Wang He and his companions. Chen Luo's return with Wang He indicated that those cultivators had been decisively dealt with. This was no trivial matter, as it involved a 9th-stage body refinement expert and 2 at the 8th stage. To achieve such feats at the 6th stage of body refinement, Chen Luo's prowess was astonishingly formidable. Yu Yanyan smiled faintly at Tongqing's words. She had witnessed Chen Luo vanquish an 8th-stage body refinement practitioner and understood that his strength was far more profound than it appeared. Chen Luo's participation in this endeavor was not a burden, but rather an invaluable asset. That's merely luck. Let us set aside these matters for now. Once senior sister Qin and the others return, we shall collect our reward and depart. Chen Luo spoke with a smile, revealing that the gains from this venture exceeded their expectations. Particularly noteworthy was the wealth amassed from Wang He, amounting to an impressive 5,000 points. This alone ensured that their expedition was far from a loss. Yu Yanyan and Tongqing nodded in agreement, both cognizant that lingering in the Lord's mansion posed increasing danger, as it had now entangled them in the internal strife of Huiyun City, a perilous affair that could lead to casualties. As dusk approached, Qin Siyuan and her companions finally returned, each bearing their own injuries. Once reunited, the 6 promptly sought out Jin Qingyuan to claim their reward. With the mission accomplished, there was no reason to linger further. They would secure their recompense and depart. Lord Jin Xiaoqiao has returned. Can we settle the reward now? Qin Siyuan inquired directly. Given the near-catastrophic nature of this mission, the reward of merely 10,000 copper coins now seemed inadequate. Had they foreseen the challenges, they would have surely negotiated for a greater sum. Jin Shengyuan nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude to the esteemed disciples of the Asking Immortals sect for ensuring his daughter's safe return. Here is your reward. He then tossed a pouch of coins into Qin Siyuan's hands. As Qin Siyuan beheld the substantial pouch, she fell into contemplation. 10,000 copper coins. Was it truly that much? 20,000 copper coins? Is it really that much? She exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the doubled reward. Jin Shengyuan explained, firstly, I had previously stated that if my daughter returned safely, I would increase the reward. Secondly, your assistance in identifying the traitor within my estate was of paramount importance. This wealth is rightfully yours. Upon hearing Jin Shengyuan's words, Qin Siyuan, Xiaomu, and Zhang He simultaneously exchanged perplexed glances. Identifying the traitor? Was that accomplished by Yu Yanyan and her group? They chose not to dwell on it further. After all, who would refuse such monetary gain? Very well, Lord Jin. We shall take our leave now, Qin Siyuan declared, stowing the pouch and cupping her fists in respect to Jin Shengyuan. Jin Shengyuan smiled and nodded. He had hoped for Qin Siyuan and her companions to remain and assist further, but their mission had been fulfilled, and retaining them would contravene the principles of the Asking Immortals sect, a vast entity beyond his control. Let us depart. Qin Siyuan spoke up, immediately leading the group away from the city lord's mansion. By the time they departed from Huiyun City, darkness had enveloped the sky. The six of them shared a carriage, collectively exhaling in relief. This mission had indeed been perilous. Little did they expect the reward to double. The city lord of Jin was quite generous. Zhang He chuckled, asserting that with 20,000 copper coins as one of the main contributors, he would likely receive a share of 4,000 to 5,000 coins. Qin Siyuan cast a glance at Zhang He before producing a money pouch, causing every gaze to settle upon it. The one who had contributed the most this time should be Chen Luo. Before she could finish her thought, Xiao Mu and Zhang He simultaneously interjected. I disagree. Chapter 43. I save people, capture traitors. What have you done? Why should Chen Luo receive the greatest credit? He is merely at the 6th stage of body refinement and was fortunate enough to rescue Jin Xiaoqiao. Is that enough to claim the highest merit? What about us who stood against the enemy's main forces? Are we merely wasting our time? Zhang He expressed his displeasure, clearly unconvinced by Qin Siyuan's assertion. Xiaomu beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen Luo has merit, but he is the weakest among us and did not confront the enemy's main forces. I too feel it is unfair. Although we are unaware of how he managed to rescue Jin Xiaoqiao, we do not believe he could possibly contend with an opponent of the 10th stage of body refinement. How could someone at the mere 6th stage defeat an adversary across multiple realms? Qin Siyuan raised her brows, her tone growing serious. Regardless of how Chen Luo achieved it, he ultimately rescued Jin Xiaoqiao. Had it not been for his intervention, our mission would not have proceeded so smoothly. Is it wrong to credit him with the primary achievement? She understood Zhang He and Xiao Mu's sentiments. They merely viewed Chen Luo as too weak, believing he was unworthy of such recognition. Zhang He waved his hand dismissively. He does have merit, but the primary credit is excessive, don't you think? With 20,000 copper coins, giving him 3,000 coins seems reasonable. Xiaomu nodded in agreement. 3,000 copper coins was no trivial amount. For someone at the 6th stage of body refinement, wasn't that sufficient? At that moment, Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. You say I am unworthy of the primary credit, so shall I pass it on to you? One who let the enemy escape, and another who was chased by them. Do you two have any other contributions? Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, their expressions darkened instantly. How dare he mock them? Such audacity. Junior brother Chen, we graciously allowed you to partake in this mission, and this is how you repay us? Xiaomu narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint in them. Due to Qin Siyuan's excessive favoritism towards Chen Luo, Xiaomu was already displeased with him. Chen Luo's arrogance only compounded his annoyance. Having just entered the outer sect, he was already so presumptuous. What would happen once Chen Luo established himself there? Chen Luo retorted with a cold smile. Repay? This task was assigned to me by senior sister Qin. What concern is it of yours? Since you believe I am unworthy of this credit, why don't you both share how many enemies you have slain and what contributions you have made? In the face of Chen Luo's assertive questioning, the expressions of Zhang He and Xiao Mu soured. Had it been any other junior disciples, they would hardly dare to speak to them in such a manner. It was undoubtedly senior sister Qin who had emboldened Chen Luo, this fellow who thrives on the favors of women. Enough with the bickering. Senior sister Qin interjected. If a team squabbles over the distribution of benefits, then that team is destined to fail. Once the crowd fell silent, she continued. Let us vote to determine who has made the greatest contribution. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Both Xiao Mu and Zhang He cast a sidelong glance at Tong Qing and Yu Yin, wondering if these two women would side with Chen Luo. Those who agree that Chen Luo deserves the greatest credit, please raise your hands. Upon finishing her statement, senior sister Qin raised her hand, and Chen Luo followed suit. Witnessing this, Xiao Mu and Zhang He smirked. How could an outsider like Chen Luo compete with them? Before their smiles could fade, Yu Yin and Tong Qing also raised their hands, leaving the two men momentarily stunned. Tong Qing, Yu Yin, what do you mean by this? Why should Chen Luo receive the primary credit? Zhang He shouted in disbelief. Unable to accept that Yu Yin and Tong Qing supported Chen Luo's claim to the primary credit. Were these two women not merely bribed by him? Tong Qing shot a glance at Zhang He, while you may not acknowledge Chen Luo, we do. It was Chen Luo who rescued Jin Xiaoqiao and identified the traitor in the Lord's manor. Without him, how could our rewards have doubled? I firmly believe Chen Luo deserves the primary credit. Yu Yin nodded in agreement, endorsing Tong Qing's words. Zhang He glared at Tong Qing, taken aback by her unwavering stance. What had transpired before their return to the Lord's manor? Enough. 4 votes to 2. Chen Luo is indeed the one who deserves primary credit. This 6,000 copper coins rightfully belong to him. Senior sister Qin produced the coins and handed them to Chen Luo. You have gained 6,000 wealth points. Chen Luo joyfully accepted the coins, and upon acquiring this wealth, his total wealth points accumulated to 13,000. This substantial amount of wealth was sufficient for Chen Luo to elevate several realms. There was no rush to enhance his realm. He could wait until the conclusion of the illusory cave before advancing. The remaining 14,000 copper coins were distributed as follows. Senior Sister Qin received 4,000. Shamu 3,000. Zhang He 2,500. Tong Qing 2,500. And Yu Yin 2,000. It was evident that both Xiaomu and Zhang He were dissatisfied with this decision. Had Chen Luo not claimed the primary credit, they would have undoubtedly received more copper coins. First, I will elevate the wind listening palm to perfection. Chen Luo expended 400 wealth points to enhance the wind listening palm to its utmost realm. With the remaining 600 points of wealth, it would be prudent to conserve them, as there are no martial techniques left to enhance. By the following dawn, the carriage returned to the Wenshan sect, whereupon the group exchanged pleasantries and subsequently parted ways. Chen Luo hurried back to his secluded residence, where both neighbors had yet to awaken, rendering the courtyard extraordinarily tranquil. Curiosity piqued regarding the contents of the fat man's storage ring. Chen Luo leapt onto his bed and hastily retrieved the ring. Valued at a staggering 5,000 points of wealth, the items within could not possibly be trivial. During his time at the city lord's mansion in Huiyun City, Chen Luo had refrained from taking it out casually, fearing potential calamity. Now, back at the Wenshan sect, he could finally unveil its secrets. A top-tier elixir? A second-tier sword? Why were they all such worthless trinkets? After examining the assortment, he found nothing of significant value. Together, they merely amounted to 1,000 points of wealth. Where, then, did the remaining 3,000 points of wealth originate? Sighing, Chen Luo's attention was suddenly drawn to a red-covered martial technique, which he extracted to reveal the bold inscription, Volcano Technique. The Volcano Technique? Could it be a skill from the Volcano sect? Astonished, Chen Luo scrutinized the technique. It was, indeed, a low-tier martial skill, capable of harnessing the elemental fire of the heavens to temporarily ignite the spiritual energy within one's body. This meant it could elevate one's cultivation level for a brief period, a skill of extreme rarity, scarcely possessed by common factions. It appeared that the Volcano sect had once basked in glory. Why should Wang He, of all people, receive such a privilege for possessing this technique? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Wang He, a mere fifth-stage body refinement practitioner, was so highly regarded by the Volcano sect. Could there be some connection between him and the sect's leader? Shaking his head vigorously, Chen Luo dismissed the thought for now and decided to test the Volcano Technique. Consuming 1,000 points of wealth is required to elevate the Volcano Technique to the initial realm. What? So much? Chen Luo was astonished by the exorbitant wealth required to achieve the initial realm. Would mastering this technique to perfection demand nearly 10,000 points of wealth? After laboriously accumulating some wealth, was he really destined to expend it all on the Volcano Technique? After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to spend 3,000 points of wealth to cultivate the Volcano Technique to a minor success. As he unleashed the Volcano Technique, crimson patterns appeared upon his skin, resembling flowing magma. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within him soared at an astonishing rate, continuously ascending. Chapter 44. News from Chun Family Town. The room was suffused with the intense heat radiating from Chen Luo, resembling a steam furnace. Upon opening his eyes and sensing the spiritual energy within, he was astounded to find his cultivation had reached the 8th stage of body refinement, an elevation of 2 minor realms. This was merely from cultivating the Volcano Technique to a minor success. How formidable would it be if he were to perfect it? After a stick of incense had burned down, the searing spiritual energy within him finally began to dissipate. For the duration of a single incense stick, Chen Luo found sufficient time to vanquish his adversary. To his astonishment, this mission yielded martial skills far surpassing his expectations. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Luo, have you returned? Came the voice of Su Dandan from outside the door. Chen Luo opened the door, and Su Dandan strode into the room with the familiarity of one at home. Where have you been these past 2 days? I sensed the strange aura in your room and realized you were back, she chided, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Luo. The 2 days of his absence had left her quite bored. I undertook a mission. Unlike you, I do not possess such a profound family background. If I do not take on missions, how can I sustain myself? Chen Luo replied with a smile, shrugging nonchalantly. Su Dandan, the daughter of the president of the Alchemist Association, certainly lacked for nothing, given the wealth associated with her profession. Humph. I intend to prove my own capabilities and become the next president of the Alchemist Association, without relying on my foolish father, she declared. By the way, in a couple of days, the selection for the Wangshu Cave will take place. Are you prepared? Su Dandan produced a spirit fruit and popped it into her mouth. This fruit could enhance one's internal spiritual energy, and she was now but a step away from reaching the 6th stage of physical refinement. It was possible she could ascend before the selection for the Wengshu cave. As Chen Luo watched her savor the spirit fruit, a pang of regret struck him. Such a fruit could easily cost 100 copper coins. Children from affluent families truly live extravagantly. Rest assured, I guarantee you will secure a spot in the Wengshu cave. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. The selection for the Wengshu cave would feature opponents who were all at the 6th stage of physical refinement. Chen Luo was absolutely confident in his ability to contend against adversaries of the same realm. After all, if he could best cultivators at the 9th stage, he had little to fear from others at the same level. Do not underestimate the challenge. I have been gathering intelligence over the past few days and discovered several formidable opponents, Su Dandan warned. If obtaining a spot in the Wengshu cave were easy, she would not have sought Chen Luo's assistance. Some outer disciples, in their desperation to enter the Wengshu cave, intentionally restrain their cultivation at the 6th stage of physical refinement. Individuals like these undoubtedly possess top-tier strength within the same realm. Share the intelligence you have gathered, Chen Luo said, unperturbed. Clearing her throat, Su Dandan adopted a serious tone. The little princess, Yang Dingyu, goes without saying. Her strength surpasses that of Tao Pang, and her combat prowess likely rivals that of an ordinary 7th-stage cultivator. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Yang Dingyu was indeed formidable, particularly with her rainfall sword, a 4th-grade treasure. Just the thought of that sword made him salivate. Additionally, there is the second son of the Wen family, Wen Yutao, who entered the outer sect last year. He has been stagnating at the 6th stage of physical refinement for a year now. Before we even entered the Stin sect, Wen Yutao had already defeated opponents at the 7th stage. I have heard that even some 8th-stage outer disciples dare not provoke him lightly, Su Dandan stated sternly. Her tone rife with caution. If such a character were to appear during the selection, it would seem impossible to attain the qualification for the mystical cave. Such individuals are certainly beyond their capabilities. Chen Luo calmly nodded, recognizing that there must be some hidden geniuses among the outer sect. The Wen family, being a prestigious lineage of the Tianyun dynasty, surely does not lack in talent. Su Dandan proceeded to inform Chen Luo of several individuals to be wary of. Yet to Chen Luo, these figures posed no significant threat. Even when Yu Tao was merely that, an opponent he could easily handle, with the advantage of his martial prowess. Chen Luo stood undefeated among his peers. Ah, by the way, do you have a grudge against the Tang family? Su Dandan suddenly shifted the conversation. The Tang family? Tang Qian? The only person Chen Luo could think of was Tang Qian. Tang, he had yet to enter the outer sect of the Wenshan sect. And Tang Feng was merely a servant. How could these two possibly have dealings with Su Dandan? Su Dandan immediately nodded, affirming that this was indeed the person. He had come with a group yesterday, exuding an intimidating presence. How do you manage to attract trouble? Tang Qian holds considerable influence in the outer sect. Offending him is truly unwise. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, concerned. He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Su Dandan scoffed. Does he dare to challenge me? Our alchemist association is far more formidable than his Tang family. Besides, with the little princess here, he wouldn't even have the audacity to stir up trouble. She stood proudly, hands on her hips. Within this courtyard resided a daughter of the Alchemist Association and a princess of the Tianyun dynasty. The mere presence of these two titles was sufficient to intimidate all outer sect disciples. Chen Luo found himself positioned between the two young women, eliciting envy from many of the outer sect members. That's good to hear. I will resolve my grievances with him on my own, Chen Luo remarked with a smile. In truth, he had little animosity towards Tang Qian. It was likely that Tang Qian's visit was linked to Yang Ke, the adopted son of the Sea King. Had it not been for Tang Qian seeking Yang Ke's assistance to target Chen Luo during the assessment, Yang Ke would not have faced elimination. Yang Ke's intent in coming to the Wenshan sect was to pursue the mystical cave, but he unexpectedly failed to even enter the outer sect. Tang Qian, in an attempt to placate Yang Ke, brought his entourage, yet Chen Luo happened to be absent. Once Tang Qian learns of Chen Luo's return, he will undoubtedly seek him out again. You don't think I would assist you, do you? We merely have a transactional relationship. Your private matters are of no concern to me. Su Dandan chuckled, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Chen Luo shot her an exasperated glance. This little girl was no better than himself. Meanwhile, Qin Lin sat in her room, holding a piece of paper that detailed the intelligence brought back by Li Kuei-he. Concerning Chen Luo, could it be that Chen Luo had once died and returned to life? Such a notion seemed preposterous. Having perused the contents of the letter, Qin Lin felt a profound shock. A young boy who drowned had returned to life at his own funeral. This was undeniably exaggerated. It must have been that Chen Luo had not perished. The townspeople had mistakenly believed he had drowned, leading to this misunderstanding. Otherwise, how could an ordinary mortal die and then come back to life? The origins of Chen Luo's parents remain an enigma. Chen Lin sighed, noting that the townsfolk of Qinjia town possess scant knowledge about Chen Luo's parents. It is said that they arrived in Qinjia town 2 decades ago when Chen Luo was but a mere month old. They took refuge with a distant uncle of Chen Luo's father. When Chen Luo was 3, his parents vanished and have yet to return. This distant uncle knows little about them, only that both departed via sword flight. It is astonishing to discover that Chen Luo's parents still possess foundational cultivation. This young man's identity is undoubtedly extraordinary. Chen Lin dared not speculate further, dismissing the notion that Chen Luo's parents could be golden core cultivators. Such beings are the elite within the entire Tianyuan prefecture, renowned and formidable. There should be no golden core cultivator with the surname Chen in Tianyuan prefecture. Chapter 45. The sword technique coveted by the Tianyuan dynasty. At the Xinxian sect Shushan, there exists a pavilion known as the Shujin Pavilion. This pavilion serves as a marketplace for disciples at the body refinement stage. Where did you acquire this scrap metal? Su Dan remarked, seated beside Chen Luo, her gaze scrutinizing the items he displayed. Who would want such rubbish? The best among them is merely a second-grade precious sword, and you dare to attempt selling it? Chen Luo shot Su Dan a glance, retorting, not everyone has the luxury of using expensive items like you do. Su Dan wielded a weapon of the absolute 3rd grade, and her martial skills were no less than 2nd grade at the very least. The trinkets Chen Luo brought back from Huiyun City were hardly worthy of her attention. However, for Chen Luo, these items held considerable value. Selling them could yield a handsome fortune. Upon returning from Huiyun City, Chen Luo already possessed a sum of 6,000 copper coins. Once he sold these miscellaneous items and earned additional coins, he could afford to replace his equipment. With wealth comes the opportunity to indulge in finer goods. Tomorrow marks the selection for the Wengshu Cave. Have you researched the participants? You promised to assist me in securing a spot. Su Dan expressed her frustration. If you fail, you owe me a refund for the elixirs. Refund? I've already consumed the elixirs. Should I regurgitate them for you? Chen Luo chuckled. For what was already within his possession could not simply be returned. Nonetheless, he was certain he could help Su Dan obtain that coveted spot. After all, they would be facing opponents of the same realm. Why should he take it too seriously? Su Dan glared at Chen Luo, wishing she could deliver a couple of punches to him. You're insufferable. Junior brother, how much are you selling this 2nd-grade precious sword for? Suddenly, a gentleman approached. His gaze fixed upon the precious sword at Chen Luo's stall. Chen Luo looked up to see a dapper man, his cultivation at the 9th stage of body refinement. In the 9th stage of body refinement, one must rely on oneself to purchase a 2nd-tier blade, indicating that this individual does not possess a profound background. 700 copper coins, Chen Luo promptly quoted this price. For a 2nd-tier weapon, this sum is remarkably modest. Hearing this figure, the man displayed a look of astonishment. Suspecting he had misheard, such a precious blade should fetch no less than 900 copper coins. How could it be so inexpensively priced? Is it truly only 700 copper coins? Is there something amiss with this sword? The man inquired in disbelief. Chen Luo picked up the blade and offered it to the man, inviting him to inspect it for any flaws. The price is primarily set low due to the rapport I share with my senior brother. As the saying goes, a fine sword is a gift to a hero. While I cannot afford to give it away, a modest discount is certainly feasible. Chen Luo smiled broadly, asserting that if he could spend a mere 100 copper coins to forge a friendship, it would indeed be worthwhile. The man smiled faintly and began to examine the exquisite sword. After a lengthy inspection, he nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I thank you, junior brother. The man retrieved 700 copper coins, convinced that this transaction was undoubtedly to his advantage. Chen Luo, grinning as he accepted the coins, lamented that the copper coins from selling items do not contribute to his wealth value. Otherwise, his wealth could have surged once more. I am Mugu. May I know your name, junior brother? Mugu said as he secured the blade and clasped his fist in greeting. Chen Luo responded with a smile. Chen Luo. Chen Luo, a fine name indeed, Mugu remarked with a hearty laugh. I acknowledge you as a friend. I reside on Su Mountain. Should you find yourself free, come visit me for a drink. Certainly. Take care, senior brother Mu. Chen Luo watched as Mugu departed. Mugu proved to be a magnanimous individual. Although he was dressed like a scholar, his demeanor resembled that of a chivalrous hero. Such a person must have an extraordinary past. Ah, it is he. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity, suddenly interjected Su Dan. Chen Luo paused at her words. Do you know him? Su Dan shook her head. I do not know him personally, but I have heard tales of his exploits. Mugu hails from the Mu family of Tianyuan State. The Mu family was once a leading power in Tianyuan State, but years ago, they were annihilated by a mysterious force. This Mugu is the sole survivor of the Mu family. Upon hearing Su Dan's account, Chen Luo was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated Mu Ji's tragic background, A classic protagonist's tale. Is Muga truly formidable? Chen Luo could not refrain from asking. Su Dan chuckled softly. How could he not be formidable? He is the only person in the world who masters the Cloud Song Blade technique. This technique is coveted even by the royal family of the Tianyan dynasty. Chen Luo gazed at Su Dan in astonishment. The caliber of the Cloud Song Blade technique must be extraordinary for a martial art to attract the attention of the Tianyan dynasty. It must be at least of fifth-tier quality. If I could learn this technique, Chen Luo's eyes narrowed, suddenly realizing that befriending Muga might be quite advantageous. Just like Su Dan, once she becomes a top-tier alchemist in Tianyan state, her assistance to me would undoubtedly be significant. As dusk descended, Chen Luo had successfully sold a considerable number of items, amassing an income of 1,000 copper coins. With the remaining goods yielding little value, he contemplated closing his stall. However, with a bit of time left, he pondered the possibility of unearthing something suitable for himself. Surely, there must be third-tier martial arts or weapons available here. Organizing his belongings, Chen Luo glanced at Su Dan beside him. Su Dan was yawning, her expression one of utter disinterest. It was unlikely, she remarked. Having perused the area and found only a heap of junk, the best being second tier. For cultivators in the body refinement stage, possessing second-tier martial arts was more than sufficient. Third-tier martial arts were typically beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners within this realm. Only affluent individuals like Su Dan might have the opportunity to learn such advanced techniques during their body refinement phase. Let us take a stroll. Perhaps I'll encounter something I desire, Chen Luo mused, ultimately deciding to explore further. After all, if he stumbled upon a remarkable find, it could yield significant profits. Su Dan suddenly teased him. You're not thinking of purchasing another half of a martial art manual, are you? That half of the Qingyun sword technique. Can you even practice it? It was nearly impossible for an average cultivator to master even half of a martial arts manual. If Chen Luo were to demonstrate the Qingyun sword technique in front of Su Dan, it would surely astound her to the point of fainting. If only I could acquire the latter half of the Qingyun sword technique, Chen Luo replied casually. The power of the Qingyun sword technique was formidable. When coupled with a high-grade sword, it would likely surpass the wind listening palm by more than a factor of 2. Su Dan laughed again. Don't hold your breath. There is no way the latter half of the Qingyun sword technique is in circulation. Otherwise, why would that old man only sell you half? She continued. Once you find the latter half, you won't even need second-tier martial arts. By the time you reach the foundation establishment stage, second-tier techniques will no longer suffice. And most will opt for third-tier martial arts. With your talent, you will undoubtedly reach foundation establishment within a few years. It would be a waste to squander time on half of a second-tier technique. Chen Luo simply smiled, choosing not to respond to Su Dan's words. The Qingyun sword technique might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Chen Luo, just as they paused at a stall, a somewhat familiar voice rang out from behind them. Turning around, Chen Luo was met with the sight of several individuals standing there, with Tang Qian at the forefront. Ah, I knew I would find you here. Let us see if you can escape this time. Tang Qian fixed his fiery gaze upon Chen Luo. If it weren't for Chen Luo, he would not have been compelled to compensate Yang Ku a substantial amount. He intended to settle that score entirely with Chen Luo. Chen Luo was equally surprised to encounter Tang Qian in such a setting. It seemed someone had tipped Tang Qian off. Tang Qian had established connections outside the sect of inquiry for quite some time, and he certainly had his share of influence. Fights among disciples are prohibited in the sect of inquiry, Chen Luo replied calmly. Within the sect, all disciples were bound by this rule. Even if Tang Qian was the third young master of the Tang family, he was still obliged to adhere to the regulations of the sect of inquiry. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Tang Qian could not help but chuckle. You are indeed correct. The Asking Immortal sect strictly prohibits private duels. However, it does not forbid martial competitions. As soon as Tang Qian finished speaking, those around him stepped forward, displaying mocking smiles. In the Asking Immortal sect, the most effective way to settle personal grievances is through martial contests. While one cannot take a life, inflicting injuries is overlooked by the sect. The survival of the fittest has always been the unwritten law among cultivators. Chen Luo, after some contemplation, nodded thoughtfully and shrugged, stating that he would not accept the challenge. Upon hearing this, Tang Qian was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. A dignified cultivator, afraid to even engage in battle? Do you even deserve to cultivate in the Asking Immortal sect? If you dare not face me, then kneel and utter a few flattering words, and I may let you go. Since Chen Luo was unwilling to accept the challenge, Tang Qian resolved to reclaim his dignity through insult. No matter what, he would not allow Chen Luo to leave this place unscathed today. I shall not. What will you do about it? Chen Luo retorted with a cheeky grin. This was in the Asking Immortal sect, and even with great prowess, Tang Qian would not dare to act recklessly. It was not that Chen Luo feared fighting Tang Qian. After all, he was merely at the 8th stage of body refinement. However, there were far too many people surrounding Tang Qian, including several at the 9th and even 10th stages of body refinement. These individuals were not to be trifled with, unlike those from the Ghost Path sect. Engaging in conflict with Tang Qian meant facing a barrage of challenges from others, a troublesome affair that Chen Luo had no desire to undertake. Wouldn't it be more delightful to spend this time in slumber? Humph, coward. Either fight or kneel. Should you refuse, do not expect to participate in tomorrow's selection for the Void Cave. You shall remain here with me. Tang Qian was well aware that Chen Luo would undoubtedly wish to partake in the selection for the Void Cave, and thus he used this threat to force Chen Luo into a corner. Unless Chen Luo relinquished his aspirations for the selection, they would simply continue to waste time. He had no intention of attending the Void Cave either. He had all the time in the world. Alas, this will not do. I must go to the Void Cave. Su Dan quickly countered. If Tang Qian trapped Chen Luo here, how would she secure her own place in the Void Cave? Why was Tang Qian being such a nuisance? Could he not just step away? Tang Qian cast a sidelong glance at Su Dan, his brow furrowed. This young lady from the Alchemist Association was indeed not one to offend lightly. However, this was a matter between him and Chen Luo. Surely the Alchemist Association would not take action against him for the sake of one Chen Luo. That was not for him to consider. Tang Qian turned away, indifferent to Su Dan. In any case, he had made his stance clear. If Chen Luo did not fight or kneel, he would not leave easily. Chen Luo appeared utterly unconcerned. How could these individuals possibly hinder him? Meanwhile, Su Dan anxiously tugged at Chen Luo's sleeve, urging him to devise a plan. If you miss tomorrow's selection for the illusory cave, you will have to wait several years until the next opportunity arises. Junior brother Chen Luo. At that moment, a figure strode towards them. Tang Qian furrowed his brow and looked over, discovering that the newcomer was none other than Mu Ge. How could Mu Ge possibly know Chen Luo? Senior brother Mu, Chen Luo greeted with a smile and a cupped fist. Mu Ge nodded, his gaze settling on Tang Qian and his companions. Even without Chen Luo's words, he could sense their ill intentions. Mu Ge, it would be wise for you to refrain from involving yourself in matters between me and this fellow. Your Yin Ge swordsmanship is indeed formidable. But do you believe you can handle all of us? Tang Qian narrowed his eyes, issuing a warning to Mu Ge. After all, Mu Ge was merely at the 9th stage of body refinement. Even if he possessed the strength to contend with those at the 10th stage, he could not withstand such a multitude. Moreover, with the Mu family having been annihilated, Mu Ge was left without any backing. Had the Mu family still existed, Tang Qian would have thought twice before opposing him. Mu Ge knitted his brows, fully aware of Tang Qian's formidable nature. Tang Qian, grant me a favor and cease your harassment of Chen Luo, he exhaled, feeling obligated to assist due to the kindness Chen Luo had shown him. Senior brother, there is no need for such concern. This fellow is no match for me, Chen Luo replied, chuckling as he patted Mu Ge on the shoulder. If he were truly afraid of Tang Qian, he would not display such composure. Mu Ge quickly leaned closer to Chen Luo, whispering, do not underestimate this situation. While Tang Qian may be manageable, his elder brother is the true concern. Tang Qian's brother, Tang Gue, is an inner sect disciple with considerable prestige within the inner sect. Without that connection, how could Tang Qian command such a following among the outer sect strong? Ah, so that explains Tang Qian's arrogance. He has someone backing him. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully. Mu Ge, it's not that I am unwilling to show you consideration. Rather, he has caused me substantial loss, costing me a considerable amount of copper coins. Thus, if he compensates me for my losses, I may consider letting him go, Tang Qian sneered, ostensibly offering Mu Ge a way out while actually seeking to exploit Chen Luo for his own gain. What could he possibly gain from beating Chen Luo? Nothing at all. However, if he could recoup his losses from Chen Luo, or even make a profit, that would be even better. How much? Mu Ge arched an eyebrow, inquiring. Tang Qian smiled, 2,000 copper coins. Upon hearing this figure, Mu Ge's expression darkened instantly. 2,000 copper coins was no trivial sum. You want me to pay? You might as well take my life. Chen Luo suddenly shouted. You are forcing me to call for help. Tang Qian burst into laughter. Call for help? What can you? A mere outer sect servant? Possibly summon? Take your time. Feel free to call. How could Tang Qian be unaware that Chen Luo was once merely an outer sect servant? A mere servant from the outer sect? Could he possibly be acquainted with the prominent figures of the outer sect? How absurd. Chen Luo raised his hand and waved towards the distance. Elder Xiao, could you come over here? Upon hearing Chen Luo call for Elder Xiao, Tang Qian immediately turned around and spotted the slowly approaching Xiao Chunyu. What a coincidence. How fortuitous that Elder Xiao Chunyu happens to be present at this moment. Chapter 47. Returning from the Wushu cave, I shall settle the score with you. You dare to call him Elder? Tang Qian clenched his fists in anger, incredulous that Chen Luo would resort to such childish tricks. Is this a joke? Chen Luo shrugged nonchalantly. I simply have no interest in wasting time with you. Unlike you, I have more pressing matters to attend to, such as participating in the selection for the Wushu Cave. Tang Qian shot a fierce glare at Chen Luo. Though this tactic seemed petty, it might not be without merit. Humph, do you really believe that Xiao Chunyu will protect you? Do not forget that my brother is an inner sect disciple. Xiao Chunyu would not dare to oppose me for the sake of a mere new disciple, Tang Qian sneered, still harboring a degree of confidence. The status of an inner sect disciple is certainly not inferior to that of an outer sect elder. After all, most who become inner sect disciples have already reached the foundation establishment stage, while outer sect elders typically possess only foundation establishment cultivation. Chen Luo chuckled softly, choosing not to respond to Tang Qian, but instead waited for Xiao Chunyu to approach. As Xiao Chunyu reached the center of the gathering, she first glanced at Chen Luo and then displayed a perplexed expression. It was evident that Chen Luo had summoned her to deal with Tang Qian. Tang Qian was not particularly fearsome. What was truly daunting was Tang Qian's brother within the inner sect. Tang Gui held a respectable position in the Wuxian sect's inner sect and was not someone to be trifled with. Elder Xiao, what brings me to your attention? Xiao Chunyu inquired, clearing her throat. As an outer sect elder, she could not disregard her disciples' concerns. Moreover, this Chen Luo was a favored subject of Elder Mohe. And should any misfortune befall Chen Luo within the Wuxian sect, Elder Mohe would undoubtedly be enraged. Elder Xiao, these senior brothers wish to spar with me. However, having only just entered the outer sect, my cultivation is far inferior to theirs. May I decline? Chen Luo did not directly mention that Tang Qian was causing him trouble. Tang Qian had prepared a response to counter Elder Xiao, but Chen Luo's words rendered his plan moot. Tang Qian stared in disbelief at Chen Luo, astonished that he would deviate from the expected script. Xiao Chunyu furrowed her brow. Of course, you may refuse. Private duels are prohibited within the Wuxian sect. She had not anticipated that Chen Luo would speak so courteously. The tension in the air was entirely at odds with Chen Luo's demeanor. Then, Brother Tang, we shall take our leave for now. Upon my return from the Wushu Cave, I may consider sparring with you, Chen Luo said with a faint smile, promptly departing with Su Dandan and Mu Gu. Tang Qian stood there, bewildered, his mind a complete blank. Chen Luo's actions had left him utterly flustered. Tang Qian, if you wish to challenge a junior brother, you ought to be mindful of the disparity in cultivation levels. Bullying new disciples is not endorsed by the sect of inquiry. With a mere reminder from Xiao Chunyu, he turned and departed. Tang Qian's face darkened with rage. He never anticipated that Chen Luo would evade so effortlessly. This fellow truly lacks any sense of shame. Brother Tang, shall we simply allow Chen Luo to leave? Questioned one of Tang Qian's companions. Xiao Chunyu has already left. We could pursue him. Tang Qian immediately waved his hand. No need for that. To chase after him now would only serve as fodder for others to mock me, claiming that I, Tang Qian, only bully new disciples. Did he not mention that he would consider a spar upon his return from the Void Cave? Xiao Chunyu has heard this. He cannot escape. After freeing himself from Tang Qian, Chen Luo conversed amiably with Mu Gu as they strolled through the Su Jin Pavilion, with Su Dan trailing behind them. Junior brother Chen Luo seeks third-grade weapons and martial arts? Such a request is rare in the Su Jin Pavilion. Mu Gu expressed his astonishment upon learning of Chen Luo's desires. The cost of third-grade weapons and martial arts is substantial. Even the lowest tier requires over 3,000 copper coins. This price is beyond the reach of an ordinary outer sect disciple. Is there truly nothing available? Chen Luo furrowed his brow in dismay. Surely, the vast Su Jin Pavilion cannot be so devoid of options. Not quite. It is simply uncommon, Mu Gu clarified. Third-grade weapons and martial arts are primarily allocated to inner sect disciples, making them scarce among us in the outer sect. However, there exists an individual who undoubtedly possesses a considerable number of third-grade weapons and martial arts. Mu Gu spoke mysteriously. Who? Chen Luo's eyes widened in surprise. In this outer sect, someone possesses a plethora of third-grade weapons and martial arts? Such a character is merely an outer sect disciple? Mu Gu smiled. Follow me. I will lead you to him. He guided Chen Luo directly to the highest level of the Su Jin Pavilion. The pavilion consists of 3 levels. Chen Luo's stall is located on the first floor. The second floor bears little difference from the first, yet the third floor is sparsely populated, with few patrons. This level is exclusively reserved for the most elite outer sect disciples, where only top-tier goods, at least of second grade, are sold. The person I am taking you to is named Ling Mo, the most renowned figure among our outer sect, Mu Gu instructed seriously. When you meet her, be sure to speak sparingly. The fact that someone could instill such trepidation in Mu Gu attests to her influence within the outer sect. Such mystery surrounding her must indicate she is affiliated with the Lingsha division, yes? Su Dan interjected dismissively from behind. Not to that extent, she remarked. Little eggshell. Do you know her? Chen Luo asked, astonished that this young girl seemed acquainted with everyone. Su Dan shook her head. I do not know her personally. I have merely heard of her. She grew up within the Lingsha division and was sent to the sect of inquiry for cultivation. It is said she has spent 3 years in the outer sect, stagnating at the 10th stage of body refinement for over 2 years. Uncertain of her purpose lingering at the outer gate, Chen Luo pondered why Qin Siyuan was eager to enter the inner gate, while Ling Mo remained at the outer gate. These were indeed two peculiar women. By the way, what is the Lingsha Sea? Chen Luo had never heard of it, and it seemed not to belong to the forces of Tianyan Prefecture. Beside him, Mu Gu shared a similar expression of confusion, equally unfamiliar with Lingsha Sea. Su Dan glanced at the two with an air of condescension. Lingsha Sea is an assassination force directly under the imperial family of the Tianyan dynasty, and its members are exceptionally skilled in the art of assassination. It is not surprising that you are unaware, for not everyone is fortunate enough to have a father like mine. Su Dan proudly puffed out her modest chest, exuding absolute confidence in her lineage. Assassins? Upon learning about Lingsha Sea, Chen Luo's expression turned serious. If Lingsha Sea specializes in cultivating assassins, do they all serve as assassins? Is Ling Mo an assassin as well? Surely the weapons and martial techniques she sells are not merely tools for assassination tasks. Hearing Chen Luo's words, both Su Dan and Mu Gu halted in their tracks. This line of reasoning appeared quite plausible. Yet, third-grade weapons and martial techniques are challenging to obtain at the body refinement stage. Before Mu Gu could finish her thought, a sudden realization struck her, and her expression shifted to one of profound shock. She wouldn't be targeting foundational stage experts, would she? No sooner had she spoken than a shadow, dark as ink, materialized behind the trio with astonishing speed, its form enigmatic. Chapter 48. Look at them, off to Tianfeng Prefecture to assassinate a prince. It is quite impolite to discuss others in private. A graceful figure alighted gracefully upon the railing beside them. The woman, her face veiled in black lace, possessed flowing dark hair and donned a simple black dress that accentuated her strikingly pale, long legs. Chen Luo appraised her with keen interest, his mind conjuring the phrase, leggy beauty. Well, did you not hear? We are merely discussing you in your presence. Chen Luo shrugged and replied with a playful grin. Ling Mo furrowed her brows, momentarily at a loss for words to counter Chen Luo's remark. Never mind. What brings you to me? Ling Mo shot Chen Luo an exasperated glance. Not wishing to waste time with him, especially since it was not of paramount importance, she inquired. I heard you have third-grade weapons and martial techniques for sale. I would like to take a look. Chen Luo coughed lightly. Upon hearing his request, Ling Mo's tone softened. After all, who would turn down a chance for profit? Follow me, she instructed. With a graceful leap from the railing, Ling Mo led Chen Luo and the others into a small chamber. As one of the top disciples in the outer gate, it was no great feat for her to possess a private room in the Su Jin Pavilion. Once everyone was seated, Ling Mo waved her hand, producing a pile of items. Chen Luo glanced down, noting they were all third-grade weapons and martial techniques, each a fine piece. Mu Ji's eyes widened in amazement as she could not help but swallow hard. For someone like her, who lacked any backing, affording such treasures was a distant dream. Every copper coin on you must be spent wisely. Choose carefully, and once you have made your selection, I shall inform you of the price. Ensure you have sufficient funds. If not, it would be best to leave without wasting our time. Ling Mo remarked, his gaze appraising Chen Luo from head to toe. Despite Chen Luo being merely at the 6th stage of body refinement and not appearing affluent, Ling Mo's intuition whispered that this man was far from ordinary. To his left stood Mu Gu of the Mu family, while to his right was Su Dan, the daughter of the Alchemist Association. Chen Luo's association with these two indicated that his status was indeed significant. With a smile, Chen Luo's eyes wandered over the items on display before he picked up a black sword. Intricate patterns adorned the blade, exuding an air of sophistication. This sword appears rather exceptional. Whom did you assassinate to acquire it? Chen Luo inquired abruptly, fixing his gaze on Ling Mo taken aback. Ling Mo had not anticipated such directness from Chen Luo. This man possessed a certain intrigue. It belonged to a prince from Tianfeng Prefecture. The assassination attempt failed, but I managed to seize this sword. Ling Mo replied with a slight shrug, tinged with disappointment. The reward for successfully eliminating a prince would have far surpassed the value of this sword. The trio exchanged glances, realizing that while they were diligently practicing at Xianzong, Ling Mo had ventured to Tianfeng Prefecture to attempt an assassination. Truly, a member of the Lingsha division indulged in such adventurous extracurricular activities. What is the price? Chen Luo asked, inspecting the sword with keen interest. It was indeed a fine weapon but might attract considerable trouble. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Mo raised 3 fingers. 3,000 copper coins. Upon hearing this price, Chen Luo nodded, finding it reasonable. The sword's worth was certainly greater than that. I also desire this martial technique, he added, pointing to a manual titled Thunder Smoke Steps, a lower third-grade martial skill. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, the shadow butterfly steps would no longer suffice. A second-grade technique, once mastered to a minor degree, could rival the perfected shadow butterfly steps. Acquiring this lower third-grade skill would undoubtedly grant him a significant advantage in speed. This martial technique was taken from a foundation establishment cultivator. He may not have been renowned, but his technique is quite formidable, Ling Yimo remarked with a knowing smile. Rolling his eyes, Chen Luo responded, is it more expensive than the market rate? Just tell me the price. Ling Yimo smiled slightly, 3,500 copper coins. Not wishing to haggle, Chen Luo promptly produced 6,500 copper coins. Surprised by Chen Luo's willingness to forego negotiation, Ling Yimo observed him closely. He did not appear to be the child of a wealthy family, yet he was exceedingly generous. After acquiring the two items, Chen Luo's wealth did not increase, signifying that their combined value was indeed 6,500 copper coins. Is there anything else you require? Ling Yimo inquired with a smile, eager to seize the opportunity presented by such a lucrative customer. The items she sold were largely stripped from the deceased. Among the outer disciples, those from noble families looked down on such purchases, while ordinary disciples could scarcely afford them. Individuals like Chen Luo, a small-time entrepreneur, were indeed rare. No need. I have enough for now. Chen Luo waved his hand, explaining that it was not a matter of unwillingness to spend, but rather a lack of funds. With only 500 copper coins remaining, what could one possibly acquire? Ling Yimo, filled with disappointment, gathered her wares, which would now gather dust for an extended period. Senior sister Ling Yimo, are you refraining from advancing to the foundation establishment stage to inquire about the illusory cave? Is it not possible to enter the illusory cave even at the foundation establishment stage? Chen Luo suddenly inquired. After all, with nothing pressing to attend to, he thought it wise to cultivate a closer rapport with Ling Yimo. She was among the most prominent figures in the outer sect of the Inquiry of Immortals, even surpassing some inner disciples in prowess. Establishing a good relationship with her could save him considerable trouble. It's just some personal matters. Ling Yimo waved her hand dismissively. Recognizing it as a private affair, Chen Luo refrained from probing further. Asking about sensitive topics could jeopardize their budding relationship, which would be unwise. However, once I emerge from the illusory cave, I will consider breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. I intend to join the inner sect, and at that point, I will be able to conduct business there. Outer disciples cannot enter the inner sect, and I want to be able to continue my dealings with you. Ling Yimo expressed her disappointment, lamenting the challenge of establishing a long-term partnership with a promising client just as she reached the foundation establishment stage, when the quality of her goods would certainly improve, likely beyond Chen Luo's means. It's all right, I will also join the inner sect this year, so we can still collaborate, Chen Luo said with a grin. At this, the three of them turned in astonishment towards him. You're going to the inner sect this year too? Surely you jest. They were incredulous. Given that Chen Luo had only recently entered the outer sect of the Inquiry of Immortals and was still at the 6th level of the body refinement stage, what audacity did he possess to believe he could enter the inner sect? Is your face made of wall plaster? How can you be so thick-skinned? Su Dan shot Chen Luo a look of disbelief, noting his increasingly brazen demeanor. Chen Luo merely shrugged nonchalantly. What's the big deal about entering the inner sect? It's not such a daunting task. He added, once I'm in, just mention my name, and I'll have your back. As he spoke, he patted Su Dan on the shoulder. Su Dan, exasperated, felt an urge to punch him. Haha, confidence is commendable. Who knows? Perhaps junior brother Chen Luo might truly achieve it. Mu Ge chimed in with a smile, though it was merely a polite remark. Even he lacked the confidence to enter the inner sect, let alone Chen Luo, who had just stepped into the outer sect. Yet, Ling Yimo regarded Chen Luo with a serious demeanor, sensing that he was not jesting. Individuals who made such declarations were either fools or possessed genuine strength. Chen Luo might be thick-skinned, but he did not seem like a fool. Chapter 49. This tower is incredibly valuable. Within the elder pavilion of the outer sect, several elders convened, with the esteemed elder Mo He presiding. Qin Lin and Lin Tao were also present, and upon their meeting, a palpable tension filled the air. Tomorrow marks the selection for the Wushu Cave, and we are responsible for the first layer of this process. Do you have any suggestions regarding this selection? Emohi scanned the gathered outer sect elders. The selection for the second layer of Wushu Cave involves inner sect disciples, and thus, it will be managed by the inner sect. As for the outer sect disciples in the body refinement stage, they can only participate in the inner sect selection. The first to speak was Xiao Chunyu. As the elder specifically responsible for new disciples within the outer sect, Xiao Chunyu holds significant influence. This year, numerous disciples from prestigious families have joined the outer sect, all vying for a spot in the Wushu cave. These disciples will undoubtedly rally support to secure their positions. If a majority of the spots are claimed by these family disciples, our Wenxian sect's ranking in the Wushu cave may not be favorable. Xiao Chunyu stated gravely that although these family disciples have joined the Wenxian sect, it does not necessarily mean they are devoted to it. Furthermore, the strength among these family disciples varies greatly. What impact can the weaker disciples have in the Wushu cave? As for the stronger ones, such as Princess Yangtingyu, what benefits she derives from the Wushu cave have little to do with the Wenxian sect. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging that similar situations had occurred before, albeit not with such a large number of participants as this year. Even the princess of the Tianyun dynasty is here. It seems the rumors are indeed true, and that certain coveted items may indeed reside within the Wushu cave. Upon hearing this, a somber expression fell upon the faces of all the elders. Whichever faction's disciple acquires such an item is bound to produce a top-tier disciple. Among the body refinement stage disciples, notable talents include Yangtingyu, Wen Yutao, and Gubai. Yangtingyu, being the princess of the Tianyun dynasty, will depart from the Wenxian sect after the Wushu cave selection. Both Wen Yutao and Gubai are backed by the prestigious families of the Tianyun dynasty as well. He furrowed his brow, his tone laden with helplessness. As an elder of the Wenxian sect, he naturally yearned to nurture a prodigy of their own. Yet, the most exceptional talents are all from the Tianyun dynasty's families. Allowing these family disciples to seize opportunities may not necessarily benefit the Wenxian sect. There is one individual, however, whom I believe merits attention, Xiao Chunyu suddenly interjected. All eyes turned towards Xiao Chunyu, and although she had yet to reveal the name, they could surmise whom she meant. It must be that fellow named Chen Luo. He chuckled. Upon hearing the name Chen Luo, Lin Tao's expression darkened instantly. Again, it is Chen Luo. How is it that he appears everywhere? Chen Luo is indeed a promising candidate for cultivation, though his strength he sighed, a bittersweet smile forming. While Chen Luo may have defeated Tao Peng, it does not imply he can compete with the likes of Yang Tingyu and the others. Should that opportunity arise on the first layer of the Wushu cave, does Chen Luo stand a chance to contend for it? The illustrious individuals entering the illusory cave, akin to Yang Tingyu, number no less than 10 in the foremost echelon. Might Chen Luo seize such an opportunity? I believe it is worth a try, Qin Lin remarked with a serene smile. Chen Luo is indeed one of her own. Should he earn the favor of He, it would be immensely beneficial for him. He, contemplative, nodded, acknowledging that Chen Luo is indeed worth considering. We shall observe his performance during tomorrow's selection, He said with a smile. An opportunity shall be afforded to Chen Luo. Yet the crux lies in his own capabilities. The elders unanimously nodded in agreement. Should Chen Luo secure that opportunity, it would undoubtedly benefit the asking immortal sect. On the following dawn, Chen Luo rose early and stepped outside. Yang Tingyu and Su Dandan awaited him just outside the door, casting their gazes upon him as he emerged. Oh, little princess, are you joining us? Chen Luo approached Yang Tingyu with a cheerful smile. Yang Tingyu glanced at him and casually replied, I'm waiting for Dandan. Su Dandan grinned mischievously at Chen Luo and teased. Hey, did you think Yang Tingyu was waiting for you? Your audacity is truly impressive. Chen Luo shrugged. Su Dandan's jibes had no effect on him. Too weak, akin to childish play, he remarked. Hey, do you have any confidence? If I fail to secure a spot in the illusory cave, you shall pay? Su Dandan threatened, brandishing her fist at Chen Luo. Having spent 1,000 copper coins, she could not afford to let that money go to waste. Chen Luo lightly patted her shoulder and said, Relax, it's all in good fun. Not only can I secure a place in the illusory cave, but I can also protect you once we are there. Su Dandan's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Really? Chen Luo chuckled and added, However, that comes at a different price. It was inconceivable that he would assist Su Dandan for free. This little wealthy lady was certainly not short on funds. Su Dandan rolled her eyes, exclaiming, It all comes back to money. The trio sailed to Shushan, where many had already gathered. Upon noticing Chen Luo in the company of Yang Tingyu and Su Dandan, the onlookers gritted their teeth in envy. What gives? Why does Chen Luo deserve this? The feelings of admiration, jealousy, and resentment were palpable. Before long, all participants had arrived, each at the 6th stage of body refinement. Those at the 5th stage were entirely unqualified for the selection of the illusory cave. Silence. He and others soared through the air on their swords, commanding the disciples to quiet down. He descended from his sword to the center of the arena. This selection for the illusory cave would be conducted through the first floor of the asking immortal tower, which housed various beasts, some of which carried tokens for the spots. There would be a total of 6 hours. At the end, whoever possessed a token would gain the right to enter the illusory cave. With that, He raised his hand, revealing a small tower in his palm. This tower was one of the most prized artifacts of the Asking Immortal sect, rated at the 5th tier. However, the small tower in Mohe's hand is merely a fragment of the Questioning Immortal Tower, allowing access only to the 1st and 2nd floors. The Questioning Immortal Tower consists of 6 tiers, divided into 3 parts, each held by one of the 3 members of the Questioning Immortal sect. Over 100 disciples, with bated breath, fixated their attention on Mohe. They were determined to secure the qualification to enter the Void Cave. Acquiring this qualification would undoubtedly yield significant opportunities. Such prospects were coveted even by the likes of Yangtingyu, the little princess, let alone the ordinary disciples. Mohe cast a sweeping glance over the gathered disciples before tossing the small tower into the air. In an instant, the tower expanded, transforming into a structure towering over 20 meters, landing majestically in the center of the arena. Chen Luo surveyed the Questioning Immortal Tower from top to bottom, recognizing it as a 5th-grade treasure. It must be worth a fortune. While Chen Luo was appraising the tower, one individual was fixated on him. This person was Lin Tao, whose fierce gaze and slight smirk revealed his disdain. A mere servant seeks entry into the Void Cave. He shall lay down his life within this tower. Chapter 50. Thanks to Elder Lin Tao for the dog. Enter. With a resounding roar from Mohe, the multitude of disciples surged into the Questioning Immortal Tower. Chen Luo and Su Dan trailed at the rear, unhurried about seizing the qualification tokens. To acquire a token, one must first deal with the ferocious beasts and then defend against the onslaught of others vying for the same prize. Both tasks were formidable. The beasts possessing the qualification tokens were not to be underestimated. The Questioning Immortal sect would not permit the weak to obtain such privileges. Chen Luo remarked. These fellows are working in teams of several. They're playing dirty. Su Dan felt frustrated watching the other disciples scatter, most forming groups of 4 or 5. Only top disciples like Yangtingyu would venture alone. Even without encountering Yangtingyu and her companions, facing these teams would still pose a challenge. Chen Luo waved dismissively. It's nothing to worry about. They are manageable. Our utmost priority is to locate the beasts bearing the qualification tokens. Once we secure a token, I assure you, you will obtain your qualification. What has to fear from a few 6th-stage body refinement cultivators? Chen Luo, having chosen to assist Su Dan in securing a token, regarded their competitors with utter disdain. In the same realm, I am invincible. Hey, you too. A figure suddenly approached Chen Luo and Su Dan. It was a lone individual, not particularly strong, so Chen Luo paid little heed. However, Su Dan wore a wary expression. All who entered the Questioning Immortal Tower were adversaries. Caution was essential. Do you need something? Su Dan asked, her voice laced with vigilance. The individual smiled faintly. I am Chong Meng, who joined the Questioning Immortal sect a year ago. May I join you? I can provide you with the coordinates of the beasts possessing qualification tokens. Chong Meng's demeanor was amiable, resembling that of an honest man. Chen Luo shot him a glance. Anyone who believed this fellow's words would be foolish indeed. You know where the qualification tokens are? Excellent. Take us with you. And I assure you, you will not be at a loss. Su Dan's eyes widened with delight, resembling one who has stumbled upon an unexpected bargain. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at Su Dan, pondering how inexperienced this young lady truly was. So naive. Chong Meng smiled knowingly, saying, I can lead you to the demon beasts, but you must assist me in obtaining the quota token. His demeanor radiated sincerity, as he eagerly sought to establish a collaboration with Chen Luo and Su Dan. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Dan nodded, completely trusting Chong Meng. Chen Luo shot a wary glance at Chong Meng, discerning the inadequacy of his acting skills. He suspected this fellow might be a pawn sent by an enemy. The only individuals capable of such a feat were either Tang Qian or Lin Tao. Those two alone possessed that kind of ability. However, it was likely that only Lin Tao, the outer sect elder, could provide Chong Meng with the coordinates of the demon beasts. This Chong Meng might prove useful after all. Let us depart swiftly. Together, the 3 of us shall surely acquire the quota token. Chen Luo feigned excitement, and upon witnessing Chong Meng's sigh of relief, he further confirmed his suspicion that Chong Meng was a spy. All right, let us set off. Chong Meng immediately took the lead, guiding Chen Luo and Su Dan forward. The demon beasts on the 1st floor of the Questioning Immortal Tower were mostly not formidable, their cultivation levels ranging from the 3rd to the 6th stage of body refinement. As for those above the 6th stage, none had been encountered thus far. Perhaps the one carrying the quota token was a demon beast of the 7th stage. Look ahead. There it is. Chong Meng suddenly halted, pointing toward the front. Following his gesture, Chen Luo beheld a giant water buffalo, measuring approximately 10 meters in length. The creature boasted massive horns, each spanning nearly 3 meters. If pierced by those horns, death would be inevitable. Indeed, it was a demon beast of the 7th stage. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, confirming that the giant buffalo's cultivation level aligned with his suspicions. It was indeed at the 7th stage of body refinement. Such demon beasts could only be defeated by top disciples like Yang Tingyu. Gentlemen, shall we join forces? Might I request that quota token first? Chongming turned to Chen Luo and Su Dandan, inquiring. Just as Su Dandan was about to object, Chen Luo interjected, smiling, of course. Since you are leading us to the demon beast, the token rightfully belongs to you. It was evident that Chongming sought to secure the token for himself first. Driven by self-interest. With the plan proceeding smoothly, Chongming felt invigorated. Although he had joined the expedition on a mission, it did not mean he was uninterested in entering the questioning void cave. As your senior brother, I shall take the lead. You two support me from the side. Chongming dashed forward, brandishing his treasured blade at the giant buffalo. Given Chongming's strength, he was no match for the buffalo in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, with the assistance of Chen Luo and Su Dandan, they held a significant chance of overcoming the beast. Quick, lend a hand. Su Dandan hurriedly followed, drawing a bow and unleashing a barrage of arrows at the giant buffalo. However, due to Su Dandan's limited strength, her attacks inflicted minimal damage on the creature. Chen Luo did not disclose his suspicions about Chongming to Su Dandan, drawing forth his silver sword and charging ahead. Since he intended to utilize Chongming, he had to maintain the pretense. After all, Chongming was no fool. For the sake of this coveted token, Chongming exerted all his strength, relentlessly hacking at the giant horned bull. Unfortunately, the creature's physique was exceedingly robust, rendering Chongming's attacks ineffective against its tough hide. Junior brother Chen Luo, can you breach this giant horned bull's defenses? If you can, I have a way to slay it. Chongming exclaimed anxiously, aware that they could not afford to squander too much time on this beast. They still had a plan to execute and could not let the main objective falter. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at Chongming, realizing he had never revealed his name. Increasingly convinced that Chongming approached him with ulterior motives, he responded, very well. I can accomplish that. With a smile, Chen Luo retreated a step, his silver sword poised for action. Chongming quickly distanced himself from the giant horned bull, observing Chen Luo while gathering his strength, eager to secure the token. Qingyin's sword art. Chen Luo's eyes widened as he unleashed his sword with blinding speed toward the giant horned bull. Sensing the intense threat, the creature recoiled, fixated nervously on Chen Luo. Chongming was equally astonished by Chen Luo's prowess. A newly initiated outer disciple possessed such profound swordsmanship. No wonder Elder Lin Tao held him in such high regard. Chen Luo must not be allowed to enter the Wushu cave. With a decisive strike, Chen Luo's sword met the giant horned bull. Despite the beast's formidable physique, it could not withstand the blow unscathed. Following Chen Luo's strike, the bull staggered back several meters, a gaping wound the size of a bull gushing blood from its back. Chen Luo had moderated his strength, intentionally sparing the creature's life. This was to convey to Chongming that he was not to be trifled with. Yet he did not want him to feel utterly hopeless. If Chongming succumbed to fear, it would certainly diminish the excitement. Well done. Junior brother Chen Luo, step aside. Chongming laughed heartily, his blade now fully charged. An intermediate second-tier sword technique surged forth, aimed precisely at the wounded area of the giant horned bull. Chapter 51. Senior brother Chang. The chicken foot is exposed. Isn't it? Aha. Chongming laughed exuberantly, clutching the coveted token he had just acquired. With this token in hand, he secured his qualification to enter the Wushu cave. If fortune favored him, he might procure a treasure within and soon ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations, senior brother Chong. On obtaining the Wushu cave token, Chen Luo smiled, clasping his hands as he watched Chongming conceal the token within his robes. Alas, this is all thanks to the assistance of junior brother Chen and junior sister Su. We must immediately seek another token. 2 hours have already elapsed, and we must hasten our pace. Chongming laughed heartily, his mind racing with thoughts of how smoothly the plan was unfolding. All that remained was to complete Elder Lin Tao's task and let the beast eliminate Chen Luo, after which he could find a place to hide until the assessment concluded. This time, success is assured. This fellow named Chen Luo is indeed easily deceived. Of course, I must trouble senior brother Chong to lead the way. Chen Luo nodded with a smile, appearing utterly unsuspecting of Chongming's intentions. Chongming guided Chen Luo and Su Dandan swiftly towards their next target. Before long, they arrived at a vast plain. From nearly 1,000 meters away, a colossal figure could be seen slowly traversing the landscape, a giant tortoise measuring at least 20 meters in length. Its shell was adorned with numerous sharp spines, each glistening with a pale green viscous substance, creating an unsettling sight. It turned out to be a green arrow tortoise, a formidable opponent indeed. Su Dandan's tone grew gravely serious upon spotting the creature. This green arrow tortoise, although also at the 7th stage of body refinement, posed a far greater challenge than the horned bull. Not only was its defense exceptionally strong, but the spines on its back were also laced with toxins. Alarmingly, these spines could be launched like arrows, compensating for the tortoise's sluggish speed. Once the toxins entered the body, even if one did not succumb to death, their combat prowess would significantly diminish. Slaying the green arrow tortoise was no simple task. Rest assured, junior brother Chen Luo, I shall assist you from the sidelines. We will surely take down this green arrow tortoise, Chong Meng said, grinning widely at Chen Luo, though his smile was insincere. He secretly wished for the tortoise to eliminate Chen Luo. Once Chen Luo was dead, his mission would be complete. Chen Luo feigned ignorance and drew his silver sword. All right. I shall trouble senior brother Chong then. Chong Meng nearly burst into laughter at Chen Luo's naivety. Newcomers are truly gullible. Junior sister Su, your strength is comparatively weaker. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance. This green arrow tortoise will be dealt with by junior brother Chun and myself, Chong Meng instructed Su Dandan, wary of the consequences of leading her to her demise. After all, Su Dandan's father was the president of the Alchemist Association, should anything happen to her. The association would not let him off lightly. If he angered the Alchemist Association, even Lin Tao would be unable to protect him. Su Dandan obediently retreated, recognizing that she could not be of much assistance against the more formidable green arrow tortoise. Junior brother Chun, let us advance, Chong Meng shouted, drawing his blade but not rushing forward, instead allowing Chen Luo to take the lead. Chen Luo smirked inwardly, recognizing the pretense. Yet, he was thankful to Chong Meng. Without him, finding a beast in possession of the coveted quota token would have taken much longer. With both quota tokens in hand, they were ready. With a swift motion, Chen Luo charged towards the green arrow tortoise, silver sword in hand. Although the tortoise's defenses were formidable, it had vulnerabilities. Striking its underbelly provided a chance to defeat the beast. Roar. The green arrow tortoise noticed Chen Luo rushing towards it and let out a low warning growl, immediately lowering its body, causing the spines on its shell to tremble ominously. In the blink of an eye, several spines were launched, shooting towards Chen Luo's body like arrows. Chen Luo swiftly lifted his sword, sending the sharp spikes flying. The launched spikes did not fall to the ground but spun in the air for a few moments, gliding past Chen Luo and heading towards Chong Meng. Upon seeing the spikes aimed at him, Chong Meng was momentarily taken aback. How could there still be spikes attacking him even while he was sheltered behind Chen Luo? What a predicament! Not daring to underestimate the situation, Chong Meng hastily struck out with his blade. If Chen Luo could effortlessly deflect these spikes, so could he. After all, he had spent a year in the outer sect. Surely he was not inferior to a mere newcomer. However, when the spikes collided with his blade, Chong Meng was shocked to find his hand trembling violently. How could Chen Luo withstand such a terrifying force? Hiss. Chong Meng inhaled sharply, compelled to pause and alleviate the pain in his wrist. Raising his gaze, he saw that Chen Luo was already engaged in battle with the green arrow turtle. This young man was formidable. Chong Meng's face turned pale. He had known Chen Luo was a tough opponent, but not this tough. It seemed he would have to wait for an opportunity, biding his time until the green arrow turtle and Chen Luo had exhausted each other before striking at Chen Luo. Senior brother Chong, come help me. Chen Luo suddenly called out to Chong Meng. Chong Meng responded and ambled over, deliberately keeping his distance from the green arrow turtle, offering only remote assistance to Chen Luo. Compared to his previous battle against the giant horned bull, he was merely coasting through this one. Chen Luo had certainly noticed Chong Meng's behavior. He had anticipated that this fellow would act this way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The green arrow turtle launched more spikes. Chen Luo, thanks to his phantom butterfly step, could easily evade them. However, this time, he feigned ignorance, allowing several spikes to strike his chest. Ah! Chen Luo cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Seeing Chen Luo fall, Chong Meng's eyes gleamed with excitement. The moment had arrived. Senior brother Chang, help me, Chen Luo shouted urgently. Chong Meng did not respond but strode towards Chen Luo. Observing the sly smile gradually surfacing on Chong Meng's face, Chen Luo could not help but smirk inwardly. This guy had taken the bait. TSK, struck by the green arrow turtle's spikes, can you still move now? Chong Meng grinned, his tone drastically different, as if he had transformed into another person. Feigning panic, Chen Luo shouted, Senior brother Chong, what are you planning to do? Ha ha. Chong Meng suddenly burst into laughter. In the distance, Su Dandan sensed something was amiss and hurried towards the two. Yet, before she could approach, Chong Meng abruptly raised his sword, pointing it at her. Miss Su, you teamed up with this fellow just to obtain a quota token, didn't you? I can help you acquire the token from the green arrow turtle. Just leave Chen Luo to me. Chong Meng narrowed his eyes, fixating on Su Dandan. Su Dandan's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. This Chong Ming was actually targeting Chen Luo. You must not harm Chen Luo. Otherwise, I will not let this go. Su Dandan shouted anxiously. Chen Luo cast a fleeting glance at Su Dandan, surprised that this usually bothersome girl displayed such loyalty in a crucial moment. Can you truly prevent me from killing him? Chong Ming gritted his teeth. Since reason had failed, he would resort to force to compel Su Dandan to cease her interference. Could the Alchemist Association truly extend its reach to the Wuxian sect? Chapter 52. Elder Lin Tao, quite a remarkable individual. You were sent by Lin Tao, weren't you? Chen Luo stated his suspicions outright. Aside from Lin Tao, no one else possessed such capabilities. And what if I do know? Chong Ming scoffed. Within the confines of the Wuxian Tower, casualties were commonplace. Should you meet your end here, I would not face any repercussions. Chong Ming smirked. The selection at the Xinkong Cave presented a splendid opportunity to eliminate Chen Luo. Lin Tao would never let such a chance pass by. Even if he couldn't kill Chen Luo, he could certainly rob him of the opportunity to enter the Xinkong Cave. Yet fortune seemed to favor him. There was a strong chance to end Chen Luo's life this time. Su Dandan stood nervously not far away, fully aware of her inability to thwart Chong Ming. The blade was but a meter away from Chen Luo. Even if she had the means to intervene, it would be too late. How could Chen Luo possibly fall to a mere passerby? This was truly pitiful. It appeared that killing here bore no consequences, Chen Luo mused, nodding thoughtfully. This information was indeed pivotal. Enough chatter. You can die now. Chong Ming smirked, swiftly directing his blade towards Chen Luo. A successful strike. Clink. A soft sound rang out as Chong Ming's knife was deflected, clattering to the ground. He stumbled back several paces, astonished to see Chen Luo rise. Weren't you poisoned? How can you still stand? Chong Ming glanced back at the green arrow turtle, which remained in place, adopting a defensive stance. Chen Luo leisurely stood up, peeling off his golden silk armor. I lost a piece of golden silk armor just to amuse you. Shouldn't this debt be yours to bear? He tossed the armor to the ground, shaking his head in regret. Though it was merely a first-grade armor, it was his only protection, and its damage was indeed unfortunate. Chong Ming gazed at the golden silk armor on the ground, his eyes twitching involuntarily. This fellow was merely feigning weakness. How despicable. Retreat. Chong Ming gritted his teeth, realizing he had been tricked, and promptly turned to flee. Yet his speed could not rival Chen Luo's. Before Chang Ming could run far, Chen Luo's foot had already struck his back. A cry of anguish escaped Chong Ming as he tumbled several times on the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. After a year of training in the outer sect, is this all the skill you possess? Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Chong Ming's strength was hardly superior to that of Tao Peng, lacking any significant backing. Even a year of training in the Wuxian sect's outer ranks did not qualify him to compare with the son of a general. You, don't get too cocky. Chong Ming rolled to his feet, gripping his knife tightly. After stabilizing his body, Chang Ming launched a rapid assault, his treasured blade slicing through the air in a series of strikes. The furious mountain blade technique. With a roar, Chang Ming concentrated his strength to its utmost, executing a second-tier blade technique. Since escape was no longer an option, he resolved to confront Chen Luo head-on, determined to either defeat him or inflict serious injury, thus disqualifying him from entering the Void Cave. He could not believe that Chen Luo's power could possibly surpass his own. A second-tier blade technique at the minor completion stage? Is this all? Chen Luo could not help but smile, a reaction that turned Chong Ming's face ashen with fury. How dare Chen Luo be so arrogant? You, a mere outer sect servant, what gives you such confidence? With a furious shout, Chong Ming leaped into the air, aiming a vicious strike at Chen Luo. A glint of ruthless intent flashed in Chen Luo's eyes as he stepped forward, his sword transforming into the black blade he had purchased from Ling Mo. This sword. Named Ink Pattern. What? A third-tier sword. Chong Ming was taken aback, realizing that Chen Luo had been concealing his true capabilities all along. It was over. From the very beginning, Chen Luo had been aware of his intentions. Every effort Chong Ming had made was merely a part of Chen Luo's scheme. The Qing Yun sword technique. Chen Luo suddenly surged forward with a strike, his figure resembling a wraith, closing in on Chong Ming. Before Chong Ming could react, Chen Luo's sword had already sliced through his right arm. My hand. Chong Ming fell to the ground, letting out a wretched scream. Faced with Chen Luo's strike, he had no room to resist. Instant annihilation. Absolutely effortless. Is this all? Chen Luo cast a disdainful glance at Chong Ming, snorting dismissively. Chong Ming, witnessing the trembling of Chen Luo's body, regretted accepting this task, realizing he had put himself at risk. No, I cannot die. Junior brother Chen, I can help you deal with the green arrow tortoise. Without me, you cannot defeat it. Chong Ming shouted in panic, no longer concerned about the mission. Preserving his life was paramount. Chen Luo chuckled, you think I cannot handle it? You will be disappointed. I can deal with the green arrow tortoise on my own. Chongming was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a response. Junior brother Chen, trust me. The green arrow tortoise is formidable. I can truly assist you. But before Chongming could finish, Chen Luo suddenly unleashed a surge of lightning from his feet, vanishing from sight, only to reappear above the green arrow tortoise. Chongming's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Chen Luo. What extraordinary speed! The movement technique Chen Luo was employing, the Thunder Smoke Step, had been purchased from Ling Mo. With 3,000 wealth points, he had elevated this technique to the minor completion stage, surpassing even the Shadow Butterfly Step in speed. Not only Chongming, but even the green arrow tortoise could not catch a glimpse of Chen Luo's figure. Chen Luo offered no chance for the green arrow turtle to react. The Azure Cloud Sword technique erupted in full force, piercing the turtle's head before it could even withdraw into its shell. Wind Listening Palm. This strike, though insufficient to slay the green arrow turtle, was swiftly followed by another palm strike. As Chen Luo unleashed this blow, the turtle's body shattered explosively, a mist of blood filling the air. While the turtle's body was obliterated, its shell remained unscathed. Not far away, Chongming stood in stunned silence, his face a canvas of shock, rendered speechless by Chen Luo's display of power. Is this Chen Luo truly at the 6th stage of body refinement? Chongming gasped, unable to fathom the sheer terror of Chen Luo's strength. How could he still harbor thoughts of killing Chen Luo? That would be akin to reaching for the heavens. With an air of confidence, Chen Luo seized the token of qualification, tossing it effortlessly into Su Dandan's hands. Su Dandan beamed at the token. Realizing she had not misjudged him, Chen Luo was indeed impressive. Senior brother Chong, it seems I have disappointed you. Chen Luo remarked with a smile as he approached Chongming. Chongming's face turned a shade of iron, infuriated at being treated like a mere dog by Chen Luo. Chen Luo, you'll pay for this. Elder Lin 1T let you off easily, but before he could finish, Chen Luo's sword descended. Lin? What is he to me? Chen Luo scoffed, swiftly retrieving the earlier token from Chongming's garments. Thanks to Lin, obtaining the token so quickly was indeed fortuitous. Chen Luo, is it truly without consequence to have killed this fellow? Su Dandan asked anxiously, approaching him. After all, this was not a life-or-death duel, and being discovered by the elders of the Xian sect could spell trouble for Chen Luo. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Luo kicked Chongming's body, sending it flying into a small group of demonic beasts. The beasts approached, sniffing curiously, before voraciously devouring Chongming's remains. Isn't this a solution? Little eggshell. You ought to use your brain. If your chest is not ample, why is your mind so small? Chapter 53. The Decline of the Xian Sect. Come with me to the Alchemist Association. To my astonishment, acquiring 2 tokens was so effortless. What shall we do with the remaining 2 hours? Su Dandan glanced at the token in her hand, her heart brimming with joy, never having anticipated such ease. This was all thanks to Chongming and the well-meaning Elder Lin. Without this encounter, finding demonic beasts carrying tokens would have proven quite challenging. The selection process is not yet over. We must remain vigilant against others who might wish to harm us. Do not let your guard down. Be cautious that the token in your hand is not snatched away. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at Su Dandan, smiling. Su Dandan confidently waved her hand. What is there to fear? With your prowess, who would dare to steal our tokens? Surely, you can protect me, right? With Chen Luo's power on display, capable of slaying a 7th-stage body refinement beast with a single strike, his strength would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in this assessment. Chen Luo smiled widely and cheekily replied, our transaction only extends to obtaining the quota token. The remainder comes at a different price. Su Dandan had just paid 10 exquisite first-grade elixirs, valued at 1,000 copper coins. To Chen Luo at this moment, 1,000 copper coins were hardly a significant sum. This little heiress could surely muster greater wealth. You greedy rascal. Humph. I can protect the quota token myself. Su Dandan scoffed lightly, storing the token away in her storage ring. As the daughter of the Alchemist Association, she had no doubt that no one would dare to seize her quota token. Chen Luo chuckled. Given Su Dandan's background, few would dare to challenge her, unless they encountered someone like Yang Tingyu, who possessed a background equally formidable. The two found a picturesque spot to sit, waiting for the selection to conclude. Once the time arrived, those inside the questioning Immortal Tower would be teleported out, and those holding quota tokens would qualify for entry into the Void Cave. Why does the questioning Immortal sect employ such a method to select quotas, when entering the Void Cave is of utmost importance? Shouldn't the strongest individuals be prioritized? Chen Luo pondered aloud after gazing at the lake for some time. This selection method seemed to favor the privileged disciples. Those from noble families flocked to the questioning Immortal sect specifically because of this selection process, didn't they? Su Dandan coldly laughed at Chen Luo's inquiry. She was one of those who had utilized this very rule to secure her quota. The questioning Immortal sect had once been the most powerful force in Tianjin Prefecture, with selection based primarily on strength. However, as the sect declined, the noble families of the Tianjin dynasty exerted pressure, compelling a change in the selection method. This approach effectively granted quotas to the disciples of noble houses. One could only blame the decline of the questioning Immortal sect, which still held the most quotas in Tianjin Prefecture. Su Dan shrugged. As a disciple of a noble family herself, she was well aware of these intricacies. In Tianjin Prefecture, only the royal dynasty and the two sects along with the four pavilions possessed quotas for the Void Cave. And the first consideration for the disciples of noble families would undoubtedly be the quotas from the questioning Immortal sect. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, hesitating for a long moment before asking, "What position does the questioning Immortal sect currently hold among the royal dynasty and the two sects with the four pavilions?" The questioning Immortal sect had once been the mightiest force in Tianjin Prefecture. Even in decline, it should not be weak, right? Sixth, Su Dan replied directly. This is no secret in Tianjin Prefecture. Sixth? How disappointing. Chen Luo chuckled bitterly. It seems the questioning Immortal sect is not merely declining. It has suffered a significant loss in its fighting capabilities. This is primarily due to the rise of the Tianjin dynasty, coupled with the demise of the sect's ancestors. Various major forces covet the foundation of the questioning Immortal sect, seeking to carve a share for themselves. Faced with the pressure from these forces, what can the questioning Immortal sect do? Unless several more transformation stage experts emerge, the current situation cannot be altered. Su Dan spoke leisurely. Whether the questioning Immortal sect is thriving or not has little bearing on me. Although I am a disciple of the sect, my heart has never truly belonged to it. In a maximum of 3 years, I will return to the Alchemist Association. The Wuxian sect is merely a place for cultivation. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that these disciples from noble families would not consider staying at the Wuxian sect for long. This creates a vicious cycle if it continues. The Wuxian sect will undoubtedly be expelled from Tianjin Prefecture. Do you intend to remain at the Wuxian sect indefinitely? Perhaps you should accompany me to the Alchemist Association instead. I assure you, the treatment you receive there will be far superior to that at the Wuxian sect. The Alchemist Association is never short of elixirs. Su glanced at Chen Luo, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she spoke cheerfully. Chen Luo's talent is exceptional. Such a prodigy is indeed rare at the Alchemist Association. If he could be brought to the Alchemist Association, they would certainly welcome him. Before Chen Luo could respond, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and embraced Su tightly. Su's eyes widened in surprise, her mind momentarily blank. What is happening? Boom. The spot where Chen Luo and Su were seated was shattered by a flying blade, debris scattering and creating a large crater. Observing the crater, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. The assailant had clearly unleashed a formidable attack, intent on destruction. Was it another of Lin Tao's subordinates? No, it was Gubai. Su, still in Chen Luo's arms, suddenly exclaimed, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Following Su's gaze, Chen Luo saw a man in white, standing atop a tree. Do you know him? Chen Luo inquired, looking at Su. Su shook her head, stating she did not know him personally but had seen him in reports. This fellow appears presentable, yet his disposition is exceptionally cruel. I have heard that he single-handedly inflicted severe injuries on 13 disciples at the 6th stage of body refinement, severing their limbs in the process. Originally, he was confined, but the Gu family leveraged their connections to release him for participation in the Wuxian cave. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback by Su's description of Gubai. It seems this Gubai is quite a formidable character. No wonder his attacks are so ruthless. He likely isn't someone Lin Tao could command. If you wish to avoid dying by my blade, hand over your quota token, Gubai declared, leaping before Chen Luo and Su. His silver blade aimed menacingly at Chen Luo. Chen Luo gently set Su down, his gaze fixated on the blade in Gubai's grasp. An upper greatsword. What a fine weapon. Although it pales in comparison to Yang Tingyu's listening rain sword, it is still worth a considerable sum, at least 10,000 copper coins. What are you staring at? Gubai frowned, perplexed by Chen Luo's intense gaze, which resembled that of a lovesick fool. Chen Luo grinned and pointed at the sword in Gubai's hand. If you seek the quota token, I propose a trade for your blade. Gubai erupted into laughter, finding the notion absurd. The things I desire require no exchange. Killing you will be far more convenient. With that, Gubai launched a fierce attack. His blade aimed directly at Chen Luo. Be cautious, this guy is not someone to be trifled with. Su called out in alarm, her concern palpable. If Gubai were easy to deal with, how could he appear in her intelligence report? Chapter 54, A Battle Maniac, How Easy to Deceive. The Immortal Slashing Saber Technique. Gubai suddenly opened his eyes, and the treasured blade in his hand transformed into several shimmering blades, rushing towards Chen Luo at an astonishing speed. The blade shadows flickered, and a blinding light erupted. Upon witnessing this, Chen Luo swiftly retreated, immediately employing a second-tier sword technique, having reached a minor mastery of it. Gubai harbored a truly murderous intent. Chen Luo had previously triumphed over the 9th stage of the body-refining realm from the Volcano sect, primarily relying on the advantage of martial skills. However, in combat against Gubai, he had already lost that advantage in the tier of martial techniques and could only depend on the realm of martial skills. In this regard, Chen Luo possessed unwavering confidence. The Azure Cloud Sword technique. Chen Luo suddenly swung his sword, forcefully colliding with Gubai. The clash of blades caused both to stagger back, though Chen Luo retreated a greater distance. This was the disadvantage of weaponry. The ink-patterned sword in Chen Luo's hand was of a lower grade than Gubai's treasured blade, lacking by 2 minor tiers. Had their weapon grades been equal, Chen Luo would not have retreated so far. Gubai stabilized himself, his icy gaze fixed upon Chen Luo. Initially believing Chen Luo to be easily manageable, he was taken aback by Chen Luo's unexpected prowess. However, I particularly enjoy cutting down talents like you. Gubai suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, charging once more towards Chen Luo, the treasured blade in his hand conjuring a flurry of blade shadows, descending like a torrential downpour. The two engaged once again, their blades clashing rapidly in midair, the residual force whipping up gusts of wind. Su Dan hastily retreated, feeling utterly unqualified to partake in such a battle. Should Chen Luo be defeated, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Gubai, indeed, exhibited an outrageous personality. Ha! Your strength has caught me somewhat off guard. What is your name? Which noble family do you belong to? Seeing that Chen Luo could hold his own against him, Gubai erupted into joyous laughter. Among the outer disciples of the Asking Immortals sect at the same realm, few dared to engage him in combat. Even when Yu Tao would not accept his challenge, such tedious individuals left Gubai feeling quite vexed. He yearned for a thrilling battle. This time, fighting Chen Luo with such vigor, he would spare Chen Luo's life, granting him a chance for revenge. You win, and I shall speak further. Chen Luo grinned, his ink-patterned sword repeatedly deflecting Gubai's attacks. He had begun to glean a general understanding of Gubai's personality, a thorough battle maniac, and this individual was, astonishingly, a scion of the Tianyun dynasty. Noble disciples, so reckless with their lives? Quite audacious. I've practiced this strike for 3 years. Can you withstand it? Gubai roared, stepping into the air, the blade radiating a brilliant white light. 100 feet of blade aura surged around Gubai, coalescing into a massive blade that hovered in the sky. Such a grand display. Chen Luo furrowed his brow as he gazed at Gubai in midair. This strike could actually harness the essence of the heavens and earth, indicating that he had reached the 3rd tier. Was Gubai truly this reckless? Chen Luo, run. You will perish from this blow. Su Dan shouted anxiously from a distance, feeling the terrifying aura of the strike even from afar. This was undoubtedly Gubai's trump card. Could Chen Luo survive taking this hit head-on? Little eggshell, you underestimate me too much. Chen Luo turned back and flashed a smile at Su Dan. Then the runes beneath his feet surged with energy. Lightning erupted, enveloping Chen Luo in a storm of electricity. As the lightning began to dissipate, Chen Luo vanished from his original position. A lower-tier movement technique. Gubai was taken aback, not expecting Chen Luo to possess such a skill. He was indeed impressive. However, how could a lower-tier movement technique withstand his strike? Slash! Gubai roared in fury as the blade descended with overwhelming force. Although this technique had merely reached the initial stage, its power was several times greater than his previous 2nd-tier sword technique. If Chen Luo did not possess a more formidable martial art, this battle would surely be his defeat. Chen Luo transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly navigating through the torrent of blade energy. The ink-patterned sword had already been sheathed, and with his right hand, he began to gather strength. A fierce gale began to howl, ultimately coalescing in Chen Luo's palm, forming an astonishing force of wind. Listening wind palm, Chen Luo shouted, unleashing the technique with great vigor. The listening wind palm was Chen Luo's strongest move. Although its rank did not surpass Gubai's sword technique, its mastery had reached perfection, its might rivaling Gubai's strike. A 2nd-tier perfected technique? How did you cultivate it to such a level? Gubai gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Chen Luo's palm strike. Never had he encountered a peer capable of mastering a 2nd-tier martial art to perfection. He was truly formidable. Break. As Chen Luo unleashed his full power, his palm forcefully collided with the blade shadow, causing both the primary and secondary blade images to tremble violently. Gubai felt a clear tremor in his arms. What terrifying strength. This was the first time he faced a perfected 2nd-tier martial technique. How can I lose? I am invincible among my peers. Gubai began to roar madly, having never suffered defeat in his realm. He would never concede to Chen Luo. Both unleashed their full might, and with a tremendous crash, a spiraling vortex ascended into the sky. Boom. With a resounding explosion, both figures were expelled from the whirlpool. Chen Luo leaped, performing a roll in midair before landing gracefully on the ground. In contrast, Gu Bai fell clumsily, crashing heavily and creating a deep crater. Impressive. What a thrill. Gu Bai climbed out of the pit, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Though he had lost, he felt an unexpected exhilaration. It had been a long time since he had experienced such an exhilarating fight. Once more, Gu Bai brandished his blade, a smirk playing on his lips as he faced Chen Luo, unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Despite nursing his injuries, he was determined to continue fighting until a victor emerged. I think you should take a look behind you. Chen Luo shrugged, gesturing towards Gu Bai's rear, furrowing his brow. Gu Bai turned to discover a group of individuals standing there, those he recognized as the very ones he had severely injured before. Gu Bai, the leader of the group. Hai Yi, a scion of the Hai family from the Tianyan dynasty, wielded influence rivaling that of the Gu family. Ah, I wondered who it was. Turns out to be you. What is this? Haven't you had enough of a lesson last time? Care for another leg fracture? Gu Bai bellowed fiercely. At Gu Bai's audacious declaration, Hai Yi erupted in laughter. What a jest. In your current state, how could you possibly fend off so many of us? This time, I shall ensure you are left without legs. He roared, the memory of his previous defeat at Gu Bai's hands still fresh in his mind. Chen Luo stood calmly at the back, arms crossed, displaying no intention of intervening. Do you wish to lend a hand? Su inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Luo. Assist whom? Aid Gu Bai? That prideful fool would only turn it against me. Besides, given his prowess, defeat is not a certainty, Chen Luo replied with a knowing smile. Having come to understand Gu Bai well, who knows? By befriending him, he might just manage to procure that blade from Gu Bai. Chapter 55. I never promised to protect your token. Gu Bai. Today, you shall meet your end in my grasp. Hai laughed heartily, drawing his sword and urging his companions to advance. In the past, Hai Yi and his group would never have dared to confront Gu Bai, but this time, seizing the chance to ambush him right after a fierce battle was an opportunity too good to miss. With just you lot, do you really think you stand a chance? Gu Bai roared, wielding his treasured blade and launching a fierce counterattack. Despite his grievous wounds, he displayed no signs of fear. One man, one sword. He plunged into the fray, the battle intensifying with each strike. Chen Luo observed quietly from the back. Gu Bai fought with increasing ferocity, possibly owing to a unique bloodline. Gu Bai's aura did not wane with his injuries. Rather, it seemed to grow stronger. A typical cultivator would have long since succumbed to such severe wounds. The Gu family's bloodline. I do not recall them possessing any special lineage, Su mused, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Special bloodlines were exceedingly rare in Tianyan Prefecture. Those who possessed such traits would surely rise to prominence among their peers. If Gu Bai truly bore a special bloodline, why had he remained in the outer sect of the Wenchuan sect for so long? Surely, he would have been cherished as a prized disciple. Chen Luo shook his head, uncertain about the intricacies of Gu Bai's situation. At this moment, Gu Bai was wildly swinging his sword amidst the crowd, having already shattered several legs. Growing bolder with each encounter, the countenance of Hai turned ashen, burdened by severe injuries, yet he still exhibited such audacity. Aha! You insignificant wretches dare to break my legs? Dream on. Gu Bai laughed heartily, akin to a ferocious beast, driving Hai Yi and his companions into retreat. With such grievous wounds, how could he still fight so fiercely? Witnessing Gu Bai's ferocity, Hai Yi's face paled in fury. He had hoped to avenge himself, but now found himself unable to surpass Gu Bai. How could Gu Bai be so formidable? Master Hai Yi, we cannot hold our ground. Hai Yi's subordinates began to falter, retreating in disarray. Such ferocity, yet they aspired to cripple Gu Bai? They were overreaching. Gritting his teeth, Hai Yi was compelled to fall back. If Gu Bai caught him, would he not face another leg fracture? Ah, that young man was quite impressive as well. Suddenly, Hai Yi recalled Chen Luo and swiftly turned his gaze towards him. If he could enlist Chen Luo's aid, he might just subdue Gu Bai. Brothers over there, if you assist me in dealing with Gu Bai, I shall reward you with 1,000 copper coins. Hai Yi bellowed, desperate to avoid another leg fracture and a month of bedridden suffering. 1,000 copper coins. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Hai Yi's extravagant offer. However, 1,000 copper coins were insufficient to sway his heart. Noticing Chen Luo's lack of response, Hai Yi gritted his teeth and, steeling himself, shouted, 2,000 copper coins. Upon hearing the sum of 2,000 copper coins, Chen Luo smirked. He hadn't anticipated such an unexpected gain. This time, he stood to profit handsomely. Come here. At that moment, Gu Bai had already lunged before Hai Yi, striking fiercely at his legs with the back of his blade. Suddenly, a sword descended from above, intercepting Gu Bai's blow. Gubai abruptly looked up, fully aware that it was Chen Luo who had intervened. In this instance, only Chen Luo possessed the strength to block his strike. You intend to assist him against me? Gubai narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated on Chen Luo. He had not expected Chen Luo to act at this moment, and for the sake of 2,000 copper coins no less. Chen Luo merely smiled at Gubai, offering no reply, and instead turned back to Hai. If you wish to avoid having your legs broken, pay up first. Chen Luo extended his hand towards Hai. 2,000 copper coins. Only a fool would refuse such an offer. That amount could purchase an exquisite second-tier martial technique. Hai was momentarily stunned, but quickly retrieved 2,000 copper coins from his storage ring, tossing them into Chen Luo's hands. Hurry, help me break Gubai's legs. I want him incapacitated from entering the Wushu cave. Hai roared fiercely, intent on reclaiming every debt. Upon hearing Hai's declaration, Gubai's expression darkened. He could manage to contend with Hai and his group, albeit with some effort. However, with Chen Luo's involvement, defeat was inevitable. Chen Luo, it seemed, was quite the avaricious individual. No. Chen Luo shook his head, a teasing smile playing on his lips. This money is merely sufficient to ensure your legs remain intact. Anything beyond that is not my concern. He shrugged, dismissing the notion that he would risk himself for a mere 2,000 copper coins. Hai stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Chen Luo. 2,000 copper coins? Is that all? This money is far too easy to acquire. I will offer an additional 500 copper coins. Hai shouted through gritted teeth, determined to sever Gubai's legs today. Not sufficient, Chen Luo replied decisively. 500 copper coins? Do you take me for a fool? Hai's face darkened with fury. He had no more copper coins to offer. It seemed that avenging himself today was beyond reach. Gubai narrowed his eyes, looking dejectedly at Chen Luo. With Chen Luo standing in his way, he found himself unable to retaliate against Hai, which was profoundly frustrating. Has young Master Hai already secured the quota token? Chen Luo suddenly turned to inquire. Hai hesitated, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why do you ask? Chen Luo chuckled. Time is running short. If young Master Hai possesses the quota token, you can mock Gubai, who has yet to obtain one. Upon hearing this, Hai's eyes sparkled with delight. So Gubai hasn't secured the quota token. Gubai, you haven't gotten the token? Time is almost up. Without it, you cannot enter the Wushu cave. Once I emerge from the Wushu cave, I will settle the score with you. Hai's laughter was maniacal, a desperate attempt to regain his confidence at Gubai's expense. Gubai clenched his fists, his expression grave. Had it not been for Chen Luo's intervention, he would have already seized the quota token from Hai. Alas, it seemed he would truly be unable to enter the Wushu cave this time. Wait, Chen Luo interjected suddenly, a playful tone in his voice. I only promised to safeguard your legs, ensuring you remain unharmed. If you were to take your belongings, that is beyond my jurisdiction. With a feigned look of helplessness, Chen Luo lamented, this amount of money is quite insufficient for the task at hand. Hai was momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's words, realizing he now appeared foolish for having been outsmarted. However, there was no time to confront Chen Luo. Gubai was approaching. Thank you, brother, Gubai said with a grin, then swiftly grasped Hai by the collar. Hai trembled in terror, regretting ever provoking Gubai. Not only had he lost money, but he also risked losing his chance to enter the Wushu cave. What a disastrous loss. Gubai? I was wrong. Please don't take my quota token. No. Gubai gently set Hai down, his movements surprisingly tender. Hai, I appreciate your quota token. Next time we meet, I promise to only take one of your legs. Chapter 56. Clearly, I am the victim. Uncertain of who would venture to the inquiry cave this time, the Grand Elder He stroked his white beard, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the inquiry tower. In truth, most of the quotas were already known among the elders. Individuals like Yang Tingyu and Wen Yutu were undoubtedly destined to secure spots in the inquiry cave. One could only speculate whether there might be unexpected surprises, with certain disciples potentially seizing quotas from the scions of noble families, indicating their formidable strength. Grand Elder, a disciple has perished within the inquiry tower, Xiao Chunyu approached, her tone grave. Such occurrences of injury during selection were commonplace, for battles inevitably carried risks. However, the death of a disciple was a rare tragedy. He furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. Let us discuss this once they emerge. He gestured dismissively, indicating that the selection had yet to conclude. Nonetheless, among the elders, one individual wore an exceptionally grim visage. This was Lin Tao, who was acutely aware of the identity of the deceased, the disciple Chongmeng, whom he had sent inside. The one responsible for Chongmeng's demise was undoubtedly Chen Luo. If Chen Luo emerged with the quota token, It would signify a significant loss, not only the death of a disciple but also the failure to prevent Chen Luo from entering the Inquiry Cave. Once Chen Luo exited the Inquiry Cave, he would become even more formidable. Suddenly, the Inquiry Tower emitted a golden light, and the doors swung open, releasing a torrent of figures. Over 100 disciples reappeared in the square, many of whom were grievously injured, writhing on the ground in agony. Quick! Send someone to aid them. He shouted urgently, taken aback by the high number of injured and the severity of their wounds. If not treated promptly, further fatalities could ensue. Several elders summoned a group of disciples to escort the wounded away. Those who have secured quota tokens, step forward. He commanded, emphasizing the importance of determining who could enter the Inquiry Cave. The disciples who had obtained tokens moved to stand before him, drawing the collective gaze of all present onto these 10 individuals. Most of the allocations were as anticipated. Chen Luo. He indeed acquired a quota token. Lin Tao's face turned ashen upon seeing Chen Luo among the 10. This incident was truly a double loss, a defeat of both personnel and resources. Cursed Chen Luo. Why was he so difficult to contend with? He surveyed the 10 disciples, nodding in satisfaction. They exceeded his expectations, with several promising candidates for cultivation. For instance, Chen Luo had garnered the attention of the elders prior to this election. Should Chen Luo's strength prove sufficient, they would consider nurturing him to secure the finest resources from the Inquiry Cave. Grand Elder, the deceased disciple has been located, but alas, only a mangled corpse remains, ravaged by beasts. An elder descended, accompanied by a disfigured body, laying it upon the ground. The gaze of the crowd fell solemnly upon the lifeless body, revealing expressions of grave concern. The sight of such a brutal fate was indeed harrowing. Have we ascertained the identity of this disciple? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. With only a mangled corpse remaining, it would be challenging to determine the cause of death, likely attributed to a beastly attack. The deceased is a disciple named Chong Meng. Under the tutelage of Elder Lin Tao, the elder's eyes turned to Lin Tao. Although disciples of the outer sect of the Asking Immortal sect do not formally pledge allegiance to any elder, the relationships between them are well understood among the elders. Much like Chen Luo, who is undoubtedly regarded as belonging to Qin Lin. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin immediately cast a glance at Chen Luo, wondering if Chong Meng's demise was somehow connected to him. Elder Lin Tao, intending to offer comfort, was instead met with Lin Tao's fierce demeanor. Chong Meng must have been killed by Chen Luo. This boy is ruthless and harms his fellow disciples. We must revoke his qualification for the Asking Void Cave. Lin Tao declared through gritted teeth, determined to prevent Chen Luo from entering the cave, even if it meant exposing his own misconduct. Me? You slander me, Chen Luo retorted, waving his hands emphatically, adamant that he had not committed murder. Lin Tao was surely aware that Chong Meng had been sent to approach Chen Luo on his behalf. Chong Meng, privy to the location of the beast possessing the qualification tokens, had received clandestine assistance from Lin Tao. Thus, it was Lin Tao himself who had first breached the rules. Without revealing his own transgressions, he could never confess to murder. Elder Lin Tao, do you possess any evidence? He arched an eyebrow. We cannot simply punish Chen Luo on the basis of Lin Tao's status as an elder. Lin Tao clenched his fists, glaring furiously at Chen Luo. Contemplating the penalties for rule violations, he hesitated for a long moment. As an elder, providing information for selecting disciples was a grave offense, punishable by at least a month of imprisonment. A month of imprisonment was a small price to pay if it meant preventing Chen Luo from entering the Asking Void Cave. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tao's tone became grave. It is true that I, as an elder, have been remiss in inadvertently disclosing several coordinates of the qualification tokens. Chong Meng was aware of the animosity between Chen Luo and myself. He agreed to assist me in thwarting Chen Luo's acquisition of a token. Therefore, Chong Meng's death is undoubtedly connected to Chen Luo. His words elicited shock from all present. The elder, Lin Tao, had schemed so insidiously against a mere disciple. Such pettiness was astonishing. Yet, in the eyes of the other elders, it was clear that Lin Tao was not merely targeting Chen Luo. He was, in fact, targeting Qin Lin. The enmity between the two was well known. Lin Tao, as an elder, you have leaked selection information. This constitutes a violation. Qin Lin stepped forward immediately. For Chen Luo was her disciple, and if she did not protect him, who would? Lin Tao scoffed, turning his head away. I admit my guilt. But Chen Luo is ruthless and harms his fellow disciples. He too must be punished. The crowd turned their sympathetic gazes towards Chen Luo. An elder, risking his own punishment, sought to drag Chen Luo into the depths of trouble. Chen Luo, an unremarkable outer disciple devoid of any connections, stood no chance against Lin Tao. Should he lose his opportunity at the Wangshu Cave as a result, it would be an irreparable loss for him. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before inquiring, Elder Lin Tao, what evidence do you possess? Upon uttering these words, Lin Tao was momentarily taken aback. Was his previous explanation not clear enough? Why did Emohi still pose such a question? At this juncture, Chen Luo echoed, "The Grand Elder is correct. You have said much, but all you've done is elaborate on how you intend to make my life difficult. Where is the evidence of me killing Changmeng? In this matter, I am the true victim, am I not? Would you not agree?" Lin Tao's face turned ashen with rage, momentarily at a loss for a response. The corpse of Changmeng had been ravaged by demonic beasts, making it impossible to find any evidence. With no witnesses to corroborate the claim, how could Chen Luo be condemned? What complicated matters further was that the Grand Elder Emohi seemed to stand with Chen Luo. If Emohi genuinely wished to ascertain the cause of Changmeng's demise, his expression betrayed a desire to suppress the incident. Chapter 57. Dare to challenge me, and I shall call upon the Grand Elder. Emohi. Just as Lin Tao sought to escalate the situation, compelling Emohi to investigate and expose Chen Luo, he was abruptly interrupted by Emohi's stern voice. "Lin Tao, you have violated the regulations by disclosing selection information to your disciples. As punishment, you shall be confined for a month and have 3 months' salary deducted." Emohi declared coldly, gesturing with his sleeve as an overwhelming pressure descended upon Lin Tao. As the most formidable figure among the outer sect, Emohi's strength was beyond question. Lin Tao could hardly withstand the oppressive force emanating from Emohi. Finding it difficult to breathe, 2 elders stepped forward, restraining Lin Tao and escorting him to the confinement chamber. The disciples exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Emohi's intentions were unmistakably clear. He was evidently supporting Chen Luo. According to standard procedure, an investigation should precede any punitive measures. Yet, without even conducting an inquiry, an elder had been subdued. Could it be that Chen Luo shared a deeper connection with the Grand Elder? Very well, disciples who have received the token for the selection. Prepare your belongings within these 2 days. Gather at the entrance of the Wangshan sect at noon in 2 days' time, Emohi announced, waving his sleeve before departing on his sword. The remaining elders exchanged glances, promptly following after Emohi. Chen Lin approached Chen Luo, her gaze filled with admiration. She had not anticipated that his talent would be so remarkable, even garnering the favor of the Grand Elder. It seemed her bet had not been misplaced. Chen Luo could indeed become Qin Si Yuan's right-hand man, even serving as her formidable support. Elder Chen Luo greeted with a smile as she approached. His impressive performance might even earn him a reward from Chen Lin. "Chen Luo, come with me," she beckoned. Chen Lin hesitated for a moment before clearing her throat. Chen Luo followed her to a secluded area. "Your performance this time was commendable, surpassing my expectations," she remarked. "The journey to the illusory cave will be immensely beneficial for you. Who knows, you may even encounter greater opportunities within." However, Chen Lin paused, her tone shifting to one of gravity. "Inside the illusory cave, you will face the top talents from Tianyun Prefecture and Tianfeng Prefecture. So you must exercise caution upon your entry." With that, Chen Lin produced a cerulean orb, around which a faint azure light swirled. Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the orb. This was indeed a mid-grade treasure. Was Chen Lin truly bestowing this upon him? How wonderful. "Thank you, Elder Chen," he exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to accept it. The cerulean orb was valued at over 5,000 copper coins, a significant sum. Do not be overly exuberant just yet. This azure orb is merely a temporary loan, Chen Lin chided, rolling her eyes at Chen Luo's eagerness. This orb can withstand a single attack from an entry-level foundation establishment cultivator. After use, it requires 3 days to recharge. Utilize it wisely. Should you achieve commendable results in the illusory cave, I may consider gifting it to you. After all, being a mid-grade treasure, its worth was not insignificant even to Chen Lin. Chen Luo scrutinized the orb, a look of dejection crossing his face. "Elder Chen, I will be entering the first layer of the illusory cave, where my opponents are all at the 6th stage of body refinement. It is unlikely that I will encounter any foundation establishment experts, is it not? In that case, this orb seems rather unnecessary." Upon reflection, he contemplated ascending directly to the 10th stage of body refinement after exiting the illusory cave. At that stage, he felt confident in his ability to contend with entry-level foundation establishment cultivators. With this line of thought, the azure orb appeared to hold little value. Chen Lin scoffed. "Most of those entering the illusory cave are prodigies from both prefectures. Do you truly believe they lack high-grade treasures? Consider Yang Tingyu's 4th-grade sword. How will you defend against that?" At Chen Lin's words, Chen Luo chuckled awkwardly. Upon further contemplation, he realized her point was valid. If an adversary wielded a high-grade treasure and unleashed power far exceeding that of body refinement, the azure orb would indeed prove useful. "Then I shall express my gratitude to Elder Chen," he said, accepting the orb, uncertain of when it might come in handy. "By the way, exercise caution regarding Yang Qian, the inner disciple you offended. He will also be entering the illusory cave, Chen Lin stated, her demeanor suddenly serious. The incident with Yang Qian lingered in her mind. Chen Luo had crossed him, and given Yang Qian's temperament, he would not let it go lightly. Yang Qian? Chen Luo pondered for a moment before recalling the man, the rogue who sought to deceive Qin Si Yuan. He was at the Foundation establishment stage, and would certainly be in the third layer of the illusory cave. I doubt I will cross paths with him. Chen Luo replied nonchalantly. Inquiring about the Void Cave will unveil the presence of numerous elders accompanying it. With such a multitude of elders around, even Yang Qian, despite being an inner sect disciple, would think twice before acting recklessly. Chen Lin shook her head, stating that while one would not encounter him within the Void Cave, Yang Qian might indeed pose a threat to you and Si Yan outside its confines. Had I known earlier that Yang Qian coveted Si Yan's beauty, I would never have introduced them. Following that incident, Chen Lin sought out acquaintances within the inner sect to gather information about Yang Qian's standing. To her surprise, although he appeared charming and sophisticated, he was nothing short of a notorious playboy. Within the Inquiry Immortal sect, numerous young women had fallen victim to Yang Qian's advances. The sect was powerless against him, especially considering his father was a prince of the Tianyun dynasty. His senior sister also heading to the Void Cave? Chen Luo asked Chen Lin, astonished that Qin Si Yin had managed to secure a spot among those inner sect disciples. Quite impressive indeed. Chen Lin smiled, acknowledging that this girl had exceeded her expectations. During this expedition to the Void Cave, the two of you must support each other. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, seek out Elder Mohi, who will be attending expressly to oversee the outer sect disciples. This time, there are 30 spots allocated for the Inquiry Immortal sect, 14 of which belong to the outer sect. Among the outer sect elders, only Elder Mohi holds any considerable prestige within the inner sect. Sending other elders would likely not command respect from even the inner sect disciples. Will there be inner sect elders present as well? Chen Luo inquired curiously. The inner sect elders are all at the Golden Core level. These individuals represent the true strength of the Inquiry Immortal sect. Chen Lin nodded, confirming that 3 inner sect elders and 1 grand elder would be attending. You must be exceedingly careful not to offend these individuals. If you do, even Elder Mohi would be unable to protect you. The grand elder. Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated the presence of a grand elder, who is a nascent soul cultivator and a dominant figure in Tianyun Prefecture. With a grand elder present, would Yang Qian dare to act against me? Ignoring Chen Lin's warnings, Chen Luo grinned, thinking that if Yang Qian truly had the audacity, he would simply seek the grand elder's intervention. Chen Lin rolled her eyes. What kind of person is the grand elder to concern himself with a powerless outer sect disciple like you? I hope Chen Luo is merely jesting. Chapter 58. 8 Articles of the Void Body Refinement Technique. 6 rank martial skill. 6,600 wealth points. Chen Luo sat upon his bed, his gaze fixated on his remaining wealth points. The Void Cave is bound to be fraught with peril, especially considering how formidable Gubai is, not to mention Yang Tingyu and his ilk. The trump card in Yang Tingyu's possession is certainly more terrifying than Gubai's. First, I shall elevate the volcano technique to its perfected state. After some contemplation, Chen Luo resolved to enhance the volcano technique initially. After expending 4,000 wealth points, the volcano technique reached its perfected stage. The volcanic technique of the Great Achievement Realm enables Chen Luo to directly attain the 9th stage of body refinement. Upon reaching this pinnacle, even if he ventures into the 2nd level of the Mystic Cave, he would possess formidable combat prowess. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from outside. Chen Luo opened the door, only to find that it was not Su Dandan, but rather the young princess, Yang Tingyu. Without waiting for Chen Luo to speak, she strode into the room. This left him somewhat taken aback. How could this woman so casually enter his chamber? Princess, what brings you to my room? I am not someone to be trifled with. Chen Luo quickly covered himself, wondering if this woman had any ulterior motives. However, Yang Tingyu was undeniably beautiful and a princess of the Tianyun dynasty, a true goddess. Engaging in something with her would hardly be a loss for him, especially considering her alluring figure. I shall speak plainly. Yang Tingyu glanced at Chen Luo before taking a seat. I have entered the Asking Immortal sect to procure a certain item from the Mystic Cave. Assist me in obtaining it, and I shall grant you anything you desire. What item? Chen Luo furrowed his brows, intrigued by what could warrant such importance from Yang Tingyu. What item? Chen Luo could not help but inquire further. An item of such significance to Yang Tingyu surely could not be trivial. The Asking Immortal Bone. Yang Tingyu revealed without hesitation. The Asking Immortal Bone is a fragment of the Master of the Mystic Cave. Each time the cave opens, a piece of the Asking Immortal Bone appears. Absorbing this bone not only allows one to learn the Asking Immortal Body Refinement Technique, but also significantly enhances the strength of one's bones. This technique. Yang Tingyu hesitated for a moment before continuing, If one were to acquire a complete version, it could reach the 6th rank. 6th rank. Chen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yang Tingyu. A 6th rank martial technique, what immense value it must hold. Does the entire Tianyin prefecture even possess a 6th rank martial technique? Are you implying that the bone fragment contains merely a partial version of the asking immortal body refinement technique? Chen Luo queried, his brow furrowing. If it were indeed a partial version, would anyone be able to cultivate it? Yang Tingyu nodded affirmatively, indeed. The mystic cave has opened 7 times in total. This is the 8th occasion. 7 partial versions have already circulated among various factions, according to research by the major powers. The asking immortal body refinement technique comprises 8 volumes, and this time represents the 8th and final volume. With all 8 volumes of the asking immortal body refinement technique combined, one would possess a 6th rank martial technique. Such a treasure is rare even in the eyes of the top-tier experts of the major factions, let alone among the disciples entering the mystic cave. Given the immense value of this item, why should I assist you in acquiring it? Would it not be more advantageous for me to obtain it myself? Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. Although it was a partial version in his possession, it would still be a source of knowledge. As long as he had sufficient wealth, he could ultimately learn it. Merely a matter of the level of cultivation required. Yang Tingyu, however, smiled calmly and remarked, even if you acquire the wushu forging technique, you will not be able to master it. Do you truly believe you have the chance to obtain other fragments? The remaining fragments are firmly in the hands of the foremost powers. For instance, the Tianyin dynasty possesses 3 of them. Do you expect Chen Luo to seize the fragments from the Tianyin dynasty? Do you have the capability to do so? Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully as Yang Tingyu's words resonated with reason. Let us discuss the terms. Chen Luo cleared his throat, considering a conversation with Yang Tingyu, which should also entail negotiations with the Tianyin dynasty. If he could acquire the wushu forging technique and initially learn it through wealth, then hand it over to the Tianyin dynasty, he could profit significantly. Why not seize this opportunity? The amount the Tianyin dynasty would be willing to pay for the fragment of the wushu forging technique would undoubtedly surpass its intrinsic value. Yang Tingyu fixed her gaze upon Chen Luo, fully aware of his avarice, which was precisely why she sought him out for discussion. This man was far easier to manipulate than others. As long as you assist me, regardless of whether I obtain the wushu immortal bone, I can offer you 30,000 copper coins. If you help me secure the wushu immortal bone. Yang Tingyu hesitated for a moment before extending a finger. 100,000 copper coins. Such a sum? Chen Luo gasped, his mind fixated solely on the latter figure of 100,000, entirely disregarding the initial 30,000. If the wushu immortal bone appeared on the first level of the wushu cave, it would surely be his. This 100,000 copper coins could purchase weapons of the 4th grade, or even the esteemed 4th grade. Noticing Chen Luo's naive astonishment, Yang Tingyu chuckled. Indeed, that is the amount. You agree, do you not? As a small princess of the Tianyin dynasty, I may lack other resources, but I have ample funds. Chen Luo began to contemplate. And after a prolonged pause, he finally inquired, how can you be certain that the wushu immortal bone will manifest on the 1st level? The wushu cave consists of 3 levels, and it could very well appear on either of the other 2 levels, rendering this transaction meaningless. Yang Tingyu, however, smiled and replied, since I sought you out, I possess the conviction that it will appear on the 1st level. This is the final fragment of the wushu forging technique, and its significance is paramount. The Tianyin dynasty already possesses 3 fragments. Acquiring this one would grant them half of the total. By gathering the remaining 4 fragments, they could obtain the complete wushu forging technique. This complete technique would undoubtedly enhance the elite combat prowess of the Tianyin dynasty considerably. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo added, I have one additional request. I wish to absorb the wushu immortal bone. The Tianyin dynasty desires the wushu forging technique, not the immortal bone itself. Once I absorb the wushu immortal bone, I shall deliver the wushu forging technique to the Tianyin dynasty. Yang Tingyu hesitated momentarily, admitting to herself that she too wished to absorb the wushu immortal bone, as it could significantly enhance the strength of her flesh and bones. However, such a level of cultivation resources is only beneficial before reaching the golden core stage. As a little princess, my ambitions are set on the nascent soul stage, or even the transformation stage. By that time, the enhancement provided by the wushu immortal bone will indeed hold less significance. If you can restrain Yinfeng, I am willing to agree to your condition, Yang Tingyu said calmly. Observing the puzzled expression on Chen Luo's face, Yang Tingyu could not help but roll her eyes. This fellow seems to be unaware of who Yinfeng is. Yinfeng, the 7th prince of the Tianfeng dynasty, is currently the most troublesome adversary in Tianfeng Prefecture. If you can capture him, the wushu immortal bone will be yours. 2 days later, a splendid treasure ship anchored at the entrance of the Wuxin sect. Disciples bound for the Wushu cave gathered here in succession. Chen Luo, over here. Qin Xin called out as she spotted Chen Luo approaching. Among the 4 disciples who obtained spots from the outer sect, she was unfamiliar with the other 3 and chose to accompany Chen Luo instead. Senior Sister Qin, Chen Luo said, guiding Su Dandan to Qin Xin's side. Yang Qian will also be going to the Wushu cave, and you must stay close to me before we enter. Qin Xin instructed sternly, fully aware of Yang Qian's prowess and determined to prevent any opportunity for him to act. Chen Luo nodded. After all, Yang Qian was an inner sect disciple at the 4th stage of foundation establishment. Not only were the 2 of them wary of Yang Qian's strength, but even Qin Lin held a healthy respect for his capabilities. If they were to be harassed by Yang Qian, their only recourse would be to seek the elder's assistance. Chen Luo's gaze drifted toward the elder's area, where he stood alongside 3 inner sect elders. These 3 inner sect elders possessed golden core cultivation. Their aura is significantly more formidable than He's. Those 3 elders are the inner sect elders. Do you see that gaunt man with a sharp face? Do not approach him. His name is Jin Feng, and he is Yang Qian's master. Seeking his help would be tantamount to walking into a trap, Qin Xin warned pointedly. Since Yang Qian was Jin Feng's disciple, any conflict with him would undoubtedly see Jin Feng siding with his own. Moreover, since they had yet to enter the inner sect, they lacked the protection of an elder. In Jin Feng's eyes, their lives would be of little value. If Yang Qian were to attack us, would the other 2 inner sect elders come to our aid? Chen Luo inquired, concerned that the 2 elders might remain indifferent, allowing Yang Qian to bully them at will. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Xin replied, if we appeal to those 2 elders, Yang Qian would be cautious, but they are unlikely to intervene excessively. It would be best to seek out Elder He, as he represents the outer sect. Even the inner sect elders would give him some respect. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo could not suppress a cold snort. It seemed that even among the inner sect elders, personal connections mattered. For an outer sect disciple to offend another elder was indeed not worth the risk. They needed to enter the inner sect quickly. Only by becoming a disciple of an inner sect elder could they secure protection. Alas, is there not also a grand elder? Where is the grand elder? Chen Luo scanned the surroundings, but could not locate the esteemed grand elder. The grand elder is the true powerhouse of this expedition, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Even if Yang Qian had 100 lives, he would not dare to act recklessly before the grand elder. The grand elder shall not appear for now. He will protect us from the shadows. I have heard that this accompanying grand elder is rather unreliable, being a notorious drunkard. It is best not to place too much hope in him, remarked Qin Xin with a shrug. Unreliable? Chen Luo's expression darkened. He had initially hoped to establish a rapport with the grand elder, but it seemed that would not be possible. All disciples, heed my command. Board the ship. A sudden cry from an inner sect elder drew the attention of all disciples. The celestial vessel descended gracefully from the sky, coming to rest before the crowd. Under the elder's guidance, all disciples embarked upon the treasure ship. It would take 7 days to reach the mountain range where the Wushu cave is located. And those 7 days would be spent aboard the vessel. The outer sect disciples had their cabins in one area, while the inner sect disciples occupied another. With little chance of interaction, the cabins aboard the treasure ship were ample, allowing each disciple their own room. However, the 3 of them, Chen Luo, Qin Xin, and Su Dandan, were seated together in the same cabin, as Chen Luo intended to discuss how to deal with Yang Qian. Su Dandan, finding the situation dull, simply stayed by Chen Luo's side. Surely Yang Qian would not make a move aboard the ship? Chen Luo reclined on the bed, his gaze drifting to the breathtaking scenery outside the window. If he were thrown overboard, it was likely that even his body would be lost. That seems unlikely. But he may come looking for trouble. As long as he does not resort to lethal measures, the elders may not intervene. Qin Xin shook her head. There is a considerable disparity between the treatment of outer and inner sect disciples. Even if it escalated to the grand elder, preference would be given to the inner sect disciples. Chen Luo shrugged. If that is the case, then he would remain in the cabin. Yang Qian and his companions could not possibly storm into their quarters, could they? Do they possess such audacity? Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts, causing Chen Luo to furrow his brow. Could it be that he is truly calm? Upon opening the door, he was met by a graceful figure standing outside. It was none other than Yang Tingyu. Yang Tingyu said nothing, directly entering the cabin and finding a place to sit. Qin Xin stared at Yang Tingyu with wide eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. How could this princess of the Tianyan dynasty know Chen Luo? Has his social circle expanded to such an extent? What is going on? Chen Luo looked at Yang Tingyu with curiosity, wondering what brought her to this place. Yang Tingyu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luo and coldly replied, "There is an annoying fellow. I came here to hide from him." An annoying fellow? The 3 of them exchanged puzzled glances. wondering who would dare to trouble Yang Tingyu. Tingyu? Tingyu. Outside the cabin door, the voice of a man echoed, a man who had evidently been pursuing Yang Tingyu. There was no need to open the door. I had no desire to meet him. Yang Tingyu remained composed, pouring tea as if the man outside held no significance. Chen Luo could only smile, though he was unaware of the identity of the man beyond the door. However, anyone capable of making Yang Tingyu seek refuge here undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary status within the Tianyun dynasty. Before long, a sudden commotion erupted outside, and Chen Luo recognized another voice. Gubai? Had a quarrel commenced? Qin Siyuan cast a puzzled glance at Yang Tingyu, wondering if her two suitors were bickering outside. Yang Tingyu's demeanor was icy, clearly uninterested in the unfolding drama. Chen Luo sighed softly, rising to open the door. After all, it was Gubai outside, and it would be uncouth not to intervene in a dispute that involved him. Upon opening the door, he was met with two figures standing defiantly against one another. To the right stood Gubai, while to the left was a silver-haired man. The silver-haired man had reached the 10th stage of body refinement. Yet he was not an outer disciple, but rather one from the inner sect. Upon seeing the door ajar, the silver-haired man disregarded Gubai and turned his gaze towards the room. Tingyu, he exclaimed, attempting to step inside but was blocked by Chen Luo's imposing frame. Step aside, or I shall break your legs. The silver-haired man glared at Chen Luo, incredulous that an outer disciple would dare obstruct his path. Excuse me? This is my room, and whether you can enter is entirely at my discretion. Chen Luo replied, undaunted, bolstered by the presence of Yang Tingyu behind him. Why should he cower before this man? The silver-haired man's eyes widened in fury. Do you know who I am? I am Zhang Shihai, the sole scion of the Zhang family. Have you heard of the Zhang family? The foremost lineage of the Tianyun dynasty. I am destined to become the consort of the prince. Chapter 60. The little princess sleeps in my room. You may leave the Zhang family, the most prestigious clan of the Tianyun dynasty. Had an ancestor who was a powerful nascent soul cultivator, serving as a right-hand man to the emperor, with such a formidable figure backing him. Zhang Shihai naturally regarded Chen Luo with disdain. You wish to become the prince's consort? Then go seek him out. I'm not the prince. Chen Luo chuckled at Zhang Shihai's proclamation. The women behind him found his remark amusing, bursting into laughter. You, Zhang Shihai shouted in exasperation. What I mean is that I intend to marry Yang Tingyu. Chen Luo shrugged nonchalantly. If you wish to marry the little princess, then what business do you have in my room? I cannot assist you. Zhang Shihai was momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's words, momentarily at a loss for a reply. Wait, the little princess is in your room. He suddenly realized, sensing something amiss. Why would Yang Tingyu be in Chen Luo's quarters? Could it be that Yang Tingyu harbored feelings for this fellow? This man, it seems, was his rival in love. Zhang Shihai, I have matters to discuss with my friend. If you have nothing else to attend to, kindly take your leave, Yang Tingyu said coldly, taking a sip of tea. Her words were laden with disdain for Zhang Shihai. These scions of wealthy families all share the same character, feigning pure intentions while actually pursuing their own familial interests. Such individuals are truly repulsive. Shall I wait for you outside your room, Tingyu? Zhang Shihai hurriedly inquired. He could not afford to squander this rare opportunity to interact with Yang Tingyu. Becoming the prince consort of the Tianyun dynasty would greatly benefit the Zhang family. The ancestors had proclaimed that if he wed Yang Tingyu, he would inherit the position of family head. Yang Tingyu raised her delicate brows, finding Zhang Shihai utterly distasteful. How could she rid herself of him? As she contemplated her rejection, Chen Luo interjected with a mocking tone. Really? As a scion of a prominent family, how can you engage in such lewd behavior? If the little princess were to stay in my room tonight, would you wait outside all night long? Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Yang Tingyu immediately grasped his implication. She intended to discuss matters with Chen Luo and would not return to her room. Once this was stated, all eyes fell upon her. Could it be? Was the little princess truly going to remain in Chen Luo's room? Zhang Shihai stared at Chen Luo, dumbfounded, a wave of disappointment washing over him. It felt as though he had lost. Tingyu, you cannot possibly have any interest in this fellow. What is he, and what right does he have to be your man? In the entire Tianyun dynasty, only I am worthy of you. Zhang Shihai's impatience grew. He refused to believe that Yang Tingyu would unite with an ordinary outer disciple. Why should it be so? At least I am better looking than you, Chen Luo retorted with a roll of his eyes, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You. Zhang Shihai's face turned a deep shade of anger. How dare this fellow challenge him? Tingyu, whom I choose is none of your concern. I shall remain here tonight. If you have the capability, wait outside. Yang Tingyu scoffed. She preferred to be with Chen Luo rather than be hounded by Zhang Shihai. These heirs of noble families were all equally odious. Oh, you should depart quickly. If you hear any strange sounds tonight, I fear your heart will shatter. Chen Luo chimed in cheerfully. Yang Tingyu frowned. Her expression filled with confusion as she looked at Chen Luo. What did you mean by that? Just you wait. Zhang Shihai shouted, his face flushed with rage. Yang Tingyu's man can only be me. He stormed off in a huff, muttering curses under his breath. He cared not whether Yang Tingyu had been with anyone before. As long as he could possess her, everything would be worth it. Finally, he was gone. Chen Luo let out a sigh, pondering that Zhang Shihai was indeed quite the character. He feared that in the dead of night, Zhang might call out from outside the door, asking if he needed assistance. Chen Luo, do you aspire to be a prince consort? Gu Bai approached, his face a picture of astonishment. The position of prince consort in the Tianyan Empire is indeed significant. With enough wealth, I could even become a favored concubine. Chen Luo chuckled, rubbing his fingers together. Chen Luo, a voice suddenly resonated from behind. It was Yang Tingyu, although she was indifferent to matters of romance. Chen Luo's words crossed a line. This fellow's remarks were utterly despicable. Hey, little princess, I was merely trying to help you shoo away the flies. I could even spare my room for you, provided you offer a modest token of gratitude, Chen Luo grinned, scratching his head. After all, aiding Yang Tingyu was no small favor. Surely a mere thank you wouldn't suffice. Yang Tingyu shot him a glare, realizing he was taking advantage of her while also expecting a reward. What audacity! I appreciate your help, she huffed, reminding herself not to be too kind to Chen Luo, as he would undoubtedly take advantage of her generosity. Little princess, you can't truly intend to stay in this fellow's room, can you? Su Dandan interjected, moving closer to Yang Tingyu with wide eyes. As the little princess of the Tianyan Empire, how could she reside in a man's quarters? What would become of her reputation if word got out? After a moment of hesitation, Yang Tingyu replied, I suppose I should stay in your room instead. It would indeed be inappropriate to remain in his. After all, as an unmarried young lady, it was wise to maintain some distance from men. Oh, come now. We are good friends. Why worry about such trivialities? You can sleep on the floor, and I'll lay out a carpet for you. Chen Luo grinned widely. Sharing a room with a beautiful woman was an enormous privilege. Yang Tingyu couldn't suppress an eye roll, her gaze then shifting to Gu Bai. I didn't realize the young master of the Gu family was acquainted with you. Are you perhaps a social butterfly in the outer sect? She teased. Chen Luo, born into the outer sect as a mere menial worker, was from the lowest tier, yet he seemed to have connections with numerous scions of esteemed families, a rather unusual circumstance. Perhaps it was due to his audacity. Perhaps I am simply too exceptional. Exceptional individuals naturally attract one another, Chen Luo said with utmost seriousness. The others simultaneously rolled their eyes, acknowledging his remarkable audacity. By the way, what brings you here? Chen Luo suddenly recalled Gu Bai, directing his inquiry toward him. Gu Bai couldn't have come merely for idle chit-chat, could he? Gu Bai paused for a moment, recollecting his purpose. When Yuto wants us to head to the deck to discuss how to approach the Void Cave. Several others have already gone ahead. And I came to find you to join. Before he could finish, Chen Luo waved dismissively. I'm not going. That guy wants to be the leader, and I have no interest in following him. Gu Bai, you shouldn't go either. Let us just enjoy our own time. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Luo, are you suggesting that we go solo? Excellent. We shall confront anyone who dares to challenge us. Chen Luo paused for a moment, then patted Gu Bai on the shoulder. No, what I mean is that we have a more formidable ally. With that, Chen Luo glanced towards Yang Tingyu behind them. Isn't Yang Tingyu far more capable than Wen Yutao? Chapter 61. The Grand Elder Takes Action, a Drunkard. On the deck of the treasure ship, Wen Yutao stood with several outer disciples. Brother Wen, has Gu Bai not arrived yet? Why is he taking so long to summon others? A displeased man in black attire remarked. There are 6 of us here, and we have waited nearly half an hour. Gu Bai's delay is quite disrespectful. Mayu, do you dare to speak such words in front of Gu Bai? A woman of enchanting stature mocked. Gu Bai's prowess is well known, placing him among the top 3 of the 10 who have entered the first layer of the Wangshu Cave. Mayu, who ranked last among the 10, only entered the Wangshu Cave thanks to his family's assistance. Even if Mayu had tenfold courage, he would not dare to show disrespect to Gu Bai in person. I was referring to the others, not Gu Bai, Mayu stammered, his tone suddenly faltering. The woman continued to laugh. As for the other 3, one is a princess of the Tianyan dynasty, and the other is the daughter of the president of the Alchemist Association. But that fellow named Chen Luo, I wonder what his background is. As he seems rather close to Su Dandan. All eyes turned to the woman, named Yi Qi, a scion of the Tianyun dynasty. Her words carried weight. And indeed the identities of the two were not something they could provoke lightly. I'm talking about that Chen Luo, a mere nobody with no background. Dares to disregard our words. When I see him, I shall make him pay. Mayu shouted, brimming with indignation. That Chen Luo has defeated Tao Peng, when Yutao interjected, instantly silencing Mayu. Everyone knew who Tao Peng was. To defeat him was a clear testament to Chen Luo's strength. Mayu glanced weakly at Wen Yutao. his fury dissipating. It seemed these were intended to act independently. Yuqi narrowed her eyes. Typically, members of a faction would act together to avoid being isolated and ambushed by those from Tianfeng Prefecture. This time, it appeared that only their 6 would act in concert. However, the quotas from other factions were far inferior to those of the Wangxian sect. Even the Tianyun dynasty had only 20 slots for the Wangshu cave, and among the 3 layers, only 6 would enter the first layer. That is of no concern. I am acquainted with members of the Fengling Pavilion, and we can coordinate our actions with them. When Yutao suddenly raised his hand, his tone calm. The Fengling Pavilion? The other 5 simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. Fengling Pavilion. One of the 4 pavilions stands as the mightiest among them. The relationship between the Wangxian sect and Fengling Pavilion appears far from amicable. The treasure ship has been soaring through the skies for 3 full days. With just another 3 or 4 days of travel, we shall arrive at the mountains housing the Wangshu cave. For the past several days, Chen Luo has confined himself to his cabin, deliberately avoiding any opportunity to trouble others. Elder Imo, he has summoned us. A voice, soft yet clear, resonated outside the door, belonging to Su Dandan. Chen Luo stretched languidly and joined Su Dandan on the deck. The 10 disciples at the 6th stage of body refinement had gathered, awaiting Elder Imo, He's arrival. Why are they sneaking glances at me? Chen Luo noticed the disdainful looks from Wen Yutao and the others. Su Dandan leaned closer to Chen Luo and whispered, "It's because you are the easiest one to deal with among us 4. Chen Luo furrowed his brow in annoyance, realizing that they regarded him as an easy target. How frustrating. Your Highness, the little princess, do you not intend to join us in the expedition to the Wangshu cave? Wen Yutao was the first to speak. With the formidable strength of Yang Tingyu and Gu Bai, they constituted the primary combat force. He clearly did not wish to relinquish those 2, as it would put them at a disadvantage against the Tianfeng Prefecture. Yang Tingyu shot Wen Yutao a cold glance and replied, "Having more people does not necessarily equate to an advantage. What use is carrying a burden?" Upon hearing this, Ma Yu and the others turned pale. The burden Yang Tingyu referred to was obviously not Wen Yutao, but them. While their strength was indeed inferior to Yang Tingyu's, they weren't that weak. Wen Yutao managed a slight smile, but internally, he was quite displeased. However, confronting the little princess of the Tianyun dynasty, he found it unwise to voice his grievances. Your Highness, the Tianyun dynasty possesses 6 quotas. How is it possible that as a princess, you could not secure even 1 quota and must come to the Wangshan sect? Yuqi stepped forward to inquire. Everyone turned their attention to Yuqi, astonished by his audacity to pose such a question, clearly touching upon a sensitive matter within the Tianyun dynasty. Yang Tingyu cast Yuqi a sidelong glance and spoke imperiously. You are Yuqi, the daughter of the Prime Minister, correct? The commanding tone of her voice suddenly imposed immense pressure on Yuqi. It was well known that the little princess of the Tianyun dynasty bore a temperament akin to that of the emperor, and upon meeting her, it was indeed evident. Yes. Yuqi took a deep breath, determined to uncover why Yang Tingyu sought a quota from the Wangshan sect despite the pressure. Yang Tingyu continued. Cultivators who excessively rely on the assistance of others will never evolve. You all understand clearly whether you possess the qualifications to enter the Wangshu cave. As her words lingered in the air, Chen Luo erupted into applause. Bravo. Well said. The collective gaze of the others converged on Chen Luo. Their eyes filled with the desire to silence him. Enough. Everyone be quiet. At that moment, Imohi approached, compelling everyone to fall silent. However, Chen Luo distinctly remembered those few eyes filled with murderous intent. Most of these individuals were offspring of prominent families, likely possessing considerable wealth. You little ones have already begun to bicker before even entering the Wangshu cave. Be cautious once inside. The people of Tianfeng Prefecture may humiliate you. Imohi spoke sternly, asserting that they should unite against external threats. Indeed, Tianfeng Prefecture is the true adversary. The Grand Elder is right. We must not descend into infighting, lest we allow the people of Tianfeng to take advantage of us. Chen Luo clapped his hands again, his tone fervent. When Yutao and the others glared at Chen Luo, their irritation palpable. How could this brat speak so freely? Enough. You should quiet down. Imohi shot a glare at Chen Luo. Grand Elder, may I ask why you have summoned us? Yang Tingyu inquired at that moment. Clearly, there must be a significant matter at hand. Imohi would not have gathered them without reason. Imohi cleared his throat, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Allow the Supreme Elder to address you. This matter is of utmost importance. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. What could be so crucial that the Supreme Elder himself needed to address it? Chen Luo glanced at Yang Tingyu beside him. Her expression was serene. The matter the Supreme Elder was to discuss must pertain to the Wangshu Immortal Bone. Indeed, the Wangshu Immortal Bone is located within the first layer of the Wangshu Cave. Oh, Imohi, you could have handled this. Must I personally address it? I am quite busy. Just then, a rotund elder stumbled over, clutching a wine gourd. This was the supreme elder accompanying them, Shangguanjiu. Chapter 62, A Double-Edged Sword. Gulp, gulp. Shangguanjiu took another swig of wine, his face flushed. His appearance was hardly that of a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage. Are there individuals like this in the nascent soul stage? Supreme Elder, given the significance of this matter, it would be best if you conveyed it to the disciples directly. Imo, he said with an awkward smile, stepping aside. Although Shangguanjiu seemed unreliable, he was indeed the Supreme Elder, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. The safety of everyone rested upon Shangguanjiu. He cast a glance at Imo, he set down the wine gourd, wiped his mouth, and said, "All right, I shall speak. You little ones are all aware of the Wungshu Immortal Bone, correct? The Wungshu Immortal Bone? Supreme Elder. Does it mean that the Wungshu Immortal Bone will appear in the first layer of the Wungshu Cave?" Wen Yutao interjected eagerly. The Wungshu Immortal Bone is the supreme treasure of the Wungshu Cave. Everyone understood the significance of the Wungshu Immortal Bone to various factions. Securing the Wungshu Immortal Bone could yield considerable wealth, greatly aiding their future paths in cultivation. Oh, how do you know that? Shangguanjiu blinked, adopting a playful demeanor. Wen Yutao furrowed his brows. Given the Supreme Elder's obvious hints, how could he possibly not comprehend? Do your utmost to obtain the Wishuxian bone. But do not sacrifice your lives for it. This bone is not something you young ones should covet, remarked Shangguanjiu with a chuckle. The disciples frowned in unison. The true treasure was not the bone itself, but the Wunshu body refinement technique contained within it. This technique, capable of significantly enhancing the power of the God transformation stage cultivators, was beyond the reach of these body refinement stage practitioners. Chen Luo, however, appeared indifferent. Having already struck a deal with Yang Tingyu, he planned to hand over the Wunshu body refinement technique to Yang Tingyu, thus reaping the benefits for himself. Elder, does our Wenshin sect possess any remnants of the Wunshu body refinement technique? Chen Luo inquired, contemplating the possibility of acquiring it. If the Wenshin sect had any remnants, he could consider obtaining them first. Do you even think you are worthy of coveting the Wunshu body refinement technique? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own standing. This is not something you can aspire to, interjected Mayu, unable to suppress a laugh. Although Chen Luo's strength was commendable, he lacked any backing. A cultivator of the body refinement stage, without connections. Daring to aspire to the Wunshu body refinement technique was a sure path to ruin. Chen Luo's audacity was indeed remarkable, yet he merely scoffed. I am not like you. Devoid of dreams. What distinguishes you from a salted fish? My aspirations reach beyond the God transformation stage. Do you understand? Salted fish? Upon hearing this, many displayed mocking smiles. What gall Chen Luo had to boast of aspirations beyond the God transformation stage? Whether he could even attain the golden core stage was debatable. The notion of reaching the God transformation stage was truly laughable. Huh, a dreamer indeed. Forget about the God transformation stage. If you can even reach the golden core stage, I will eat excrement. Ma Yu laughed heartily, utterly disbelieving that someone without connections could ever achieve the golden core stage. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with determination. Fine. I shall take that bet. When I reach the golden core stage, I will find a dog to relieve itself for you. If you refuse to eat it, I will shove it into your mouth. Ma Yu furrowed his brow, astonished that Chen Luo took him seriously. How ridiculous. Enough, enough. Cease your bickering and allow Elder to continue, interjected Mo. He, his brow furrowed in annoyance, suddenly perceiving Chen Luo as a thorn in his side. Despite his humble origins as a servant, he dared to challenge the scions of noble families, demonstrating remarkable boldness. Most would have ingratiated themselves with sycophantic smiles. What did you say? I have finished speaking. There is no more wine. I shall fetch some, Shangguanjiu declared, belching before stepping into the void and departing. The crowd stared in bewilderment at Shangguanjiu's carefree demeanor. The elder truly acted with such casualness. Mo, he shook his head in resignation and then fixed his gaze on Chen Luo. Chen Luo, please follow me. With the curious eyes of the crowd upon them. Mo, he led Chen Luo away. Arriving in a private chamber, Mo, he turned, his expression grave. Before he could utter a word, Chen Luo spoke first. Elder, I am willing to contribute to the Wenshin sect. As long as the money is in place, even deities can be rendered useless, Chen Luo declared with righteous fervor. His expression quite earnest. Mo, he gazed at Chen Luo with irritation, pondering how this young man could be so full of grandiose claims. Whether or not deities exist in this world is debatable. Enough with the idle chatter. There is indeed a matter that requires your assistance. Yang Tingyu should have sought your help, correct? Mo, he coughed, his tone serious. Chen Luo looked at Mo, he in astonishment. Elder, how do you know? The transaction between Yang Tingyu and him should have been known only to the two of them. Where did Mo he acquire this information? Mo he chuckled. As the princess of the Tianyun dynasty, How could Yang Tingyu be unaware of the location of the Asking Void Immortal Bone on the first level? The only reason she would be close to you is to enlist your help in obtaining the Asking Void Immortal Bone. Otherwise, why would a princess of a dynasty be by your side? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Luo scratched his head, surprised by Imohi's astuteness. After all, he was indeed the head of the outer sect of the Asking Immortal Sect. Imohi continued, previously, you inquired whether our sect possessed the Asking Void Body Forging technique. I can inform you that we do not. After the decline of the Asking Immortal Sect, we sold the only remaining fragment to the Tianyin dynasty. This fragment is no exception. We require assistance from the Tianyin dynasty to acquire it. The significance of the Asking Void Body Forging technique is not lost on the Asking Immortal Sect. However, given our current strength, it is difficult to obtain it. Among the 10 disciples at the 6th stage of the body refinement realm, half are from prominent families. Yang Tingyu, Wen Yutao, and Gu Bai are the 3 strongest, all affiliated with noble houses. Once the Asking Void Immortal Bone is secured, they will undoubtedly keep it within their own families rather than handing it over to the Asking Immortal Sect. Among the remaining individuals, only Chen Luo stands out. With such a formidable competition, how can one contend for the Asking Void Body Forging technique? Has the Tianyin dynasty already negotiated a price with the Asking Immortal Sect? Chen Luo inquired hastily. Imohi shook his head. No, this arrangement is merely to grant the Tianyin dynasty a semblance of respect. You are aware of our precarious situation. The Blood Valley sect is eyeing us covetously, while the 4 halls sit by, watching the turmoil unfold. If the Asking Immortal Sect cannot present a trump card that would make the Blood Valley sect wary, it will surely face annihilation within a century. Imohi's tone grew resigned. The glory of yesteryears has long faded. The Asking Immortal Sect can no longer afford any turmoil and must seek allies. The only force capable of suppressing the Blood Valley sect is the Tianyin dynasty. Should the Tianyin dynasty be willing to extend a helping hand to the Asking Immortal Sect, we could survive a while longer. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, hesitating for a moment before asking, if I assist Yang Tingyu in obtaining the Asking Void Immortal Bone, what rewards would there be for me within the sect? If money comes knocking, why refuse it? I could reap benefits from both Yang Tingyu and the Asking Immortal Sect. What a delightful arrangement. Imohi clicked his tongue, fully expecting Chen Luo to utter such words. This lad is truly avaricious. A lower 4th grade weapon. How does that sound? Chapter 63. Little Princess, why do you dress so beautifully? In the western expanse of the Wenshu mountain range, there lies a quaint town known as Tianxiu. This small settlement, situated at the boundary of 2 provinces and in close proximity to the Wenshu cave, remains beyond the control of either province. However, the town holds no formidable figures, rendering it susceptible to the overwhelming prowess of the elite disciples from both provinces. The treasure ship of the Wenxian sect gradually docked beside Tianxiu, where under the guidance of the elders, the disciples disembarked in succession. With some time remaining before the opening of the Wenshu cave, they were permitted to explore. Yet, they were cautioned not to stray too far and to remain within the confines of Tianxiu. At the first sign of the cave's activation, they were to return to the treasure ship and proceed without delay. Imohi turned to Chen Luo and the others, instructing them to keep close. The 2 provinces only possessed a vague notion of when the Wenshu cave might open, lacking precise estimations. Before its activation, both provincial forces would already be waiting within Tianxiu. The journey to the Wenshu cave would take no more than the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks. Chen Luo, look. There it is, the treasure ship of the Tianyin dynasty. Su Dan tugged at Chen Luo's sleeve, her voice filled with excitement. Chen Luo lifted his gaze to behold an exceedingly opulent treasure ship soaring through the air, its prow inscribed with a grand character for cloud. The Tianyin dynasty, revered as the uncontested sovereign of Tianyin province, must have dispatched a contingent of exceptional individuals. However, Chen Luo pondered whether Yang Tingyu would still stand out among such illustrious company. As he contemplated this, he turned to Yang Tingyu, who wore an expression of indifference, tinged with a hint of resentment. It appeared that Yang Tingyu's arrival at the Wenxian sect was shrouded in deeper complexities. Yang Longtian, he has indeed come, remarked Gu Bai, suddenly clenching his fists with palpable excitement. It is said that he is a prodigy of the Tianyin dynasty, a talent seldom seen in a century. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to engage him in battle. Yang Longtian, who is he? Chen Luo inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. His familiarity with the Tianyin dynasty was limited. Su Dan hesitated before responding, glancing first at Yang Tingyu, seemingly seeking her consent. Upon seeing Yang Tingyu turn back towards the treasure ship, Su Dan spoke. Yang Longtian is the youngest son of the Golden Prince, possessing formidable strength. Among the current talents of the Tianyin dynasty, both he and Yang Tingyu far surpass the rest. However, I have heard that Yang Tingyu once suffered defeat at the hands of Yang Longtian, which brought great shame to the royal family. Su Dandan spoke softly, mindful of the sensitive nature of the topic. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Yang Tingyu's presence at the Wenxian sect was indeed linked to Yang Longtian. Another prince? How many princes does the Tianyin dynasty have? Chen Luo couldn't help but inquire, recalling his previous encounters with Yang Ku and Yang Qian, both sons of princes from the Tianyin dynasty. Is it the case that anyone with the surname Yang can claim the title of prince? Su Dandan rolled her eyes, exasperated by Chen Luo's ignorance of the Tianyin dynasty. The emperor has 7 brothers, which amounts to 7 princes. Yang Longtian's father is the strongest among the 7 princes, possessing the cultivation of the transformation stage. Consequently, after Yang Tingyu's defeat at the hands of Yang Longtian, the emperor was enraged for several days and even requested my father to concoct a few calming elixirs. The Yang Qian or Yang Ku that you have offended pales in comparison to Yang Longtian, as they are not in the same league. Su Dandan holds Yang Longtian in high regard, not only due to his extraordinary talent, but also because of his father's formidable status at the transformation stage. The other princes are, at best, at the nascent soul stage, with several only at the golden core stage. These princes pose no threat to the emperor of the Tianyin dynasty. Only the golden prince evokes a sense of trepidation in the emperor. With such an impressive father, it is no wonder that Yang Longtian carries an air of arrogance, Chen Luo remarked with a smile. Su Dandan rolled her eyes. Chen Luo was quite audacious to openly criticize Yang Longtian. Yang Longtian is also at the 6th stage of body refinement, and Chen Luo is not afraid of him. Invincible within the same realm, you understand? The grand vessels of various factions have arrived, and Tianshu town will be bustling these days. I think we should keep a low profile. Some individuals are truly formidable, Su Dandan sighed helplessly. Even as the daughter of the Alchemist Association, she would not dare to act recklessly in Tianshu town. Those who come to participate in the Wushu cave are hardly ordinary characters. They are the chosen ones of their sects, boasting formidable combat prowess. What are we afraid of? Our elders are present here. Who would dare to act against us under their watchful eyes? Let us explore the town. Who knows, we might stumble upon some ill-gotten wealth. Chen Luo said with a grin, rubbing his hands together. With so many scion of noble families gathered in Tianshu town, they surely are not lacking in funds. Just swindling one of them could yield a considerable fortune. Ill-gotten wealth? Su Dandan looked at Chen Luo in confusion, wondering what he meant. Take us along, she added. Before Chen Luo could set off, 2 striking figures approached leisurely. Chen Luo turned to see that one was Qin Si Yuan, and the other was Ling Imo. How did these 2 women end up together? Great, with 2 senior sisters here, let us see who dares to bully us, Chen Luo grinned. As long as they do not encounter cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, with the strength of Qin Si Yuan and Ling Imo, they should be able to handle most situations. After all, Ling Imo is the strongest among the outer sect. Even inner sect disciples at the body refinement stage may not match her prowess. Qin Si Yuan shot Chen Luo an exasperated look. They were not there to be his bodyguards. Just as they were about to set off, Yang Tingyu's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Aren't you waiting for me? Chen Luo turned around, surprised to see Yang Tingyu. She had changed into a stunning black gown, far more breathtaking than her previous attire. This woman, who is she trying to entice? The little princess is interested in shopping too? Chen Luo asked curiously. He had thought Yang Tingyu was above worldly concerns, but it seemed she too had a competitive spirit. Changing into this outfit was clearly a way to compare herself with the women from other factions. Such a presence as Yang Tingyu indeed rendered Qin Xian and her companions somewhat overshadowed. Upon encountering several old acquaintances, Yang Tingyu offered a serene smile before stepping into the midst of the crowd. The assembly descended from the majestic vessel and made their way toward Tianshu town. Numerous disciples from the Xianwen sect took notice of Chen Luo and his companions, and those familiar with him displayed expressions rife with envy and jealousy. How could this fellow be surrounded by such exquisite women? Even the little princess was by his side. What warranted this? What remarkable qualities does Chen Luo possess? Zhang. The little princess has just departed, remarked an inner sect disciple, glancing at Zhang Shihai, who had just disembarked from the grand ship. Zhang Shihai was among the youth of the Tianyin dynasty most likely to pursue Yang Tingyu. Informing him of this development would surely provide entertainment. With whom? Zhang Shihai inquired, momentarily taken aback. That Chen Luo? The disciple nodded, affirming, indeed, and the little princess was dressed most stunningly. I have never seen her attire so splendidly tailored for anyone else. This assertion, of course, carried a hint of embellishment. Who does not relish a spectacle? Chen Luo. Zhang Shihai seethed, clenching his fists in indignation before hastily pursuing. The other disciples grinned, eagerly following in his wake. Tonight promised to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 64. The Little Princess's Arch-Rival, Pei Mi. and I'll eliminate her. Tianshu town was unexpectedly prosperous. Chen Luo marveled at his surroundings, noting that while it was not as congested as Xian town, it was considerably larger. Numerous cultivators wandered the streets, rendering it far from a mere border town. Tianshu town lay at the heart of two provinces, serving as a resting point for merchants traversing both regions. Most of the populace within Tianshu town were not residents of the town itself. Su Dandan replied thoughtfully. Chen Luo nodded in contemplation. Given the abundance of merchants in Tianshu town, it surely held treasures of worth. He pondered whether he might stumble upon a fortunate opportunity to amass some wealth. Over there. Yang Tingyu suddenly quickened her pace toward a lavish inn. Chen Luo lifted his gaze to observe the establishment, which boasted extravagant decor and even cultivated spirit plants to enhance the ethereal energies within. This inn was evidently tailored for cultivators, with even those of lesser cultivation deemed unworthy of entry. Upon stepping inside, the opulence continued, with even the water served to guests being drawn from a spiritual spring. Oh, Yang Tingyu, I never expected you would dare to come here. A woman's voice suddenly echoed from the second floor. Yang Tingyu lifted her head, her expression turning grave upon recognizing the speaker. Indeed, this woman was here. Chen Luo noted the shift in Yang Tingyu's demeanor, curiosity piqued. Who could command such seriousness from her? Following her gaze, he beheld a woman of alluring figure clad in a purple cheongsam, her face adorned with heavy makeup, exuding an air of mature beauty. However, this woman should be around the same age as Yang Tingyu, at most in her early 20s. Shenyan, if you dare to come here, why should I refrain? Yang Tingyu narrowed her eyes, her tone sharp and confrontational. It was evident to any discerning observer that animosity existed between these two women. Humph. Shenyan let out a cold laugh and leisurely descended the stairs. Following her were more than a dozen figures, including cultivators at the 6th and 10th stages of body refinement, and even some at the foundation establishment stage. This group must be disciples of a formidable power, here to participate in the quest for the Void Cave. Who was this woman, resembling a matron? Chen Luo leaned closer to Su Dandan and whispered, anyone bold enough to confront Yang Tingyu must be extraordinary. Su Dandan quickly responded in hushed tones. She is Xinyan from the Blood Valley sect. I heard she has just become betrothed to Yang Longdian. Disciples of the Blood Valley sect. Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that this woman belonged to such a prestigious sect. The throng accompanying Xinyan indicated her high standing among the Blood Valley sect's disciples. TSK. Our little princess seems to be faring poorly in the quest for the Immortal sect, with only this few by her side. Could it be that the Immortal sect is intentionally suppressing you? Xinyan cast a scornful glance at Chen Luo and the others. The enmity between the two women had long been established. Given the chance to undermine each other, they would never let it slip away. Yang Tingyu narrowed her eyes, her expression somewhat grave. Since entering the Immortal sect, she had never intended to form cliques. Once she obtained the void body refinement technique, she would leave, deeming it unnecessary to expend energy on trivial matters. Yet, this had inadvertently provided Shenyan with an opportunity to suppress her. How careless. What of having numbers? In the path of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Defeated foes hold no claim to pride, Yang Tingyu retorted defiantly. She had bested Shen Yan several times. That alone was sufficient to overshadow Shenyan for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Shenyan's brow furrowed in frustration. In terms of combat prowess, she indeed lagged slightly behind Yang Tingyu. Among her peers in Tianyan Prefecture, Yang Tingyu's talent was undoubtedly among the top 5, except for Yang Longtian. No one could claim absolute certainty in overcoming Yang Tingyu. It would be quite challenging for Xinyan to regain her standing in terms of strength. The quest for the Void Cave cannot be achieved through solitary endeavors. This time, the leader from your Tianyan dynasty is Yang Longtian. You are already aware of our relationship, correct? He leads the elite of the Tianyan dynasty. Will he assist you? With just these few around you, can you secure the Immortal Bone? Xinyan grinned, having dismissed Yang Tingyu from the competition for the Immortal Bone after surveying her companions. With this meager group, what kind of storm could they possibly stir? Whether they can succeed will be revealed in due time. Worthless, utterly useless. Yang Tingyu narrowed her eyes, her thoughts in stark contrast to Xinyan's. In her view, formidable strength was far more crucial than mere numbers. What did it matter if there were many, when compared to top-tier prodigies? A burden posed no threat whatsoever. Xinyan couldn't help but smirk upon hearing this. Why don't we engage in a contest now, to determine whether your people are more formidable or mine? Xinyan declared with confidence. The conflict between the Wenxian sect and the Blood Valley sect had persisted for ages, with the latter consistently holding the upper hand. This year, the Wenxian sect had recruited numerous disciples from prominent families. What could the Wenxian sect possibly employ to contend with the Blood Valley sect? Yang Tingyu raised her brows, her expression growing serious. If it were up to her, she would not shy away from any challenge. However, the odds were not in favor of Chen Luo and the others. Behind Chen Yin stood a figure she greatly feared. Noticing Yang Tingyu's hesitation, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled as he immediately approached her. "Little princess, with the right payment, I will take care of it all." Chen Luo grinned. Here was yet another opportunity to profit. Yang Tingyu frowned at Chen Luo, realizing she had no choice but to place her hopes in him. Shen Yin cast a disdainful glance at Chen Luo, dismissing him entirely. Among the 6-stage disciples of the Wenxian sect, aside from Yang Tingyu, only Wen Yutao posed a slight threat. Yet, Wen Yutao would not even rank in the top 3 among the 6-stage disciples of the Blood Valley sect. There was no possibility of defeat. Just as Yang Tingyu was about to speak, several figures charged into the inn with overwhelming presence. "You greedy little man. Still thinking about money at a time like this. Tingyu, I'm here to stand up for you." The speaker was none other than Zhang Shihai. Upon witnessing the conflict between Yang Tingyu and Shen Yin, Zhang Shihai did not hesitate to step forward. As the most loyal of companions, he felt it was his duty to protect Yang Tingyu in this moment. Yang Tingyu frowned slightly. Why was Zhang Shihai always around? "Oh, Zhang Shihai." Shen Yin recognized him at once. This young master from the Zhang family was a notable figure in Tianyan Prefecture. "Feel free to send anyone, Shen Yin. I can handle it." Zhang Shihai patted his chest, wearing a confident smile. At the sight of Zhang Shihai's demeanor, Shen Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Before she could respond, a burly man stepped out from behind her, equally a 10th-stage disciple of the body refinement realm. It was Wang Haifeng. Zhang Shihai was doomed. Su Dandan sighed in resignation. Chen Luo looked at Su Dandan in confusion. Is this big fellow really that formidable? Su Dandan nodded. Indeed. He ranks 3rd among the 10th-stage disciples of the Blood Valley sect. Zhang Shihai was foolish to stand up for Yang Tingyu without considering his own capabilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo felt a sense of relief. He had feared that Zhang Shihai might jeopardize his plans, but it seemed Zhang Shihai would not prevail, leaving him with room to negotiate a better price. Chapter 65. I am invincible at my level. I will crush you all. Wang Haifeng. Upon seeing Wang Haifeng emerge, Zhang Shihai's expression turned serious. He was well aware of Wang Haifeng's formidable strength. How could he be the one to step forward for the challenge? Could it not have been someone weaker? What's this? Do you look frightened? Lacking talent, one should refrain from attempting to woo others. The little princess, indeed, would not favor a useless man, Wang Haifeng remarked with a grin. This statement not only mocked Zhang Shihai's ineptitude, but also subtly implied that there was no capable individual by Yang Tingyu's side. Although Yang Tingyu's cultivation level was currently inferior to that of Zhang Shihai, their inherent talents were worlds apart. Frankly speaking, Zhang Shihai was unworthy of Yang Tingyu. Wang Haifeng, do you think I fear you? Dare to bully you, and I shall make an example of you today. Zhang Shihai retorted through clenched teeth. A man must not admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword from his waist, a remarkable 3rd-grade treasure sword. As a scion of the foremost family in the Tianyan dynasty, his weapon was anything but subpar. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled at the sight of Zhang Shihai's sword. Truly, the offspring of great families are remarkably affluent. Humph, Wang Haifeng scoffed disdainfully, unsheathing his superior-grade blade and aiming it at Zhang Shihai. The derisive expression on his face irked Zhang Shihai immensely. Behold my sword, Zhang Shihai bellowed, launching a strike at Wang Haifeng. The clash of blade against sword ensued. But it was evident to all that Zhang Shihai was at a disadvantage, even to the extent of being utterly overwhelmed by Wang Haifeng. Indeed, Wang Haifeng of the Blood Valley sect possessed formidable prowess. Zhang Shihai was unquestionably no match for him. Ling Yimou narrowed his eyes, arriving at a conclusion after witnessing Wang Haifeng's strikes. Beside him, Qin Xian nodded gravely. Both were disciples who had entered the 2nd layer of the Wushu cave and were certain to encounter one another within. Although Qin Xian was quite capable, she was still slightly weaker than Zhang Shihai. If she were to face Wang Haifeng, her chances of victory would be nearly non-existent. However, Ling Yimou was capable of contending with Wang Haifeng, despite still being an outer disciple. His strength was already on par with that of an inner disciple at the 10th stage of body refinement. Ling Mo's odds against Wang Haifeng were as high as 70%. It is over, Chen Luo shrugged. He had initially thought Zhang Shihai would make a spectacular display to win Yang Tingyu's favor. To his surprise, he was battered by Wang Haifeng like a stray dog. This fellow had truly become a fool. Alas, Zhang Shihai was sent flying by Wang Haifeng's blade, crashing heavily to the ground. As he struggled to rise, Shen Yin nearby could not contain her laughter. Ha ha ha, Yang Tingyu, is this the caliber of the men pursuing you? You wouldn't have been reduced to a mere pawn for marriage in the Tianyan dynasty, wedded to such a useless man, would you? Upon hearing this, The disciples of Blood Valley sect erupted in laughter. Rumors had already spread within the Tianyan dynasty that the monarch intended to facilitate a union between Zhang Shihai and Yang Tingyu. Were it not for Yang Tingyu's avoidance of Zhang Shihai, she might have already been betrothed to the Zhang family. It was truly lamentable that a gifted princess would be wed to such an ineffectual man. Yang Tingyu clenched her fists tightly, glaring furiously at Chen Yan. This was precisely the reason she detested remaining in the palace. In the eyes of those esteemed ministers, she was merely a tool for marriage, devoid of any choice. How could a man like Zhang Shihai ever appeal to her? Oh, are you upset? Yet I merely speak the truth. The men around you are indeed lacking in merit. Unlike my own, who is destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Naturally, Xin Yin was referring to Yang Longdian, a man of extraordinary talent, destined to attain foundational mastery within a year and golden core within 5. Such men are rare within the Tianyan dynasty. In this regard, Xin Yin believed she surpassed Yang Tingyu entirely. Dear princess, name your price, and I shall restore your dignity. Chen Luo, sensing the opportune moment, winked at Yang Tingyu. When one is angered, they are prone to make unexpected decisions. I shall ensure that this woman dares not utter another word. If you can achieve that, 3,000 copper coins. Yang Tingyu clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at Chen Yan. Since Chen Luo was so confident, she would grant him this opportunity. 3,000 copper coins was not an exorbitant amount for her. She could afford it. 3,000 copper coins. I guarantee the task will be completed. Chen Luo grinned, anticipating the reward of 3,000 copper coins, a testament to his business acumen. Who said the princess had no allies? Do you dare to face me? Chen Luo stepped forward, pointing at Xin Yin and the others, his voice ringing out. The disciples of Blood Valley turned their gazes toward Chen Luo. Who was this person? Daring to provoke the disciples of Blood Valley? Who are you? Xin Yin scrutinized Chen Luo with a puzzled expression. She had never seen this fellow before. Was there such a figure in the Asking Immortal sect? I am the enforcer summoned by the little princess. In the same realm, I am invincible. Chen Luo declared with pride, crossing his arms, exuding an air of indifference to all. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Xin Yin and the others erupted in laughter. Invincible in the same realm? What audacity! Yang Tingyu, you have truly brought in a braggart. Even Yang Longdian would not dare make such a claim. By what right does he assert this? Xin Yin glanced at Yang Tingyu, nearly brought to tears by laughter. Yang Tingyu said nothing, acknowledging that Chen Luo's statement was indeed exaggerated. The phrase invincible in the same realm was not one that could be thrown around lightly. Enough of your bluster. If you doubt me, send someone to fight, or step up yourself, and see if I do not bruise your lips to the point where you cannot speak. Chen Luo shouted at Xin Yin. You. Xin Yin's face turned pale with anger. How dare this rude man speak to her in such a manner? I shall take you on. At that moment, a disciple of Blood Valley, at the 6th stage of body refining, leapt forward to confront Chen Luo. This individual exuded a weak aura and was not particularly formidable among the Blood Valley disciples. In Xin Yan's eyes, there was truly no need to dispatch a powerful opponent. The sect of inquiry is hardly a match for the Blood Valley sect, and with Wen Yutao absent. Dealing with the remaining 6th-tier body refinement practitioners of the sect of inquiry is a trivial matter. I am Lin Shen from the Blood Valley sect, here to experience your so-called invincibility at the same realm. Lin Shen scoffed derisively, striking a palm towards Chen Luo. If Chen Luo were truly invincible within this realm, he surely would not fail to withstand such a blow. All eyes converged upon Chen Luo, eager to witness whether he truly possessed such unmatched prowess. It seemed more like jest. How could a disciple of the sect of inquiry possibly have such capabilities? Chen Luo lifted his gaze, uninterested in the approaching Lin Shen. This lackluster opponent was even inferior to Gu Bai, hardly worthy of his attention. Next, Chen Luo bellowed, delivering a swift kick. Before Lin Shen could react, Chen Luo's foot had already struck his chest. A dull thud echoed as Lin Shen was sent flying, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. The venue fell into a hushed silence, astonished gazes fixed upon Chen Luo, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 66, Chen Luo's Dominance. The atmosphere was thick with stillness. None anticipated that Chen Luo could vanquish Lin Shen with a single move. Lin Shen had no opportunity to resist under Chen Luo's might. How formidable! Shen Yin looked at Chen Luo in astonishment, unable to believe the exaggerated extent of his power. While Lin Shen's strength was indeed lacking, he was not an opponent that could be trifled with by just any cultivator of the same tier. After all, he was a top disciple among the 6th-tier body refinement practitioners of the Blood Valley sect. Even with a disparity, it should not be this pronounced. Is this truly the extent of your prodigies from the Blood Valley sect? Chen Luo mockingly addressed Xin Yan. Lin Shen posed no challenge whatsoever. Humph. Defeating Lin Shen is hardly a feat worth celebrating. You possess some skill, but that is all. From behind Shen, Yen emerged a tall and robust figure, akin to a small giant. The crowd's attention shifted to this man, and upon seeing his visage, the expressions of Yang Tingyu and others grew serious. Ordinary disciples indeed have no standing to speak. However, this man is worthy. Pang He, a renowned prodigy of the Blood Valley sect, undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 among the 6th-tier body refinement disciples. His combat prowess far surpasses that of Lin Chen, placing him in an entirely different league. Chen Luo cast a glance at Pang He. His aura was even stronger than Gu Bai's, perhaps rivaling that of Wen Yutao. No wonder he speaks with such arrogance. He possesses some genuine ability. Pang He, do not bring shame upon our Blood Valley sect. Shun Yin narrowed her eyes and remarked. She was acutely aware of Pang He's strength. If Chen Luo could defeat Pang He, it would indeed warrant serious consideration. Yet, such a scenario seemed implausible. How could Chen Luo stand against Pang He, who was no pushover? Rest assured. This so-called invincibility at the same realm is merely a joke in my eyes. In 10 moves, I shall triumph over this fellow, Pang He declared confidently, cracking his knuckles, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Shen Yin wore a satisfied smile, pleased with Pang He's response. The strength of the Blood Valley sect disciples was overall superior to that of the Asking Immortals sect. In this battle, Pang He was destined to triumph. You speak quite boldly. Are you certain you are stronger than that fellow from earlier? Chen Luo remarked with a playful grin, his gaze appraising Pang He from head to toe. This man, towering nearly 2 meters, was certainly more than a head taller than Chen Luo. Yet, he appeared merely imposing. Humph, soon you'll be searching for your teeth on the ground. Let us see if you dare claim invincibility among your peers. After declaring this, Pang He lunged forward, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Indeed, this presence was considerably more potent than Lin Chen's. Pang He's greatest asset was his physical prowess, boasting a strength surpassing that of some 7th-tier disciples in body refinement. Chen Luo merely smiled faintly, then stretched his limbs, clenching his right fist, from which an astonishing gust of wind erupted. Ha ha ha, a supreme 1st-tier martial technique. With this alone, you think you can shatter my physique? Such delusions. Pang He laughed heartily, his robust form radiating absolute confidence in his physical strength. To breach his defenses, a cultivator of the same realm would require at least a 2nd-tier martial technique. Chen Luo chuckled, suddenly striking out. His right fist became a tempest, forcefully crashing towards Pang He's chest. As Pang He sensed the wind pressure, realization dawned upon him. This punch had reached the perfected realm. How could anyone possibly cultivate a supreme 1st-tier martial technique to perfection? Madness. Windhell fist. Chen Luo unleashed his attack. As his fist approached Pang He, the latter instinctively raised his arms, unwilling to absorb the blow with his chest. Boom. The tremendous impact forced Pang He to stagger back several steps, his arms tingling, nearly numb. Astonished, Pang He looked up, incredulously regarding Chen Luo. A single strike from a supreme 1st-tier martial technique wielded such lethality. This young man was formidable. Ah, your physique possesses some merit, Chen Luo remarked, blinking in feigned surprise. Pang He, infuriated, clenched his fists, the corners of his eyes twitching. Merely a supreme 1st-tier martial technique. I shall now demonstrate what true power entails. With a furious roar, Pang He's fists collided, igniting flames between them. This was a supreme 2nd-tier martial technique, and it had reached the minor success stage. While it was not Pang He's ultimate move, it would suffice against Chen Luo. Chen Luo was in for it now, and Pang He had grown serious. Shen Yin observed this with a cold smirk. Typically, Pang He would not resort to martial techniques against cultivators of the same realm. His physical strength alone was sufficient. Forcing Pang He to unleash this heavenly flame fist was an achievement worthy of Chen Luo's pride. However, Wang Haifeng, standing nearby, lacked such confidence, his expression betraying a sense of gravity. Was Chen Luo truly so easily defeated? Heavenly flame fist. Pang He bellowed, his fist ablaze, ferociously charging at Chen Luo. The temperature in the surroundings surged dramatically, becoming unbearably hot. Chen Luo gazed intently at the approaching Pang He, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. The mastery of an exceptional 2nd-tier martial technique is not something one can easily dismiss. Suddenly, a tempestuous wind erupted around him, dispersing the oppressive heat in an instant. This astonishing gust captured the attention of all present. Such an aura. It emanates from a perfected 2nd-tier martial technique. How can this be? How could he possibly cultivate such a technique to perfection? Shen Yin could not restrain herself from exclaiming in terror. At such a tender age, how could he have achieved mastery over a 2nd-tier martial skill? Even those inner disciples might not be capable of such a feat. Who exactly is this Chen Luo? A sharp intake of breath escaped Pang He as he faced Chen Luo, acutely aware that the force within him was being suppressed by Chen Luo's palm wind. This was a complete domination, a clash devoid of any chance of victory. I must retreat. A sense of retreat burgeoned within Pang He, who dared not advance further. If he were to be severely injured by Chen Luo, the repercussions for their expedition into the illusory cave would be dire. Now you wish to flee? Chen Luo smirked, his palm striking swiftly and forcefully against Pang He. In this blow, Chen Luo employed the shadow butterfly step, his speed so extraordinary that Pang He could not track him. Pang He. Wang Haifeng gritted his teeth, hastily launching a punch, desperate to intervene. Observing this, Ling Mo promptly stepped forward, countering Wang Haifeng's strike. The result was that Wang Haifeng was unable to withstand Ling Mo's force and was sent staggering back. Shocked, Wang Haifeng raised his head, incredulous that such a formidable individual stood beside Yang Tingyu. Does the intersect of the Mount Xian Ask have such talents? Ah! Pang He's anguish cries echoed throughout the inn. Wang Haifeng quickly turned to see Pang He collapsed on the ground, a deep imprint left on his chest. Chen Luo had restrained his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Pang He would likely never have entered the illusory cave. Is this all? Chen Luo cast a glance at the fallen Pang He, a mocking grin adorning his face. After merely 2 exchanges, Pang He could not endure, revealing the true caliber of the Blood Valley sect's prodigy. Shen Yin, it appears that those around you are not as impressive as you thought. Yang Tingyu beamed, feeling that Chen Luo had restored her reputation. Meanwhile, Zhang Shihai's expression darkened. This was supposed to be his moment to shine for Yang Tingyu. Yet all the glory had been usurped by Chen Luo. Chapter 67. Why are you worth only 100 copper coins? Yang Tingyu, do not rejoice too soon. Shen Yin clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at Yang Tingyu. Pang He is not the strongest among the 6th-tier disciples of the Blood Valley sect. Defeating him does not equate to invincibility. However, among those backing Shen Yin, there was no one of the same caliber who could contend with Chen Luo. This time, she had suffered at Chen Luo's hands. Once they entered the illusory cave, she would seek retribution. TSK, before the illusory cave even begins. You from Tianyin Prefecture are already at odds. Such discord suggests that the illusory immortal bone will likely fall into our hands from Tianfeng Prefecture. As the 2 factions stood in confrontation, a voice suddenly resonated at the entrance. A group entered the inn, each member exuding an extraordinary presence. Chen Luo, filled with curiosity, turned to see a woman of petite stature, her hair styled in a bun, reminiscent of Su Dandan, embodying a charming allure. However, her attire was strikingly provocative, showcasing her fair legs, giving Chen Luo the impression of a child clad in her mother's garments. It was Du Qiui. Yang Tingyu recognized her at once. A prodigy from Tianfeng Prefecture, she was a formidable competitor in the quest for the Cave of Illusions. Chen Luo leaned closer to Su Dandan and inquired with curiosity. Who is this child dressed like her mother? Su Dandan paused, taken aback by Chen Luo's description, finding it somewhat amusing. She is Du Qiui, a disciple of the foremost power in Tianfeng Prefecture, the Guhai sect. It is said that she has triumphed across realms, defeating those at the 8th level of body refinement, showcasing considerable strength. Su Dandan replied softly, deliberately lowering her tone. Someone like Du Qiui would be even more challenging to contend with than Shen Yin. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, surprised by the child's formidable prowess. Yang Tingyu, Shen Yin, why not settle your differences here? Whoever loses should forfeit their entry to the Cave of Illusions. Wouldn't that be ideal? It would prevent any conflict after entering, thus avoiding interference in the competition for the illusory celestial bone. Du Qiui mocked, deriding the lack of unity in Tianyin Prefecture. Shen Yin rolled her eyes in response, retorting, Du Qiui, your Tianfeng Prefecture isn't faring much better, is it? There are plenty who wish to drag you down. With such a vast territory, how could there be no disputes? Though Tianfeng Prefecture appears calm on the surface, beneath lies a tumultuous undercurrent. You are no better off than us, Du Qiui replied coolly. At least our Tianyin Prefecture stands united in this endeavor for the illusory celestial bone. With that, her gaze fell upon Chen Luo. Your strength is commendable. Why not consider joining my Guhai sect? Remaining by Yang Tingyu's side will yield little promise for you, as you cannot attain the status of a prince consort in the Tianyin dynasty. Du Qiui smiled, recognizing Chen Luo's rare talent for achieving the pinnacle of 2nd-grade martial skills at such a young age. This level of attainment in martial arts is indeed a rarity seen once in a century. The circumstances surrounding the Xianxing sect were well known to the Guhai sect. Recruiting a prodigy from the Xianxing sect would undoubtedly benefit the Guhai sect immensely. Seeing Du Qiui attempt to woo Chen Luo, Yang Tingyu grew anxious and blurted out without a moment's thought, how do you know he cannot attain that? Her words struck everyone into silence, their gazes shifting in astonishment towards Yang Tingyu. What did the statement imply? Realizing her slip, Yang Tingyu's face flushed involuntarily, as if she had misspoken. Wait. I consider you a benefactor, and you're trying to scheme against me? Chen Luo exclaimed in bewilderment. Yang Tingyu rolled her eyes, muttering, "I merely spoke too hastily. Just keep your mouth shut and take your money." Yang Tingyu swiftly placed the copper coin into Chen Luo's storage ring. And those who took her words seriously were indeed foolish. Ha ha ha, Yang Tingyu, who would have thought you could develop feelings for an ordinary disciple? Are you inquiring about the immortal sect merely for this boy? Xinyan laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. She had never imagined that Yang Tingyu would take an interest in Chen Luo. The disparity in their statuses was simply insurmountable. Chen Luo needed to reach the nascent soul stage to be worthy of pursuing Yang Tingyu. Close your mouth. Yang Tingyu glared at Xinyan, wishing she could give her a good thrashing. Xinyan huffed coldly and turned away. Given the current circumstances, it was unwise to contend with Yang Tingyu any further. After all, the people from Tianfeng Prefecture were present, and if Tianyin Prefecture engaged in internal strife, it would jeopardize their chances in the quest for the Wushu immortal bone. Yang Tingyu, I eagerly anticipate our duel once we enter the Wushu cave. Just don't find yourself unable to withstand even 10 moves like you did a year ago. Du Qiui continued to jest. A year prior, Du Qiui and Yang Tingyu had clashed, with Yang Tingyu suffering a complete defeat. Yang Tingyu coldly fixed her gaze on Du Qiui. It was true she had been bested then, but she had not yet acquired the rain listening sword, which had put her at a disadvantage. This time, the outcome might be different. Then let us see. Yang Tingyu narrowed her eyes, unperturbed. Du Qiui grinned. Had it not been for pressing matters, she would have already engaged Yang Tingyu in battle. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind Du Qiui, his eyes fixated on Chen Luo. Chen Luo noticed the man as well. He was slender, draped in a black cloak, exuding an eerie aura. "Leave this boy to me," the man smirked, his expression one of mockery, as if a hunter had spotted his prey. Chen Luo was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated someone would come for him. "Sorry. The little princess has tasked me with dealing with Yinfeng. You'd best keep your distance." Chen Luo shrugged, dismissing the man outright. At this, the man's smile evaporated instantly. No one had ever dared to disregard him. TSK, Yin Gu. This fellow doesn't take you seriously. Yet he dares to challenge your elder brother? How audacious. Du Qiui couldn't help but laugh. Chen Luo's words struck her as nothing more than a jest. A mere disciple of the Wuxian sect, vying to contend with Yinfeng? Absurd. I shall make you aware of what it means to be deluded. Yin Gu roared, a wave of malevolent energy erupting from within him, engulfing the entire inn. The terrifying pressure caused the expressions of those present to darken. This aura was far more potent than that of Pang He. "Huh? Am I supposed to be afraid of you?" Chen Luo retorted, immediately turning to Yang Tingyu. "Little princess. If I take him down, how much will I earn?" The crowd stared at Chen Luo in disbelief. This lad still had money on his mind. Yang Tingyu cast a frustrated glance at Chen Luo, then extended a finger, indicating a maximum of 100 copper coins. Chen Luo couldn't help but furrow his brow, hesitating for a long while before sighing. Well, even if it's just a morsel, it's still something. Yang Gu's eyes twitched in anger, feeling that this was a blatant insult. "You're courting death." Just as both sides were about to clash, the sound of several bells resonated throughout the small town. This was the bell signaling the opening of the Wunshu Cave. Chapter 68, The Opening of the Wunshu Cave. With the Wunshu Cave's opening, the three parties immediately dispersed. Compared to this event, there was no need to waste time. The Wingshu body refinement method was of utmost importance. Upon returning to the treasure ship, the elders urged their disciples to board. "Did you encounter the people from Tianfeng Prefecture?" He noticed the injuries on Zhang Shihai and couldn't help but inquire of Chen Luo. Chen Luo shook his head, clarifying that Zhang Shihai was not injured by those from Tianfeng Prefecture, but rather by members of the Blood Valley sect. Upon hearing this, he frowned. "Didn't you fight back?" He quickly asked. The Blood Valley sect had numerous disputes with the Wuxian sect. Losing face was not an option. Chen Luo shrugged. "How could that be? The Blood Valley sect lacks the capability to gain an advantage over me. Once we enter the Wingshu Cave, I will take them down." Having witnessed Pang He's strength, Chen Luo had a rough understanding of the combat prowess of the Blood Valley sect's disciples. In a life-and-death struggle, Pang He might not even be a match for Gu Bai. Although the overall strength of the Blood Valley sect was indeed somewhat superior to that of the Wuxian sect, in Chen Luo's eyes, it was hardly significant. "Hey, you're quite confident. Excellent, you possess great potential." He chuckled, growing increasingly fond of Chen Luo. "If only you weren't so greedy for wealth. Those controlled by riches are far too prone to betrayal. Take this, it might be useful in the Wunshu Cave." He discreetly handed Chen Luo a wooden sword the length of a finger. If done too openly, it might provoke discontent among the other disciples. Chen Luo quickly concealed the small wooden sword, which surprisingly increased his wealth value by 5,000 points. This little wooden sword was actually a mid-grade 3 treasure. With this unexpected gain, Chen Luo's wealth value exceeded 10,000 points, reaching 10,600. The journey to the Wengshu cave was indeed worthwhile. This item is called the Guemu sword. It can unleash the power of a 10th stage in body refinement, but its consumption is considerable, so use it wisely. He advised softly, providing a measure of assurance for Chen Luo. If Chen Luo could successfully assist the Tianyan dynasty in obtaining the Wengshu immortal bone, the benefits for the Wengshan sect would surpass this by far. Very well, I assure you I will fulfill the task assigned by the organization. Chen Luo replied with a grin. The treasure ship sped swiftly, navigating towards a beam of radiant white light soaring into the sky. All eyes converged on this heavenly light, which marked the location of the Wengshu cave. We have arrived. He observed the brilliant light surrounding the treasure ships, which were the vessels of the two regional powers. At this moment, a dozen formidable Yuan-Ing cultivators were present, their oppressive aura causing even he to feel a weight upon his chest. Chen Luo glanced around, his gaze ultimately resting upon two figures, Yang Longdian of the Heavenly Cloud dynasty and Yin Feng. These two individuals were Chen Luo's primary targets. Eliminating them would secure a reward of 100,000 copper coins. Well, look who we have here, a drunken fool. A middle-aged woman in red remarked with a grin at Shang Wanjiu, the infamous unreliable figure from the Heavenly Cloud state. Has the Asking Immortal sect truly fallen to the point of sending you to handle matters? The Blood Valley sect's treasure ship docked beside the Asking Immortal sect's vessel. Shang Wanjiu cast a sidelong glance at the woman, took a swig of alcohol, and nonchalantly replied, I simply enjoy drinking. It doesn't imply weakness. Sun Yao. If you find me unsatisfactory, then come challenge me. Sun Yao snorted in response. Shang Wanjiu was indeed correct. He was no weakling. Among those present in the Yuaning stage, Shang Wanjiu undoubtedly ranked among the top 5. Now, my esteemed colleagues, let us refrain from bickering. We do not wish to become a source of amusement for Tianfeng state. Interjected Yang Hai, a prince of the Heavenly Cloud dynasty, as their vessel approached. Yang Hai was the adopted son of Yang Ke, known as the Sea Prince. With Yang Hai stepping forward, both Shang Wanjiu and Sun Yao fell silent, unable to voice any further objections. As other factions' treasure ships gathered, the two states faced off against each other. Notably, the leader of Tianfeng state was not a powerful figure from the Tianfeng dynasty, but rather the supreme elder of the ancient Sea sect, indicating that Tianfeng state was not dominated by the Tianfeng dynasty but rather by the ancient Sea sect. Yang Hai. If there are no issues, let the disciples enter. We must not waste any more time, the supreme elder Dailing of the ancient Sea sect said coldly, exuding an air of absolute confidence regarding the Asking Immortal body forging technique. Yang Hai nodded and exchanged glances with the Yuan-Ing cultivators from the other factions. Prepare yourselves. The Asking Immortal cave is about to open. He promptly reminded Chen Luo and the others behind him. All disciples, remain alert. As the Asking Immortal cave slowly opened, a radiant white light illuminated the sky. Enter. With a collective shout from the elders, all disciples surged into the cave, and Chen Luo followed closely behind. Within just a few breaths, every disciple had entered the Asking Immortal cave, and the brilliant light emanating from it gradually faded, ultimately vanishing from sight. The elders from various factions fixed their gaze upon the cave, wondering to which faction the Asking Immortal bone would ultimately belong. This is the last piece of the Asking Immortal bone. It remains uncertain which faction will lay claim to it. Sun Yao grinned, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The Blood Valley sect had made ample preparations for this venture into the Asking Immortal cave. I am uncertain who will prevail. But it is certainly not the Asking Immortal sect. The one who spoke was none other than the Sea King, aligned with the Golden Prince. The Sea King has had his fair share of conflicts with the Emperor. This time, Yang Longdian leads a team into the Asking Void Cave, while Yang Tingyu heads into the Asking Immortal sect. The Sea King is undoubtedly inclined towards Yang Longdian. Shang Wanjiu furrowed his brow, his gaze involuntarily falling upon the Sea King. It was unexpected that the Sea King's allegiance was so overt, no longer concealed. It appears that unrest will soon erupt within the Tianyan dynasty. This Asking Void body refinement technique may very well be the catalyst. Apologies. But this Asking Void body refinement technique will undoubtedly belong to our ancient Sea sect, Dailing remarked with a broad grin, his tone brimming with confidence. The onlookers turned their attention to Dailing, revealing expressions of solemnity. The display of strength from the ancient Sea sect was indeed formidable, and each disciple should not be underestimated. Securing the Asking Void immortal bone from the ancient Sea sect poses a significant challenge. Do not celebrate too soon. The outcome remains uncertain, Shang Wanjiu stated calmly, taking a sip of wine. The Asking Immortal sect is not without its chances. That little fellow may very well bring unexpected surprises to the Asking Immortal sect. The powerful figures from various factions listened to Shang Wanjiu's words with disdain. For the least likely to succeed was indeed the Asking Immortal sect. Who does the Asking Immortal sect possess? Yang Tingyu? He has faced defeat multiple times and is still a member of the royal family. Even if Yang Tingyu secures the Asking Void Immortal Bone, it remains the property of the Tianyun dynasty. What relevance does that hold for you? Asking Immortal Sect. He stood at the back, anxiously observing the Asking Void cave. The Asking Void Immortal Bone is indeed a challenging prize to seize. I wonder if Chen Luo can accomplish it. Whether the Asking Immortal Sect can establish a favorable relationship with the Tianyun dynasty depends on Chen Luo. Chapter 69. If it hurts, do not cry out. Remember, entering the Asking Void cave will randomly place you in a location. If you encounter someone from Tianyun Prefecture, do not engage with them. Our objective is the Asking Void Immortal Bone. Yang Longtian's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Chen Luo took a deep breath and plunged into the Asking Void cave. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings transformed into an oasis. The Asking Void cave resembled a realm of immortality. This place surely harbors treasures. Suddenly, a white light illuminated the area not far away. Chen Luo raised his eyes and discovered a figure appearing beside him. To his surprise, it was Shen Yin from the Blood Valley sect. Shen Yin also noticed Chen Luo in the distance, and upon recognizing his face, her expression grew grave. How could she encounter Chen Luo here? It was not that she feared him. Rather, Chen Luo was indeed a formidable opponent. The fact that Pang He could not defeat Chen Luo was sufficient evidence of Chen Luo's strength. In their confrontation, Shen Yin might not have the upper hand, particularly if they refrained from utilizing powerful artifacts. However, should she employ such artifacts, she would undoubtedly be able to subdue Chen Luo. However, these formidable treasures should be wielded during the contest for the WNX Immortal Bone and must not be squandered on that Chen Luo. I never anticipated encountering a scoundrel like you here. Consider yourself fortunate. I have neither the time nor inclination to deal with you now. Once I secure the WNX Immortal Bone, I shall attend to you. With a cold huff, Shen Yin intended to depart, unwilling to waste time on Chen Luo. Yet, as she took a step forward, an unsettling chill crept up her spine. Shen Yin swiftly turned around, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld Chen Luo advancing towards her, sword in hand. That expression of his is utterly infuriating. What do you intend to do? Shen Yin exclaimed in panic, retreating a few steps, suddenly gripped by fear. Could it be that this rascal wishes to contend with her now? Chen Luo, however, chuckled mockingly, saying, "You harbor enmity towards the little princess. If I were to capture you and deliver you to her, I would surely reap a handsome reward. Care to cooperate? I am not one to resort to violence against women." Shen Yin's animosity towards Yang Tingyu was evident, and Chen Luo had observed it keenly at the inn. Capturing Shen Yin would undoubtedly send Yang Tingyu into a frenzy of excitement. How laughable. Do you possess the ability to subdue me? Where do you derive your confidence? Shen Yin could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, Chen Luo had the capability, yet Shen Yin remained unfazed. As a prodigy of the Blood Valley sect and the granddaughter of a high elder, would she truly fear Chen Luo? What a farcical notion. Chen Luo smiled slightly, raising his sword to point directly at Shen Yin. I do not intend to let go of what is in front of me. I advise you not to resist. I can be rather brutish, and I would hate to harm you. Shen Yin paused, her brow furrowing. This fellow appears to be serious. Is he out of his mind? TCH, I have no time to squander on you. Shen Yin scoffed, promptly turning to leave, unwilling to waste another moment with Chen Luo. Yet, as she pivoted, a streak of sword intent grazed her cheek. The sudden occurrence startled Shen Yin, prompting her to retreat hastily. You lunatic! I have no interest in wasting time with you. Shen Yin bellowed in fury, attempting to escape from Chen Luo. With her inferior footwork, could she truly evade his grasp? Still relying on such basic techniques. No wonder she is a prodigy of the Blood Valley sect. However, I possess skills of my own. Chen Luo grinned widely, immediately employing the thunder smoke technique to close the distance between them. At this moment, Shen Yin was fleeing in a frenzy, her speed remarkable, though her footwork was rudimentary. She had already reached a velocity that was hard for the average person to track. This exemplifies the advantage of third-tier martial skills. Among the top talents entering the WNX cavern, who lacks third-tier martial techniques? Foolish imbecile. You believe you can catch up to me. That is nothing but a delusion. Shen Yin taunted, fully aware that Chen Luo was merely an ordinary disciple of the WNX sect, devoid of any significant backing. The two were on entirely different planes. How could Chen Luo possibly possess third-tier martial skills? To win her over is an impossible endeavor. Hello, beautiful. You run rather swiftly. Just as Shen Yin chuckled to herself, the voice of Chen Luo suddenly echoed beside her. Shen Yin, startled, turned to Chen Luo, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could you possibly catch up to me? Shen Yin exclaimed in panic. After scrutinizing Chen Luo for a moment, she realized he too employed a lower-tier technique, and astonishingly, he was faster than she was. Had the skin sect provided him with special training? Damn it! Shen Yin shouted, hastily increasing her speed, observing Chen Yin's frantic escape. Chen Luo couldn't help but smirk. Run? Where could you possibly flee to? Whoosh. The two engaged in a rapid pursuit, their speeds akin to two streaks of lightning. Yet, the expressions on their faces were starkly contrasting. Chen Yin appeared flustered, terrified of being overtaken by Chen Luo, while he remained calm, resembling a cat hunting a mouse. You lunatic. Stop chasing me. Chen Yin was on the brink of breaking down, unable to fathom how Chen Luo could pursue her for so long. What the hell? Can't you just stop? Chen Luo, however, smiled and declared, I told you, you won to escape today. With that, he swung his sword towards Chen Yin. The intent surging forth, aimed directly at her. Hiss! Chen Yin gasped, hastily drawing her sword to defend herself. Bang! With a dull thud, she was sent flying several meters. Gritting her teeth, Chen Yin raised her head, realizing the true strength of Chen Luo as they clashed. The power of that strike was truly terrifying. Damn it! I underestimated you. Chen Yin halted, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. Thus, she resolved to subdue Chen Luo first. Standing before her, Chen Luo smiled. Chen Yin's combat prowess was inferior to that of Pang He, though she might have some advantages in martial skills. However, when it came to techniques, Chen Luo feared no one. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yin retrieved a talisman. Upon seeing it, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was a mid-tier talisman. Such a talisman was exceedingly rare. Who would have thought Chen Yin possessed such a treasure? The Heavenly Blood Talisman. Chen Yin's eyes widened as she affixed the talisman to her sword. As the talisman's power infused into the blade, her sword erupted with formidable intent. Do not presume that a mere display of skill can rival me. Dealing with someone like you should be quite simple. Chen Yin smirked, then unleashed a strike, her sword radiating with abundant blood energy. This was the capability of the Heavenly Blood Talisman, enhancing the power of her strike by, at least 30%. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, immediately countering with his own sword as they clashed. In this exchange, he was forced to retreat several steps. Truly, the mid-tier talisman possessed remarkable might. It seemed he would need to employ genuine skill to contend with Chen Yin. TSK, is that all you've got? Chen Yin taunted, her tone dripping with disdain. Chen Luo steadied himself, exhaling deeply before puffing out his chest. I initially had no intention of taking this matter seriously with a woman. Should it become painful later, do refrain from making a ruckus. Chapter 70. Truly, the people of Tianyun State engage in rather extravagant antics. I shall address you as old mother. Chen Yin, infuriated, shouted vehemently, her sword radiating a fierce sword intent, blood energy surging forth. It transformed into a crimson long sword, a blood slaughter sword. The blood-red blade swiftly sliced toward Chen Luo, a terrifying wave of blood energy instantaneously engulfing the area around him. Chen Luo lifted his gaze towards Chen Yin. Her strike had reached the lower third tier, yet it was still in its nascent stage. It appeared that the prodigies of these factions possessed martial skills that merely grazed this level. If this was all she could muster, then victory was assured. Suddenly, Chen Luo's eyes widened, as the ink-patterned sword in his grasp coalesced with astonishing sword intent. The Qingyun sword technique forcefully unleashed. Boom. The two swords collided with tremendous force, unleashing a remarkable residual power. Chen Yin was knocked back several dozen steps, her countenance exceedingly grave. Chen Luo had effortlessly countered her lower third-tier martial technique with merely a second-tier skill. How formidable could this individual be? Had it not been for the Heavenly Blood Talismans, Chen Yin might have been unable to withstand even this strike from Chen Luo. The prodigy of the Blood Valley sect was truly no more than this. Steadying his stance, Chen Luo flashed a smile at Chen Yin. He had already gleaned the essence of her strength. If she had no hidden trump cards, Chen Yin would have to concede here. To Chen Luo, she was akin to a golden pot, and whether he could reap further profits depended entirely on her. Do not celebrate prematurely. Do you presume I am merely this prepared? Chen Yin clenched her sword tightly, her expression reaching a peak of fury. Before her stood Chen Luo, akin to an unyielding adhesive. If she could not completely rid herself of him, her experience within the void cave would be quite unbearable. Thus, she resolved to eliminate Chen Luo entirely. Rumbling. Chen Yin's eyes suddenly turned blood red, an overwhelming surge of crimson lightning emanating from her being. The horrifying scene resembled the onset of an apocalypse, truly astonishing. Chen Luo, observing Chen Yin at this moment, could not help but furrow his brow. Was this the force that a cultivator at the body refinement stage could unleash? What tier of martial technique was this? Huff. Chen Yin took a deep breath, her entire body radiating blood-red patterns. This was the secret technique of my Blood Valley sect, originally intended for dealing with that wretched Yangtingyu. Now, applied to you, you may revel in your good fortune. In an instant, Chen Yin's aura surged to the 7th stage of body refinement, merely a step away from the 8th. Had she fully mastered this secret technique, she would have undoubtedly attained an exceedingly terrifying realm. Chen Luo scrutinized Shun Yan, noting that the secret technique she employed bore resemblance to the volcano technique, albeit significantly more potent. It was likely at the 4th tier. Indeed, the second generation of the Blood Valley sect is formidable, capable of mastering even such high-level secret techniques. One's background holds significant weight. Shen Yin bellowed once more, fiercely unleashing a sword strike that surged towards Chen Luo with astonishing speed. She was resolute in her belief that Chen Luo would be unable to withstand her assault. Even Yang Longtian would think twice before attempting to block her strike. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, crimson patterns erupted across his body, the full force of the volcanic technique igniting within him. As the technique unfolded, his aura surged to the 9th stage of body refinement. Realizing the sudden escalation in Chen Luo's cultivation, Shen Yin, who was still charging forward, found herself momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why had Chen Luo's power increased so dramatically? The magnitude of this enhancement surpassed even her Blood Valley sect's secret techniques. Could it be that the Immortal Inquiry sect was nurturing Chen Luo as if he were their own son? Is this secret technique truly formidable? Chen Luo suddenly lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Shen Yin. He then unleashed a sword strike, the intent radiating forth and swiftly engulfing the bloodlight surrounding Shen Yin. She had no time to react, feeling as though she were ensnared by the sword's essence. With no room for resistance, Chen Luo calmly sheathed his sword and turned away, only to discover Shen Yan's body frozen in place, her form trembling slightly. Ah. Perhaps I exerted too much force, he chuckled, striding over to her side. After a prolonged shudder, Shen Yin collapsed to the ground, as if thoroughly spent. Alas, I did advise you against resisting. Now you understand the pain, do you not? Chen Luo remarked, binding Shen Yin with a rope. Once he had dealt with her, he retrieved his sword from the ground. The heavenly blood talisman fell from the blade into his hand. A 3rd-grade sword, accompanied by a middle-grade talisman. What a delightful windfall. Ah. And the storage ring. Chen Luo's gaze settled upon Shun Yan's storage ring. As the 2nd generation of the Blood Valley sect, it surely contained treasures galore. However, as he reached for the ring, it suddenly erupted with spiritual power, casting him aside. To his surprise, a powerful barrier had been placed upon Shen Yan's storage ring. Even in her demise, he could not claim it. A tinge of disappointment washed over Chen Luo, as his gains had been significantly diminished. His wealth now stood at a mere 18,000 points. Yet, upon glancing at his total of 28,600 points, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such wealth was sufficient to elevate him to the 10th stage of body refinement. Having achieved the 9th stage with the volcanic technique earlier, he had not been expelled from the Void Inquiry Cave. Surely, if he were to raise his cultivation further, he would not be expelled, would he? After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided against enhancing his cultivation. The risk of expulsion from the Void Inquiry Cave was too great. After careful consideration, he expended 20,000 points of wealth to perfect both the volcanic technique and the thunder smoke step. These 2 martial skills would serve as his trump cards within the Void Inquiry Cave. And the greater their strength, the better. After a brief respite, Shun Yin regained her senses, and upon noticing her bonds, her expression darkened immediately. I have truly become a captive, she exclaimed. Release me. Do you dare to touch me? The Blood Valley sect will not spare you. My grandfather is a revered elder of the Blood Valley sect, a formidable presence in the nascent soul stage. Shen Yin cried out in desperation, fearing what Chen Luo might do to her. Having finally become engaged to Yang Longdian, she could not afford any disruption from Chen Luo. It would be disastrous, especially with the impending exploration of the Void Cave. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at Shun Yin, a smirk playing on his lips. Fear not. I harbor no interest in you. I am not that kind of person. However, I must escort you to the little princess. She will undoubtedly reward me handsomely. Shen Yin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Chen Luo clung to her like a stubborn leech, solely for monetary gain. Had he lost his mind? Was he truly so obsessed with wealth? I will pay you, just let me go. She gritted her teeth, aware that Chen Luo would hesitate to kill her. But Yang Tingyu was another matter entirely, a wild card, unrestrained interactions. How much? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Negotiations could indeed commence, contingent on Shen Yan's sincerity. Shen Yan was about to speak when several figures suddenly emerged around them. Both of them stood up, their expressions turning grave. These figures were from the Heavenly Wind State, for individuals clad in identical attire, indicative of a singular faction. Well, isn't this Shen Yan from the Blood Valley sect? What a sight to behold, all tied up. You folks from the Heavenly Cloud State sure know how to have fun. One of them taunted. Can we join in on the festivities? Chapter 71. Quickly compensate me for my emotional distress. Release me at once. These 4 individuals were from the Ghost Sea Gate of the Heavenly Wind State, and their strength was formidable. I'll stand with you against them, Chen Yin quickly offered. Though Chen Luo was also an adversary, in the face of interstate interests, they had to unite. Assisting the Heavenly Wind State against the Heavenly Cloud State would mark them as traitors, deserving of severe punishment, even from the royal family of the Heavenly Cloud Dynasty. Chen Luo glanced at Chen Yin, his tone indifferent. There's no need. I can handle this alone. If you flee, I would incur a significant loss. You fool. The Ghost Sea Gate is one of the 5 gates of the Heavenly Wind State, equally as powerful as the Wishing Immortal Sect. They have 4 members. Can you truly take them on by yourself? Chen Yin shouted in frustration. While Chen Luo was indeed strong, facing 4 of the Ghost Sea Gate's elites would not be an easy feat, unless he could invoke that secret technique again. Elevating his cultivation to the 9th stage of body refinement. Ignoring Chen Yan's outburst, Chen Luo's gaze remained fixed on the members of the Ghost Sea Gate. Feeling the intensity of his stare, the 4 members furrowed their brows, puzzled by the audacity of his gaze. What is this guy looking at? Why does he seem so contemptuous? One of the disciples from the Ghost Sea Gate clenched his teeth, a surge of aggression welling up within him. Nia Hai. What is he staring at? Does he have an interest in men? Nia Hai furrowed his brow, for he had never encountered such a gaze emanating from a man. Was it truly possible for one man to possess such a look of unbridled desire towards a group of men? What was this young fellow's predicament? You little brat. If you dare to stare again, I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets. Nia Hai clenched his fists and bellowed fiercely at Chen Luo. Chen Luo slowly lifted his head, his eyes sharpening with an intimidating intensity. The disciples of the Ghost Sea sect were momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable tension. Why did they sense a life-threatening aura from this Chen Luo? They had not overlooked the talents of Tianyin Prefecture, yet Chen Luo was conspicuously absent from their records. Though they could not fathom how Chen Yin had been defeated by Chen Luo, for against one should not yield defeat, should it? Brother Nia Hai, I sense that this individual is not to be trifled with. A disciple from the Ghost Sea sect spoke anxiously. The other 2 nodded in agreement, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis emanating from Chen Luo. Could it be that this unheard of man was a hidden trump card of Tianyin Prefecture? What are we afraid of? Even facing Yang Longtian, the 4 of us possess the strength to fight. Nia Hai retorted angrily, though a hint of anxiety crept into his demeanor. He could not afford to lose face. As the strongest disciple of the Ghost Sea sect at the 6th stage of body refinement, he would never admit to weakness. How could he fear a nameless disciple of Tianyin Prefecture without even having encountered the top talents? Hearing Nia Hai's words, Chen Yin could not help but chuckle derisively. You still wish to confront my man? Even Yin Feng is no match for Yang Longtian. Yang Longtian was her fiancé, and she was determined to defend him. In Chen Yan's eyes, within this void cave, no one could rival Yang Longtian. Nonsense. His Highness Yin Feng is the strongest. Nia Hai shouted, clearly agitated. Observing this scene, Chen Luo could not help but frown. These individuals were behaving like children, bickering over such trivial matters. Who was stronger or weaker could simply be determined through combat. Enough. Let us cease this pointless quarrel and discuss the matter at hand. Chen Luo interjected promptly. He had no interest in wasting time with these individuals, as he still needed to search for the immortal bone of the Void Seeker. Ridiculous. What concern is this of yours? What qualifies you to remain here? Leave Shen Yin and scram. Nia Hai shot a glance at Chen Luo, already embroiled in a heated argument with Shen Yin, determined to teach her a lesson today. Capturing Shen Yin would be a significant achievement for Tianfeng Prefecture. Chen Luo, release me quickly. I will stand with you against them, Shen Yin exclaimed at that moment. Eager to defend her brother's honor, Chen Luo furrowed his brow in frustration, realizing that these individuals completely disregarded his presence. Did he truly appear so weak? It was truly vexing. Since he refused to cooperate, I shall take matters into my own hands, Chen Luo remarked with a slight smile, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Nia Hai and his companions. Sensing Chen Luo's gaze, Nia Hai could not help but furrow his brow, questioning his intentions. Before he could finish his thought, Chen Luo abruptly vanished, transforming into a streak of azure lightning. The sudden disappearance left Nia Hai and his 3 companions wide-eyed, unable to even catch a glimpse of Chen Luo's residual shadow. Such velocity was unimaginable for a disciple in the 6th stage of body refinement. Even Xin Yan, who stood nearby, was astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. It became apparent that Chen Luo had not even exerted his full strength in comparison to Chen Luo's speed. Her own movements felt akin to that of a sluggish tortoise. How could this be? How had he perfected a 3rd-tier technique to such an extent? Shen Yin murmured in shock, struggling to comprehend that someone her age could achieve this level of prowess. Even Yang Longtian and Yin Feng paled in comparison to Chen Luo's martial skills. This Chen Luo was far more formidable than she had ever imagined. No wonder that woman, Yang Tingyu, was so close to him. He truly was a prodigy. Where did he go? Brother Nia Hai, With your abilities, can you locate that lad? One of them exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Niahai, I feel rather frightened. Niahai clenched his fists, momentarily rendered speechless. He, too, was unable to track Chen Luo's movements. It was as if Chen Luo were a specter, poised to materialize before him at any moment. Yet, for the sake of his pride, Niahai feigned an air of nonchalance. Fear not, speed is of little consequence. Perhaps this fellow is simply terrified of us and has fled. Barely had he spoken when a fist struck fiercely against Niahai's face. His eyes widened in shock as he was sent hurtling backward, spinning through the air several times before crashing to the ground. The other 3 disciples of the Ghost Sea sect stared in disbelief at Chen Luo, who had appeared in their midst. After a moment of stunned silence, they finally reacted, launching a coordinated assault against him. Chen Luo cast a swift glance at the trio. His reflexes honed to perfection. Before their attacks could land, he deftly struck each of them in the abdomen. Like Niahai, the 3 disciples fell to the ground, incapacitated in an instant. In mere moments, all 4 had been subdued by Chen Luo. Among them, the strongest, Niahai, was only on par with Panqi. It seemed that the Ghost Sea sect was a relatively weak force in Tianfeng Prefecture. With a violent cough, Niahai spat blood. His gaze filled with terror as he regarded Chen Luo. The speed at which Chen Luo moved had completely surpassed his ability to cope. Even if his martial skills posed a threat to Chen Luo, they could not land a hit. This meant that engaging Chen Luo in battle offered virtually no chance of victory. Who on earth are you? Niahai stammered, panic evident in his voice. Astonished by Chen Luo's overwhelming strength, he had never heard of such a figure as Chen Luo before. Approaching the 4 with a smile, Chen Luo stated, There is no need for you to know who I am. You have insulted me, and now you owe me compensation for emotional distress. He grinned, extending his hand towards the 4. The 4 individuals stared at Chen Luo in bewilderment, utterly confused about when they had ever insulted him. Chapter 72, Chen Luo. A man who instills fear. Insult? When did we ever insult you? Niahai gazed at Chen Luo, his mind swirling with questions. What was Chen Luo talking about? He couldn't comprehend a word. How could I possibly be attracted to this woman? Aren't you insulting my taste? Chen Luo pointed at Shan Yin with a gravitas that was unmistakable. Such a brazenly seductive woman could never captivate his interest. Su Dandan, Yang Tingyu, and Qin Siyuan, each one far surpassed Shen Yin in beauty. From a distance, Shen Yin, upon hearing Chen Luo's words, gritted her teeth in fury. While engaging in conversation was one thing, Chen Luo's remarks were laced with personal attacks. That despicable man, Niahai, too, was left in a daze, beginning to grasp the implication. Are you implying that Shen Yin is unworthy of you? One of the disciples from the Ghost Sea sect timidly inquired. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed the murderous glare emanating from Shen Yin. What a terrifying gaze. What do you intend to do? I refuse to believe you would dare to take action, Niahai asserted through clenched teeth. Chen Luo stood alone, devoid of influence. What could the Wenxian sect do to aid him? Given the current circumstances of the Wenxian sect, they would hardly dare to confront a formidable enemy. As soon as Niahai finished articulating his thoughts, Chen Luo made a sudden move, seizing Niahai by the throat. This unexpected turn of events left Niahai caught off guard. What was happening? Did Chen Luo truly dare to act? Since you are aware that I am alone, why do you assume I wouldn't dare to kill you? Chen Luo spoke coldly. If I were to eliminate you and take your possessions, escaping into the mountains, what could the Ghost Sea sect do to stop me? His intention was clear. To extract greater benefits from Niahai and the others, he needed to instill fear first. Without fear, how could he hope to gain sufficient rewards? Niahai found himself at a loss for words, his expression betraying a growing panic. Chen Luo's words rang true. Those with nothing to lose fear not the consequences, and it was indeed unwise to gamble on whether Chen Luo would hold back. The 4 disciples of the Ghost Sea sect exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to concede. What do you want? Niahai gritted his teeth, aware that he could neither defeat nor escape from Chen Luo. Their only chance of survival rested upon the terms Chen Luo would propose. If his demands were too harsh, and they could not comply, death was inevitable. Chen Luo smiled slightly, his tone turning courteous. Rest assured, we are all friends here. I wouldn't impose unreasonable demands on you. Therefore, each of you shall provide me with 10,000 copper coins, and I shall let you go. Quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? As soon as he finished speaking, Niahai's eyes widened in disbelief, disregarding the grip Chen Luo had on his throat, and began to shout furiously. You're robbing us. 10,000 copper coins? You might as well kill me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Luo exerted force with his palm. The terrifying strength made Niahai's face turn pale. If Chen Luo applied even a little more pressure, he could easily snap Niahai's neck. No, your demands are too high. We do not possess that many copper coins. 10,000 copper coins is simply beyond our means. The other three disciples of the Ghost Sea sect, witnessing Nia Hai's eyes nearly bulging out, hastily pleaded for mercy. Nia Hai was a prodigy of the Ghost Sea sect and the son of an elder. If he were to perish here, they would all face dire consequences. Chen Luo tossed Nia Hai onto the ground. Now, tell me how many copper coins you can muster. If it falls short, I won't hesitate to make an example of you. The four of them trembled in fear. At this moment, Chen Luo appeared as a devil. It seemed that whenever the matter pertained to money, Chen Luo's demeanor turned exceptionally grave. They exchanged glances, silently communicating. It wasn't long before Nia Hai, gritting his teeth, spoke up, 5,000 copper coins each, no more. For these young masters of noble families, 5,000 copper coins was still something they could scrape together. However, such a hefty sum was enough to purchase an ordinary mid-grade martial technique. Parting with this amount would surely cause them heartache. 5,000 copper coins will barely suffice to buy your lives. Hand it over. Chen Luo extended his hand. With four of them combined, 20,000 copper coins was no small amount. Noticing that these individuals did not appear to be wealthy, he decided not to press them further. The four regarded Chen Luo with resentment before beginning to gather the funds. After considerable effort, they ultimately managed to produce 10,000 copper coins along with some treasures, a low-grade martial technique, a piece of low-grade armor, and 3 second-tier pills. As Chen Luo collected these items, his wealth tally reached exactly 20,000 points. Can we leave now? Nia Hai gritted his teeth, acknowledging this defeat. Not only had he been beaten by Chen Luo, but he had also been swindled out of such a sum. Anyone in his position would feel the sting. If it weren't for the sake of survival, he would never have acquiesced to Chen Luo's demands. However, Chen Luo wore a mischievous smile and suddenly threw a punch. Nia Hai shouted in fury, but before he could finish, he was knocked unconscious by Chen Luo. The remaining disciples also found themselves similarly incapacitated. Why did you knock them out? Xinyan asked, puzzled as she looked at Chen Luo. Since Nia Hai and the others had paid, what was the need for further violence? Chen Luo shot her an exasperated glance. Are you lacking in foresight? These individuals could obstruct our pursuit of the Wushu Immortal Bone. It's prudent to eliminate any potential hindrance. Xinyan paused, suddenly realizing the validity of Chen Luo's words. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. But didn't you say you would let them go? She questioned, perplexed. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle, his tone turning icy. I merely stated that I wouldn't take their lives. Xinyan fell silent, even hesitant to meet Chen Luo's gaze. The man before him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It would be wise to avoid provoking him. Chen Luo chose to disregard Xinyan. Donning the third-tier armor before retrieving the third-tier martial technique, the sword technique of breaking the sea. It perfectly filled the void in his repertoire of third-tier martial arts. With the expenditure of 15,000 wealth points, that was elevated to its consummate state. Let us seek out Yangtingyu, Chen Luo said, grinning at Xinyan. He still had a small fortune left. This expedition to the illusory cave was proving far more lucrative than he had anticipated. Xinyan cast a weak glance at Chen Luo, feeling she had no choice but to follow him. By the lakeside within the illusory cave, several figures encircled a stunning woman. Yangtingyu, nowhere to run, exclaimed Du Qiui. You shall not hope to lay claim to the illusory, immortal bone while you are in my grasp. Du Qiui had meticulously prepared to confront Yangtingyu, and now that the opportunity had arisen, she would not let it slip away easily. Yangtingyu, wielding the listening rain sword, coldly surveyed the disciples of the ancient sea sect. Yen Gu was also present, and with Du Qiui in the mix. Facing them alone was indeed a daunting task. Suddenly, an image of Chen Luo flashed through Yangtingyu's mind. TCH, why am I thinking of that wretch? If he comes, it will only lead to his demise. Yangtingyu shook her head vigorously, perplexed as to why she harbored the wish for Chen Luo to rescue her. Did he truly possess such capabilities? Chapter 73, A Dashing Rescue. Yet another pair of plump prey. Ding. Yen Gu struck Yangtingyu with a blade, sending her sprawling. He smirked at her pitiful state. The illustrious princess of the Tianyun dynasty, and yet she stands alone. He laughed heartily, mocking Yangtingyu. With 5 members of the ancient sea sect present, Yangtingyu had no chance whatsoever. Moreover, Du Qiui had previously triumphed over Yangtingyu. What could she possibly do against them? Yangtingyu narrowed her eyes, fixating intently on Du Qiui and her 4 companions. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a precious blue lotus, yet to bloom, situated in the center of the lake. Noticing Yangtingyu's gaze, Yen Gu's smile turned icy. What? Do you still wish to seize this heavenly lake flesh lotus? You are on the brink of losing your life, yet you still covet treasures. Such greed befits a woman like you, Yen Gu sneered, directing his blade toward Yangtingyu, poised to strike once more. In a one-on-one confrontation, Yen Gu might not have been Yangtingyu's equal, but with Du Qiui and 3 other disciples of the ancient sea sect backing him, victory was assured. Capturing Yang Tingyu now would effectively eliminate a formidable force from the Tianyin prefecture. Yang Tingyu's gaze sharpened as she tightened her grip on the listening rain sword. It seemed unlikely she could seize the heavenly lake flesh lotus from Du Qiui. Escaping this place was undoubtedly her best option. After Yang Tingyu took a step back, Yengu suddenly opened his eyes and struck at Yang Tingyu with his blade. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. As a princess of the imperial dynasty, I have yet to slay one. Yengu laughed heartily, his knife racing towards Yang Tingyu with remarkable speed. Yang Tingyu quickly raised her sword to defend herself. Engaging in combat with Yengu, Yengu's strength was formidable, ranking just below Du Qiui among the 6 disciples in the body refinement stage sent by the ancient Sea sect. The two fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand for the moment. Du Qiui narrowed her eyes upon witnessing this, although Yang Tingyu seemed unlikely to prevail. Subduing her would not be a simple task. With these individuals alone, it was impossible to capture Yang Tingyu. After a moment of contemplation, Du Qiui drew her blue sword from her waist, unleashing an astonishing aura. This is bad. Yang Tingyu sensed the terrifying energy radiating from Du Qiui and immediately felt unease. She could manage against Yengu, but with Du Qiui entering the fray, she had no chance of victory. I must retreat. I told you. You cannot escape. Yengu suddenly laughed, his arms wide open, as 4 black flags emerged from the ground around them. The flags emitted black lightning, forming a barrier that prevented Yang Tingyu from fleeing. Yang Tingyu's expression darkened. Yengu had actually resorted to a medium-grade magic artifact against her. How extravagant. This time, there's no way you can escape. Yengu chuckled, convinced that eliminating Yang Tingyu would secure the coveted Xuanxu immortal bone. In that moment, Du Qiui charged into the barrier, her sword aimed fiercely at Yang Tingyu. Yang Tingyu had no choice but to wield her blade in defense, desperately fending off Du Qiui's assault. Yengu also advanced, and both attacked Yang Tingyu simultaneously. Faced with their relentless onslaught, Yang Tingyu found herself in a dire situation. To block both of them and break through the medium-grade magic artifact, she would have to resort to her hidden cards. Yang Tingyu, I know your father bestowed upon you numerous treasures. You may possess artifacts, but so do I. Don't harbor delusions of escaping from here. Just accept your fate and perish. Du Qiui taunted, fully prepared for this encounter in the Xuanxu cave. This time, she was determined to capture Yang Tingyu. Beside her, Yengu shared a similarly mocking smile. As a descendant of the Tianfeng dynasty, he too had many hidden trump cards. Moreover, there were other disciples of the ancient Sea sect present, leaving Yang Tingyu with no avenue of escape. Cornered, Yang Tingyu braced herself to utilize her hidden cards. Without them, her demise was inevitable. Just as she was about to unleash her secret weapon, a wave of terrifying sword energy suddenly crashed against the barrier. Du Qiui and Yengu turned abruptly, astonished at the fissures forming above the barrier. How could anyone forcibly breach the barrier? Was it one of Yang Tingyu's allies? Yang Tingyu also lifted her gaze, a silhouette flashing in her mind. Could it be him? Rest assured, this black lightning banner of mine is sufficiently robust to withstand the assaults of a 10th stage of body refinement. No one could. Before Yengu could finish his words, the barrier above them suddenly shattered, and a terrifying sword aura instantaneously cleaved through the space between them. Du Qiui and Yengu hastily retreated to evade the attack. Their faces were filled with horror, unable to fathom that someone could forcibly breach this black lightning banner. Who possesses such formidable prowess? As they raised their heads, they beheld Chen Luo at the center, wielding the ink-patterned sword, his entire being enveloped in crimson markings. The aura exuding from Chen Luo was, astonishingly, that of the 10th stage of body refinement. How could Chen Luo have reached the 10th stage of body refinement? Du Qiui sensed impending danger and quickly glanced back, discovering that the 3 disciples of the ancient Sea sect had already been incapacitated, seemingly rendered unconscious. How could this be? This fellow possesses the strength of the 10th stage of body refinement. Yengu exclaimed in a panic. Shouldn't the first layer consist of only the 6th stage of body refinement? Why is Chen Luo at the 10th stage? This is inconceivable. It must be a secret technique. One of such caliber, no less than the 4th rank. Du Qiui narrowed her eyes, her expression one of utter astonishment. The ancient Sea sect also possesses secret techniques, which she had studied, yet she could only reach the 8th stage of body refinement. How could Chen Luo have achieved such a significant enhancement? Yang Tingyu stared blankly at Chen Luo, unable to believe that he had concealed so many trump cards. The 10th stage of body refinement. How outrageous. Little princess, how much is this rescue worth? Chen Luo turned to Yang Tingyu, grinning widely. Yang Tingyu was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. This fellow. Nevertheless, the power Chen Luo displayed was indeed astonishing. He might genuinely be able to contend with Yan Feng or Yang Longtian. Chen Luo then turned his gaze toward Du Qiui and Yengu, a smirk playing upon his lips as he remarked, You too, without offering me 10,000 copper coins. It seems you cannot leave, can you? Hearing Chen Luo's words, Gu and Du Qiui exchanged puzzled glances. What does this mean? Huh? Do you think that just because you have reached the 10th stage of body refinement through a secret technique, victory is assured? We are not as simplistic as you presume. Gu scoffed. Chen Luo chuckled, brandishing his sword. It appears that unless I impart a lesson, you will be reluctant to part with your coins. These two are indeed prime targets. Gu sneered, producing a pitch-black piece of leather adorned with blood-red patterns. I refuse to believe you can withstand my blood-toothed black skin. Wishing to be a hero saving a damsel, I shall turn you into a pair of doomed lovebirds. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu hurled the blood-toothed black skin into the air. The blood-toothed black skin rapidly expanded, shrouding the heavens. Upon seeing the blood-toothed black skin, Yu cried out in alarm. Be careful, that is a third-grade treasured artifact. This thing can annihilate those at the Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 74, The duck that was within reach has flown away. TSK. Truly worthy of being the little princess of the Tianyun dynasty, she is indeed well-informed. This blood-toothed black skin is crafted from the hide of a golden core stage beast. It could easily slay even those at the Foundation establishment stage, let alone the body refinement stage. Even if you reach the 10th stage of body refinement through secret techniques, what can you do to withstand my bloodfang black-hide? Gu laughed maniacally, wearing an expression of assured victory. Du Qiui, standing nearby, let out a cold smile. The bloodfang black-hide was indeed Gu's trump card. To counter Gu's bloodfang black-hide, only Yu could present his own secret weapon. I refuse to believe Chen Luo possesses an artifact capable of contending with the bloodfang black-hide. Allow me. Yu intended to retrieve his trump card to resist this bloodfang black-hide, but was halted by Chen Luo. Oh, don't interfere. How can I seize the treasure if you do? Chen Luo outright rejected him, asserting that the act of seizing treasure was not to be shared. Yu cast a frustrated glance at Chen Luo, pondering where he found the confidence to confront the bloodfang black-hide. Some matters cannot be forced. I shall see how you withstand my bloodfang black-hide. Gu roared, raising his arm and pressing down heavily. As Gu's arm descended, the bloodfang black-hide plummeted from the sky, its massive hide threatening to envelop Chen Luo and Yu. Chen Luo slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently upon the bloodfang black-hide. Indeed, the aura of the bloodfang black-hide was astounding. It was the most formidable artifact Chen Luo had encountered thus far. No wonder it belonged to a prince of the Tianfeng dynasty. This trump card was astonishingly powerful. Die! Gu bellowed, as a surge of black blood energy erupted from the bloodfang black-hide, racing towards the two. This black blood energy could effortlessly slay a body refinement stage cultivator. Chen Luo took a deep breath, his expression growing exceedingly grave. Noticing Chen Luo's stillness, Gu sneered, mocking him for being too afraid to move. Where does your confidence to resist my bloodfang black-hide stem from? Chen Luo paused, gazing at Gu in confusion. I am not afraid. I am merely contemplating how to acquire your bloodfang black-hide. By the way, the bloodfang black-hide does not count towards your payment. You will owe an additional sum later. This bloodfang black-hide is worth nearly 20,000 copper coins. Such a treasure cannot be destroyed, for that would diminish its value. Arrogant. I shall see where your confidence arises from. Gu's face turned ashen with anger. He desired to see fear etched upon Chen Luo's face, not this nonchalant grin. This time, he would not relent until Chen Luo was utterly tormented. Chen Luo remained steadfast, inhaling deeply before gripping the ammo when sword tightly, his gaze sweeping towards the bloodfang black-hide above. Suddenly, a tempest erupted around Chen Luo. The fierce wind, laced with sword energy, surged skyward. Azure Cloud Sword Technique. Chen Luo shouted, stepping into the air, his sword aimed directly at the bloodfang black-hide. Sensing the might of Chen Luo's strike, Gu wore a disdainful smile. Just this? A mere second-tier martial technique cannot possibly withstand the bloodfang black-hide. Chen Luo would undoubtedly be crushed into a pulp with a forceful impact. Chen Luo collided against the bloodfang black-hide, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that relentlessly battered against it. The dark blood energy emanating from the blood-toothed black skin relentlessly assailed Chen Luo, resembling numerous tentacles. He could only rely on sword energy to fend off the onslaught of the dark blood aura. With merely the Qingyan sword technique, he was far from being a match for the blood-toothed black skin. Chen Luo, retreat at once. Yu shouted urgently upon witnessing the situation in midair. Given the circumstances, Chen Luo's sword moves were utterly inadequate to counter the blood-toothed black skin. It was time for her to deploy her supreme third-grade treasure. Nearby, Gu could not help but sneer. What a foolish individual, daring to attempt to repel the blood-toothed black skin with a mere second-grade sword technique. A delusion of grandeur. Is this really all you have to kill me? Chen Luo retorted disdainfully, a chilling aura enveloping him. The expressions of the three shifted dramatically upon sensing this presence. They were not astonished by Chen Luo's use of a lower third-grade sword technique, but rather by the fact that he had perfected it to its culmination. How old was Chen Luo? How could he possibly have mastered a lower third-grade technique to such an extent? It was astonishing. This is the Broken Sea Sword technique of the Ghost Sea sect. How could you wield the technique of the Ghost Sea sect? Du Qiuyi recognized the sword technique at once. It was unmistakably a martial art of the Ghost Sea sect. How could Chen Luo possess such skills? Was he a spy for the Ghost Sea sect? She found it hard to believe that he had stolen the technique from one of their disciples. After all, mastering a technique to perfection in such a short span of time was implausible. To refine a lower third-grade martial art to perfection would typically require at least a decade. Break for me, Chen Luo bellowed, suddenly erupting with tremendous force as he surged towards the blood-toothed black skin. Not good. Yen Gu's eyes widened in alarm upon sensing the terrifying sword energy released by Chen Luo. He never anticipated that Chen Luo could unleash a lower third-grade sword technique. And one perfected at that. The power of a perfected lower third-grade technique was not to be underestimated. Even cultivators at the foundation establishment stage might not be able to master a lower third-grade technique to such a degree. With a resounding boom, the sword energy expanded, causing the blood-toothed black skin to shrink instantaneously back to its original size. Chen Luo grasped it firmly in his hand, until he subdued Yen Gu and Du Qiuyi. It could not be counted as a valuable asset. What a fine item, though a bit damaged, Chen Luo mused, glancing at the blood-toothed black skin in his hand, regretting that its value would likely diminish significantly. Scoundrel, return the blood-toothed black skin to me. Yen Gu glared at Chen Luo, furious that the blood-toothed black skin had ended up in his possession. This was a significant loss for him. Chen Luo lowered his head coldly, his gaze fixed on Yen Gu, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Return it? This is clearly mine. Just call out to it. Does it respond to you? Yen Gu's face turned ashen with rage, his expression filled with fury. Chen Luo was utterly shameless, having brazenly taken his possession. It was imperative he reclaim it. Du Qiuyi suddenly stepped forward and firmly grasped Yen Gu's shoulder. Confused, Yen Gu looked at Du Qiuyi, unable to comprehend why she was obstructing him. Our objective is to inquire about the Su Xian bone. We must not squander too much time on them, Du Qiuyi stated coldly, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. This time, she underestimated Chen Luo. Had he not intervened, he would have surely captured Yang Dingyu. Upon hearing Du Qiuyi's words, Yen Gu clenched his fists in frustration. What a loss. The blood-fong black skin had thus fallen into Chen Luo's hands, and he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. What? You wish to leave without paying? Chen Luo brandished his sword towards the two, unwilling to let them depart without receiving payment. Du Qiuyi cast a cold glance at Yen Gu, then produced a talisman. The moment Chen Luo saw the talisman, he sprang into action. This is a teleportation talisman. I cannot allow these two golden jars to escape. With a flash, golden light erupted, and Du Qiuyi and Yen Gu vanished from the spot. As for the three disciples of the ancient sea sect, they had been abandoned. Damn it! My money! Chen Luo clenched his fist in anger. The duck that was almost in his grasp had flown away. Chapter 75, For the Sake of Money. I would dare to do anything. Huff. Yang Tingyu exhaled deeply, sheathed her sword, and approached Chen Luo. The strength Chen Luo had displayed far exceeded her expectations. Indeed, choosing Chen Luo was not a mistake. This fellow could truly assist her in obtaining the Su Xian bone. When did you learn this breaking sea sword technique? This sword technique belongs to the Ghost Sea sect. Yang Tingyu gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment. How could the Ghost Sea sect possibly transmit their sword techniques to Tianyan Prefecture? Chen Luo must have acquired it through other means. I borrowed it. Chen Luo grinned. This sword technique is quite effective and suits me well. Yang Tingyu frowned, about to inquire further, when she was interrupted by Shun Yan's voice. How did you master the breaking sea sword technique to perfection? Shun Yan stared at Chen Luo in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had just stolen the technique and yet achieved mastery over it. How is this possible? Even a prodigy of unparalleled talent could not accomplish such a feat. Chen Luo merely smiled and did not respond to Shun Yan's question. Such a minor shock is inconsequential. Shun Yan, what is she doing here? And in this state? Yang Tingyu regarded Shun Yan with curiosity, bound by ropes. Shun Yan's appearance was rather peculiar. Has this fellow been captured by Chen Luo? So what do you think of the gift I've brought you? Can we exchange it for some benefits? Chen Luo tugged on Shun Yan's ropes, pulling her towards himself and Yang Dingyu. Shun Yan let out a soft huff as she was dragged into the middle of Chen Luo and Yang Dingyu. Yang Dingyu frowned at Shun Yan. Having never imagined Chen Luo would present Shun Yan before her. Capturing her is useless. She poses no threat to us. The only one from Blood Valley sect who can threaten us is Lin Duan. Yang Tingyu shook her head and spoke. Shenyan's strength is nowhere near that of Du Chui, and she is certainly not the main force in this competition for the Xian Gu Dao. If Chen Luo were to capture Du Chui alive, it would be of far greater significance. Chen Luo, feeling frustrated, glanced at Shenyan. Surprised that she was of no use at all, and had not garnered Yang Tingyu's respect. What a loss. This was an unexpected setback. Shenyan, equally indignant, felt humiliated by Yang Tingyu's disparaging remarks. Was she truly so weak? If you pay me, I will let you go, Chen Luo declared, extending his hand. Unwilling to part from the opportunity without a gain, Shenyan, gritting her teeth in anger, retorted, Didn't you steal my weapons and talismans? Isn't that enough? Had it not been for the restrictions on her storage ring, Chen Luo would have certainly seized it as well. That is my spoils of war, not your ransom. Hurry up and pay me. 5,000 copper coins. In the Blood Valley sect, Shen Yin held a high status, and she must possess treasures surpassing those of the Ghost Sea sect. Surely, 5,000 copper coins would not be a hardship for her, Chen Luo thought, considering he was still at a loss. I will not. If you dare, kill me, Shen Yin defiantly replied, convinced that Chen Luo would not risk harming her given the current situation of the Wenxian sect. The Blood Valley sect, being a powerful force in Tianyan Prefecture, ranked just below the royal family, and was indeed stronger than the Wenxian sect. While the Ghost Sea sect might hesitate to act against the Tianyan Prefecture, it did not imply that the Blood Valley sect would hold back. Chen Luo gazed at Shen Yin with an impassive expression, as if regarding a fool. Matters between juniors have nothing to do with the sect. I care not whether the Wenxian sect protects me or not. However, if you do not pay, I shall strip you of your clothes and cast you into the crowd. If Yan Long Dian learns of this, your engagement may very well be over, Chen Luo stated coldly, making it clear that he was not joking. For the sake of money, he was prepared to do anything. You despicable wretch. Shen Yin's face turned pale with rage, unable to comprehend Chen Luo's audacity. Such base tactics were truly beyond her imagination. Shen Yin, feeling defeated, opened her storage ring and retrieved 3,400 copper coins. This is all I have on me. Chen Luo glanced at her, swiftly taking the coins into his grasp. Earlier, he had already deducted 18,000 wealth points from Shen Yin. The additional 3,400 copper coins, though not ideal, were better than nothing. Very well. I shall spare you this time. In light of our shared service to Tianyan Prefecture, I will refrain from rendering you unconscious. Chen Luo waved his hand, adopting a righteous demeanor. Shen Yin felt her face flush red with fury, wishing to strike Chen Luo repeatedly. Yet, lacking the strength, she resolved to seek vengeance against him once she found Yang Longtian and Lin Duan. Then untie me. Shen Yin twisted her body, bound by ropes, realizing that encountering someone would spell her doom. Untie me? That would require payment, Chen Luo remarked with a nonchalant shrug. Shen Yin nearly spat blood in fury, turning on her heel to leave. When she next crossed paths with Chen Luo, she vowed to make him regurgitate everything he had consumed. That insufferable scoundrel. After Shen Yin departed, Chen Luo grinned at Yang Tingyu. Your timely rescue, dear princess, surely warrants some form of reward, does it not? Yang Tingyu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luo, fully aware of his intentions. This fellow had such limited aspirations. Retrieve that Tianhu flesh lotus for me. I have pressing need of it. She pointed towards the Tianhu flesh lotus resting at the center of the lake, a treasure of immense value. Chen Luo's gaze shifted to the lotus, recognizing it as a rare third-grade treasure of heaven and earth. Wow, what a remarkable item. His eyes gleamed as he adopted a serious tone. Princess, having saved you in such a timely manner, about that Tianhu flesh lotus. Before he could finish, Yang Tingyu tossed a martial technique into his hands. Heart-questioning sword technique. A third-grade martial art. Chen Luo inhaled sharply, astonished by the princess's generosity. A third-grade martial art. Simply given away. This technique was valued at 18,000 wealth points, and with the damaged version of Bloodfang Black-Eyed worth 12,000 wealth points. His total wealth skyrocketed to an astounding 47,000 points. Was this the sensation of sudden wealth? All right, I shall fetch it for you. With a powerful dive, Chen Luo plunged into the lake, retrieving the Tianhu flesh lotus and presenting it to Yang Tingyu. Though the lotus was precious, the princess's offer was far too generous to refuse. I need to absorb the Tianhu flesh lotus. Please wait a moment. After receiving the lotus, Yang Tingyu sat cross-legged to begin her absorption. Chen Luo, seated nearby, began to study the heart-questioning sword technique. This third-grade martial art required a staggering 5,000 copper coins just to reach the initial stage. It was indeed a formidable investment. After much deliberation, Chen Luo decided to upgrade it. A third-grade martial art will surely be an unparalleled trump card here. Costing 15,000 000 wealth points. The heart-questioning sword technique has now reached the minor success stage. Chapter 76, a 6th grade treasure haul? How enticing. After an hour, Yang Tingyu exhaled deeply and slowly rose to her feet. At that moment, she appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Chen Luo scrutinized her closely, noticing that she seemed different from before. The Tianhu flesh lotus can purge impurities from one's spiritual energy. Your results appear minimal, Yang Tingyu remarked. Her gaze fixed on Chen Luo, who clearly sought to understand the lotus's true effects. During the examination of the outer sect of the asking immortal sect, Chen Luo exhibited an astonishing level of spiritual purity. The Tianhu meat lotus held little significance for him. Curiously, he inquired whether the asking void cave was devoid of any demonic beasts, as he had yet to encounter any since his entry. Surely, there must be some beasts within this secret realm? After exhaling deeply, Yang Tingyu replied nonchalantly, there are indeed demonic beasts in the asking void cave, but they were bred by its original master. However, this cave has existed for over a millennium, and the lower-tier beasts have long since perished. The remaining beasts possess higher cultivation levels. Most of the weaker beasts are concentrated on the first level, and the deceased beasts predominantly belong to that tier, which explains your lack of encounters. Typically, the lifespan of a demonic beast in the body refinement stage is around 400 to 500 years, unless they are of a naturally longer-lived species, which may survive for several additional centuries. Finding traces of demonic beasts on the first level of the asking void cave is not a simple task. Chen Luo nodded in contemplation, realizing that they had simply aged into oblivion, which accounted for their absence. What shall we do next? Seek the asking immortal bone. He stretched lazily. Having spent 3 hours in the asking void cave, with 9 hours remaining, it was imperative to expedite their quest to acquire the asking immortal bone. Yang Tingyu hesitated briefly. There is no need to rush. The asking immortal bone is not easily obtained. Securing it too early would only render us targets. First, we must locate a certain item that is of utmost importance to me, and you may find it useful as well. Within the asking void cave, there are numerous treasures left by the original master. For the prodigies of both states, these treasures are rare gems. Acquiring more of these treasures will undoubtedly aid in our cultivation. What item are you referring to? Is it also a rare resource? Chen Luo blinked eagerly, his eyes alight with excitement at the mention of treasures. Yang Tingyu shot him a glance, bemused by his enthusiasm. Just follow me. With that, she promptly departed for a designated location. There were several items that must be secured, the recently acquired Tianhu meat lotus being one of them. Chen Luo trailed behind Yang Tingyu, assured that her guidance would lead to fruitful rewards. Their expedition in the asking void cave was far from over. After nearly an hour of walking, a grand treasure hall loomed before them. Such architecture exists here? Chen Luo gazed at the magnificent hall in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was evident that this treasure hall was extraordinary, undoubtedly housing invaluable artifacts. This hall is a 6th grade treasure, Yang Tingyu remarked with a sudden smile. Upon hearing the term 6th grade, Chen Luo's eyes widened in shock. 6th grade? How much could this be worth? If we could acquire this treasure hall, wouldn't we be invincible? Do you wish to take possession of this treasure hall? I would advise against it. It is utterly beyond the capabilities of someone at the body refinement stage. Yang Tingyu chuckled lightly, remarking that if such treasures could be taken away, they would have long been claimed by others, leaving no chance for Chen Luo. Even the cultivators at the god transformation stage from the 2 states were unable to seize this treasure hall, let alone Chen Luo, who was merely at the body refinement stage. The notion that Chen Luo could obtain this hall was akin to a fool's dream. Nonetheless, Chen Luo's gaze remained fixated on the treasure hall, for it housed a 6th grade treasure. How enticing. Let's venture inside. There are items within that I desire, which would also be beneficial for you. Yang Tingyu hastened towards the hall, perhaps arriving not too late, as there might already be others inside. Upon entering the treasure hall, they were greeted by the sight of numerous alchemical furnaces arranged throughout the grand chamber. Flames blazed fiercely within these furnaces, causing the temperature in the hall to soar dramatically. Could these furnaces be taken? Chen Luo gazed longingly at them, nearly drooling. These furnaces were at least 4th grade, and even a 4th grade furnace held substantial value. Yang Tingyu couldn't help but laugh, recalling instances where individuals had attempted to seize the furnaces only to be incinerated by the flames within. If you are unafraid of death, you may attempt it. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo sighed in resignation. If the furnaces couldn't be taken, what was the point of being here? Merely to gaze upon them? Here, one could attempt to extract the elixirs from within the furnaces. If the furnace accepts you, you shall not be scorched by the alchemical flames. Yang Tingyu continued, her gaze already scanning the surrounding furnaces. The flames within these furnaces were exceedingly fearsome, challenging even those at the foundation establishment stage. For a body refinement stage cultivator to forcefully breach the flames to obtain an elixir was nearly an impossible feat. One could only hope that Chen Luo would not act foolishly and attempt to push through the alchemical fire. So, it's a matter of luck then? Chen Luo discerned Yang Tingyu's implication. With good fortune, one could acquire the elixirs within the furnaces. With ill fortune, one could only watch helplessly. Yang Tingyu nodded, encouraging him to search for any elixirs that might be retrievable. The elixirs here were at least 3rd grade, and should he be fortunate enough to stumble upon a 4th grade elixir, it would be a windfall. 4th grade elixirs. Chen Luo immediately sprang into action, determined to test each furnace. There were at least hundreds of furnaces here, surely. He could secure at least one. Just as Chen Luo eagerly rummaged through the furnaces, a familiar voice rang out nearby. Don't come any closer. I am the daughter of the president of the Alchemist Association. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you off. The daughter of the Alchemist Association's president? Su Dandan? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, wondering if Su Dandan was also present. As he approached, Su Dandan came into view, flanked by 3 men. These 3 were disciples from Tianfeng State, who dismissed Su Dandan's threats entirely. What a joke. The president of the Alchemist Association from Tianyun State has no authority over us here in Tianfeng State. Hand over the 4th grade elixir you just obtained, or do not expect to leave this treasure hall alive. The leading man bellowed, his eyes fixed intently on Su Dandan. Just moments ago, she had fortuitously acquired a 4th grade elixir, one that would greatly enhance her cultivation. Such a treasure would undoubtedly incite envy in others. Moreover, given that Su Dandan was alone and possessed limited strength, it would be sheer folly not to seize the opportunity. Su Dandan retreated repeatedly, her gaze frantic as she looked at the 3 men. Though none were particularly formidable, she was no match for any of them. Among those who entered the Wushu cave, she was undoubtedly the weakest. Chen Luo, come save me. Shout all you want. No one will come to your aid, one of the men sneered, striding towards Su Dandan. For these ordinary disciples, a 4th grade elixir held immense allure. It was a prize that must be claimed. As Su Dandan continued to back away, she collided with a Dan furnace, its flames searing her, causing her to crouch down in distress. Her frail appearance did not evoke sympathy from the 3 men. Instead, it only made them more lecherous. Hand it over. Just as they were about to make their move, a voice suddenly halted them from behind. Hey, let that girl go. The 3 men turned in unison, casting quizzical glances at the speaker. Su Dandan stood up, her heart racing. Chen Luo. She had not anticipated his presence here. There was hope. And who might you be? Seeking to emulate a hero rescuing a damsel? The 3 men mocked Chen Luo, confident in their numerical superiority, believing he posed no threat. Chen Luo surveyed the trio, recognizing them as disciples of some faction from Tianfeng Prefecture. Their strength considerably inferior to that of Yin Gu and others. This is not about being a hero. I merely wish to ask the 3 of you for a favor. With a broad grin, he spread his hands wide. His unapologetic demeanor left the trio momentarily bewildered. What is this? Trying to steal from us? They scoffed, incredulous that someone would dare challenge them. You have some nerve. Surrender your valuables, or you shall not leave the Wushu cave alive. Their laughter echoed, completely dismissing Chen Luo. Su Dandan watched with a gleeful expression. These 3 were doomed. No one could take Chen Luo's treasures. To him, wealth was more precious than life itself. Unfazed, Chen Luo simply smiled and then raised a fist the size of a sandbag. You wish to take my belongings? Would you care to experience this? With that, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch aimed at the 3 men. Seeing him strike, they wasted no time in retaliating. A brawl? They had the numbers. Bang! With a single punch, Chen Luo sent the man in the middle flying. The sudden turn of events left the other 2 in stunned silence. What just flew past? Ah. Why didn't you heed my warning? Is my fist delectable? Chen Luo smiled, bemused by the audacity of the 3 individuals, whose meager prowess hardly warranted such boldness in attempting to seize Su Dandan's precious elixir. How laughable. The remaining 2 exchanged glances, hesitating for a prolonged moment before launching an assault against Chen Luo. However, their attacks posed no threat to him. With a couple of swift strikes, both were swiftly dispatched to the ground. Such ordinary disciples would naturally not have any restrictions placed upon their storage rings. Upon acquiring 3 storage rings, the meager wealth amassed amounted to a mere 4,000 points. How impoverished. Hee hee. I knew you would come to my rescue. Su Dandan gleefully bounded over to Chen Luo's side. Had it not been for him, that 4th grade elixir would undoubtedly have fallen into the hands of those 3. What kind of elixir did you acquire to attract such attention? Chen Luo inquired, curious about the elixir that had captured the interest of such individuals. A commonplace 3rd grade elixir should not have been so captivating. Su Dandan produced the elixir she had obtained, a striking emerald green pill that radiated brilliance. This is a lower 4th grade elixir, the Emerald Sea Pill. Consuming this pill can instantaneously enhance the spiritual energy within one's body, even allowing a foundation-building cultivator to ascend several realms. This treasure is exceedingly valuable, Su Dandan exclaimed with a gleeful laugh, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction for having acquired such a rarity. Few could claim possession of such an elixir. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with desire upon beholding the Emerald Sea Pill. What a magnificent item! He yearned for it. Yet, this precious elixir belonged to Su Dandan. He could not dare to pilfer it. Although he may be unscrupulous, he would never encroach upon a friend's possessions, opting instead for legitimate means of acquisition. I shall give it a try as well. Perhaps I can procure a fourth-grade elixir too. Chen Luo immediately redirected his attention to the alchemical furnaces surrounding him, hoping to conjure a fourth-grade elixir. Alas, a fourth-grade heart refinement pill. He abruptly withdrew his hand, gazing longingly at the pill within the furnace. The alchemical flames had not accepted him, preventing him from acquiring the heart refinement pill. What a pity! Chen Luo, you can utilize your spiritual energy to interact with these furnaces. Although it may require some time, you will be able to discern which furnace holds potential, Su Dandan advised. Her expertise in alchemy evident. Chen Luo nodded, settling down to begin sensing the surrounding furnaces with his spiritual energy. As his energy radiated outward, waves of intense heat surged into his body. One furnace after another, he persistently examined them. After exploring over 100 furnaces, Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes wide and dashed towards a particular furnace. Su Dandan hurriedly followed, sensing that Chen Luo had discovered a source of elixirs. However, as Chen Luo halted, the expressions of both him and Su Dandan transformed into a tableau of astonishment. Before them stood a golden furnace, utterly distinct from the others. Surely, the elixirs within could not be ordinary. Su Dandan stood on her tiptoes, peering into the furnace. In the searing flames, a blood-red elixir lay concealed. This elixir continuously emanated an astonishing aura, surpassing even that of the renowned Emerald Sea Pill. It was, in fact, a fourth-grade pill, the Bone Blood Pill. Chen Luo, can you truly extract this Bone Blood Pill? Su Dan exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting Chen Luo to discover such a precious fourth-grade elixir. This Bone Blood Pill undoubtedly held the highest value within this treasure haul. Chen Luo took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within. This was a fourth-grade elixir, worth nearly 100,000 wealth points. If he could seize it, even without obtaining the illusory Immortal Bone, he would still reap great rewards. Determined, Chen Luo immediately extended his hand into the alchemical furnace, the scorching flames surging towards his arm in an instant. Though the fire scorched his right arm, it inflicted no harm upon him. It truly seemed feasible to obtain it. He grasped it. Chen Luo's eyes widened in surprise as he secured the Bone Blood Pill. Could this fourth-grade elixir truly be within his grasp? Just as he held the pill and began to extract it slowly, the flames within the furnace suddenly intensified, beginning to sear his right arm. Chen Luo felt a sharp pain, as if an invisible force had ensnared his arm. Damn it! It's a trap! Chen Luo's eyes widened in horror, watching helplessly as the flesh on his right arm was charred by the flames. Chen Luo, quickly release the Bone Blood Pill. Su Dan shouted urgently upon witnessing the scene. If Chen Luo did not let go, his arm would be reduced to ashes. At that moment, even a fifth-grade elixir would be unable to save his arm. How could I? This is a fourth-grade elixir. You want me to give up? Chen Luo roared defiantly, his arm gathering strength. With the fate of his right hand at stake, he pulled with all his might. Chapter 78. Consuming the Bone Blood Pill, Body Transformation. Crackle. Chen Luo's right arm had already been burned to a charred black, and a faint scent of cooked flesh wafted through the air. Enduring the excruciating pain, Chen Luo let out another furious roar, his hand clasping the elixir now at the edge of the furnace. Su Dan stood by anxiously, watching Chen Luo with concern. Chen Luo, please bring it out. If this continues, you will truly be ruined. She could hardly fathom the agony he was enduring. It's coming out. Chen Luo shouted fiercely. With a final roar, his palm finally breaking free from the furnace. With a thud, Chen Luo collapsed to the ground. His right arm was now immobile, entirely charred, and his hand felt as if it had been rendered rigid by the flames, threatening to shatter at the slightest touch. Su Dan rushed forward, unable to bear the sight of Chen Luo's arm. Is this arm not ruined? Upon receiving a series of system notifications, Chen Luo could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Su Dandan stared at him in astonishment, wondering if Chen Luo had lost his mind. Good heavens, this is too tragic. For a consumption of 10,000 wealth points, the injury to the arm can be healed. 10,000 wealth points in exchange for a top-grade fourth-tier pill and a system upgrade. What an incredible bargain. Heal. After expending 10,000 wealth points, Chen Luo's right arm began to visibly regenerate. In no time, it was completely restored. Su Dandan, standing beside him, gaped in disbelief, astonished at the method Chen Luo employed to achieve such rapid recovery. This was simply extraordinary. Now, with 126,000 wealth points remaining, these riches were more than sufficient for Chen Luo to ascend several realms. How on earth did you recover like that? It's astounding, Su Dandan exclaimed, unable to fathom Chen Luo's capabilities. Chen Luo chuckled. I am the chosen one. Invest in me, and I assure you I will protect you in the future. Su Dandan rolled her eyes at him, thinking how audacious he was to call himself the chosen one. A bone blood pill? You actually obtained a top-grade 4th-tier pill. Yang Tingyu approached, revealing a look of surprise upon seeing the pill in Chen Luo's hand. The pills she had acquired were merely 3rd tier, inferior even to Su Dandan's green sea pill. The disparity was staggering. Chen Luo had a top-grade bone blood pill. Hey, it took a great deal of effort to acquire this pill. What is its purpose? Chen Luo grinned. This 4th-tier pill not only provides a significant amount of wealth points, but also offers tremendous enhancements upon consumption. It was worth the effort to obtain this bone blood pill. Yang Tingyu furrowed her brow, speaking with a hint of envy. The bone blood pill can enhance the strength of your flesh and blood. If you consume it, your physical body could rival that of a foundation-building cultivator. Furthermore, as your cultivation progresses, the residual medicinal power of the bone blood pill in your flesh will continue to amplify, making you virtually invincible at your level until the golden core stage. The bone blood pill is exceptionally difficult to concoct. Even a 5th-tier alchemist may struggle to create it. The most skilled alchemist in Tianyin Prefecture is only 5th tier, and fewer than 3 bone blood pills have ever appeared in Tianyin Prefecture. Upon hearing the effects of the bone blood pill, Chen Luo's eyes widened with excitement, and he promptly stuffed the pill into his mouth. Wait! Yang Tingyu and Su Dandan shouted in panic upon witnessing Chen Luo swallow the bone blood pill whole. You're not supposed to consume it directly. Boom. Chen Luo's eyes shot open as he felt an intense burning sensation engulfing his entire being. What excruciating pain! What is happening? This is disastrous. After consuming the bone blood pill, the user experiences a painful reconstitution of their flesh and blood. If one does not comply with certain healing elixirs, they may very well faint from excruciating agony, or even succumb to death. Why are you so anxious? Su Dan spoke in a panic, unable to conceive a way to rescue Chen Luo. To suppress such a tormenting elixir, one would require at least a 3rd-grade pill. Where could they possibly acquire such a concoction? Chen Luo surely wouldn't perish from the pain. Yang Tingyu shook her head helplessly, stating, this fellow definitely won't die. But don't expect him to move for at least a month. Just stay put here and wait until the Void Inquiry Cave concludes before teleporting out. She hadn't anticipated Chen Luo's naivety, which resulted in a significant loss of support. As for the Inquiry Immortal Bone, she would have to compete for it alone. Is it truly that exaggerated? Chen Luo gritted his teeth, his entire being trembling. It can consume 6,000 wealth points to recover injuries. This can restore me? Chen Luo exclaimed with delight, immediately investing 6,000 wealth points to recuperate. He still needed to seize the Inquiry Immortal Bone and could not remain idle here. As the wealth points were consumed, the intense pain vanished in an instant, leaving him in peak condition. The system upgrade is indeed quite useful. How did you recover? The 2 women stared in astonishment at Chen Luo, baffled by his sudden restoration. There was something peculiar about his physique. I told you, I am the chosen one. Chen Luo shrugged. Having the system certainly made things much more comfortable. The 2 women regarded Chen Luo with an odd expression, as if observing a monster. There were far too many secrets surrounding him. Can we open other alchemical furnaces? I feel my physical form has significantly strengthened. I should be able to create a few more pills. Chen Luo glanced eagerly at the other alchemical furnaces. Thinking his current physique could rival that of a foundation establishment cultivator, why not create another pill? However, Yang Tingyu shook her head. We should leave. There are still 7 hours until the Void Inquiry Cave concludes. We must hurry. At your current state, you should be able to confront Yang Longtian or Yin Feng. If it were the previous Chen Luo, Yang Tingyu would not have been entirely confident, as he lacked high-grade treasures compared to those 2. But now, with a physique equivalent to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, he was invincible in physical confrontations below the refinement stage. Even Yang Longtian and Yin Feng would not dare to engage Chen Luo head-on. All right, let us depart. Once I help you obtain the Inquiry Immortal Bone. Do not forget our agreement. Chen Luo grinned at Yang Tingyu. After their endeavor, they would receive 100,000 copper coins and a lower 4th-grade weapon. Upon leaving the Void Inquiry Cave, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Yang Tingyu shot Chen Luo a glance, recognizing his exceptional confidence. Indeed, his audacity was unmatched. As the 3 exited the treasure hall, Chen Luo's gaze lingered on it, a look of regret on his face. Next time I come, I must ensure to acquire this treasure haul. Chen Luo sighed with regret. pondering the immense leap he could achieve should he acquire this magnificent palace. Propelling himself into the Yuaning stage. Once you surpass the Huaxin stage, you might be able to attempt it, Yang Tingyu remarked with a light laugh. Perceiving Chen Luo's aspirations as rather naive. The treasures left behind by the immortal Wensu? Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He would certainly make a visit in the future. Chapter 79. A gathering of forces. How could Chen Luo be absent? Within the first level of the Wensu cave. At the foot of a towering waterfall, a multitude of figures had congregated. The majority of disciples who had entered the first level of the Wensu cave stood in this place, forming two opposing factions. Leading the Tianyan prefecture was Yang Longdian, flanked by Lin Duan of the Blood Valley sect. Meanwhile, Wen Yutao and others could only stand in the background, lacking prominence in this assembly. On the opposing side, from the Tianfeng prefecture, Yin Feng and Du Qiuyi stood together, with Yin Gu and others positioned behind them. Judging by their formation, the two sides appeared evenly matched. All eyes were drawn to the center of the waterfall, where a solitary white bone floated, emanating an extraordinary aura that signified its exceptional nature. This bone, known as the Wensu Immortal Bone, appeared to be part of a human skeleton. Some speculated that it belonged to the immortal Wensu, though such claims remained unverified, as the true extent of an immortal might was shrouded in mystery. Yang Longtian recognized that this Wensu Immortal Bone would inevitably fall into the hands of a particular faction. Engaging in a chaotic scramble would only prolong the conflict. Why don't we establish some rules? Yin Feng suggested, directing his gaze towards Yang Longtian, whom he perceived as the only real threat. In his estimation, Lin Duan's strength was on par with that of Yin Gu, thus presenting no cause for concern. Yang Longtian furrowed his brow, sensing Yin Feng's unwavering confidence. Otherwise, he would not have proposed such a notion. However, with merely 6 hours remaining until the culmination of the Wensu cave, there was little time to waste. Should neither side secure the Wensu Immortal Bone, their venture into the cave would be rendered futile. Agreed. Yang Longtian finally conceded after a lengthy pause. A chaotic brawl would only lead to unnecessary casualties and squander precious time. Yin Feng smirked, suggesting that with so many factions present, each should dispatch 2 representatives to engage in one-on-one battles. The last individual standing would claim the Wensu Immortal Bone. Upon hearing this, a dark expression crossed Yang Longtian's face. In terms of top-tier combat strength, Tianyan Prefecture was undoubtedly inferior to Tianfeng Prefecture. Tianfeng not only boasted Yin Feng but also formidable talents like Yin Gu and Du Qiuyi, making them formidable foes. In contrast, apart from Yang Longdian, the only other notable talent from Tianyan was Lin Duan, who was not even a match for Du Qiuyi and could only hold his own against Yin Gu. How could Tianyan Prefecture possibly emerge victorious? Indeed, there remains the matter of Yang Tingyu, who has yet to arrive. Should this woman manage to triumph over Du Qiuyi, there may still be hope. Yang Tingyu is not here? Yang Longdian glanced towards Lin Duan, a hint of concern in his eyes. Yang Tingyu is one of our primary combatants, and her absence raises suspicions of possible collusion with Tianfeng State. Lin Duan shook his head, expressing his own uncertainty regarding Yang Tingyu's whereabouts. Yang Longdian, you must make a swift decision. Do not squander our time. By the way, I heard from Qiuyi that there is a fellow named Chen Luo from Tianyan State, whose abilities are quite commendable. Where is he now? Yin Feng spoke coldly, acknowledging that he had learned of Chen Luo through Du Qiuyi's words. The fact that he could compel Yin Gu to utilize a trump card certainly warrants attention. Chen Luo? Yang Longtian furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the disciples of the Wenshan sect. His knowledge of Chen Luo was limited. He only knew that Chen Luo was a disciple of the Wenshan sect. When Yutao looked awkwardly at Yang Longdian, surprised that the people from Tianfeng State would even mention Chen Luo. When did Chen Luo become so formidable as to warrant Yin Feng's direct acknowledgement? He is not present. Nor is his presence necessary, Yang Longtian remarked with a cold snort. Yin Feng smiled, then signaled to Du Qiuyi and the others. The forces of Tianfeng State promptly selected 14 individuals, 2 from each faction. It seemed that they had already conferred regarding this contest. The factions from Tianyan State began their discussions as well, endeavoring to choose their strongest 2 representatives. On the side of the Wenshan sect, when Yutao and his companions exchanged glances, I will step forward, and the other spot should rightfully belong to Yang Tingyu. However, if she does not arrive in time. When Yutao's gaze fell upon Gu Bai, although he was displeased with Gu Bai's close association with Chen Luo, Gu Bai was indeed the only capable fighter from the Wenshan sect. While they may not be able to match a top-tier prodigy like Yin Feng, they still had a chance against the weaker factions of Tianfeng State, particularly since the strongest among them, Nia Hai, was absent, making that faction the easiest to contend with. I believe these 2 slots should be allocated to the little princess and Chen Luo. Gu Bai interjected with a differing opinion. given Wen Yutao's capabilities. The likelihood of competing for the Wensuxian bone is nearly non-existent. It would be wiser to wait for Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu to arrive. They might stand a better chance. Wen Yutao, however, was dissatisfied, asserting that while Yang Tingyu was indeed formidable, he questioned Chen Luo's merit. This fellow merely hails from a menial background and has been with the Wenshan sect for just over a month. How strong could he possibly be? Though Yin Feng mentioned Chen Luo, Wen Yutao did not believe he surpassed himself. He was merely a man living off the advantages of his relationship with the little princess. Lacking any real capability, Gu Bai refrained from further comment. He understood that if he were to advocate for Chen Luo, he must wait for his arrival. If Chen Luo did not show up, all words would be futile. Yang Longtian, are you ready? We have precisely 7 factions from each state. Let us select our opponents accordingly. Yin Feng grinned, having already settled his own objectives in his mind. Yang Longtian cast a glance at Yin Feng before turning his attention to the other factions of Tianyan Prefecture, most of which had already selected their champions for battle. Those chosen, step forward and stand beside me, Yang Longtian commanded coldly. Soon, from each faction, 2 selected champions approached him. Wen Yutao, noticing that Gu Bai had no intention of stepping forward, felt a surge of anger and was compelled to advance alone. Is it just you representing the Asking Immortal sect? Yang Longtian furrowed his brow, realizing that with only Wen Yutao, defeat seemed inevitable. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, mocking the once glorious Asking Immortal sect. Now reduced to such a state. Through gritted teeth, Wen Yutao replied, the little princess might be preoccupied with other matters. I shall hold the line for now. No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out from behind. Oh, so many people? The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to this casual voice. What sort of irreverence was this for such an important occasion? Chen Luo, accompanied by 2 others, made his way through the throng to the center. What is this? Are you all competing in tug-of-war? Chen Luo inquired, observing the factions sending forth their representatives. Frowning, Wen Yutao retorted angrily, Chen Luo, do not disgrace the Asking Immortal sect. Step back. Turning to Yang Tingyu, he added, little princess, let us discuss sending 2 representatives from each faction to save time. Come forward. And we shall fight for the Asking Immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately protested. How can you claim the Asking Immortal bone without me? You are far too weak. Allow me to take the lead. Chen Luo seized Yang Tingyu's hand, pushing Wen Yutao to the back. All eyes turned to Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu, with many speculating about their intentions. Wen Yutao's face turned a deep shade of anger. He could not permit Chen Luo to usurp his position. Chen Luo, who do you think you are to participate in such a gathering? Get back. As Wen Yutao grew frantic, the onlookers displayed amused expressions. Even before the fight had commenced, the Asking Immortal sect was embroiled in internal strife. The Asking Immortal sect had become a source of ridicule. In Chapter 80, Battle Against Yin Gu, I shall smash your head. The discord within the Asking Immortal sect was particularly amusing. The factions of Tianyan Prefecture were indeed lacking. Members from Tianfeng Prefecture chuckled at the turmoil, recognizing it as a disgrace to the Asking Immortal sect, akin to a spectacle for others to enjoy. Meanwhile, Yin Feng maintained a grave expression. As one of the strongest present, he perceived far more than the others. Although Chen Luo appeared nonchalant, Yin Feng sensed an undercurrent of danger emanating from him, an urgency not inferior to that of Yang Longtian. How could the Asking Immortal sect possess such a talent? Could it be that they are poised for a resurgence? The 7th prince remarked, Chen Luo is certainly not as simple as he appears. His strength likely rivals that of Yang Tingyu. Du Qiui, having faced Chen Luo before, added her cautionary note, fully aware of his formidable capabilities. This fellow is entrusted to me. This time, I shall certainly conquer him. Yengu clenched his fists. In the previous battle, Chen Luo had stolen his blood-toothed black skin, and it must be reclaimed. This score must be settled. Yin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. In this light, Wen Yutao appeared almost comical. Wen Yutao's strength could only be deemed mediocre, ranking in the middle tier. Competing with Chen Luo for this opportunity seemed like an exercise in futility. Yang Tingyu, you must promptly secure our quota from the Xian sect. We cannot afford to waste any time. Hurry. Lin Duan spoke with displeasure. Chen Luo and Wen Yutao were not only disgracing the Xian sect but also bringing shame to Tianyan Prefecture. Yang Tingyu shot Lin Duan a disdainful glance, disregarding his input entirely. She was perfectly capable of handling matters without needing guidance from others. Chen Luo, you should swiftly withdraw. Do not think that. Just because you have the little princess shielding you, I would be hesitant to act against you. You are not qualified to contend for the Xian Void Immortal Bone. Wen Yutao bellowed furiously, glaring menacingly at Chen Luo. This battle pertained to the ownership of the final piece of the Xian Void Immortal Bone. Chen Luo's interference could not be tolerated. This opportunity must be seized. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at Wen Yutao before turning to Yang Longtian. Is this opportunity determined solely by strength? Young Long Tian, taken aback, had not anticipated Chen Luo's inquiry. He nodded. He was indifferent regarding who from the skin sect participated, as they were merely a minor role to alleviate his burden. Did you hear that? Why are you not hastening to withdraw? By what right do you consider yourself qualified? When Yu Tao shouted, resolute in denying him this opportunity, Chen Luo turned his head, his eyes fixed intently on Wen Yutao. This gaze caused Wen Yutao's brow to furrow deeply. What was this fellow planning? Before Wen Yutao could react, Chen Luo delivered a punch directly to his face. Wen Yutao was sent flying, blood gushing from his nose. Chen Luo, how dare you ambush me? Wen Yutao roared in rage, astonished by Chen Luo's sudden attack. Did this fellow have no shame? Chen Luo ignored Wen Yutao's outcry, advancing to deliver a flurry of punches. Wen Yutao attempted to retaliate but soon realized the terrifying strength of Chen Luo. Was this truly the physique of a body-refining practitioner? He was nothing short of a human beast. A scream echoed as Wen Yutao collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Chen Luo glanced at Wen Yutao's battered face, then turned around, only to find everyone staring at him in shock. Such a brutal resolution was indeed efficient. When a little brother misbehaves, a lesson must be imparted. Come, let us continue our conversation. Just tell me, whom shall I strike? Chen Luo grinned, cheerfully walking over to Yang Tingyu's side. Yang Tingyu rolled her eyes. This fellow had no semblance of a gentleman. Perhaps it was for the best, as such a person would find many tasks more manageable. Yang Longdian, recovering from his astonishment, coughed lightly and said, choose a force from Tianfeng Prefecture, if we cannot prevail. At that moment, he caught sight of Yang Tingyu, considering her formidable strength, alongside the assistance of the immensely powerful Chen Luo. In Tianfeng Prefecture, apart from the Guhai sect and the imperial family of the Tianfeng dynasty, there truly was no force that could rival the two of them. He promptly revised his statement. Winning would be ideal. Chen Luo chuckled and turned to Yang Tingyu. My dear princess, dictate your target, and I shall strike. Yang Tingyu's gaze immediately settled on Du Qiui. It was the perfect opportunity to settle old scores. Seeing Yang Tingyu's attention directed towards her, Du Qiui couldn't help but smirk, having anticipated Yang Tingyu would choose her, which suited her intentions perfectly. Leave the Wenxian sect to us. Seventh prince, you may take care of the Blood Valley sect first. Du Qiui and Yen Gu stepped forward, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu. Yen Feng nodded nonchalantly, yet his gaze converged with Yang Longtian's. To everyone's perception, they were the ultimate contenders for the Wangshu Xianbone. As this was merely the beginning, direct confrontation was not yet feasible. Each faction within the two prefectures found their respective opponents. Yang Longtian chose the Mughai sect, positioned in the middle tier among the 5 sects of Tianfeng Prefecture. This was not a legitimate contest. After selecting their adversaries, both sides, comprising 28 individuals, charged towards one another simultaneously. Naturally, the swiftest among them was Chen Luo. After consuming the bone blood pill, Chen Luo's physique had strengthened several notches, far surpassing his previous encounter with Yen Gu. Isn't it time to turn Yen Gu into a twisted pretzel? Return my blood-toothed black skin, Yen Gu bellowed, brandishing his blade menacingly as he lunged at Chen Luo. However, in their very first clash, Yen Gu was sent flying by a singular punch from Chen Luo, scarcely able to comprehend the latter's movements. What on earth is happening? Yen Gu scrambled to his feet, terror etched on his face as he gazed at Chen Luo. How could his strength have escalated to such heights in just a few hours? Particularly his physique, which defied the capabilities expected of one in the body refinement stage. Could it be that Chen Luo had acquired another exceptionally rare treasure? Not even your third-grade precious weapon can suppress me. How dare you challenge me again? Chen Luo grinned at Yen Gu. Gritting his teeth, Yen Gu lifted his gaze, glancing towards Du Qiui, seeking her assistance. Yet, Du Qiui and Yang Tingyu, once engaged, unleashed their ultimate techniques, igniting a palpable tension. These two women seemed to be in a frenzy, likely heading towards a battle to the death, spitting a mouthful of blood. Yen Gu glared venomously at Chen Luo. Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you? My trump cards are more than you can fathom. At this proclamation, Chen Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement. After all, the blood-toothed black skin he had seized earlier was also one of Yen Gu's hidden assets. By all means, bring it forth. I shall gladly accept everything. Chen Luo laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating the treasures belonging to Yen Gu. Enraged, Yen Gu's face flushed crimson as he promptly produced 8 small black flags. Yuan Gu cast aside the flag in his hand, and the banner unfurled into an octagonal formation, with each flag generating arcs of black lightning. The Black Thunder Array. With a fierce roar, Yuan Gu commanded, and the 8 flags simultaneously erupted with a skyward surge of dark light. This dark radiance coalesced into a dense black mist, soon accompanied by the resounding thunder. Chen Luo gazed at the ominous clouds above, his eyes widening in astonishment, before exclaiming, "This is a lower 4th grade treasure. What a remarkable artifact." Chapter 81. My gratitude to Brother Yuan for the Black Thunder flags. You seek your own demise. Upon noticing Chen Luo's lingering interest in his Black Thunder array, Yuan Gu bellowed in fury. With the invocation of a lower 4th grade treasure, was he still unable to subdue Chen Luo? He was determined to make Chen Luo relinquish everything he had previously acquired. The dark mist in the sky crackled with lightning, and in an instant, several bolts of black lightning descended. Chen Luo raised his head, drew forth the ink-patterned sword, and struck at the descending black lightning with a single slash. The ocean-cutting sword technique. After all, it was a lower 4th grade treasure. Relying solely on physical prowess would prove futile. As the ocean-cutting sword technique was unleashed, Chen Luo surged forward with his sword, colliding with the black lightning. Yuan Gu raised his hands, continuously infusing spiritual energy into the Black Thunder array. Due to his insufficient realm, he could not harness the full might of the Black Thunder array. If the array were to unleash its full potential, how could Chen Luo withstand it? Humph. Today, I shall reduce you to a mere shell of your former self. Yuan Gu inhaled deeply, feeling his aura surge dramatically, reaching the 8th stage of physical refinement in an instant. The Tianfeng dynasty possessed its own secret methods, far surpassing Chen Luo's volcanic technique and power. Merely by entering a nascent realm, Yuan Gu had elevated himself by 2 minor stages, a testament to the superiority of this secret method compared to the volcanic technique. Die. Yuan Gu's eyes flared with intensity as he channeled all his strength into the Black Thunder array. The black mist overhead thickened further, and the power of the black lightning intensified, reaching its zenith. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of black lightning, 10 meters in diameter, descended, its terrifying presence sending shockwaves of fear through the onlookers. Is he insane? Risking everything for a mere question of the Xianbone? The bystanders scattered, unwilling to approach any closer. The potency of the Black Thunder array was more than sufficient to obliterate disciples at the 6th stage of physical refinement. Unless one were a top prodigy like Yang Longtian, no one could withstand the overwhelming strike of the Black Thunder array. Good heavens, Yuan Gu is going all out. Chen Luo was doomed. This man was far too reckless, deserving of his fate. This was indeed a lower 4th grade treasure. What could Chen Luo possibly use to defend himself? He was finished. Those observing the battle were astonished as they watched the clash between Yuan Gu and Chen Luo. This battle was far more thrilling than any other. A true death struggle. In another fierce confrontation, Yang Tingyu and Du Qiuyi were engaged in their own intense battle. These 2 women were no ordinary opponents, exchanging lethal blows. The conflict between the Wenxian sect and the Guhai sect was nearing the climax of a decisive battle. Chen Luo lifted his gaze to the descending black lightning. Its might posed a lethal threat even to foundation-building cultivators. Indeed, a 4th-tier treasure is truly formidable. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and blood-red patterns began to emerge across his body as he executed the volcano technique to its utmost. His cultivation level surged instantaneously to the 10th stage of the body refinement realm. This spectacle left many disciples dumbfounded. How could this be possible? What secret technique could elevate one by 4 minor realms in an instant? Such techniques do exist. Yet it is improbable for one at the body refinement stage to master a method of such caliber to this extent. Could it be that Chen Luo is a martial prodigy? How is it that all his martial skills are at the perfected level? The disciples gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment, unable to fathom the absurdity of his martial prowess. The 10th stage of body refinement, was he that invincible? The one paling in comparison was none other than Wen Yutao. Before arriving, he had dismissed all other disciples of the Wuxian sect, save for Yang Tingyu. Now, witnessing Chen Luo's performance, he felt like a mere jester. Even if he revealed all his hidden cards, he could not withstand the Black Thunder array of Yin Gu. Confronting Yin Gu would surely mean his demise. With a decisive step into the void, Chen Luo swung his ink-patterned sword, striking fiercely against the black lightning. As the residual force spread, the dark mist above dissipated, and 8 banners fell to the ground. Gasp! Yin Gu spat a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps, nearly collapsing. In contrast, Chen Luo landed gracefully, raising his hand to claim the Black Thunder array. Thank you, Brother Yan, for your treasured artifact. I shall accept it. Chen Luo grinned, relishing yet another gain. You. Yin Gu clutched his chest, glaring at Chen Luo in fury. To be defeated by Chen Luo and have his treasure snatched away. This enmity was irreconcilable. Chen Luo turned his gaze toward Yin Gu, a smile breaking across his face. What? Do you wish to bestow me another gift? Upon hearing this, Yin Gu retreated several steps, his face trembling with rage. It was evident he was truly outmatched. A crushing defeat. Chen Luo redirected his attention to Yang Tingyu. The 2 women were still locked in a fierce battle, nearly evenly matched. and it seemed unlikely that a victor would emerge soon. Princess, do you require my assistance? Chen Luo called out, sensing an opportunity for further gain. Yang Tingyu shot a glance at Chen Luo, her tone icy. Not necessary. With that, she unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Du Qiui. Du Qiui's expression darkened. The ease she once had was gone. Although she had previously bested Yang Tingyu, the competition had been arduous. To her astonishment, Yang Tingyu's strength had caught up in such a short span of time. Securing victory was by no means assured. Moreover, with Yin Gu's defeat, should Chen Luo join the fray, her loss would be inevitable. After a moment of contemplation, Du Qiui quickly retreated. I will not continue. Stepping back, she took a deep breath and declared, this battle holds no promise of victory. There is no need to waste further energy. The ancient sea sect concedes. TCH. Yang Tingyu landed in frustration. She had hoped to reclaim her previous honor, only to find Du Qiui unwilling to continue. Truly disheartening. To his astonishment, the ancient sea sect was defeated by the Wenqian sect. Indeed, Chen Luo was extraordinary. Yin Feng squinted, fixating his gaze upon Chen Luo, never anticipating that the Wenqian sect would emerge victorious. Without the support of the ancient sea sect, the competition for the illusory immortal bone had become considerably more challenging. Brother Feng, it seems that Chen Luo poses quite a dilemma, remarked a woman clad in armor, stepping beside Yin Feng. She was Zhou Yan, another prodigy of the Tianfeng dynasty. Although her prowess was not particularly formidable, even inferior to Yin Gu, without Yin Feng's presence, the Tianfeng dynasty would struggle to suppress the other factions. Fear not, whether it is Yang Longdian or Chen Luo, I shall deal with them in due course. Yin Feng scoffed, exuding absolute confidence in his abilities. Zhou Yan nodded, though her expression remained grave. She had initially believed that the Tianfeng prefecture was destined to acquire the illusory immortal bone, but unexpectedly, a formidable Chen Luo had emerged. Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu had vanquished 2 members of the ancient sea sect, resulting in a significant loss of support for the Tianfeng prefecture. If Yin Feng could not subdue Chen Luo, the illusory immortal bone would likely slip from their grasp. However, the elimination of the Blood Valley sect members by Yin Feng had also deprived the Tianyin prefecture of a considerable force. With several battles concluded, both factions were reduced to half their original strength, 3 from Tianyin prefecture and 4 from Tianfeng prefecture, maintaining a numerical advantage for the latter. Those uninvolved should withdraw. Yin Feng declared, casting a glance at a particular faction's disciples from Tianfeng prefecture. Though these 2 had triumphed over their Tianyin counterparts, they bore severe injuries. How could such individuals compete for the illusory immortal bone? The disciples exchanged glances, and ultimately, 3 factions chose to withdraw. The remaining factions consisted solely of the royal families from both prefectures, the Wenqian sect, and the Night Sea Gate. The Night Sea Gate, being the strongest among the 5 factions of Tianfeng prefecture, held considerable power. What lies ahead is the main course, Yin Feng smirked, directing his gaze towards Chen Luo. He resolved to first eliminate Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu before turning his attention to Yang Longtian. Chapter 82, Confronting Yin Feng. Is this all the prince has to offer? Rest assured, 7th prince, I shall ensure Yang Longtian is wounded, asserted Yao Yuan, a prodigy from the Night Sea Gate, confidently approaching Yin Feng. Yang Longtian was indeed powerful. Yet Yao Yuan was no weakling either, his abilities at least on par with Yin Gu. Yin Feng regarded Yao Yuan with a calm nod. He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Chen Luo without injury. As long as Yang Longtian is harmed, what chance does Tianyin prefecture have of winning? Yang Tingyu, you are aware of what you must do, are you not? Yang Longtian addressed Yang Tingyu, knowing that a confrontation with Yin Feng was not feasible at this time. He believed that Yang Tingyu and Chen Luo would inevitably lose to Yin Feng. As long as I can injure Yin Feng, that will suffice. Yang Tingyu coldly regarded Yang Longtian. My objective is the illusory immortal bone. That bone belongs to me. Though both hail from the royal family of Tianyin prefecture, their allegiances diverged. Yang Tingyu intended to present the illusory immortal bone to their father, while Yang Longtian would certainly hand it over to Prince Jin. Hearing Yang Tingyu's words, Yang Longtian could not help but let out a cold laugh. Are you truly confident that you can defeat Yin Feng? Even Du Qiui could not overcome him. What do you possess to contend with Yin Feng? You do not honestly believe this lad could be a match for Yin Feng, do you? As he spoke, his gaze flickered to Chen Luo. The prowess exhibited by Chen Luo was indeed astonishing. However, vanquishing a mere Yin Gu was insufficient to instill fear in Yang Longtian. For him, his ultimate adversary would undoubtedly be Yin Feng. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Once I deal with Yin Feng, I shall promptly deal with you. Chen Luo shouted, pointing at Yang Longtian, who merely scoffed and disregarded him. A mere buffoon, how could he possibly triumph over Yin Feng? Yang Longtian. There are still 3 hours until the conclusion of the Wushu Cave. Let us not squander any more time. Yin Feng called out, urging Yang Longtian to commence. Nodding in agreement, Yang Longtian's gaze fell upon the disciples of the Night Sea sect. The battle must be concluded swiftly to prepare for the final confrontation. Yin Feng then turned his attention to Yang Tingyu and Chen Luo, astonished that the Wenxian sect had managed to endure thus far. However, this is where it ends for you too. You must exit the fray. The Wenxian sect's strength was never formidable within the powers of Tianyuan Prefecture and had diminished significantly from its former glory. He had anticipated that only Yang Tingyu would require attention, expecting her to be dealt with by the Guhai sect. Little did he expect Chen Luo to emerge and vanquish the Guhai sect instead. Given this turn of events, it would fall to him to resolve the matter with the Wenxian sect. Just as Chen Luo was about to retort, Yang Tingyu unsheathed her sword and launched into battle. Not affording him a moment to speak, Chen Luo cast a disgruntled glance at Yang Tingyu, wondering why she would not allow him to provoke their opponents. Yang Tingyu's target, naturally, was Zhou Yan. Prior to their arrival at the Wushu cave, Chen Luo had promised Yang Tingyu he would handle Yin Feng. Now, facing Yin Feng, the task would undoubtedly fall to Chen Luo. Chen Luo, you possess considerable talent, particularly in your martial skills. The Wenxian sect has reached its twilight and cannot sustain itself for long. Why not join the royal family of Tianfeng Prefecture? I have several sisters you may choose from. Yin Feng remarked with a smile, eyeing Chen Luo. Defeating Yin Gu was sufficient evidence of Chen Luo's aptitude. If he could recruit Chen Luo into Tianfeng Prefecture, it would serve as a significant boon. With Chen Luo's gifts, achieving the Yuanying stage in the future would not be a question. Your sisters? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, but as he spoke, he sensed the icy glare from Yang Tingyu. How could this woman still be attentive to their conversation amidst the fray? Bah, I am a disciple of the Wenxian sect. How could I betray it? Even for 1,000,000 copper coins, I would not consent. Chen Luo declared with righteous indignation. Yet, if Yin Feng were truly to offer 1,000,000 copper coins, he might have to reconsider. Ah, what a pity, Yin Feng chuckled, producing a golden sword of the highest 4th grade. Upon seeing the exquisite sword, Chen Luo's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. How is it that these individuals are also affluent? Your secret technique is indeed formidable, capable of enhancing one's cultivation by 4 minor realms. However, our Heavenly Wind dynasty possesses its own secret arts as well. As soon as the words left his lips, a torrent of dragon aura surged forth from within Yin Feng. The secret technique of the Heavenly Wind dynasty, the Wind Dragon art, is of the 5th rank. Moreover, Yin Feng has already cultivated it to the minor success stage. In an instant, Yin Feng's aura soared to the 9th level of the body refinement stage. Chen Luo gazed at Yin Feng in astonishment, realizing that Yin Feng possessed considerable skill, far surpassing Yin Gu. It appears that Yang Longtian must also have a secret technique, likely not inferior to Yin Feng's. The volcanic art. Without hesitation, Chen Luo unleashed the volcanic art, elevating his cultivation to the 10th level of the body refinement stage. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their swords to engage in combat. Although Yin Feng's realm was 1 level lower than Chen Luo's, the sword in his hand far surpassed Chen Luo's ink pattern sword in quality. As their sword techniques clashed, Chen Luo found himself at a disadvantage. Recognizing the challenge posed by Yin Feng, Chen Luo promptly employed the breaking sea sword technique. A sword technique of the 3rd rank or lower was unlikely to threaten Yin Feng. A perfected 3rd rank technique is indeed impressive. Without showcasing some true skill, one might struggle to subdue you. Yin Feng was astonished by Chen Luo's sword technique, shocked that Chen Luo managed to cultivate a 3rd rank technique to perfection. Nevertheless, he was not without the capacity to resist. Yin Feng swiftly unleashed a strike, with azure light emanating from the blade, rapidly slicing towards Chen Luo. The azure sea sword technique, reaching the upper 3rd rank. Furthermore, Yin Feng had cultivated it to the minor success stage, and combined with the advantage of his weapon. The power of this strike was no less formidable than Chen Luo's. The two swords clashed rapidly, their techniques intertwining in a frenzied display, unleashing astonishing residual force. Onlookers were taken aback by this spectacle, unable to fathom that Chen Luo could contend with Yin Feng to such an extent. Could it be that he might actually defeat Yin Feng? Bang! After several exchanges, both retreated simultaneously, creating distance between them. The previous confrontation had been evenly matched. This left Yin Feng quite perturbed. He had anticipated swiftly overcoming Chen Luo, but it seemed a challenge lay ahead. Couldn't he possibly reveal all his trump cards just to deal with Chen Luo? The prince of the Heavenly Wind dynasty doesn't he appear to be exceptionally powerful? If I wielded your sword, I would undoubtedly cleave you to pieces in seconds. Chen Luo grinned, seemingly unfazed by Yin Feng's status. What does it matter if he is a prince? Even if he were the sovereign, I would still mock him. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes, his expression exceedingly grave. He indeed benefited from the advantage of his weapon, Without this upper fourth-rank sword, it would be uncertain whether he could withstand Chen Luo's attacks. Mere verbal sparring. Let us see how you defend against my sword. Yin Feng's eyes suddenly widened, and an astonishing tempest erupted around him. Immediately, a violent gale swirled around Yin Feng, who stood resolutely at its center. Chen Luo could not help but furrow his brow. Yin Feng was employing a lower fourth-rank sword technique. This technique must be one of Yin Feng's trump cards. As Yin Feng became serious, Chen Luo realized he could no longer afford to play around. With a deep breath, he grasped the ink-patterned sword tightly, merging his essence with the blade. Chapter 83. If you can't win, just run? How dull. Boom. Yin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his fingertips gliding across the sword's surface, unleashing a ferocious tempest. Almost immediately, an astonishing sword intent surged forth, merging into the storm. The Wincy sword technique. Yin Feng stepped forward, his treasured sword aimed at Chen Luo as he struck. This technique was the most formidable sword skill Yin Feng had mastered, one of his trump cards for this venture into the illusory cave. Although it was merely at the initial stage of a third-grade martial skill, its power was even more terrifying than the Qinghai sword technique. In this place, who could withstand such a move? With a powerful thrust, Yin Feng charged forth, his sword intent resembling a tornado, intent on engulfing Chen Luo. At that moment, Chen Luo stood calmly in place, holding his ink-patterned sword with his eyes closed. It was as if his entire being had fused with the blade, pouring his spirit into it. Sensing the relentless sword intent approaching, Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes and unleashed a strike. This sword appeared utterly ordinary, as if it were a casual swing. Only Yin Feng, facing Chen Luo directly, comprehended the true terror of this strike. Minor accomplishment stage. Yin Feng's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Chen Luo, unable to believe that Chen Luo had cultivated a third-grade martial skill to such a minor accomplishment. How could this be possible? The aura emitted by Chen Luo's strike was, astonishingly, even greater than his own. This is bad. Yin Feng attempted to withdraw, but realized it was too late. Chen Luo, wielding his sword, forcefully broke through the storm and charged towards Yin Feng. Before Yin Feng could react, the sword's might landed on his chest, sending him flying backward. Buzz. A golden light suddenly erupted from Yin Feng's chest, mitigating much of the damage from the strike. This was Yin Feng's life-saving trump card, capable of withstanding the onslaught of a Foundation establishment expert. The fact that Chen Luo's strike triggered the treasure proved that it was sufficient to threaten someone at the Foundation establishment stage. Bang! Yin Feng crashed to the ground, wincing in pain as he stood up. He had never imagined being forced back by Chen Luo. To be defeated by Chen Luo was utterly unexpected. Is this real? Yin Feng was actually defeated by Chen Luo. Surely, I must be dreaming. What nonsense! How could the 7th prince lose to Chen Luo? The 7th prince has not yet been defeated. Chen Luo is remarkable, managing to contend with Yin Feng to such an extent. The Asking Immortal sect has produced a true talent. The crowd gasped in astonishment, as no one had anticipated Chen Luo could achieve such a feat. Especially the martial skills he had unleashed. Each one was extraordinarily dazzling. At such a young age, how could he have cultivated martial skills to this level? Chen Luo gradually descended, his gaze fixed upon Yin Feng. If Yin Feng were so easily dealt with, he would not be the leader of Tianfeng Prefecture this time. Yin Feng stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Subsequently, he retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom, which bore a shattered corner. It was this very pendant that had thwarted Chen Luo's assault. Had it not been for this jade, he would have either perished or sustained grave injuries. I underestimated you. However, I shall not show any leniency henceforth. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes, fixating his gaze upon Chen Luo. The prowess exhibited by Chen Luo warranted his utmost seriousness. To his astonishment, aside from Yang Longdian, there existed such a figure as Chen Luo in Tianyin Prefecture. This was an unexpected turn of events. The likelihood of obtaining the Xuanshu immortal bone had undoubtedly diminished significantly. Chen Luo grinned, pointing his sword at Yin Feng, and retorted, "Leniency? Your audacity is commendable. When unable to prevail, you resort to claiming you did not exert your full strength, I see." The Yin Feng from moments ago certainly did not hold back. Those two sword techniques were sufficient to instill fear in most disciples present. Yin Feng was evidently prepared to unleash his treasured weapon, which was undoubtedly more precious than Yin Gu's. Ah, the power of words. Yin Feng smirked coldly before producing a small golden sword. This diminutive blade was of the lower 4th rank. Upon witnessing this golden sword, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. The sight of it reminded him of the small sword Emo he had gifted him. Emo his offering was merely a middle 3rd rank artifact, and it could only be used once. The disparity was truly vast. Chen Luo, I grant you a single opportunity. Withdraw now, and I shall spare you. My golden wind sword can cleave through the Foundation establishment stage. You will not withstand it. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes, a glint of ruthlessness evident within. Should Chen Luo persist, he would not hesitate to render him incapacitated. A talent like Chen Luo, either rendered useless or eliminated, posed no threat to Tianfeng Prefecture. Upon hearing Yin Feng's words, Chen Luo could not help but laugh aloud. Surrender? It is not that I refuse to submit. Rather, you lack the capability to compel me to do so. Yin Feng coldly chuckled. Since Chen Luo refused to capitulate, he would resolve the matter directly, with a swift motion. Yin Feng hurled the golden small sword skyward, which then transformed into a nearly 10-meter-long golden giant sword. The colossal sword emanated an astonishing sword aura, its power enveloping several miles around, truly formidable. I offered you a chance. It is you who failed to seize it. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yin Feng snorted, his palm descending as the golden giant sword surged toward Chen Luo with overwhelming force. The golden giant sword descended slowly, resembling a divine weapon, sacred yet perilous. Chen Luo lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed upon the golden giant sword. What a splendid treasure. Alas, acquiring it will be no easy feat. Yin Feng is indeed a formidable opponent. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo exclaimed, consuming 20,000 wealth points. The heart-seeking sword technique is elevated to the great perfection level. The sword comes. Chen Luo bellowed, unleashing the heart-seeking sword technique once more. The might of this strike surpassed all previous attempts. What is happening? How did I attain the great perfection level? Yin Feng stared in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief at Chen Luo's swordsmanship, which had unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of mastery. Just moments ago, it had only been at an intermediate level. How could it have surged to such heights so suddenly? Break! Chen Luo roared, his sword striking fiercely against the golden giant sword. The clash of the two blades in midair, a large and a small, unleashed a tempest of residual force that spread relentlessly. Those surrounding the spectacle hurriedly retreated, seeking safety from the potent aftermath, which was more than sufficient to effortlessly annihilate ordinary disciples. With a resounding boom, golden light erupted as the golden giant sword shattered completely. Yin Feng clenched his palm, a small golden sword falling into his grasp, though its brilliance was significantly diminished. How is this possible? How did you cultivate such techniques? Yin Feng gazed at Chen Luo in shock, unable to fathom how Chen Luo could elevate a martial skill to a higher realm in such a brief span of time. Enlightenment? This seemed utterly absurd. Is this it? This treasure of yours is better off in my possession. I would wield it far more effectively than you, Chen Luo retorted, pointing accusingly at Yin Feng, his expression a mix of disdain and frustration. If only this sword were in his hands, he could easily crush Yin Feng. Yin Feng gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Chen Luo with intense scrutiny. This fellow was insufferably arrogant. Humph, don't be so cocky. I have not yet lost. Yin Feng scoffed, but as soon as the words left his lips, Chen Luo suddenly vanished from sight. Yin Feng's eyes widened in shock. Just as he reached for his treasure, a sword lunged menacingly toward him. Not good, he exclaimed, but before he could react, a golden light enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. Chen Luo landed gracefully, staring ahead in bewilderment. Where had he gone? Chapter 84. Chen Luo? Where did he acquire such prowess? Outside the Wushu cave, the elders aboard the treasure ship were intently focused on the entrance of the cave. Only 2 hours remained until the conclusion of the Wushu event, and soon it would be revealed who would attain the Wushu Immortal Bone. Humph! This time the Wushu Immortal Bone will undoubtedly belong to our Tianfeng dynasty, declared Yin, the prince of the Tianfeng dynasty, with unwavering confidence in Yin Feng. Among the disciples in the body refinement stage of the Tianfeng dynasty, Yin Feng's strength was unparalleled. Du Qiui had once battled against Yin Feng, but suffered a devastating defeat. Such a prodigy, what could the Tianyin prefecture possibly contend with? What a joke. Do you think our Tianyin dynasty is without capable individuals? Yang Hai retorted with a sneer. In this Wushu event, the most formidable contenders were acknowledged to be Yang Longdian and Yin Feng. The outcome remained uncertain. Yin scoffed. Just based on Yang Longdian? Let me tell you. Yin Feng has passed the ancestral trials of our Tianfeng dynasty, making him the most powerful royal disciple in nearly a decade. Not to mention Yang Longdian. In a few years, even Yang Fengshen will be beneath his feet. Yang Fengshen was the most renowned prodigy of the Tianyin dynasty, a source of pride for their royal family. Yan's assertion that Yin Feng could eventually surpass Yang Fengshen was a testament to the immense value placed on Yin Feng by the Tianfeng dynasty. Yang Hai furrowed his brow upon hearing Yin Yan's words. Each imperial dynasty possesses its own ancestral grounds, where royal disciples are sent to cultivate. The ancestral grounds of the Tianyin dynasty have remained untouched for over a decade, with the last successful candidate being Yang Fengshen, who is also the elder brother of Yang Tingyu. Perhaps it is indeed related to them, remarked Shang Guanjiu with a smile as he took a sip of wine. Yang Hai's gaze fell upon Shang Guanjiu, and with a cold smirk, He retorted that it could not possibly be the case for the Wuxian sect, as Yang Tingyu, despite not participating in the ancestral trials, was inferior in strength even to Yang Longtian, making her chances of passing the trials exceedingly slim. Yang Tingyu was not among the elite of the Tianyuan royal family. She was merely exceptionally gifted. Shang Guanzhou simply chuckled, offering no response. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the treasure ship of the Tianfeng dynasty. All eyes turned to this individual, who had emerged before the conclusion of the Wushu cave trials. Was this not a sign of having been transported out by a precious artifact? Who had been expelled? Yin Feng. How did you come out? Yin stared at Yin Feng in disbelief, unable to fathom that Yin Feng had exited prematurely. How could someone of such formidable strength be ousted by another? The crowd shared his astonishment, unable to accept that Yin Feng had been expelled. Could it be that Yang Longtian had thrown him out? Haha. Yin, what happened to your earlier bravado? Our Yang Longtian from the Tianyuan dynasty has indeed defeated Yin Feng. Yang Hai laughed heartily, delivering a resounding slap to Yin Yan's face and that of the Tianfeng dynasty. Having been so arrogant moments ago, what could he possibly say now? The powerful figures from various factions exchanged glances, astonished that Yang Longtian had once again outperformed everyone in the Wushu cave. Yin Feng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in fury. His precious artifact remained unspent. Yet he had been transported out due to a life-saving device. How could this be? Without him, how could they contend for the Wuxian immortal bone? Was it truly Yang Longtian who expelled you? Yin inquired, bewildered, directing his gaze at Yin Feng. Yin Feng, however, merely scoffed, declaring it absurd that Yang Longtian possessed such capability. Upon hearing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of shock. If it was not Yang Longtian, then who could it possibly be? Who else in the Tianyuan dynasty had the prowess to defeat Yin Feng? After a long hesitation, Yin Feng finally exhaled and uttered the name, Wuxian sect. Chen Luo. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Chen Luo? How could it possibly be Chen Luo? How could he defeat Yin Feng? Even Yang Hai and Sun Yao, two formidable figures from the Tianyuan dynasty, were taken aback. This Chen Luo, does he truly possess such skill? The crowd exchanged glances, quickly falling into silence. Who could have anticipated that within the Wushu cave, there existed a master they were unaware of? They fled? Is this truly all there is to the prince of the Tianfeng dynasty? Chen Luo cast an irritated glance at the crowd from Tianfeng Prefecture. How could they flee before the battle was even concluded? He had yet to witness Yin Feng's comical pig-like visage. The disciples from both states stared at Chen Luo in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the notion that Yin Feng could be vanquished by him. Nevertheless, the manner of this defeat was somewhat amusing. Were it not for the life-preserving artifact clutched in Yin Feng's arms, his defeat might not have been assured. With Yin Feng's elimination from the competition in the Xianshi cave, his qualifications for the Xianshi immortal bone path had effectively vanished. Yang Tingyu also adeptly dispatched her opponent. Without Yin Feng, there was no one to rival her and Chen Luo. Even Yang Longtian had not anticipated that the duo to endure until the end would be Yang Tingyu and Chen Luo in the internal strife of Tianyuan Prefecture. Regardless of the victor, the Xianshi immortal bone would ultimately belong to Tianyuan Prefecture. Yang Tingyu, your ability to reach this point is indeed commendable. However, this Xianshi immortal bone must rightfully be mine. Yang Longtian declared coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Tingyu. He was acutely aware that Chen Luo was merely Yang Tingyu's enforcer. If she consented, Chen Luo would follow suit. Yang Tingyu coldly regarded Yang Longtian and replied dismissively, "Do you truly believe you can withstand the two of us alone?" As a member of the Tianyuan imperial family, Yang Tingyu possessed profound insights into its workings. The individuals Yang Longtian had brought were indeed formidable, yet none aside from Yang Longtian himself could contend with Yang Tingyu. With Chen Luo now present, who had just triumphed over Yin Feng and matched Yang Longtian in strength, why should they not engage in battle? Observing Yang Tingyu's intent to fight, Yang Longtian narrowed his eyes. No wonder she sought refuge at the Xianshi sect. This individual was clearly after the Xianshi immortal bone. This had escalated into a power struggle within the Tianyuan imperial family. At that moment, Chen Luo grinned and remarked, "Are you still pretending? I didn't quite finish my fun with Yin Feng. I shall reclaim it from you." Huh. Yang Longtian scoffed coldly, dismissing Chen Luo's words entirely. He had yet to reveal his trump cards, while Chen Luo had exhausted numerous tactics during his battle with Yin Feng, nearly laying all his cards on the table. What could Chen Luo possibly bring to the fight? Yang Longtian then produced a formation, a mid-level 4th grade array, his true ace. A mid-level 4th grade array? Yang Tingyu's brows furrowed in surprise. She had not anticipated that Prince Jin would bestow such a treasure upon Yang Longtian. The preparation was indeed lavish. As your elder brother, I shall grant you this opportunity. If you can break this blood sea formation, the Xianshi immortal bone shall be yours. Yang Longtian smirked. For such a display was only possible due to his absolute confidence. This mid-level 4th grade array was originally intended to deal with Yin Feng's. Yet it was now being deployed against Yang Tingyu and Chen Luo. Exchanging glances, Yang Tingyu and Chen Luo understood that even if they were reluctant, they had to confront this formation. It would be wiser to acquiesce. Under the watchful eyes of so many, Yang Longtian would not go back on his word. So be it. Yang Tingyu stepped forward, her listening rain sword aimed squarely at Yang Longtian. Seeing Yang Tingyu exude such confidence, Yang Longtian raised the corners of his mouth and swiftly cast the formation in his hand. The formation soared into the sky, followed by a flood of crimson light that filled the heavens. Chapter 85. Breaking this formation is hardly a challenge. Truly absurd. The sibling rivalry has escalated to the point of invoking a mid-4th grade formation. This is utterly ruthless. It appears that the internal strife within the Tianyin dynasty's royal family is far more severe than we had anticipated. This is a mid-4th grade formation. How could a cultivator in the refinement stage hope to dismantle it? Upon witnessing Yang Longtian summon the mid-4th grade formation, a mocking smile spread across the faces of the onlookers. The internal conflict within the Tianyin dynasty has become a grand spectacle for the major factions across the two states. Regardless, the Shuaqiu immortal bone will inevitably fall into the hands of the royal family, rendering it irrelevant to them. They merely need to sit back and enjoy the show. Be cautious. The turning blood sea formation possesses tremendous power. Once ensnared within the sea of blood, any martial technique will be significantly weakened. To breach this formation, a combat strength of at least the foundation establishment stage is required. I possess a strand of foundation establishment sword energy. It might just be sufficient to dismantle this formation. Yang Tingyu declared solemnly, her gaze fixed intently on the blood sea above. Enveloped by this blood sea, even a foundation establishment cultivator might struggle to break free. Foundation establishment sword energy? You might as well give it to me. I can dismantle the formation. Chen Luo grinned, asserting that there was no need for treasures to overcome this formation. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Yang Longtian couldn't help but chuckle. What abilities do you possess that could possibly dismantle my turning blood sea formation? This formation is Yang Longtian's trump card. What merit does Chen Luo have to undermine it? Are you certain? Yang Tingyu regarded Chen Luo with exasperation, unable to discern whether he was speaking truthfully or jesting. Naturally, when have I ever been unreliable? Hand over that sword energy, and I shall promptly dismantle the formation. Chen Luo replied cheerfully, his tone brimming with confidence. Yang Tingyu furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment before producing a bracelet of beads and promptly removing one to hand to Chen Luo. The bracelet contained 6 similar beads. Upon seeing Yang Tingyu's bracelet, Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. Each bead is akin to a lower 4th grade treasure, albeit for one-time use. A complete bracelet would easily be worth at least 50,000 copper coins. The princess of the dynasty is indeed extravagantly wealthy. Gained 8,000 wealth points. Chen Luo gazed in awe at the bracelet in Yang Tingyu's hand, wishing she might be a touch more generous. Since you are unafraid, let us enter the formation. If you can dismantle it, the Shuaqiu immortal bone shall be yours to claim. Yang Longtian smirked, looking mockingly at Chen Luo. He was well aware of the bracelet in Yang Tingyu's possession, crafted for her by a master of the 10th stage of foundation establishment on the orders of the Emperor. The sword aura contained within this bracelet indeed possesses the formidable power of foundation establishment. However, to shatter the transcendent blood sea formation, even with all 7 beads employed, success is far from guaranteed. Humph, you may laugh now, but soon enough, that mirth will vanish. Chen Luo let out a cold chuckle, his gaze fixated upon the blood sea above. At this moment, he had already entered the confines of the transcendent blood sea formation. Though he had yet to encounter the range of its offensive capabilities, there was no turning back. Surrendering the quest for the Xiansu immortal bone was not an option. Abandonment was out of the question. A mere 4th-tier formation would undoubtedly be dismantled. What a joke. If all you can do is boast, I advise you to concede swiftly. Should you perish within the formation, I shall not be responsible for your remains. Yang Longtian grinned, utterly skeptical of Chen Luo's ability to breach the transcendent blood sea formation. The eyes of the crowd were fixed on Chen Luo, eager to discern how he intended to dismantle the formidable formation. This formation alone was sufficient to annihilate them all. Could Chen Luo, alongside Yang Tingyu, truly breach it? Unless Yang Tingyu presented a 4th-tier treasure, their chances were slim. With a whoosh, as Chen Luo stepped into the heart of the formation, the blood sea above surged violently, countless drops of blood cascading down to engulf him. This formation lacked overwhelming lethality. Its true strength lay in its binding capabilities. Should an entrant fail to breach the transcendent blood sea formation, their spiritual energy would be eroded by the blood sea until completely drained, ultimately leading to their total consumption. At this moment, Chen Luo was entirely submerged in the blood sea. Regardless of the martial techniques he employed, their potency would be significantly diminished. Even the heart-seeking sword technique could not pierce the core of the transcendent blood sea formation. Gurgle, gurgle. Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings, acutely aware of the blood sea's encroachment upon his internal spiritual energy. At this rate, it would likely consume all his energy within the span of a single incense stick. The crux of the matter was that Chen Luo's cultivation level was too low. Had he attained the foundation establishment stage, he would endure for half a day before facing any real threat. To dismantle this formation requires 20,000 wealth points. Crack. Gurgle such an exorbitant sum. Chen Luo's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that breaking this fourth-tier formation would demand 20,000 wealth points. Yang Tingyu's beads were valued at 8,000 wealth points. Did that mean he would incur a loss of 12,000 wealth points? No way. Gurgle, I must retrieve it from Yang Tingyu. Chen Luo furiously confirmed the dismantling of the formation, and a radiant golden light erupted from within him. The golden glow illuminated Chen Luo entirely, continuously spreading through the blood sea. Outside the formation, the spectators were transfixed by the sight of the blood sea within. To all present, it seemed impossible for Chen Luo to unravel the transcendent blood sea formation. A disciple of humble origins surely lacked the backing of a formidable force. In the face of this fourth-tier formation, practitioners in the body refinement stage could only rely on treasures of equal rank to contend. How could an ordinary disciple, devoid of power and influence, possess a fourth-tier treasure? Tom would tell. Yang Longtian let out a cold chuckle, filled with confidence in his Zhuantian blood sea array. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the blood sea, illuminating the entire expanse. Onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at this radiant glow. What treasure could this be? Why was there only the sight of golden light, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy fluctuations? As the blood sea succumbed to the golden light, the aura of the Zhuantian blood sea array visibly diminished. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Longtian's eyes shot open, his expression turning grave. Impossible. Chen Luo could not possibly possess such a treasure. Yang Longtian clenched his fists, intently watching the blood sea. Unless it was a gift from the Wenshan sect. Did the Wenshan sect hold Chen Luo in such high regard? That seemed implausible. How could a disciple who had just entered the sect for barely over a month attract the attention of the sect's higher-ups? The crowd's expressions grew tense. Fixated on the Zhuantian blood sea array, the golden light had fully engulfed the array when it suddenly erupted, swallowing the surrounding area for miles. Everyone turned their backs, closing their eyes, even channeling their spiritual energy in defense, unaware of the golden light, fearing it might harm their bodies. Before long, the golden light dissipated. As all eyes opened, they found themselves unscathed. Yang Longtian abruptly glanced towards Chen Luo's position, discovering him standing there, grinning at him. Meanwhile, the Zhuantian blood sea array had completely vanished. No. How could this be? Chapter 86, Cheating? Then allow me to play along. TSK, it seems your formation is rather lacking. Yang Longtian, Chen Luo remarked with a teasing smile. The system's newly evolved function is truly splendid. This level of formation posed no challenge at all. Had I known it would be so effective, I would have attempted to use the system to counter his martial arts. I could have easily overwhelmed him. Yang Longtian's fists tightened in frustration, his complexion turning ashen. He had never imagined that Chen Luo could dismantle his Zhuantian blood sea array. This was a mid-grade fourth-tier formation. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to dismantle it. How could Chen Luo have so effortlessly undone it? What treasure had this fellow utilized? Yang Longtian. The formation has been shattered. The Wenshu Xian bone is mine now, right? Yang Tingyu remarked to Yang Longtian, her satisfaction with Chen Luo's performance evident. It was indeed a gamble worth taking. Chen Luo did not disappoint her. 100,000 copper coins were not wasted. Everyone understood the value of the Wenshu Xian bone. Do you think I would simply let it go? Yang Longtian narrowed his eyes. This time, he must obtain the Wenshu Xian bone. His father had instructed him that acquiring this bone would afford them greater leverage in negotiations with the emperor. This was crucial to their plans. He could not allow it to slip away. Yang Longtian, do you intend to renege on the deal? Yang Tingyu furrowed her brows, taken aback by Yang Longtian's apparent intention to back out. This fellow has truly lost all sense of shame. My goodness. I never anticipated that you would possess an even thicker skin than I, audaciously disregarding your own words. What is the matter with you? Do you still wish to engage in a brawl? Chen Luo could no longer tolerate this. This scoundrel had the audacity to go back on his word, proclaiming that he would not let Yang Longtian off the hook. Before seeking the Xian bone, he intended to deliver a thrashing to Yang Longtian first. The onlookers from the other factions merely observed with amusement, as the matter of the Xian bone was of no concern to them. It was merely an internal conflict within the Tianyun dynasty. Such a spectacle was indeed a rare occurrence. Whichever side emerged victorious, the Xianxian bone would belong to them. Yang Longtian's arm trembled, and a long spear materialized in his grasp. This spear was of the 4th tier. Chen Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the 4th tier spear. He had not expected Yang Longtian to possess such a treasure. It seemed that this time there would be unexpected gains. You hold back Yangtingyu. I shall deal with Chen Luo. Yang Longtian instructed his companion before charging at Chen Luo with spear in hand. Having spent some time within the Blood Sea array and engaged in fierce combat with Yin Feng, Chen Luo's internal spiritual energy must be running low. Given that he was not at his peak condition, Yang Longtian's chances of victory appeared promising. Defeating Chen Luo would secure the Xianxian bone. As Yang Longtian charged towards him, Chen Luo immediately brandished his sword to counterattack. Let us engage in this battle. Who fears whom? Golden Dragon Spear. Yang Longtian's eyes widened with intensity as he unleashed a powerful strike with the spear, merging his being with the weapon, transforming into a golden dragon. His initial attack employed a 3rd-tier martial skill, a testament to Yang Longtian's urgency in defeating Chen Luo. That strike of yours feels weaker than Yin Feng's. Chen Luo laughed heartily, opting to utilize the Qingyun sword technique instead of the Wuxin sword method. His internal energy had indeed been significantly depleted, and employing the Wuxin sword method would exhaust him entirely. Yang Longtian's combat prowess was evidently inferior to Yin Feng's. The Qingyun sword technique would suffice. You seek your own demise. Yang Longtian gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Chen Luo had unleashed a 3rd-tier martial skill against Yin Feng. Yet he seemed to regard Yang Longtian with such disdain by only using a lower-tier technique. What did this signify? Did he truly believe Yang Longtian inferior to Yin Feng? The gazes of the crowd converged upon the two, and to their eyes, Yang Longtian's aura indeed fell short of Yin Feng's. Had it not been for Chen Luo casting Yin Feng out of the Xianxian cave, Yang Longtian might not have been able to contend with Yin Feng at all. However, Chen Luo's use of a lower-tier sword technique was rather condescending. After all, Yang Longtian had yet to exert his full strength, with a significant portion of his internal energy still intact. Clearly, Chen Luo's chances of victory were lesser than Yang Longtian's. Prepare to meet your end. Yang Longtian roared as he closed the distance to Chen Luo. Chen Luo squinted, showing no intention of evasion. Consuming 3,000 wealth points. Golden Dragon Spear has been deciphered. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Chen Luo smirked, unleashing his aura to its utmost limit. This time, he would ensure that Yang Longtian would regret his actions. What on earth is happening? Yang Longtian noticed that his shot had suddenly lost its strength, as if he had not exerted any effort at all. Such a situation had never occurred to him before. Could it be that Chen Luo had employed some formidable treasure? What grade of treasure could achieve such an effect? Yang Longtian had no time for further contemplation, as Chen Luo had already charged towards him, necessitating an immediate response. Golden Dragon Armor. Yang Longtian hastily retrieved a dragon scale. The scale emitted a golden light, successfully deflecting Chen Luo's strike. Before Yang Longtian could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Luo abruptly vanished from sight. Such incredible speed. Yang Longtian's eyes widened in disbelief at the swiftness of Chen Luo. When listening palm, Chen Luo suddenly materialized behind Yang Longtian, delivering a forceful strike to his back. With a cough of blood, Yang Longtian was sent hurtling backwards, landing in a disheveled heap on the ground. This pitiful display left onlookers astounded. Chen Luo was indeed formidable. In terms of personal combat power, Yang Longtian was utterly outmatched. Chen Luo showed no signs of restraint. His gaze zeroed in on the beleaguered Yang Longtian, and he struck with his sword. The overwhelming intent of his blade surged forth at an astonishing speed, determined not to let Yang Longtian escape unscathed today. Damn it! Feeling the overwhelming essence of Chen Luo's sword, Yang Longtian swiftly brandished the Golden Dragon armor once more. This armor could withstand foundational attacks. With this at his disposal, Chen Luo could not break through. TSK, since you wish to play this way. Chen Luo, seeing Yang Longtian raise a shield, immediately cast the pearl given to him by Yang Tingyu. The pearl shattered, unleashing a soaring sword aura that collided brutally with the Golden Dragon armor. Yang Longtian, holding the armor, was forced to retreat. Fortunately, the Golden Dragon armor was sufficiently resilient to absorb Chen Luo's strike, though it did sustain a crack. If he endured a few more blows, the armor would surely shatter. What else do you have? Chen Luo raised his sword and forcefully swung down, exhausting all his spiritual energy to unleash the heart-seeking sword technique. Yang Longtian suddenly lifted his gaze, watching Chen Luo as he channeled his power. If the Golden Dragon armor could withstand this strike, Chen Luo would inevitably deplete his spiritual energy. Once Chen Luo was out of energy, victory would be assured. The Golden Dragon armor must hold. Slash. With a cry of slash, Chen Luo pushed the heart-seeking sword technique to its utmost limit. The sword aura violently impacted the golden dragon armor, shattering it to pieces. However, young Long Dian, positioned behind the armor, only sustained minor injuries. Haha. You've exhausted your spiritual energy. Let us see how you can contend with me now. Noticing Chen Luo's depletion of energy, young Long Dian erupted into laughter. This victory was guaranteed, yet Chen Luo merely smiled, a hint of amusement gracing his lips as he faced young Long Dian. Sensing something amiss, young Long Dian had not yet reacted when a wooden sword suddenly pierced through his legs. Chapter 87. The Acquisition of the Questioning Void Body Refinement Technique. This wooden sword is indeed the treasured artifact bestowed by Mo He, although it is merely of the 3rd grade. A cultivator in the body refining stage finds it arduous to contend solely with physical strength. Chen Luo refrains from attacking young Long Tian's upper body, knowing that the latter possesses protective artifacts for that area. Targeting his legs emerges as the optimal choice. Young Long Dian, slumped on the ground, gazes at the 2 gaping wounds on his legs, his expression darkening considerably. He never anticipated that Chen Luo would outmaneuver him. This score must be settled. Suddenly, a sword is thrust against young Long Tian's neck. Startled, he turns to find the person behind him is Yang Tingyu. After concluding her own battle, Yang Tingyu hurried over to assist Chen Luo. To her astonishment, Chen Luo has indeed bested young Long Dian. This individual exceeds her expectations. Young Long Dian, you have lost. Yang Tingyu states coldly. Should young Long Dian remain obstinate, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, young Long Dian clenches his fists in fury. He understands that no matter how he resists, victory eludes him. The question of the void immortal bone has already found its rightful owner. Yang Tingyu, this is not over. Just wait. Young Long Dian scoffs, consuming a pill to begin mending his injuries. Yang Tingyu turns to Chen Luo, noticing that he stands robust and full of vitality. Though Chen Luo has exhausted his spiritual energy, the strength of his physical form has reached the foundation establishment stage. With such formidable physical prowess, few present could rival him. Go retrieve the void immortal bone. Yang Tingyu instructs Chen Luo. I will hold my ground here. Chen Luo nods, directing his gaze toward the base of the waterfall, and then steps forward, leaping downward. All eyes converge upon Chen Luo. Before entering the void cave, no one could have anticipated that the sect of questioning immortals would give rise to such a dark horse. This dark horse's abilities surpass even those of Yin Feng and Yang Long Dian. It is truly astonishing. From where did the sect of questioning immortals summon this prodigy, Chen Luo? At this moment, Chen Luo has obtained the void immortal bone, clutching a stone as he pauses in the middle of the waterfall. Upon acquiring the void immortal bone, Chen Luo immediately begins to absorb its essence. This was Yang Tingyu's promise to him. He need only deliver the void body refinement technique in return. You allowed this boy to absorb the void immortal bone. Yang Longtian exclaims in shock, turning to Yang Tingyu with an incredulous expression. The value of the void immortal bone is widely recognized. Could Yang Tingyu truly be so benevolent as to grant it to an outsider? Without him, I could not have obtained the void immortal bone. Yang Tingyu replies coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Longtian. Chen Luo's performance within the void cave can only be described as astonishing. His absorption of the void immortal bone proceeds without any hindrance. The crowd exchanges glances, enviously observing Chen Luo. They cannot help but ponder whether Yang Tingyu genuinely harbors feelings for him. With the talent that Chen Luo currently displays, he indeed has the opportunity to become the esteemed son-in-law of the Heavenly Cloud Dynasty, acquiring a substantial wealth of 120,000 points. Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes, astonished by the unexpected wealth provided by the illusory immortal bone. A portion of this wealth stemmed from the illusory immortal bone, while the other was derived from the illusory body forging method. The wealth attributed to the illusory body forging method should be less than 100,000, as it is merely a fragment and cannot possibly be so valuable. To elevate the illusory body forging method to its initial realm requires 500,000 wealth points. Due to a deficiency in martial techniques, it could only be raised to the initial stage at most. Chen Luo stared blankly at the staggering 500,000 wealth points, thinking how long it would take to amass such a sum. Yet, he also discerned the grade of the illusory body forging method, which was indeed of the utmost 6th grade. No wonder it was fiercely contested by both states. Chen Luo. A voice called from above. It was Yang Tingyu. Chen Luo raised his head and promptly leaped up the waterfall, where Yang Tingyu awaited. Did you acquire it? Yang Tingyu inquired with a raised eyebrow. Chen Luo nodded affirmatively, indicating that he had obtained it and was ready to leave. There was only a short incense stick's worth of time before exiting the illusory cave. All eyes turned towards Chen Luo, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. The illusory body forging method was now firmly in Chen Luo's grasp. yet none dared to act. Lacking the confidence to overcome him, even Yin Feng and Yang Longtian, the two top prodigies, had been defeated by Chen Luo. You performed exceptionally well this time, Yang Tingyu remarked softly, standing beside Chen Luo. Chen Luo grinned. You trusted me, didn't you? By the way, does your family possess any remnants of the illusory body forging method? Could I possibly have a look? If he could obtain more from the illusory body forging method, he could elevate his realm. Once gathered, he could cultivate to perfection. The Heavenly Cloud Dynasty possesses 3 volumes. Mastering these would surely lead to at least a minor success in his cultivation. Yang Tingyu shot Chen Luo a sideways glance. You're actually considering other fragments of the illusory body forging method. My father has only 2, and the last one belongs to Prince Ji. This one, you must give to me first. Yang Tingyu extended her hand, determined to claim the illusory body forging method since the illusory immortal bone had granted it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled and then produced a golden fragment, the last remnant of the illusory body forging method. After absorbing the illusory immortal bone, this fragment appeared in his possession. This was a treasure coveted by both states. Yang Tingyu immediately stowed the illusory body forging method away, for it could not fall into the wrong hands. As the illusory cave suddenly erupted with blinding light, everyone instinctively shut their eyes. In the next moment, they found themselves outside the illusory cave, all gazes converging on this group. Chen Luo furrowed his brow as the majority of these stares were directed at him, especially the prince of the Tianfeng dynasty, Yin Yan. Had it not been for Chen Luo's victory over Yin Feng, the one to acquire the Wushu immortal bone would undoubtedly have been Yin Feng. Come back. Upon seeing Chen Luo and his companions, Shang Wanjiu waved with a smile. Chen Luo and his group promptly retreated to the treasure ship of the Wuxian sect. Which faction has obtained the Wushu immortal bone? The royal families? The Ancient Sea sect? Or perhaps the Blood Valley sect? Yang Qian inquired as he landed beside several elders. As for the Wuxian sect, Yang Qian had not even considered it. He was well aware of the disciples' prowess within the Wuxian sect, apart from Yang Tingyu. Few possess significant strength. Among these sects, the Wuxian sect certainly could not have acquired the Wushu immortal bone. Senior brother Yang. It was we who obtained the Wushu immortal bone, when Yu Tao timidly spoke up. At this revelation, the gaze of everyone on the ship converged upon Yang Tingyu. It was indeed Yang Tingyu who had secured the Wushu immortal bone. How could this be possible? Could Yang Tingyu possibly defeat Yin Feng or Yang Longtian? Unexpectedly, the Wuxian sect produced such a talent. Congratulations are in order. Sun Yao glared at Shang Wanjiu, her teeth clenched, nearly spitting blood upon learning of the events within the Wushu cave. Before Shang Wanjiu could respond, Yang Qian sneered. What does this have to do with the Wuxian sect? Yang Tingyu is also of royal lineage from the Tianyin dynasty. Chapter 88. The Crown Prince of the Tianyin dynasty, Yang Fengshen. The crowd's attention shifted towards Yang Qian. Indeed, Yang Qian spoke the truth. After the conclusion of the Wushu cave, Yang Tingyu would undoubtedly return to the royal court. After all, she is the daughter of the sovereign. And given the current instability of the Tianyin dynasty, she could not possibly remain with the Wuxian sect. Unlike Yang Qian, who was merely the son of a prince, the sovereign would not concern himself with whether he stayed in the Wuxian sect or not. Suddenly, a laugh erupted. Yang Qian turned to see the source of the laughter, only to find it was Chen Luo. What are you laughing at? What right do you have to laugh? Yang Qian frowned, taken aback that a mere servant dared to laugh in such a setting. Was he mocking his folly? Yang Qian, what Sun Yao meant was not Yang Tingyu, but this fellow Chen Luo. Shang Wanjiu interjected with a smile. Upon seeing Yin Feng appear outside the Wushu cave, he had known that the acquisition of the Wushu immortal bone was secured. Chen Luo will surely be able to deal with Yang Longtian. As for who ultimately receives the Wushu immortal bone, Shang Wanjiu was indifferent. Whether it goes to the Wuxian sect or the royal family, it would benefit the Wuxian sect. Him? Yang Qian looked at Chen Luo in astonishment, unable to fathom Shang Wanjiu's words. The first time he met Chen Luo was at Qin Lin's place. Back then, Chen Luo was merely a servant serving dishes. In just 2 months, Chen Luo had attained such heights. Among the prodigies of 2 states, none could rival Chen Luo? Unthinkable. How could a lowly disciple of servant origins possibly claim the Wushu immortal bone? As soon as Yang Qian finished speaking, Yang Longtian immediately interrupted. Yang Qiantang's cousin, your continued chatter only serves to make you appear foolish. We shall take our leave. Upon uttering these words, Yang Longtian instructed Yang Hai to set sail. Since the inquiry into the method of the Shuhua body refinement had yielded no results, alternative strategies must be devised. Yang Qian, infuriated, clenched his fists and ceased his further remarks. He suddenly felt like a fool, becoming the subject of ridicule among the crowd. Chen Luo, I will settle today's accounts with you in due course. Our battle is far from over. Yin Feng glared coldly at Chen Luo before departing with his entourage. Chen Luo, indifferent, shrugged nonchalantly, paying no heed to Yan Feng's threats. Once back at the Wangxian sect, he would begin preparations to enter the inner sanctum. Why should he concern himself with opponents of the body refinement stage? The remaining factions also took their leave, astonished by the unexpected outcome. No one had anticipated that the Wangxian sect would give rise to such an unexpected contender as Chen Luo. Thanks to him, the Wangxian sect had secured the final fragment of the Shuhua body refinement method. The Shuhua immortal bone is truly remarkable. We should also prepare to return, remarked Elder Shangguanjiu, his gaze resting appreciatively upon Chen Luo. Elder Shangguanjiu, please wait a moment, Yang Tingyu interjected suddenly. Upon hearing her words, Elder Shangguanjiu nodded with a smile, realizing that the Shuhua body refinement method would soon fall into Yang Tingyu's hands, and that someone would soon come to escort her. What an impressive girl, managing to seize such a treasure. Had it not been for Chen Luo, Yang Tingyu would not have obtained the Shuhua body refinement method. Not long after, several figures appeared, soaring on their swords. The leading figure was strikingly handsome, bearing a resemblance to Yang Tingyu. The crowd looked on with astonishment, realizing that the royal family had indeed sent the prince to this place. Elder Shangguanjiu couldn't help but smile upon seeing him. This young man was none other than the prince of the Tianyan dynasty, celebrated as the most extraordinary talent in recent years across both the dynasty and even the entire Tianyan state. At just over 30 years of age, he had already reached the nascent soul stage. Such a prodigy would be considered elite even on the continent at large. Yang Fengshan, exuding gentlemanly charm, smiled and then turned his gaze to Yang Tingyu, saying, "Little sister, come forth." Yang Tingyu leaped into the air, landing gracefully behind Yang Fengshan. With this departure, Yang Tingyu would no longer be a disciple of the Wangxian sect. "Chen Luo, thank you," she said, casting a warm smile down at him. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "When will you pay me back that money?" The crowd stared at him in disbelief. In such a delightful atmosphere, Chen Luo chose to mention money? Yang Tingyu couldn't help but laugh, then tossed a pouch of coins into Chen Luo's hands. Acquired 30,000 wealth points. The pouch contained 100,000 copper coins, and after deducting the cost of the fragment of the Shuhua body refinement method, it amounted to 30,000 wealth points. This was equivalent to Yang Tingyu purchasing the fragment, albeit at a greater expense. In addition to the ominous Black Thunder Array flag, an impressive 30,000 wealth points have been added. At this moment, Chen Luo's wealth points have reached an astounding total of 255,000. Such a considerable fortune. Just then, Yang Fengshan suddenly spoke up. The crowd immediately turned their attention to Chen Luo. Who could capture the interest of Yang Fengshan, if not someone extraordinary? Could it be that Chen Luo is about to ascend to greatness? Yang Fengshan smiled slightly, declaring that the gates of the Heavenly Cloud Dynasty's royal family would always be open to him. Upon hearing Yang Fengshan extend this olive branch, gasps of astonishment resonated throughout the assembly. When Yutao and a few others wore expressions of deep frustration. Why should a mere errand boy attract the attention of such a prominent figure? What incredible fortune! The elders, including Shangguanjiu, gazed intently at Chen Luo, eager to see how he would respond. Given Chen Luo's acknowledged prowess, he might well become a key focus of cultivation within the Wangxian sect. Do I have wealth? If so, I shall go. Chen Luo grinned widely. If the Heavenly Cloud Dynasty's royal family presented an enticing offer, why wouldn't he seize the opportunity? The crowd furrowed their brows at his response. What sort of answer was that? Yang Fengshan, however, erupted into laughter, remarking that while he lacked wealth, he did have someone to offer. With that, his gaze flickered toward Yang Tingyu. Yang Tingyu frowned in annoyance, discreetly pinching Yang Fengshan's waist. Yang Fengshan flinched, clearing his throat, and announced that they had matters to attend to and would take their leave. Many thanks to the Wangxian sect for your hospitality. With that, Yang Fengshan and his companions swiftly departed on their swords. After their exit, Shangguanjiu waved his hand, signaling the treasure ship to begin its return journey. The disciples of the Wangxian sect dispersed, marking the successful conclusion of their expedition to the Su cave. Chen Luo, come here. Just as Chen Luo was about to return to his quarters with Su Dandan and the others, he was called by Shangguanjiu. Taken aback for a moment, he eagerly approached Shangguanjiu, thinking perhaps this esteemed elder might reward him for his excellence. Shangguanjiu took a swig of wine before speaking. You, young man, have brought honor to our Wangxian sect. Hey, esteemed elder, are you perhaps inclined to bestow upon me a valuable gift? Chen Luo replied with a broad grin, realizing that failing to charm would be foolish. Benefits? Shangguanjiu frowned. I've spent all my money on wine. Where would I find any benefits? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo rose immediately. You old drunkard. Hey, sit down. Shangguanjiu firmly pressed Chen Luo back down. Faced with a nascent soul powerhouse, Chen Luo had no power to resist. I may not have treasures, but I can offer you a spot in this year's Wenchen Avenue. Shang Guanjiu chuckled. The Wenchen Avenue is a secret realm left behind by the ancestors of the Wenchen sect, accessible only to the most exceptional disciples, requiring a recommendation from an elder. With each elder possessing one quota. The Wenchen Avenue? That sounds splendid. Surely it harbors great treasures. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who would refuse valuable opportunities? Suddenly, Shang Guanjiu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a cheerful smile, however, if you wish to enter the path of seeking immortality this year, you must first become an inner disciple. With only 10 days remaining until the selection of inner disciples and a journey ahead that will take 7 days. You must put in the effort. Chapter 89. 10 days. Can you achieve foundation establishment? As Chen Luo returned to the cabin and opened the door, he was greeted by several individuals waiting inside. Chen Luo, you're back. Su Dandan blinked excitedly at him. Who could have anticipated that Chen Luo would consecutively defeat Yin Feng and Yang Long Dian, emerging as the dark horse in this expedition to the illusory cave? How impressive. Chen Luo smiled, then took a seat. Upon lifting his head, he noticed Qin Si Yuan gazing at him. Her expression had evidently changed significantly, as if to convey, you are unexpectedly formidable. Brother Chen, what are you pondering? Gu Bai inquired curiously. Chen Luo waved his hand. Elder Shang Guanjiu has granted me a spot in the path of seeking immortality. Do you know what this entails? Upon hearing path of seeking immortality, the other four widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Chen Luo. How could they not know about it? The path of seeking immortality is the most mysterious sanctuary of the seeking immortal sect. It's a sanctuary? Are there treasures within? Chen Luo continued to ask. Shang Guanjiu had not shared much. He had merely bestowed upon him a spot in the path of seeking immortality, conditional upon Chen Luo entering the inner sect this year. Entering the inner sect was not particularly challenging for Chen Luo, but he lacked understanding of the path of seeking immortality and was unsure of what lay within. Ling Mo, having spent many years in the seeking immortal sect, was knowledgeable about it. The path of seeking immortality consists of 999 tiers. The higher you ascend, the more substantial the rewards you receive. However, with each tier you climb, the pressure you face intensifies. Chen Luo nodded in contemplation, realizing the significance of this endeavor. It was, indeed, a testing ground for the disciples' innate talents. You are on the brink of great fortune. I have heard that some individuals who descend from the path of seeking immortality acquire 5th-tier martial techniques. Given your aptitude, you will surely obtain a 5th-tier martial technique. Su Dandan exclaimed, filled with excitement and envy. Chen Luo was astonished, not realizing the path of seeking immortality was so lucrative. I must go? When did the Elder Grandmaster promise you this spot? Ling Mo suddenly inquired. This year, Chen Luo replied instinctively. Ling Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. This year? How can it be this year? The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the ability to withstand pressure. Generally, disciples entering the path of seeking immortality are at least at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. You are merely at the body refinement stage. You may not even surpass 100 tiers. Upon hearing Ling Mo's words, everyone looked at Chen Luo in confusion. Utterly baffled as to why Elder Shang Guanjiu would grant him such an opportunity so early, Chen Luo's limited assent would render it of little use. It seemed a considerable loss. No matter what, I have faith in myself. When the time comes, I shall ascend the 999 steps and acquire the finest treasures. Chen Luo grinned, confident that with the system at his disposal, his cultivation would surely soar. Ling Mo shot him an exasperated glance, remarking that it was not as simple as he imagined. The path of inquiry had only been opened for less than half a year. Could he truly reach the 10th stage of foundation establishment in such a brief period? Even if he did, the chances would be slim. Since the establishment of the inquiry sect, the highest ascent reached barely 800 steps. In the past 3 decades, fewer than 600 steps had been traversed. The prospect of reaching 999 steps was nearly impossible. If the path of inquiry were so easily traversable, the treasures left by the ancestors of the inquiry sect would have been long claimed. Most disciples were concentrated between the 300 to 500 steps, and to reach 600 steps was already a mark of extraordinary talent. Chen Luo possessed talent, but his cultivation was severely lacking. TCH, that old man, Su, is just pulling your leg. Chen Luo, Su remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Achieving the 10th stage of foundation establishment in half a year? Ridiculous. Chen Luo merely smiled. For him, reaching the 10th stage within half a year should not pose a challenge. Never mind. I shall first tackle the inner sect assessment before considering the path of inquiry. Chen Luo stretched lazily. Nothing was more pressing than entering the inner sect. Inner sect? You plan to enter the inner sect? The 3 friends cast astonished glances at Chen Luo. How could he even think of entering the inner sect after just joining the outer sect? During the inner sect assessment, the use of any high-grade treasures, aside from weapons, was prohibited. Chen Luo, currently at the 6th stage of body refinement, could not possibly reach the 10th stage in such a short span. The intersect assessment was merely 10 days away. The most shocked of all was Qin Xiying. Previously, Chen Luo had mentioned accompanying her to this year's intersect assessment. She had thought he was jesting, but now she realized he was serious. This was absolutely impossible. Achieving the 10th stage of body refinement in such a short time was exceedingly difficult. Chen Luo confidently replied, "Of course, I intend to enter the intersect this year. If I don't, Elder Shangwan won't grant me a spot on the path of inquiry." Su couldn't help but scoff. "Ha, that old drunkard is definitely toying with you." The other three fell silent, agreeing that Shangwan was indeed playing a trick on Chen Luo. Ascending 5 small realms in 10 days? What nonsense! Sister Qin and Sister Ling, you both plan to enter the intersect this year as well, right? We can support each other then, Chen Luo said, looking at Qin Xiying and Ling Yimo. Both had already met the standards for entering the intersect and merely needed to pass the assessment. Qin Xiying nodded, acknowledging that she had gained much from the inquiry cave this time, although she still had some distance to cover before reaching Foundation establishment. There should be a chance. Compared to Ling Yimo, however, Qin Xiying's opportunity to enter the intersect was considerably lower. After all, Ling Yimo was the strongest disciple of the outer sect. As long as those at the 10th stage of body refinement had not advanced to Foundation establishment, Ling Yimo was destined to enter the intersect. Chen Luo, you are merely at the 6th stage of body refinement. What possessed you to participate in the intersect assessment? Ling Yimo inquired curiously, finding Chen Luo's ambition somewhat fanciful. Chen Luo merely smiled mysteriously, offering no response. With such a substantial wealth of resources at his disposal, not only could he reach the 10th stage of body refinement, but even the Foundation establishment stage was within his grasp. The question of entering the inner sect of the Wenxian sect was trivial. In midair, Yang Foshan was flying towards the imperial city of the Tianyan Empire with Yang Tingyu. Sister, this fellow named Chen Luo is rather intriguing. It would be wise to engage with him more. He may prove beneficial in the future, Yang Foshan remarked while deftly maneuvering his sword. Yang Tingyu frowned slightly, suggesting that winning him over was unnecessary. Sufficient monetary reward would suffice. Upon hearing this, Yang Foshan paused, taken aback by her avarice. Relying solely on wealth cannot guarantee control over one's heart. Alternative methods are far more effective. Yang Foshan chuckled, his words laden with ulterior motives. Brother, why are you so preoccupied with such thoughts? Are you in such haste to marry me off? You are over 30 and still unmarried. Yang Tingyu rolled her eyes, well aware of the implications in Yang Foshan's words. Yang Foshan chuckled awkwardly, quickly diverting the topic. We must return swiftly. The imperial city has been quite unsettled lately. Once we are back, do your utmost to remain within the palace. The Tianyan Empire is on the brink of chaos. Chapter 90. I shall elevate you to the 10th stage of body refinement at once. Upon the return of the treasure ship to the Wenxian sect, the name Chen Luo reverberated throughout the outer sect. Who could have anticipated that a disciple of the Wenxian sect could defeat the formidable talents Yin Feng and Yang Lontian? Although the Wangsu body refinement technique ultimately did not belong to the Wenxian sect, the sect undeniably emerged as the brightest star during the recent expedition into the Wangsu cave. This is utterly delightful. After your newfound fame, a multitude will seek you out for sparring. If they best you, they can boast of surpassing Yin Feng and Yang Longdian. Su chuckled, unable to contain her mirth. Within half a day of his return, no fewer than 10 individuals had approached Chen Luo for challenges. Each sought to validate their own prowess. Yet, to Chen Luo, they were nothing more than a farce. Chen Luo slammed his palm against the table in frustration. These individuals wished for fame without the willingness to invest effort. They deserved to remain nameless. Were 100,000 copper coins an exorbitant sum? Simply trading 100,000 copper coins for a chance at notoriety was a tremendous bargain. Fame held no value for Chen Luo. He would rather exchange it for copper coins, as wealth far outweighed renown. Yet, these short-sighted individuals could not even part with that modest sum. What a collection of impoverished souls. Su rolled her eyes. 100,000 copper coins was indeed no trifling amount, and it was unlikely that these body refinement disciples possessed such wealth. Truly, they were asking for too much. The intersect disciple assessment was merely 2 days away, and you are only at the 6th stage of body refinement. It is likely you will not even qualify. What are you thinking? Su Dandan inquired with curiosity. How could Chen Luo possibly advance from the 6th stage of body refinement to the 10th stage in just a few days? These 4 small realms typically require at least a year of cultivation for ordinary disciples. Chen Luo grinned, about to respond, when a figure rushed into the courtyard. Chen Luo, Following the voice, Chen Luo turned to see the newcomer, who paused in surprise. It was none other than Chen Lin. She approached Chen Luo, gazing at him in astonishment. Elder Chen, what brings you here? Chen Luo asked with a smile. Chen Lin was among his earliest investors. Although her investment was modest, it laid a solid foundation for him. Such kind-hearted individuals were not easily forgotten by Chen Luo. Chen Lin rolled her eyes, feeling as though Chen Luo's words implied she was elderly. I never expected you to possess such remarkable abilities, defeating both Yin Feng and Yang Longtian. Si Yin informed me that you intend to participate in this year's Inner Sect Disciple Assessment. How can you, at the 6th stage of body refinement, take part in the Inner Sect evaluation? Do not fret. With your talents, you will undoubtedly enter the Inner Sect next year, Chen Lin remarked, her words laden with significance. Chen Luo had already demonstrated extraordinary potential, and by the time of the next Inner Sect assessment, he would surely achieve the 10th stage of body refinement, possibly even transcend a foundational establishment. Participating in the Inner Sect assessment next year was undoubtedly the best choice for Chen Luo. Elder Chen, I previously promised to protect Sister Chen. If I do not enter the Inner Sect, I will be unable to safeguard her, Chen Luo said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin furrowed her brow. Si Yin is also aiming to enter the Inner Sect this year? That girl never consults me. But Chen Luo, you are only at the 6th stage of body refinement. You must reach the 10th stage to qualify for the Inner Sect assessment. Do you really believe you can attain the 10th stage in just 2 days? To enter the Inner Sect, your cultivation must meet the minimum requirement of the 10th stage. Chen Luo's current cultivation level was far from sufficient. How could he possibly reach the 10th stage in 2 days? The 10th stage of body refinement? Is it truly that simple? Chen Luo shrugged nonchalantly. With such considerable wealth at his disposal, reaching the 10th stage was indeed not a burden. Chen Lin shot him an exasperated glance. It is not as easy as you think. If you could achieve the 10th stage merely by talking, I would grant you any request. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled. Is this not an opportunity that has presented itself, Elder Chen? You said so yourself. Is it not merely the 10th stage of body refinement? Elevate me. Consuming 1,500 wealth points, elevating to the 7th stage of body refinement. Consuming 4,000 wealth points, elevating to the 8th stage of body refinement. Consuming 10,000 wealth points, elevating to the 9th stage of body refinement. Consuming 20,000 wealth points, elevating to the 10th stage of body refinement. The aura within Chen Luo surged violently, ultimately stabilizing at the 10th stage of body refinement, expending a total of 35,500 wealth points. Beside them, Chen Lin and Su Dandan gazed in astonishment as Chen Luo's cultivation surged dramatically, their mouths agape in sheer disbelief. Could it be true that he had ascended to the 10th stage of body refinement merely through words? Such an absurdity seemed impossible. Chen Luo, tell me quickly, are you performing some kind of magic trick? Su Dandan exclaimed, circling around him in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, Chen Luo had astonishingly reached the 10th stage of body refinement, a feat that completely exceeded her comprehension. He had seemingly done nothing at all. Why had he suddenly advanced so remarkably? Chen Lin was equally stunned, perceiving Chen Luo as increasingly enigmatic. This young man, who had once worked under her, was truly a marvel. I obtained a great opportunity within the Wushu cave and have been concealing my true power, Chen Luo chuckled, dismissing their incredulity with a casual remark. How could he possibly reveal to the 2 women that he possessed a system? If word got out, it would attract the attention of formidable beings vying for his power, which would spell disaster for him. Chen Lin exhaled deeply, acknowledging that the Wushu cave was indeed rich in opportunities that could significantly enhance Chen Luo's strength. However, his abrupt rise to the 10th stage of body refinement was still astonishing. Perhaps his talent was far more terrifying than she had previously imagined. Well then, you truly are impressive, Chen Lin remarked with a wry smile. Given Chen Luo's current status, there was little more to discuss. However, the inter-sex assessments were far from the safety of the outer-sex trials. The inter-sect assessments often resulted in casualties and sometimes even death among the disciples. You must exercise caution and prioritize your life. It is far more valuable than merely entering the inter-sect, she cautioned, her tone shifting to one of gravity, reminiscent of a worried mother. This was advice not only meant for Chen Luo, but also a message she intended to convey to Chen Xin upon her return. Both of them were only at the 10th stage of body refinement and not guaranteed a secure entry into the inter-sect. There was no need to push themselves excessively for a spot. They could still have the opportunity next year. Rest assured, Elder Chen, I have absorbed the Wushu Immortal Bone, and my physique can withstand the foundation establishment stage. I will ensure Sister Chen's safety. We will certainly gain entry into the inter-sect. Chen Luo confidently patted his chest. Even if he encountered someone at the foundation establishment stage, he was unafraid. If it came to a fight he could not win, he could simply ascend to that stage himself. However, Reaching the foundation establishment stage required a staggering 100,000 wealth points, an amount that was not insignificant. With the remaining wealth points he could barely manage to reach the first stage of foundation establishment. Very well, I trust you. I leave Xian in your care, Chen Lin said, and please take care of her once you enter the inner sect. She then presented him with a beautiful azure longsword, intricately engraved with a dragon motif, exuding an aura of majesty. The azure dragon sword. Elder Chen, is this not your own weapon? Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the sword. It was a mid-grade 4th-tier treasure. How generous of Chen Lin. The azure dragon sword was once my weapon of choice, but I now wield a 4th-tier sword. You have taken advantage of my goodwill, so you must take good care of Xian. Should anything happen to her, I will undoubtedly hold you accountable first. Qin Xian cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luo. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he was dependable in his actions. At the very least, whenever she entrusted him with a task, he completed it promptly. Rest assured, Elder Qin, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Chen Luo declared. His gaze fixated on the azure dragon sword in his hands, far superior to the ink pattern sword. As a mid-tier treasure, this sword had bestowed upon him a wealth value of 50,000. Chen Lin shot him a reproachful look. Tomorrow marks the deadline for the inner door assessment. You should hurry and register. Tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately dashed off. Why didn't you say so earlier? I almost missed it. His voice had barely faded when he vanished from sight. Su Dandan quickly ran after him, her excitement palpable. Chen Lin could only shake her head in exasperation. This fellow had to reach Su Mountain for the inner door assessment. Chen Luo and Su Dandan hurried to the Elder Hall at Su Mountain to sign up for the inner disciple examination. As Chen Luo entered the hall, many gazes fell upon him, rife with curiosity. Is this Chen Luo, the one who defeated Yan Feng and Yang Longtian? It is he. From the moment he joined the sect of inquiry, I sensed his extraordinary demeanor. He is undoubtedly a figure of potential. Nonsense. I believe it is the sect of inquiry that has bestowed upon him numerous 4th-tier treasures, enabling him to triumph over Yan Feng and Yang Longtian. How could a newly initiated disciple possess such capabilities? Indeed, the sect of inquiry has invested heavily in Chen Luo. Surely no one genuinely believes he is formidable? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Presently, Chen Luo was quite the celebrity among the outer disciples of the sect of inquiry. Yet, he paid little mind to their chatter. In just a few days, he would be an inner disciple. There was no need to stoop to the level of outer disciples. As Chen Luo and Su Dandan stepped into the Elder Hall, a figure emerged just in time. Oh, Senior Sister Qin. Chen Luo recognized Qin Xian at once. Qin Xian looked at Chen Luo with surprise. His presence here undoubtedly indicated he was there to register for the inner disciple examination. You are here to sign up? But you must be at the 10th level of body refinement to qualify, she stated, unaware that Chen Luo had already attained that level. How could he possibly reach the 10th level in just a few days? Even the most talented prodigies of Tianyin Prefecture would find it impossible. Chen Luo began to respond when another figure rushed out of the Elder Hall. Xian, wait for me. Xiaomu hurriedly caught up to Qin Xian. The expression on her face was noticeably less cheerful. What an unwelcome shadow. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Xiaomu was taken aback. What brings you to the registration for the inner disciple assessment, Junior Brother Chen? I have heard of your remarkable exploits in the Inquiry Cave. They are truly astonishing. How splendid for our asking immortal sect. Xiaomu coughed lightly, feigning a smile. Chen Luo chuckled. It's nothing, merely that my opponent is too weak. Too weak? Xiaomu paused, momentarily taken aback. Chen Luo remained as shameless as ever. But, Junior Brother Chen, why are you here instead of at your Haishan? Are you perhaps intending to participate in the inner sect disciples assessment? I must remind you, even with some background from the asking immortal sect, one must reach the 10th stage of body refinement to become an inner disciple. Your current 6th stage of body refinement is insufficient, Xiaomu remarked, his tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Chen Luo's performance in the Asking Void Cave had been truly remarkable. It was only natural to suppress him with cultivation level. This time, he must enter the inner sect alongside Qin Siyuan and leave Chen Luo far behind. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Xiao. But there is no need for your concern. I have long since attained the 10th stage of body refinement, Chen Luo replied, grinning as he exuded the aura of the 10th stage. As this energy emanated, both Qin Siyuan and Xiaomu widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. How could it be? Chen Luo had actually reached the 10th stage of body refinement. This is inconceivable. Just days ago, he was at the 6th stage. How could he progress so rapidly? Junior Brother Chen truly is extraordinary. I am in awe. Xiaomu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with jealousy. How could Chen Luo cultivate so quickly? It was utterly absurd. Was this fellow perhaps a chosen one? Sister Qin, I shall go register first, Chen Luo said. noticing the look of utter disbelief on Xiaomu's face, and he couldn't help but smile. Xiaomu was indeed quite petty. Very well, I shall return now. See you during the intersect assessment, Chen Luo nodded, still reeling from the shock. Chen Luo continually astonished her. This man was simply unfathomable. Sister, you have a keen eye to recognize Chen Luo's exceptional nature. Truly impressive. All right, see you then. Chen Luo nodded and promptly led Su Dandan into the Elder Hall. After Chen Luo entered, Chen Luo cast a glance at Xiaomu and immediately left. Compared to someone like Xiaomu, Chen Luo was undeniably outstanding. This man truly stirred peculiar feelings within her. Inside the Elder Hall, a middle-aged man sat in a chair, idly toying with a brush in his hands. Elder, I wish to register for the inner disciple assessment. Chen Luo suddenly appeared before the desk, addressing the elder. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Looking up in surprise at Chen Luo. You are Chen Luo? Now a well-known figure in the outer sect, how could the elder not recognize him? Indeed. It is I, Chen Luo smiled, surprised by his own notoriety. The elder scrutinized Chen Luo, and upon noticing that he had reached the 10th stage of body refinement, his eyes widened in astonishment. Just during the asking void cave, Chen Luo had only been at the 6th stage. Just a few days later, Chen Luo has reached the 10th stage of body refinement. How has this fellow managed his cultivation? Impressive. It is indeed my first time witnessing such rapid advancement in a disciple. Young man, your future is boundless. The elder chuckled, shaking his head as he inscribed Chen Luo's name. Truly a little prodigy. Elder, what is the process for the intersect assessment? Chen Luo inquired with curiosity. Being aware of the assessment procedure in advance would allow for adequate preparation. After setting down his brush, the elder explained, the intersect assessment consists of only 2 stages. The first stage is a chaotic brawl, from which only 20 individuals will advance to the 2nd stage. The 2nd stage involves personal challenges. And the final 10 remaining will become intersect disciples. The process is not overly complicated, but unlike the outer sect assessments, one must possess sufficient strength to enter the intersect. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, grasping the assessment's procedure. Only by being formidable enough to instill fear in others can one ensure a place in the intersect. Those foundation-building disciples likely need not lift a finger to gain entry. It all comes down to sheer strength. Chapter 92, The Intersect Assessment. Even the Grand Elder has arrived. Outrageous. 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 Xiaomu stormed back to his courtyard. Zhang He, seated within, immediately rose upon seeing Xiaomu's arrival. Brother Xiao, congratulations on your imminent entry into the intersect. Once you join, you will surely win over that Chen Luo. Zhang He exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Who wouldn't want a friend among the intersect disciples? However, Xiaomu glared angrily at Zhang He, causing him to tremble in fear. That gaze is quite intimidating. What is the matter? Brother Xiao, you have reached the 10th stage of body refinement. You should have registered. Zhang He asked perplexedly, unable to comprehend Xiaomu's fury. Entering the intersect alongside Chen Luo was precisely what Xiaomu had long desired. Fuming, Xiaomu sat down, clenching his fists tightly. It was that Chen Luo. He has actually attained the 10th stage of body refinement. If that brat enters the intersect, what chance do I have? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang He's eyes widened in shock. What? How is that possible? Chen Luo just entered the outer sect. How could he reach the 10th stage of body refinement in such a short time? Xiaomu exhaled slowly, gradually calming the anger within him. Just the thought of Chen Luo's face ignited his fury. I have no idea what methods he employed to ascend to the 10th stage in such a brief period. I have heard he defeated Yin Feng and Yang Langtian. At present, I am likely no match for Chen Luo. Xiaomu was infuriated by the fact that he was now inferior to Chen Luo. How could this lowly servant, born of humble origins, cultivate so swiftly? Zhang He rolled his eyes and immediately suggested, Brother Xiao, how about I find a few individuals to challenge Chen Luo during the intersect assessment? He has just reached the 10th stage of body refinement. His strength must surely be lacking. Upon hearing Zhang He's words, Xiaomu nodded thoughtfully. This indeed was a clever strategy. As long as Chen Luo did not enter the intersect, all would be well. After spending a year in the intersect, Chen Luo would surely forget about Chen Luo. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Do not hesitate to ask for anything you require, Xiaomu promptly declared. Zhang He smiled broadly. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, I too harbor disdain for that Chen Luo. I will ensure he does not achieve his desire to enter the intersect. Let him not even pass the first hurdle. On the day of the intersect assessment, the martial arena at Shushan was already brimming with spectators. Among them were not only outer sect disciples but also numerous intersect disciples. The presence of intersect disciples was merely to gauge the caliber of this year's newcomers. It was Zhang Yi from the intersect's questioning Immortals ranking. He actually came to observe the selection of intersect disciples. Not only Zhang Yi, but several other prodigies from the questioning immortals ranking were present, with Zhang Yi holding the highest rank at 50. Heavens, how did such illustrious talents from the inner sect attend this year's assessment? Perhaps it was related to that outer sect disciple named Chen Luo. Who? Chen Luo? Was he not merely at the 6th stage of body refinement? However, Chen Luo has already reached the 10th stage of body refinement. His fame was established through his battle in the illusory cave. His participation in the inner sect assessment would undoubtedly cause a sensation among the inner sect disciples. The crowd was abuzz, speculating why these inner sect prodigies had gathered here. Previous assessments had not attracted such an audience. Zhang Yi stood with arms crossed at the edge of the martial arena, coldly observing the proceedings. His attendance at this year's inner sect assessment was indeed due to Chen Luo. To have defeated Yin Feng and Yang Longdian, and to have reached the 10th stage of body refinement in such a short span, how could such a figure go unnoticed? This Chen Luo is destined to enter the questioning immortals ranking in the future. Brother Zhang, several figures suddenly approached, led by Yang Qian. Zhang Yi glanced at Yang Qian and nodded indifferently. Yang Qian was also a disciple on the questioning immortals ranking, but ranked much lower at 98. Were it not for Yang Qian's status as the son of a prince, Zhang Yi would hardly spare him a second glance. May I inquire why Brother Zhang has come to this year's intersect assessment? A person of your stature should not be interested in these junior disciples. Yang Qian inquired. Zhang Yi, ranked 50 on the questioning immortals ranking, had already attained the 9th stage of foundation establishment. Once Zhang Yi reached the 10th stage, he would be poised to challenge the top 30 on the ranking. Such a talent should not be underestimated. For Chen Luo, Zhang Yi's response was succinct. This answer momentarily stunned Yang Qian, as he had not anticipated that both Zhang Yi and he had their sights set on the same person. After a brief hesitation, Yang Qian could not help but chuckle. Indeed, Chen Luo is a genius. However, this year's positions in the inner sect are not meant for him. Hearing Yang Qian's words, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance in his direction. Could it be that Yang Qian intended to set a trap for Chen Luo? Humph, a despicable individual. How tiresome. Zhang Yi snorted coldly and turned away from Yang Qian. Yang Qian shot a glare at Zhang Yi, his face turning an ashen hue. Were it not for the fact that he could not best Zhang Yi, he would have acted long ago. Nevertheless, I shall not hold it against you. Today, I am determined to utterly dismantle Chen Luo. Yang Qian glared fiercely at the martial arts arena. His animosity towards Chen Luo stemmed not only from personal grievances, but also from deeper implications involving the royal family of the Tianyun dynasty. Within the royal lineage, there were those who wished for Chen Luo's demise. As Yang Qian envisioned the pitiful sight of Chen Luo begging for mercy, his target finally came into view. Chen Luo. Chen Luo was entering the martial arts arena, laughing and conversing with Qin Siyuan, and Ling Imo trailing behind them was Xiaomu, wearing a face of resentment. Other disciples participating in the inner sect examination also entered the arena, totaling 48 individuals. Among these 48, 2 were in the foundation establishment stage. These 2 were undoubtedly the strongest disciples of the outer sect in this examination. Ling Imo, are you not the strongest of the outer sect? Chen Luo inquired. His curiosity piqued as he looked toward Ling Imo. Ling Imo had always been hailed as the mightiest outer sect disciple in the Wuxian sect. He wondered who would emerge victorious in a confrontation against those in the foundation establishment stage. It's merely the initial stage of foundation establishment. I have slain more than one. Ling Imo replied with a grin, her confidence evident. Chen Luo raised his thumb in admiration. She was indeed formidable. They will not target me. But you should be cautious. If those 2 set their sights on you, your chances of entering the inner sect will be dashed, Ling Imo cautioned. For her own fearlessness did not extend to Chen Luo and Qin Siyuan. After all, the chasm between the foundation establishment and the body refinement stage was vast, and few could transcend such a divide. I fear them not, Chen Luo chuckled. Both Ling Imo and Qin Siyuan rolled their eyes at him simultaneously. It appeared his boastful nature was unlikely to change. Silence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar commanded the attention of all present. The crowd looked up to see Mo. He standing in midair, poised atop his sword. Typically, Mo he presided over the inner sect assessments, but this occasion felt markedly different. After his proclamation, Mo he stepped aside, and a burly man, wielding a colossal axe, soared into the central expanse of the martial arts arena. Upon seeing this man, the disciples gasped in astonishment. Wasn't he the Supreme Elder? Why was Elder Tai present here? This was utterly absurd. The fact that the Supreme Elder had been summoned for this inner sect assessment was unprecedented. Who could possibly warrant such attention? Many gazes shifted toward Chen Luo. For aside from him, they could hardly fathom who else could draw such a grand spectacle. Chapter 93. There is no need. I will face 10 alone. It was peculiar that Elder Tai he would personally oversee this inner sect assessment. Why would such a high-ranking elder need to take charge? Qin Siyuan pondered. Her gaze fixed on Elder Tai He suspended in the air. An elder of Tai He's stature was indeed a top-tier powerhouse within the Wuxian sect. Such an extraordinary master seldom makes an appearance. It is indeed quite astonishing that he has come to personally preside over the intersect assessment. Could it possibly be because of me? Am I truly that exceptional? Chen Luo grinned from the side. Qin Siyuan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luo. The likelihood is rather slim. Your inquiries regarding the Void Cave are indeed remarkable, yet they do not warrant the attention of a venerable elder to such an extent. I fear that this intersect assessment may involve some extraordinary circumstances. Extraordinary circumstances? Chen Luo scratched his head and looked up at Tai He, who was intently observing the disciples below, his expression unexpectedly revealing disappointment. What could this mean? Silence. He bellowed once more, and the crowd fell completely silent. Tai He cleared his throat, adopting an exceptionally grave tone. Before the intersect assessment begins, I have an important matter to discuss. All eyes turned towards Tai He, for his presence at the intersect assessment clearly signified a crucial announcement. 10 days hence, the Blood Valley sect has extended an invitation for us to engage in a friendly contest. The participants will be our newly appointed direct disciples and newly initiated intersect disciples. This matter concerns the reputation of our sect. Should we suffer a humiliating defeat, we shall lose face throughout Tianyan Prefecture. Upon hearing this news, the disciples were filled with fervor. How audacious of the Blood Valley sect to invite disciples from the Wenxian sect for a contest. Such overconfidence is remarkable. Rest assured, venerable elder, we shall undoubtedly restore the majesty of the Wenxian sect, proclaimed Zhang Kuang, one of the 2 Foundation establishment disciples. Following his declaration, the others echoed in unison. Restore the majesty of the Wenxian sect. Tai furrowed his brow. If he had confidence in this group of disciples, he would not feel so troubled. There were only 2 Foundation establishment disciples, a number that was barely half of what the Blood Valley sect possessed. How could they compete? The only glimmer of hope he held was in Chen Luo, who had risen to fame following the battle in the Void Cave. If Chen Luo could reach the Foundation establishment stage, the Wenxian sect might still have a chance. Tai fixed his gaze on Chen Luo and then produced a pair of silver gauntlets. The eyes of the disciples were instantly captivated by these gauntlets, which were indeed 4th-grade treasures. For whom were the venerable elder presenting these? The most exhilarated were the 2 Foundation establishment disciples, for among them, one would surely be the recipient of the gauntlets. Chen Luo. Tai suddenly called out Chen Luo's name. All turned to Chen Luo, their expressions a mix of confusion and envy. Chen Luo? Why him? Surely the venerable elder does not intend for Chen Luo to lead the team? This fellow is not even guaranteed to become an intersect disciple. Why not Zhang Kuang or Gao Yin? Has Chen Luo received special treatment? This reeks of foul play. Just wait until Chen Luo is eliminated. I wonder how the Wenxian sect will save face. Zhang Kuang and Gao Yin, the 2 Foundation establishment disciples, were similar expressions of bewilderment. Chen Luo had indeed performed admirably in the Void Cave, yet this was the intersect assessment, where the true backbone must be the Foundation establishment disciples. Taiha presented the 4th-grade arm guard to Chen Luo, an act that sparked considerable dissent. Silence, he bellowed, and the crowd fell into an uneasy quiet. This arm guard was a reward bestowed upon Chen Luo for his exceptional performance in the Void Cave, courtesy of the Wuxian sect. Should anyone dispute this, they were welcome to challenge the sect for recognition. The Wuxian sect would surely not be stingy with their rewards. With this declaration, all murmurs ceased, for they had nothing left to say. Chen Luo accepted the arm guard, feeling a surge of wealth amounting to 30,000 points, and returned to the side of Qin Siyuan with a satisfied smile. Alas, as a person of such modest demeanor, I find myself ill at ease in such ostentatious circumstances. Witnessing the envious gazes of those around me is truly unbearable, he sighed as he stored away the arm guard. Qin Siyuan and Ling Mo exchanged exasperated glances. This fellow really does have a penchant for self-aggrandizement. Humph. What does it matter if he possesses a 4th-grade treasure? The intersect assessment prohibits the use of any treasures, elixirs, or formations. All weapons must be those provided by the sect, focusing solely on one's innate strength, murmured Xiao Mu from the back. Despite his words, a twinge of envy lingered in his heart for Chen Luo's acquisition of such a treasure. After all, for disciples in the body refinement stage, a 4th-grade treasure was undoubtedly a significant advantage. Enough, Taiha suddenly shouted. Let the intersect assessment commence. As he spoke, he waved his arm, enveloping the entire martial arena within a spiritual array. Within this array, all disciples were barred from using treasures, elixirs, or any other artifacts, relying solely on their own abilities. The 48 disciples dispersed, casting wary glances at one another. Chen Luo, given your earlier display, Be cautious of those who may conspire against you, Chen Luo cautioned. Glancing at him, the first stage of the inner sect assessment did not restrict numbers, and the elders would only consider the results. The final 20 remaining would advance to the second stage. Surely my character is too virtuous for anyone to target me? Chen Luo replied, just as he noticed a group approaching him with intent. This group was clearly converging upon him. Are you certain your character is virtuous? Chen Luo furrowed her brow upon seeing the 10 individuals. With only 48 participants present, a coalition of 10 intent on confronting Chen Luo was indeed alarming. My character cannot be that poor, Chen Luo retorted. I practice diligently and perform good deeds daily. How could I have enemies? We can hold off at most 4 of them, Ling Mo interjected, stepping forward. In this scenario, where no treasures could be used and all opponents were of the same realm, being able to fend off 2 was already a commendable display of strength. It remained uncertain whether Chen Luo could handle the remaining 6 on his own. No need. I am not a soft persimmon, Chen Luo declared, waving his hand and striding forward, unperturbed. Seeing Chen Luo's confidence, Qin Xian and Ling Mo quietly observed from the side, waiting for the right moment to intervene when Chen Luo appeared to falter. How arrogant! To think he could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Does he truly believe himself invincible? Shamu could not help but chuckle from behind. These individuals had been procured by Zhang He at a cost of 30,000 copper coins. Having spent such a substantial sum, he was determined to oust Chen Luo from the inner sect assessment. Qin Xian turned to Xiaomu, her tone sharpening. Xiaomu, these people aren't your doing, are they? In this context, only Xiaomu had a grievance against Chen Luo. Who else could it be but him? Upon hearing Qin Xian's inquiry, Xiaomu quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, how could it be me? I would never conspire against junior brother Chen. I believe it's Chen Luo's arrogance that has ruffled everyone's feathers. Xian, I suggest you distance yourself from him to avoid being dragged down. Xiaomu was keen to keep Qin Xian unaware of his covert machinations, as it would tarnish his reputation. However, his words only deepened Qin Xian's suspicions of him. What a shameless fellow. Chapter 94. It doesn't matter. I simply find you unpleasant. This young man, having just reached the 10th stage of body refinement, has already provoked so many? He frowned in frustration as he witnessed Chen Luo encircled by 10 disciples, attempting to triumph over multiple opponents solely with one's own strength, especially without any treasures at one's disposal, is exceedingly challenging. Having just attained the 10th stage of body refinement, Chen Luo would likely struggle against so many opponents of the same realm. Yet, this Chen Luo is indeed remarkable, with a foundational physique. He is likely unmatched among those in the body refinement stage, remarked Taihe with a smile. A foundational physique would enable Chen Luo to dominate in the body refinement stage, as long as those 2 disciples of the foundational stage do not intervene. Chen Luo shall have no rivals. A foundational physique? His eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chen Luo's gains within the Void Cave would be so substantial. Not only had he reached the 10th stage of body refinement, but he had also acquired a foundational physique. He had underestimated him. However, since Chen Luo had yet to reach the foundational stage, his chances against the disciples of the Blood Valley sect seemed slim. He sighed in resignation. There exists an immense chasm between the foundational and body refinement stages, a gap that is arduous to bridge solely through personal strength. Without high-grade treasures, the odds of victory are almost non-existent. While Chen Luo possessed far more treasures than the average disciple, the prodigies of the Blood Valley sect also wield high-grade artifacts. Without entering the foundational stage, victory would be elusive for Chen Luo. If Chen Luo manages to successfully enter the inner sect, I shall lend him a hand. I will have those elders concoct a foundational pill. Tai furrowed his brow, now placing all hopes upon Chen Luo. As for Zheng Kuang and Gao Yin, they were still not worthy. In fact, Ling Mo's prowess is also quite formidable, he suddenly interjected. As the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, he was well aware of Ling Mo's reputation. Ling Mo was esteemed as the foremost among the Outer Sect, her strength undoubtedly formidable. Taihe smiled and said, all right, I shall request one more. However, the condition is that they must all enter the inner gate. Without entry, they lack even the qualification to approach the Blood Valley sect, rendering any rewards moot. These 10 disciples represent Chen Luo's first hurdle. If they cannot overcome this challenge, all efforts will be in vain. At that moment, Chen Luo stood at the center of the 10 individuals, who encircled him with mockery in their eyes. Hold on, don't engage yet. Allow me to handle this. One declared confidently. Why should we let you? I alone can take care of this fellow. Another chimed in. Let me step forward. With one strike, I can resolve this. Before any physical confrontation commenced, a quarrel erupted among them. The news of Chen Luo's victory over Yin Feng and Yang Longtian had spread like wildfire among the outer sect. How could these individuals be unaware? However, previously, Chen Luo had only reached the 6th stage of body refinement, rendering any challenges against him unrecognized. Now that Chen Luo stood at the same level as they, it was an opportune moment for them to defeat him and gain renown. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. You gentlemen are so humble. Why not all come at me together? Let us not waste time. Upon hearing this, the 10 burst into laughter. Chen Luo, you've only just reached the 10th stage of body refinement. Where does your confidence stem from? Another taunted. Exactly. You merely relied on treasures to fortuitously defeat Yin Feng and Yang Longdian. Do you truly believe yourself invincible among equals? Without your magical artifacts, what do you intend to use to contend with us? Your words? Although tales of Chen Luo's exploits had circulated throughout the outer sect, to most, he was merely perceived as having benefited from external advantages. Within the depths of the Shiankong cave, many had relied on high-quality artifacts to achieve combat prowess far exceeding their actual cultivation. Without the enhancement of such artifacts, how much strength could a newcomer like Chen Luo, just entering the 10th stage of body refinement, truly possess? Chen Luo, finding the situation tedious, shook his head and then raised a fist the size of a sandbag. Now, tell me, who instructed you to target me? I might consider sparing you a few punches. Chen Luo was more interested in uncovering who was orchestrating this. He didn't recognize any of these individuals. He had never even seen their faces. How could they possibly unite to act in concert without external influence? One among them scoffed. No way. Do you genuinely believe you can defeat us? Even if it were a one-on-one match, before he could finish, Chen Luo struck with lightning speed, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Before the 10 could comprehend the situation, Chen Luo's fist had already landed, unleashing the full force of his foundational body refinement. With a single blow to the abdomen, the individual shot into the air like a cannonball, breaking through the spiritual formation and crashing heavily outside the arena. The sight left the remaining 9 in a state of shock. What had just happened? They hadn't even seen it clearly. Holy cow. One-hit elimination? Chen Luo is actually that strong. It's the strength of a foundational body. No wonder he is so arrogant. This kid possesses some skill. I'm certain the Xian sect is secretly aiding Chen Luo. How is that fair? Chen Luo, born of humble origins, hardly seems deserving of such treatment. With his delicate features, one might wonder if he has secured the favor of a certain female elder from the inner sect. Onlookers outside gasped in astonishment, not expecting the first elimination to occur so swiftly. Faced with Chen Luo's formidable punch, the eliminated disciple stood utterly defenseless. Even Taihe was taken aback by the power of Chen Luo's strike. With a flawless third-tier body technique combined with a foundational physique, how many at the same level could withstand such a blow? Now, can you speak? Chen Luo cast a fierce glance at the other 9. They swallowed hard, stunned by the strength displayed by Chen Luo. What are we afraid of? We are 9, surely we can overpower him. A shout rang out, urging the group to attack together. After all, with such numerical advantage, even if Chen Luo's physique had reached the foundational stage, victory was not guaranteed. The others quickly joined the fray. Having accepted payment, they could not simply abandon their efforts. Seeing that they remained silent, Chen Luo's gaze hardened. He activated the thunder smoke step once more, unleashing a barrage of punches. With the overwhelming advantage of his technique and physique, the 9 opponents scarcely caught a glimpse of Chen Luo's afterimage before they were all knocked to the ground. In less than the span of a single incense stick, the 9 lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Chen Luo's fists were truly beyond the endurance of those in the body refining stage. This is quite intriguing. Zhang Kuang and Gao Yan stood at a short distance, observing Chen Luo's prowess with mild surprise. Both were in the foundational stage, and naturally, no one dared approach them. With nothing else to do, they watched to discern Chen Luo's true capabilities. His strength indeed instilled a sense of wariness in the two. However, the body refining stage was still the body refining stage. Even with a foundational physique, it could not be equated with those in the foundational stage. Will you speak or not? Chen Luo pressed his foot onto one person's palm, roaring fiercely. The individual cried out in pain, ignoring any notions of camaraderie. I'll talk. It was Zhang He. Zhang He paid us to do this. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately turned his gaze towards Xiaomu. This matter surely involved him. It was Timi. Xiaomu, witnessing Chen Luo's terrifying strength, dared not admit to anything and retreated in fear. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Whether you are involved or not is no longer important. I find you exceedingly displeasing. Chapter 95. A sneak attack? How shameless of the foundational stage. You, what do you intend to do? Chen Shidi, let us discuss this calmly. Xiaomu hastily retreated. Panic etched across his face as he looked at Chen Luo. If Ten could not halt Chen Luo, how could he dare to engage him alone? To confront Chen Luo would be akin to courting death. Chen Luo snorted coldly and leaped in front of Xiaomu. This terrified Xiaomu, causing him to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. With your lack of strength, you still wish to pursue senior sister Qin? Chen Luo gazed at the quaking Xiaomu, unable to suppress a laugh. One may lack power, but to lack spirit is utterly pathetic. How can a man lack resolve? I truly have my reasons. Chen Shidi, please spare me this time. Xiaomu quickly pleaded for mercy, as opportunities within the inner sect are rare, and he did not wish to be eliminated so soon. Reasons? Then save your excuses for next year. Chen Luo delivered a powerful kick to Xiaomu's chest. This strike was executed without any use of spiritual energy. His physical strength alone was enough to incapacitate Xiaomu. With a violent cough, Xiaomu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling out of the spiritual array and landing in a disheveled heap, unconscious. The onlookers could hardly bear to witness Xiaomu's miserable fate. His downfall was indeed tragic. The others within the spiritual array, witnessing Chen Luo's formidable strength, dared not confront him any further. The ability to take on 10 opponents single-handedly marked him as invincible among his peers. Intrigued, Zhang Yi observed Chen Luo's performance, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. A person of Chen Luo's caliber, once admitted to the inner sect, would undoubtedly achieve greatness. As his realm progressed, he would surely make his mark on the immortal ranking. The once monotonous inner sect finally had someone of interest. While Zhang Yi contemplated how to engage in a friendly spar with Chen Luo, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared beside him. Frowning, Zhang Yi turned to see the identity of the newcomer, his eyes widening in surprise. Wang Yunqi. How could he not recognize this woman? The 10th-ranked prodigy on the immortal ranking and the direct disciple of the esteemed elder Shang Wanjiu. What was such a remarkable genius doing here? Wang Yunqi cast a cursory glance at Zhang Yi before dismissively turning her gaze away. Her attention then fell upon Chen Luo. Curiosity evident in her expression. Master, why should I pay heed to this individual? He is still far from the golden core stage. Wang Yunqi muttered to herself before sitting down, yawning with indifference. Her arrival sent chills down Zhang Yi's spine. This direct disciple was notorious within the inner sect as a formidable sorceress. Those who attracted her attention seldom met a favorable end. Has she set her sights on Chen Luo? I should minimize my interactions with him to avoid drawing the ire of this sorceress. Trembling slightly, Zhang Yi cautiously stepped away from Wang Yunqi. Meanwhile, Chen Luo stood at the center of the martial arts arena, engaging in cheerful conversation with the two women. The number of participants within the spiritual array dwindled, leaving fewer than 30 remaining. It would not be long before this first round concluded. Chen Luo. I see Yang Qian has also arrived. That fellow must be coming for us. Qin Si Yuan observed Yang Qian on the platform. The conflict between them originated because of her. With Yang Qian present today, he was certainly not here merely to spectate. What is there to fear? With so many elders present, he wouldn't dare to take action. Chen Luo scoffed dismissively, not regarding Yang Qian in the slightest. The foundation stage has merely reached the 4th level, yet I shall soon surpass him. Do not underestimate Yang Qian. He wields considerable influence within the inner sect. The Wancheng gang, to which Yang Qian belongs, boasts numerous formidable figures listed on the Immortal Inquiry rankings. Ling Imo shook her head and remarked that after spending 3 years in the outer sect, she had garnered some understanding of the inner sect's dynamics. The Wancheng gang? Inner sect disciples can indeed establish their own factions? Chen Luo inquired, his ignorance regarding the inner sect quite apparent. Ling Imo nodded affirmatively, explaining that most high-quality missions are monopolized by the top-tier factions. Without aligning with a faction, it is exceedingly difficult to obtain lucrative tasks. The inner sect disciples present are scouting for suitable candidates to invite into their respective factions. Given your outstanding performance this time, you can be certain that invitations will come your way once you enter the inner sect. The competition within the inner sect of the Immortal Inquiry sect is far more intense than in the outer sect. Only those possessing extraordinary talent, robust enough to be invulnerable, can remain unaffected. Ordinary disciples must leap over this formidable threshold to gain entry into the inner sect. As Ling Imo concluded her explanation, the battle on the field finally came to a close. The remaining 20 individuals were the most exceptional disciples present. The next round would be of paramount importance. Should one fail to withstand the challenges posed by others, the opportunity to join the inner sect would be relinquished. Taihe rose. His expression noticeably brightened after observing the performances of those below. These disciples were not as inept as he had initially imagined, particularly Chen Luo, whose ability to contend single-handedly against 10 opponents was nothing short of astonishing. Once Chen Luo steps into the foundation stage, he will undoubtedly become a formidable asset. Let the second round commence. I am eager to see if anyone can continue to astonish me, Taihe proclaimed with a hearty laugh. If a few more exceptional disciples emerge, the Immortal Inquiry sect might stand a chance against the Blood Valley sect. After enduring the pressure from the Blood Valley sect for so many years, it is time to reclaim some dignity. The 20 disciples exchanged glances, none of them eager to make the first move. What is this? Is no one willing to take action? If no one dares, I shall initiate the first strike. Who gets eliminated is entirely up to me. Gao Yin smirked, his eyes scanning the others, except for Zhang Kuang. As a foundation stage disciple, he exuded absolute confidence. How could a refinement stage disciple hope to contend with a foundation stage one? The remaining disciples, hearing his words, darkened their expressions, resigned to the necessity of finding opponents. Observing the refinement stage disciples engage in combat, Gao Yin chuckled coldly, standing with his arms crossed. He needed only to watch as these weaker individuals fought for their spots. Zhang Kuang, do you have anyone in mind to target? Since we have time to spare, feel free to eliminate anyone that displeases you, Gao Yin said. Glancing at Zhang Kuang with a grin. Like him, Zhang Kuang was also at the foundation stage, possessing absolute strength on the field. They could easily dismiss anyone they found disagreeable. Zhang Kuang cast a sidelong glance at Gao Yin before turning his attention back to the stage. His focus was fixed squarely on Yang Qian. Yang Qian smiled faintly at Zhang Kuang. Upon receiving the directive, Zhang Kuang immediately directed his gaze towards Chen Luo. The individual Yang Qian had bribed was none other than Zhang Kuang. Stepping forward, Zhang Kuang raised his hand, igniting flames. Sensing the surge of Zhang Kuang's spiritual energy, Gao Yin quickly turned his attention, his expression one of astonishment. Was this merely talk, or was Zhang Kuang truly about to act? Who was the unfortunate soul in his sights? Suddenly, Zhang Kuang accelerated, his fiery hand launching forth with tremendous force, manifesting into a colossal flame-shaped appendage. Reminiscent of a ferocious beast rampaging through the arena, the crowd's attention was instantly captivated by Zhang Kuang's actions. He had indeed made a move. Following the trajectory of the flaming hand, the spectators turned their gaze, only to be astounded to discover that Zhang Kuang's target was Chen Luo. This young lad had provoked even Zhang Kuang? Incredible! A sneak attack? Noticing the oncoming fiery hand, Chen Luo swiftly retaliated with a fierce wind punch. A tempest erupted. The arena was engulfed in waves of fire. Boom. Chapter 96. Merely a test. Do they truly believe I cannot contend with the foundation establishment stage? Zhang Kuang. How could he strike at Chen Luo? Observing Zhang Kuang's assault on Chen Luo, he sprang to his feet in alarm. Under normal circumstances, a disciple at the foundation establishment stage would not trouble a disciple at the body refinement stage. After all, the disparity in cultivation levels was vast, unbecoming of a gentleman. Chen Luo's earlier performance certainly warranted admission to the inner sect. However, with Zhang Kuang's aggression, that was no longer certain. Should Chen Luo fail to enter the inner sect, it would undoubtedly be a loss for the Wenxian sect. Taihe, however, remained composed, gesturing dismissively. Zhang Kuang had not broken any rules. He was entitled to act thus. Whether Chen Luo could gain entry to the inner sect hinged on whether he could endure until only 10 remained. This could be deemed an evaluation of Chen Luo's capabilities. Taihe was quite accepting. Even if Chen Luo did not enter the inner sect, he would still receive substantial support from the Wenxian sect. Yet, the resources afforded to him would certainly be far more abundant within the inner sect. But how is this fair? He interjected, clearly agitated. Taihe merely smiled. In the path of cultivation, what is fairness? The strong are revered. Those lacking in strength naturally forfeit their resources. Chen Luo possesses great talent, yet we cannot alter the rules of the Wenxian sect, which have endured for millennia. Simply for him. He clenched his fists. With Taihe's stance made clear, he felt helpless. He could only hope Chen Luo would persevere. A foundation establishment stage cultivator like Zhang Kuang was certainly not easy to contend with. Ugh! Chen Luo spat, leaping from the flames, slightly disheveled. You, a foundation establishment cultivator, resorting to sneak attacks? Chen Luo glared at Zhang Kuang in indignation. Zhang Kuang, however, coldly lifted his chin, his tone dripping with disdain. Should you wish to enter the inner sect, it would be wise to withdraw quietly if you know what is good for you. Otherwise, do not expect me to show mercy. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instinctively looked towards Yang Qian. It was obvious that Yang Qian was behind this. Once he entered the inner sect, he would be sure to teach Yang Qian a lesson. Yang Qian naturally sensed Chen Luo's gaze and cast a mocking glance at him, as if to convey that challenging him would lead to an unfortunate end. Observing Yang Qian's audacity, Chen Luo let out a cold snort and turned his attention to Zhang Kuang. If you wish to prevent my entry into the inner sect, you are sorely mistaken about your qualifications. Zhang Kuang raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Chen Luo's audacity in his presence. You truly have no fear of repercussions. He sneered. You're simply asking for a beating. Should I happen to defeat you, do not blame me for not having warned you. With a sudden intensity, Zhang Kuang's eyes widened as he charged toward Chen Luo, his palm igniting with flames. The aura of the foundation establishment stage erupted, saturating the entire martial arena. Chen Luo inhaled sharply and retaliated with a punch aimed at the advancing Zhang Kuang. The two clashed at the center, their blows landing with resounding force. Relying on the advantage of his physical prowess, Chen Luo managed to hold his ground against Zhang Kuang, albeit with great difficulty. However, he could not sustain this for long. After all, Zhang Kuang was in the foundation establishment stage, and his physical strength was not significantly inferior to Chen Luo's, while he held a considerable advantage in spiritual power. Outside the arena, a commotion ensued. The duel between Chen Luo and Zhang Kuang was undoubtedly the highlight of this intersect assessment. Battles at the foundation establishment stage were a rare spectacle. Zhang Kuang's decision to confront Chen Luo suggested that the latter must have offended too many people. The sheer strength of Chen Luo's physique was astonishing, allowing him to withstand Zhang Kuang's attacks. What a monster! Yet, what advantage did brute strength hold when faced with such a vast difference in cultivation? It seemed that this year, Chen Luo would have no chance of entering the intersect. Zhang Kuang, render Chen Luo incapable. Let this fellow learn humility. All eyes were fixated on the two combatants, with no one paying attention to the others. Zhang Kuang's offensive was exceptionally fierce. He unleashed a third-tier martial technique right from the outset, clearly aiming to subdue Chen Luo with utmost swiftness. Chen Luo continuously retreated, employing the wind palm to counter Zhang Kuang's onslaught. Indeed, facing a foundation establishment practitioner proved to be quite a challenge. After experiencing Zhang Kuang's might, Chen Luo came to a clearer understanding of the strength possessed by those who had just entered the foundation establishment stage, without relying on treasures. It was truly arduous to contend with such cultivators. Chen Luo, you have provoked someone you should not have. Even if you manage to enter the intersect, your time will be short-lived. I advise you to leave the Winston sect. Better yet, depart from Tianyan Prefecture altogether, Zhang Kuang stated coldly. His words appeared to be a threat, but were, in reality, a warning to Chen Luo. Like Chen Luo, he lacked any influential backing. The fate of those who offended the disciples of prominent families was invariably grim. Leave the Winston sect? Certainly. If Yang Qian provides me with 100,000 copper coins, I shall depart immediately. Chen Luo retorted with a grin, dismissing Zhang Kuang's words entirely. How could he fear Yang Qian? Chen Luo had never considered Yang Qian a stumbling block on his path to cultivation, viewing him merely as a small stone in his way. Humph, how utterly laughable. You will certainly not enter the intersect today, Zhang Kuang declared with a chilling voice, flames erupting from his body, elevating the surrounding temperature to a terrifying degree. These flames could even suppress the spiritual power within Chen Luo. Then I must apologize. This inner door, I must enter. With a thunderous roar, Chen Luo was enveloped in crimson patterns, signaling his earnestness. As he unleashed the volcanic technique, his aura surged rapidly, transcending the foundation establishment stage and ultimately halting at the second level of foundation establishment. Zhang Kuang, noticing the transformation in Chen Luo's cultivation, was utterly bewildered. How did he suddenly break through to the second level of foundation establishment? The audience outside gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Initially, they had assumed Chen Luo was bound to lose, yet who would have anticipated that he still possessed a hidden card, a secret method capable of enhancing his cultivation? The second level of foundation establishment. Chen Luo had concealed his depth remarkably well. How had he cultivated the secret method to perfection? It was astonishing. After all, secret techniques are external aids. Zhang Kuang might not necessarily be defeated. Absurdity. Chen Luo, at the 10th level of body refinement, could contend with Zhang Kuang. Now that he had reached the second level of foundation establishment, what could Zhang Kuang employ to prevail? The sudden surge in Chen Luo's strength left everyone present in shock. Even Tai He felt a profound sense of astonishment. How had he managed to perfect the secret technique at such a young age? Even among the most favored disciples, few could achieve this. Zhang Kuang stared at Chen Luo in disbelief, feeling somewhat at a loss. You indeed possess some skill. However, I will fulfill my promise. Zhang Kuang bellowed once more, his flames flaring even more brilliantly. At that moment, he resembled a fiery titan, charging towards Chen Luo with great strides. Chen Luo calmly lifted his head, lightning crackling at his feet, his speed reaching its zenith. He then unleashed a kick, so swift that Zhang Kuang could not perceive it with the naked eye. Zhang Kuang's eyes widened in shock as he realized the disparity between himself and Chen Luo. It turned out that Chen Luo had merely been testing the waters, not taking it seriously at all. With a resounding thud, a horizontal kick sent Zhang Kuang flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The audience erupted once more, stunned by Chen Luo's formidable prowess. Zhang Kuang could not even withstand a single move from Chen Luo. Was this truly his real strength? As Chen Luo descended gracefully, he cast a glance at the fallen Zhang Kuang. He did not strike with excessive force. Zhang Kuang deserved to enter the inner door. However, he would have to pay a price. Yang Qian must have given you quite a sum, right? Hand it over, and consider it your apology. Chapter 97, Apprenticeship? Not just choosing someone wealthy. I admit defeat. Zhang Kuang sighed helplessly. Outmatched, he had nothing more to say. Even if Chen Luo did not seize the money, Yang Qian would surely reclaim it. Chen Luo accepted the pouch of coins Zhang Kuang offered, opening it to find a staggering 20,000 copper coins. Yang Qian truly was generous. After securing the coins, Chen Luo looked up with a smile towards Yang Qian's location. Yang Qian stood up in fury, his expression contorted with frustration. Not only had he failed to expel Chen Luo from the inner door examination, but he also could not retrieve the money given to Zhang Kuang. What a loss. Useless. Not even capable of dealing with a mere body refinement stage. Yang Qian exclaimed in anger before sweeping his sleeves and departing. To confront Chen Luo again, he could only act within the inner sect. After Yang Qian left, Chen Luo cast a glance at Zhang Kuang, who lay on the ground. If I do not throw you out of the ring, preserving your status as an inner sect disciple, would you not owe me a favor, both in sentiment and reason? Chen Luo smiled widely. Zhang Kuang, bewildered, gazed at Chen Luo. Wasn't the copper coins given to him a form of compensation? How did he still owe Chen Luo a favor? Frowning, he considered his inner disciple status, which was firmly in Chen Luo's grasp. To retain this status, he had no choice but to heed Chen Luo's words. What do you want me to do? Zhang Kuang gritted his teeth and inquired. Chen Luo flashed a grin, then crouched down, whispering a few words into Zhang Kuang's ear. Afterward, he rose and departed. Zhang Kuang remained seated, dumbfounded as he watched Chen Luo's retreating figure. This guy is indeed as despicable as the rumors suggest. Impressive. I never expected Zhang Kuang to fall at your hands, Ling Mo couldn't help but exclaim as she observed Chen Luo approaching. Though she was confident in her ability to defeat those at the Foundation establishment stage, she could never match Chen Luo's overwhelming prowess in battle. Ling Mo excelled in assassination, and her combat effectiveness would significantly diminish in direct confrontation. Let us wait for the others to finish, Chen Luo said with a smile. Surveying the surroundings where only 12 individuals remained. Once 2 more were eliminated, the slots for the inner disciples would be secured. Chen Luo, look at that woman. She seems to have been watching you closely. Qin Ziyin suddenly leaned closer to Chen Luo, pointing discreetly at a woman outside the arena. During Chen Luo's battle with Zhang Kuang, Qin Ziyin had been observing from the sidelines. Once the assessment concluded, it was certain someone would extend an invitation to Chen Luo, and she wanted to see if there were any notable factions involved. To her surprise, she discovered that Wang Yunqi had been fixated on Chen Luo, and the way she looked at him was evidently different. Chen Luo followed Qin Ziyin's gaze and confirmed that the woman was indeed a beauty. Perhaps she finds me handsome, he mused with a smile, shrugging. Was it not natural for such a charming display to attract female admirers? Qin Ziyin rolled her eyes, as a woman herself. She could ascertain that Wang Yunqi's gaze towards Chen Luo was not one of admiration. Isn't she Wang Yunqi? If she truly has an eye for you, you could dominate the inner sect. However, if she has set her sights on you, I suggest you leave the Wuxian sect and lay low for a while. Ling Mo, upon spotting Wang Yunqi, immediately turned to Chen Luo. Chen Luo looked at Ling Mo in surprise. Is she that formidable? Golden Core. Direct disciple. Ling Mo uttered just 4 words. In those mere 4 words, Chen Luo grasped just how extraordinary Wang Yunqi was. Achieving Golden Core at such a young age and becoming a direct disciple of the Wuxian sect was no small feat. Wang Yunqi possesses an extraordinary talent, undoubtedly ranking among the elite within the Wuxian sect. In the short term, Chen Luo lacks the capacity to rival her. Perhaps she truly finds me handsome? Upon learning of Wang Yunqi's identity, Chen Luo's voice diminished considerably. Having yet to enter the inner sect, who would dare provoke a direct disciple? One cannot merely scurry about like a mouse, struggling to survive within the inner sanctum. Ling Mo and Qin Ziyin shrugged simultaneously, unaware of Wang Yunqi's true intentions. They could only wish for their own good fortune. Ding! The sound of a bell resonated, prompting the disciples participating in the inner sect evaluation to cease their actions. Only 10 remained in the arena, rendering further combat unnecessary. Taihe rose, surveying the 10 individuals with satisfaction, particularly impressed by Chen Luo's performance, which far exceeded his expectations. He considered that with Chen Luo present, they might indeed possess real fighting prowess. Welcome to the 10 of you, officially entering the inner sect of the Wuxian sect. Here are your disciple tokens, Taihe declared, tossing 10 tokens into the hands of the disciples. Upon receiving the new disciple token, Chen Luo noted its dull gray hue. This token felt as though it had yet to be activated. Only after acknowledging a master could the disciple token be utilized. Noticing the confusion on Chen Luo's face, Qin Ziyin promptly explained, "Ah yes, you still need to acknowledge a master." Chen Luo's eyes brightened at this revelation. Acknowledging a master sounded intriguing, being so exceptional. Surely many elders would vie for him. In that case, these elders would undoubtedly offer various benefits, allowing him to amass considerable wealth. Qin Ziyin, catching a glimpse of Chen Luo's mischievous expression, could not help but roll her eyes. This fellow, could he be scheming to swindle the elders? At noon tomorrow, the 10 of you will gather at the Elder Hall of Shanshan. Most of the inner sect elders will be present there. And whether you can acknowledge them as your masters will depend on your performance, Taihe announced before turning to leave. With his departure, the onlooking disciples rose. This intersect evaluation had indeed been thrilling. Acknowledging a master. Do you have any recommended intersect elders? Chen Luo inquired excitedly while walking alongside Ling Mo and Qin Xiyin. The intersect elders were all at the golden core stage, undoubtedly wealthy. If he could amuse a master, wouldn't copper coins come pouring in? After pondering for a moment, Ling Mo replied, among the intersect elders, 3 are particularly renowned. All 3 are at the 10th stage of the golden core realm, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. Yang Qian's master, Jin Feng, is one of them. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Yang Qian's master was remarkably powerful. The master he sought must certainly not be weaker than Jin Feng. Who are the other 2? Are there any particularly generous ones? Chen Luo asked with a smile. The most crucial requirement in selecting a master was their generosity. Ideally, one who would casually toss out thousands of copper coins, always speaking of wealth. Qin Xiyuan rolled her eyes. Do you think these elders are generous benefactors? Without remarkable performance, how could you possibly expect rewards? Chen Luo confidently patted his chest. How could I not have stellar performance when I am so exceptional? At that moment, Ling Mo suddenly interjected. Well, there is indeed one elder who is particularly generous. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Ling Mo. This elder, named Chang Yuan, was also one of the 3 great elders, his strength rivaling that of Jin Feng. However, Ling Mo's expression abruptly tightened. And just as he was about to continue, a figure suddenly blocked the trio's path. They simultaneously raised their eyes to find that the obstruction was none other than Wang Yunqi. Standing before Chen Luo, Wang Yunqi smirked at him with a peculiar smile. Chen Luo, shall we have a private chat? Chapter 98. I shall directly become a disciple. How will you respond? Chen Luo furrowed his brows in frustration. To be honest, he truly did not wish to accompany Wang Yunqi. If she were to resort to extreme measures, he would have no means to resist. After all, Wang Yunqi was a direct disciple. Would the Xianxin sect truly penalize her? He couldn't afford to perish in vain. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? Wang Yunqi stepped closer, her smile widening. Ling Mo and Qin Xiyuan promptly retreated, unwilling to become entangled in the situation. Chen Luo steeled himself and raised his head. It appeared he had no choice but to follow Wang Yunqi. Just don't resort to violence. We must adhere to the sect's regulations. Chen Luo stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Wang Yunqi rolled her eyes. What are you afraid of? I want tea bite. My master is Shang Wanjiu. Upon hearing the name Shang Wanjiu, Chen Luo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. An old acquaintance. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let us go? Just tell me what you need. Chen Luo grinned and followed Wang Yunqi away. Wang Yunqi led Chen Luo to a remote area, where few souls wandered. Your performance in this intersect assessment was outstanding. My master instructed me that once you join the intersect, I should bring you into the Yin Yu gang. Wang Yunqi continued, revealing her purpose for seeking Chen Luo was to invite him to join her faction, the Yin Yu gang. Such talent would undoubtedly attract numerous sects. Securing Chen Luo first would be prudent. Yin Yu gang? Sounds good. Chen Luo nodded eagerly. Wang Yunqi looked at him in astonishment. You agreed so quickly? Don't you have any questions to ask? Chen Luo flashed a grin. Of course, as long as the Yin Yu gang offers sufficient benefits. I guarantee I will go to great lengths for the gang. Chen Luo was indifferent about which faction he joined, as long as the rewards were substantial. Without benefits, who would be willing to toil? Wang Yunqi's brows slightly furrowed. How could Chen Luo be so pragmatic? What a realistic man. If you join the Yin Yu gang, my master will assist you in negotiations with the supreme elders. You need not remain a disciple of the inner sect. Simply become a direct disciple, Wang Yunqi remarked. Rendered speechless. A direct disciple. Chen Luo's demeanor immediately shifted to one of seriousness. If one could attain the status of a direct disciple, who would settle for being an intersect disciple? The privileges bestowed upon a direct disciple are vastly superior. Are you certain that I can become a direct disciple? Chen Luo inquired earnestly. Wang Yunqi could not help but chuckle, acknowledging that there had indeed been no prior instances of outer sect disciples ascending directly to this esteemed rank. However, you possess that potential. At present, you are quite the sensation within the asking immortal sect. Chen Luo's performance has been nothing short of impeccable. Whether in the asking void cave or the intersect assessments, he has shown as the most dazzling dark horse. Such a prodigy surely would attract the attention of the elders. Chen Luo, upon hearing this, could not suppress a laugh, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected fortune. All right, as long as I successfully become a direct disciple tomorrow, I shall join the Yin Yu gang. By the way, what other benefits accompany joining the gang? Chen Luo blinked curiously. Aside from the title of direct disciple, There must be additional advantages. It cannot merely be a nominal title. Benefits? Wang Yunqi suddenly lifted the corners of her mouth, her smile taking on a somewhat eerie quality. Rest assured, the benefits you will receive will surpass your expectations. Chen Luo felt an involuntary shiver run through him. What was wrong with this woman? Why did she speak in such an unsettling manner? Since you have already agreed, you must not accept invitations from other factions before your apprenticeship tomorrow. If you do not become a direct disciple, you may refuse the Yin Yu Gang's invitation. Wang Yunqi continued, but given your talents, it is highly likely you will succeed. Chen Luo was simply too remarkable. He nodded with a smile, eager to ask a few more questions, only to witness Wang Yunqi departing on her flying sword at an astonishing speed. Leaving so quickly? Chen Luo muttered in frustration, scratching his head before turning to head back. Once the apprenticeship concluded tomorrow, he would gain entry into the inner sect. At that point, he would undoubtedly amass a fortune. Yang Qian stormed into a grand hall, his expression one of intense fury. The failure to prevent Chen Luo's entry into the inner sect marked a significant failure in his mission. Now that Chen Luo had garnered the sect's close attention, eliminating him would prove challenging. Yang Qian, have you failed? A figure within the hall turned, gazing at Yang Qian with a stern expression. This figure was Jin Feng, Yang Qian's master. Master, that Chen Luo possesses considerable skill. Even Zhang Kuang is no match for him. To eliminate him, we must devise another strategy. Yang Qian gritted his teeth, lamenting that if he could take matters into his own hands, he would not have failed. If only given an opportunity, I would assuredly capture Chen Luo. Jin Feng chuckled lightly, acknowledging that Chen Luo indeed possessed some talent, which could potentially thwart their plans. Although Jin Feng was an elder of the Asking Immortal sect, he had long been compromised by the agents of Prince Jin. Within the Asking Immortal sect, many others, like Jin Feng, had similarly succumbed to corruption. From the outer disciples to the inner elders, even the Supreme Elder, all have connections to Prince Jin. They have been strategically placed within the Wuxian sect to stifle its growth, awaiting the day when they can completely seize control of the sect. Master, what should we do next? Yang Qian asked helplessly, as it would be difficult to act against Chen Luo now that he had entered the inner circle. The only option would be to find a way to lure Chen Luo outside the sect, where an opportunity to act might present itself. Jin Feng narrowed his eyes, his tone turning grave. Chen Luo possesses exceptional talent, yet his strong ties with Yang Tingyu render him a potential threat rather than an asset. I have already persuaded several inner elders. These individuals will not take Chen Luo as their disciple. The weaker his background, the more advantageous it is for us. When the time comes, you may take some action, and I will ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Yang Qian's eyes gleamed with excitement. The elders Jin Feng had convinced must be those who posed a threat within the inner circle. If they refuse to accept Chen Luo, then his master will likely be one of the weaker inner elders. This would create an opportunity to cripple Chen Luo. Those weaker elders would not dare to sever ties with Jin Feng completely. At most, they would incur some losses, allowing the matter to be buried. Master, are those two inner elders truly so obedient? Yang Qian could not help but inquire. Within the inner circle, there were indeed two elders on par with Jin Feng. These two were the main targets. They would not fear Jin Feng's threats. Jin Feng chuckled in response. Those two? Rest assured, they will not be present tomorrow. Assistants will ensure they are occupied. Yang Qian's eyes widened in delight. He had not anticipated Jin Feng's meticulous arrangements. With this, the elder who would take Chen Luo as a disciple would certainly be beneath Jin Feng. Once Chen Luo entered the inner circle, an opportunity to eliminate this threat would arise. However, there is one matter you must attend to, Jin Feng suddenly stated, his tone growing serious. Do not allow Chen Luo to join the top forces within the inner circle. If he forges connections with those individuals, it will be detrimental to us. Yang Qian immediately nodded. Rest assured, Master. With the Wangqing gang's position in the inner circle, few factions would dare risk offending us by courting Chen Luo. The inner circle is our territory. I will ensure that Chen Luo lives as if he were a rat crossing the street, struggling to survive. Chapter 99. Do you even deserve to be my master? At the Wuxian section mountain, 10 newly initiated inner disciples awaited within the elder hall. Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the inner elders had yet to arrive. Chen Luo, I have heard that Elder Chang Yuan and Elder Tao Gu are unable to attend. Only Jin Feng, one of the 3 great inner elders, will be present. Since Jin Feng is also Yang Qian's master, it may not bode well for you. Qin Siyuan whispered as she approached Chen Luo. Given Chen Luo's performance, he would surely attract the attention of the 3 inner elders. To his surprise, only Jin Feng appeared. Jin Feng is Yang Qian's esteemed mentor. It seems implausible for him to take Chen Luo as his disciple. This would be profoundly unjust to Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo calmly waved his hand, assuring everyone not to panic, for the situation would resolve itself in due course. Qin Siyuan furrowed her brow in confusion. unable to comprehend Chen Luo's serene demeanor. The choice of a master in the inner sect could significantly impact one's future cultivation, influencing both resources and various benefits. How could Chen Luo remain so unperturbed? It is likely that Jin Feng is orchestrating something behind the scenes, Ling Mo asserted solemnly. Among the 3 inner sect elders, only Jin Feng has arrived, which seems decidedly suspicious. He may very well be targeting Chen Luo. Yet, it would be uncharacteristic of Jin Feng to possess such cunning. As Elder Chang Yuan and Elder Tao Gu are not easily trifled with. It matters not. Those who oppose me seldom enjoy favorable outcomes. Chen Luo shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Ling Mo and Qin Si Yuan exchanged glances, revealing their mutual concern. They could not fathom the source of Chen Luo's confidence. Before long, several inner sect elders gradually entered the elders' hall. Upon their arrival, the first object of scrutiny was none other than Chen Luo. His performance was astonishing, promising a limitless future. Should any elder manage to take Chen Luo as a disciple, it could potentially elevate their standing within the Wangxian sect. However, after casting a few fleeting glances at Chen Luo, the elders quickly diverted their gazes, their expressions tinged with resignation. Not everyone is capable of being the master of such a prodigy. Moreover, given the previous discord between Chen Luo and Yang Qian, taking Chen Luo as a disciple would necessitate direct confrontation with Jin Feng. What courage do these ordinary inner sect elders possess to challenge Jin Feng? Noticing the change in the elders' demeanor, Qin Siyuan and Ling Mo displayed their concern. In stark contrast, Chen Luo remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Here comes Elder Jin Feng, murmured someone in hushed tones, drawing the attention of the crowd towards the entrance. Jin Feng entered the elders' hall, accompanied by Yang Qian, both wearing broad smiles. Upon entering, their gaze immediately fell upon Chen Luo. The two exchanged knowing smirks, as if reveling in their cunning scheme. It was likely that these two were conspiring in the shadows. Observing their expressions, Qin Si Yuan discreetly leaned towards Chen Luo and whispered. Chen Luo shrugged nonchalantly, clearly unconcerned. Elder Jin Feng. A dozen or so inner sect elders promptly approached him, bowing respectfully. Jin Feng puffed out his chest, nodding with a smile, while casting a sidelong glance at Chen Luo, as if to communicate that he would ensure Chen Luo would be unable to find a suitable master today. Let us begin, he announced. This year's new inner sect disciples exhibit commendable talent. They are indeed promising individuals. However, we must remain vigilant. Possessing talent alone is insufficient if one lacks reverence for their masters and the teachings. Such a disciple is better disregarded. Jin Feng raised the corner of his mouth in a smile, his words evidently aimed at disparaging Chen Luo's character. The elders present exchanged awkward smiles, hesitant to speak further, feeling comparatively diminished in stature beside Jin Feng. Even if they held a disdain for him, they dared not voice their sentiments openly. Esteemed Elder Jin Feng, your prestige here is unparalleled. Please, you may go first. One of the inner sect elders said, obsequiously, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Jin Feng chuckled lightly, feigning modesty. In that case, I shall make my selection first. With that, his gaze fell upon Gao Yin. Gao Yin, do you wish to become my disciple? Among the 10 disciples, only Gao Yin and Zhang Kuang had reached the foundation establishment stage. Jin Feng had initially intended to select Zhang Kuang, but due to Zhang's previous poor performance, he had lost all face. It was only natural that Jin Feng would now choose Gao Yin. Upon hearing Jin Feng's words, Gao Yin hurriedly stepped forward, his face alight with excitement. Of course, I, Gao Yin, pay my respects to my esteemed master. He knelt directly before Jin Feng, ecstatic at the prospect of being under one of the 3 esteemed elders of the inner sect, the best possible outcome. After Jin Feng had completed his selection, the other inner sect elders began to choose their preferred disciples. Zhang Kuang, being a foundation establishment cultivator, was soon selected by several inner sect elders, ultimately taking a master who was at the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm. Meanwhile, Qin Siyuan and Ling Mo jointly became disciples of a female elder. Yet, Chen Luo remained unacknowledged, with no elder showing interest in him. Calmly, he stood his ground, unperturbed. With only Chen Luo left, all eyes turned towards him. Many elders sighed inwardly at Chen Luo's predicament, recognizing his potential, yet lamenting his unfortunate encounter with Jin Feng. Had elders Chang Yuan and Tao Ge been present, they would have undoubtedly taken Chen Luo under their wing. Seeing that no one desired Chen Luo, Qin Si Yuan glanced towards her master, who simply shook her head. Though not aligned with Jin Feng, she dared not offend him for Chen Luo's sake. The inner sect elders were similarly embroiled in a current of intrigue. A misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. How could such a dark horse in this inner sect assessment go unnoticed? Yang Qian remarked with a smile towards Chen Luo. Perhaps if you spoke a few flattering words, I might take pity and persuade my master to take you in. If Chen Luo became Jin Feng's disciple, Yang Qian could fully control him. However, he knew well that Chen Luo would not acquiesce to such a notion. Only a coward would lack the backbone to resist. Indifferently, Chen Luo yawned. You needn't concern yourself with who my master is. It has nothing to do with you. Observing Chen Luo's demeanor, Yang Qian scoffed disdainfully. Stubborn as a dead duck. Let us see how this unfolds. At that moment, an elder at the fourth stage of the Golden Core realm stepped forward. This elder was none other than Elder Tang Ping, who had just flattered Jin Feng. Chen Luo, I see great potential in you. I would be willing to accept you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Elder Tang approached, making his offer. He stepped forward, evidently expressing Jin Feng's intentions. Chen Luo cast a glance at Tang Ping and couldn't help but chuckle. Do you take me for a fool? To worship you as a master? Do you think you are worthy? Upon hearing this, Tang Ping's face turned ashen with fury. You scoundrel! You resemble exactly what Elder Jin Feng described, lacking respect for your teacher and the path of learning. A disciple of your lowly origin will never achieve anything significant in the Asking Immortal sect. Tang Ping shouted, pointing angrily at Chen Luo. As an inner sect elder, being ridiculed by a disciple was indeed a humiliating blow. At this moment, Jin Feng laughed. How arrogant! Do you not realize that entering the inner sect without a master will adversely affect your future cultivation? I advise you to kneel and apologize to Elder Tang Ping. Otherwise, before Jin Feng could finish his words, a sudden surge of formidable auras enveloped the entire elder hall. The elders were taken aback, raising their heads to gaze at the sky outside. They beheld 5 figures soaring through the air, all of whom were at the nascent soul stage, indeed. The Supreme Elders of the Asking Immortal Sect. Chapter 100. Supreme Elder He, you understand me. Supreme Elders. What brings them here? Upon seeing these 5 Supreme Elders, Jin Feng's expression darkened instantly. He feared that these 5 were here for Chen Luo. We have met the Supreme Elders. The crowd hastily clasped their fists, the atmosphere turning grave. The 5 Supreme Elders nodded lightly and then fixed their gaze squarely on Chen Luo. Noticing their attention, Chen Luo smirked. That old drunkard, Shang Wanjiu, is still reliable. But why is he not here? Has that old drunkard never considered taking on a disciple? Chen Luo, spoke the Supreme Elder standing at the center, named Ming Feng, who held a very high position among the Supreme Elders and was the most powerful among them, having attained the 8th stage of the nascent soul. We are already aware of your exploits. In the venture to the Asking Void Cave, you preserved the dignity of the Asking Immortal sect and revitalized its glory. Today, all 5 of us wish to take you as our disciple. The decision lies with you. As Ming Feng's words echoed, gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. The 5 Supreme Elders were all eager to accept Chen Luo as their disciple. This meant that Chen Luo would leapfrog over the inner sect disciples to become a direct disciple. Such an occurrence had never happened in the history of the Asking Immortal sect. Nevertheless, Chen Luo's talent was indeed extraordinary, the most remarkable in a century. Such a prodigy would naturally attract the attention of the Supreme Elders. Even the sect master had expressed admiration for Chen Luo. The ones with the most dismal expressions were undoubtedly Jin Feng and Yang Qian. They had exerted considerable effort to ensure that Chen Luo had no master to choose from. Only for 5 Supreme Elders to emerge. Jin Feng, merely an inner sect elder, lacked the capability to sway the decisions of the Supreme Elders. Each of these 5 was not someone Jin Feng could provoke. Naturally, Tang Ping's demeanor was no better. He wore an expression akin to having tasted something foul. He had just intended to take Chen Luo as his disciple, mocking him by suggesting that he would never achieve great things. Now, with 5 esteemed elders focusing their attention on Chen Luo, his status as a direct disciple was all but assured. In comparison to these 5 venerable figures, what was Tang Ping worth? Chen Luo cleared his throat, standing tall and raising his head. Esteemed elders, I have only joined the Asking Immortal sect for less than 2 months, and am not yet familiar with your esteemed selves. Might I request introductions so that I may discern which of you would be most suitable as my master? Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the 5 elders erupted in laughter. This young man dared to make such a request. What audacity! Nevertheless, the matter of selecting a master indeed warranted careful consideration. Allow me to set an example, said Ming Feng with a chuckle, clearing his throat. I am Ming Feng, the 4th seed among the 12 esteemed elders of the Asking Immortal sect. I specialize in metal-based martial arts, and if you were to join my tutelage, I assure you would attain profound mastery in that discipline. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful woman beside Ming Feng covered her mouth and laughed, saying, Ming Feng, what you say is of little consequence. This lad requires ample incentives. With that, the woman produced a manual for a lower 4th grade martial technique, which was a form of boxing. Chen Luo's eyes lit up as he looked at her. Esteemed elder, it seems you have done your homework. He Kai Lian, must you resort to such tactics? The other esteemed elders cast annoyed glances at He Kai Lian. This woman was truly playing unfairly. He Kai Lian grinned. Who told you all not to prepare in advance? Blame me, do you? The other elders exchanged awkward glances, utterly helpless against her antics. Humph. A mere lower fourth-grade martial technique, exclaimed a white-haired elder on the far left, immediately producing a pearl of medium fourth-grade quality. If it's a matter of wealth, let us see who is willing to part with their resources. Huh. I possess a medium fourth-grade spiritual array, another elder chimed in. I can also offer this medium fourth-grade sword. What a joke. I shall present this upper fourth-grade elixir. How will you respond to that? The onlookers below were left in stunned silence as they witnessed the esteemed elders vying for treasures for Chen Luo. Such treatment. It was utterly extravagant. They were envious beyond measure. Chen Luo. Yang Qian clenched his fists tightly. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Not only had he failed to suppress Chen Luo, but he had also inadvertently allowed him to shine. All the coins spent were in vain. Meanwhile, Chen Luo surveyed the elders, curious about how far they were willing to go. The stakes had already risen to upper fourth grade. Would they climb to absolute fourth grade? Suddenly, Ming Feng bellowed, "Stop!" The other four elders fell silent, respecting Ming Feng's authority. He coughed, looking exasperatedly at Chen Luo. "Hurry and make your choice. The asking immortal sect does not encourage such behavior. You lot, quickly reclaim your offerings." Ming Feng furrowed his brow, resolutely believing that such pernicious trends must not be encouraged. Observing the grand elders retract their treasured possessions, Chen Luo felt a pang of anguish within. These were all assets of immense value. Then I shall choose. Chen Luo feigned a look of indecision, subsequently turning his gaze towards He Kai Lian. This grand elder had evidently conducted her own inquiries. "I choose Grand Elder He. She understands me," Chen Luo declared with a grin. Upon hearing Chen Luo's response, the other grand elders cast reproachful glances at He Kai Lian. This woman. She truly knows how to navigate the situation. It is indeed incomparable. "Congratulations, Grand Elder He, on acquiring a prodigious talent," Ming Feng awkwardly addressed He Kai Lian. "Alas, it seems I am fated to be without Chen Luo. Congratulations, Grand Elder He, on welcoming a devoted disciple." After a few polite exchanges, the grand elders promptly soared away on their weapons. Regrettably, they could not claim Chen Luo. Such a genius must be relinquished to another. "Ah, by the way, what were you saying earlier?" Chen Luo mischievously glanced at Jin Feng and his companions. The expressions of Jin Feng and his associates turned a dark shade, their bodies trembling with suppressed rage. They longed to give Chen Luo a good beating. Yet, with He Kai Lian present, who would dare lay a hand on Chen Luo? "What? Has someone bullied my beloved disciple?" He Kai Lian descended from the sky, standing beside Chen Luo. Having accepted Chen Luo as her disciple, she felt compelled to defend him. "Who dares to bully Chen Luo?" "Master, it's them. They threatened your disciple." Chen Luo immediately pointed at Jin Feng and his two companions. Emboldened by He Kai Lian's protection, unafraid of Jin Feng, an inner sect elder, He Kai Lian turned her steely gaze towards Jin Feng, her tone sharpening. "Elder Jin, is this true?" Jin Feng hastily shook his head. No. I was merely joking with Chen Luo. As an inner sect elder, how could I dare oppose Grand Elder He? He Kai Lian, a fifth seat among the 12 grand elders, possessed a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the nascent soul. Should she be provoked, a mere slap could obliterate a golden core. Humph. Be mindful next time. My disciple is not someone to be trifled with. Xiao Luo, let us depart. He Kai Lian snorted coldly and turned away. Chen Luo, grinning at Jin Feng and his companions, was about to taunt them further when suddenly a hand grasped the back of his collar. Before Chen Luo could comprehend the situation, He Kai Lian had lifted him into the air, swiftly flying away from Shen Mountain. Chapter 101. Free range? Thankfully, there is a kind-hearted senior sister. As the clouds parted, a crescent-shaped mountain range appeared before Chen Luo. "From now on, you shall reside here for your cultivation. However, I do not possess a treasure ship to take you to other peaks. Should you wish to venture out, you may seek your senior brothers and sisters." He Kai Lian gently set Chen Luo down atop the mountain. Each grand elder had their own designated mountain, not far from the 12 peaks of Wangxian. On the mountain, there stood an elegant hall, which served as He Kai Lian's quarters. "Master, about those marvelous items you presented earlier." Chen Luo blinked at He Kai Lian. Before becoming a disciple, He Kai Lian presented many valuable items. Now that he has joined her tutelage, surely these treasures will not be disregarded? He Kai Lian chuckled softly and then tossed the initial volume of a 4th-tier martial technique into Chen Luo's hands. "This fist technique shall serve as a welcoming gift from your master. The rest of the treasures will be bestowed upon you once you reach the foundation establishment stage." Chen Luo accepted the martial technique, grateful for it, as it was certainly better than having nothing. Acquired 30,000 wealth points. This martial technique, known as the Thunderfire Fist, inherently suggests its formidable power. "Where are my senior brothers and sisters? I shall pay them a visit," Chen Luo exclaimed, tucking away the technique with a smile. Since he could not gain any advantage from Heatsilian, he decided to seek out his seniors instead. Surely, they would not be indifferent upon seeing their junior brother. Heatsilian, discerning Chen Luo's intentions, recognized that this new disciple had a keen interest in wealth. There should be a few on the mountain. You may seek them out. But do not underestimate their disposition. They may not be as accommodating as you presume. With that, Heatsilian revealed a peculiar smile. Chen Luo furrowed his brow in confusion. What did that mean? Could it be that some seniors would not dote on their junior brother? Well then, enjoy yourself. In a few days, you will be heading to Blood Valley Sect, and Taihe will come to fetch you. Unless there is something pressing, do not seek me out. I am quite busy. Heatsilian yawned, exhibiting an air of wanting to let Chen Luo fend for himself. Huh? Master, will you not teach me anything? Chen Luo couldn't help but inquire. This approach of merely letting him be seemed rather inappropriate. What difference was there between becoming a disciple or remaining uninitiated? Heatsilian chuckled lightly, with your martial talent. Even the sect leader would be qualified to instruct you. What could I possibly teach? At most, I can offer you some guidance and pave a path for your future. Am I not correct? Chen Luo smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Indeed, with the system in place, he hardly needed anyone else's instruction. The primary reason that the esteemed elders were vying for Chen Luo was not solely due to his remarkable performance in the illusory cave or his rapid cultivation speed. Rather, it was his innate talent for martial techniques. At such a young age, he had already perfected multiple martial techniques, even mastering some third-tier ones. Such talent was unprecedented in Tianyun Prefecture, if not the entire continent. This alone was sufficient to place Chen Luo in an invincible position among peers of the same realm. Do your best, for if you bring honor to Blood Valley Sect, your master will reward you and strive for even greater benefits on your behalf. However, should you tarnish my reputation? Heatsilian remarked with a smile, playfully pinching Chen Luo's cheek. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. The pinch was not painful but rather somewhat pleasant. Despite being in her 50s, Heatsilian's appearance and skin were hardly inferior to those of a girl in her 20s. However, the smile sent a shiver down Chen Luo's spine. His master was no ordinary character. Rest assured, master. Are you not confident in my abilities? Chen Luo quickly replied, initially believing he had found a gentle and generous manner. Little did he know, his master was merely putting on a facade. Heatsilian chuckled softly before stepping away on her treasured sword. Once her figure vanished from sight, Chen Luo finally exhaled in relief and turned his gaze toward the elegant palace behind him. Truly, it was a woman's quarters, exquisitely adorned with an abundance of flowers and greenery. Just as Chen Luo intended to push open the door to the palace, it swung open by itself. As the door opened, a drowsy figure appeared before Chen Luo. It was a slightly plump woman, her hair disheveled, clad in loose garments that did little to conceal her voluptuous form. Upon seeing Chen Luo, she exhibited no surprise. Instead, she stifled a yawn. You must be the new junior brother, right? Feel free to find an empty room inside. If you need anything, you can come to me. My door is generally left ajar. The woman rubbed her eyes and turned to return to her chamber. Chen Luo hurriedly followed her into the palace, taken aback that his first senior sister appeared in such a state. Is she simply taking it easy? Senior sister, what is your name? Chen Luo inquired, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. The woman yawned again and replied nonchalantly, Jiang Yinran. I'm going back to sleep now. Call me if you need something. With that, Jiang Yinran entered her room, leaving the door wide open. Chen Luo stood there, astonished, watching as Jiang Yinran laid down to sleep without closing the door. How generous. Junior brother, you shouldn't disturb senior sister Jiang's rest. That's just how she cultivates, came a voice from beside him, accompanied by a laugh. Turning to look, Chen Luo discovered a silver-haired woman leaning against the wall. This woman hadn't been there moments before. At a glance, Chen Luo recognized the silver-haired senior sister's cultivation level. She had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Luo, and he gazed in astonishment at the sleeping Jiang Yinran. He sensed no trace of her aura at all. This senior sister Jiang was at the golden core stage. This senior sister, I am Chen Luo. I look forward to your guidance, he said, quickly approaching the silver-haired senior sister. Since Jiang Yinran was asleep, he might as well seek assistance from this elegant figure. The silver-haired woman smiled, covering her mouth. I am Wang Shiqin. Just call me senior sister Wang. Indeed. Master has left you to fend for yourself. I was in the same boat when I first arrived. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. So, Heatsilian had been pretending all along. This master is truly lacking. Then, senior sister Wang, how do you cultivate? Chen Luo asked, filled with curiosity. Without a master to guide one, how can one cultivate swiftly? Wang Shiqin then pointed to Jiang Yinran in the room, suggesting that one could seek her assistance for any cultivation-related inquiries. Of course, you may also approach us. I can still impart knowledge during the body refinement stage. As you are currently at that level. Wang Shiqin chuckled lightly, her tone exceedingly gentle. Chen Luo let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xiaoyan's disciples were all kind-hearted individuals, committed to mutual assistance. How many disciples does our master have? Chen Luo inquired next. Considering that as the Grand Elder, Xiaoyan must have a considerable number of students. Many would vie for the opportunity to become a direct disciple of the Winston sect. After some thought, Wang Shiqin raised 5 fingers, stating that aside from the 3 of us, there are 5 other senior brothers and sisters. However, 4 of them are not present, and 1 is at the spring on the back mountain. I must warn you, do not seek her out, otherwise your fate will be quite dire. Chapter 102, The Terrifying 7th Senior Sister. Intruding into my room at midnight. The back mountain? Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with interest. Surely, that individual must be extraordinary. Is she a senior brother or sister? Is she exceptionally powerful? Chen Luo hurriedly asked. Those who are not to be trifled with are certainly not ordinary beings. Wang Shiqin rolled her eyes, clearly seeing that Chen Luo was also a rather boisterous character. This fellow is quite the troublemaker. You should really avoid Senior Sister Yin. When she goes mad, she can be deadly. On this mountain, aside from our master, only Senior Sister Jiang can restrain Senior Sister Yin. Wang Shiqin shrugged, indicating that had it not been for the genuine fear she held for Senior Sister Yin, she would not have divulged such information to Chen Luo. If Chen Luo were to be harmed by Yin Suyi, she would be unable to rescue him. Chen Luo's eyes darted around. She sounded quite formidable. A senior sister like that must be quite wealthy, right? By the way, junior brother, are you planning to visit the Blood Valley sect in a few days? Wang Shiqin suddenly inquired. Chen Luo nodded. Realizing that this upcoming journey to the Blood Valley sect held significant importance for the Wenxian sect, even Wang Shiqin, a direct disciple, was paying attention. Highlighting the gravity of the situation, Wang Shiqin smiled mischievously, saying, if you help me deal with someone, I promise to reward you with delicious treats. Delicious treats? Chen Luo frowned. Sister, do you really think I can be swayed by mere delicacies? I have my principles. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shiqin produced a remarkably exquisite green fruit. Upon seeing it, Chen Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement. The spiritual energy emanating from this fruit surely rivals that of a 4th-grade pill. Sister, for such trivial matters, simply instruct me, and I assure you I will handle it perfectly. Chen Luo gazed at the spiritual fruit, utterly tempted. Wang Shiqin promptly stowed the fruit away and grinned, saying, I cannot give it to you just yet. You must first assist me in this matter. At the Blood Valley sect, there is a new inter-sect disciple named Wang Tianlong. You need to teach him a lesson. The more severe, the better. If you perform well, this fruit will be yours, and in the future, your senior sister will continue to support you. Should any matters arise within the inner sect, your senior sister will undoubtedly assist you. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. We are all part of the same family. There is no need for superfluous words. Wang Shiqin, do not forget to attend to that matter on behalf of our master. Suddenly, Jiang Yinran's languid voice echoed from within the room. Wang Shiqin paused for a moment, then winked at Chen Luo before promptly departing from the elegant hall. Once Wang Shiqin had left, Chen Luo began to wander about the elegant hall and soon discovered a room devoid of any furnishings. There was nothing in this room. It appeared unoccupied, so he decided to settle in. Chen Luo leapt onto the bed and activated the system. He had 500 points of wealth remaining. Although this sum seemed considerable, it was still insufficient for him to cultivate the Wushu body refinement technique. If he could master the Wushu body refinement technique, relying solely on the strength of his physical form would enable him to effortlessly overwhelm those at the initial stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. First, he would learn the Wuxing Sword technique and the Thunderfire Fist. Consuming 40,000 points of wealth, the Wuxing Sword technique ascends to perfection. Consuming 20,000 points of wealth, the Thunderfire Fist reaches the initial stage. Consuming 40,000 points of wealth, the Thunderfire Fist advances to the minor achievement stage. Consuming 80,000 points of wealth, the Thunderfire Fist attains the major achievement stage. In total, he expended 180,000 points of wealth. Chen Luo winced in pain, for he was left with only 119,500 points of wealth. Such expenditures were exorbitant. Next, he aimed to elevate to the Foundation Establishment stage, consuming 100,000 points of wealth. His realm ascends to the first segment of the Foundation Establishment stage. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and his aura erupted instantaneously, successfully reaching the Foundation Establishment stage. With this attainment, he could now fly using his spiritual tools, no longer reliant on others to descend the mountain. As dusk fell, Chen Luo stifled a yawn. preparing to rest and intending to explore the inner sect the following day. However, just as he closed his eyes, an unexpected chill coursed down his spine. In an instant, Chen Luo leapt up and swiftly executed the volcanic technique, his cultivation soaring to the third segment of the foundation establishment stage. Following this, the Thunderfire fist erupted forth, delivering a strike that constituted his most formidable attack at that moment, capable of threatening even cultivators at the fifth segment of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, the shadow merely countered with a casual palm strike, sending Chen Luo hurtling backward, crashing through the window, and tumbling clumsily along the ground. Had he not been on full alert, that palm strike would have easily claimed his life. As he raised his head, he beheld a pair of pristine white legs perched upon the window frame. The owner of those legs was an exquisitely proportioned woman, whose beauty surpassed that of any woman Chen Luo had ever encountered, even exceeding that of Yang Tingyu. She resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Before Chen Luo could fully comprehend the situation, the woman launched another assault, her fist instantly coalescing with spiritual energy, unleashing power akin to a geyser. This woman, possessing merely the sixth stage of foundation establishment, unleashed a punch whose power rivaled that of a full-force strike from a 10th stage practitioner. How absurd. Chen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily turned to flee. How could one possibly defend against such a blow? To endure it would surely spell death. All right. Sui, this room was never yours to begin with. Jiang Yanran suddenly appeared, grasping Yin Suyi's wrist while yawning nonchalantly. Yin Suyi cast a cold glance at Jiang Yanran, aware that she was no match for her. Once freed from her grip, she swiftly departed. Only when Yin Suyi had left did Chen Luo breathe a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Yin Suyi. Sister Jiang. Is this the senior sister that Sister Wang mentioned? Chen Luo swallowed hard, his heart still racing with trepidation. The sixth stage of foundation establishment, yet capable of unleashing the might of a 10th stage. Such combat prowess. How could it be so exaggerated? Jiang Yanran nodded reassuringly. Do not worry, little junior brother. This room is not hers. The 7th junior sister has no fixed abode and sleeps in vacant rooms each day. You may stay here. She will not return. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo finally relaxed. If she were to come daily, who could withstand that? No wonder Wang Shiqin warned against provoking Yin Sui. It was indeed sound advice. Sister Jiang, is this Yin's senior sister the 7th junior sister? Is she the youngest apart from me? But she is so formidable. Chen Luo exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at Jiang Yanran's mention of the 7th junior sister. Wang Shiqin claimed that the only disciple capable of standing against Yin Sui on the mountain was Jiang Yanran. This meant that Yin Sui was virtually invincible among foundation establishment practitioners. To achieve invincibility at the 6th stage, how extraordinary. Jiang Yanran glanced around before leaning closer to Chen Luo, her breath warm against his ear. Do not disclose this to others. Your 7th junior sister is actually half demon, half human. Her mother's lineage boasts a high concentration of demonic blood, endowing her physical form with strength that far exceeds other cultivators of her realm. Her current physique is comparable to that of a golden core practitioner. Chen Luo gasped in astonishment, comparable to a golden core physique. How incredible! He pondered in silence for a long while before finally asking, does Sister Yin possess a beast core? Jiang Yanran was momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's question. This young man certainly had intriguing thoughts. Chapter 103, Visitors from the Wang City Gang. This matter has escalated. In the following 2 days, Chen Luo remained atop the mountain, spending his idle moments in conversation with Wang Shiqin. He could only attempt to forge a closer bond with her. Jiang Yanran slept every day, while Chen Luo dared not provoke Yin Sui. Wait, among the 8 disciples under our master, are there only 2 men? Chen Luo's eyes widened in shock upon learning that he had only one senior brother. Moreover, this senior brother was the eldest. He had left the Wuxian sect several years prior to establish his own path elsewhere. Wang Shiqin nodded with a smile, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Naturally. Master is renowned in our sect of inquiring the immortal for his admiration of beauty. Your other senior sisters are all breathtakingly beautiful as well. Moreover, junior brother, you possess an appealing appearance. Had you been unattractive, even with exceptional talent, Master would not have taken you under his wing. Chen Luo chuckled awkwardly, suddenly feeling a sense of reverence for Hetzilian. Truly, she is an admirable master. Let us proceed to the inner sect. Although you have ascended directly to become a direct disciple, your cultivation level allows you only to undertake tasks assigned to inner sect disciples. The training grounds there are also more suited to your level, Wang Shiqin explained. Ordinarily, only those who reach the 5th stage of the foundation establishment phase have the opportunity to become direct disciples. A case like Chen Luo, who became a direct disciple through the inner sect assessment, has never before occurred. With merely this identity as a direct disciple, Chen Luo could navigate the inner sect with ease. Chen Luo nodded eagerly. Indeed. With senior sister Wang protecting me, who would dare to bully me? Wang Shiqin couldn't help but laugh. You are already a direct disciple. Who would still dare to bully you? Come now, draw your sword, and I shall lead you down the mountain. With that, Wang Shiqin produced a violet sword and lightly stepped onto it. However, Chen Luo waved his hand. No need. I can fly on my own. The Qinglong sword soared forth, and Chen Luo stepped onto it, albeit a bit unsteadily. Nevertheless, descending the mountain posed no trouble. Wang Shiqin gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment, not expecting him to reach the foundation establishment phase merely 2 days after becoming a direct disciple. Such talent is extraordinary. No wonder so many esteemed elders are vying for Chen Luo's apprenticeship. This young junior brother is indeed a genius. All right then, keep up, junior brother, Wang Shiqin exclaimed. Darting down the mountain, Chen Luo hurriedly followed her toward the mountain cluster where the inner sect resided. The mountain with the highest concentration of inner sect disciples is called Weishan. Within Weishan, there are not only trading venues but also martial arts pavilions and alchemy rooms. Rarely, one might even encounter treasures of the 4th grade. However, such occurrences are exceedingly uncommon. As Chen Luo descended alongside Wang Shiqin, he soon felt an abundance of gazes upon him. Am I truly that famous? Even the inner sect disciples know of me? Chen Luo chuckled. Being overly talented can be a burden. It draws too much attention. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiqin covered her mouth and laughed. Could it be that they are looking at me? She inquired playfully. Chen Luo halted suddenly, raising an eyebrow at Wang Shiqin, his expression turning peculiar. He then perked up his ears to listen to the conversations around them. Is that the prodigy Wang Shiqin from the inquiring immortal rankings? A direct disciple appearing here is quite rare. Who is the man beside Wang Shiqin? Could he be her partner? How fortunate for that young man. Impossible. He looks utterly incapable. He must be a mere attendant. Have you not heard of Chen Luo? He is currently the junior disciple of Wang Shiqin. Who? Chen Luo? I have not heard of him. At that moment, Wang Shiqin burst into laughter, her words undoubtedly striking a blow to one's spirit. Chen Luo, intrigued, turned to Wang Shiqin. Sister Wang, are you also on the Xian ranking? What is your rank? The name Sten ranking had crossed his ears before. Wang Yunxi, for instance, was a formidable presence on the Sten ranking, holding the 10th position. Although Wang Shiqin may not be on par with Wang Yunxi, her rank would certainly not be low, as she was but a step away from reaching the golden course stage. The 30th rank is not particularly high. Excluding the senior brother who has already departed from the sect, Sister Jiang holds the highest position among us, ranked 8th on the Xian ranking. Wang Shiqin spoke with a smile. Chen Luo, astonished, widened his eyes, exclaiming, no wonder you are a direct disciple, ranking so high on the Xian ranking. With such a senior sister, the inner sect must be a breeze. What are the benefits of being on the Xian ranking? Chen Luo blinked in curiosity. The Xian ranking is the most authoritative list within the inner sect. With so many disciples vying for a place on it, surely it must hold significant value. If the advantages are plentiful, Chen Luo would certainly strive with all his might to secure a position. There are indeed numerous benefits. Firstly, it serves as a testament to one's strength. Secondly, it grants access to more cultivation resources. Most importantly, disciples listed on the Xian ranking are eligible to compete for a position on the Qing Xian ranking of the 9 Heavens continent. Achieving a place on the Qing Xian ranking would undoubtedly be a supreme honor for any disciple of the 9 Heavens continent. As Wang Shiqin spoke, an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation danced in her eyes. Who among the prodigies of the 9 Heavens continent does not aspire to ascend the Qing Xian ranking? However, entry to the Qing Xian ranking is exceedingly challenging. It is not a contest for just anyone. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, realizing this was the first time he had heard of such a list. The Qing Xian ranking seemed a distant dream, best left unconsidered for now. One must reach the golden core stage to be eligible to contend for it. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke the atmosphere, drawing the attention of both Chen Luo and Wang Shiqin. A group approached, led by a red-haired woman, whose voice was the source of the provocation. Among them, Chen Luo recognized one individual, Gao Yan. Having joined the Jin Feng sect, it was likely that these individuals were disciples of Jin Feng as well. However, the audacity of this woman to provoke Wang Shiqin indicated that she, too, was a direct disciple. Were she not, she would not dare to taunt Wang Shiqin. Do you wish to fight me again? Wang Shiqin cast a disdainful glance at Tang Qi. This Tang Qi, ranked 31st on the Xian ranking, trailed Wang Shiqin by just 1 position. Naturally, Tang Qi was no match for Wang Shiqin. Otherwise, their ranks would be reversed. Yet, Tang Qi chuckled. I would indeed relish another bout with you, but today, I am not here for you. I am here for him. With that, her gaze fell upon Chen Luo, her eyes harboring a hint of chilling intent. Chen Luo sensed Tang Qi's gaze upon him and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why was she targeting him when they were strangers? Could it be that this woman coveted his handsome visage? Absurd. Chen Luo was my junior disciple, and I would never allow him to be bullied. If she had guts, let her confront me. Wang Shiqin shielded Chen Luo, for as a senior sister, she could not permit anyone to mistreat her junior. Tang Qi immediately chuckled. You think too much. How could I dare to bully him? I came to find him because the gang leader wishes to have a word. The gang leader? Chen Luo's brow knitted as a name suddenly echoed in his mind. Wang Cheng Gang. This gang was one of the most formidable forces within the inner sect, and its leader was among the top 10 prodigies on the immortal ranking. Today, it seemed there would be no easy escape. Chapter 104. Do you think you can control me? The Wang Cheng Gang is not worthy. Wang Shiqin glanced at Chen Luo with concern. The Wang Cheng Gang was no trifling matter. How could Chen Luo, being newly inducted into the inner sect, have attracted their attention? Chen Luo shrugged. It was likely Yang Qian, a member of the Wang Cheng Gang, who was orchestrating this. Now, Chen Luo had become a direct disciple. Ordinary inner sect disciples would not dare to provoke him, and even those of higher cultivation would think twice about confronting him, like Yang Qian. However, within the Wang Cheng Gang, there were indeed several direct disciples, and their leader was a standout among them. If the gang leader requested Chen Luo's presence, he truly had no grounds to refuse. Yet, venturing to the Wang Cheng Gang would undoubtedly lead to an unfavorable outcome. Is there no way to refuse? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow. Only a fool would go directly. This is hardly a favorable situation. Tang Qi merely smiled, offering no answer to Chen Luo's question. It was an exceedingly foolish inquiry. Tang Qi, do not presume that your Wang Cheng Gang can dominate the inner sect. Chen Luo is already a direct disciple. Should your gang dare to lay a hand on him, our master will not take it lightly. Wang Shiqin narrowed her eyes, her demeanor turning serious. Being disciples of Xilian, they naturally supported one another. Anyone daring to harm Chen Luo would find that these senior sisters were not to be trifled with. Tang Qi could not suppress a laugh, saying, Wang Shiqin, what are you worried about? Our leader merely wishes to have a chat with him. There is no need for such fear. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiqin frowned. Though the words sounded pleasant, the outcome remained unpredictable. If Chen Luo were to perish at the hands of the Wang Cheng Gang's leader, even Xilian, the esteemed elder, might be unable to hold the gang leader accountable. I shall not go. What can you do about it? Chen Luo huffed. This was the questing immortal sect. There was no reason to comply. Did Tang Qi and the others intend to resort to violence? Tang Qi chuckled. We know your thick skin, and without some preparation, it is indeed challenging to persuade you to come. At this remark, Chen Luo's expression darkened instantly. A sense of foreboding enveloped the atmosphere. Tang Qi continued, your friends. We have sought the assistance of the Wang Cheng Gang. However, rest assured, we shall not harm your friends. Yet, should you refrain from visiting the Wang Cheng Gang, your acquaintances may find themselves in a precarious position. Despicable. The friends Tang Qi referred to were undoubtedly Qin Siyuan and Ling Mo. Within the inner sect, Chen Luo maintained a closer rapport with these two women. To resort to such ignoble tactics suggests that the leader of the Wang Cheng Gang is no paragon of virtue. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo recalled Qin Lin's request to look after Qin Siyuan, compelling him to make the trip to the Wang Cheng Gang. Entering the lion's den, he feared the consequences of his venture. Sister Wang, I have a small favor to ask. Chen Luo leaned closer to Wang Shiqin and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiqin immediately nodded her head. It appeared that Chen Luo had other connections within the inner sect beyond just her senior sisters. What? You don't intend to summon the elder, do you? Matters among disciples are typically beyond the elder's purview. Tang Qi smirked, mocking him. Clearly, they had conducted their due diligence on Chen Luo before plotting against him. Behind Chen Luo stood Xilian and her disciples. Among Xilian's disciples, the most troublesome was Jiang Yanran. Despite her impressive ranking of 8th on the Xianwen list, the leader of the Wang Cheng Gang ranked higher. If only Jiang Yanran were involved, the Wang Cheng Gang could easily withstand her. The crux of the matter was that Jiang Yanran was more inclined to slumber than to engage in the affairs of the inner sect. Relying solely on Jiang Yanran and her few companions would hardly exert significant pressure on the Wang Cheng Gang. Why involve the adults in a children's quarrel? If you wish to leave, then let us see how you dare to confront me. Chen Luo straightened his chest and scoffed defiantly, unafraid. Tang Qi snickered and promptly ordered someone to escort Chen Luo to the Wang Cheng Gang. The surrounding inner sect disciples exchanged glances of pity. Having just entered the inner sect, he had already antagonized the Wang Cheng Gang. The repercussions were bound to be dire. Such a talent, it seemed, was on the verge of being wasted. After Chen Luo departed with Tang Qi, Wang Shiqin immediately soared back on her sword. She needed to enlist Jiang Yanran's help. However, one Jiang Yanran alone would not suffice. She required another figure capable of instilling fear in the Wang Cheng Gang. Chen Luo followed Tang Qi and his entourage into a grand palace, the stronghold of the Wang Cheng Gang in Weishan. The Wangqing gang boasted hundreds of members within the inner sect of the Xianwen sect, with no fewer than 10 prodigies gracing the Xianwen list. Such a top-tier faction could even sway the decisions of the Xianwen sect. The fate of opposing the Wangqing gang was all too predictable. Your Wangqing gang seems rather impressive, Chen Luo observed with an air of composure as he gazed upon the palace, which was indeed resplendent. Tang Qi cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luo, unable to suppress a chuckle. You have quite the audacity. Maintaining such an indifferent demeanor even in the face of this situation. Do you truly believe we would hesitate to act against you? Since the Wangqing gang has summoned Chen Luo, they must possess a degree of confidence. Without such assurance, how could they dare to target a direct disciple? Chen Luo chuckled and shrugged. You may certainly try, but I sense your reluctance to make a move. If you were bold enough, why resort to such despicable tactics to bring me to the Wangqing gang? Tang Qi, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, recognizing Chen Luo's cleverness. If Chen Luo were merely an inner disciple, the Wangqing gang could easily deal with him. Yet, he had bypassed that status entirely to become a direct disciple. This situation compelled the Wangqing gang to resort to far more perilous methods. Chen Luo, as he followed Tang Qi into the hall. A voice filled with venomous rage pierced the air. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, recognizing the speaker as Yang Qian. So, this fellow is indeed here. How brazen. I suspected it was you behind this. Where are Qin Si Yuan and Ling Imo? Chen Luo's expression darkened as he directed his inquiry at Yang Qian. Yang Qian smirked. I summoned them here. Before long, the members of the Wangqing gang ushered Qin Si Yuan and Ling Imo into the hall. Upon seeing Chen Luo, the two women hurriedly positioned themselves behind him. Unable to resist the Wangqing gang's authority, they had no choice but to comply. Where is your leader? If you have something to say, come forth and say it directly, Chen Luo shouted at Yang Qian. Yang Qian grinned, his tone shifting to one of menace. Your leader? You think you are worthy to meet him? Drink this potion, or you shall not leave the Wangqing gang. Yang Qian tossed a vial of black liquid at Chen Luo's feet. Directly attacking Chen Luo was beyond the Wangqing gang's courage, as the consequences would be too severe. However, compelling Chen Luo to consume a potion refined from elixirs posed no such risk. What could the Wuxian sect do about it? Chen Luo picked up the vial, observing its peculiar black hue, aware that it was not poison. Don't drink it. This is residual liquid from elixir refinement. Though it may slightly enhance your cultivation, it will disrupt your dantian, rendering you unable to cultivate normally. To remedy this, one would require a specially formulated antidote to suppress its effects. Ling Imo interjected urgently. They intend to use this potion to control you. As an assassin, she had encountered such substances frequently. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow at Yang Qian, noting the confidence etched upon his face. It appeared that consuming this residual liquid was unavoidable. Chapter 105. This is what it feels like to be entranced by beauty. The members of the Wangqing gang surrounded the hall, hesitant to act due to Chen Luo's status as a direct disciple. Even Tang Qi, a direct disciple himself, refrained from striking too forcefully. After all, engaging Chen Luo would entail dire consequences. Drink it quickly, Chen Luo. Even if your senior sisters come, they cannot save you. Yang Qian taunted coldly. Chen Luo furrowed his brows and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Yang Qian. Is it true that you have been targeting me because of my closeness to Yangtingyu? My relationship with the little princess has yet to be determined. You need not be so envious. As the words escaped his lips, an odd ambience enveloped the gathering. Many attendees displayed expressions of astonishment, pondering whether Chen Luo truly had an affair with the little princess. Yang Qian, taken aback, wore a complex expression. To be candid, a substantial portion of Chen Luo's statement bore truth. It was precisely due to Chen Luo's proximity to Yangtingyu that Prince Jin felt displeased. Moreover, Chen Luo's exceptional talent suggested a promising future, likely reaching the nascent soul stage. Should Chen Luo ascend to the transformation stage, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to Prince Jin's faction. Now that Chen Luo had become a direct disciple, the cost of eliminating him was exorbitant. The most prudent course of action would be to restrain Chen Luo and prevent his rise. The residual potion from the refining process was already a desperate measure. Chen Luo, do not delay. If you refuse to consume the residual potion, you three shall not leave easily, Yang Qian said through clenched teeth, narrowing his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo could not suppress a laugh. Surely, this foolish idea originated with you? In a few days, I am to visit Blood Valley sect. With so many in the inner sect aware of my assistance in the royal city, the elders will surely come looking for me. Do you dare to obstruct me? Yang Qian paused, his brows knitted tightly. His words rang true. Curse it. I miscalculated. Tang Qi shot a glance at Yang Qian, her expression one of disbelief. She had initially thought Yang Qian possessed a clever strategy, only to find it easily debunked by Chen Luo. What good would it do to confine Chen Luo for merely a few days? Yang Qian clenched his fists, remaining silent for a lengthy moment before finally speaking. You may be able to leave, but they cannot. Chen Luo, you surely do not wish to witness your friends remain trapped in another's domain, do you? Pfft. Chen Luo chuckled. You believe that you can brazenly imprison disciples of the inner sect here, within the sect itself? Do you think the elders are idly watching? Yang Qian, infuriated, clenched his fists and suddenly felt like a fool. What a wasted effort. Enough, Yang Qian, close your mouth, Tang Qi interjected. Unable to tolerate Yang Qian's foolishness any longer. The prince's son possessed such a sparse intellect, it was truly surprising. Since confining us here serves no purpose, may we leave? Chen Luo grinned. He had anticipated Yang Qian would act decisively, but this was the outcome. Such meaningless threats were utterly tedious. Surely you do not believe this will allow you to depart? Tang Qi laughed. Yang Qian's intentions were of no concern to her. She had brought Chen Luo at the behest of the leader. Until the leader arrived, how could Chen Luo possibly leave? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow at Tang Qi, realizing that departing would not be so simple after all. Suddenly, applause erupted, and a man entered the hall. The man possessed a robust physique, an attractive countenance, and an undeniable charisma. Chen Luo scrutinized him from head to toe, and concluded that this individual must be the leader of the Wancheng gang, exuding an aura even more formidable than that of Jiang Yanran. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chang Yunxian, the leader of the Wancheng gang, he said with a warm smile and an amiable tone. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Chang Yunxian was undoubtedly one of the most distinguished disciples of the Asking Immortal sect. Since you are here, let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Do not waste time on meaningless banter like that foolish one over there, Chen Luo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Qian. Yang Qian's face turned ashen with anger, humiliated by Chen Luo's words. He seethed with resentment, wishing nothing more than to confront Chen Luo immediately. Chang Yunxian chuckled lightly and instructed his subordinates to bring in chairs for Chen Luo to sit. Did you capture these two? Chang Yunxian inquired, his gaze shifting to Qin Si Yuan and Ling Mo before turning back to Yang Qian. It was clear that capturing these individuals was not his idea. Yang Qian hesitated for a moment before weakly nodding. The situation was twofold. Chang Yunxian had invited Chen Luo over, while Yang Qian had resorted to underhanded tactics out of desperation. Chang Yunxian was unaware of Yang Qian's actions. Let them go. The Wancheng gang does not resort to such despicable methods. Yang Qian, refrain from such actions in the future. It tarnishes the prince's reputation. Chang Yunxian stated coldly. As a top prodigy of the Asking Immortal sect, he held himself in high regard and deemed it beneath him to employ such tactics against enemies weaker than himself, as it would be a disgrace to his dignity. Yang Qian promptly nodded and ordered his men to escort Qin Si Yuan and Ling Mo away. Chang Yunxian then signaled for all unrelated personnel to exit the hall, leaving only Tang Qi and Yang Qian by his side. You appear to be far more astute than Yang Qian, Chen Luo remarked to Chang Yunxian with a calm smile. Although Chang Yunxian exhibited a favorable demeanor, Chen Luo remained vigilant. Compared to Yang Qian, who lacked intellect, Chang Yunxian, with his profound scheming, posed a far greater threat. Such is the fate of those whose minds are clouded by the allure of feminine beauty, Tang Qi interjected with a chuckle. Yang Qian, livid and unable to respond, seethed in silence. Despite being the prince's son, he could not match the backgrounds of Chang Yunxian and Tang Qi, leaving him with no grounds for retaliation against them. What exactly do you intend to discuss? Please be direct. Do not waste my time. If you wish to persuade me to join your ranks, there is no need to prolong this conversation, Chen Luo stated bluntly, knowing there was no point in playing mind games with someone like Chang Yunxian, as he might not prevail. Chang Yunxian could not help but laugh heartily at this, his laughter resonating warmly. Rest assured, I shall refrain from such meaningless chatter. The reason for your invitation is to discuss the future of the Asking Immortal sect with you. Chen Luo was left utterly bewildered by this statement. What could this man possibly mean? Discussing the future of the Asking Immortal sect? I find little interest in such matters. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, uncertain of Chang Yunxian's intentions, and chose to remain silent. The more one speaks, the greater the risk of missteps. Unperturbed by Chen Luo's response, Chang Yunxian continued. The Asking Immortal sect now resembles an aged elder with little time left. The upper echelons have long been deliberating the sect's future. As far as I am aware, the sect is currently divided into two factions. I trust you are quite familiar with these factions. Chen Luo furrowed his brow. The factions merely represented the choice between supporting the emperor or Prince Jin. The decision of allegiance was pivotal to the sect's destiny. A miscalculation could lead to annihilation. The implication in Chang Yunxian's words was unmistakable, a clear warning to Chen Luo to choose wisely. Chapter 106. What of the senior sister? Are you envious? Chang Yunxian smirked, his expression remarkably composed. In the present Tianyan dynasty, all factions are well aware of the royal family's grievances. It is inevitable that Prince Jin will rise in rebellion. Furthermore, It is evident that the faction led by Prince Jean holds the upper hand, backed as he is by the Blood Valley sect. Are you threatening me? Chen Luo retorted with a cold smile. Threats had become all too familiar. Yet, it was not only Chang Yunshin who had attempted to intimidate him. Chang Yunshin chuckled. I wouldn't call it a threat, merely a reminder of the consequences of choosing the wrong side. Chen Luo shook his head with a smile. Ultimately, it still amounts to a threat. It appeared that Chang Yunshin was not as formidable as initially presumed. If I refuse to comply, what will you do? Will you confine me here like some fool? Chen Luo queried, doubting the sophistication of Chang Yunshin's methods. However, Chang Yunshin shook his head. That would be pointless. But, he continued, narrowing his eyes, his tone sharpening, your support will dwindle, one by one, until you find yourself utterly alone. Chen Luo's brow knitted in concern. Was Chang Yunshin planning to target each Xilian and the others? Had they already devised a scheme? It seemed they were preparing to act within the Asking Immortal sect. Witnessing the gravity of Chen Luo's expression, Chang Yunshin and his companions exchanged knowing smiles. At last, you grasp the essence of powerlessness. In the face of absolute authority, even a nascent soul cultivator must kneel. A talent like Chen Luo, reliant solely on his gifts, is scarcely worth mentioning. A dead genius ceases to be a genius. If they were not wary of Chen Luo's potential, why would they conspire against him? Just as Chang Yunshin's group believed Chen Luo was faltering, he suddenly smiled. Well then, let us see who vanishes first. Chen Luo lifted his lips in a smile, refusing to be intimidated by Chang Yunshin. Instantly, Chang Yunshin's demeanor darkened. He had not anticipated Chen Luo's resolute stance in favor of Yang Tingyu. Could it be that this fellow truly has an affair with Yang Tingyu? Are you not afraid of death? If I were to strike you down right now, what do you think the Winshan sect could do to me? Chang Yunxian narrowed his eyes, summoning a formidable aura in the palm of his hand. If pushed to the brink, he would not hesitate to eliminate Chen Luo. Just because others dared not kill Chen Luo did not mean he was similarly restrained. At worst, he could leave the Winshan sect, a price he was willing to pay. Chen Luo rose, calmly adjusting his attire. If you dare to kill, then go ahead and act. Wasting breath with idle chatter is simply pointless. With a smile, Chen Luo turned to leave. Chang Yunxian, furious, slammed his hand on the table and rose, emanating a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire hall. Did I grant you permission to leave? The overwhelming pressure caused Chen Luo's body to tense. Truly, as a top 10 expert on the Winshan rankings, his power was undeniably astonishing. It was even difficult for him to take another step. Yang Qian looked at Chen Luo with excitement. This fool had finally provoked Chang Yunxian's wrath. It would be best if Chang Yunxian could eliminate Chen Luo here, thus alleviating a great concern. Suddenly, the grand doors of the hall were kicked open. Jiang Yin appeared at the entrance, accompanied by two women. One was Wang Shiqin, while the other was unfamiliar to Chen Luo. Upon seeing Jiang Yinran storm in, Chang Yunxian narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, commanding the members of the Wang City gang to encircle the hall. Had he known Jiang Yin would arrive, he would not have been so unprepared. This was the territory of the Wang City gang, and he would not allow Jiang Yin to act with impunity. Jiang Yinran, this is my domain. Do you truly believe that you alone can take someone from me? Chang Yunxian coldly addressed Jiang Yinran. Ranked 8th on the Winshan rankings, she was beneath him. Who stood at 5th? In terms of strength, he surpassed Jiang Yinran, and in terms of numbers, he far exceeded her small group. How dare these few intruders behave so audaciously in his territory? Tang Qi and the others were brimming with confidence. They would not have brought Chen Luo over without adequate preparation. Within the Wang City gang's territory, Jiang Yin could not easily take Chen Luo away. The trio rushed into the hall, shielding Chen Luo. However, their expressions were grave. The Wang City gang was not to be trifled with, and it was uncertain if they could escape unscathed. Gang leader, the Yin Yu gang. Members of the Yin Yu gang are attacking. A disciple of the Wang City gang rushed into the room, exclaiming anxiously. Chang Yunxian looked up in surprise, glancing outside. He saw Wang Yunqi leading experts from the Yin Yu gang, surrounding the territory of the Wang City gang. Within the inner doors, there were no more than 3 gangs capable of threatening the Wang City gang, and the Yin Yu gang was one of them. What business did the Yin Yu gang have with Chen Luo? Wang Yunqi, what are you and your Yin Yu gang doing here? Chang Yunxian gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze on Wang Yunqi. In terms of strength, he was above Wang Yunqi. However, Wang Yunqi is not the leader of the Yin Yu gang. The true leader, whom Chang Yunxian fears, commands the gang. Wang Yunqi, accompanied by disciples of the Yin Yu gang, boldly entered the hall. What do you mean by causing a scene? Chen Luo has long been a member of our Yin Yu gang. Apprehending him is tantamount to declaring war on us. Should it come to battle, the Yin Yu gang is ever ready. A smirk played upon Wang Yunqi's lips as she mockingly regarded Chang Yunxian. Chang Yunxian's face turned ashen with rage. Unwilling to pursue the matter further, Both Wang Yunxi and Jiang Yanran rank among the top 10 on the Xianwen list, a fact that already troubled him greatly. Moreover, the numerous disciples of the Yin Yu gang posed a significant threat to the Wangqing gang. Should a conflict arise, it would likely be disastrous. Do you only hide behind women? Chang Yunxian glared at Chen Luo. Now that the mask of civility was torn away, he felt no need for politeness. Yet, Chen Luo stood proudly, chest puffed out. What? Is that unacceptable? Surely, you are not envious of me? Chang Yunxian was incensed by Chen Luo's brazen demeanor, his forehead twitching with fury. No wonder Chen Luo showed no sign of resistance. He had evidently prepared thoroughly for this moment. After much hesitation, Chang Yunxian waved his hand. Take him away. Seeing Chang Yunxian relent, Jiang Yanran and her companions swiftly escorted Chen Luo away. The Wangqing gang was formidable, and Chang Yunxian was a considerable nuisance. The Yin Yu gang had no desire for conflict. With Chang Yunxian backing down, it was prudent to make a hasty exit. Are you truly letting Chen Luo leave just like that? Yang Qian exclaimed anxiously, questioning Chang Yunxian's decision to release him. If that rascal rises to prominence and becomes a pivotal figure within the Xianwen sect, it will undoubtedly disrupt our plans there. Chang Yunxian cast a cold glance at Yang Qian, causing him to recoil in fear. The necessary inquiries had been made. I had no intention of acting against him at this time. I have pressing matters to attend to within the Xianwen sect and cannot depart just yet, Chang Yunxian replied, his tone softening. What shall we do next? Uncle Jean has ordered us to eliminate Chen Luo swiftly. Yang Qian shouted in desperation. Chang Yunxian narrowed his eyes, his voice growing grave. Rest assured, we still have time to deal with Chen Luo. I refuse to believe he can pose a significant threat to us in such a short span. If you are so eager, feel free to leave the sect and handle it yourself. What I must accomplish is far more important than this Chen Luo. Do not bother me. Chapter 107. What is a demoness? She is truly ruthless. Chang Yunxian possesses formidable strength and a treacherous nature, proving to be far more challenging than the frivolous Yang Qian. Whether within the sect or beyond, one must exercise utmost caution, Jiang Yanran solemnly warned. For Chang Yunxian's position as the fifth on the Xianwen list unequivocally attests to his exceptional prowess. It was only due to the presence of Jiang Yanran and Wang Yunxi that Chang Yunxian dared not overstep his bounds. If next time, Chen Luo finds himself without allies, the outcome may well be different. Chen Luo nodded, fully aware of the troubles posed by Chang Yunxian. This Chang Yunxian is a person of Prince Jane. And having failed this time, he would undoubtedly not relent. It is imperative to quickly accumulate wealth and enhance one's strength. I am immensely grateful to the several senior sisters for their assistance. Otherwise, I would not have easily escaped the territory of the Wangqing gang. Chen Luo smiled at the group. Fortunately, there are many senior sisters. The feeling of being a direct disciple is truly delightful. Wang Yunxi could not help but chuckle, saying, Not at all. You are now a member of the Yinwei gang. Your affairs are those of the Yinwei gang. Before Chen Luo entered the inner sect, Wang Yunxi had struck a deal with him. As long as he became a direct disciple, he would join the Yinwei gang. Chen Luo nodded with a smile, affirming, What you say is true. Henceforth, the matters of the Yinwei gang will also be my concerns. Joining the Yinwei gang is indeed advantageous, providing an additional source of support. Wang Yunxi's care for him must be related to Shang Guanqiu. That old drunkard is rather dependable. All right, I have many matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If there are any issues, feel free to inform me. I excel at fighting. Wang Yunxi jested before departing with her comrades from the Yinwei gang. Once the members of the Yinwei gang had left, Wang Shiqin couldn't help but exclaim, Junior brother, I didn't expect you to have such a wide circle of friends, even this which is willing to assist you. You've got quite the fortune in love. The three senior sisters turned to Chen Luo simultaneously. Were it not for Wang Yunxi arriving with the Yinwei gang, a fierce battle with the Wangqing gang would have been inevitable. Given their three strengths, it would have been quite difficult to prevail. Even if they managed to extricate Chen Luo from the Wangqing gang, it would have required tremendous effort. Connections truly are a valuable asset. Why is Wang Yunxi referred to as a witch? She seems quite kind to me. Chen Luo expressed his confusion, having heard the title from Ling Yimo as well. With such a lovely senior sister possessing a kind heart, how could she be labeled a witch? The three senior sisters exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before offering awkward smiles. Then, Jiang Yanran, rubbing her nearly closing eyes, remarked, Do not be deceived by Wang Yunxi's usual demeanor. She has committed many shocking deeds in the past. I recall 2 years ago, a disciple from a prestigious family insulted her, and the fate that befell him was chillingly horrific. This statement left Chen Luo bewildered. How terrible could it be? At worst, Wang Yunxi killed him. What more could happen? Is death not merely death? This hardly seems chilling. The three senior sisters broke into laughter, then spoke in unison. Junior brother, have you heard of the boneless corpse puppet? Upon hearing the term boneless corpse puppet, Chen Luo's expression instantly froze. Images flooded his mind. Jiang Yanren continued. Wang Yunxi extracted every bone from that individual, gouged out his eyes, and shattered his heart. Ultimately, she crafted a boneless corpse puppet. As she spoke, Jiang Yanren suddenly paused, her face betraying a distinct expression of apprehension. Wang Yunxi had encountered countless of these boneless corpse puppets. Hiss. Chen Luo inhaled sharply, his heart profoundly shaken. Who would have imagined that Wang Yunxi was such a formidable woman? By the way, who was the senior sister? Chen Luo turned his gaze toward the unfamiliar senior sister. She sported a pragmatic short haircut, her figure well-defined and strikingly beautiful, a truly unique beauty. It was evident that she was quite capable in combat. This is your sixth senior sister, Mu Xing'an. She has just returned to the mountain, so I invited her along, Wang Shiqin said. Wrapping her arm around Mu Xing'an's shoulders with a smile, Mu Xing'an grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Junior brother, I look forward to your guidance in the future. I've heard from the senior sisters that you are a super genius. Once you reach the 7th stage of foundation establishment, let us have a spar. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly nodding in response. This senior sister seemed to be a martial arts enthusiast. At that moment, Jiang Yanren yawned and interjected, actually, you can spar right now. Although junior brother is only at the 1st stage of foundation establishment, he should have no trouble withstanding attacks from the 6th and 7th stages. After all, this lad can even take a punch from junior sisterine. Upon hearing Jiang Yanren's words, both Wang Shiqin and Mu Xing'an cast astonished glances at Chen Luo. They were well aware of Yin Sui's formidable strength. Chen Luo could withstand her attacks. Truly a marvel. Seeing Mu Xing'an eager to engage, Chen Luo hurriedly waved his hand. Next time, senior sister, I need to prepare to confront the disciples of Blood Valley Sect. Once I return from Blood Valley Sect, I'll certainly oblige. With that, Chen Luo swiftly departed. Engaging in combat with someone like Mu Xing'an would undoubtedly take an entire afternoon. It would be prudent to escape and instead contemplate how to earn some money. A few days later, a treasure ship landed atop Hezian's mountain. Chen Luo, are you not coming out? Tai He on the treasure ship frowned. Now that he had become a direct disciple, he should be able to get this lad to appear. How could they wait for Chen Luo alone? I'm coming. Chen Luo quickly emerged from the elegant hall, stepping onto the Qing longsword. The crowd gaped in astonishment, gazing at Chen Luo. Had he truly established his foundation in such a brief span? This was astonishingly swift. Aha. Excellent, excellent. You truly have talent. Tai laughed heartily, patting Chen Luo on the shoulder. Chen Luo smiled and rubbed his head, then glanced at the new inner disciples gathered behind Tai He, alongside 2 inner elders at the Golden Core stage. However, one figure made Chen Luo furrow his brow. It was none other than Tang Ping, the one who had previously fawned over Jin Feng. To his surprise, Tang Ping was also part of this expedition to Blood Valley Sect. You, of all people, entered Foundation establishment before me. This is truly incredible. Ling Emo approached Chen Luo, her eyes widening in astonishment. No wonder during their time in Wang City, she found it impossible to discern Chen Luo's true level. It turns out this fellow had already embarked on the path of Foundation establishment. Truly a remarkable little anomaly. Hee. It was merely luck. Leave everything to me this time, and I assure you, I will bring disgrace upon the Blood Valley Sect, Chen Luo declared confidently, patting his chest. Do not celebrate too soon. At that moment, Gao Yin, standing not far away, suddenly spoke up. Chen Luo frowned, casting a glance at Gao Yin, who had joined the Golden Peak sect, making any camaraderie impossible. Are you looking to test your strength against mine? Chen Luo smirked, feeling no need for pretenses if they were not friends. Gao Yin hesitated for a moment before quickly shaking his head. His strength was comparable to Zhang Kuang. He could hardly be a match for Chen Luo. I meant the Blood Valley sect. They are no easy adversary, Gao Yin said, a hint of panic in his voice. This year, among the 10 new inner disciples of the Blood Valley sect, no less than 6 have entered Foundation establishment. 2 of them are at the 2nd stage, and 1 has reached the 4th stage. To be frank, we stand no chance. It would be nothing but pure humiliation. Chapter 108. Enduring insults like a fool? I shall not accompany you. The 4th stage of Foundation establishment? Upon hearing this news, many faces fell into despondency. Among the 10 disciples of the Asking Immortal sect, only 3 had reached Foundation establishment. Meanwhile, the Blood Valley sect boasted 6. Moreover, among those 6, 1 had reached the 4th stage of Foundation establishment. Just looking at the lineup, the Asking Immortal sect faced utter defeat. They would likely be thoroughly trounced by the Blood Valley sect. The 4th stage of Foundation establishment was indeed formidable. No matter, Chen Luo said nonchalantly. Leave the 4th stage to me. What of it? It is merely a higher cultivation level. Battling across realms is not an unusual feat for me. Keep boasting. Just don't be surprised if the Blood Valley sect decisively trounces you, Gao Yin retorted with a sneer. The disparity was so great. How could victory be possible? The invitation from the Blood Valley sect to the Asking Immortal sect was clearly intended to humiliate them, a means to reclaim the face lost in the Void Cave. Were it not for the inability to refuse, the Asking Immortal sect would never have agreed to the Blood Valley sect's challenge. You, always defending the Blood Valley sect. You wouldn't happen to be a spy for them, would you? Chen Luo jested, pointing at Gao Yin. Gao Yin immediately panicked, shaking his head vigorously. What are you saying? How could I betray the Asking Immortal sect? I am merely stating the truth. We would be utterly defeated in the Blood Valley sect. Chen Luo merely smiled coldly at Gao Yan's reaction. It seemed this fellow truly had ulterior motives. He would undoubtedly be a liability. Enough. Cease this bickering. Tai interjected with a snort, putting an end to the quarrel. The new inner disciples of the Blood Valley sect this year were exceptionally powerful. No faction in Tianyuan Prefecture could rival them. However, this does not signify that the sect of Inquiring Immortals is devoid of hope. Chen Luo is the greatest variable. Elder Tai He, the Blood Valley sect has invited us to compete. What benefits can our sect of Inquiring Immortals derive from this? Chen Luo disregarded Gao Yin and turned to Tai He, rubbing his hands and smiling. Rather than the outcome of this contest, Chen Luo was more concerned about the potential gains. Surely, we cannot embark on this journey and return empty-handed? Tai He chuckled softly. Are you implying what you stand to gain? Chen Luo grinned, realizing he could not conceal his thoughts from Tai He. Tai He cleared his throat and stated, regardless of victory or defeat, all 10 of you will receive a grade 3 elixir as a reward from the sect of Inquiring Immortals. Should you triumph over the Blood Valley sect, you will gain entry to the Blood Valley Immortal Tower. Within this tower lie numerous treasures. What you acquire will depend on your own capabilities. Upon hearing about the Blood Valley Immortal Tower, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sect of Inquiring Immortals agreed to this contest solely based on the conditions set forth by the Blood Valley sect? The Blood Valley Immortal Tower is the premier secret realm within the Blood Valley sect, akin to the Inquiring Immortal path of our own sect. No wonder the sect of Inquiring Immortals would risk its reputation to accept this challenge. The Blood Valley sect has offered too much. Tai He laughed heartily. This is merely one of the reasons. If you prevail and gain access to the Blood Valley Immortal Tower, you will undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. There is another reason, which is the crux of the matter. As long as our sect of Inquiring Immortals agrees to compete, the Blood Valley sect will release Xia Homing. Xia Homing? Chen Luo inquired, gazing at Tai He in confusion. The name sounded vaguely familiar. Xia Homing is ranked second on the Inquiring Immortal list and once penetrated the ranks of the esteemed Qingxian list. Zhang Kuang, standing nearby, spoke solemnly. This Xia Homing held considerable prestige within the sect of Inquiring Immortals. Tai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is him. 3 years ago, an incident occurred, and Xia Homing fell into the hands of the Blood Valley sect. The weakened sect of Inquiring Immortals was unable to rescue him. This time, the Blood Valley sect is willing to relent, even if it costs the sect of Inquiring Immortals its dignity. We must retrieve Xia Homing. Such a talent, cultivated at great expense by the sect, cannot be forsaken. Chen Luo pondered thoughtfully, nodding in realization that the sect of Inquiring Immortals agreement hinged upon Xia Homing. However, this does not seem to offer much advantage to the Blood Valley sect. Would the Blood Valley sect genuinely be willing to release Brother Xiaoho? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow and asked, although the Blood Valley sect would gain reputation, what is the worth of such fame? Allowing a top-tier prodigy to escape poses a substantial threat to them. Tai nodded gravely. You are correct. We have deliberated on this matter. Nevertheless, we must prioritize bringing Xia Homing back. As for the issues surrounding him, we will address them. The higher-ups of the sect of Inquiring Immortals are not oblivious to these considerations. However, without having seen Xia Homing, we can only speculate. We cannot leave Xia Homing in the Blood Valley sect. If other forces were to learn of this, what would they say about the sect of Inquiring Immortals? Chen Luo merely smiled at this, suggesting they proceed to Blood Valley sect first. 2 days later, the treasure ship arrived at the vicinity of Blood Valley sect. As Chen Luo gazed down from the ship, he beheld the sect nestled in the center of a blood-red lake, an unsettling sight indeed. In such a place, could one truly cultivate immortality? Suddenly, several figures soared into the air, each possessing a foundational cultivation at the very least. Who dares approach my Blood Valley sect? Sneered the elder at the forefront, a golden core cultivator, casting a derisive glance at those aboard the treasure ship. Hearing the elder's words, Tai furrowed his brow. They had been invited by Blood Valley sect for a competition. Why then were they being obstructed at the entrance? I am Tai He, the supreme elder of the Asking Immortals sect, here with my disciples for our appointment. Why do you hinder us? Tai replied, unmistakably displeased. Sensing that the golden core elder was toying with them, The Blood Valley elder could not suppress a chuckle. I apologize, but I have not received any directives from above. You must disembark and wait outside the sect. Once I confirm with my superiors, I will inform you. Taihe's expression darkened considerably. Blood Valley sect was truly intent on humiliating them. They were confident that the Asking Immortals sect would endure this for the sake of Xia Homing, hence their audacity. This is vexing. We shall remain on the treasure ship. When you allow us entry, we will disembark, Chen Luo interjected, stifling a yawn. How could we be foolish enough to wait outside the Blood Valley sect? That is a loss of face for anyone who cares. Presumptuous. This is the territory of Blood Valley sect. How dare you, a mere disciple, dictate terms? Disembark immediately. Otherwise, you shall not enter Blood Valley sect today. The elder from Blood Valley sect bellowed, astonished that a disciple dared to be so audacious. Chen Luo, however, cleared his throat and proclaimed in a resonant voice. If entry is not permitted, then we shall take our leave. You invited us here. It is your obstruction that prevents our entrance. Should your sect leader hold us accountable later, do not claim we refuse to enter. Many eyes bear witness. You cannot evade this. His voice echoed throughout Blood Valley sect. This display left the Blood Valley elder fuming, as what had begun as a jest turned into a situation where Chen Luo had made him lose face. He felt an overwhelming urge to silence the insolent youth with a single strike. Chen Luo, cease your nonsense. If we cannot bring back Xia Homing, you will serve as a replacement, shouted Tang Ping, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Luo. Chen Luo cast a cold glance at Tang Ping, responding indifferently. His fate is of no concern to me. If you wish to be humiliated like a fool, do so alone. Do not involve me. I will not debase myself. Chapter 109. Am I not worthy as a direct disciple? You. Tang Ping was left speechless, his gaze flickering. Chen Luo ignored him and turned back to the Blood Valley elder. Will you allow us entry or not? He demanded, casting a meaningful glance at Taihe. Taihe cast an awkward glance at the elder of Blood Valley sect, remaining silent. He wished he could exhibit the same audacity as Chen Luo. Yet his myriad of concerns rendered him incapable of voicing those sentiments. The elder of Blood Valley sect gritted his teeth, fixated on Chen Luo. Momentarily at a loss for words, caught in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. Should he refuse, he risked punishment from his superiors. Should he acquiesce, it would tarnish the reputation of Blood Valley sect. At that moment, a laugh echoed through the air, and a figure soared into the sky, wielding a heavy sword. Upon seeing this person, Taihe's expression instantly darkened. The Grand Elder of Blood Valley sect had finally made his appearance. You may withdraw, the man said, casting a disapproving glance at the Golden Core Elder, who could only depart begrudgingly. Taihe, you old fool, you remain as indecisive as ever. No wonder the Asking Immortal sect sent you here. Yet, your disciples, the man's gaze fell upon Chen Luo, revealing a mocking smile, exhibit far greater resolve than you. Chen Luo rolled his eyes, entirely unfazed by the latent hostility in the Grand Elder's words. Would they resort to bullying the weak? Blood Valley sect had its pride. Such conduct was beneath them. Taihe chuckled wryly. Qinin, your Blood Valley sect truly lacks integrity. Such despicable tactics do not align with your esteemed position. Blood Valley sect is currently the foremost sect in Tianyin Prefecture. In the wake of the Asking Immortal sect's decline, they are no longer our match. Should war ensue, defeat is inevitable. Qinin smiled. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Come with me. With that, he soared into the sect's inner sanctum. The treasure ship of the Asking Immortal sect followed suit, ultimately landing in a martial arena. The crowd descended, scanning their surroundings, and discovered a considerable number of Blood Valley sect disciples had gathered. These disciples bore expressions of mockery, their disdain palpable. Giggling. Is this your new inner disciples of Asking Immortal sect? Merely 3 in the foundation establishment stage? The Asking Immortal sect has truly fallen. They jeered. Watch closely. These useless disciples will undoubtedly be beaten to a pulp. Here comes Senior Brother Ji and the others. Just look at their imposing presence. They will surely crush Asking Immortal sect. The laughter from the onlookers echoed, as the disciples of Blood Valley sect entirely dismissed Chen Luo and the others. The disparity was too great. Victory was inconceivable. For the Asking Immortal sect to come here was akin to seeking humiliation. Chen Luo lifted his gaze towards the opposite side, where 10 figures entered the martial arena. These 10 were the newly inducted inner disciples of Blood Valley sect, 6 in foundation establishment and 4 in body refinement. Notably, the man clad in black at the center exuded an extraordinarily formidable aura. Now that everyone is present, we may commence, Qinin remarked with a smile. After surveying the 10 new inner disciples of Asking Immortal sect, a profound confidence surged within Qinin. This time, not only would he bring disgrace to the Asking Immortal sect, but he would also elevate the prestige of Blood Valley sect. Certainly, the true objective of the Blood Valley sect transcends mere superficial accolades. And what of Xia Homing? Tai He inquired, raising an eyebrow at Qin Yin. Qin Yin smiled reassuringly, urging him not to fret. The individual is already en route. Once this contest concludes, you shall naturally encounter him. Tai He frowned deeply, casting a disgruntled glance at Qin Yin. In another's territory, one must adhere to their dictates. How shall we proceed? Tai He exhaled slowly. Qin Yin gestured, and a spirit formation erupted from the ground, manifesting a circular barrier approximately an acre in size at the center of the gathering. This formation achieved an extraordinary grade of 4. Not even a golden core cultivator could easily shatter this barrier, let alone those at the foundation establishment stage. We shall each designate a disciple to enter the barrier. The loser will be eliminated. Once one side has been entirely ousted, they shall be deemed the defeated. Furthermore, aside from weapons, the use of other treasures, spirit formations, and elixirs is strictly prohibited, Qin Yin declared with a smile. No sooner had he finished speaking than a disciple from the Blood Valley sect, at the 10th stage of body refinement, charged boldly into the barrier. Come. I shall dispatch these feeble disciples of the questioning immortal sect. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, beckoning provocatively with his finger. In response to such blatant taunting, Ling Yimo and the others darkened their expressions. How audacious for a mere 10th stage body refinement practitioner to be so arrogant. The Blood Valley sect clearly holds the questioning immortal sect in utter disdain. Tai He was about to voice his thoughts when Chen Luo interjected. Are we permitted to send only body refinement practitioners? The gazes of the crowd converged upon Chen Luo, revealing expressions of puzzlement. Is it not the unspoken rule that body refinement faces body refinement, and foundation establishment faces foundation establishment? Must we even inquire about this? Chen Luo. Do not allow outsiders to perceive our questioning immortal sect disciples as lacking in decorum. Tang Ping scoffed, deriding Chen Luo's inquiry as foolish. Chen Luo shot Tang Ping an exasperated glance. What is your issue? I did not ask for your opinion. You. Tang Ping's face darkened with rage. It was infuriating that Chen Luo was a direct disciple. As an intersect elder, he found himself powerless to act. Had Chen Luo been an intersect disciple, he would have met a much harsher fate. Qin Yin regarded Chen Luo with a smile. There is no such rule. You are free to act as you wish. The Blood Valley sect is unconcerned with the questioning immortal sect strategies. Regardless of the approach, they maintain an absolute advantage. In the face of such overwhelming strength, what chance does the questioning immortal sect have to prevail? Upon hearing Qin Yin's response, Chen Luo pointed decisively at Gao Yan. You shall go. This unexpected turn left everyone momentarily stunned. Chen Luo was actually sending Gao Yan, a foundation establishment practitioner, to confront Zhang Yi. What kind of audacious maneuver is this? On what grounds? You cannot simply command me to fight. Gao Yan's face flushed with indignation. We are all foundation establishment practitioners. Why should I heed Chen Luo's commands? Chen Luo smiled. Are you certain? Gao Yan trembled at Chen Luo's words, realizing that the disparity in their statuses had shifted now that Chen Luo was a direct disciple. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. Why should he blindly follow whatever Chen Luo decreed? How utterly absurd. A disciple from the inner sect initially confronted an elder and then commanded his peers. No wonder you question the decline of the cultivation of the immortal inquiry. There are far too many arrogant individuals like him. The one who spoke was a foundation establishment stage disciple, known as Ji Yang. As soon as Ji Yang uttered these words, the disciples of the Blood Valley sect erupted in laughter. The influx of disciples from influential families into the cultivation of the immortal inquiry is one of the reasons for its downfall. Ji Yang is merely rubbing salt into the wounds of the cultivation of the immortal inquiry. Qin Yin smiled faintly, casting his gaze towards Tai He. Ah. Your disciples from the cultivation of the immortal inquiry truly possess an air of authority. Can an intersect disciple truly be qualified to make all decisions? Tai He remained silent, tacitly allowing Chen Luo to make all decisions. Faced with the ridicule from these individuals, Chen Luo furrowed his brows and inquired with confusion. Intersect disciple? Who told you I was an intersect disciple? As a direct disciple, am I not allowed to confront intersect elders? Am I not permitted to command intersect disciples? Direct disciple? The expressions of Qin Yin and the others froze in astonishment as they gazed at Chen Luo, dumbfounded. What does this mean? How could Chen Luo possibly be a direct disciple? Chapter 110. What is a direct disciple? Let me enlighten you on what a direct disciple is. A direct disciple? Preposterous. To have a foundation establishment stage disciple as a direct disciple is indeed an unheard of occurrence. Qin Yin narrowed his eyes, fixated on Chen Luo. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the name slipped from his lips. You are Chen Luo? The mention of Chen Luo's name caused a stir among those present. This name was not unfamiliar within the Blood Valley sect. Chen Luo had gained fame after his battle in the illusory cave, becoming an object of interest for many factions. Yet, it had been less than a month since the illusory cave incident. How had Chen Luo achieved the foundation establishment stage and even become a direct disciple of the cultivation of the immortal inquiry? Such talent! Indeed, It is I. Do I not possess the qualifications? Chen Luo puffed out his chest, exuding confidence. This made Qin Yin's brow furrow deeply, his expression exceedingly complex. It was not fear of losing this competition. The Blood Valley sect could not afford to lose. What he feared was Chen Luo's terrifying genius. In just a few months since joining the cultivation of the Immortal Inquiry, he had managed to reach the Foundation establishment stage and even become a direct disciple. With such talent, he would undoubtedly advance to the divine transformation stage in the future, potentially becoming a grave threat to the Blood Valley sect. Gao Yin, will you step up? Chen Luo disregarded Qin Yin and directly called out to Gao Yin. Gao Yin glanced weakly at Taihe, whose expression clearly indicated support for Chen Luo. With no alternative, he thought, let the embarrassment come. Gao Yin charged into the spiritual array, commencing his duel with Zhang Yi. Foundation establishment against body refinement. What a disgrace. How laughable. Is this truly your strategy? Foundation establishment battling body refinement, without fear of being ridiculed. Ji Yang cast a derisive glance at Chen Luo and remarked, losing a body refinement stage disciple is something the Blood Valley sect can easily bear. After all, there remain 6 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, formidable mountains that Chen Luo and his companions cannot surmount. Chen Luo merely snorted coldly and dispatched Gao Yin, clearly harboring his own intentions. From the outset, Gao Yin had advocated for the Blood Valley sect and would undoubtedly refrain from exerting his full strength in battle. Given this, it was prudent to let Gao Yin confront a body refinement stage opponent. Should Gao Yin fail to triumph even over a body refinement stage cultivator, it would be glaringly obvious, and he would likely find it impossible to remain in the Asking Immortal sect thereafter. Before long, Gao Yin decisively defeated Zhang Yi. A victory devoid of suspense. However, the expression on Gao Yin's face was far from pleasant. Defeating a body refinement stage opponent was hardly a cause for celebration. Humph. Such petty skills, daring to hope for a turnaround. Ridiculous to the extreme. Suddenly, a disciple from the Blood Valley sect, a first-tier Foundation establishment cultivator, charged into the spirit array to engage Gao Yin in combat. As Chen Luo had anticipated, Gao Yin continued to retreat, clearly unwilling to unleash his full potential. Observing Gao Yin's predicament, the disciples of the Blood Valley sect began to taunt him. Is this the best the Asking Immortal sect can offer? I believe that with just Feng Tong, the Asking Immortal sect could be utterly crushed. Will Chen Luo, like before in the Void Cave, unleash his fury again? This fellow's talent is truly astonishing. But what can he achieve? What a grand joke. Chen Luo has only just reached the Foundation establishment stage. How can he possibly contend with the prodigies of our Blood Valley sect? What does it matter if he is a direct disciple? His cultivation is still merely at the first tier of Foundation establishment. In the face of such an absolute disparity, no matter how high Chen Luo's talent, victory is beyond his grasp. Boom. Gao Yin fell to the ground, choosing to surrender. His demeanor incited laughter among the disciples of the Blood Valley sect. What a disgrace. Is this truly a disciple of the Asking Immortal sect? Are you satisfied now? Gao Yin exited the spirit array, casting a glare at Chen Luo, who paid him no heed and instead turned his gaze towards Zhang Kuang. Is this acceptable? Zhang Kuang hesitated for a moment before nodding and striding towards the spirit array. Zhang Yi had already expended a portion of his spiritual power, placing Zhang Kuang at a distinct advantage in this battle. Once they clashed, Zhang Kuang unleashed his full might, beginning to suppress Zhang Yi. It was evident that Zhang Kuang would prevail. Chen Luo observed Ji Yang, realizing that these individuals were indeed indifferent to Zhang Yi's fate. After all, losing a single Zhang Yi would not impact their side, which still boasted 5 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. Before long, Zhang Yi succumbed to exhaustion and was defeated, though Zhang Kuang was nearing his limits as well. The opposing side could easily dispatch someone to conquer Zhang Kuang. Ji Yang promptly sent forth a disciple at the Foundation establishment stage, who plunged into the spirit array. In a mere half an incense stick's time, Zhang Kuang was vanquished. With Zhang Kuang's defeat, the watching disciples of the Blood Valley sect erupted in murmurs of disbelief. To them, the contest had already concluded. Only Chen Luo remained for the Asking Immortal sect, left to confront 5 adversaries alone. Is Chen Luo truly expected to fight against 5? What a foolish notion. Chen Luo, do you still believe you have a chance of victory? With only you left at the Foundation establishment stage, it would be wise to surrender. Ji Yang raised the corners of his mouth, feeling that this battle could be concluded without his intervention. How disappointing. Chen Luo paid no heed to Ji Yang. Instead, he loosened his muscles and stretched lazily. Enough. Am I not a direct disciple capable of handling you intersect members? As soon as Chen Luo uttered these words, the expressions of Ji Yang and the others transformed into ones of utter disbelief. To invoke the status of a direct disciple at such a moment? This lad must be insane. Humph, what a joke. Come inside, shouted a disciple from the Foundation establishment stage within the spirit formation. Ji Yang then mockingly retorted, "Come on. If you are so formidable, step into the spirit formation. We too wish to see what the direct disciples of the Asking Immortal sect are truly capable of." The disciples of the Blood Valley sect erupted in laughter, viewing Chen Luo as a mere source of amusement. This Chen Luo merely spouted grandiose claims. Let us wait and see where he hides his face once he is defeated. With a sigh, Chen Luo raised his right fist, smiling as he turned his gaze towards the Blood Valley sect disciples within the spirit formation. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a direct disciple. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Luo took a step forward, his figure swift as the wind. This scene instantly rendered all expressions grave. Such incredible speed. Is this truly a foundation establishment stage 1? Before anyone could process the situation, Chen Luo had dashed into the spirit formation, his fist slamming toward the Blood Valley sect disciple like a cannonball. The disciple hastily raised both arms to defend himself, scoffing, as a fellow foundation establishment stage 1. Do you think I fear you? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luo's fist had already reached him. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously. The expression on the man's face underwent a complete transformation, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Is this truly the might that a foundation establishment stage 1 can unleash? This is bad. Ji Yang suddenly sensed something amiss, and before he could fully articulate his thoughts, dust began to swirl within the spirit formation. Once the dust settled, the disciples of the Blood Valley sect within the formation lay unconscious on the ground, unresponsive. The entire venue fell silent, with every face displaying a look of utter astonishment. One punch to annihilate? Chen Luo stood up, casting a playful glance at Ji Yang and the others. Your Blood Valley sect disciples are nothing extraordinary, not even able to withstand a single punch. Is this all you have? Ji Yang's expression darkened, coldly staring at Chen Luo. No wonder he is so arrogant. This Chen Luo indeed possesses some skill. But let us not celebrate too soon. Defeating one person does not make him invincible. I, Gu Chun, can crush you with a single hand, proclaimed the last disciple of the Foundation Establishment Stage 1 from the Blood Valley sect, as he charged into the spirit formation. But before Gu Chun could make a move, Chen Luo suddenly dashed in front of him, unleashing the listening wind palm with overwhelming force. Boom. By the time Chen Luo stood upright, Gu Chun was already sprawled on the ground. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more, faces etched with even greater shock. Another one? Chen Luo smirked, grinning at Ji Yang. Next. Chapter 111. The stench is overwhelming. I find it distasteful. 2 consecutive kills. Moreover, they were all at the Foundation Establishment stage. Chen Luo's performance left the venue in utter silence. How could he exhibit such formidable prowess when they were all of the same realm? Ji Yang's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Chen Luo. After scrutinizing him for a considerable time, Ji Yang took a deep breath and remarked that this fellow's physical body must exceed the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. It must be due to the mystical immortal bone. This lad's combat ability is likely at least at the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment. Upon hearing Ji Yang's words, those around him nodded in agreement. A powerful physique is indeed a significant advantage. The enhancement from the mystical immortal bone is truly remarkable. In the same realm, Chen Luo should be an invincible force. Allow me. A voluptuous woman stepped forward, the only female among the 6 of the Blood Valley sect at the Foundation Establishment stage. Ji Yang nodded at her. Yin Yin. Try to avoid close combat with him. Your chances of victory will increase significantly. Yin Yin responded with a teasing smile. Fear not. I know what I'm doing. He is merely a brute with a slightly stronger physique. I excel at dealing with such men. After saying this, she flashed a confident smile and took out a long whip, slowly stepping into the spiritual array. Chen Luo appraised Yin Yin from head to toe, noting her alluring charm as a woman of the Blood Valley sect. What? Do I look good? Yin Yin smiled slightly as she began to wield the whip. A faint purple mist enveloped the whip, gradually filling the entire spiritual array. Chen Luo furrowed his brow. This purple mist carried a rich fragrance that could likely affect the circulation of spiritual energy within his body. This woman has likely used this trick to captivate many men. Indeed, you are appealing, but the scent is rather overpowering. Chen Luo grinned while pinching his nose. Yin Yan's expression instantly turned frosty, clearly enraged. No man had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. This Chen Luo was playing with fire. Unpleasant. Then let me ensure you can never smell it again. Yin Yin shouted angrily, swinging the whip towards Chen Luo. The whip spiraled forth, rushing towards him at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, countless fine needles shot out from the whip, each imbued with a faint purple hue and coated in potent poison. TSK. This kid is doomed. Daring to provoke senior sister Yin will surely cost him dearly, joked another disciple at the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment, Zhou Yi. He had first-hand experience of Yin Yan's formidable strength, having been thoroughly dominated by her during the intersect assessment. Ji Yang merely smiled faintly. While he believed Yin Yin could win, he remained wary of Chen Luo's abilities, at least based on his current performance. Chen Luo possessed the talent of a top genius from Tianyuan Prefecture. I'll teach you to speak recklessly. Yin Yin sneered. The fine needles, numbering in the hundreds, were aimed to pierce Chen Luo's skin. Even the strongest physique would be rendered ineffective. Once paralyzed, he would be at her mercy. Is that all you've got? Chen Luo stood still, allowing the fine needles to rain down upon him. The needles struck him with a metallic clatter before falling to the ground. None capable of piercing his skin. Yin Yin, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly bewildered. Though her needles were not of the highest grade, they were still classified as second tier, easily capable of penetrating the skin of foundational stage cultivators. Why did they have no effect on Chen Luo? Just how formidable was his physique? With calm composure, Chen Luo brushed off the dust from his body. After reaching the foundational stage, his ethereal bones had been completely refined. His physique was on the verge of transcending into the golden core stage. Such trifling second-tier needles were hardly worthy of concern. Yin Yin's eyes sharpened as she swiftly lashed out with her whip, aiming for Chen Luo's body. This whip was a third-tier weapon, certainly incapable of failing to breach Chen Luo's defenses. Humph, Chen Luo scoffed, seizing the whip with one hand, gripping it firmly. However, as he did so, blood oozed from his palm, large wounds appearing. After all, it was a third-tier weapon. Even with his formidable physique, he could not completely withstand its force. Yet, this minor pain was bearable. What? Yin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, taken aback that Chen Luo would resort to such a brutish method to counter her attack. This man, has he lost his mind? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Luo suddenly yanked the whip, the terrifying force leaving her disoriented. In an instant, she was propelled toward him. Yin Yin immediately sensed something amiss and attempted to exert her strength to resist the pull, knowing that engaging him in close quarters would spell her defeat. But no matter how she struggled, she could not overcome the overwhelming force exerted by Chen Luo. With no other option, she was compelled to relinquish her weapon. Just as she was about to let go of the whip, Chen Luo unexpectedly intensified his grip, twirling the whip in circles. In the blink of an eye, Yin Yin found herself ensnared by her own whip, bound in a manner that was almost artistic. Ah! She shrieked as she fell at Chen Luo's feet. Bound by the whip, she was utterly incapable of freeing herself. Chen Luo chuckled softly as he crouched down, pinching her nose. With such a potent scent, can't you smell it? Yin Yin's face flushed crimson with rage. Release me. Not only had she been defeated swiftly, but she was also subjected to such humiliation. As a prodigy of the Blood Valley sect, how could she endure this? That Chen Luo, truly infuriating. What a sight you make. Just look at your fellow disciples. Don't they all enjoy the view? Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yin Yin twitched at the corners of her eyes, casting a glance at the other disciples of the Blood Valley sect, their gazes almost unbearable to meet. The binding of the whip presented her figure in a perfect display for all to see. How embarrassing. How could she possibly remain in the Blood Valley sect after this? Chen Luo, I will not let you off easily. Yin Yin screamed in fury, wishing she could tear Chen Luo into 1,000 pieces. Yet, Chen Luo merely shrugged indifferently, then kicked Yin Yin out of the spiritual array. Such threats had been heard too often. Many had faced Yin Yin alone. Chen Luo straightened, his gaze finally resting on Ji Yang. At that moment, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. All eyes converged upon Ji Yang and Chen Luo. Prior to this, no one would have believed that the disciples of the Asking Immortal sect could reach such heights. Not only did they fail to draw out Ji Yang, but they could hardly even compel Yin Yin. Who would have anticipated that Chen Luo alone could triumph over 3 Foundation Establishment practitioners, including the second stage of Foundation Establishment? Yin Yin? His combat prowess was truly formidable. Ji Yang looked at Chen Luo, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He had not expected such a prodigy to arise from the long-fallen Asking Immortal sect. Your strength is indeed surprising. However, this is where it ends. To defeat me, you would need at least a century of cultivation. As soon as the words left his lips, an astonishing aura erupted from Ji Yang. The 4th stage of Foundation Establishment was unleashed without reservation. Gasps filled the arena. Ji Yang was, after all, the most exceptional genius of the inner sect this year. In the face of such an absolute disparity, what could Chen Luo possibly do to prevail? Chapter 112, Withstand my sword, and I shall concede defeat. Senior brother Ji is finally making his move. No matter how capable Chen Luo might be, he could never match senior brother Ji. The gap in cultivation was simply too great. It must be senior brother Ji who would undoubtedly overpower Chen Luo. We shall wait to see Chen Luo humiliate himself. To think he could turn the tide single-handedly is the height of folly. Cheers for Ji Yang resonated around them. After all, he was the top candidate in this intersect assessment, far surpassing the other disciples in strength. With Ji Yang's prowess, defeating Chen Luo would be a mere formality. No matter how arrogant Chen Luo might be, he could not alter the impending reality of his defeat. Not far away, Qining smirked, casting a glance at Tai. He had not anticipated that this young man, named Chen Luo, possessed such terrifying talent. No wonder the asking immortal sect dared to participate. They had concealed a trump card. However, in the face of Ji Yang, this trump card held no chance of victory. Qining mused, utterly convinced that Chen Luo could not triumph. The difference between the fourth stage and the first stage of foundation establishment was simply too vast, even if Chen Luo had an exceptionally formidable physique. The disparity in spiritual power rendered his chances negligible. Tai shot a sidelong glance at Qining, cautioning against speaking too definitively. The outcome of the battle was far from certain. At Tai's words, Qining burst into laughter. In his eyes, Tai's remarks were nothing short of a grand joke. At this moment, Ji Yang had already stepped into the spiritual array. He drew forth a rare third-grade sword. Its blade pointed directly at Chen Luo. Come now, if you do not give it your all, you shall suffer a most grievous defeat. Ji Yang exuded absolute confidence. The confidence that belonged to a genius. To stand out in a top-tier force like the Blood Valley sect was more than enough to demonstrate Ji Yang's terrifying cultivation talent. Even though Chen Luo's feats were astonishing, they could hardly shake Ji Yang's inner pride. To lose against a weaker opponent would tarnish the very essence of a genius. Chen Luo shrugged nonchalantly and drew forth the Qinglong sword. Upon seeing the fourth-grade sword in Chen Luo's hand, Ji Yang's expression instantly morphed into one of complexity. A fourth-grade sword? How extravagant of Chen Luo. The treatment bestowed upon him by the asking immortal sect is quite remarkable. Sensing the jealousy etched across Ji Yang's face, Chen Luo chuckled. What is this? The prodigy of the Blood Valley sect is unable to produce even a fourth-grade treasure? Enraged, Ji Yang clenched his sword tightly, scoffing. What does it matter if you possess high-grade weapons? True supremacy lies in one's own strength. With that, Ji Yang swung his sword towards Chen Luo, unleashing a third-grade martial technique. His ferocious assault clearly aimed to defeat Chen Luo swiftly, restoring his lost dignity and bringing shame to the asking immortal sect. Without Chen Luo, the other disciples of the sect would pose no threat. Only a minor accomplishment? The genius of the Blood Valley sect is hardly impressive. As Ji Yang launched his attack, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. He had expected Ji Yang's move to be formidable, yet it turned out to be merely a minor achievement. Is this really impressive? Ji Yang's face turned purple with rage as he retorted. Then let us see if you can withstand this strike. Blood slash of the heavens. With a furious roar, Ji Yang's sword sliced towards Chen Luo at breakneck speed, channeling a vast amount of spiritual energy, the blood light soaring into the sky, exuding a fierce aura. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what true martial arts are. Chen Luo grinned, then calmly swung his sword, as if summoning tumultuous waves around him. Break the sea sword technique. Slash. With a resounding clash, the two swords collided, their respective sword intents clashing within the spiritual array. Ji Yang's complexion grew increasingly grim as he realized that his swordplay was failing to gain the upper hand. How could Chen Luo, employing a lower-grade sword technique, unleash such formidable power? It was utterly absurd. Wait, have you perfected this sword technique? Ji Yang finally discerned the anomaly. Chen Luo's strike had indeed reached the realm of perfection. How could this be? How could anyone achieve such mastery at this age? It's unbelievable. Surprised, are you? You're mistaken. What lies ahead will astonish you even more. Chen Luo teased, exerting force in his arm, causing his sword intent to surge dramatically. With a thunderous boom, both sword intents shattered simultaneously. Chen Luo and Ji Yang both staggered back a few steps, but the distance clearly favored Chen Luo. Gritting his teeth, Ji Yang raised his head and swiftly wielded his sword, allowing his fingertip to trace across the blade, drawing forth a crimson line. It seems I can no longer toy with you. If you can withstand this strike, I shall concede your victory. Ji Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and an astonishing surge of blood energy erupted from his entire being. This blood energy filled the entire spirit formation, even extending beyond its confines. The onlookers widened their eyes in awe, rising to their feet in excitement at the sight of Ji Yang. The Blood Valley's 3 extinguishing swords. It is indeed the Blood Valley's 3 extinguishing swords. Victory is assured. Who would have thought that Chen Luo could compel senior brother Ji to wield the Blood Valley's ultimate technique? Such an accomplishment is worthy of pride. Once this sword is unleashed, who in the same realm can rival it? This is our Blood Valley sect's renowned skill. Although it is merely the first of the extinguishing sword techniques, it suffices to deal with the ants of the questioning immortal sect. I am eager to see how this arrogant Chen Luo will counter the Blood Valley's 3 extinguishing swords. The atmosphere was electrified with continuous cheers from the exuberant disciples of the Blood Valley sect. The Blood Valley's 3 extinguishing swords are the hallmark martial arts of our sect. Renowned among the disciples, Even the first extinguishing sword technique can unleash the power of the lower fourth rank. The final third extinguishing sword technique reaches an astonishing fourth rank. Can the ants of the questioning immortal sect withstand such swordsmanship? First extinguish. Blood extinguish. Ji Yang's eyes suddenly transformed into a blood-red hue. All the blood energy converged into the sword in his hand, turning it into a crimson blade. At last, Ji Yang unleashed the sword, the terrifying blood energy surging forth. Aimed directly at Chen Luo, the blood energy instantly engulfed Chen Luo's form, a sight of utter horror. All gazes converged upon this swirling mass of blood energy. This strike would undoubtedly eliminate Chen Luo. It would be best to slay him with a single blow. That scoundrel deserves no less than death. With a whoosh, Ji Yang descended slowly, the last remnants of his blood energy merging into the blood mass. This sword has been honed over 3 years. What do you possess to contend with me? Ji Yang raised the corners of his mouth, puffing out his chest with confidence. Victory is mine, no doubt about it. Just as Ji Yang intended to retract his sword, a formidable sword intent suddenly erupted from within the blood mass. Ji Yang quickly turned his gaze, trembling involuntarily upon sensing this sword intent. What martial art is this? Buzz. A resounding sword cry echoed. The sword light sliced through the blood mass, cleaving it in two. Following this, the blood mass gradually dissipated, revealing Chen Luo's figure to the astonished crowd. Chen Luo calmly sheathed the azure dragon sword, displaying no signs of injury whatsoever. This meant that Ji Yang's prideful Blood Valley's 3 extinguishing swords had inflicted no harm upon him. Chen Luo exhaled, relieved to have martial skills at his disposal. The heart-questioning sword technique bestowed by the little princess truly proved invaluable. Chapter 113. How easily can one who covets wealth be dealt with? Impossible. Qin Yin's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Chen Luo. He was acutely aware of the tremendous power behind Ji Yang's previous strike. Not to mention a first-stage foundation disciple, even those at the 5th stage would find it difficult to withstand Ji Yang's blow. Yet Chen Luo not only endured it but effortlessly shattered the attack. How could this Chen Luo possess such strength? Ji Yang retreated 2 steps in terror, his expression filled with astonishment. Despite exerting all his strength, why was he still unable to vanquish Chen Luo? Chen Luo was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. How could he possess such formidable strength? This Chen Luo must be concealing his true abilities. It seems that the disciples of the Blood Valley sect possess only this level of skill. Chen Luo lifted his head and smiled broadly at Ji Yang. Defeating Ji Yang would signify the culmination of this battle. Would the remaining disciples of the Blood Valley sect dare to continue fighting? Ji Yang clutched his sword tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. He too pondered how to counter this opponent, how to triumph over Chen Luo. If he were to lose, it would be a severe blow to the reputation of the Blood Valley sect. This time, it was clearly the asking immortal sect that faced humiliation, not the Blood Valley sect. You must be at your wit's end, struggling to maintain your facade. Watch as I strip away your disguise. Ji Yang roared, his sword surging forth with great vigor, once again aiming at Chen Luo. He could not believe that a mere initial stage foundation establishment practitioner could effortlessly withstand the Blood Valley's 3 annihilation sword. This was the Blood Valley sect's ultimate technique. How could Chen Luo possibly defend against it? Still coming? You are quite brave. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, then with a swift motion, he deflected Ji Yang's sword. In the next moment, he delivered a powerful kick. Ji Yang felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by an uncontrollable force that sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough. Spit. Ji Yang violently expelled a mouthful of blood, the intense agony causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. All the disciples of the Blood Valley sect simultaneously rose to their feet, glaring at Chen Luo in fury. Who could have imagined that a single Chen Luo would bring such disgrace to the Blood Valley sect? Winning 4 consecutive matches, he had even triumphed over the strongest, Ji Yang. How could the asking immortal sect boast such an astonishing prodigy? I have not yet lost. He is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. How could he possibly defeat me? Ji Yang struggled to stand, gritting his teeth as he fixed his gaze on Chen Luo. If he lost, it would not only be a disgrace for the Blood Valley sect, but also for himself. He was the most exceptional talent of the Blood Valley sect this year. How could he submit to Chen Luo? Enough. Suddenly, Qin Yin's voice rang out from above. A loss is a loss. Our Blood Valley sect can endure it. Upon hearing Qin Yin's words, Ji Yang clenched his fists in frustration, then turned to exit the spiritual array. A profound silence enveloped the arena, with all eyes converging on Chen Luo. It was this man who had shattered all the plans of the Blood Valley sect. Tai smiled at Qin Yin beside him. Qin Yin, is the promise of the Blood Valley Immortal Tower still valid? He had not anticipated that Chen Luo would win, and moreover, that he would instill such fear in the disciples of the Blood Valley sect. Even Ji Yang had been defeated. How could the Blood Valley sect continue to fight? Qin Yin shot Tai an irritated glance and replied, Rest assured, our Blood Valley sect will not go back on our word. However, You of the Asking Immortal sect are indeed fortunate to have attracted such a remarkable genius. Chen Luo's innate talent seems to surpass even that of Yang Longdian. Yang Longdian, a paragon among the younger generation of Tianyan Prefecture, is nearly unmatched. Yet, he suffered defeat to Chen Luo in the Wushu Cave. And his cultivation has not caught up with Chen Luo's. Is it not evident that Chen Luo's potential far exceeds Yang Longtian's? Taiha merely smiled without responding to Qin Yin's remarks. Indeed, Chen Luo's talent is extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as a direct disciple upon entering the inner sect. It will not be long before Chen Luo's name resounds throughout Tianyan Prefecture. Please wait here. I shall consult the sect leader, Qin Yin said with a cold snort, then departed from the scene. Taiha then landed beside Chen Luo, his face radiant with an uncontrollable smile. Chen Luo truly brings honor to the Wuxin sect. Chen Luo calmly shrugged, having stated before that he would handle it. The others exchanged awkward smiles. Those who previously doubted Chen Luo had nothing left to say. However, not everyone in the group was pleased. For instance, Tang Ping, the rather rotund elder, was troubled. The more Chen Luo's talent shines, the greater the threat to Prince Jin. If allowed to continue his steady cultivation, he would soon become a significant menace that must be eradicated swiftly. Within the Blood Valley sect's hall, several elder patriarchs had gathered. Although they were not present at the scene, they had witnessed Chen Luo's performance. His talent was undeniably astonishing. Qin Yin strode into the hall, where the elder patriarchs wore expressions of grave concern, mirroring his own. Where is the sect leader? Qin Yin inquired of the elder patriarchs. Just as they were about to respond, a figure appeared upon the throne. Upon seeing this person, the elder patriarchs all clasped their hands in respect. This individual was none other than the sect leader of Blood Valley, Shui Fantian. I have come to pay my respects, sect leader. Shui Fantian waved his hand, calmly addressing Qin Yin. What are your thoughts on Chen Luo? Prior to this, the Blood Valley sect had never anticipated Chen Luo's participation in the competition, let alone his terrifying display of power. After all, during the Wushu Cave incident, Chen Luo was merely at the 6th stage of body refinement. In just half a month, he had advanced to the 1st stage of foundation establishment. Such talent is simply monstrous. Qin Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating before stating, I believe we should resolve this matter swiftly. He cannot be allowed to remain. The elder patriarchs nodded in agreement. Chen Luo would undoubtedly become a calamity for the Blood Valley sect and must be dealt with promptly. Shui Fantian hesitated for a moment before saying, if we act directly, it would tarnish the reputation of our Blood Valley sect. Do any of you have alternative methods to ensure that Chen Luo does not leave our sect? Chen Luo's situation differs from that of Xiahou Ming, who was captured by the Blood Valley sect due to personal matters. This is also the main reason why the Wuxin sect cannot demand his release from the Blood Valley sect. The Blood Valley sect still values its reputation. At that moment, an esteemed elder stepped forward and remarked, Sect leader, are they not intending to enter the Blood Valley Celestial Tower? I have heard that this young man has an insatiable greed for wealth. Why not feed him information regarding the ancient River Pearl? Upon hearing the words, ancient River Pearl, a mocking smile spread across the faces of all present. What a splendid idea. If Chen Luo dares to seek the ancient River Pearl, his demise is all but guaranteed. Blood Van Tian's lips curled into a smirk. Very well, Qin Yin, you shall handle this matter. Remember to make Chen Luo aware of the pearl's significance. If he is indeed covetous, he will undoubtedly fall for the trap. The elders nodded in agreement, their expressions brimming with confidence. Greed is certainly a double-edged sword. I am eager to witness the reaction of the questioning Immortal sect when this prodigy meets his end within the Blood Valley Celestial Tower. Even if the questioning Immortal sect realizes that it was a ruse orchestrated by the Blood Valley sect, would they dare to retaliate? Would they dare? The current questioning Immortal sect can only endure. Chapter 114. This lady is quite something. After a lengthy wait, Qin Yin returned to the martial arena, escorting the members of the questioning Immortal sect to the Blood Valley Celestial Tower. The Blood Valley Celestial Tower is a magnificent crimson edifice, towering 9 stories high. Within, there are 9 secret realms. The higher the floor, the more valuable the treasures contained therein. However, the tower is also home to numerous blood beasts nurtured by the Blood Valley sect, and one must evade their attacks to seize the treasures within. Those lacking strength will find it impossible to procure any valuable items from the Blood Valley Celestial Tower. This is precisely why the Blood Valley sect is willing to offer such terms. Newly initiated disciples may only ascend to the 3rd floor of the tower, where the treasures are at most of the 3rd grade. The Blood Valley sect would not mind parting with a few 3rd-grade treasures for the questioning Immortal sect. Just a moment longer, I will activate the Blood Valley Celestial Tower, Qin Yin announced with a cough as he approached the tower. Chen Luo remained in place, scanning his surroundings, which were now teeming with Blood Valley sect disciples, their expressions radiating coldness. Among the crowd, Chen Luo spotted a familiar figure, Shen Yan. To his surprise, she was also present. Shen Yan, of course, noticed Chen Luo, her expression darkening considerably. She could hardly fathom that he had reached the foundation establishment stage in such a short span and had become a direct disciple of the questioning immortal sect. She had certainly underestimated him. This fellow was rather extraordinary. Ah, an old acquaintance, Chen Luo said with a grin as he gazed at Shen Yan. He would never forget the time spent with her in the questioning void cave. Shen Yan rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Who is your old acquaintance? Don't try to get chummy." She had not forgotten the misdeeds Chen Luo had committed against her in the cave. If given the chance, she would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. However, she lacked the capability to do so. Since leaving the cave, she had only advanced one minor realm, reaching the 7th stage of body refinement. The gap between their cultivations had grown significantly. "Hey, don't be so fierce," he retorted. "Are you aware of any renowned treasures within the Blood Valley Immortal Tower?" Chen Luo grinned. This opportunity to enter the Blood Valley Immortal Tower must be seized. It would be ideal to acquire some 4th-grade treasures inside. "I've spent too much of my wealth recently. I need to earn more." Shen Yan rolled her eyes, disregarding Chen Luo. Suddenly, a disciple beside Shen Yan chuckled. "If you have the skill, go and retrieve the ancient river pearl from the 3rd level. That is the only 4th-grade treasure in the lower 3 levels. And it has even reached the upper 4th grade. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan raised an eyebrow at him. "You really dare to say that?" However, the ancient river pearl, Shen Yan's eyes glimmered as her lips curled into a slight smile. She immediately turned to Chen Luo. "What he said is true. But the ancient river pearl is not so easily obtained. There are numerous blood beasts in the foundation establishment stage guarding it. If you have the ability, then go and seize the ancient river pearl. The ancient river pearl is quite famous within the Blood Valley sect. Many disciples have attempted to acquire this pearl, yet they all perished at the hands of the blood beasts. Over time, no one dared to covet the ancient river pearl anymore. But Chen Luo was oblivious to this. If he were to perish within the Blood Valley Immortal Tower, it would be a boon for her." Chen Luo's eyes sparkled at the mention of the upper 4th-grade treasure. "Excellent. I didn't expect you to have such a good side, old woman. Once I retrieve the ancient river pearl, you will be the first to see it." Chen Luo laughed. Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback, her face turning a shade of anger. "Old woman? Am I really that old?" Fortunately, her objective had been achieved, and she didn't wish to waste her breath on someone who was destined for demise. Shen Yan forced a smile, cheerily saying, "Well then, do your best. But don't die in the Blood Valley Immortal Tower." Chen Luo chuckled, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He wasn't foolish. He could see that these individuals were baiting him. It seemed the blood beasts guarding the ancient river pearl were formidable. Not something an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could contend with. He decided to take a look first. If there was an opportunity, he would surely seize the ancient river pearl. "That's enough. Enter now." Qin Yin called out to the disciples of the Asking Immortal sect at the entrance of the Blood Valley Immortal Tower. Tai turned to Chen Luo and nodded. "This is an additional reward, so make sure to grasp it well." Chen Luo led the other 9 individuals towards the Blood Valley Immortal Tower. Under the gazes of everyone, they stepped inside. After witnessing Chen Luo's entrance, a slight smirk appeared on Qin Yin's lips. That greedy little brat won't come out of the Blood Valley Immortal Tower alive this time. Buzz. A humming sound filled the air, and an intense blood-red light flashed before Chen Luo's eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a desolate wilderness shrouded in thick crimson mist. "Is this the interior of the Blood Valley Immortal Tower?" Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, surveying his surroundings. The 2 words that came to mind were desolation. Furthermore, amidst the thick mist, there were chilling low growls echoing. These must be the roars of the blood beasts. As for the others, they have already dispersed, their whereabouts unknown. The Blood Valley sect has designated a mere 6 hours after this period. Those who enter the Blood Valley Immortal Tower will be teleported out. Time is of the essence. One must hasten towards the 3rd level of the tower. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo swiftly moved in the direction where the blood energy was most concentrated. This area, saturated with blood energy, served as the passage to the next level. The treasures found on this 1st level were hardly worth Chen Luo's time, as they barely reached the 2nd-tier rank. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed, and a crimson shadow lunged from the left. Chen Luo instinctively reached out and seized the shadow by the throat. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a blood beast, entirely crimson, resembling a monkey. However, this beast was merely at the 4th stage of body refinement, posing no real threat. With a decisive grip, Chen Luo shattered the beast's throat and continued towards the passage to the next level. Along the way, he encountered several blood beasts, all of which he dispatched effortlessly. These body refinement stage beasts stood no chance against his strike. Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the passageway. There, he spotted a familiar figure, Ling Imo, Oh, Chen Luo. Ling Mo smiled upon seeing him. With their meeting, there was no longer any need to worry about the blood beasts in the area. Even upon reaching the second level, Chen Luo would handle them with ease. What a coincidence. Shall we venture to the second level together? Chen Luo grinned and entered the passage alongside Ling Mo, which was a blood-colored opening. As light once again illuminated their path, a massive fist came crashing towards them. Before Ling Mo could react, Chen Luo unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating the blood beast before them. To their astonishment, the entrance to the second level was guarded by a blood beast at the 10th stage of body refinement. This indicated that the second level might harbor foundational stage beasts. This second level could potentially yield treasures of the third tier rank. Should we search here for a while? Ling Mo inquired, looking toward Chen Luo. Treasures of the third tier would be a considerable find for a newly initiated foundational stage disciple. However, Chen Luo shook his head, dismissing the notion. Third-tier treasures are of no use to us. Let us proceed directly to the third level and acquire fourth-tier treasures. Ling Mo's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Will there truly be fourth-tier treasures in the third level? Could this fellow be mistaken? Chapter 115. Senior Sister. Have you gone to such lengths for the immortal herb? Ling Mo did not press further and kept pace behind Chen Luo. His speed was extraordinary, and he dispatched numerous blood beasts along the way with ease. These beasts, not even reaching foundational stage, were unworthy of obstructing his path. We're almost there. Ahead lies the entrance to the third level. Chen Luo gazed forward, where the blood energy was most potent in this second level. Yet, an inexplicable sense of anomaly surrounded them. The passage within the Blood Valley Immortal Tower should resemble a cavern. Yet there were no mountains in sight ahead, indicating that they were approaching a vast plain. Could there truly be a cavern upon this plain? Just as Chen Luo was engulfed in confusion, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Before Ling Mo could react, Chen Luo swept her into his embrace. The two retreated hastily, and due to their rapid speed, they tumbled several times on the ground. Ling Mo lay on the ground, gazing up in bewilderment at Chen Luo, who was atop her. What was happening? Chen Luo was not supposed to be this kind of person. Feeling embarrassed, he cast a glance at Ling Mo beneath him and sheepishly uttered, "It's an emergency." Upon saying this, he rose to his feet, directing his gaze ahead. There, in the spot where they had just stood, loomed a shadow. The silhouette towered impressively at 7 or 8 meters, wielding a stout wooden club. As the two discerned the figure more clearly, they realized it was a blood beast resembling a giant ape. This blood beast exuded an astonishing aura, indicative of its cultivation at the second stage of the Foundation Establishment period. A blood beast at the second stage of Foundation Establishment? Was this creature the guardian of the passage? Ling Mo stared incredulously at the beast. Its power far surpassed that of the other blood beasts on the second floor and was somewhat extraordinary. However, shouldn't the guardian blood beast be stationed at the exit of the third floor? Why were they here? It seemed we had stumbled upon the wrong location. Chen Luo furrowed his brow. This place was saturated with blood energy, yet it was not the entrance to the third level, suggesting the presence of exceedingly precious treasures. Otherwise, a Foundation Establishment blood beast would not be stationed here. Now that we are here, we must seize the valuable items. Can you handle this? Ling Mo unsheathed her sword, vigilantly focusing on the blood beast. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. If I can defeat Ji Yang, do you think I would fear a mere blood beast? Stay here and do not move. I will resolve this immediately. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Luo surged forward, the Qinglong sword already in hand. Upon seeing Chen Luo charge at it, the blood beast roared in fury, baring its massive maw and swinging the heavy club down towards him. You mindless creature! How dare you? Chen Luo laughed heartily, shattering the wooden club with a single strike of his sword. The heart-questioning sword technique erupted, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the blood beast's body. The blood beasts within the Blood Valley Immortal Tower were all corrupted by blood energy, their intelligence devoured, rendering them quite foolish. How could a blood beast at the second stage of Foundation Establishment possibly withstand Chen Luo's assault? Impressive. Ling Mo's eyes sparkled, marveling at Chen Luo's strength. No wonder he could defeat Ji Yang. His prowess in cross-border combat was indeed formidable. Let us quickly search the surroundings. This big fellow must have something valuable. Chen Luo immediately suggested, then dashed around the area. The concentration of blood energy here was even higher than that of the passage to the next level, so the treasures here were bound to be extraordinary. Before acquiring the ancient river pearl, a little appetizer would not be unwelcome. Before long, a blood-red spiritual herb materialized before Chen Luo's eyes. He scrutinized the herb from top to bottom, unable to discern its name. With a swift motion, he uprooted it. To his astonishment, Chen Luo's eyes widened as he discovered an extraordinary third-grade spiritual herb on the second level. What a remarkable find! This was the blood immortal herb, capable of reconstructing one's blood and bones. However, its utility for foundational cultivation was limited, primarily serving to enhance children's innate talents. Beside him, Ling Yimo immediately interjected, expressing her surprise that the first treasure found was of such high caliber. Such a rarity would be exceedingly uncommon even on the third level. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity. With a glint in his eyes, Chen Luo turned and offered the blood immortal herb to Ling Yimo. How about I sell you this item for 5,000 copper coins? Upon hearing this, Ling Yimo was taken aback. Hold on, buddy, you're actually mentioning money? Chen Luo, your words have hurt your senior sister's feelings, she sighed despondently. Considering how well we know each other, discussing money feels rather disheartening. Chen Luo furrowed his brow in frustration. I cannot simply give this extraordinary third-grade herb away. I deserve some benefit, don't I? I can't just let you kiss me and hand over the blood immortal herb. Before he could finish his thought, his lips were suddenly sealed for an instant. Pop. After the kiss, Ling Yimo promptly took the herb. Before Chen Luo could react, Ling Yimo had already consumed the blood immortal herb. Thank you, junior brother Chen Luo, she giggled. A kiss for a third-grade spiritual herb. How could she let such an opportunity slip by? Chen Luo wiped his mouth, frowning in annoyance. Senior sister, you could at least have kissed my cheek rather than my lips. That was my first kiss. Ling Yimo looked at him quizzically. What does first kiss mean? Chen Luo was momentarily stunned. Senior sister, have you never kissed anyone before? Ling Yimo immediately shook her head. I usually go about alone. I hardly have time to seek companionship. As a killer, Ling Yimo felt no need for comrades. Chen Luo and his companions were among the few friends she had in her life. Chen Luo gave an awkward smile and waved his hand dismissively. All right, you're something else. You go ahead and refine the blood immortal herb. I'll wait for you. Ling Yimo grinned and sat cross-legged, beginning the refinement process. Half an hour later, a sudden surge of energy emanated from her. When Chen Luo looked again, Ling Yimo had successfully reached the first stage of foundational cultivation. Does the blood immortal herb really have such an effect? Chen Luo pondered, furrowing his brow. Isn't it meant for reconstructing blood and bones? How could it help break through a bottleneck? Ling Yimo cleared her throat. The blood immortal herb does not possess such properties. I was actually capable of breaking through to the foundational stage long ago, but I lacked some aspects in physical cultivation. This herb merely compensates for that deficiency. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, realizing this was the reason. Of course, Ling Yimo could also be deceiving him. Given her talents, she could have entered the foundational stage 2 years prior. The delay in her progress clearly stemmed from other reasons. Let us proceed to the third level. I have yet to acquire what I desire. Chen Luo rose to his feet and began to search for the direction rich in blood energy. Before long, he discovered another area pulsating with a similar essence. It seemed he was not mistaken. This direction led to the entrance of the third layer. 2 hours had already elapsed, and he needed to locate the ancient river pearl without delay. The two continued their endeavor, hastening towards the passageway. This time, there was no error. It was indeed the passage to the third layer. However, upon their arrival, a disheveled figure sprang forth from the passage. It was none other than Gao Yin. Chapter 116. The stolen goods are indeed useful. How could there be a blood beast of the third stage of foundation guarding this place? Gao Yin stumbled out, covered in wounds. He was merely at the first stage of foundation. How could he possibly contend with a blood beast of the third stage? Chen Luo scrutinized Gao Yin and couldn't help but chuckle. What happened to you? Did the blood beast have its way with you? Why are you holding your backside? Gao Yin was momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's words, his expression darkening instantly. If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Don't say I didn't warn you. The blood beasts guarding the third layer are at the third stage of foundation. Chen Luo laughed heartily. What does a third stage blood beast signify? Even Ji Yong fell at my hands. This blood beast is merely a trivial challenge. To Chen Luo, a blood beast of the third stage was but a slight obstacle, not worthy of his full attention. Unless this beast was extraordinarily powerful, capable of transcending its realm. But blood beasts lacked intelligence. How could they possess such ability? Gao Yin snorted coldly. You may as well give it a shot. Chen Luo paid no heed to Gao Yin, directly leading Ling Yimo into the passage. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Yin stealthily followed behind Chen Luo. Regardless of whether Chen Luo could defeat the blood beast, it posed no detriment to him. Should Chen Luo slay the beast, he could enter the third layer alongside him. Conversely, if the beast prevailed, he could enjoy a moment of mockery at Chen Luo's expense, a win-win situation. Just as Chen Luo was about to exit the passage, he suddenly drew his sword and charged forth, the heart-seeking sword technique unleashed to its utmost potential. Gao Yin was left stunned by the spectacle. He hadn't even seen the blood beast, and yet Chen Luo had already initiated an attack? Was he jesting? A chilling and mournful roar erupted, sending a shiver down Gao Yin's spine. Could it be that Chen Luo had managed to sneak up on it? As Gao Yin dashed out of the passage, he was met with a blood-red foreleg crashing down upon him. He hastily raised his weapon in defense, yet the leg bore down heavily, pinning him to the ground. The blood beast was very much alive. However, its eyes had been blinded. It was over. He had fallen into a trap. Peering past the blood beast's body, Gao Yin saw that Chen Luo had already taken Ling Mo and was hastily retreating, showing no intention of returning to rescue him. Chen Luo, this is not over between us. Gao Yin bellowed in fury. His roar echoed through the heavens. Chen Luo, however, cared not for Gao Yin's fate. Since Gao Yin had allied himself with Jin Feng, he had become an enemy in Chen Luo's eyes. In confronting adversaries, one must take down every last one. The location of the ancient river pearl is undoubtedly steeped in an atmosphere of intense blood essence. Chen Luo commenced his exploration of the third layer's blood energy. But in an instant, his expression froze. In this third layer, there existed not just a singular force, but rather a multitude of terrifying blood essences congregating in one area. The masters of these blood essences could only be foundational stage beasts, numbering no less than 100. The ancient river pearl must surely reside in this very spot. No wonder Shen Yin displayed such benevolence in revealing its whereabouts. That wretched woman harbors a wicked heart. Shall we proceed? Ling Mo inquired, knitting her brows as she regarded Chen Luo. The multitude of blood beasts guarding the ancient river pearl were formidable, each reaching the foundational stage. Given their current strength, it seemed nearly impossible for the two of them to secure the pearl and emerge unscathed. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo declared, "We shall go. No treasure is beyond my reach." Resolute, he and Ling Mo charged toward the source of the blood essence. However, this time, Chen Luo opted against a direct assault, choosing instead to observe from a distance. The thick blood mist obscured his vision, but he could discern a mass of dark silhouettes congregating in that area. These shadows were none other than the blood beasts safeguarding the ancient river pearl. Their forms resembled colossal elephants, with the largest towering over 10 meters high. The weakest among them was already at the foundational first stage, while the most formidable beast likely reached the 6th stage. Ling Mo remarked gravely, "A rough estimate indicates that the number of these blood beasts exceeds 100. Among them, the strongest has attained foundational 6th stage. Such a formidable assembly would pose a challenge even for those who have barely stepped into the golden core stage. With our current standing at foundational 1st stage, it seems nearly impossible to seize the ancient river pearl." Chen Luo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the blood beasts. 100 of them would be a daunting challenge. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Luo finally rose to his feet. Ling Mo swiftly turned to him, asking, "Shall we retreat?" In her eyes, they had no chance of acquiring the ancient river pearl. Rather than squander time, it would be wiser to seek other treasures. With a stroke of luck, they might uncover a few third-grade artifacts. Remaining idle would only waste precious moments. Yet Chen Luo, with a smile, waved his hand dismissively. "Why retreat? You stay back and leave it to me." Ling Mo stared at him in disbelief. Was Chen Luo truly intent on stealing the ancient river pearl? How utterly reckless. Just as she was about to dissuade him, Chen Luo dashed forth. In an instant, crimson patterns emanated from his body, his aura surging to the foundational 3rd stage. He then unleashed 8 banners, swiftly planting them into the ground. These banners were the Black Thunder array flags. Seized from Yingu. Yingu possessed 2 types of array flags. One was the 4-toothed Black Thunder flag, a mere 3rd-grade artifact, which Chen Luo had already shattered. The 8-toothed Black Thunder flag, a formidable artifact of the lower 4th rank, is now in the possession of Chen Luo. With his current cultivation, he can unleash this flag to effortlessly annihilate 1st or 2nd stage blood beasts. Roar. The horde of blood beasts, upon noticing the approaching Chen Luo, charged towards him with fervor. Their stampede caused the very ground to tremble. Positioned above the 8-toothed Black Thunder flag, Chen Luo, wielding his sword, fixed his gaze intently on the advancing swarm of blood beasts. As they breached the flag's perimeter, he promptly summoned his spiritual energy. Dark thunderclouds gathered in the sky. In an instant, countless bolts of black lightning descended. Boom. In a heartbeat, several blood beasts were obliterated by the ferocious strikes. The weaker beasts stood no chance against Chen Luo's overwhelming power. Intensifying his assault, he unleashed a relentless barrage of black thunder. The flesh of the blood beast was sent flying through the air. In the distance, Ling Mo gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment. At that moment, Chen Luo appeared as a cataclysm to the horde of blood beasts. In the mere span of half a stick of incense, over 20 blood beasts had perished, an astonishing feat. This fellow. Ling Mo squinted, scrutinizing Chen Luo's form, his mind swirling with peculiar thoughts. Boom. Chen Luo continued to unleash black thunder, like a deity dictating the fates of the blood beasts. Even those at the 3rd or 4th stage of foundation establishment could not withstand the onslaught of 2 consecutive strikes. As long as he wielded the eight-toothed Black Thunder flag effectively, the blood beast posed little threat. Roar. Suddenly, an enraged roar pierced the air, causing Chen Luo's expression to darken. It was a blood beast at the 6th stage of Foundation establishment, barreling towards him, defiantly enduring the black lightning. This beast, with its formidable flesh, could withstand 10 strikes of Black Thunder without sustaining serious injury. Just in time, Chen Luo's eyes widened suddenly, and his right fist erupted with blue lightning. This punch was the lower 4th rank martial technique bestowed upon him by Heat Silian, Thunderfire Fist. In an instant, thunder crackled, erupting in midair. The blue lightning engulfed the blood beast in the blink of an eye. Immediately, crimson flames erupted, swiftly replacing the blue lightning. Under the dual onslaught of thunder and fire, this blood beast, boasting a cultivation level of the 6th stage of Foundation establishment, was reduced to ashes. Witnessing this scene, Ling Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. This power, is it truly possible for a 1st stage Foundation establishment to exhibit such combat prowess? Even if Chen Luo had attained the 3rd stage through secret methods, it should not be this terrifying. Unless he had mastered this lower 4th rank martial technique to an extraordinary level. Exhaling deeply, Chen Luo turned his gaze towards the remaining blood beasts. Relying on the 8-toothed Black Thunder flag, he continued to eradicate the rest of the horde. It took a full hour for Chen Luo to slay all the blood beasts. After vanquishing the blood beasts, Chen Luo promptly stowed away the Black Thunder array flag and dashed ahead. Before long, a crystalline azure orb hovered above a serene lake. This orb was none other than the ancient river pearl, a 4th grade treasure, now within his grasp. A smirk spread across Chen Luo's face as he swiftly soared on his flying sword, seizing the ancient river pearl. Gained 100,000 wealth points. Another 100,000 wealth points. Chen Luo couldn't help but beam with delight. This item proved to be less elusive than he had anticipated. Ling Mo quickly approached Chen Luo, her expression one of astonishment as she beheld the ancient river pearl in his hand. Just by its appearance, it was evident that this pearl was extraordinary. Indeed, a defensive artifact. Yet, upon closer inspection, Chen Luo's brow furrowed in discontent. The ancient river pearl could conjure a water barrier capable of accommodating 3 or 4 individuals, sufficient to withstand the onslaught of a novice golden core expert. Such a treasure was undoubtedly a reliable means of survival, but for Chen Luo, its utility was limited. He would not be foolish enough to engage directly with a golden core adversary. With 2 hours remaining, should we not seek out other treasures? Ling Mo inquired, noting that the artifacts on this 3rd level were all of the 3rd grade, any of which would yield substantial rewards. Chen Luo hesitated before responding. What if we venture to the 4th level? Ling Mo was taken aback by this suggestion. The blood beasts in the 4th level of the Blood Valley Immortal Tower were predominantly at the 5th stage of Foundation establishment. With some approaching the Golden Core stage, wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Are you certain? She asked, unable to suppress a wry smile. The 4th level was not so easily accessed. The Guardians of the Passage would undoubtedly be far more formidable than the 6th stage Foundation establishment beast they had just faced. However, Chen Luo grinned and replied, how can we know unless we try? If we enter the 4th level, we might very well acquire a couple of 4th grade treasures. I have already lost interest in the 3rd grade artifacts. 1 4th grade artifact is worth 10 of the 3rd grade ones. We must strive for the 4th grade treasures. After some contemplation, Ling Mo nodded in agreement. After all, with Chen Luo by her side, there was no need for her to engage in combat. The two of them promptly rushed towards the passage and soon arrived at its entrance. The passage leading to the 4th level differed somewhat from the previous ones, exhaling warm gust of air tinged with a peculiar stench. Standing at the threshold, Chen Luo's brow furrowed in trepidation. This passage, I feel a sense of foreboding, as if something awaits us on the other side. Ling Mo's concern mirrored his own, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo declared, let us proceed and investigate. If it proves too perilous, we shall retreat. The two individuals cautiously ventured into the passage, where the stench grew increasingly pungent with each step deeper into the darkness. Ahead, there was no glimmer of light indicating an exit, only an impenetrable blackness. After walking for some time, Chen Luo suddenly halted, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. What's wrong? Ling Mo inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Given Chen Luo's tenacity, he was not one to abandon a pursuit lightly, especially with the 4th level ahead, promising treasures of significant value. I have a gnawing sense of unease. There are certainly blood beasts lurking outside the exit. Chen Luo hesitated, the feeling intensifying within him, unmistakably real and not mere illusion. Ling Mo nodded in agreement, sharing his apprehension. Perhaps we should retreat, Chen Luo suggested with an awkward smile. It was evident that continuing forward would be folly. Ling Mo sighed in relief at the prospect of turning back. She had long wished to do so. Yet, just as they turned to leave, A strange noise emanated from the exit. Chen Luo swiftly glanced back, barely processing the situation when a long, red tendril shot forth, ensnaring Ling Mo's slender waist. Ling Mo, taken aback, was repulsed by the slimy sensation. How could a blood beast reach into the passage? Chen Luo cursed, drawing the Qin longsword without hesitation and severing the tendril. He then swiftly embraced Ling Mo, attempting to retreat, but in that instant, countless tendrils emerged, binding both Chen Luo and Ling Mo tightly together. Ugh! They struggled in vain to escape, but the tendrils held firm, rendering them helplessly entwined. To make matters worse, the slime on the tendrils possessed corrosive properties, albeit mild, enough to easily erode their clothing. Within mere moments, their garments had been significantly damaged. Chen Luo felt his face flush. This situation was nothing like the previous encounter with Yang Tingyu. This time, he too was exposed, and even worse, pressed closely against Ling Mo. Who could withstand such an embarrassment? Chen Luo, think of something. Ling Mo cried out anxiously, oblivious to her own state of undress. Chen Luo stared at her in astonishment. How was she so unfazed? Yang Tingyu had been quite animated with just a glance. Chen Luo, look ahead, Ling Mo suddenly exclaimed, following her gaze. Chen Luo beheld a row of chilling white fangs emerging from the direction of the tendrils. What are those tendrils? They are clearly the blood beast's tongue, he realized. Infuriated at the cunning creature that lay in wait, blocking the exit to ensnare unsuspecting prey. Foundation establishment stage, 8th level. As they drew closer to the blood beast, Chen Luo discerned its formidable rank. No wonder it had the audacity to lie in wait at the exit. It possessed genuine power. However, it would not have him as its meal. Volcano technique. Thunderfire fist. Chen Luo unleashed his most potent attack, channeling all his strength against the beast's tongue. In an instant, the tendrils erupted violently. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo embraced Ling Mo and sprinted down the path they had come from, confronting the blood beast of 8th tier foundation establishment. He felt no confidence whatsoever. It was best to flee. Roar. The blood beast let out a furious roar, having failed to consume the two of them. At that moment, Chen Luo and Ling Mo had reached the middle of the passage, effectively escaping the beast's attacking range. They collapsed onto the ground, still haunted by the recent harrowing experience. They had nearly become the beast's meal. Chapter 118. I keep my word. I shall show you the ancient river pearl first. Gasping for breath, Chen Luo lay flat on the ground. Not long after, he caught a glimpse of Ling Mo's exposed form in his peripheral vision. It dawned on him that he too was in a similar state. Startled, Chen Luo quickly got up, hastily pulling on his clothes. Ling Mo, however, appeared completely unfazed as she donned a black long robe. Once dressed, Chen Luo curiously inquired, Sister Ling Mo, how can you be so unconcerned? I saw you exposed. Chen Luo was baffled. It was rare to find a woman like Ling Mo compared to Yang Tingyu. Their reactions were almost polar opposites. Ling Mo shrugged nonchalantly. I grew up in the Lingsha division. I've long since become indifferent to such matters. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully. The Lingsha division was an assassin organization, training killers from a young age, thus fostering a very detached attitude towards such concepts. Not only in Tianyuan Prefecture, but other prefectures also housed Lingsha divisions. The one in Tianyuan primarily served the royal family, ensuring greater benefits in return. Cough, cough. Sister Ling Mo, let us search for treasures on the 3rd level instead. The beasts guarding the passage are formidable, Chen Luo said resignedly. The blood beasts on the 4th level of the Blood Valley Immortal Tower were too powerful. With just over an hour remaining, even if they managed to kill the beast guarding the exit, there would be no time left to find satisfactory treasures. Ling Mo nodded without hesitation. She was indifferent. The blood immortal grass was already a tremendous gain for her. The two exited the passage and began their search for treasures on the 3rd level. Fortune favored them, as Chen Luo discovered 2 mid-grade 3rd-tier treasures. However, after accumulating wealth, he decided to gift these items to Ling Mo, considering it a compensation for their previous encounter. As time was drawing to a close, Chen Luo glanced at his wealth points. With 130,000 points, he deemed it acceptable. Upon returning, he would surely inquire at the Immortal Sect for additional rewards. This journey was not in vain. Regrettably, he had not found any other 4th-tier treasures. Acquiring a few more could potentially suffice to gather enough wealth for cultivating the Void Forging Body technique, a skill that would catalyze a transformative increase in his combat prowess. As crimson light radiated from his being, Chen Luo realized that the time within the Blood Valley Immortal Tower was concluding. It was time to depart. Outside the Blood Valley Immortal Tower, Qinin wore a smile as he observed Tai. If only Tai knew that Chen Luo would meet his demise within the Blood Valley Immortal Tower due to his avarice, his expression would surely be a spectacle. Naturally, Tai noticed the peculiar smile on Qin Yin's face and furrowed his brow. The members of the Blood Valley sect were indeed up to no good. undoubtedly scheming in the shadows. He hoped that the disciples entering the Blood Valley Immortal Tower would not succumb to excessive greed. Greed. As the word crossed Tai's mind, he recalled Chen Luo's character. That scoundrel. Wasn't he particularly greedy? Could it be? At this thought, Tai's expression soured significantly. If Chen Luo were to perish within the Blood Valley Immortal Tower, it would spell trouble. He wondered, with a twinge of dark humor, whether the blood beasts within had already claimed Chen Luo's life. If that fellow were to die, it would bring him joy for an entire year. Xinyan watched the Blood Valley Immortal Tower with a teasing glint in her eyes, having already envisioned several ways in which Chen Luo could meet his end. Such a greedy individual could hardly be expected to wrest the ancient river pearl from the jaws of those blood beasts. At that moment, a figure approached Xinyan. She turned to see her brother, Shen Yi, a disciple of the Blood Valley sect, standing beside her. Is Chen Luo still inside the tower? Shen Yi inquired. Raising an eyebrow, Xinyan scoffed. He might very well be dead within the Blood Valley Immortal Tower. Good riddance. The thought of Chen Luo's insufferable demeanor made her wish to see him torn to shreds. Dying at the hands of the blood beasts would be too lenient. Shen Yi remained silent, calmly gazing at the Blood Valley Immortal Tower. Would such a prodigy truly meet his end within those walls? It seemed highly improbable. Shen Yi. You've arrived. Qin Yin greeted with a smile as he recognized him. Shen Yi stepped forward and clasped his fists, addressing Qin Yin as his master. The task you entrusted me with has been accomplished. Shen Yi was indeed a disciple of Qin Yin. Qin Yin smiled, and then turned to Tai He, saying, The person you seek is already in the main hall. Once those inside the tower emerge, we shall proceed. Tai He frowned, nodding solemnly. The individual Qin Yin referred to was none other than Xiahou Ming. This time, the Inquiry Immortal sect had emerged victorious. Not only had they salvaged their reputation, but they had also gained benefits from the Blood Valley Immortal Tower. It was perplexing that the Blood Valley sect had not detained Xiahou Ming, but instead continued to release him. It was evident that the Blood Valley sect had suffered a significant loss. Yet, Qin Yin's expression bore no hint of anger. There was certainly something amiss. With a swoosh, the door of the Blood Valley Immortal Tower opened once more. Figures began to emerge from within, drawing the attention of all present. When Chen Luo appeared, the faces of Qin Yin and the others turned ashen. How had this young man not perished inside the tower? Damn it! This coward had surely not sought the ancient river pearl. Xinyan's face darkened with fury. However, when she noticed Chen Luo approaching her, her heart immediately raced with anxiety. What is this fellow seeking from her? Chen Luo cheerfully approached Xinyan, directly producing the ancient river pearl. The moment the pearl was revealed, the crowd erupted in excitement. Most had heard of this ancient river pearl. Countless prodigies had perished within the Blood Valley Immortal Tower in pursuit of it, only for it to end up as a mere adornment for Chen Luo. I am a man of my word, having obtained the ancient river pearl. I am the first to show it to you. Look, is this ancient river pearl not exquisite? Chen Luo, grinning broadly, presented the pearl to Xinyan. Observing Chen Luo's smug demeanor, Xinyan's face flushed with anger, wishing she could draw her sword and strike. This fellow must be doing this on purpose. How shameless. Chen Luo, cease your antics. We ought to go and fetch Xiahou Ming, Tai remarked with a wry smile. He never anticipated that Chen Luo would truly acquire the ancient river pearl. The disciples of the Blood Valley sect must be seething with resentment towards him. Chen Luo complied, stowing away the ancient river pearl before scampering back. Chen Luo, you will meet a most dreadful end. Xinyan clenched her teeth, her fists tightly balled. This debt will be settled, no matter what. Qin Yin cast a vexed glance at the approaching Chen Luo. He too had not expected Chen Luo to possess such capabilities. As the pack of blood beasts had failed to subdue him, his initial joy had been premature. Let us go, the sect leader is already waiting. Qin Yin stated helplessly. Having not dealt with Chen Luo this time, they must seek another opportunity. Regardless, Chen Luo must perish. Such a talent cannot be allowed to live. Chen Luo and his companions followed Qin Yin towards the grand hall of the Blood Valley sect. As the doors swung open, the figure at the center of the hall immediately captured Chen Luo's attention. This individual had disheveled hair and stubble adorning his jaw. His eyes appeared hollow, yet retained a hint of malice. He was none other than Xiahou Ming. However, Chen Luo sensed an indescribable aura emanating from Xiahou Ming, as if he were a soulless being. Chapter 119, Beastly Assault. Surely, this is the Blood Valley sect's doing. Upon seeing Xiahou Ming, Tai's expression grew increasingly grave. One could discern even without a second thought that Xiahou Ming had transformed entirely. Yet, he had to bring Xiahou Ming back. It was a task assigned by the sect leader of the Inquiry of Immortals. Xiahou Ming turned his gaze towards Tai He, his eyes devoid of compassion. This expression was exceedingly eerie. Elder Tai He, please take a seat, Blood Fan Tian, seated at the head, spoke with a smile. Tai He furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy, yet he took his seat. Chen Luo and the others stood behind Taihe, forming two rows. Blood Fan Tian's gaze then fell upon Chen Luo. The failure of this competition by the Blood Valley sect was entirely due to this disciple of the Inquiry of Immortals. Fortunately, the true plans of the Blood Valley sect were still in motion. It was merely a moment of embarrassment, even though the Winshan sect has gained an advantage this time. No force would believe that the Winshan sect has surpassed the Blood Valley sect. It is indeed astonishing that such a prodigy has emerged from the Winshan sect. A fortunate occurrence for them. Shui Fan Tian spoke with a peculiar tone, a smile creeping across his lips. Taihe, with a solemn expression, managed to force a smile and replied, "Not at all. It was merely a stroke of luck. Today, we have witnessed the grandeur of the Blood Valley sect, which is our honor. After all, we find ourselves in the territory of the Blood Valley sect. Despite the discord between our two factions, we must speak with a semblance of integrity. Should we provoke the Blood Valley sect too far, none of us would be able to leave its confines." Shui Fan Tian chuckled and continued, "The individual sought by the Winshan sect is already here. Elder Tai, he may take him at any time. However, do refrain from engaging in such foolish actions in the future. Our disciples of the Blood Valley sect are not mere pawns to be taken at will." As he spoke, all eyes fell upon Xia Homing. 3 years prior, he had infiltrated the Blood Valley sect for the sake of a female disciple, ultimately failing to rescue her and losing himself in the process. As for the fate of that female disciple, only the higher-ups of the Blood Valley sect would know. Taihe nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the sect master's words, that the Winshan sect would indeed impose strict discipline on their disciples. After addressing Xia Homing, he beckoned, "Xia Homing, come over here." Xia Homing turned and walked mechanically towards Chen Luo and the others. Observing his approach, Chen Luo furrowed his brow in confusion. This fellow seems utterly dazed. Has the Blood Valley sect turned him into a fool over these 3 years? Now that we have secured our target, you may return. And do convey my regards to your sect master, Shui Fan Tian said with an indifferent smile, one that remained enigmatic. Tai stood, clasping his fists in respect towards Shui Fan Tian and the others, before leading his group away. Once the members of the Winshan sect had departed, Shui Fan Tian and the esteemed elders shared sly smiles, as if everything had unfolded according to their expectations. The treasure ship of the Winshan sect had already set sail from the Blood Valley sect. After leaving, Taihe and the two inner sect elders promptly brought Xia Homing into a room, the purpose of which remained unclear. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and the others stood on the deck, watching the Blood Valley sect recede into the distance. Xia Homing felt rather peculiar. Qin Si Yuan stood beside Chen Luo, her face etched with confusion. "It's truly strange. He hardly resembles a normal person." Chen Luo shrugged. "This is not our concern. Let the elders worry about such matters. The affairs regarding Xia Homing are not for disciples like us to fret over. The esteemed elders of the Winshan sect will handle this matter accordingly." Humph. What is so surprising? If you were imprisoned by the enemy for 3 years and subjected to prolonged torment, you would end up like this as well. Gao Yin suddenly remarked with a cold sneer from a distance. At this moment, Gao Yin was covered in wounds, even having lost an arm. All these injuries were inflicted by Chen Luo. Were it not for Chen Luo, how could he have been reduced to such a pitiful state by that blood beast? Chen Luo cast a glance at Gao Yin, scoffing dismissively, ignoring the fool entirely. The treasure ship glided slowly through a landscape of mountains and rivers. Taihe and Tang Ping emerged from the cabin, while another inner sect elder supervised Xia Homing. "Tai Shock Elder, has senior brother Xia said anything?" Chen Luo inquired of Taihe. Taihe sighed and shook his head, indicating that nothing had been said. The torment of 3 years had evidently clouded Xia Homing's mind. With some time to recuperate upon their return, he should be able to recover. After all, Xia Homing's talent was exceptional among the disciples of the Asking Immortals sect, and such a genius was not one that they would willingly forsake. Chen Luo hesitated momentarily, pondering, might the Blood Valley sect interfere with Xia Homing? It was all proceeding too smoothly, as if the Blood Valley sect had willingly returned Xia Homing to the Asking Immortals sect. This was utterly perplexing, as it provided no benefit to the Blood Valley sect, unless, of course, they were all fools. Tai nodded reassuringly, rest assured. The Asking Immortals sect is not so weak as to be disrupted by a mere Golden Core disciple. No matter how gifted Xia Homing is, he is still only at the Golden Core stage. The Asking Immortals sect has not yet weakened to that extent, and his master will certainly keep a close watch over him. Chen Luo ceased his inquiries. This matter was of no concern to him. Instead of fretting over it, he thought it better to consider what to have for dinner. "Tai Shog Elder, look over there." A disciple of the Asking Immortals sect suddenly shouted. Everyone on the treasure ship immediately turned to follow the disciple's gesture. A vast flock of birds was rushing toward the ship. These were no ordinary birds, but a species known as bloodthirsty demon birds. There were at least 100 of them, and the strongest among them had reached the nascent soul stage. These bloodthirsty demon birds could not merely be passing by. Activate the treasure ship's formation. Taihe commanded without hesitation. The targets of the bloodthirsty demon birds were clearly the treasure ship. Such creatures would not attack without reason. Something must have lured them here, Tang Ping remarked gravely. With such a multitude of bloodthirsty demon birds, the formation on the treasure ship might not withstand the assault. Should the ship be breached? The disciples at the body refinement stage would undoubtedly perish. Tai furrowed his brow, casting his gaze over the 10 disciples. Let us first observe what these bloodthirsty demon birds intend to do. If the treasure ship is compromised, the Foundation Establishment disciples should lead the body refinement disciples to evacuate. We will buy you time to escape. Taihe took a deep breath and drew a treasured blade. Should the formation fail, the treasure ship would inevitably be destroyed. The body refinement disciples could not fly with swords. Should they fall, they would surely meet their demise. The others nodded in agreement. Their expressions tense as they watched the approaching bloodthirsty demon birds. The bloodthirsty ghost bird, in its nascent soul stage, boasted a wingspan of no less than 10 meters. It circled menacingly above the treasure ship, fixated on the individuals aboard. With a piercing screech, a swarm of over 100 bloodthirsty ghost birds launched a ferocious assault. The treasure ship began to sway violently. Taihe gripped his treasured blade tightly and surged forth from the formation, directly confronting the nascent soul ghost bird. If he could just hold off this menacing creature, the ship might have a chance to escape. But wait, there was another. As Taihe engaged in battle with the ghost bird, he was astounded to discover yet another nascent soul ghost bird concealed beneath the treasure ship. 2 nascent soul ghost birds. This was dire trouble. Chapter 120. It frightened my friends. The beast core should belong to me. Prepare to retreat. Taihe bellowed through gritted teeth. With 2 nascent soul ghost birds, the situation had become critical. He could only buy time for Chen Luo and the others to flee. The 4 Foundation building disciples hastily mounted their weapons, ready to take flight. Each of you take one. Tang Ping shouted at Chen Luo and his companions. His gaze lingering for a moment longer on Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded and swiftly lifted Qin Siyuan into his arms. Qin Siyuan hesitated, wondering if such protection was truly necessary. Ling Mo carried another female disciple, while Gao Yin and Zhang Kuang casually picked up others. The remaining 2 refining body disciples were hoisted by Tang Ping. Taihe glanced downward and then scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, locating the nearest city. We will regroup 50 miles due north, at Thunder Flame City. Prepare yourselves. Taihe inhaled sharply and withdrew a purple treasure orb. As he crushed the orb, a brilliant purple light erupted in midair. The explosion of the 5th-grade treasure instantly engulfed all the bloodthirsty ghost birds. Once consumed by the purple light, they were rendered immobile. Suspended in the air. Retreat. Taihe roared, dedicating his strength to hold off the 2 nascent soul ghost birds. Upon receiving Taihe's command, Chen Luo and the others took flight, swiftly distancing themselves from the treasure ship. Whoosh! Chen Luo soared rapidly, with Qin Siyuan clinging tightly to his body. Too afraid to move. Below them lay a dense forest. Entering it would provide effective cover from the ghost bird's pursuit. Chen Luo, they are coming after us, Qin Siyuan shouted, glancing back at the pursuing ghost birds. However, the number of pursuing ghost birds was not great, and their strength was lacking. Most of the ghost birds remained engaged in the assault on the treasure ship. Realizing this, Chen Luo immediately thought of Xia Hongming. The only ones still aboard the ship were that Golden Core Elder and Xia Hongming. Most likely, it was due to Xia Hongming. Hold on tight, Chen Luo urged. Racing toward the forest. With a sharp cry, a ghost bird, comparable to an 8th-stage foundation builder, suddenly plummeted straight down, targeting Chen Luo directly. Without hesitation, Chen Luo unleashed the 8-2 Thunder Array flag, summoning dark thunderclouds that unleashed black lightning, successfully repelling the bloodthirsty ghost birds. This black lightning momentarily deterred the remaining ghost birds, granting Chen Luo and his companions a fleeting opportunity to escape. Withdraw. Advance. Chen Luo commanded, retracting the 8-2 Thunder Array flag and dashing into the dense forest while carrying Qin Siyuan. Upon entering the thicket, Chen Luo performed a roll, landing on the ground with Qin Siyuan in his arms, while Ling Mo and the female disciple tumbled down clumsily as well. Chen Luo raised his head and noticed several bloodthirsty ghost birds still circling above. Fortunately, the dense forest obstructed their line of sight, making it difficult for the ghost birds to locate them. Be cautious. These trees can only shield us from their gaze. Once they spot us, they will not be hindered, Ling Mo cautioned, noting that these ordinary trees would shatter upon impact with the ghost birds. If they wished to survive, they had to exercise utmost caution. Chen Luo nodded, and then led the 3 women northward. As long as they reached Thunderfire City, they would find temporary safety. It is rather strange that we encountered an ambush from the bloodthirsty ghost birds, Qin Siyuan lamented, her brow furrowed. This disruption had completely derailed their plans for return. This area still lay within the territory of the Blood Valley sect. If they learned of this incident, it was likely that they would send pursuers after them. That would spell trouble. I am uncertain, but it may have something to do with Xiaoming. We should first reach Thunderfire City. Being out in the wild is ultimately unsafe, Chen Luo replied, shaking his head, his mind filled with questions. He also wondered how Tai He and the others fared. Their team's disbandment was far from ideal. The three women nodded in agreement, keeping close behind Chen Luo. After a considerable distance had been traversed, dusk began to settle across the sky. They were still a dozen miles from Thunderfire City, but they would soon arrive. The bloodthirsty ghost birds have vanished from the sky. Should we not fly over? Qin Siyuan suggested, glancing upward. Covering a dozen miles by sword flight would take but the time of 2 incense sticks. However, Chen Luo shook his head. No, we cannot ascertain the whereabouts of the ghost birds. If we encounter a surprise attack while airborne, the risk would be too great. A solitary person flying on a sword could likely evade the bloodthirsty ghost birds, provided they avoid the Golden Core Stage once. But carrying Qin Siyuan drastically reduces our speed. Flying to Thunderfire City is not a viable option. Chen Luo, do you detect a strange odor? Ling Imo suddenly interjected, her tone unusually grave. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, as he too caught a whiff of an unsettling scent. This smell resembled that of decaying flesh. The presence of a corpse nearby signified imminent danger. They needed to vacate the area swiftly. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, heightening the tension among the four. Chen Luo scanned their surroundings and immediately summoned the 8-2 Thunder Array flag, readying himself for defense. Roar. A furious roar erupted as a blood-soaked giant tiger burst forth from the dense forest, confronting Chen Luo and his companions. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, observing that the formidable beast was on the brink of death. With a cultivation level of the 5th stage of Foundation Establishment, it was evident that the entity capable of inflicting such injuries upon the tiger was no weakling. Without hesitation, Chen Luo summoned a bolt of black lightning, striking down the tiger decisively. Even in its wounded state, the creature posed a threat to the four, and it was prudent to eliminate it first. After vanquishing the tiger, Chen Luo stepped forward and tapped the beast's head with his sword. The core of a 5th stage Foundation Establishment beast held significant value. Success. Chen Luo swiftly extracted the beast core, earning himself a wealth of 10,000 points. This core was equivalent to a top-tier item. What a fortunate acquisition. How did this giant tiger sustain such injuries? Could there be even more powerful beasts lurking nearby? Ling Mo inquired immediately. The entity capable of reducing a 5th stage Foundation Establishment tiger to such a state must undoubtedly be of a higher tier. Chen Luo pocketed the beast core, nodding gravely in agreement. Indeed, caution was warranted. Before Chen Luo could elaborate, several figures suddenly emerged from the thicket. Each of these individuals was at the Foundation Establishment level, with the strongest among them reaching the 6th stage. Their weapons were stained with blood, clearly indicating that they had inflicted the wounds upon the giant tiger. The leader of the group glanced at the fallen beast, his brow furrowing slightly. Friends, we have been pursuing this blood-fiend tiger for quite some time. Its beast core rightfully belongs to us, the man declared, fixing his gaze on Chen Luo. Chen Luo frowned, perceiving that these individuals were likely powerful figures from Lei Yin City, drawn here to hunt ferocious beasts. The stench of decay lingering in the air was undoubtedly their doing, and it was evident that many beasts had met their demise at their hands. Chen Luo shrugged, stating, "This beast frightened my friends. We shall consider this beast core as compensation." Upon hearing his words, the group frowned in disapproval. The audacity of the young man's reasoning was laughable. "Third brother, look at that flag. It's a 4th-tier treasure," exclaimed a sharp-featured man, pointing at the 8-toothed Black Thunder Array flag on the ground. Instantly, the group's attention shifted to the flag. A 4th-tier treasure was a prized possession for any ordinary faction, and they were astonished by this unexpected find. Chapter 121. If I kill you, then this wealth will also be mine. Who are you? Do you not know that we are disciples of the Asking Immortal sect? Shouted a flustered female disciple, saved by Ling Mo, towards the group ahead. The Asking Immortal sect was one of the 7 major powers of Tianyin Prefecture. How had they fallen to the point of being bullied by a minor faction? Upon learning that Chen Luo and his companions were disciples of the Asking Immortal sect, the group did not show fear, but instead erupted into laughter. Ha! Who would have thought you were disciples of the Asking Immortal sect? However, this region is the territory of the Blood Valley sect. Merely invoking the name of the Asking Immortal sect will only lead to your more tragic demise. Yan Go laughed heartily, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Luo and his companions. This place belongs to the Blood Valley sect, and Thunder Flame City is merely a subordinate force of theirs. Capturing Chen Luo and his group would not only spare them the ire of the Blood Valley sect but would also earn them commendation. What could the Asking Immortal sect possibly use to contend with the Blood Valley sect? Even if the Asking Immortal sect were to learn that their disciples had perished on the Blood Valley sect's territory, would they dare to retaliate? Such an act would be tantamount to seeking one's own death. You. A female disciple gritted her teeth, glaring at Yin Go and his cohort. Realizing that the name of the Asking Immortal sect held no sway here, Qian, step back. Leave this to us. Ling Yamo cast a glance at Su Qian. Recognizing that someone like her, who had lived in a sheltered environment, was utterly oblivious to the perils of the outside world. The Asking Immortal sect's protection of its disciples was far too lenient. Yin Go mockingly looked at Chen Luo. As it was evident to all that Chen Luo was the leader of these Asking Immortal sect disciples. Kid, if you hand over that 4th grade treasure, I will overlook this beast core. Otherwise, your heads will be delivered to the elders of the Blood Valley sect by tomorrow. Yin Go taunted, leading his subordinates closer to Chen Luo and his companions. The 4th grade treasure in Chen Luo's possession was far more valuable than the beast core. Securing such an item would undoubtedly enhance the strength of the Yin family. Chen Luo merely smiled and then drew the Azure Dragon sword, resting it on his shoulder. Upon seeing the Azure Dragon sword, Yin Go and others' eyes lit up once more. Another 4th grade treasure. This young man possesses an astonishing array of valuable items. How intriguing. You dare to rob me? Just a moment ago, I had no intention of confronting you, but now you must leave 30,000 copper coins. Or do not blame me for being merciless with my sword. Chen Luo grinned, cheerfully gazing at Yin Go and his companions. Robbery was certainly a field in which he excelled. Such a swift and effortless means of acquiring wealth, who could resist? Yin Go and his associates looked at Chen Luo in confusion. This kid dares to turn the tables and rob them. Does he not grasp the situation? They had no fewer than 8 foundational stage cultivators, with Yin Go himself being a formidable 6th-tier foundational stage warrior. What audacity did Chen Luo, a mere 1st-tier foundational stage cultivator, possess? Arrogant young brat, truly oblivious to the vastness of heaven and earth. This is not your Asking Immortal sect. Such arrogance could very well cost you your head. Yin Go smirked, then waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to advance. With only 2 1st-tier foundational stage cultivators before him, there was no need for him to take action personally. Since Chen Luo was so brazen, he decided to eliminate all of these Asking Immortal sect disciples without hesitation. All their treasures would then rightfully belong to the Yin family. The Yin family's cultivators stepped forward, their gazes filled with intrigue as they fixated on Chen Luo and his companions. The disciples of this grand sect are indeed wealthy. Eliminating them will undoubtedly yield great profits. Step back. Chen Luo waved his hand, signaling Ling Yamo and the others to withdraw. He could not allow Ling Yamo to participate, otherwise they would have to share the spoils with him. The 3 immediately retreated, leaving matters in Chen Luo's capable hands. 3 formidable practitioners from the Yin family, all at the 1st stage of foundation establishment, charged forward, brandishing their treasured blades with fierce intent towards Chen Luo. With 3 against 1, how could they possibly lose? Suddenly, Chen Luo's eyes snapped open, and he forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground. As his foot made contact, 8 array flags erupted with black lightning. The black thunder roared, piercing through the chests of the 3 men like lethal swords in an instant. Before Yin Go and the others could react, the 3 practitioners of the foundation establishment stage collapsed, lifeless. What? Yin Go's eyes widened in shock as he stared incredulously at Chen Luo. Not out of admiration for Chen Luo's prowess, but rather from fear of the power of the 8-tooth thunder array. No wonder Chen Luo was so fearless. He had not anticipated that this 4th grade treasure could be so formidable. Their brother. They are all dead. A sharp-faced man, after inspecting the fallen trio, shouted excitedly. These 3 were all members of the Yin family. Losing 3 foundation establishment practitioners at once was a significant blow to them. Upon hearing this news, Yin Go's expression darkened to its lowest, and he glared fiercely at Chen Luo. You seek death. With a furious roar, Yin Go raised his treasured blade high and struck down towards Chen Luo. The losses suffered by the Yin family would be made up for from Chen Luo. Come forth. Chen Luo laughed heartily as red markings swiftly emerged across his body, his cultivation surging to the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. He then unleashed a powerful strike with his sword, executing the Qinyan sword technique. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as both men were forced to retreat simultaneously. Yin Go looked up in astonishment, his hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. In their direct confrontation, Chen Luo surprisingly held his ground. Who on earth is this young man? Chen Luo stood tall with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Yin Go. With such meager skills, how dare you attempt to seize my possessions? From where does your audacity stem? Yin Go narrowed his eyes and swung his blade once more, executing a mid-tier 3rd grade sword technique with determination. Seeing Yin Go's seriousness, Chen Luo burst into laughter and unleashed the Dun High Sword technique with overwhelming force. In this exchange, it was clear that Yin Go was at a disadvantage. In terms of both martial skills and treasured artifacts, he was no match for Chen Luo. Yin Go finally realized that Chen Luo was far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Cough. Yin Go spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at Chen Luo. He had fought against disciples from major powers before, and while he knew he could not compete at the same level, he was several realms above Chen Luo. How could he still be losing? Surely, disciples of elite factions could not be this exaggerated. Come on. All the good things are in my possession. If you have the ability, come and take them. Chen Luo let out a hearty laugh and swung his sword once more. Stealing from him? Absolutely not. Stop, stop, stop. Yin Go hastily called for a halt, aware that he was no match for Chen Luo. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Chen Luo paused, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why had he stopped? He preferred the haughty and unruly demeanor Yin Go had displayed at the outset. Yin Go's face turned ashen with anger. He had no inkling of Chen Luo's formidable prowess. If given another chance, he would never dare to provoke Chen Luo again. Esteemed sir, I am willing to part with 30,000 copper coins. Could you spare our lives? Yin Go gritted his teeth, hastily producing the coins. This amount constituted a significant portion of his wealth, and it pained him greatly. Yet, Chen Luo merely smiled, his expression seemingly harmless. I'm afraid it's too late. If I slay you, this money will also belong to me. Chapter 122. To grow stronger, one must plunge into the abyss. You. Yin Go's face turned a deep shade of anger. He had not anticipated Chen Luo's relentless pursuit. It seemed he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Young man, do not presume your victory is assured. I simply wish to conserve my energy instead of wasting it on you. Since you are intent on courting death, I shall oblige. Yin Go bellowed, his gaze fixed fiercely on Chen Luo. After all, having cultivated for 4 to 5 decades, how could he lack a trump card? Chen Luo, however, retorted with a mocking smile. Come, let me witness the capabilities of your secret weapon. Yin Go's face flushed with indignation. It was evident that Chen Luo regarded him with utter disdain. What audacity! Yin Go stepped back slightly, expelling a breath of foul air. Blood energy surged within his palm, as if all the vitality within him was being channeled into that hand. Before long, a blood-red dagger coalesced in his palm, measuring merely a finger's length. Blood finger dagger. Go. Yin Go roared, raising his hand as the crimson blade shot toward Chen Luo at breakneck speed. This blood finger dagger was a supreme third-tier martial technique, a signature skill of the Yin family. Moreover, Yin Go had cultivated this technique to a minor completion stage, rendering its power exceedingly terrifying. Not to mention Chen Luo. Even a master at the 7th stage of foundation establishment would think twice before facing this strike. However, utilizing the blood finger dagger would deplete a significant amount of Yin Go's vitality, requiring at least a month to recover. Were it not for Chen Luo's relentless aggression, he would never have resorted to such a move. My brother is using the blood finger dagger. That child is doomed. The remaining 2 members of the Yin family watched Yin Go with fervent anticipation. They understood fully well the immense power of this dagger. Once unleashed, it would surely sever Chen Luo's head from his body. Whoosh! The blood-red dagger sliced through the forest, obliterating trees in its wake. As the blood finger dagger closed in on Chen Luo, Yin Go's lips curled into a smirk. That arrogant boy was not even attempting to evade. He would meet his end. Before Yin Go could revel in his thoughts, Chen Luo suddenly unleashed a strike with his sword. A terrifying wave of sword energy erupted, shattering the blood finger dagger into pieces. This spectacle left Yin Go utterly dumbfounded. His most formidable strike was effortlessly shattered by Chen Luo. Who is this young man? What extraordinary skills does he possess? TSK. That blade of yours is rather unimpressive. Now, it is time for you to receive my sword. Isn't it? Chen Luo grinned. With lightning crackling beneath his feet, he charged towards Yin Go in an instant. Yin Go's eyes widened in panic as he turned to flee. I can't defeat Chen Luo. I must escape. Please, don't kill me. If you take my life, the Blood Valley sect will surely not let you off. Yin Go shouted anxiously, glancing back at Chen Luo, who was closing in rapidly. Nonsense. The Blood Valley sect would not bother with someone of your insignificance to dare seize what belongs to me. You deserve your fate. Chen Luo sneered coldly and struck with his sword, the force piercing through Yin Go's chest. The other 2 members of the Yin family, terrified, hastily fled. Chen Luo would not let them escape. The 8-2 Thunder Array was activated, and black lightning swiftly annihilated the 2. It's time to collect the spoils. Chen Luo smiled broadly and began to search the bodies of Yin Go and the others. To his surprise, he amassed a staggering 60,000 points of wealth. These insignificant cultivators from minor factions are truly impoverished. Just as Chen Luo prepared to leave with Ling Mo and the others, A sharp arrow suddenly descended from the sky. Reacting swiftly, Chen Luo dodged, narrowly avoiding the arrow's attack. The aura emanating from this arrow was certainly beyond the Foundation establishment level. Chen Luo, Ling Mo, and the others looked at him in alarm. Who would have thought there would be another assailant? Moreover, the aura of this arrow was several times stronger than that of Yin Go, who was at the 6th stage of Foundation establishment. Whoosh! Chen Luo dodged again, realizing that the arrow seemed alive, tracking him relentlessly. This indicated that someone was controlling the arrow from the shadows. You all go ahead. The target of this arrow is me. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and shouted. It was evident that this arrow was aimed solely at him, with no concern for Ling Mo and the others. He wondered who was controlling the arrow. Perhaps it was someone from the Blood Valley sect. Ling Mo and Qin Siyuan watched Chen Luo with concern, but recognizing their inability to assist him without becoming a liability, they quickly departed. With Chen Luo's abilities, he would surely find a way to escape danger. After Ling Mo and the others left, Chen Luo quickened his pace, employing the thunder smoke step to its utmost, continuously evading the arrow's assault. After a time, the arrow suddenly halted, hovering in midair not far from Chen Luo. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he looked up to the sky. There, standing in the air, was a figure. It was none other than Tang Ping. This fellow must have sensed the lightning from the 8-2 thunder array and specifically come to confront him. Tang Ping. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, astonished that the assailant turned out to be this individual. He was a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Tang Ping gazed at Chen Luo with a knowing smile. No matter where you flee today, you cannot escape my grasp. The bloodthirsty demon birds had assaulted the treasure ship, scattering the crowd and granting Tang Ping the opportunity to hunt down Chen Luo. Prior to this encounter, Yang Qian had already evaded him, seeking the perfect moment to eliminate Chen Luo. Now, that moment had arrived. In this desolate wilderness, no one could rescue Chen Luo, and with no witnesses, no one would know he was the one to strike. Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. Chen Luo took a deep breath, his gaze firmly fixed on Tang Ping. He understood clearly that with his current strength, it was impossible to defeat Tang Ping. His only chance lay in escape. If he could reach the Tai River, Tang Ping would be unable to pursue him. But to seek the Tai River? Forget it. He would not come. Today, no one could save you. Tang Ping chuckled coldly, then with a flick of his finger, several sharp arrows materialized behind him. Like the previous arrow, these projectiles swiftly hurtled towards Chen Luo under Tang Ping's command. Chen Luo hastily fled, exerting every ounce of strength to dodge the arrows. Though Tang Ping was not the most formidable among the inner sect elders, he was still a 4th stage Golden Core cultivator. Faced with such an opponent, even with all his might, Chen Luo could not withstand the onslaught. Damn it! Once I reach the Golden Core stage, I will make you pay. Chen Luo shouted in frustration. Tang Ping, however, sneered dismissively. Golden Core? You have no chance. Today is your day of reckoning. With a mere gesture from Tang Ping, over 10 arrows formed a siege, encircling Chen Luo. He quickly retrieved the ancient river pearl, creating a barrier to protect himself. Oh, so this is the ancient river pearl? Unfortunately, it cannot withstand my power. Tang Ping laughed heartily, then raised his palm, a surge of azure light erupting from his hand, forcefully striking the barrier. Chen Luo's body was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters, hovering above a chasm. Struggling to stabilize himself, Chen Luo landed on the Azure Dragon Sword. The previous blow had severely injured him. Had he not regained his balance, plummeting into the abyss would have meant certain death. Just as Chen Luo steadied himself and prepared to look up, he found himself surrounded by more than 10 arrows. Upon raising his gaze, he saw Tang Ping standing in midair upon a treasure sword, a mocking smile plastered across his face. This chasm shall be your grave. Die. In an instant, the arrows pierced through Chen Luo's body. He plummeted vertically into the abyss. Chapter 123. You can't catch wolves without losing your children. All for you. Detected host's injuries are severe. Consuming 100,000 wealth points can restore injuries. Damn it. So expensive. Chen Luo gasped for breath. His body sprawled on a protruding rock on the cliff, blood cascading down the stone. The Blood Valley sect had amassed over 100,000 wealth points. The moment I realized that I would expend a staggering 100,000 wealth points, my heart ached with anguish. Tang Ping, upon my return, you shall not have it easy. Gritting his teeth, Chen Luo utilized his wealth points to mend his injuries. As his wounds fully healed, he exhaled a heavy breath. With all his injuries mended, the pain was no longer felt. After a brief moment, Chen Luo rose and seated himself upon a rock. Looking up, he noted that he was 1,000 meters away from the mouth of the abyss. Fortunately, he had the ability to fly with his sword, allowing him to ascend. Just as Chen Luo prepared to ascend on his Qi longsword, a fleeting glance caught his eye, revealing a cave below. The cave emanated a chilling aura of blood, and he could discern flickers of red light within. Could there be an opportunity hidden at the bottom of this abyss? With a twist of his gaze and a moment of hesitation, he stepped onto his Qinglong's sword and soared toward the cave. Upon reaching the cave's edge, a formidable wave of blood energy struck Chen Luo's face. This potent aura was not something an ordinary cultivator could emit. There must be something unusual within this cave. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo gripped his Qinglong sword tightly, staring intently into the cave. In such a place, treasures were bound to exist. Where there are treasures, there are wealth points. For the sake of wealth, he was determined to press on. Chen Luo retrieved the 8-toothed Black Thunder array, preparing himself thoroughly before cautiously venturing into the cave. As he entered, the scent of blood intensified. The deeper he ventured, the more illuminated the surroundings became by a crimson glow. After what felt like an eternity, a massive blood-colored crystal came into his view. This crystal appeared to be extremely valuable. Yet, Chen Luo could not discern what it truly was. What on earth is this? Approaching the blood-colored crystal, he tapped it with his finger. The crystal was incredibly hard, likely even more so than the Qinglong's sword. He circled the crystal, attempting to pry it from the ground with his sword. However, after much effort, the crystal remained stubbornly in place. This object could not be taken away. Damn! Was I deceived? Chen Luo's face turned pale with anger as he leaned closer to the blood-colored crystal, pressing his eyes against it to see what lay within. A skeleton suddenly came into view. This skeleton sat cross-legged within the crystal, its limbs bound by chains, as if it had been dead for ages. In the palm of the skeleton's hand was a dark red diamond-shaped crystal, clearly a remarkable artifact. Is this blood-colored crystal part of an array? Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the skeleton within the crystal. The strength this skeleton possessed in life was certainly not trivial. Thus, the grade of this array must be equally high. In that case, would it not be impossible for me to break this array? What a waste. Wait, I have a system. Chen Luo suddenly recalled that the system possessed the capability to decipher formations. If he could dismantle this formation, the diamond-shaped crystal would rightfully belong to him. Without hesitation, he set to work. Currently scanning. To unravel this formation, a wealth expenditure of 100,000 points is required. What? 100,000. Chen Luo was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the crimson crystal. This formation had existed for at least several centuries. Its latent power should not be substantial. Yet, it demanded such an exorbitant wealth cost for deciphering? How formidable must this formation have been at its zenith? At the very least, it must have reached the 5th tier. Chen Luo began to waver. With only 100,000 wealth points remaining, if the value of this diamond crystal were low, he would incur a significant loss. To proceed or not, he resolved to act. One must seize the opportunity to reap rewards. Gritting his teeth, he made the decision to recover that 100,000 wealth points. The diamond crystal must be at least of the 4th tier. A being powerful enough to be sealed by such a formation would undoubtedly possess considerable strength. The treasure he vowed to protect should not be lacking in worth either. Attempting to deciphering successful. With the system's notification echoing, the crimson crystal shattered instantly, transforming into specks of blood light that vanished within the cave. At last, Chen Luo grasped the diamond crystal, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The coveted item was finally in his possession. However, he found it perplexing that no system notifications accompanied his triumph. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the crystal in his hand. This was odd. Apart from himself and the skeletal figure, there was nothing else present. If there were no dangers, why had wealth points not been awarded? Suddenly, an unsettling thought surged within him. A chill crept down Chen Luo's spine as he slowly lifted his gaze, only to discover a pair of blood-red eyes fixated intently upon him. The owner of those eyes was none other than the skeleton before him. Oh no. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo retreated. The spot he had just occupied was struck by the skeleton's hand, leaving a substantial crater. Judging by the force of that strike, this skeletal entity possessed strength beyond the golden core stage. At the very least, it was at the nascent soul stage. This was disastrous. Chen Luo's eyes twitched as he regarded the skeleton. A nascent soul skeleton? How could he possibly contend with that? The skeleton slowly rose, its gaze locked onto Chen Luo. Or more precisely, the diamond crystal in his possession. It was this very crystal that the skeleton coveted. Chen Luo understood that relinquishing the diamond crystal might spare his life. Yet, how could he bear to part with such a treasure? An item that could attract the attention of a nascent soul skeleton must be at least of the 5th tier. Chen Luo clutched the diamond crystal tightly. Its sharp edges cut into his palm, blood seeping into the crystal. Upon absorbing the blood, the diamond crystal suddenly radiated with a crimson glow. The crimson glow lasted but a fleeting moment, yet that instant was captured by Chen Luo. In a state of panic, he gazed at the skeleton, only to discover that the blood-red hue in its eyes had faded, leaving it slumped lifelessly on the ground. as if it had drained of all energy. What? Chen Luo was bewildered. What was happening? Had he been saved? Just as his mind swirled with confusion, the voice of the system echoed in his ears, acquired 500,000 wealth points. Upon hearing this proclamation, Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. Had he truly obtained this item? This object was indeed a treasure of the 5th rank. He was ecstatic. He had struck gold. However, after a prolonged contemplation, a question arose within him. What purpose did this diamond-shaped crystal serve? Furrowing his brow, he hesitated for a moment before attempting to channel his spiritual energy into the crystal. As he did so, the skeleton in the distance suddenly stirred, its eyes regaining their crimson glow. Yet, it did not launch an attack. Instead, it remained in place, staring vacantly at Chen Luo as if awaiting his command. Just as Chen Luo opened his mouth to speak, the skeleton slumped once more. In a mere second, all the spiritual energy he had infused into the diamond-shaped crystal vanished. This indicated that the crystal could indeed control the skeleton. But the energy required for such control was astronomical. Based on the previous infusion, even with all his spiritual energy directed into it, he could only command the skeleton for a mere 10 seconds. Even if he employed the volcanic technique to reach the 3rd stage of foundational cultivation, he would only manage to control the skeleton for 30 seconds. This was an exorbitant expenditure of energy. Chapter 124, 5th Ranked Secret Technique. Let us secure it first. 30 seconds was sufficient. Not too short. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully. 30 seconds should be ample time to eliminate Tangping. The combat prowess of this skeleton was undoubtedly beyond the initial stages of the nascent soul, at least at the 5th stage or higher. With this ally, he had acquired a formidable trump card. He wondered who had forged such a puppet. They truly possessed audacity. Raising his hand, Chen Luo stored the skeleton in the diamond-shaped crystal in his storage ring. Just as he intended to depart, the entire cave suddenly trembled, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Was it about to cave in? Chen Luo rushed towards the exit, but before he could escape, a shadow materialized before him. This shadow was indistinct, its lower half ethereal. It was evident that it was not a living person, but rather a remnant of some sort. Yet this specter emitted a presence even more formidable than that of the skeleton. Chen Luo halted, eyeing the apparition with caution. Should it launch an attack? He would have no choice but to rely on the newly acquired skeleton for defense. Suddenly, the shadow let out a clear, ringing laugh, startling Chen Luo. What was this creature laughing about? To his astonishment, 300 years had passed, and someone had indeed found this place. You and I are destined to cross paths. Thus, I shall bestow upon you this copper puppet. The lingering shadow spoke with a gentle tone, a smile gracing its ephemeral visage. Chen Luo gazed at the shadow in bewilderment, pondering the kindness of this apparition. Could it truly be so benevolent as to gift him the puppet? It seemed improbable. After all, such altruism is rare. However, as the shadow continued to speak, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You must assist me with a small task. Help me remove the seal from the summit of Tianyuan Mountain, and in return, I shall grant you further opportunities. The shadow's tone held a deeper meaning. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo regarded the shadow with caution, striving to discern its true nature. Tianyuan Mountain is a forbidden place in Tianyuan Prefecture, rumored to be the former residence of a great power, now long extinguished by the asking immortal sect. This confrontation with the superpower hastened the decline of the sect itself. This figure must be a formidable entity from that fallen power. If Chen Luo were to aid in unsealing Tianyuan Mountain, it would undoubtedly complicate matters for the asking immortal sect. Chen Luo remained silent. After all, this shadow would soon dissipate. Only a fool would assist it. Noticing Chen Luo's silence, the shadow's laughter abruptly ceased. After a prolonged silence, it spoke again. If you assist me, I shall entrust you with this tome of the 10,000 spirits. As it spoke, a white light appeared in its palm, taking the form of a book. The 10,000 spirits? Chen Luo immediately recalled the name of that great power, the 10,000 Spirits sect. Renowned for their mastery over puppetry, the 10,000 Spirits sect was said to possess strength surpassing that of the Blood Valley sect in the present day. To think he would acquire a treasure from the 10,000 Spirits sect and have the chance to obtain its secret techniques. What should he do? The allure of the 10,000 spirits was irresistible. Chen Luo's eyes darted, and a knowing smile spread across his face. Very well. If you grant me the 10,000 spirits, I shall certainly assist you in your plight. Upon hearing Chen Luo's agreement, the shadow chuckled heartily. Splendid, splendid, good child. However, the tome in my possession is but half. The remaining half resides within Tianyuan Mountain. Once you unseal it, I shall provide you with the other half. You cunning fox. Chen Luo inwardly cursed at this revelation. Truly a wily old fox, still scheming. A typical individual would rush to Tianyuan Mountain upon receiving this half of the 10,000 spirits, eager to procure the other half. For half a tome is of little use, merely a waste. Yet Chen Luo was different. He could practice with just half. This old fox would never anticipate such ingenuity. Rest assured, esteemed one, I shall fulfill your request. Chen Luo stepped forward respectfully, extending his hands. The shadow regarded him with amusement before placing the half-tome of the 10,000 spirits into Chen Luo's hands, as if everything was within its control. Acquired 500,000 wealth points. After obtaining the 10,000 spirits, Chen Luo inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. The Wanling technique, indeed a secret art of the 5th rank. It is no surprise that it belongs to the esteemed Wanling sect. It is truly a remarkable treasure. However, Chen Luo can only cultivate it to the minor achievement stage. To attain the major achievement or perfection stages, he must acquire the latter half of the Wanling technique. Yet, even the initial stage of the Wanling technique surpasses the perfected volcano technique by leaps and bounds. Even without obtaining the second half of the Wanling technique, Chen Luo has still profited immensely. Young one, remember our pact. Should you fail to arrive, I shall seek you out first upon my emergence. As soon as the words left his lips, the residual image vanished before him. Chen Luo patted his chest and took a deep breath. The fact that this lingering shadow could endure until now undoubtedly indicated a formidable being of the divine transformation stage. Such a character would be quite a challenge to contend with upon their release from confinement. But that could wait. First, he needed to escape the cave. Chen Luo stowed away the Wanling technique and immediately dashed out of the cavern, soaring to the top of the abyss where he collapsed onto the ground. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards after being cast into the depths by Tang Ping. Not only had he acquired a copper puppet of the nascent soul stage, but he had also obtained half of a 5th rank secret art. His wealth points had also skyrocketed to 1,000,000. What a windfall. Coughing. Chen Luo quickly restrained his elation before opening the system interface. With such a wealth of points, he needed to spend some to enhance his strength. To learn the Wanling technique to the initial stage, he would need to expend 200,000 wealth points. This was no trifling sum. Gritting his teeth, Chen Luo invested the points to elevate the Wanling technique to the initial stage. Upon completion, he hastily activated the technique, his body enveloped in a milky white pattern, and his internal spiritual energy surged rapidly. Foundation establishment stage, 4th layer. This initial stage of the Wanling technique had allowed Chen Luo to temporarily elevate 3 minor realms. How terrifying it would be if he cultivated it to perfection. Unable to contain his laughter, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the Wungshu body refinement technique. Previously, he had lacked the wealth points necessary to cultivate it. Now that he had sufficient points, it was time to give it a try. This endeavor cost him 500,000 wealth points. As the Wungshu body refinement technique reached the initial stage, Chen Luo could distinctly feel his physical form being reshaped. His original body was already close to the golden core stage, and now it had crossed the threshold into that realm. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Luo could now withstand most attacks from those below the golden core stage solely with his physical body. While he may not be invincible, few could breach his defenses beneath that realm. With joy, Chen Luo lifted his head and surveyed his wealth points, now reduced from 1,000,000 to a mere 300,000. Goodness! The expenditure was far too rapid. After much deliberation, he spent another 150,000 wealth points to elevate his cultivation to the 2nd layer of the foundation establishment stage. He then invested 120,000 wealth points to perfect the Thunderfire Fist. After completing all his enhancements, his wealth points dwindled to 30,000. Money flows like water. Chen Luo stood up, his gaze fixed on Thunderflame City. Tang Ping. It's time to settle the score. Chapter 125. I swear, if I do not carve you to pieces today, I shall not trust Chen. Within it and in Thunderflame City, Taihe sat in a chair, his expression fraught with anxiety. The attack by the bloodthirsty demon bird had already confirmed the death of 2 disciples. However, what truly plagued him was the disappearance of Chen Luo. In this generation of disciples from the Wenshan sect, Chen Luo was their beacon of hope. He could not afford to encounter any misfortune. Taihe, the others have returned. A disciple of the Wenshan sect rushed in, calling out breathlessly. Taihe immediately sprang to his feet and dashed out of the room, only to find Ling Mo and the others standing outside. But Chen Luo was nowhere to be seen. Where is Chen Luo? Taihe demanded furiously. Logically, Chen Luo should have returned with them. The absence of Chen Luo from the group indicated that something had gone awry. Ling Mo quickly recounted the events that had transpired. The Yin family. Taihe narrowed his eyes, his expression filled with fury. The only clue was the Yin family. The mysterious figure who had struck from the shadows might very well be associated with them. To the Yin family, Taihe roared. leading Ling Imo and the others towards their destination. At that moment, Tang Ping emerged from his room, a sly smile playing on his lips as he observed Tai He and the others retreating. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fortunately, I acted decisively. No one has traced this back to me. Tang Ping smirked, pleased with his cunning, and then strode after Tai He and the others. Before long, Tai He and his companions arrived above the Yin family in Thunderflame City. Tai He fixated on the estate, rage surging within him as he raised his hand and smashed one of the outbuildings into ruins. Who dares to act recklessly in my Yin family? The powerful members of the Yin family rushed out, their faces contorted with fear upon seeing Tai He hovering in the air. A nascent soul expert. How could such a figure appear at the Yin family? Esteemed elder, may I inquire when our Yin family has offended you? Yin Long, the head of the Yin family, approached trembling, aware that as the strongest member of the family, he only possessed a cultivation level of the 10th stage of foundation establishment. Who would dare confront Tai He? Tai He coldly huffed. Is my disciple Chen Luo in your custody? Ah. Yin Long stared blankly at Tai He, unable to comprehend his words. Who is Chen Luo? I have never heard of him. Does your Yin family possess anyone skilled with a crossbow? Ling Imo interjected. It was a crossbow that had ambushed Chen Luo. If they could identify the type of crossbow used, it would confirm whether the assailant was indeed from the Yin family. Yin Long hastily commanded his subordinates to retrieve their weapons. Among them, there were indeed crossbows, but the individual wielding them was pathetically weak. With such meager strength, how could they pose a threat to Chen Luo? In the Yin family, only 3 individuals could potentially threaten Chen Luo. Yet, those 3 had no need for crossbows. Could it be that the attack on Chen Luo was not orchestrated by the Yin family? Esteemed colleagues, this matter truly bears no connection to my Yin family. Regarding the incident with Yin Go, we extend our sincerest apologies to the Asking Immortal sect, but Chen Luo is certainly not someone we apprehended. Yin Long, teetering on the brink of despair, lamented the loss of several clan members, yet found himself compelled to apologize to the Asking Immortal sect. Such is the brutal law of the jungle, one must endure even when feeling wronged. Tai He clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, Chen Luo was in grave peril. Whether he was alive or dead remained uncertain. Tai He, Chen Luo is currently unaccounted for. We ought to return promptly to report to the sect master. Should we linger here any longer, we risk attracting the attention of the Blood Valley sect, said Tang Ping as he stepped forward to address Tai He. No. That clever lad Chen Luo cannot possibly have been killed. I have faith that he will return to Lei Yin City. Tai He shook his head, unwilling to abandon Chen Luo. Should they depart, even if Chen Luo survived, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to endure in this territory still under the dominion of the Blood Valley sect. If discovered by them, his fate would be nothing short of a living hell. Tang Ping frowned in frustration. Why would Tai He not heed his counsel? Tai He, do you intend for us all to remain here waiting? If we catch the attention of the Blood Valley sect, none of us will escape this place alive. Is Chen Luo truly worth such a risk? Tang Ping gritted his teeth, attempting to persuade Tai He. Tai He turned, his resolute gaze fixed on Tang Ping, and uttered a single word. Worth. This infuriated Tang Ping. Tai He seemed utterly consumed by obsession. How could a mere Chen Luo merit such a sacrifice of life? Ridiculous. He scoffed. I suspect the one who struck at Chen Luo is a formidable expert from the Blood Valley sect. If they have taken him, then Chen Luo is undoubtedly doomed. I refuse to squander my time for a dead man. Tang Ping exclaimed angrily, turning away in a huff. The disciples of the Asking Immortal sect cast uncertain glances at Tai He, many feeling that Tang Ping's assertions held merit. Chen Luo had drawn significant attention from the Blood Valley sect, having offended numerous powerful individuals within it. It seemed entirely plausible that an expert from the Blood Valley sect had been dispatched to hunt him down. If indeed it were their doing, Chen Luo would hardly stand a chance of survival. Was it truly worth placing themselves in jeopardy for a man presumed dead? Tai He, sensing the disquiet among his disciples, furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma. Tai He, it was Chen Luo who provoked the ire of the Blood Valley sect strong. If he has met his end, it is of his own making. We cannot risk our lives for him. Gao Yin chimed in, rallying the sentiments of the other disciples. Seeing Tai He begin to waver, Tang Ping smirked, feigning sincerity as he approached and patted Tai He's shoulder. Elder Tai He, I understand that you hold Chen Luo in high regard. However, with his whereabouts currently unknown, it will be exceedingly challenging for just as few to locate him. It would be prudent to consult the sect leader at the Xianmen sect for a decisive ruling. Tang Ping feigned a sigh, displaying a faade of regret. Tai He remained silent for an extended period, contemplating the choice before him. Suddenly, Ling Imo stepped forward, declaring, I shall await Chen Luo's return in Lei Yin City. He is surely still alive. I too shall wait. Qin Siyin echoed in agreement. Observing the unwavering resolve of these 2 women, Tang Ping's countenance darkened with rage. He was on the verge of persuading Tai He, yet these 2 young ladies were meddling. Such folly. Were they not afraid of attracting the Blood Valley sect's attention? This was their territory. Tang Ping admonished vehemently. Gallian quickly supported Tang Ping's stance, exclaiming, "Indeed, you two are courting death. Do not involve us, for we wish to return to the Xianwen sect alive." The other disciples exchanged anxious glances, their faces reflecting trepidation. Naturally, they feared for their lives. Remaining on Blood Valley's territory was akin to awaiting death. Noticing that the majority of the disciples wished to depart, Tang Ping immediately clasped his hands in respect towards Tai He, stating, "Elder Tai He, let us withdraw." In comparison to Chen Luo, it is far more crucial to escort Xia Homing back to the Xianwen sect. Would you risk the lives of us all for the uncertain fate of Chen Luo? Tai He furrowed his brow deeply. Tang Ping was directly cornering him, compelling a decision, just as Tai He grappled with his choice. A melodious yet scathing voice echoed from the heavens. "Tang Ping, you wretched cur. If I do not cleave you in two today, may I not be called Chun." Chapter 126. Let you experience the might of the copper puppet. All eyes converged upon Chen Luo. He descended upon them, riding the Qinglong's sword, a streak of azure light appearing before the crowd in an instant. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Tang Ping recoiled in fear, retreating several steps. Those arrows had clearly pierced Chen Luo's body. Even if he had not perished on the spot, plummeting into such an abyss, compounded by his grievous injuries, no one could possibly emerge alive. How could he have survived? Chen Luo was truly a marvel. Chen Luo, what in the world is happening? Tai inquired urgently, his heart finally releasing the tension upon seeing Chen Luo unscathed. Chen Luo let out a cold snort, casting a fierce glare at Tang Ping. That is a question best directed at our elder Tang Ping. As an esteemed elder of the Xianwen sect, what treachery compels you to strike at your frail disciple? What? The crowd turned to Tang Ping in unison. Who would have anticipated that it was Tang Ping who had launched a sneak attack on Chen Luo? Why? This was a grave offense. Tang Ping, you must explain yourself. What is the meaning of this? Tai He roared in fury, his presence suffusing the air around them. Such an act could not be tolerated. Should Chen Luo have truly perished here, even killing Tang Ping would not suffice to quell the rage. I did not. It is Chen Luo who is framing me. Tang Ping stammered, retreating in panic, his composure clearly unraveling. He could never have imagined that Chen Luo would emerge alive. It is over. I have been caught. Accusation? Hand over your storage ring. The blood from my wound still lingers on your arrows, does it not? Chen Luo pointed at Tang Ping, vehemently rebuking him, denying him any chance of retort. The arrows wielded by Tang Ping were of no ordinary caliber. How could this fellow possibly dispose of such valuable items? They must still reside within his storage ring. Retrieving these arrows would unequivocally substantiate all of Tang Ping's crimes. Tang Ping, surrender your storage ring. Tai strode forward, approaching Tang Ping, and reached for his storage ring. However, Tang Ping recoiled repeatedly, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at Tai. Once the arrows were extracted, his guilt would be undeniable. He was already cornered. In that moment, as Tai attempted to forcibly seize Tang Ping's storage ring, Tang Ping suddenly bellowed, withdrawing a formation scroll from his storage ring. The scroll erupted into brilliance, forming a barrier that ensnared Tai within. Although this formation was merely of the 4th tier and was one-time use, it should suffice to hold Tai for a brief period. Another elder at the Golden Core stage remained at the inn, guarding Xiahou Ming. If he could seize this opportunity to eliminate Chen Luo and deliver his corpse to the Blood Valley sect, there lay a chance for survival. With a resolute plan, Tang Ping extracted all the arrows, letting them float in the air, and then turned a fierce gaze towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo, it is all you're doing. I never wished to betray the asking immortal sect. It is entirely your fault. Today, I shall take your life. Tang Ping howled frantically, then charged towards Chen Luo, armed with dozens of arrows. Tai, witnessing this, was struck with panic and hastily pounded against the barrier. Yet, the barrier was extraordinarily sturdy, specifically designed to restrain individuals. Even with full force, it would require a significant amount of time to shatter it. Tang Ping, do not act recklessly. If you kill Chen Luo, you too shall not escape. Tai shouted through gritted teeth, determined to thwart Tang Ping. But Tang Ping merely laughed derisively, proclaiming, "As long as I deliver Chen Luo's corpse to the Blood Valley sect, they will surely protect me. His body is worth a fortune." With that, Tang Ping's eyes widened fiercely as he surged towards Chen Luo. The multitude of arrows surrounded Chen Luo, leaving him no avenue for escape. This time, failure was not an option. Damn it, Tai shouted in desperation. If Chen Luo perished, it would be a tremendous loss. Die. Tang Ping laughed maniacally, waving his hand as all the arrows converged like a vast net, ensnaring Chen Luo within. Under such an onslaught, he was eager to discover how Chen Luo would evade. Suddenly, a series of sharp metallic clinks resounded through the air. Tang Ping's expression shifted instantaneously, his face a mask of bewilderment. In his line of sight stood a skeleton, having deflected all the arrows. These arrows were utterly incapable of breaching the skeleton's defenses, ultimately being captured by Chen Luo. What is this? Tang Ping gazed in astonishment at the skeleton before Chen Luo, feeling an unmistakable sense of suffocation emanating from it. Even Tai He was taken aback by its presence. However, the sight of the skeleton caused Tai He to furrow his brow, clearly recognizing its origins. Tang Ping, it is my turn now. Chen Luo lifted his head, a slight smile gracing his lips, before commanding the copper puppet to charge swiftly towards Tang Ping. Upon reaching the second stage of foundational establishment, the spiritual energy within him could control the copper puppet for a full 15 seconds. That span of time was ample enough to eliminate Tang Ping. Upon witnessing the copper puppet advancing towards him, Tang Ping hesitated not a moment and immediately turned to flee. The power of this copper puppet undoubtedly surpassed that of the Golden Core stage. Only a fool would confront it head-on. Yet, Tang Ping overestimated his own speed. In mere breaths, the copper puppet caught up to him, positioning itself in his path. It raised its fist, a massive blow aimed directly at Tang Ping's face, crashing down with tremendous force. No, no, no. The anguished cries of Tang Ping echoed through the sky. With a flurry of punches from the copper puppet, his head was reduced to a bloody pulp. This scene left all present in a state of shock. The Golden Core Tang Ping had perished just like that, at the hands of Chen Luo. After slaying Tang Ping, Chen Luo promptly stowed away the copper puppet. The energy expended in controlling it was considerable. In under 10 seconds, he had depleted a significant portion of his spiritual power. This contraption must be used sparingly. Following Tang Ping's demise, the barriers surrounding Tai He gradually dissipated. Tai He was about to inquire about Chen Luo's condition when he noticed Chen Luo anxiously rushing to the corpse, retrieving a storage ring from Tang Ping's lifeless body. This lad has acquired 300,000 wealth points. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, as a Golden Core cultivator, Tang Ping's assets were substantial. Let us return to the inn, Tai He said gravely, casting a serious glance at Chen Luo. With the death of a Golden Core elder, such a significant event would surely provoke a response from the Blood Valley sect. We must hasten to find a treasure ship and depart from Lei Yin City. Chen Luo nodded, promptly following Tai He and the others. Chen Luo, I will report this matter to the sect master. It was Tang Ping who betrayed the sect. You shall not face any repercussions. However, regarding the copper puppet you just utilized, Tai He's expression turned noticeably serious at this point. Upon hearing Tai He mention the copper puppet, Chen Luo understood that Tai He was aware of the Wanling sect. This matter, it seemed, could not be concealed. Elder Tai He, I will explain everything to the sect, Chen Luo said, taking a deep breath. Tai He smiled and patted Chen Luo on the shoulder. Rest assured, as long as you clarify the situation, the sect will not make things difficult for you. Moreover, your performance this time has been exceptional. The sect will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. You, my dear fellow, never cease to astonish me time and again. Truly a marvel. Chapter 127. Am I not deserving now? Days later, the treasure ship gradually came to a halt at the gates of the Wenxing sect, and the disciples aboard exhaled in relief. At long last, we have returned. The rewards for your journey will be distributed shortly, Tai He remarked, glancing at Ling Mo and the others, before turning his attention to Chen Luo. Chen Luo, accompany me to meet the sect master. Chen Luo nodded and swiftly followed Tai He, alongside Xia Homing and the inner sect elder. The four of them proceeded directly to the very heart of the Wenxing sect, where the main hall was nestled within the Zishan. As the grand doors of the hall swung open, numerous esteemed elders were already awaiting inside, among them Shangwan Jiao and He Kai Lian. The gaze of the elders collectively fell upon Chen Luo. Previously, they had already received news regarding this competition. Chen Luo has truly brought honor to the Wenxing sect. This time, the Blood Valley sect has unwittingly dug their own grave, thereby elevating the Wenxing sect instead. Where's the sect master? Tai He, noticing the absence of the head elder, promptly inquired of the other esteemed elders. They shook their heads in unison, stating that they had merely been commanded to wait in the hall, unaware of the sect master's whereabouts. Tai He, please hand Xia Homing over to me. I shall first take him to assess the situation. A robust man stepped forth. This man, named Sun Kong, was the sixth esteemed elder of the Wenxing sect. Xia Homing is indeed Sun Kong's disciple. Tai He nodded and then entrusted Xia Homing to Sun Kong. Everyone turned their attention to Xia Homing, and upon seeing his appearance, they could not help but sigh in dismay. Once a figure of great renown, Xia Homing had now fallen to such a fate due to a woman. The Blood Valley sect truly deserves condemnation. After Sun Kong led Xia Homing away, He Kai Lian approached Chen Luo, cheerfully patting him on the shoulder. My dear disciple, you have truly brought honor to your master this time. When the time comes for rewards, do not hesitate to voice your desires. I shall assist you in petitioning the sect master. He Kai Lian spoke with a smile, thoroughly pleased with Chen Luo. Indeed, taking Chen Luo as a disciple was a decision well made. Such a prodigious talent is destined for extraordinary achievements in the future. Naturally, as his master, I shall bask in the glory. Many esteemed elders displayed envious expressions, lamenting that Chen Luo was not their disciple. In the future, Chen Luo will undoubtedly secure a place on the Qingxian ranking of the Nine Heavens continent. Master, before you procure the sect's rewards, do you not intend to grant your disciple some rewards of your own? This time away from the sect. I nearly lost my life at the hands of that wretched Tang Ping, and I am now left with psychological scars, Chen Luo lamented, tugging at He Kai Lian's sleeve. Upon hearing this, all the esteemed elders displayed expressions of complexity. Dying at the hands of Tang Ping? What does this mean? Tang Ping? That scoundrel dared to lay a hand on you? Where is he? I shall stand up for you. He Lian was immediately enraged. Tang Ping was an inter-sect elder of the Asking Immortal sect. How could one dare to act against a direct disciple of the sect? Such a wretch deserved no pity. He has already met his demise at the hands of this young man, remarked Taiha with a bitter smile. He suddenly felt that Tang Ping's death at Chen Luo's hands was a fortunate outcome. If he had fallen into He Lian's grasp, his fate would have been nothing short of a living hell. You killed Tang Ping? He Lian exclaimed, gazing at Chen Luo in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. The other elders also displayed expressions of disbelief. After all, Tang Ping was an inter-sect elder, a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage. How could Chen Luo, with his current strength, possibly have slain a Golden Core expert? Surely, Taiha must be jesting, just as the elders were engulfed in confusion. A commanding voice resonated through the hall. Enough, everyone, please take your seats. The assembly turned in unison to see the sect leader, who had unexpectedly appeared in the main seat. Chen Luo lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the sect leader seated before him. The leader of the Asking Immortal sect was unexpectedly a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, exuding the air of a scholar. His appearance bore no semblance to that of a commanding figure. We have met the sect leader. The crowd bowed in unison. This leader was the sole nascent soul expert of the Asking Immortal sect. Lu Qianxiu smiled and waved his hand to the assembly, his attention subsequently falling upon Chen Luo. Chen Luo, please present that item. Upon hearing Lu Qianxiu's words, Chen Luo offered a helpless smile. It seemed that the sect leader had already discerned the presence of the bronze puppet, even if Taiha was unaware of the bronze puppet's existence. This secret could not remain hidden within the Asking Immortal sect. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Chen Luo produced the bronze puppet. As it emerged, the expressions of those present turned exceedingly complex. They were all too familiar with this artifact. Many of the elders had participated in the battle against the Wanling sect 300 years prior. This bronze puppet was indeed a product of the Wanling sect. How could Chen Luo possess a relic from the Wanling sect? My disciple, where did you procure this item? Speak swiftly, He Lian urged, nudging Chen Luo with her elbow. The matter was of utmost importance and could not be concealed. Clearing his throat, Chen Luo proceeded to simplify the events within the abyss and disclosed everything. Naturally, he omitted any mention of the system. Even to those closest to him, he could not reveal such secrets. This was the very foundation of Chen Luo's existence. Mysterious cave, bronze puppet, seal. Lu Qianxiu pondered for a moment before nodding. It should not be mistaken. You encountered Wan Chun, the master of the Wanling sect. Wanling sect's master? Chen Luo was taken aback, not expecting that the shadow he had met earlier belonged to the master of the Wanling sect. Wan Chun was undoubtedly a nascent soul expert. Sect leader, to err on the side of caution, I believe this bronze puppet must be destroyed. Furthermore, Chen Luo should be restricted from leaving the sect. If this young man succumbs to temptation and truly breaks the seal of Tianyuan Mountain, the Wuxian sect will gain an additional formidable enemy. The words came from the esteemed elder Ma Wendao, who holds the second position among the 12 elders. His strength only surpassed by that of the Grand Elder. Ma Wendao's remarks carried significant weight and could very well influence Chen Luo's future. Chen Luo, feeling disheartened, cast a glance at Ma Wendao and detected a hint of murderous intent in his gaze. Could it be that this man is also an ally of Prince Jin? Ma Wendao, what do you mean by that? This treasure was obtained by my disciple. On what grounds should it be destroyed? As for confinement, that is utterly out of the question. My disciple would never unveil that seal. He Kai Lian immediately stood up to defend Chen Luo. As a mentor, it was only natural for her to support him. However, before she could finish speaking, the seventh elder, Pang Donghai, let out a mocking laugh. Elder He, I have heard that your disciple is quite avaricious, willing to do anything for money. Who knows what promises Wan Chun has made to Chen Luo? Once this young man possesses sufficient strength, he might indeed betray the sect. Upon hearing Pang Donghai's words, the expressions of the other elders grew awkward. Within the Wuxian sect, There were indeed some rumors regarding Chen Luo. His character was questionable, making it seem necessary to confine him within the sect. As Kai Lian prepared to retort, Chen Luo stopped her. All eyes turned to him, eager to hear what this young man would say. Chen Luo smiled and spoke. This matter is quite simple. As long as the Wuxian sect provides me with ample resources, why would I care for the possessions of the Wanling sect? Is it not true that I am worthy of the Wuxian sect's investment in my cultivation? The room fell silent. With the elders regarding Chen Luo, their expressions varied. What a joke. You, young man, have the audacity of a city wall. With merely foundational cultivation, what confidence do you possess? Do you truly see yourself as the future of the Wuxian sect? Ma Wendao could not contain his laughter, his tone dripping with disdain. No matter how high your talent, you cannot expect to receive all the sect's resources. Should you falter midway, would not all investments be in vain? No sect would place all their eggs in one basket. Especially when the money spent is real currency. I am not. But are you? Will you reach the god transformation stage? Chen Luo fearlessly retorted. This old man, hundreds of years old, is still in the nascent soul stage. This life is all he will ever have. You, insolent. Ma Wendao's face flushed red with anger. Standing up in indignation. How dare Amir Jr. speak to him in such a manner? Enough. Lu Qianxiu suddenly spoke up, bringing silence to the gathering. Everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Qianxiu, recognizing that the matter regarding Chen Luo would ultimately be decided by him. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Qianxiu looked at Chen Luo and said, Chen Luo, I believe you have no connection with the Wanling sect. Your background is well understood by the sect of inquiry. However, should you engage in actions detrimental to the sect in the future, I shall not show mercy. While this may sound like a threat, the underlying implication is an acknowledgement of Chen Luo's ability to wield the copper puppet. Upon comprehending Lu Qianxiu's words, Ma Wendao's face turned a shade of iron. Realizing that his previous opinions were akin to mere folly, I assure you, I will never betray the sect of inquiry. The sect is my home, Chen Luo declared resolutely, thumping his chest. Only by demonstrating sufficient sincerity can these old-timers dispel their misgivings. As for the treasures of the 10,000 Spirit sect, once my strength is bolstered, extinguishing one Chen soul will secure them, will it not? Lu Qianxiu nodded with a smile, then raised his hand, revealing a martial arts manual within his palm. This is the sect of inquiry's ultimate technique, the overturning sea of immortals. This skill shall serve as your reward for your accomplishments. As for the matter concerning Tangping, the sect will conduct an investigation. Rest assured and focus on your cultivation. Chen Luo accepted the overturning sea of immortals, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of this fourth-tier martial technique. The sect leader is indeed generous. Even a direct disciple in the Golden Core stage might not possess such a prestigious skill. Gain 170,000 wealth points. Chen Luo grinned from ear to ear, his wealth points soaring to 500,000, enabling him to undertake even greater endeavors. Very well, Chen Luo, you may take your leave. We have pressing matters to discuss. Lu Qianxiu said with a wave of his hand, signaling Chen Luo to depart. Chen Luo promptly exited the grand hall, feeling elated at his fortune. After Chen Luo's departure, Lu Qianxiu raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards the esteemed elders present. Apart from Sun Kong, who had taken Xia Homing away, and the first-ranked elder currently absent, the remaining 10 esteemed elders were gathered in the hall. The discussions at hand pertained to the future of the sect of inquiry. Esteemed colleagues, you must have heard about the events within the Imperial Palace, Lu Qianxiu remarked, his tone growing serious as he narrowed his eyes. The elders furrowed their brows and nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Tingyu has been missing from the ancestral grounds and remains unaccounted for. The sovereign is seeking assistance from various factions to assemble a team to enter the imperial ancestral grounds. However, there are restrictions. Only young cultivators under the age of 25 may enter. What do you think? Should our sect of inquiry respond? Lu Qianxiu continued, his tone increasingly grave. There is surely an external force at play, causing Yang Tingyu's disappearance within the ancestral grounds. The disciples entering the imperial ancestral grounds may face life-threatening dangers. Should a gifted disciple perish within, it would be a tremendous blow to the sect of inquiry. This matter is none of our concern. I believe we need not involve ourselves. Pang Donghai spoke first, stating his position outright. Lu Qianxiu frowned, surprised at Pang Donghai's unequivocal refusal. At this moment, Shang Wanjiu interjected. I believe it is necessary for the sect of inquiry to participate. Yang Tingyu is, in a sense, half a disciple of our sect and serves as a bridge for our goodwill with the sovereign. Should we choose not to participate, a rift may emerge between the Wenxian sect and the emperor, and the Wenxian sect can ill afford to create more enemies. Upon hearing Shang Wanjiu's words, the elders nodded in agreement. Due to the relationship between Prince Jin and the Blood Valley sect, the emperor has fostered a closer connection with the Winston sect. which has enabled the establishment of a rare collaboration. This partnership cannot be severed. The Emperor is currently in a precarious position if we tether ourselves to them. It would jeopardize the future of the Wenxian sect. It would be wiser to focus inward, cultivate several disciples to the transformation stage, and regain our former glory. Ma Wenda, one of the elders opposing the Wenxian sect's dealings with the Emperor, spoke with a smile. In such circumstances, he would certainly persuade others to refrain from interacting with the Emperor. Once the ruler of the Tianyan dynasty changes, do you think the Wenxian sect can continue to thrive? Ming Feng immediately countered. Once the new ruler is in place, the Wenxian sect will be next on the chopping block. Ma Wenda merely snorted in response, offering no answer. This matter had been debated countless times without resolution. Enough. Our current predicament compels the Wenxian sect to engage, Lu Qianxiu interjected, raising his hand to quell the dispute. Select a few disciples under the age of 25 to proceed to the palace in half a month. Ma Wenda let out a cold huff and strode away. As he departed, the remaining elders furrowed their brows. Before long, 3 more elders found excuses to leave, clearly reluctant to send anyone, including Peng Donghai. Lu Qianxiu sighed in resignation and addressed the 6 remaining elders, informed the disciples that participation in this mission is entirely voluntary. Those who choose to go will receive a 5th-grade elixir. However, we must also fully disclose the dangers involved, ensuring the disciples are well informed. Once the personnel were accounted for, the list should be handed to Elder He for selection. The number need not be excessive, and Elder He will also lead the expedition. All eyes turned towards Heat who frowned in discontent at being assigned such a troublesome task. Noticing the displeasure on Heat Xalian's face, Lu Qianxiu could not help but roll his eyes. This task is merely a consequence of you having previously overturned my medicinal field. Consider it your punishment for that transgression. Heat Xalian gritted her teeth, retorting, Can you blame me? It's not my fault your herbs are so fragrant, luring my treasures. It's clearly your fault for cultivating such exquisite medicinal plants. Lu Qianxiu was left speechless, his frustration mounting. How is it my fault? You unreasonable woman. No wonder Chen Luo has such thick skin. He must have learned it from you. Go on, make the arrangements quickly. If this task is poorly executed, you'll be punished with cleaning the Wuxian Road. Chapter 129. The mysterious wooden box of Tang Ping, which hatches an egg. It's a fortune. Wealth has come. Chen Luo gracefully returned to the elegant hall, treading upon the Qinglong sword, filled with delight. This journey not only yielded a substantial amount of wealth, but also a plethora of valuable items. He resolved to venture out of the sect more frequently, ensuring he would not miss any opportunity for sudden fortune. Junior brother Chen. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated from below. Chen Luo immediately lowered his gaze and was greeted by the sight of Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan standing outside the elegant hall. Sister Wang? Sister Mu? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Wang Shiqin had entrusted him with a task before his departure. Oh no, in the midst of his fortune. He had forgotten about it. Sister Wang, regarding the matter you mentioned. Chen Luo sheepishly scratched his head as he approached Wang Shiqin. Wang Shiqin chuckled lightly. Dismissing his concern, it's nothing serious. This time, Wang Tianlong is not at the Blood Valley sect. After he became an inner disciple there, he was taken away by the people of Prince Jin. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. It seemed that he had indeed not encountered Wang Tianlong, which was a relief. So Wang Tianlong has left the Blood Valley sect? Chen Luo quickly inquired, rest assured, Sister Wang, if I come across him, I shall give him a proper beating. Wang Shiqin laughed heartily. All right, my matter is trivial. You, however, have truly accomplished something remarkable this time, bringing glory to our asking immortal sect. Come, let us enter the elegant hall, and you can regale us with your illustrious exploits. With Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan flanking him, they all entered the elegant hall together. Chen Luo, beaming with pride, recounted his heroic deeds, his smile nearly reaching the heavens. When he spoke of Tang Ping, both Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan displayed expressions of astonishment. Tang Ping was actually slain by Chen Luo. Well done. That fat fool had it coming. Junior brother Chen, do you still possess Tang Ping's storage ring? Mu Xingnan suddenly interjected. Chen Luo paused for a moment, then nodded, retrieving Tang Ping's storage ring. Hurry, let us see if that box is in there. Mu Xingnan urged. Box. Chen Luo furrowed his brow as he emptied the contents of the storage ring. Among the jumble of items, he indeed discovered an exquisite wooden box. This box emanated an unsettling aura, appearing quite extraordinary. Upon careful inspection, Chen Luo realized that this box had not contributed to his wealth total, likely because it remained unopened. If he were to unlock this box, it could potentially represent a significant fortune. What is this wooden box? Chen Luo hastily inquired of Mu Xingnan. Mu Xingnan seemed to possess knowledge of its significance. Otherwise, she would not have made such comments. She gazed intently at the wooden box for a long while before speaking. This is a treasure that Tang Ping acquired during a previous mission. Even the sect leader was unable to open it, causing quite a stir within the Asking Immortal sect. It is surprising that, after all this time, Tang Ping never managed to unlock it. Until his demise, he remained unaware of what lay within the box. It seems you have stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. Is this wooden box ensnared by any formation or restrictions? With the cultivation of a sovereign god, even a 5th grade formation restriction should be easily shattered. Chen Luo could not help but voice his thoughts, pondering the immense strength required to withstand Lu Qianqiu's onslaught. As he spoke, he placed his hand upon the wooden box. Indeed, a system notification popped up. 300,000 wealth points required to break the formation. What? Chen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. The formation on this wooden box was unexpectedly of a higher grade than that which restrained the copper puppet. 300,000 wealth points to break this thing, wouldn't that be a monumental loss? Does anyone know what lies within? Chen Luo swallowed hard, feeling reluctant to expend such wealth. Without even knowing its contents, risking a loss could spell disaster. Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan simultaneously shook their heads. If there were truly exceptional treasures inside, Tang Ping would have certainly found a way to open it. The fact that it remains unopened indicates that even he is oblivious to its contents. Chen Luo gazed at the wooden box, caught in a dilemma. He truly dared not gamble on something with such potential for loss. Let us put it away, after all. We cannot open it. Once junior brother Chen reaches the transformation god stage, we might attempt to unlock it, Wang Shiqin remarked with a shrug. As she had never considered that they could open the box. If even the sect master could not unlock it, how could they? Mu Xingnan nodded in agreement with Wang Shiqin's words. Yet, Chen Luo remained troubled, his expression solemn as he stared at the wooden box. The two women exchanged puzzled glances. Wondering why he was so serious, it was impossible for them to open it. Before they could voice their questions, Chen Luo abruptly seized the wooden box. Crack. 300,000 wealth points consumed, unlocking complete. As the radiance emanating from the box faded, Chen Luo slowly opened it a crack, and a dense green mist began to waft out. Witnessing this scene, Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan's eyes widened in astonishment as they looked at Chen Luo. He had actually opened the wooden box. This was utterly astonishing. How had he accomplished such a feat? However, the two women remained silent, holding their breaths as they intently focused on the box. They too were eager to discover what lay within. As the lid of the box was lifted, the green mist enveloped the entire elegant hall, creating a murky atmosphere. Chen Luo paid no heed to such concerns. The true value hinged upon the contents within. What? Upon finally discerning the object inside, Chen Luo was left utterly dumbfounded. Inside the box lay a vibrant green egg, roughly the size of a fist. As he lifted the egg, the system registered no response whatsoever. This indicated that the egg was utterly worthless. A monster egg? Chen Luo's brow furrowed deeply. Had he just squandered 300,000 wealth points? Could the beast that hatches from this egg possibly be worth such an amount? What on earth is this? It looks rather beautiful. Wang Shiqin remarked in astonishment as she gazed at the emerald-hued egg, though the egg bore a vibrant green hue. It shimmered with a dazzling array of colors under the light, captivating in its brilliance. Mu Xingnan shook her head, uncertain of the egg's origin. I have heard that beast eggs are exceedingly nourishing. Perhaps we should consume it. Consume it? Upon hearing Mu Xingnan's suggestion, Chen Luo quickly clutched the beast egg tighter. How could they possibly eat an egg that cost 300,000 wealth points? Just as the three of them stared at the egg in bewilderment, a fourth voice suddenly emerged. Is that truly the egg of a Qingyuan Jiao? Where on earth did you acquire it? Startled by the voice, the trio turned around to find Jiang Yinran speaking. Upon seeing the Qingyuan Jiao egg, the drowsiness in Jiang Yinran's eyes noticeably dissipated. Senior Sister Jiang, do you recognize this egg? What exactly is a Qingyuan Jiao? Chen Luo asked eagerly, worried that the Qingyuan Jiao might be weak. They could not afford such a loss. It must not be weak. Jiang Yinran smiled, her tone becoming enigmatic. It is said that the Qingyuan Jiao, adorned in azure scales and crowned with verdant branches, is one of the most terrifying beasts on the continent. Ancient texts have recorded that the Qingyuan Jiao can reach the realm of Lianqiu. Junior brother, would you consider selling your egg? Chapter 130. Rest assured, Master. Your disciple is quite resilient. No. This egg is not for sale. Chen Luo immediately shook his head. 300,000 wealth points cannot simply be discarded. This wealth must be extracted from the egg itself. Jiang Yanran rubbed her eyes and yawned, stating, I was initially prepared to offer 500,000 copper coins for it. Since junior brother is unwilling to sell, so be it. Upon hearing 500,000 copper coins, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a negotiable sum. Senior Sister Jiang, would you consider increasing your offer? Chen Luo grinned. If the money was ample, why not sell? However, Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan chuckled from the side. Junior brother. Senior sister Jiang typically relies on purchasing herbs for her cultivation. Where would she acquire 500,000 copper coins? She is merely teasing you, Wang Shiqin said playfully. How innocent this little brother is. Jiang Yanren smiled and then made her way back to her room, ready to continue her slumber. Chen Luo, feeling dejected, rubbed his head and then focused on the egg in his arms. Can this egg actually hatch? The egg of a beast can only be waited upon until the moment it breaks. However, this egg is imbued with a considerable amount of spiritual energy. It should soon reach its hatching time. Do not be anxious, junior brother. It will surely hatch in due time. Wang Shiqin patted Chen Luo's shoulder. This is the egg of a Qing Yuan Jiao. If nurtured well, it can reach the Lianxu realm. The Lianxu realm is sufficient to dominate Tianyan Prefecture. Such a treasure is indeed rare. Chen Luo could only nod and store the egg away. I hope it hatches soon. Otherwise, the 300,000 wealth points would be in vain. That scoundrel, Lu Qianqiu. Once I reach the stage of transformation, I shall certainly give him a sound thrashing. At that moment, Xilian stormed into the elegant hall, her words laced with harshness, all directed at Lu Qianqiu, the foremost figure of the Wenshan sect. Chen Luo and his companions stared in astonishment at Xilian, bewildered by the intensity of her anger. Surely, the sect leader had not engaged in some unspeakable misdeed. Master, what has transpired? Wang Shiqin inquired hastily. Though Xilian was typically quick-tempered, such a display of ire was unusual for her. It was evident that she had encountered a formidable challenge. With a deep breath, Xilian expressed her frustration. Upon hearing of Yang Tingyu's disappearance, Chen Luo's expression swiftly fell into despair. This is disastrous. The major benefactor is gone, and with it, a lucrative opportunity. Under 25? Even the more gifted disciples are merely at the foundation stage. Can they truly accomplish this task? Upon hearing this, Wang Shiqin immediately questioned, her gaze inevitably falling upon Chen Luo. Most of the direct disciples were already over the age of 25. Chen Luo was likely the only one under that age among Xilian's disciples. As for the other elders, a few had younger disciples with exceptional talents. But would these elders truly risk their students? It seemed this mission would inevitably fall to the inner disciples. Xilian, in a fit of anger, gulped down her tea and then smashed the cup in frustration, lamenting the unfortunate nature of this thankless task. That scoundrel Lu Qianqiu. The disciples exchanged awkward glances and forced smiles, realizing the peril that lay ahead. Master, may I partake in this mission? Chen Luo suddenly interjected. This statement rendered Xilian and the others solemn, questioning Chen Luo's interest in such a hazardous undertaking. You wish to go? Are you aware of the dangers involved? Once you enter the ancestral grounds, I cannot guarantee your safety, Xilian admonished sternly, unwilling to permit Chen Luo's involvement. If he were to perish within the ancestral grounds, it would be a tremendous loss for the Wenshan sect. Chen Luo, brimming with confidence, patted his chest, dismissing the concern. What is there to fear? I have the bronze puppet with me. Who among my peers could harm me? With the stipulation that only those under 25 could enter the ancestral grounds. Chen Luo felt an unwavering sense of assurance. At this age, who could withstand a blow from the bronze puppet? Absolutely no one. Yet Xilian rolled her eyes in response, stating, in the ancestral grounds of the Tianyan dynasty, external objects cannot be used, not even weapons. Your bronze puppet will be utterly useless. No, you cannot go. Were the bronze puppet usable, Xilian would naturally feel at ease with Chen Luo's participation. However, within the ancestral grounds, reliance on one's own strength was imperative. The ancestral grounds served as a testing ground for the Tianyan dynasty's prodigies. If one were to depend solely on external assistance, wouldn't it mean that anyone could easily pass through? It is worth noting that even Yang Longtian failed to navigate the ancestral grounds. Chen Luo paused for a moment, and after a brief hesitation, he resolutely responded. Yang Tingyu is my friend, and for the sake of friendship, I feel compelled to contribute. Master, take me with you. Upon hearing this, Xilian was struck with goosebumps and could not help but inquire, you rascal, do you truly have feelings for Yang Tingyu? Huh? Chen Luo looked bewildered, pondering the implication. Am I such a superficial person? He chuckled, actually, I seek to acquire a 5th-grade elixir. Fear not, master, I can assure you of my safety. If you doubt me, feel free to test my physique. It's quite sturdy. Chen Luo said with a grin, puffing out his chest and tapping his body, producing a resounding sound. Xilian regarded Chen Luo with suspicion, then extended her hand to assess his firmness. Upon feeling the solidity of his body, her eyes widened in astonishment. This physique is comparable to that of a golden core expert. How has this lad trained? His flesh is even more formidable than that of a demon beast. Is there truly anyone among cultivators under the age of 25 who could penetrate Chen Luo's defenses? Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan, witnessing Xilian's astonished expression, hurriedly approached to examine Chen Luo's physique. It's remarkably solid. Our junior brother is quite impressive. He Cailian withdrew her hand and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. Very well, you may accompany me. However, once we enter the ancestral land, you must prioritize your own safety. The adversaries we face are likely to be more formidable than we anticipate, lurking in the shadows. The ability to infiltrate the royal ancestral land and conceal Yangtingyu within it indicates that our foes are anything but ordinary. We must exercise utmost caution. Chen Luo nodded solemnly, his mind already calculating. By saving Yangtingyu, she would undoubtedly express profound gratitude. As for any romantic entanglements, a mere few 100,000 copper coins would suffice. What a lucrative endeavor! Suddenly, He Cailian exclaimed, her expression grave as she looked at Chen Luo. Use your copper puppets sparingly. Do not allow outsiders to discover them. Although the 10,000 Spirits sect was sealed 3 centuries ago, some remnants still roam freely. If you attract their attention, your life may be in jeopardy. Do you understand? Chen Luo nodded promptly. Realizing that remnants of the 10,000 Spirits sect still existed in Tianyuan Prefecture, I wonder if they possess the second half of the 10,000 Spirits technique. If so, it would eliminate the need for perilous ventures to Tianyuan Mountain. Surely, these remnants cannot be stronger than the sect's leader. How intriguing. Chapter 131. Ye two master and apprentice. What a deceitful pair. In the heart of the ancestral land within Tianyuan Imperial City, several figures flitted through the desolate woods, halting before a young man. Dressed in white and wielding a folding fan, the young man exuded grace and elegance. Young Master Xia Yuan, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The figures clad in black clasped their fists, respectfully regarding the young man before them. Xia Yuan chuckled softly before retracting his folding fan. Have you dealt with the woman properly? The woman he referred to was none other than the young princess, Yangtingyu. Capturing Yangtingyu had required considerable effort on their part, even costing over 1 million copper coins. This expenditure was not in vain, as it had managed to breach a gap in the royal ancestral land's restrictions. Although only cultivators below the golden core stage could enter the ancestral grounds, this group was more than sufficient to handle the royal reinforcements. If they could extract Yangtingyu, their mission would be deemed a success. Young master, Yangtingyu is exceedingly cunning. She has manipulated the restrictions of the ancestral land, effectively isolating us. The leader of the cloaked figures was attempting to explain their predicament when Xia Yuan's palm struck his face with a resounding crack. Fools! You are all utterly useless. You cannot even subdue a single cultivator at the refinement stage. Were it not for your superior standing, I would not let this slide. Xia Yuan bellowed, his expression dark and furious. It was absurd that so many at the foundation establishment stage could not subdue one at the refinement stage. Had he known this would be the case, he would have led the charge himself. The cloaked figures trembled in fear, unwilling to retort. Xia Yuan was a favored figure under Prince Jin. To offend him was tantamount to offending the prince himself, and the repercussions would be dire. Xia Yuan, there is no need for you to be anxious. I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. At that moment, a man clad in purple suddenly appeared behind Xia Yuan, his complexion an unsettling shade of pale. Upon seeing this man, Xia Yuan paused briefly before a smile crept upon his lips. He had not anticipated that the Spirit Slaughter Division would send such an individual. Zhang Yiwen, the deputy master of the Spirit Slaughter Division. Although the Spirit Slaughter Division primarily served the royal family, they could be swayed to eliminate anyone if the price was right. This time, Prince Jin had offered them terms that were impossible to refuse. To ensure the mission's success, this deputy master had chosen to take matters into his own hands. With his peak foundation establishment prowess, how could he possibly fail to subdue a girl at the refinement stage? Zhang Yiwen chuckled, exuding confidence. Rest assured, even if their reinforcements arrive, they shall not rescue Yangtingyu. As a formidable figure at the peak of foundation establishment, Zhang Yiwen possessed absolute certainty. After all, the royal family was unaware that a breach had been made in the restrictions and had no knowledge of the capabilities of this group. Even if the royal family enlisted the help of top disciples from various factions, the age limit of 25 would prevent any threats to Zhang Yiwen from entering. No matter who came, none would leave alive. Very well, I am now at ease. By the way, among the disciples sent by the Xian sect, there is one named Yang Qian. He is one of us, and you can utilize him well. Xia Yuan grinned, for Prince Jin was not without his own preparations. This time, the royal family would surely suffer substantial losses. In just a few days, He Cailian confirmed the candidates for the journey to the royal palace. A total of 6 individuals were selected, and apart from Chen Luo, the rest were inner disciples. However, among these 6, one individual surprised He Cailian unexpectedly. The individual in question is Yang Qian, a person associated with the King of Gold, and his involvement in this operation raises suspicions. After confirming the personnel, He Tsalian gathered 6 individuals and boarded the treasure ship bound for the Imperial Palace. Arriving earlier would facilitate intelligence gathering. Moreover, this operation is not solely undertaken by the Wuxian sect. Disciples from the Yuling Pavilion and the Leiling Pavilion will also venture into the ancestral grounds. Master, Yang Qian is undoubtedly an enemy spy planted among us. Should we not capture him and force him to divulge valuable information? On the deck of the treasure ship, Chen Luo and He Tsalian leaned against the ship's edge, discreetly observing Yang Qian from the corner of their eyes. He Tsalian furrowed her brow and nodded emphatically. Indeed, my disciple, but it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Others might perceive it as bullying. Perhaps you should teach him a lesson to extract what he knows. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, then turned his gaze towards the meandering Yang Qian. To strike or not to strike? Yang Qian, too, noticed Chen Luo's stare, and his expression darkened considerably. He hadn't anticipated Chen Luo's participation in this endeavor. Well, it seems that the score would be settled once they entered the ancestral grounds. As Yang Qian envisioned Chen Luo beneath his heel, he suddenly saw Chen Luo approaching. What do you want? Yang Qian's face hardened as he glared at Chen Luo. On this treasure ship, he dared not act against Chen Luo, especially with He Tsalian present. Who would dare oppose Chen Luo under her protection? Without further ado, Chen Luo raised his hand and struck Yang Qian. The onlooking disciples were taken aback. What is happening all of a sudden? You! Yang Qian exclaimed as he raised his arm to defend against Chen Luo's blow. The impact sent him staggering backwards, his arm tingling from the force. He had long known of Chen Luo's formidable strength, but this was beyond his expectations. Speak. Are you an infiltrator among us? Chen Luo pointed accusingly at Yang Qian, his approach direct and unyielding. The other 4 disciples turned their gazes toward Yang Qian, also sensing that his participation in this operation was rather unusual. How could a person affiliated with the King of Gold assist the Emperor in rescuing someone? Yang Qian gritted his teeth, feeling utterly speechless. They hadn't even entered the ancestral grounds, and he had already been exposed by Chen Luo. Being a spy was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Yet, he would never admit it. Confessing would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Chen Luo, do not slander me. I am not a spy. Heavens, you have no proof. And you act recklessly. Are you not afraid of the sect's regulations? Yang Qian shouted, his face etched with grave seriousness. Truly, this was infuriating. He could not retaliate after being struck by Chen Luo, which was maddening. However, He Tsalian displayed an expression of surprise. What? I thought you were merely sparring. Upon hearing her words, Yang Qian's face turned an ashen hue. Her feigned innocence was far too convincing. Sparring? Very well. If that was the case, then he could retaliate too. Yang Qian glared fiercely at Chen Luo, determined to respond now that the situation was framed as a spar. Chen Luo smiled, and then swiftly delivered a slap. Upon witnessing this, Yang Qian immediately clenched his fist to retaliate. However, in that very moment, an inexplicable tremor coursed through him, rendering him powerless. Yang Qian's eyes widened as his gaze fell upon He Lian. Damn it! Bang! Chen Luo's hand struck Yang Qian's face without reservation. Yang Qian was knocked to the ground, his left cheek already flushed crimson. This master and disciple were utterly shameless. The other 4 disciples took a step back, diverting their eyes elsewhere, adopting an air of indifference. Even though they were aware of the events that had just unfolded, they feigned ignorance. Only a fool would risk offending a venerable elder and a favored disciple for the sake of Yang Qian. Poor Yang Qian indeed. Chapter 132. Entering the Royal Palace. Is this your old flame? Damn it. You all will pay for this. Yang Qian gritted his teeth, rising to his feet, his face flushed with rage. This master and disciple were clearly bullying him. How could he possibly swallow this insult? Had he not feared He Lian's strength, he would have long since dealt with Chen Luo. Chen Luo, with a cold snort, remarked, I know you are harboring ulterior motives for participating in this endeavor, perhaps intending to bring about our demise. Speak forth your plans. Otherwise, I shall cast you overboard. Upon hearing this, the other 4 disciples glanced at Yang Qian, their expressions laden with complexity. This matter pertained to their very lives. How could they not take it seriously? Should Yang Qian truly harbor malicious intentions, they would certainly need to address him beforehand. Yang Qian clenched his jaw, fixating his gaze on Chen Luo. What a stroke of misfortune. This Chen Luo was indeed a troublesome character. I have not. Do not slander me. Yang Qian would never admit to anything. To do so would jeopardize his access to the ancestral lands. Deny it? Then I shall make you confess. Chen Luo smirked, raising his fist. On the ship, He Lian's word was law. Who would dare object to delivering a beating to Yang Qian? Ah, Chen Luo, just don't call your master for help. I will not let you off. Stop. I truly am innocent. After a lengthy beating, Yang Qian had transformed into a visage reminiscent of a pig's head. This sight elicited laughter from the other disciples. Once a figure of authority within the inner sect, Yang Qian now found himself in such an embarrassing state. Much to their delight, Chen Luo, feeling frustrated, stood up, surprised by Yang Qian's stubbornness and silence. It seemed this fellow's mission was no simple task. Caution was required once they entered the ancestral lands. Oh dear, I must have misunderstood you. This was all my master's doing. If there are any grievances, direct them towards my master. Chen Luo's attitude shifted abruptly as he helped Yang Qian to his feet. Yang Qian's face turned a deep shade of anger. This feigned concern was utterly nauseating. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard as several pills fell at Yang Qian's feet. These pills were precisely those thrown by He Cailian. Yang Qian, my apprentice is causing trouble. Please bear with it, He Cailian said with a smile. Yang Qian gritted his teeth and picked up the elixir from the ground. The relationship between this master and disciple is quite something. This time, he would have to endure the loss. Once they entered the ancestral land, he would make Chen Luo pay dearly. Chen Luo returned to He Cailian's side. Although he had not managed to extract any information from Yang Qian, his actions had sown doubt among the other 4 disciples regarding Yang Qian. Isolating Yang Qian could be considered a modest success. Disciple, this journey is fraught with peril. Be cautious, He Cailian said seriously to Chen Luo. She certainly did not wish for Chen Luo to perish in the ancestral land. That would be a tremendous loss. Chen Luo waved his hand with a smile. Do not worry, master, I am not so easily defeated. I am a prodigy who has survived the clutches of the Golden Core. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, He Cailian smiled faintly. Oh, by the way. Suddenly, He Cailian flipped her hand, revealing a golden butterfly in her palm. The butterfly took flight, gently landing on Chen Luo's shoulder. Chen Luo scrutinized the golden butterfly closely. Its spiritual energy was faint, nearly imperceptible. Is this a mystical beast nurtured by He Cailian? What purpose does it serve? This is my treasure. Keep it with you. And it may prove invaluable, He Cailian said, taking a deep breath. He Cailian had raised numerous insect-type mystical beasts, and it was these creatures that had ravaged Lu Qianqiu's medicinal fields, leading to her punishment. However, it was worth it. Lu Qianqiu's medicinal fields had significantly enhanced the strength of these insect-type beasts. As long as Chen Luo did not encounter misfortune in the ancestral land, it would be pure profit. Master, can this thing withstand a Golden Core level expert? Chen Luo asked excitedly. No, He Cailian replied, raising an eyebrow and shaking her head. Chen Luo was taken aback, instantly losing interest. What good is it then? He Cailian chuckled. You will find out in due time. Seeing He Cailian speak so mysteriously, Chen Luo furrowed his brows in frustration. What exactly is the purpose of this golden butterfly? After several days, the treasure ship arrived at the royal city of the Tianyun dynasty. The entire royal city was magnificent. A luxurious palace stood at the heart of the city, resembling a majestic guardian beast. As the treasure ship entered the royal city, several figures soared into the sky, flying alongside the ship. The leader, clad in golden battle armor, emanated an astonishing aura. He Taishang. The man bowed deeply to He Cailian. Upon seeing this man, He Cailian smiled and nodded. General Wang Ping. I did not expect you to come to greet us. Wang Ping, a great general of the Tianyun dynasty, possessed the strength of the nascent soul. Wang Ping replied with a smile. He Taishang, let us hasten to the palace. The emperor has been waiting for some time. He Cailian nodded and immediately steered the treasure ship to follow Wang Ping into the palace. The treasure ship descended slowly, and Chen Luo and the others followed He Cailian off the ship. Here, a considerable number of people were already waiting. The members of the Thunder Spirit Pavilion and Rain Spirit Pavilion had long since arrived. He Taishang. At that moment, the elder leading the team from the Thunder Spirit Pavilion approached, wearing a broad smile as he regarded He Cailian. Upon seeing this rugged man, He Cailian could not help but furrow her brow. What on earth is he doing here? This muttering was overheard by Chen Luo, who quipped, Master, is this man your old flame? Hearing Chen Luo's words, He Cailian promptly tapped him on the head, exclaiming, What old flame? He is merely infatuated. How could your master possibly have any interest in this fellow? Rubbing his head, Chen Luo chuckled awkwardly, surprised that someone would harbor a secret admiration for his master. How peculiar. The elder from the Thunder Spirit Pavilion strode directly toward them, prompting He Cailian to muster a smile and greet him. Elder Zhang Hu, it has been a long time. Zhang Hu, pleased by He Cailian's initiation of conversation, beamed widely. In the past, he had pursued her, but she had barely acknowledged him. How surprising it was that the once glorious Asking Immortals sect now could not even present a worthy disciple. Suddenly, the Grand Elder from the Rain Spirit Pavilion also approached, his tone devoid of any goodwill, clearly seeking confrontation. He Cailian frowned, fixing her gaze on the man. Tao Kuan, are your disciples from the Rain Spirit Pavilion truly formidable? They seem rather unremarkable to me. In response, Tao Kuan could not help but laugh heartily, stating, Indeed, The disciples of the Rain Spirit Pavilion are rather average. But against your asking Immortal sect disciples, it would be a piece of cake. You don't even have a 5th stage foundation establishment disciple. I wonder where you derive your confidence. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Hu pointed an accusatory finger at Tao Kuan, bellowing, Tao Kuan, I advise you to refrain from seeking trouble. Otherwise, I want to let this matter rest. Faced with Zhang Hu's fierce demeanor, Tao Kuan rolled his eyes. He could not fathom why the Thunder Spirit Pavilion had sent Zhang Hu. The man appeared utterly dazed at the sight of He Xiaolian. Standing behind He Xiaolian, Chen Luo surveyed the disciples brought by the Rain Spirit Pavilion and the Thunder Spirit Pavilion. Indeed, their overall strength surpassed that of the Asking Immortals sect disciples. Both sects had a 5th stage foundation establishment disciple, while the remaining disciples were at the 4th stage. In contrast, the Asking Immortals sect had only 3 4th stage disciples, one of whom was Yang Qian. The gap in strength seemed rather significant. Chapter 133. The Man at the Pinnacle of the Tianyun Dynasty. Given that this matter pertains to the life of the little princess, I implore all parties to avoid internal discord. The crisis within the ancestral land remains unknown to all. Unity is imperative. Observing the situation, Wang Ping quickly interjected, fearing that these 3 forces would fall into disagreement before even entering the ancestral land. Without knowledge of the enemy's detailed circumstances within the ancestral land, the disciples must strive to cooperate. Fighting individually would only lead to their downfall. With a smile, He Xiaolian reassured, General Wang Ping, rest assured, our trio is merely exchanging banter. We are well aware of what is truly important. Both Zhang Hu and Tao Kuan nodded in agreement. Since they had been invited, they would do their utmost to assist the royal family in locating Yang Tingyu. On the surface, the Thunder Spirit Pavilion and the Rain Spirit Pavilion, like the Asking Immortals sect, publicly supported the royal family. Just as Wang Ping was about to continue speaking, the doors of the grand hall were suddenly flung open. As the crowd turned their gaze, a man clad in a dragon robe strode forth from the grand hall. Merely by his appearance, one could discern that he was the sovereign of the Tianyun dynasty. Such an imposing presence is not something an ordinary person could possess. Upon encountering the sovereign, the onlookers bowed respectfully. This individual before them was not only the ruler of the Tianyun dynasty, but also a formidable pinnacle cultivator in the transformation stage. Who would dare to act recklessly in the presence of the sovereign? Yang Aoxiong smiled and waved his hand, dismissing the formalities. The crowd lifted their heads, scrutinizing the ruler of the Tianyun dynasty. Here stood the paramount figure of the dynasty. Even the leaders of the 2 sects and 4 pavilions would tremble in his presence. When shall the sovereign embark on the journey? Zhang Hu inquired eagerly, anxious for the disciples within the pavilion to enter the ancestral grounds. Although the task at hand was to locate the missing Yang Tingyu within those sacred lands, entering the ancestral grounds would also offer the disciples opportunities for fortune. Should they stumble upon a significant boon, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for them. Time must not be squandered. Yang Aoxiong coughed lightly and replied, at sunset tomorrow, I shall reopen the entrance to the ancestral grounds. I would appreciate it if you could bring Tingyu back. The crowd nodded in unison, fully adhering to Yang Aoxiong's arrangements. Is there anyone from the royal family who will enter the ancestral grounds? He kindly interjected. If a member of the royal family were to guide them, navigating the ancestral grounds would be considerably smoother. After all, it is the royal family's ancestral domain, and its members possess the utmost knowledge of it. Yang Aoxiong nodded with a smile and then signaled to Wang Ping. Following the directive, Wang Ping promptly produced a blue crystal and shattered it. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures descended from the sky, both possessing the cultivation level of the 5th stage of foundation establishment. They were the royal family's prodigies. Yang Ping and Yang Xian would accompany the disciples of the 3 sects into the ancestral grounds. Having ventured there once before, they were familiar with its geography. The disciples of the 3 sects would be able to avoid the more perilous areas under their guidance. As Yang Aoxiong spoke, he coughed again, his complexion slightly pale. Many present noticed this state of his. How could a transformation stage cultivator be so frequently afflicted by coughing? Surely, Yang Aoxiong's health had encountered some troubles. Sovereign, allow me to handle the matters ahead, Wang Ping promptly offered, unwilling to let the sovereign's discomfort be exposed to outsiders. Although the royal family maintained amicable relations with these 3 factions, it did not imply complete trust. The 3 senior elders simultaneously regarded Yang Aoxiong as essence infusion stage cultivators. They certainly perceived something amiss with him. Since that incident, Yang Aoxiong had seldom made appearances in ordinary settings. It seemed that certain rumors they had heard might indeed hold some truth. Yet, Yang Aoxiong waved his hand with a smile. It is of no consequence. Having said this, he turned his gaze towards Yang Xian. As the dawn of tomorrow approaches, Xian must exercise utmost caution while leading the team into the ancestral land. The three sects have dispatched their disciples to assist, signifying their trust in the royal family. It is imperative that no losses be incurred among the three sects' ranks within the ancestral grounds. The disciples of the three sects have been invited by the royal family to aid in the search for Yang Tingyu. Should any disciples fall within the royal ancestral territory, the royal family shall be obliged to provide an explanation to the three sections. Yang Aoxiong harbors concerns about potential mishaps, for the Duke of Gold watches with keen interest. He cannot afford to lose any more allies. Rest assured, my adoptive father. Shi Yin understands this implicitly. She immediately clasped her fists in respect. The gaze of the assembly fell upon Yang Shi Yin, astonished to discover that she is the adopted daughter of Yang Aoxiong. His discerning eye is indeed remarkable, as even his adopted daughter possesses such extraordinary talent. Wang Ping, please arrange a banquet to foster familiarity among the disciples of the three sects, Yang Aoxiong instructed. Afterward, he turned to the three esteemed elders, stating, I have urgent matters to attend to, thus I shall not partake in the feast. Should any issues arise, please relay them to Wang Ping. The three elders nodded in unison, fully aware of the reason for Yang Aoxiong's departure. It is likely that his current physical condition cannot withstand prolonged exposure before outsiders. The rumors may indeed hold a kernel of truth. Once Yang Aoxiong departed, Wang Ping promptly led the disciples of the three sects to the side hall, where an array of fine wines and delicacies awaited. After the banquet, I shall escort you to your resting quarters. Tomorrow in the ancestral land, we will rely on the three sects, Wang Ping declared with a sincere demeanor. Bowing deeply to He Zhaoyan and the others, the three esteemed elders readily expressed their commitment, assuring that their disciples would exert their utmost efforts. What followed was a customary exchange of pleasantries. The four formidable cultivators of the nascent soul stage gathered at one table, engaging in casual conversation. Chen Luo casually selected a table, seating himself and indulging in the sumptuous feast before him. The delicacies were rich with spiritual essence. Such a lavish banquet should not be taken lightly. If not now, then when to flaunt? Are you Chen Luo? At that moment, a figure sat beside him. Chen Luo turned, chewing on a morsel, and was surprised to find it was Yang Shi Yin. Have we met? Is there something you need? He inquired between bites. Yang Shi Yin, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. No wonder the little princess chose to befriend him. He is indeed unlike anyone else. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo paused. You were quite close to Tingyu? He asked, curiosity piqued. If their relationship were not strong, Yang Shi Yin would not have heard about him from Yang Tingyu. Yang Shi Yin nodded, replying, though I am officially designated as a royal daughter, my true role is that of a secret guard for the little princess, entrusted with handling certain delicate matters. A secret guard? Chen Luo exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise. The royal family has recognized a secret guard as an adopted daughter. There must be something extraordinary about Yang Shi Yin. Just as Chen Luo contemplated delving deeper into this revelation, several figures suddenly seated themselves opposite the two. The figures before him were all disciples of the Rain Spirit Pavilion. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chen Luo, is it? You have become quite the notable figure in Tianyuan Prefecture. The leading disciple, a fifth-stage foundation establishment practitioner, let out a mocking chuckle. Since the incident at the illusory void cave, Chen Luo's name had spread among numerous factions. Many were intrigued by Chen Luo, eager to discover how a mere servant could possibly defeat the prodigies of two imperial dynasties. There must be something extraordinary about Chen Luo. Chen Luo swallowed the morsel in his mouth and calmly surveyed the group, then broke into a smile, asking, What? You're not here to ask for my autograph, are you? Chapter 134. Since you insist on giving me money, I shall graciously accept. The disciples of the Rain Spirit Pavilion frowned in confusion. What need is there for an autograph? Surely, Chen Luo does not truly believe himself to be a celebrity. Absurd. What would I want with your signature? I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess any genuine skill. Imo Qin could not help but laugh, his tone dripping with provocation. Understanding Imo Qin's intent, Chen Luo set down the pig trotter in his hand. So, you wish to challenge me to a duel? Looking for trouble, are you? Such behavior cannot be tolerated. Imo Qin, however, laughed even more heartily. What a joke. You, a mere second-stage foundation establishment practitioner, think you are worthy of engaging with me? Do not claim we are bullying you, if you can defeat any one of us. The Rain Spirit Pavilion will take the lead in this endeavor under the auspices of the Asking Immortal Sect. But should you lose at this point, Imo Qin smirked. You'd best keep your distance from the little princess. She is not someone of your lowly servant status who can be trifled with. Now, Chen Luo fully comprehended Imo Qin's intentions. So, he is a suitor of Yang Tingyu. During the illusory void cave incident, Yang Foshan had jested about Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu. To think someone would take it seriously. Chen Luo chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. This wager lacks any excitement. There is no enticing reward. Speaking thus, he slammed the ancient river orb onto the table. Imogen and the others stared in astonishment at the ancient river orb. This fellow had casually produced a fourth-tier treasure. How wealthy could he be? A fourth-tier treasure, and you truly dare to part with it? Imogen narrowed his eyes. Such a treasure represented a significant fortune to him. Should he lose, the cost would be considerable. What? Are you intimidated by a mere fourth-tier treasure? With such little resolve? How do you expect to pursue Yongtingyu? Chen Luo continued to stoke the flames, unafraid that Imogen might produce something of greater value. He feared only that Imogen would refuse to accept the challenge. Imogen frowned, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. There was an unsettling feeling of being drawn into a trap. TCH. Who fears whom? I can afford to raise the stakes. Imogen produced a fourth-tier elixir, one he was reluctant to consume. Speak. Whom do you wish to challenge? Imogen declared with an air of confidence. One cannot possibly believe that a mere second-stage foundation establishment cultivator possesses the capability to triumph over them. The disparity of two minor realms is not something that ordinary treasures can compensate for. Chen Luo clicked his tongue, expressing his disdain for these fourth-stage foundation establishment practitioners. Why don't you step up yourself? Otherwise, I fear you might deny your defeat. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the other disciples of the Rain Spirit Pavilion displayed their displeasure. What does he mean by that? This insolent youth dares to look down upon them. How audacious for a mere second-stage foundation establishment cultivator to possess such confidence. It is utterly laughable. By challenging me, he invites his own humiliation. I had no intention of making his defeat too embarrassing, but it now seems a lesson must be imparted. Imogen burst into laughter, mocking Chen Luo's foolishness. After all, he was a fifth-stage foundation establishment cultivator, 3 minor realms above Chen Luo. How could he possibly lose? Chen Luo immediately rose and strode toward the side hall's exit. Yang Xian hesitated for a moment before following him. She, too, was intrigued by Chen Luo's combat prowess. It was indeed rare for a second-stage foundation establishment cultivator to confront a fifth-stage one. The others, upon witnessing Chen Luo and Imogen exiting the side hall, curiously followed suit. Another spectacle was about to unfold. This second-stage foundation establishment cultivator, named Chen Luo, right? Tao Kuan turned to He Kai Lian with a smile. I have heard this youth is a direct disciple of He Tai Shang. Is that true? He Kai Lian shot a glance at Tao Kuan, knowing he was about to be insufferably cheeky. Seeing her tacit acknowledgement, Tao Kuan continued, truly worthy of a disciple of He Tai Shang. Daring to engage in combat across 3 minor realms. Even in defeat, it shall not be too humiliating, for he is already lost in terms of cultivation. Tao Kuan's sarcastic remarks furrowed He Kai Lian's brow in irritation. The disciples of the Rain Spirit Pavilion are nothing but a bunch of insufferable individuals. No wonder no forces in Tianyan Prefecture wish to collaborate with those from the Rain Spirit Pavilion. Their tongues are indeed venomous. Tao Tai Shang, do you believe your disciple is bound to win? He Kai Lian could not help but interject. Tao Kuan, however, laughed heartily. Not at all. I merely believe the gap in strength is too vast, the advantage too apparent. I fear your disciple may suffer a humiliating defeat, tarnishing the reputation of He Tai Shang. Hearing this, He Kai Lian couldn't help but smirk, then placed a delicately crafted treasure box onto the table with a resounding clap. The other 3 individuals at the table displayed expressions of surprise upon seeing the exquisite box. The contents within are surely of 5th-grade quality. What is He Kai Lian implying? Tao Tai Shang, why not wager a little? He Kai Lian smiled as she opened the treasure box. Inside lay a pristine white snow lotus. Indeed a 5th-grade spiritual herb, the Lingshan Shuelian. This item is worth no less than 300,000 copper coins. Tao Kuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the Lingshan Shuelian. Since He Kai Lian was so generously offering it, how could he refuse? Very well. I shall counter with my own 5th-grade elixir. He Tai Shang, should you lose, do not attempt to deny the outcome. Tao Kuan grinned widely, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall. He Kai Lian merely smiled, choosing not to speak further. Who would emerge victorious was still uncertain. In the open space outside the side hall, Chen Luo and Imogen stood 20 meters apart, locking eyes. The others stood on the periphery, scrutinizing the two. Judging solely by their cultivation levels, Chen Luo was bound to lose. He held the lowest cultivation among them all. And it was truly baffling how he dared to confront Imogen. Chen Luo, you better exert your utmost strength. If you lose too disgracefully, it would be embarrassing for the Xianxin sect. Imogen remarked with a grin, gazing at Chen Luo. With 3 minor realms in advantage, how could he possibly lose? He aimed to defeat Chen Luo within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Yet, Chen Luo merely smiled, drawing forth the Qinglong sword and pointing it at Imogen. If you lose, don't come crying to me. Upon hearing Chen Luo's taunt, Imogen's brow furrowed, and he advanced with his sword drawn. Arrogant. If you think you can defeat me, dream on. Chen struck out fiercely, unleashing the full might of his fifth-stage foundation cultivation, intent on swiftly dispatching Chen Luo. Such a battle was not worth wasting time over. The onlookers felt the weight of Chen's strike and donned expressions of gravity. Truly, the talent of Yuling Pavilion was formidable. The power of that blow was astounding. Among all the disciples present, no more than 10 could withstand Chen's strike. Your blow is rather soft. Chen Luo suddenly grinned, then swung his sword. The sword energy erupted, a terrifying force striking Chen's blade with ferocity. Chen, who had previously appeared indifferent, widened his eyes in shock upon feeling the impact of Chen Luo's strike. What kind of monstrous strength is this? How can a second-stage foundation cultivator possess such power? Boom. With a resounding crash, Chen staggered back several steps, his face a mask of astonishment. He could hardly believe that in their first clash, it was he who was forced to retreat. The surrounding crowd was equally incredulous. The disparity from their expectations was immense. How strong must Chen Luo's physique be to wield such force? Could he possibly be a beast in disguise? Chapter 135. I've merely warmed up. You're not out of breath, are you? Your physique. Chen gritted his teeth, gazing at Chen Luo, his mind in turmoil. How could a second-stage foundation cultivator possess such an awe-inspiring physique? How had he cultivated to such a level? Observing Chen's bewilderment, Chen Luo grinned widely. Is that all you've got? After all that boasting, this is your true capability? With such meager skills, do you still dare to pursue a princess? Have you lost your senses? Chen Luo's mockery infuriated Chen, turning his face a deep shade of anger. He was a fifth-stage foundation cultivator. How dare a mere second-stage cultivator mock him? You're courting death. Chen bellowed, swiftly unleashing his treasured blade, executing a third-grade martial technique. Since a mere strike would not suffice to defeat Chen Luo, he would resort to martial skills. With the enhancement of martial skills, I find it hard to believe that Chen Luo's shell can be broken. The supreme third-grade martial technique at the perfected realm. You must have invested considerable effort to master this sword technique, haven't you? Chen Luo calmly regarded the approaching Chen, a smile gracing his face. Chen scoffed. What a joke. I am a genius of the Rain Spirit Pavilion. You are not worthy of comparison. This strike, let us see how you shall counter it. The blade's aura erupted, its power reaching its zenith. The onlookers furrowed their brows, witnessing the terrifying might of Chen's strike. Was such seriousness necessary against a mere second-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Chen Luo? Flattering him a few times has truly inflated his ego. A supreme third-grade martial skill, who among us lacks one? Chen Luo could not help but chuckle, then unleashed the heart-seeking sword technique, directing the sword intent towards the blade. Bang! Sensing the astonishing sword intent surrounding Chen Luo, Chen's eyes widened in shock. This sword technique had actually reached perfection. How utterly absurd. Although it was merely a supreme third-grade technique, mastering it to perfection was an exceedingly arduous task. How had Chen Luo achieved this? Damn it. I shall give it my all. Chen gritted his teeth and roared, unwilling to believe that Chen Luo, a mere second-stage foundation establishment cultivator, could stir up any significant waves. As Chen unleashed his entire spiritual power, the strike was executed to the utmost limit. The surrounding spectators hastily retreated, fearing the repercussions of his blow. Kai Lian and her companions were expressions of intrigue. However, these four nascent soul-stage powerhouses did not focus on Chen, but rather on Chen Luo. Despite being only a second-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Chen Luo had managed to perfect a supreme third-grade sword technique. Such astounding martial prowess was truly rare. Even some direct disciples, after years of practice within the sect, might not be able to achieve perfection in a supreme third-grade martial skill. Flash! Chen Luo called out softly, delivering a decisive stroke. The sword intent erupted, and the terrifying force sent Chen hurtling backward for dozens of meters. Chen's eyes widened as he hurriedly steadied himself. Yet, the power of this strike was so immense that he could not halt his retreating steps. It was only when he drove the blade into the ground, creating a fissure over 10 meters long, that he finally managed to stop. My heavens, Chen Luo has gained the upper hand. Could he possibly be more formidable than Chen? I find that hard to believe. Even if Chen Luo has perfected a supreme third-grade martial skill, he cannot surpass Chen, whose cultivation is so much higher. Chen still has his fourth-grade martial skills left to use. Chen Luo certainly cannot possess any fourth-grade techniques. In my opinion, Chen Luo has merely taken advantage of his martial skill and weapon, a perfected martial technique coupled with a fourth-grade sword. Without these, Chen Luo would not stand a chance. The crowd watched in astonishment as Chen retreated, never expecting him to gain no advantage against Chen Luo. It seems Chen Luo is indeed more complex than he appears. However, it is likely that Chen Luo has reached his limit in dealing with Chen. Chen still has many hidden cards yet to play. In this battle, he still holds the greater chance of victory. Huh, you young rascal. Chen gritted his teeth and straightened his posture, casting a fierce glare at Chen Luo. Never did he expect Chen Luo to be such a formidable adversary. Had it not been for the significant disparity in their cultivation levels, he might very well have succumbed to Chen Luo's sword strike. It was no wonder Chen Luo had exuded such confidence earlier. He indeed possessed considerable skill. However, this was where it ended. It was time to get serious. What? I haven't even warmed up, and you already falter? Is this the extent of the abilities nurtured by the Rain Spirit Pavilion? Chen Luo remarked with a cheerful smile, as though the previous exchanges were mere trifles. Absurd. I see you have reached your limit. Your bravado is nothing but empty words. As for me, I have only just begun to focus. If you can withstand the next strike, I shall concede defeat without hesitation. Chen let out a cold laugh, stepping forward as he channeled his spiritual energy to its utmost. An astonishing aura of blade energy erupted around him. This energy converged upon the blade in his hand, enveloped by a dark red essence that emanated a chilling sense of oppression. This was a 4th-grade sword technique, the Ghost Rain sword technique. Chen's eyes widened suddenly as he strode forward, his treasured blade descending with tremendous force. Yet this strike was multifaceted, with countless blade shadows. It resembled raindrops falling from the sky, impossible to evade. Chen Luo took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. A lower 4th-grade sword technique. This was Chen's trump card. Moreover, he had already cultivated this technique to a minor completion stage. Its power was beyond imagination. As the onlookers pondered how Chen Luo would counter Chen's strike, he surprisingly sheathed the Azure Dragon Sword and raised his right fist. Has he lost his mind? Could Chen Luo possibly intend to block Chen's sword technique with mere fist techniques? What a ridiculous notion. No matter how strong the physique, such a challenge was ill-advised. Chen wielded a 4th-grade weapon. How could a foundational stage physique withstand it? Thunderfire Fist. Chen Luo stepped forward, his fist crackling with lightning. Witnessing Chen Luo's audacity to defend with his fists, Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. What folly! To use his flesh against that sword strike is tantamount to courting death. Utterly foolish. Let us see how you withstand this. Chen laughed heartily and followed through with his slash. The lightning-imbued fist collided directly with the blade, producing a resonant metallic clang. Upon hearing that sound, Chen was left in a stupor. What kind of physique is this? How can it withstand a 4th-grade treasure? Break for me, Chen Luo roared, the lightning in his fist transforming into searing flames, surging towards Chen in an instant. Chen was struck with fear, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to defend. However, before he could complete his defense, the flames, akin to a fist, struck directly at his abdomen. Poof! A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Chen crashed to the ground in a disheveled state, his body marred with multiple charred wounds. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the pitiful figure of Chen on the ground, utterly incredulous that it was Chen Luo who had dealt such a blow. Young Qian, gritting his teeth, fixed his fierce glare upon Chen Luo in the distance, his fist clenched tightly. He had not anticipated that Chen Luo would return from the Blood Valley sect with such a remarkable enhancement in strength. At this moment, he was uncertain if he could match Chen Luo in combat. It was imperative to devise a plan to eliminate Chen Luo within the ancestral grounds. Such a latent threat could not be permitted to linger. Ha! Tao Taishang, it seems the victory is mine. He Kai Lian laughed heartily, her mirth echoing even to the ears of the disciples. Tao Kuan sat in his seat, a dark cloud cast over his face as he observed Chen. This fellow was simply too disappointing. Chapter 136, Marrying Yangtingyu? It is not out of the question. Gained 100,000 wealth points. Chen Luo picked up the pill that Chen had slammed onto the table, a smile gracing his face as he tucked it into his pocket. With such limited strength, one should not even dream of pursuing the princess. I doubt you can even attract a maid. Chen Luo chuckled at the disheveled Chen as he struggled to rise. Frankly, Chen's prowess was inferior to that of Ji Yang from the Blood Valley sect. Foundation establishment, 5th stage, there was clearly some exaggeration at play. You merely relied on the advantage of your weapon to enter the ancestral grounds. You will surely reveal your shortcomings, Chen retorted, unwilling to admit his defeat at the hands of Chen Luo. How humiliating. Despite having advanced 3 minor realms, how could he possibly lose? Chen Luo could not help but laugh, truly adept at concocting excuses. However, you did declare earlier that upon my victory, you and your companions would heed my commands. You wouldn't dare to backtrack, would you? The disciples of the Rain Spirit Pavilion turned their gazes towards Chen, utterly astonished by the prospect of taking orders from Chen Luo, the weakest among them. It was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Chen's countenance was equally grim. But having uttered those words, there was no recourse. Rest assured, I shall uphold my promise. However, you must not lead us to our demise. I will not acquiesce to unreasonable demands, Imogen said, still vexed at being bested by Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled, returning to his feast. Even before entering the ancestral grounds, he had already accrued 100,000 wealth points. Indeed, venturing out for commerce proved far more lucrative. I never imagined you possessed such strength. No wonder His Highness speaks so highly of you, Yang Xiyan remarked as she settled back beside Chen Luo, her tone tinged with surprise. Initially, she had thought Chen Luo merely a moderately talented genius. However, upon closer inspection, his merits were numerous. In terms of physicality and martial arts, Chen Luo far surpassed others of his realm. Such a prodigy was destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, attributing his success to mere fortune and the financial gains he had amassed. Yang Xiyan paused momentarily at his words. Throwing money at it? With so many wealthy individuals in Tianyin Prefecture, none were as extraordinary as Chen Luo. If wealth could elevate one's cultivation, what need would there be for talent? What a whimsical jest. By the way, as Yang Tingyu's secret guard, do you know if she possesses any particularly valuable treasures? Chen Luo inquired while eating, contemplating the necessity of acquiring something precious from Yang Tingyu to save her life. For a little princess like her, offering a fifth-grade treasure should be a trivial matter, right? Treasure? Yang Xiyan raised an elegant eyebrow and pondered for a moment before responding. The princess indeed possesses a gathering stone, an exceedingly rare item valued at 1 million copper coins. Does that count? 1 million copper coins. Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, excitement causing his hands to tremble. Splattering juice. Yang Xiyan furrowed her brows in confusion, wondering why Chen Luo was so agitated. Such a treasure, how could Yang Tingyu possibly give it to him? Unless Chen Luo were to become the royal consort of the Tianyun dynasty. Esteemed guests, the banquet concludes here for today. I shall have someone escort you to your quarters, Wang Ping announced, addressing the representatives of the three sections. The disciples from various factions staying together could easily lead to friction. Much like the earlier encounter between Chen Luo and Imogen, it would be best to separate them quickly to prevent further disturbances. No sooner had he finished speaking than several female officials entered, guiding the disciples of the three factions to their respective resting places. Chen Luo followed behind Yitzhalian, contentedly rubbing his stomach. The cuisine in the palace is truly delightful. Disciple, did you notice the female officials leading the way? Yitzhalian suddenly turned back and said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo paused for a moment, then gazed at the group of officials ahead. He suddenly realized that these women were not only beautiful but also dressed quite revealingly. Why would the palace officials wear such attire? Seeing Chen Luo's bewildered expression, Yitzhalian chuckled. These female officials are employed by the royal family to entertain guests. If you're interested, you may choose one to spend the night with you. Entertain guests? Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a profession could actually be officially recognized? How peculiar. Master, I am not a person of loose morals, Chen Luo promptly declared with righteous indignation. It wasn't that he lacked standards in that regard, but he had seen too many striking women. He could not settle for such ordinary company. If it were someone like Yang Xiyan, however, he might consider it. Yitzhalian laughed. You seem to have quite high standards. Surely you do not genuinely wish to marry Yang Tingyu and play the role of a good man in the palace? She secretly hoped that Chen Luo could become the royal consort, as it would strengthen the relationship between the Wangxian sect and the royal family. Once the royal family overcame the challenges posed by Lord Jin, they would undoubtedly support their allied forces. With Chen Luo's connection, it was possible that the Wangxian sect could rise to prominence once more with the royal family's assistance. Chen Luo contemplated for a moment and said meaningfully, marrying Yang Tingyu is not out of the question, but the royal family must provide a substantial betrothal gift. After all, it should be worth at least a few million copper coins, right? A genius like me joining the royal family, that investment would hardly be a loss. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, even Yitzhalian rolled her eyes in disbelief. This apprentice possesses an audacity that surpasses even that of his master. Several million copper coins, at the very least, represent a treasure of the 5th rank. Such a precious item is coveted even by those at the transformation stage. How could it be easily entrusted to Chen Luo, who was merely at the foundation stage? You, young man, may as well indulge in your daydreams while I retire. Yitzhalian dashed into the room prepared for her, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Chen Luo, feeling dejected, scratched his head in confusion. Had he perhaps exaggerated his claims? Yet, how could that be? It was merely a few million copper coins. As night fell, Yang Qian stealthily exited his chamber, making his way to a shadowy corner. After a prolonged wait, a dark figure materialized beside him. Young Master Yang. This is a gift from young Master Xia Yuan. I hope you find it useful. The shadow handed Yang Qian a bead the size of a thumb, within which a butterfly seemed to flutter. Yang Qian stowed the bead away, hastily inquiring, How are young Master Xia Yuan's preparations? The disciples from the three sects are formidable. We must not allow Chen Luo to escape alive. The shadow grinned and replied, rest assured, young Master Xia Yuan has enlisted the aid of the Spirit Execution Department. Even the deputy leader has come. Once Zhang Yiwen dispels the barrier protecting Yangtingyu, she shall be taken. As for the disciples from the three sects, I guarantee none will remain. At the mention of Zhang Yiwen, Yang Qian could not help but smile. Zhang Yiwen is a master at the 10th stage of foundation establishment. Such a figure will undoubtedly crush Chen Luo with ease. Chen Luo's demise is assured. Excellent. By the way, do be cautious as you depart. Yang Fengshen has been investigating outside the ancestral ground. Should he catch wind of your presence, escape will be impossible. Yang Qian spoke earnestly, his body trembling slightly at the mention of Yang Fengshen. This Yang Fengshen is the greatest threat to Prince Jin. If he were to reach the transformation stage, Prince Jin would stand no chance. The shadow chuckled. This operation to abduct Yangtingyu is also a preparatory measure against Yang Fengshen. The prince's foresight far exceeds our own. Once Yang Ao Xiong becomes a mere puppet emperor, we shall see how long he can maintain his bravado. Chapter 137. Entering the ancestral ground. Rescuing the princess. At dusk, the sky blazed with a streak of crimson. The representatives from the three sects awaited in a secluded courtyard within the royal palace. Yang Ao Xiong hovered in midair, grasping a disc-shaped stone that emanated a soft purple glow from its center. With a surge of energy, he infused the stone with spiritual power. The purple light at the stone's core intensified, and suddenly, the air before him was rent asunder, revealing a fissure through which pale purple light streamed forth. The ancestral ground has been opened. Enter. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ping immediately turned to the elders of the three sections. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Subsequently, the disciples of the three sects drew their weapons and soared into the fissure one after another. Chen Luo followed closely behind, stepping into the rift. Upon traversing the fissure, they found themselves above a desolate forest. The weapon beneath their feet suddenly trembled, and shortly thereafter lost its spiritual energy support, plunging downward. The disciples from the three sects were taken aback, quickly stabilizing their bodies as they landed in the desolate forest. Chen Luo retrieved the Qinglong sword, only to find himself unable to channel spiritual energy into it. He Kai Lian had previously mentioned that within the ancestral grounds, one could not utilize treasured artifacts. Even if one were to retrieve such an item, it would merely serve as a firewood stick. Within the ancestral grounds, aside from the natural treasures of heaven and earth, artificially crafted artifacts were rendered useless. Yang Xiyan stepped into the center of the group, her tone unusually grave. The royal ancestral grounds were not easily traversed. They not only had to contend with the perils within the ancestral grounds, but also remain vigilant against enemies who might intrude. The difficulty of this mission was far more formidable than they had initially anticipated. Do you know the whereabouts of Yangtingyu? The inquiry came from Lei Yin, a disciple of the Thunder Spirit Pavilion at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Lei Yin was robustly built, his muscles taut, and his physical prowess was not to be underestimated. Yang Xiyan shook her head, stating, I am unaware of His Highness's exact location. However, His Highness entered the ancestral grounds for the purpose of the trial. He should be near the trial site. If we head west, we ought to be able to find him. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. I shall lead the way, Yang Ping promptly declared, taking the initiative to head west. Chen Luo leisurely followed, his gaze occasionally darting towards Yang Qian. This fellow undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Yang Qian, aware of Chen Luo's scrutiny, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Having entered the ancestral grounds, it would not be long before Chen Luo met his demise. I have heard that Yang Longtian failed to pass the trial of the ancestral grounds. Do you think Yangtingyu can succeed? Chen Luo curiously asked Yang Xiyan, recalling what he had heard during their time in the Void Cave. This trial of the ancestral grounds must be exceedingly challenging. In recent years, only Yang Fengshen has successfully passed it. Yang Fengshen is now a prominent figure representing the young talents of Tianyan Prefecture. If Yangtingyu were to succeed in the trial, the younger generation of the royal family would undoubtedly overshadow the Golden Prince. Yang Xiyan shook her head, expressing, I cannot say for certain. To pass the trial of the ancestral grounds, one requires not only talent but also an exceptionally high state of mind. Yang Longdian possesses talent, yet his state of mind is lacking, which is why he did not pass the trial. The nature of the state of mind is indeed difficult to articulate. Those who cannot withstand the pressures of the ancestral grounds will inevitably fail. Of course, merely having a strong state of mind is insufficient. If one's talent does not meet the standard, even the strongest state of mind is futile. It is precisely due to these two stringent conditions that so few can successfully pass the trial. Those who do succeed are invariably renowned figures across the continent. Her state of mind should be sufficient, Chen Luo remarked thoughtfully, recalling his initial encounter alone with Yang Tingyu. As for her state of mind, he was uncertain. But her figure was undeniably impressive. Yang Xiyin shot a peculiar glance at Chen Luo, sensing an odd relationship between him and Yang Tingyu. Though she could not quite place why she felt that way. Having followed Yang Tingyu for so many years, I have truly never witnessed her so devoted to any man. Extreme mean beast. Remain vigilant. Yang Ping suddenly shouted ahead. Everyone halted, their attention keenly directed forward. Before them loomed a series of shadowy figures. Shrouded in an ominous black mist, rendering their appearances and cultivation levels indistinct, akin to phantoms, lacking corporeal form. The extreme Een beast is a creature unique to the secret realm. Its power fluctuating in response to that of its adversaries. Do not engage in a desperate battle, simply repel them, Yang Xiyin advised, immediately adopting a combat stance. Chen Luo, perplexed by the extreme Een beasts, felt they resembled trial manifestations after hearing Yang Xiyin's description. This implied that those with superior combat strength within the same realm would fear them less. Conversely, those of average strength could easily fall victim to the extreme Een beasts. What is there to fear? It's merely an illusion testing our strength, shatter it. Lei Yin was the first to act, unleashing lightning from his fist as he struck at the nearest extreme Een beast. Yang Ping attempted to intervene, but Yang Xiyin restrained her. These individuals were all prodigies from the three sects. Confronting the extreme Een beasts should pose little challenge. Aside from the ancestral trial, are these the only extreme Een beasts present in the ancestral domain? Chen Luo inquired after dispatching one of the creatures. Isn't the ancestral domain supposed to be perilous? These extreme Een beasts are not particularly difficult to handle. Even with mediocre strength, one can engage them without facing fatal threats. Yang Xiyin shook her head, explaining that the extreme Een beasts were merely the weakest link in the ancestral domain. The true peril lay in the vengeful spirits. These spirits, born from the souls of the deceased, possessed formidable strength. However, they required the aid of celestial treasures to sustain their power. As long as one avoided these treasures, one would remain unharmed by the vengeful spirits. Celestial treasures. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled at the mention of these words. Wasn't that precisely the reason for his entry, to seek out treasures within the ancestral domain? If he were to encounter something of great value, how could he possibly resist? Are these vengeful spirits former trial participants? Chen Luo continued to question. If they were past trial participants, what is there to fear? At worst, they are at the foundation establishment stage, easily dealt with. Yet Yang Xiyin shook her head again. In truth, this ancestral domain was seized from a powerful figure of the Tianyin dynasty, and one might encounter vengeful spirits at the golden core or even nascent soul stages here. However, such spirits typically guarded treasures of high quality, making them easy to detect. We need only circumvent them to remain safe. Golden core? Nascent soul? Chen Luo frowned. From where was this secret realm taken? A domain accessible only to those under 25 years of age could harbor obstacles of such caliber. What kind of formidable power could possess such gifted individuals? The ancestors of the Tianyin dynasty were indeed remarkable individuals, capable of seizing even such secret realms. I must inquire further. A place that harbors such a secret realm is undoubtedly home to immensely valuable treasures. Behold, the spirit cultivation fruit tree. It bears 7 spirit cultivation fruits. Astonishingly, these fruits enhance the cultivation level of foundational stage practitioners by 1 tier with just a single bite. To discover such a marvelous item in this place is truly extraordinary. Caution is advised, for the spirit cultivation fruit tree is guarded by vengeful spirits. However, before anyone could finish their warning, an impulsive disciple from the Rain Spirit Pavilion recklessly dashed towards the spirit cultivation fruit tree. Just as his hand was about to touch the fruit, a swirling mass of green smoke enveloped him. A horrific wail echoed in the ears of all present. Chapter 138. No wonder His Highness speaks of Chen Luo with such reverence. This is dire. The crowd gazed in terror at the disciple shrouded in green smoke. Under the assault of this foul mist, the disciple had no chance of resistance. It was a vengeful spirit of the 10th tier of the foundational stage. We must retreat from this place. Yang Xiyin urgently cried out, knowing full well that such a spirit was beyond their capabilities. The others hastily withdrew, abandoning any thoughts of the spirit cultivation fruit tree. Yet one individual remained, his eyes gleaming with desire. It was none other than Chen Luo. How could one possibly turn down such a treasure? We must leave at once. Rescuing His Highness is our priority, Yang Xiyin insisted, reluctantly conceding the Rain Spirit Pavilion disciple to his fate. Even if they managed to save him, his life would be forfeit, as nearly half of his soul had already been consumed by the vengeful spirit, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly, Chen Luo suddenly declared, his gaze fixed intently on the spirit cultivation fruit tree. Sensing Chen Luo's intentions, Yang Xiyin hurriedly intervened. Chen Luo, That is a vengeful spirit of the 10th tier of the foundational stage. It will kill you. Yang Xian exclaimed anxiously. We cannot allow Chen Luo to perish here. It would devastate Yongtingyu. Chen Luo, however, waved his hand with a smile. Fear not, I would not engage in uncertain ventures. You all proceed. I shall join you momentarily. Yang Xian was about to argue further when Yang Qian interjected with a cold sneer. If he seeks death, let him be. Do not forget. Our mission is to rescue Yongtingyu. We have no time to waste on him here. The group exchanged glances, frowning at Chen Luo. Though he had defeated Imo Qin, it was due to the advantage of his precious artifact. Within the ancestral grounds, none could rely on such artifacts. Chen Luo, being the weakest among them, may not rank high in combat prowess. It would indeed be unwise to risk time and safety for Chen Luo. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at Yang Qian, suspecting him of harboring ill intentions. Had it not been for the lack of evidence, he would have dealt with Yang Qian long ago, reducing him to ashes. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Xian turned to Yang Ping. Yang Ping, take them to the trial grounds. I will wait here for a while. Upon hearing Yang Xian's words, the group displayed puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend why she placed such importance on Chen Luo, especially Imo Qin, whose mind was filled with questions. Why? Why are all these beautiful women surrounding Chen Luo? Yang Ping nodded. All right, just be careful. With that, she immediately hurried westward, and the others quickly followed, not intending to engage in idle chatter with Chen Luo. After they departed, Yang Xian turned to Chen Luo, her tone serious. Chen Luo, this mission concerns the prince's life. You must not. Before Yang Xian could finish her sentence, Chen Luo suddenly struck, directing his attack towards the spirit fruit tree. Have no worries. I can resolve this in the span of an incense stick. I will present you with a fruit then. Chen Luo laughed heartily, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside the spirit fruit tree. The vengeful spirit noticed Chen Luo's approach and let out an enraged roar, green smoke swirling around it, attempting to envelop Chen Luo in the same manner. Chen Luo's eyes widened suddenly, and with the invocation of the 10,000 spirits technique, his cultivation surged to the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Witnessing this sudden increase in Chen Luo's power, Yang Xian's eyes widened in shock. This fellow has not even exerted his full strength to ascend 3 minor realms at once. What kind of secret technique could achieve such an extraordinary feat? With a roar, the vengeful spirit rushed towards Chen Luo, its green smoke transforming into 2 arms that struck fiercely at Chen Luo's body. Chen Luo cautiously slowed his speed and unleashed a powerful thunderfire fist. After all, this was a vengeful spirit at the 10th stage of foundation establishment. He could not afford to be careless. With a resounding boom, as the thunderfire fist erupted, the vengeful spirit emitted a piercing howl, its body forced to retreat. Lightning and flames continuously eroded the vengeful spirit's form, hindering its movements and preventing it from escaping this predicament. Observing this, Chen Luo hurriedly increased his speed, circumventing the vengeful spirit and dashing towards the spirit fruit tree. As long as he could secure the spirit fruits, there was no need to eliminate the vengeful spirit. He was not so idle as to waste time. 1, 2, 3. Chen Luo joyfully plucked 3 spirit fruits, his eyes widening in delight, striking it rich. Suddenly, a green light shot towards him from behind. Chen Luo reacted swiftly, dodging the green light with a quick movement. Looking back, he saw the vengeful spirit glaring at him with fury, its teeth clenched in anger. Don't be upset. I merely took a few of your fruits. Why be so stingy? Chen Luo laughed, waving his hand, then dashed towards several more spirit fruits. The vengeful spirit hurried to intercept him, realizing this was not merely taking, it was outright theft. It still needed the spirit fruits to gather strength. How could it allow Chen Luo to take them so easily? This damned human was courting death. All right. Can I leave a few for you? Is it so outrageous for me to visit and sample a few of your fruits? You don't even have a physical body and cannot consume the fruits. What use do you have for them? Chen Luo quipped as he continued to pluck the fruits from the tree. In total, 7 spirit fruits had been harvested, and Chen Luo had gathered 6 of them. Upon seeing only 1 fruit remaining, the vengeful spirit ceased its pursuit of Chen Luo and instead shielded the last spirit fruit with its body. A robber. Truly a robber. How stingy. It's the last one anyway, just give it to me. Chen Luo chuckled as he gazed at the vengeful spirit, unwilling to let this final fruit slip away. Roar. The spirit bellowed in frustration, yet its form remained ever close to the spirit-constructing fruit. Realizing that obtaining this last piece was futile, Chen Luo shrugged and returned to Yang Xian's side. At that moment, Yang Xian was staring at Chen Luo in sheer astonishment. Remarkably, he had managed to procure the spirit-constructing fruit, acquired 300,000 wealth points. With a thrill of joy, Chen Luo realized this fruit was worth an astonishing 50,000 wealth points. He had struck gold. Here, have one, he said, tossing a spirit-constructing fruit into Yang Xian's hands. Since the wealth points were already secured, what harm was there in gifting her one? Yang Xian stared blankly at the fruit in her hand, and upon regaining her senses, quickly consumed it. Her cultivation instantly reaching the 6th stage of foundation establishment. The spirit-constructing fruit indeed lived up to its reputation. Consuming it elevated her realm by a level. Seeing Yang Xian's cultivation rise, Chen Luo pulled out another spirit-constructing fruit, intending to partake as well. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Notification: the host cannot enhance their cultivation through means other than the system. What? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. Eating the spirit-constructing fruit would merely allow him to savor its taste. Noticing Chen Luo's hesitation, Yang Xian furrowed her brow in confusion. Aren't you going to eat it? Cough, cough. Chen Luo cleared his throat. I find I am not hungry. Do you still want it? Hearing this, Yang Xian nodded eagerly. Such a precious item would be foolish to refuse. Chen Luo grinned. As good friends, how about I sell you a spirit-constructing fruit for 70,000 copper coins? Since he could not use it himself, he might as well sell it. This rare treasure would surely attract buyers. Without hesitation, Yang Xian retrieved her purse, counted her coins, and produced 120,000 copper coins, nearly all her possessions. I can only afford one, she said, looking at Chen Luo with a pleading expression. Chen Luo accepted the copper coins and tossed her 2 spirit-constructing fruits. So be it. After all, I am a soft-hearted deity. Just remember me when good fortune comes your way. Acquired 20,000 wealth points. Yang Xian nodded repeatedly before stowing the fruits away. The fruit she had just consumed had yet to be fully refined. She would wait to finish that before eating again. Chen Luo, you truly are a good man. No wonder His Highness speaks so highly of you. Chapter 139. Enemies approach. The situation grows dire. Whoosh. Yang Ping, accompanied by 3 disciples from their sect, swiftly arrived at the vicinity of the trial grounds. Before them stood a towering mountain, the very site of the trials. Yang Tingyu had entered the ancestral grounds to partake in the trials, and if all went as expected, she would be nearby. I have heard that the imperial ancestral trials are exceedingly arduous, with only a rare few able to succeed. I wonder if we might partake in this trial to witness just how challenging the imperial trials truly are. Imogen gazed ahead at Yang Ping and inquired with a smile. Outsiders rarely have the opportunity to enter the royal ancestral grounds. Now that they were near the trial site, it was natural for them to harbor interest in the trials. Should anyone succeed in the trials, they could prove their extraordinary talent, becoming a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Yang Ping raised an eyebrow at Imogen before responding. No? Only members of the royal family are permitted to participate in the ancestral trials. Your task is to rescue His Highness, and you should not covet the royal treasures. The ancestral trials are not for just anyone to partake in, without the consent of the sovereign. How could I allow disciples from the 3 sects to engage in the ancestral trials? Upon hearing Yang Ping's words, Imogen and the others exchanged calm smiles, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Although they were all eager to attempt the ancestral trials, they were wary of Yang Ao Xiong's formidable strength. Offending the royal family was not a prudent choice. Have you managed to trace Yang Tingyu's whereabouts? We must not flounder here like headless flies, Lei Yin interjected, his tone less than amicable. They had entered the ancestral grounds for several hours without a single sign of Yang Tingyu. Was this not a futile waste of time? Yang Ping promptly replied, His Highness is certainly nearby. We must search. Before she could finish, a chilling scream erupted from behind the group. They all turned to look in the direction of the anguished cry, only to witness a disciple from the Thunder Spirit Pavilion with a dagger piercing through his chest. Behind this unfortunate disciple stood a man cloaked in darkness. This is a member of the Spirit Slaughter Division. How did they come to be in the ancestral grounds? Could it be that the disappearance of His Highness is the work of the Spirit Slaughter Division? Yang Ping exclaimed, astonished that this matter could involve such a notorious faction. The Spirit Slaughter Division of Tianyang Prefecture had always maintained a cordial relationship with the royal family, and their leader had even vowed to accept only royal commissions. Now, the appearance of their elite within the ancestral grounds suggested that someone had paid a hefty price to employ these individuals against the royal family. Damn it! Form ranks. Lei Yin bellowed in fury, his countenance grim. The assassin from the Spirit Slaughter Division had reached the 6th level of foundation establishment, surpassing the cultivation of everyone present. Moreover, he appeared to be over 25 years of age. How had they gained entry into the royal ancestral grounds? Was there another method to achieve this? The disciples from the 3 sects immediately gathered together, forming ranks. The Spirit Slaughter Division would not send just one assassin. There were surely others lurking in the shadows. Indeed, several more figures descended, all assassins from the Spirit Slaughter Division. These killers were formidable, the weakest among them at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, while the strongest had reached the 7th level. Their numbers exceeded 20. outnumbering the disciples from the three sects. TSK, 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 you shall remain here forever. None shall leave alive. Zhang Yiwen sauntered to the forefront, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the disciples of the three sections. The three disciples of the Sand Zone gazed upon Zhang Yiwen with expressions of sheer terror. The deputy leader of the Spirit Slaughter Division was indeed present here. A formidable master at the 10th stage of Foundation establishment. How on earth did they manage to infiltrate this place? Kill. As Yang Xiyin looked in astonishment at her wrist, where the beads unexpectedly flickered, emitting a green light. What treasure is this? Chen Luo gazed curiously at the beads on Yang Xiyin's wrist. They appeared quite valuable. This is the prayer bead bestowed upon me by His Highness. Within a certain range, it can sense His Highness's location. We are quite close to the trial ground. Hence the bead's reaction. His Highness is certainly at the trial site. Yang Xiyin exhaled, directing her attention towards the direction of the flickering beads and quickening her pace. Wait. Chen Luo suddenly grasped Yang Xiyin's hand, pulling her into a desolate forest. Yang Xiyin appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend Chen Luo's intentions. Following his gaze, she spotted several shadowy figures swiftly darting past. The cultivations of these individuals were not to be underestimated, with the strongest among them at the 6th stage of Foundation establishment. They are members of the Spirit Slaughter Division. Yang Xiyin's expression darkened. Had she not witnessed this with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the Spirit Slaughter Division was the root of this calamity. Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Let us follow them. Their hurried demeanor might suggest a connection to Yang Tingyu. Yang Xiyin nodded promptly, and the two swiftly pursued the group. Before long, they trailed the members of the Spirit Slaughter Division to a valley. Inside the valley, a dazzling blue light erupted. Upon closer inspection, over 10 assassins from the Spirit Slaughter Division were working together to break a formation. And at the center of this formation stood none other than Yang Tingyu. Your Highness. Yang Xiyin rose in alarm. Indeed, Yang Tingyu was in peril, surrounded by the assassins of the Spirit Slaughter Division. Had it not been for this formation, Yang Tingyu would have been captured long ago. Was it not said that spirit formations could not be used within the ancestral grounds? What kind of formation is this that can operate here? Chen Luo looked at Yang Xiyin with curiosity, wondering how Yang Tingyu could set up a formation. Is she really that special? Yang Xiyin pondered for a moment before replying. His Highness must be using a gathering formation stone to activate the restrictions within the ancestral grounds. The gathering formation stone is a spiritual treasure birthed by heaven and earth, not a man-made artifact. Hence its use is permitted within the ancestral grounds. We must hurry to rescue His Highness. Before she could finish, Yang Xiyin suddenly fell silent, her pupils dilating. In her line of sight, a man strode towards the formation, clutching a purple seed. The aura emanating from this seed was exceedingly terrifying, certainly not an ordinary object. It is Xia Yuan. This matter is indeed orchestrated by Prince Jin. Yang Xiyin clenched her fists tightly, her expression radiating fury. Xia Yuan is a confidant of Prince Jin, which could unequivocally link him to this scheme. Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. This Xia Yuan seemed rather formidable. At such a young age, he possessed the cultivation of the 7th stage of Foundation establishment. No wonder he earned Prince Jin's favor. He truly had some skill. In a short while, you will obstruct Xia Yuan while I first deal with all the assassins from the Lingsha division. Once I have resolved these threats, I shall come to assist you. Chen Luo stated after a moment of hesitation. Although Xia Yuan possessed the highest cultivation level, he was but a single individual. It was evidently far more perilous for Yang Xiyin to confront a dozen assassins from the Lingsha division. Yang Xiyin nodded, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Tingyu within the formation. At that moment, Yang Tingyu appeared ashen, her body marred with injuries. If the formation were to be breached, escape would be impossible. Yang Tingyu gritted her teeth, watching as Xia Yuan drew nearer, simultaneously noticing the seed in his hand. That seed had the potential to dismantle the formation. Was she destined to be taken away by Xia Yuan? Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. If only he were here. Chapter 140. Do not worry, little princess. I am here to rescue you. Yang Tingyu, do not entertain the thought of fleeing. Come back with me obediently, lest I be compelled to resort to violence. Xia Yuan, holding the seed, approached the edge of the formation, a smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Yang Tingyu within. Once the formation was breached, escape would be out of the question for her. With her mere physical cultivation, how could she possibly elude the grasp of so many at the Foundation establishment stage? Yang Tingyu glared at Xia Yuan, wondering if Yang Jin was not afraid that my father would choose to wage war directly. But you have the support of the Blood Valley sect. Do you truly possess unwavering confidence? At the very least, on the surface, Yang Aoxiong remains the strongest in Tianyin Prefecture. If Yang Jin were truly assured of victory, he would have long since rebelled, openly declaring war. Xia Yuan smiled slightly in response. This is not something you should concern yourself with. Moreover, Yang Aoxiong will never learn of the events unfolding here. No sooner had he spoken than he cast the purple seed. The seed surged towards the formation, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Yang Tingyu retreated repeatedly, gripping the gathering stone tightly in her hand. The power of the seed was immense. It would surely shatter the formation. If the formation fell, she would have no escape route. Could it truly be that she would meet her end here? Xia Yuan's lips curled into a smirk as he observed Yang Tingyu within the formation. For the sake of Prince Jin's plans, it was imperative that Yang Tingyu be taken back. Suddenly, a stone whizzed past his cheek. Xia Yuan turned abruptly, his expression growing grave. Wasn't Zhang Yinwen supposed to be dealing with the disciples of the three sects? How could there still be someone here? How shameful it is for so many grown men to bully a woman in the physical cultivation stage. Chen Luo, playing with a stone in his hand, looked at Xia Yuan and the others with a smile. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Yang Tingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The man she had been thinking of had truly arrived. Foundation Establishment Stage 2? In such a brief span of time, Chen Luo had actually reached the second stage of Foundation Establishment. How on earth had he trained so rapidly? Are you the Chen Luo from the Asking Immortal sect? Xia Yuan gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment, not anticipating his return to this place. However, what tempest could a mere second-tier Foundation Establishment cultivator stir? Ignoring Xia Yuan, Chen Luo turned his attention to Yang Tingyu, assuring her, "Do not worry, little princess. I shall rescue you at once. For this endeavor, I do hope you will reward me handsomely." Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Yang Tingyu couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was indeed perpetually preoccupied with treasures. What a joke. You are merely at the second tier of Foundation Establishment, yet you dare to dream of rescuing someone. I shall see how you plan to do so. Kill him. Xia Yuan scoffed disdainfully, prompting a dozen assassins from the Spirit Slaughter Division to brandish their weapons. Though they could not infuse their weapons with spiritual energy within the ancestral grounds, the inherent sharpness of their blades was sufficient to take a life. As the assassins launched a coordinated assault on Chen Luo, one could only wonder how he, without high-grade magical artifacts and merely at the second tier, could possibly effectuate a rescue. Come forth. Chen Luo grinned widely, unleashing the myriad spirits technique, his cultivation rapidly surging to the fifth tier of Foundation Establishment. Observing this sudden rise in Chen Luo's power, Xia Yuan furrowed his brow. This individual possessed some skill indeed. Such secret arts are rare. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a sword echoed, catching Xia Yuan off guard as he hastily raised his folding fan to defend himself. Steadying himself, he looked up to find Yang Shiyin standing before him, sword in hand. Yang Shiyin. Xia Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed only Chen Luo was present, not realizing that Yang Shiyin was also here. To dare to lay hands on the princess is a grave mistake, Yang Shiyin declared coldly, her gaze fixed intently on Xia Yuan. Though her heart seethed with rage, yearning to slay Xia Yuan, his formidable strength rendered it impossible for her to defeat him alone. She needed to stall him until Chen Luo could deal with the assassins from the Spirit Slaughter Division. Huh, Yang Shiyin. From where do you derive the audacity to challenge me? Very well, I shall dispose of you first. Xia Yuan laughed heartily, wielding his fan as he charged forth, the aura of a seventh-tier Foundation Establishment cultivator erupting brilliantly. Yang Shiyin quickly raised her sword to defend herself, managing to fend off Xia Yuan's relentless attacks repeatedly. The gap in their strengths was considerable. Had Yang Shiyin not reached the sixth tier through the spirit cultivation fruit, she might not have been able to withstand even 3 blows. Shiyin. Yang Tingyu watched anxiously from within the formation. Even if she were to break the formation and join the fray, she could offer no assistance, as her own strength, being merely at the 9th tier of body refinement, rendered her akin to an ant before those at the Foundation Establishment level. How she loathed her own weakness. She must grow stronger and keep pace with Chen Luo. Clang. Yang Shiyin was forced back by Xia Yuan, stumbling several meters and spitting out a mouthful of blood. To be favored by Lord Jin was testament enough to Xia Yuan's extraordinary talent. TSK, feudal resistance. You truly dare to reveal yourselves to rescue her. What do you think you can use to achieve that? Your foolish brains? Xia Yuan mocked, utterly dismissing Yang Shiyin as a threat. A 6th-stage Foundation Establishment practitioner and a 2nd-stage Foundation Establishment practitioner. Such limited capabilities, and yet they dare to save lives. It is truly a death wish. Yang Shiyin lifted her gaze, fixating intently on Xia Yuan. Alone, she could not possibly rescue Yang Tingyu. However, there was still Chen Luo. She firmly believed that Chen Luo could achieve this. Upon noticing the intensity of Yang Shiyin's stare, Xia Yuan could not help but burst into laughter, as if he had discerned her thoughts. Surely you do not believe that the lad named Chen Luo possesses such abilities? A mere 2nd-stage Foundation Establishment practitioner. How could he possibly escape the siege of over 10 Foundation Establishment experts? Just wait. It won't be long before this Chen Luo is torn to pieces. To place hope in a second-stage foundation establishment practitioner, are you a fool? Xia Yuan laughed maliciously, utterly convinced that Chen Luo lacked the capability. After all, the disparity in cultivation levels was evident. Even if Chen Luo were to employ secret techniques to reach the 5th stage of foundation establishment, how long could he maintain that? The adversaries he faced were no less than a dozen assassins from the Spirit Slaughter Division, the weakest of whom had already attained the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. What could Chen Luo possibly rely on to prevail? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a figure plummeted heavily to the ground before Xia Yuan. Frowning, he looked down and, upon recognizing the figure, his expression turned grave. This was none other than the 6th stage foundation establishment assassin. How could this be possible? Xia Yuan quickly turned around to find Chen Luo relentlessly pursuing 3 assassins, while the others lay motionless on the ground, unaware of their fate. Upon noticing Xia Yuan's gaze, Chen Luo turned and flashed him a grin. Just wait. You're next, he taunted. When I tear your mouth apart later, don't you dare whine. Xia Yuan involuntarily shuddered, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. How could this be? What gave Chen Luo such prowess? It seemed that some matters were not as one might imagine. Yang Shiyin straightened her posture, smiling as she spoke. Indeed, we can trust Chen Luo. He is simply magnificent. Xia Yuan glared fiercely at Yang Shiyin, his folding fan revealing a multitude of sharp blades. What a joke. I shall eliminate you first, and then deal with this arrogant fool. With a thud, Yang Shiyin staggered backward, her sword-wielding arm marred by several gashes. Xia Yuan's strength far surpassed hers. Defeating him was nearly an impossible feat. She could only wait, biding her time for Chen Luo to free himself. Huh, with such meager abilities, you dare to attempt a rescue? What a delusion. Xia Yuan sneered coldly, his fan once again unleashing a deadly strike, a blue-scaled serpent roaring into existence. Its terrifying pressure overwhelming the surroundings. Heavenly Serpent Strike. With a furious roar, the blue serpent surged towards Yang Shiyin at breakneck speed. This was a 4th-tier martial technique, one that Yang Shiyin could not possibly withstand. Yang Shiyin gritted her teeth, her hands firmly grasping the treasured sword. She had to buy time for Chen Luo. No matter what, she must withstand this strike. With a roar, the azure serpent lunged toward her. Yang Shiyin's eyes widened as she summoned every ounce of her strength, channeling it into the sword's blade. Yet, to block the assault of Xia Yuan with this sword proved an arduous task, impossible to resist. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before Yang Shiyin. It was Chen Luo, raising his fists, one charged with thunder, the other ablaze with fire. As the forces of thunder and fire erupted, they collided fiercely with the serpent. The ground shook with a thunderous boom, and Xia Yuan was forced back several steps, his expression grave. This attack had been effortlessly thwarted by Chen Luo, were it not for the constraints of the ancestral land that prevented the use of magical artifacts. This strike would have surely crushed Chen Luo. Chen Luo. Yang Shiyin gazed at him with elation, realizing her faith in him was well placed. The members of the Spirit Slaughter Division had all been dealt with by Chen Luo. Chen Luo flashed a grin at Yang Shiyin, then turned his attention back to Xia Yuan. Now let us play. As the words left his lips, Chen Luo unleashed another powerful punch. The formidable forces of thunder and fire surging forth at full speed towards Xia Yuan. Gritting his teeth, Xia Yuan quickly retreated. The force of that punch, if it landed, would surely be fatal. This boy's physical prowess was nothing short of monstrous. Why are you running? Were you not brave just a moment ago? Is this the extent of your courage? Too afraid to even strike back? Chen Luo laughed heartily, throwing punches while mocking him. Enraged, Xia Yuan realized he could gain no advantage against Chen Luo. If it weren't for your physical advantage, I would never have been defeated by you. Chen Luo, you wait. You shall not escape this ancestral land. With a furious roar, Xia Yuan managed to block one of Chen Luo's punches before hastily fleeing the scene. After their encounter, he had come to understand Chen Luo's strength. There was no need to waste time with him. He would seek out Zhang Yinwen to handle Chen Luo. With Zhang Yinwen's power, he would surely be able to subdue Chen Luo effortlessly. Seeing Xia Yuan flee, Chen Luo ceased his pursuit, immediately turning to loot the bodies of the Spirit Slaughter Division assassins. It was time to reap the spoils of war. His storage ring was nearly full, and he would clear it all out soon. Acquired 150,000 wealth points. His current wealth had reached an impressive total of 770,000 points. Once this mission concluded, he would make good use of this fortune. Your Highness. Yang Shiyin hurried over to support the swaying Yang Tingyu. Maintaining the gathering stone had drained Yang Tingyu's energy significantly, rendering her unable to move for some time. Thank you so much. Yang Tingyu spoke weakly, looking at Chen Luo. Once again, it was Chen Luo who had saved her life. Chen Luo smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for pretense between them, given their familiarity. Once they departed from this place, he suggested that the little princess could reward him with something delightful. "Ah, this gathering stone seems quite appealing," he remarked. However, before he could finish his thought, Yang Tingyu swiftly tucked the gathering stone away. This item held great significance for her, and she could not possibly part with it. Seeing Yang Tingyu's refusal, Chen Luo shrugged. "If this gathering stone is off limits, then let's consider something else. Once I pass the trial, I shall request my father to grant you a reward. This item was left to me by my mother, and I cannot give it away." Yang Tingyu replied with a hint of exasperation, realizing that Chen Luo was insatiably greedy. Chen Luo chuckled in response, saying, "Oh, speaking like that seems a bit formal. I'm not one to covet trifles, wouldn't you agree?" Yang Tingyu and Yang Xian exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at Chen Luo's audacity. "You dare to utter such words?" Yang Xian remarked, turning to Yang Tingyu. "Have you not yet embarked on your trial, Your Highness?" Yang Tingyu, having been in the ancestral grounds for quite some time, was surprised to hear that Yang Xian had not yet entered the trial area. "I was ambushed by the Spirit Killing Division the moment I entered the ancestral grounds. They must have been prepared in advance. I will attempt to enter the trial area once I restore my spiritual energy," she sighed, reflecting on how without Chen Luo's timely arrival, she might have lost this invaluable opportunity for the trial. Had she been captured by Xia Yuan and his ilk, her fate would have been dire indeed. "By the way, where are the others? Have they not come looking for you?" Chen Luo suddenly inquired. Noticing that Yang Ping and the others, who had arrived earlier, were conspicuously absent, could it be that they encountered misfortune along the way? That would be truly regrettable. "Others? Besides you two, are there others who have entered the ancestral grounds?" Yang Tingyu asked in astonishment, initially believing only Chen Luo and Yang Xian had come. Yang Xian nodded and briefly recounted the situation. Upon hearing Yang Xian's words, Yang Tingyu's expression tightened. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "They may have been intercepted by the Spirit Killing Division. We must hasten to rescue them." Having spent considerable time in the formation, Yang Tingyu had encountered numerous assassins from the Spirit Killing Division. The number of their assassins was surely not limited to those present above ground. The others must have been dispatched to locate Yang Ping and her companions. But how could these assassins know the exact whereabouts of Yang Ping and the others? This was the royal family's ancestral grounds. Without a member of the royal family to guide them, it would be easy to lose one's way within. "Let us go find them. If anything were to happen to them, it would be difficult to explain to the royal family," Chen Luo yawned. "There are also disciples from the Asking Immortals sect involved. Out of both duty and sentiment, we must come to their aid. Who knows? We might even catch some big fish and make a substantial profit." Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, the wealth required to enhance one's cultivation had increased significantly. Without seizing opportunities, it was truly challenging to amass wealth. Yang Tingyu and Yang Xian nodded in agreement, and the three of them immediately set off in search of the path that Yang Ping would have taken. "Zhang Yinwen, you are the young master of the Spirit Killing Division. Your identity represents the Spirit Killing Division itself. By taking such actions, do you not fear that the Emperor will utterly eradicate the Spirit Slaughter Division?" Yang Ping gritted her teeth, fixing her gaze on Zhang Yinwen in the distance. While the disciples of the three sects were embroiled in a fierce battle, the assassins of the Spirit Slaughter Division held an advantage in both skill and numbers, rendering the disciples nearly powerless. Zhang Yinwen, however, scoffed disdainfully, proclaiming, "If I eliminate you all, who will know that it was the Spirit Slaughter Division's doing? Moreover, we harbor no fear of your Heavenly Cloud dynasty." At that moment, a figure dashed out from among the disciples, rushing anxiously towards Zhang Yinwen. "Brother Zhang, it is I, Yang Qian, a comrade." Chapter 142, Yang Qian, you are truly lower than a beast. "Yang Qian, what are you doing?" Lei Yin glared at Yang Qian in fury, taken aback by his betrayal at such a critical moment. Yang Qian was indeed aligned with Prince Jin, and it baffled him why the inquiry sect would send him here. Mo Qin, standing nearby, scoffed disdainfully at the other disciples of the inquiry sect. Embarrassed, the disciples lowered their heads, unaware that Yang Qian would bring such disgrace upon them. Unfazed by Lei Yin and the others' remarks, Yang Qian approached Zhang Yinwen with a smile. Zhang Yinwen regarded him with approval, stating, "Had it not been for the orb you possess, we would not have located you so swiftly. You have performed admirably." Upon hearing this, Yang Qian immediately produced the orb, which had been delivered to him by Xia Yuan, serving a positioning purpose. Lei Yin and the others' faces turned ashen with rage. Had it not been for Yang Qian, they would not have faced such calamity. "Yang Qian, if I survive this, I will ensure your body is torn to shreds." Lei Yin roared in fury, wishing to rend Yang Qian apart. Such a scoundrel should not be allowed to exist in this world. Yet Yang Qian remained calm, chuckling lightly. "You all shall not escape this ancestral ground. There is no way to rescue anyone." At this juncture, Yang Qian could not help but admire his own restraint. Had he not endured Chen Luo's insults, he would have long since revealed himself. Fortunately, the task was sufficiently simple, merely carrying an orb. Now that the task was accomplished, he would deal with Lei Yin and the others before settling the score with Chen Luo. He had long desired to eliminate Chen Luo. Zhang Yuan smiled and waved his hand, commanding his assassins to continue their assault. 2 individuals remain unaccounted for. To be cautious, we must swiftly resolve this matter. Find a way to escape. Leave this ancestral ground, and inform the Emperor of the situation. Yang Ping gritted her teeth, aware that with their strength, they stood no chance against these assassins of the Spirit Slaughter Division, especially with Zhang Yinwen at the 10th stage of Foundation establishment present. The only viable option was to allow a few to flee and alert the Emperor to prepare in advance. However, those who remained were likely to be slaughtered. Upon hearing Yang Ping's words, the disciples of the 3 sects immediately grew restless, their composure unraveling. Only by escaping could they survive. Only a fool would choose to stay behind. Flee. Someone shouted, abandoning all defense and desperately making a run for it. As one person fled, the others followed suit in a frantic escape. Witnessing this scene, Lei Yan's expression darkened to a nadir. A band of fools. With such cowardly flight, it seems none shall escape this ancestral ground. Ha! A gaggle of timid wretches, utterly terrified. Exterminate them all. Yang Qian, observing the chaos, could not suppress his laughter. He had never felt such exhilaration before. Just then, a stone suddenly hurtled through the air. Zhang Yinwen, naturally aware of the projectile, chose to disregard it. The stone was aimed at Yang Qian, whose fate was of no concern to him. Should Yang Qian perish at the hands of another, it would alleviate a potential threat. The stone struck Yang Qian's face, piercing through both cheeks, eliciting a wretched scream. Who? Which scoundrel dares to show themselves? Yang Qian roared in a frenzy, his expression grotesque. With Zhang Yinwen present, who among the unseeing fools would dare to lay a hand on him? Yang Qian, you are truly a disgrace to the questioning immortal sect. How did the sect cultivate such a beast as you? Chen Luo stepped forward, regarding Yang Qian with evident disdain. It was nothing short of a miracle that this fellow could endure years of cultivation in the questioning immortal sect. Yet, this fact also underscored the sect's current disarray. To eradicate these pests would require considerable effort. Chen Luo, it is you. You dare to seek your own demise. How delightful. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Yang Qian burst into loud laughter. He had been pondering how to capture Chen Luo, and now the latter had delivered himself right into his grasp. What exquisite fortune. Brother Zheng, this is Chen Luo, the very one that Prince Jin seeks to eliminate. Quickly, slay him. Yang Qian immediately turned to Zhang Yinwen, shouting with fervor, today. He was determined to sever Chen Luo's head. Zhang Yinwen furrowed his brows, his gaze shifting to Chen Luo, while simultaneously noting Yang Tingyu and Yang Xiyan behind him. Yang Tingyu? What is she doing here? This implies that Chen Luo has rescued her from Xia Yuan. This fellow indeed possesses some capability. Brother Chen Luo, be cautious. Zhang Yinwen is at the 10th stage of Foundation establishment, an exceptionally formidable opponent. Lei Yin shouted at Chen Luo. He knew Chen Luo's prowess was considerable, having previously triumphed over Mo Qin. However, Zhang Yinwen surpassed Mo Qin by several magnitudes in strength, given Chen Luo's cultivation level. It would indeed be a challenge to contend with Zhang Yinwen. Chen Luo nodded, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yinwen. This Zhang Yinwen's strength is likely on par with Wang Shiqin, merely a step away from the Golden Core stage. You are Chen Luo? Truly extraordinary. Zhang Yinwen smiled slightly, then raised a finger, summoning 2 assassins from the Spirit Killing Division, both at the 7th stage of Foundation establishment, who charged at Chen Luo. Yet today, your demise is inevitable. No sooner had Zhang Yinwen's words left his lips than the 2 assassins struck simultaneously, launching a fierce assault on Chen Luo. Both assassins held a 5-stage advantage over Chen Luo. In the face of such an immense disparity in realms, what could Chen Luo possibly use to resist? With a sudden opening of his eyes, he unleashed the Myriad Spirits technique to its utmost limit, followed by a powerful strike, the Thunderfire Fist. What? The 2 assassins widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Chen Luo's punch. Such terrifying force. Is this the strength that can be unleashed by someone in the 2nd stage of Foundation establishment? No, wait. How has this fellow reached the 5th stage of Foundation establishment? Before the 2 assassins could react, Chen Luo's fist crashed into their chests. Their strength was far inferior to that of Xia Yuan. How could they withstand such a blow from Chen Luo? Bang! The 2 assassins were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, likely unable to rise. Zhang Yinwen, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow in disbelief at Chen Luo's formidable prowess, having defeated 2 7th-stage Foundation establishment opponents with a single punch. This young man is indeed the most dangerous adversary here. With a playful stretch of his limbs, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon Zhang Yinwen, stating that the two before him were insufficient, suggesting that Zhang should personally step in, or perhaps send forth the figure behind him first. Hearing this, Yang Qian instinctively recoiled a few steps, unable to fathom that Chen Luo had grown so formidable. Thankfully, Zhang Yinwen was present. He was at the 10th stage of foundation establishment and should find it easy to deal with Chen Luo. Zhang Yinwen smiled indifferently, a purple dagger materializing in his palm, its quality immediately apparent. However, within this ancestral ground, the power of the dagger could not be utilized. It was merely a sharp weapon. You indeed possess some skill. It's no wonder that a figure like Prince Jin pays you such attention. However, this is where your journey ends. Today, I shall personally sever your throat. If you have any last words, speak them quickly. Once you are dead, there will be no opportunities left. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Zhang Yinwen fixed his gaze on Chen Luo. Despite Chen Luo's astonishing display of combat power, in his eyes, it was still far from sufficient. This confidence stemmed from an absolute assurance in his cultivation. Chapter 143. Come. A true man's duel, each punch striking flesh. Last words. I curse your mother. Chen Luo scoffed coldly, his fists crackling with thunder and fire, forcefully striking towards Zhang Yinwen. The Thunder-Fire Fist was unleashed to its pinnacle at that moment. A fourth-tier martial skill, cultivated to perfection. No wonder you possess such combat power. But in the face of such an overwhelming disparity, do you truly believe you stand a chance? Zhang Yinwen let out a cold laugh, the dagger in his hand suddenly radiating a purple glow, conjuring countless illusory purple daggers that floated behind him. The multitude of phantom daggers trembled in the air, emitting a metallic hum. Purple illusion thousand blades. Kill. Zhang Yinwen roared loudly, sending forth a barrage of illusory daggers towards Chen Luo. A perfected fourth-tier martial skill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Luo desperately swung his fists, continuously deflecting the phantom daggers. Truly, as someone at the 10th stage of foundation establishment, this level of strength was indeed formidable. Moreover, this strike was certainly not Zhang Yinwen's limit. Bang! Chen Luo retreated several steps, the expression on his face gradually turning serious. The disparity in their realms was too great. Defeating Zhang Yinwen would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. TSK, is this all you are capable of? Such meager abilities are hardly worthy of your previous arrogance. Zhang Yinwen mocked, completely dismissing Chen Luo. He was merely one step away from entering the Golden Core stage. In the foundation establishment stage, he had few rivals. What grounds did Chen Luo, a mere second-stage foundation establishment cultivator, have to contend with him? Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo's demeanor grew exceptionally grave. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, and it continued to rise, one wave after another, consuming 200,000 points of wealth, promoted to the third stage of foundation establishment, consuming 250,000 points of wealth, promoted to the fourth stage of foundation establishment, consuming 300,000 points of wealth. The 10,000 spirits technique ascends to the minor completion stage. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Chen Luo's aura reached the 9th stage of foundation establishment. With the minor completion of the 10,000 spirits technique, Chen Luo experienced an impressive elevation of 5 small realms, truly deserving of a 5th-grade secret technique. What? You have been concealing your cultivation? Zhang Yinwen's composure instantly shattered, his face a mask of astonishment. How could Chen Luo possibly reach the 9th stage of foundation establishment in an instant if he had not been hiding his true strength? Even with the aid of secret techniques, such an exaggeration was inconceivable. This lad certainly knows how to endure. The others, too, took notice of Chen Luo's transformation. Their expressions mirrored Zhang Yinwen's shock. Who could have anticipated that the weakest among them, Chen Luo, could ascend to such heights in a heartbeat? Having previously underestimated Chen Luo's prowess, they now regarded him as an unequivocal prodigy of the ages. In Tianyan Prefecture, who among the younger generation could rival Chen Luo? Chen Luo took a deep breath, feeling the immense spiritual power surging within him. Having arrived at this juncture, there was no reason to hoard wealth any longer. Spend it all. He would earn more once he emerged. Let us go. With a decisive step forward, Chen Luo charged towards Zhang Yinwen. The Thunderfire Fist coalesced once more, its power exponentially greater than before. Utterly laughable. Your cultivation still lags behind mine. I will still prevail. Zhang Yinwen's eyes widened suddenly, his palm crashing down as the purple phantom daggers behind him shot forth like a torrential downpour towards Chen Luo. Unfazed, Chen Luo retaliated with a powerful punch, unleashing the might of Thunderfire, which instantly obliterated the incoming daggers. Following this, lightning flickered at his feet. In an instant, Chen Luo was before Zhang Yinwen, delivering a forceful blow to his abdomen. Seeing this, Zhang Yinwen swiftly caught a dagger and raised it defensively. The punch struck the dagger with tremendous force, causing Zhang Yinwen's countenance to change drastically. What terrifying strength! How could Chen Luo's physique be so formidable? Puff! Zhang Yinwen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body hurtling backward for several dozen meters. By the time he regained his composure, Chen Luo had already closed the distance. Take another punch from me. Chen Luo laughed heartily, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Zhang Yinwen continuously retreated, his expression darkening to the extreme. As the deputy master of the Spirit Execution Division, how could he accept being subdued by Chen Luo? Just because Chen Luo had a trump card did not mean he lacked one as well. Boom. Suddenly, a purple light erupted from Zhang Yinwen's body. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo quickly retreated, creating distance between them. This move appeared formidable. Purple blood technique. With a furious roar, Zhang Yinwen's aura began to undergo a transformation, showing signs of breaking into the golden core stage. An absolute 4th grade secret technique. Be cautious, Chen Luo. Yang Tingyu shouted immediately, realizing that Zhang Yinwen could temporarily ascend to the golden core stage through this secret technique. In the presence of a golden core, even Chen Luo, no matter how powerful, would find it impossible to withstand. Golden core? Upon hearing Yang Tingyu's warning, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Indeed, these top-tier prodigies each possess their own hidden cards. Even if Zhang Yinwen only temporarily entered the golden core stage, it was not something that a foundation establishment cultivator could easily contend with. Chen Luo, today, I shall show you what the golden core truly is. Zhang Yinwen exhaled sharply, his eyes gleaming with purple light. No sooner had he spoken than he surged toward Chen Luo in the blink of an eye. Chen Luo hurriedly retreated, concentrating all his physical defenses to the utmost. Die! Zhang Yinwen roared, delivering a punch to Chen Luo's arms. Whoosh! Chen Luo transformed into a streak of light, shooting away and carving a nearly 100-meter-long trench in the ground. What a tough shell! Zhang Yinwen relaxed his fist, his brows knitting in frustration. Striking Chen Luo felt as if he had hit a wall of solid muscle. What level of physical prowess could achieve such resilience? Truly, he was a humanoid beast. Chen Luo rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. If it weren't for his sufficiently strong physique, he might well have been crushed by Zhang Yinwen. The void forging body technique is indeed formidable. TCH. If one punch cannot finish you, then I shall deliver several more. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter your tortoise shell. Seeing that Chen Luo was unharmed, Zhang Yinwen stepped forward again, launching a rapid series of punches. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and retaliated in kind. The two engaged in a fierce clash, trading blows with relentless ferocity. In this ancestral land, the greatest reliance was the strength of one's physical body. Although Zhang Yinwen's physique was not as superior as Chen Luo's, he still held the upper hand due to the suppression of his cultivation level. Were it not for Chen Luo's exceptionally formidable body, he would have already claimed victory. This fellow intends to drag this out until the secret technique concludes. Zhang Yinwen gritted his teeth, fixated on Chen Luo, fully aware of his intent. However, both had employed secret techniques. Once this concluded, would not Chen Luo's end as well? How naive. Without their secret techniques, he still held the advantage. Realizing his inevitable victory, Zhang Yinwen revealed a mocking smile. Foolish fellow, let us see what you possess to triumph over me. Zhang Yinwen laughed heartily, intensifying his assault. Chen Luo, undeterred, retaliated with relentless strikes, each exchanging injuries with the other. When the secret technique concluded, it would be the moment of resolution. Onlookers were left in awe, watching the fierce confrontation unfold. The brutality of their exchanges was truly astonishing. Both combatants were reckless in their resolve. It remained uncertain who would emerge victorious from this clash. Chapter 144. After a life-and-death struggle, you claim to be healed? Is this truly a battle of the Foundation establishment stage? Nonsense. Did one not see how Zhang Yinwen, empowered by a secret technique, reached the Golden Core stage? Chen Luo is formidable. He can withstand attacks from the Golden Core stage. This lad is indeed extraordinary. Such prowess is remarkable, albeit confined to the ancestral grounds. Outside of this sacred domain, Chen Luo's physical advantages would diminish, and he might not even withstand 10 strikes from Zhang Yinwen. Witnessing the battle between Chen Luo and Zhang Yinwen, the spectators gasped in amazement. Had they been in the fray, they would have surely fallen to Zhang Yinwen's might. Whether survival was possible hinged entirely on Chen Luo. Bang! Chen Luo and Zhang Yinwen exchanged blows, both retreating simultaneously, panting heavily in their respective stances. Each bore evident injuries. Yet Zhang Yinwen's wounds appeared less severe compared to Chen Luo's. After all, having attained the Golden Core stage through secret techniques, had it not been for the restrictions of the ancestral grounds on artifacts, he would have utterly shattered Chen Luo's physique. You must be nearing your limit now. Zhang Yinwen taunted, smirking at the battered Chen Luo, unable to suppress his laughter. It is nearly over. Once your secret technique concludes, it will be time to claim your life. Chen Luo took a deep breath, offering no retort, and launched another punch. Seeing Chen Luo's ferocity, Zhang Yiwen felt a flicker of trepidation. This man was indeed reckless. They clashed once more, exacerbating their injuries. Following this exchange, both of their secret techniques dissipated simultaneously, reverting their cultivation to its original state. Haha, it is over. At the fourth stage of foundation establishment, what do you possess to defeat me? Zhang Yiwen laughed heartily upon sensing Chen Luo's aura stabilize at the fourth stage of foundation establishment. Despite their injuries, the significant disparity in cultivation clearly favored Zhang Yiwen. Only if Chen Luo could restore his full strength would he stand a chance. Yet, within these ancestral grounds, elixirs could not be utilized. Without the aid of elixirs, how could Chen Luo hope to prevail? With a smile, Chen Luo gathered the power of thunder and fire into his fists once more. Round 3. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, advancing step by step toward Zhang Yiwen. Observing Chen Luo's approach, Zhang Yiwen scoffed derisively. How laughable. Your body is on the brink of collapse, and your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. What courage do you possess to initiate an attack? Since you are eager to meet your demise, I shall bring your end to fruition. With that, Zhang Yiwen swiftly drew a dagger and lunged at Chen Luo. At the moment of their clash, an extraordinary transformation overtook Chen Luo. Miraculously, his injuries began to heal at a visible pace, and his spiritual energy surged back to its zenith. 20,000 wealth points consumed. Injuries healed. What? Zhang Yiwen, taken aback by Chen Luo's sudden metamorphosis, widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? How could Chen Luo recover without the aid of pills? Could it be that his earlier afflictions were merely an act? Before Zhang Yiwen could process this bewildering turn of events, Chen Luo's fist struck with formidable force against Zhang Yiwen's abdomen. Zhang Yiwen expelled a mouthful of blood. His body propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. What method did you employ to achieve such rapid recovery? Zhang Yiwen gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment, unable to fathom how he possessed such prowess. Instantaneous healing, simultaneous restoration of injuries and spiritual energy to their peak. How could such an anomaly occur? Could it be that this fellow harbors rare treasures? Chen Luo, grinning, replied, Would you like to know? 1,000,000 copper coins, and I shall divulge the secret. His earlier struggle against Zhang Yiwen was merely a tactic to deplete Zhang Yiwen's strength. Now, severely weakened, Zhang Yiwen's power was less than half of his prime. Dealing with him became considerably easier. However, this battle had drained Chen Luo's wealth points to their nadir. He was determined to reclaim every last one from Zhang Yiwen. Humph. I refuse to believe you can recover so swiftly. It must be a mere fade. Die. Zhang Yiwen retaliated fiercely, summoning the last remnants of his spiritual energy to unleash a final strike. Witnessing this, Chen Luo charged forward without hesitation, delivering a double-fisted assault aimed at Zhang Yiwen's form. He would not grant Zhang Yiwen an opportunity to counterattack. He would seize this moment to end his life. Thud. Zhang Yiwen was sent flying once more, landing awkwardly on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. At this moment, he fully acknowledged the truth. Chen Luo had indeed healed. Such an exaggerated capacity for recovery was monstrous. The assassins of the Spirit Slaughter Division, witnessing Zhang Yiwen's defeat, were expressions of utter disbelief. This was the deputy master of the Foundation Establishment Phase, 9th stage. How could he be vanquished by a mere 4th stage Chen Luo? Fake. It must be a ruse. Damn it. I must retreat. Zhang Yiwen gritted his teeth, hastily withdrawing. In his prime, he would have never feared Chen Luo. Yet his internal injuries weighed heavily upon him, while Chen Luo had returned to full strength. The chasm between them widened with each passing moment, and if this continued, he would surely perish. Did I grant you permission to leave? Chen Luo advanced with determination, delivering a powerful punch to Zhang Yiwen's back, pinning him to the ground. In this ancestral land, teleportation artifacts could not be used. As long as he held Zhang Yiwen down, escape would be impossible. Spare me. I vow never to oppose the royal family again. Zhang Yiwen was truly alarmed, having never envisioned himself in such dire straits. Had it not been for this Chen Luo, he would have long since absconded with Yang Tingyu, successfully completing his mission. All of this is Chen Luo's fault. Spare you? Hand over all your valuables, and I might consider it. Chen Luo smiled widely, then swiftly crushed Zhang Yiwen's right leg beneath his foot. Ah! Zhang Yiwen shrieked in agony, hastily removing his storage ring. Here, take it all. What does it matter if I relinquish my treasures to save my life? Once I return to the Lingsha division, I shall surely have the chance to reclaim them. Chen Luo toyed with the storage ring in his hand, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Can I go now? Zhang Yiwen gritted his teeth and inquired, wondering if this fellow would truly uphold his promise. Oh, Chen Luo responded with a casual tone, laughing, I have spared you, but whether they will spare you, I cannot say. With that, Chen Luo sidestepped, examining the contents of the storage ring. Zhang Yinwen, momentarily stunned, quickly turned to find Yang Tingyu and Yang Xiyan striding toward him. Realizing the truth, Zhang Yinwen clenched his fist in fury. He has deceived me. Chen Luo, I will not let this go. Our feud is far from over. No sooner had he spoken than Yang Tingyu raised her sword, severing Zhang Yinwen's tendons with a single stroke. Zhang Yinwen was a crucial witness, thus must not be killed. He must be taken for interrogation. At this moment, Chen Luo had already dashed aside, beginning to search the corpses. After Zhang Yinwen's demise, the assassins of the Ling Sha division scattered, marking the end of the battle. Now that it has concluded, it was time to tally the spoils. Well, for 100,000 points of wealth. Chapter 145. No way. You even plotted against your own disciple. An upper-tier martial technique. Chen Luo unearthed a tome of upper-tier martial arts from Zhang Yinwen's storage ring, entitled Heavenly Demon Palm. This was precisely the level of martial art he required to replace the Thunderfire Fist. The higher the cultivation, the greater the demands of martial techniques. Even if a low-tier martial art were practiced to perfection, it would still lack significance. Your Highness, Yang Ping and the others hurriedly arrived, their gazes lingering noticeably longer on Chen Luo. To have defeated Zhang Yinwen was truly astonishing. No wonder they say that Chen Luo is the dark horse among this year's disciples from various sections. This level of strength is indeed commendable. Furthermore, there is still Xia Yuan who managed to escape. Yang Tingyu sighed in relief, grateful for Chen Luo's presence. Otherwise, they would have been taken by the forces of Prince Jin. The consequences of being captured by Prince Jin are all too clear. Your Highness, we should leave the ancestral grounds at once. If Xia Yuan returns with reinforcements, it could prove troublesome. Yang Xiyan quickly urged, wanting to whisk Yang Tingyu away. Zhang Yinwen and his associates had evidently surpassed the age of 25, breaching the restrictions of the ancestral grounds. Should a more formidable individual be dispatched into the ancestral realm, it would likely prove insurmountable. All present had sustained injuries. How could they possibly confront a stronger foe? Yang Tingyu hesitated for a moment, her gaze drifting towards the trial grounds. Upon entering the ancestral realm, she had been intercepted by members of the Spirit Fiend Division and had yet to set foot in the trial grounds. It seemed she had no choice but to depart the ancestral realm for now. Very well, let us exit first, Yang Tingyu declared, taking a deep breath. The group nodded in agreement and promptly withdrew from the ancestral realm. With a hum, a purple fissure re-emerged in the sky, through which figures began to emerge. However, the number of individuals exiting was 4 fewer than those who had entered, excluding Yang Tingyu and Zhang Yinwen. It meant that this operation had resulted in the loss of 6 disciples from the 3 sects. These disciples were the elite of their respective sects. Zhang Yinwen, Yang Aoxiong fixated on Zhang Yinwen, the young master of the Spirit Fiend Division, whom he recognized all too well. Under the gaze of such a formidable being as Yang Aoxiong, a cultivator at the transformation stage, Zhang Yinwen trembled uncontrollably, his legs quaking in fear. If he fell into Yang Aoxiong's clutches, it would spell disaster. The elders of the 3 sects also took note of this young master from the Spirit Fiend Division. They had not anticipated that the assailant would be from the Spirit Fiend Division. Yet, Zhang Yinwen was a master at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. Was there truly anyone among the 3 sects capable of defeating him? It seemed implausible. Father, Yang Tingyu hurried to Yang Aoxiong's side, recounting all that had transpired within the ancestral realm. The expressions of the powerful figures darkened upon hearing her words. Indeed, it was the handiwork of Yang Jindong. This scoundrel had dared to extend his reach into the ancestral realm. You, Yang Jin, do you truly think me easy to bully? Yang Aoxiong roared, unleashing a terrifying pressure that caused the very heavens to tremble. The elders of the 3 sects looked on in astonishment, realizing that the royal lord's strength had indeed improved significantly. This time, I extend my gratitude to the 3 sects for their assistance, especially to the Inquiry of Immortal Sect, which has produced an exceptional disciple. Yang Aoxiong's demeanor shifted as he turned towards the elders of the 3 sects, a broad smile gracing his face. His gaze then fell upon Chen Luo. Were it not for Chen Luo's efforts, it was likely that none of the others would have made it out alive. The elders of the other 2 sects regarded Chen Luo with awe, marveling at his extraordinary talent. When entering the ancestral realm, Chen Luo was merely at the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment, yet within half a day, he had ascended to the 4th level. Furthermore, he had vanquished Zhang Yinwen, a master at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. What astonishing combat prowess he possessed. He kindly and quickly interjected with a smile, Your Majesty, it would be best to allow the prince to rest first. We can discuss rewards at a later time. Upon hearing He Kailian's words, the other 2 elders nodded in approval, raising their thumbs in admiration. As expected of you. Yang Aoxiong paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, Her words served as a reminder to not overlook the matter of rewards. Rest assured, Elder He, I will not forget the rewards. I shall fulfill every promise made to the 3 sections. I shall accompany you to rest for now, and by the time of this evening's banquet, everything will be arranged for you. Yang Aoxiong spoke with a smile, asserting that this minor reward was not worthy of reconsideration. As a sovereign, how could he tarnish his reputation over such trivial matters? The 3 supreme elders revealed smiles, although they had lost disciples. The rewards obtained this time more than compensated for their losses. Subsequently, Yang Aoxiong departed with Yang Tingyu and others, including the barely conscious Zhang Yinwen. This fellow is doomed. Master, how shall we deal with this person? Chen Luo unceremoniously tossed Yang Qian before He Xiaoyan. Yang Qian knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could never have anticipated that even Zhang Yinwen could not defeat Chen Luo. This time, he was thoroughly exposed. There would be no favorable outcome. He Xiaoyan cast a glance at Yang Qian, her brow furrowing slightly. Yang Aoxiong refrained from asking the Wenxian sect for Yang Qian, intending for them to handle him themselves. Yang Qian was considered a pawn of the Golden Prince. Should the Wenxian sect eliminate him, it would position them entirely against the Golden Prince. Yang Aoxiong sought a decisive resolution from the Wenxian sect. In light of this, He Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing within. Please, do not kill me. I can depart from the Wenxian sect and promise not to be adversarial again. Yang Qian trembled in fear, genuinely terrified for his life. He Xiaoyan smiled. You were fortunate to encounter me, had it been another supreme elder. Upon hearing this partial statement from He Xiaoyan, Yang Qian's heart leaped with joy. Elder He, if you spare me, I can persuade my father to cease opposition. Before Yang Qian could finish, He Xiaoyan swiftly crushed his skull with a single strike. Then continued her earlier thought. Had it been another supreme elder, you might not have been spared. Those around them shuddered at this scene. This woman is somewhat frightening. Unfortunately, Summer Yuan managed to escape. Keeping this fellow alive will surely cause the Golden Prince distress. Chen Luo approached He Xiaoyan, letting out a sigh. However, He Xiaoyan chuckled. Summer Yuan? He may not be able to evade capture. Chen Luo looked at He Xiaoyan in astonishment, wondering if the master had a backup plan. Outside the imperial city, in a secluded mountain forest, a figure tore through the rift, stumbling forth and collapsing to the ground. Young Master Summer. Several Golden Core experts rushed forward to assist Summer Yuan. Damn Chen Luo. If not for you, how could we have failed? Summer Yuan clenched his fist in anger. Already aware of the news of their failure, this time, he would surely face the Golden Prince's wrath. Young Master Summer, we must retreat quickly. It is still too dangerous here. One of the Golden Core experts hastily advised, as this was the Imperial City, the territory of the Emperor. Summer Yuan nodded. And just as they intended to withdraw, a silver spear suddenly descended, blocking their path. Upon encountering the gleaming silver spear, expressions of terror instantly manifested on the faces of Xia Yuan and his companions, who promptly looked up. There, hovering in midair upon a treasured sword, was Yang Fengxian, clad in resplendent silver armor. As Xia Yuan and the others stood in astonishment, a radiant butterfly emerged from Xia Yuan's form, gently alighting on Yang Fengxian's shoulder. Yang Fengxian regarded the butterfly with a serene smile, acknowledging the cunning of this woman, who had even schemed against her own disciple. With that, he turned his gaze towards Xia Yuan and his companions, and with a single step, he descended as if a divine warrior had descended from the heavens. Chapter 146, The 4 Sacred Grounds. The Ancient Sparrow Sacred Ground. As the banquet commenced, the representatives of the 3 sects took their seats. Yang Aoxiong occupied the seat of honor, with 3 esteemed elders flanking him, while Yang Fengxian was also seated at the elevated table. Chen Luo was positioned closest to Yang Aoxiong and the others, with Yang Tingyu seated beside him. After all, Chen Luo was the greatest contributor to this endeavor. Ah, this feast surpasses the previous one, Chen Luo remarked, disregarding all else as he eagerly commenced his meal. In such a gathering, what could possibly be more crucial than sustenance? Do mind your manners. This is an important occasion, Yang Tingyu chuckled, observing his ravenous appetite. You act as if you were a starving ghost, fearing there won't be enough to eat. Chen Luo, however, dismissed her concerns. For a cultivator, such formalities are unnecessary. As long as one possesses strength, no one cares about table manners. Yang Tingyu rolled her eyes but chose not to comment further. Acknowledging Chen Luo's status as a hero of the day, Chen Luo, my young friend, Yang Aoxiong suddenly called out, drawing Chen Luo's attention. Surprised, he quickly wiped the grease from his mouth and turned respectfully toward Yang Aoxiong. With a smile, Yang Aoxiong continued, in this endeavor, Chen Luo has made the most significant contribution. I trust there are no objections from anyone? The disciples of the 3 sects exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Who would dare voice dissent? They had all witnessed Chen Luo's prowess in subduing Zhang Yinwen. Were it not for Chen Luo, they might have perished in the ancestral grounds. Yang Ao Xiong raised his hand, revealing a crimson treasure orb that rested in his palm. This is the solar pearl, imbued with the power of the blazing sun. It is a gift for you, my young friend Chen Luo. Upon seeing the solar pearl, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. A fifth-grade treasure. The emperor is indeed generous. As soon as he took possession of the solar pearl, the system's voice resonated in his mind, acquired 400,000 points of wealth. Thank you, your majesty. Chen Luo exclaimed joyfully, marveling at the solar pearl in his hand. This artifact could unleash the fierce flames of the sun, powerful enough to pose a threat to those newly entering the golden core stage. What an unexpected boon. Yang Ao Xiong proceeded to bestow treasures upon the other disciples, distributed according to their merits. However, their rewards paled in comparison to Chen Luo's, all falling below the 5th grade. Revel in your fortune. Had it not been for your exceptional performance, the emperor would not have presented you with a 5th grade treasure, Yang Tingyu smiled, noting that such an artifact would serve as a vital safeguard for Chen Luo. Chen Luo grinned, little princess, having gone through such hardship to rescue you. Do you not wish to express your gratitude? Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Yang Tingyu was momentarily taken aback. This fellow had already acquired a 5th-tier treasure and still harbored intentions towards her. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Tingyu produced a token and tossed it into Chen Luo's hands. Noticing the absence of any system notification, Chen Luo felt a wave of disappointment as he examined the token. How could she have given him something of little value? Yet upon closer inspection, he was utterly astonished. This token was, in fact, a military order. What on earth? This woman wouldn't he actually send him off to lead troops into battle, would she? This is the Yun Emperor's decree. To possess this decree is to behold me. With this Yun Emperor's decree in hand, you will find your future endeavors within the empire significantly facilitated. Yang Tingyu coughed, her tone slightly awkward. Chen Luo glanced at Yang Tingyu and then pocketed the Yun Emperor's decree. It was certainly better than receiving nothing at all. One could never tell when it might prove useful. Just as Chen Luo prepared to indulge in another hearty meal, Yang Aoxiang presented another 5th-tier treasure. Instantly, this artifact drew the attention of all present. Yet another 5th-tier treasure. Who was the emperor bestowing this upon? As everyone speculated about the recipient, Yang Aoxiang handed the item to He Cailian. The crowd was left bewildered. He Cailian had done nothing to warrant such a distinct reward. Thanks to He Taishan, we were able to capture Xia Yuan. This item is indeed a fitting reward, Yang Aoxiang declared with a grin, leaving the audience in a state of confusion. What had He Cailian truly accomplished? It was only then that Chen Luo recalled, on the treasure ship, He Cailian had infused a butterfly into his very being. Good heavens! This woman had even plotted against her own disciple. Oh, it's nothing. I merely took extra precautions with my disciple, He Cailian replied with a smile, accepting the treasure. A 5th-tier artifact acquired without effort, a windfall indeed. However, she soon felt Chen Luo's fervent gaze upon her. This wayward disciple seemed intent on claiming a share of the spoils. Ah, there is one more matter. Yang Aoxiang suddenly coughed, drawing everyone's attention. He nodded towards Yang Fengshen, who then rose to address the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, Yang Fengshen began, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he surveyed the crowd. Yang Jin's actions are undoubtedly treasonous. It will not be long before the Empire dispatches troops to eliminate this scoundrel. Yet, Yang Jin is backed by the Blood Valley sect in the Wind Spirit Pavilion. The Empire seeks the assistance of the 3 sects to jointly eradicate this villain. As his words hung in the air, the leaders of the 3 sects simultaneously displayed expressions of concern. It had come to this. War was imminent. The situation in Tianyan Prefecture was well understood by all sects, and they recognized the significance of this battle. It was imperative to choose sides wisely. Your Majesty, Your Highness, do you possess the confidence to proceed? Tao Kuan could not help but inquire. This battle concerned the survival of each sect. Such a decision could not be made lightly. He had to return with the news and discuss it with the powerful figures within the sect. Yang Fengshen smiled faintly, confidently puffing out his chest. Of course. A month ago, I passed the assessment of the ancient Sparrow Sacred Land and became a disciple there. Once the battle commences, the ancient Sparrow Sacred Land will send strong allies to assist us. Victory is assured. As these words left his mouth, the crowd below displayed expressions of astonishment. The ancient Sparrow Sacred Land was no stranger to them. Could it be true that Yang Fengshen had joined the ancient Sparrow Sacred Land? Seeing the crowd's overwhelming reaction, Chen Luo curiously glanced at Yang Tingyu. What exactly is the ancient Sparrow Sacred Land? Chen Luo blinked, having never heard of it before. Yang Tingyu smiled and explained. In the 9 Heavens continent, there are dozens of regions, with countless factions of varying sizes. Among these myriad factions, only 4 sacred lands are considered supreme. The ancient sparrow sacred land is one of these four. The others are the ancient dragon sacred land, the ancient tiger sacred land, and the ancient mystic sacred land. Those who can join these four sacred lands are undoubtedly the most outstanding geniuses of the Nine Heavens continent. The Qingxian rankings were established jointly by the four sacred lands to seek out the continent's prodigies and recruit them as disciples. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. So, the ancient sparrow sacred land was that formidable? By the way, where does your brother rank on the Qingxian rankings? Chen Luo asked with curiosity, believing that Yang Fengshen, being the top talent of Tianyin Prefecture, would not rank low. Yang Tingyu pondered for a moment before replying, Seventh place on the Qingxian rankings. Chen Luo took a deep breath, thinking to himself that he also wanted to appear on the Qingxian rankings someday. I must report this matter back to the pavilion master for a detailed discussion. Zhang, who was the first to speak, his brow slightly furrowed. I also need to discuss this with everyone in the pavilion, Tao Kuan immediately echoed. However, Xilian slammed her hand on the table. Discuss? Nonsense. I have already agreed on behalf of that old man Lu Qianqiu. Chapter 147. Arriving at night, you aren't really tempted by my body, are you? Has the asking immortal sect agreed to this? Tao Kuan and Zhang, who stared at Xilian in bewilderment, feeling somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, Yang Fengshen chuckled and shook his head. This woman was still the same. Elder He, it's best to return and inform Sect Master Lu before finalizing any decisions. Yang Ao Xiang interjected with a smile. Noting that merely Xilian's agreement was insufficient. Xilian was merely a senior elder. She lacked the authority to make decisions for the asking immortal sect. There's no need. Xilian waved her hand dismissively. Lu Qianqiu will certainly agree. If not, would he really choose to fight alongside the Blood Valley sect? The asking immortal sect would never conspire with the Blood Valley sect, Xilian asserted. This is the perfect opportunity to join forces with the royal family and take down the Blood Valley sect. Yang Ao Xiang smiled but chose not to continue the conversation. Until they received a response from Lu Qianqiu, everything remained uncertain. After the banquet concluded, everyone dispersed to their respective chambers. Chen Luo climbed into bed, contentedly rubbing his belly. Wealth has once again been accumulated. It is time to master those two martial skills. After a brief respite, Chen Luo swiftly arose and accessed the system. The techniques, Ocean of Immortals and Demonic Palm, had not yet been enhanced. By perfecting these two skills, his combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant increase. However, augmenting these techniques would require a considerable amount of wealth. To reach the initial realm of the fourth-tier Demonic Palm, one would need 60,000 wealth points. The Ocean of Immortals, even more demanding, required 100,000 points. Even with 800,000 wealth points at his disposal, it would be challenging to elevate both techniques to perfection. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo pressed the upgrade button. Consuming 60,000 wealth points, the fourth-tier martial skill Demonic Palm is enhanced to the initial realm. Consuming 100,000 wealth points, the fourth-tier martial skill Demonic Palm is enhanced to the minor achievement realm. Consuming 100,000 wealth points, the fourth-tier martial skill Ocean of Immortals is enhanced to the initial realm. Consuming 150,000 wealth points, the fourth-tier martial skill Ocean of Immortals is enhanced to the minor achievement realm. Consuming 200,000 wealth points, the fourth-tier martial skill Ocean of Immortals is enhanced to the major achievement realm. A total of 610,000 wealth points were expended. First, elevating the Demonic Palm to the minor achievement realm, followed by the Ocean of Immortals to the major achievement realm. For Chen Luo, the Demonic Palm was merely a transitional skill, not requiring advancement to a higher realm. In the face of formidable adversaries, he would rely on the Ocean of Immortals. However, the substantial energy cost of the Ocean of Immortals precluded its frequent use, necessitating the Demonic Palm as a viable alternative. With his cultivation heightened, the consumption of wealth had become excessively extravagant. He needed to devise a strategy to acquire more valuable treasures. Chen Luo retracted the system panel, exhaling deeply. The pace of wealth accumulation was still painfully slow. To reach the golden core stage, an immense fortune was required. But where could one amass such wealth? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Chen Luo was taken aback to find Yang Tingyu standing outside. What brings you here? He inquired, astonished. In the dead of night, how could a princess of the realm venture into a man's quarters? Yang Tingyu rolled her eyes at Chen Luo and strode confidently into the room. It would not be long before chaos enveloped the Tianyin dynasty, potentially affecting the entirety of Tianyin Prefecture. What are your thoughts on this matter? Yang Tingyu seated herself and, with a serious gaze, directed her inquiry at Chen Luo. The current Chen Luo was no longer an inconspicuous figure. Even Yang Aoxiong held him in high regard. With the Celestial Inquiry sect entering the fray, it was likely that Chen Luo would become a thorn in the side of the Golden Prince and his ilk. Chen Luo merely smiled and shrugged, replying as a disciple. What perspective could I possibly hold? As long as the sect provides sufficient funding, I shall do as commanded. This is the essence of my belief. Money is the driving force. With enough wealth, even immortals would comply with your wishes. Yang Tingyu could not help but roll her eyes at this response. Foolish thoughts. Do you not fear defeat? The consequence of losing is undoubtedly a dead end. At this juncture, Yang Tingyu's expression turned exceedingly grave. As the princess of the Tianyun dynasty, should she be vanquished, Yang Jin would certainly not spare her. The same fate awaited Chen Luo. Yang Jin would not allow such a prodigy to persist in this world. Therefore, this battle cannot be lost. Is your brother not affiliated with the ancient Sparrow Holy Land? With their assistance, how could we possibly fail? Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. Was it not previously asserted that the ancient Sparrow Holy Land possessed formidable prowess, effortlessly dominating the battlefield? With such a force allied with us, how could we be defeated? Yet, Yang Tingyu sighed and remarked, indeed, the ancient Sparrow Holy Land is powerful, but that does not imply that Yang Jin lacks support. Yang Jin's eldest son, Yang Duantian, is also a figure on the Qingxian list, although he ranks 20th. Significantly lower than my brother, it does not mean he cannot find allies. Chen Luo paused momentarily, furrowing his brow. After much contemplation, he inquired, do we in Tianyun Prefecture have so many individuals on the Qingxian list? Is its significance truly so diminished? If every faction in Tianyun Prefecture boasts a genius from the Qingxian list, then our prefecture would nearly occupy a tenth of the list spots. The Jiutian continent comprises dozens of prefectures. Tianyun Prefecture cannot possibly be considered a lead among them. How could there be so many prodigies on the Qingxian list? Hearing Chen Luo's question, Yang Tingyu could not suppress a laugh. Do you think the Qingxian list is so easily attained? In our Tianyun Prefecture, only 5 individuals have made it onto the list. 2 from the Yang family, 1 from the Blood Valley sect, 1 from the Wind Spirit Pavilion, and the last from your Asking Immortal sect. The remaining 3 factions have none. Chen Luo nodded, pondering this. 5 individuals is still somewhat reasonable. However, upon further reflection, Tianyun Prefecture stands out within the Jiutian continent. It is likely that some prefectures do not even possess a single prodigy on the Qingxian list. What are your thoughts then? Chen Luo asked, blinking. Yang Tingyu had sought him out, undoubtedly with something to convey. A young lady would not come to him merely for trivial matters, would she? I wish, Yang Tingyu said, biting her lip, for you to accompany me to participate in the Ancestral Land Trial. The Ancestral Land Trial? Chen Luo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously. This is splendid news. Why would I refuse such an opportunity? I can certainly attend. Chen Luo exclaimed with a smile, eager to enter the ancestral land immediately. However, Yang Tingyu hesitated for a moment, her tone softening, but according to the regulations, only royal family members may partake in the ancestral land trial. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's smile instantly faded, realizing he had been momentarily elated for nothing. Observing Chen Luo's waning interest, Yang Tingyu hastily continued, there are still opportunities. There are 2 ways for you to participate in the trial. One is to become a foster son of the Yang family, just like Yang Xiyan, although this requires the cabinet's approval. The second method is less complicated. In the chapter titled Becoming a Dao Partner with the Yang Family Woman, Chen Luo quickly grasped the implications of Yang Tingyu's late-night visit. Suspecting it to be at the behest of Yang Aoxiong, the emperor appears quite generous. The notion of entering the royal family intrigues Chen Luo, prompting a broad smile. Yang Tingyu, taken aback by his swift agreement, realizes she had not fully prepared for this outcome. When Yang Aoxiong first broached the subject, she vehemently opposed it. If it weren't for the complex circumstances surrounding the Tianyun dynasty, she wouldn't be so hasty in making such a significant life decision, especially since her elder brother, Yang Fengxian, remains unmarried. Are you truly willing to agree? Yang Tingyu inquires, her lips pressed together, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen Luo responds with a grin. As long as the benefits are substantial, why would I refuse? However, a gentleman must stand tall in this world. If I am to enter the royal family, I demand no less than 5 million copper coins. He extends 5 fingers. Relishing the thought that becoming a prince consort would not only be advantageous, but also yield a fortune, such an opportunity is rare indeed. Yang Tingyu rolls her eyes in exasperation. Chen Luo, as expected, remains unchanged, his priorities skewed towards monetary gain. Given the current military tensions within the dynasty, there is no way to amass such a sum. She retorts, visibly frustrated. Chen Luo clicks his tongue, suggesting, I would also be amenable to accepting a 6th-grade treasure. Yang Tingyu nearly chokes at the audacity of his request. Treasures of that caliber are exceedingly rare within the royal family. You truly have the audacity to ask for such a hefty price, she exclaims, her fists clenched in irritation. Contemplating a physical reprimand for Chen Luo. Nodding thoughtfully, Chen Luo concedes, you raise a valid point. My demands are rather pragmatic and do not account for the royal family's current predicament. Perhaps we could arrange for the emperor to pay a deposit, followed by an IOU. With the balance settled after dealing with Yang Jin, a deposit of 1 million copper coins should suffice. He winks, believing this proposition to be quite reasonable. Yang Tingyu's fingers tremble in indignation, suppressing a torrent of expletives. Were it not for her father's insistence on courting Chen Luo, she would not entertain such discussions with him. Enough. I'm done conversing with you. All you think about is money. She huffs, turning away. Her lips pouting like a petulant child, a side of her she seldom reveals in front of others. Observing her frustration, Chen Luo chuckles. My requests aren't overly unreasonable, are they? Perhaps we could consider an alternative arrangement. I could become the emperor's adopted son. From then on, we could refer to each other as Your Highness and brother, respectively. Yang Tingyu rolls her eyes, struggling to tolerate Chen Luo's antics. That is utterly impossible. The current political landscape is too intricate, and there are those loyal to Yang Jin within the cabinet. They would never permit you to participate in the ancestral trials. The only way is for us to marry. With such a statement, Chen Luo could no longer pretend to be oblivious. Upon hearing this, his expression turned serious. Indeed, you have long coveted my body, Yang Tingyu. How can you still not understand? My father has allowed you to enter the ancestral trial, confident that you would pass and thus add another extraordinary talent to the royal family. With a genius like you marrying me, those indecisive individuals will surely gravitate towards the royal family. Do you comprehend? Yang Tingyu, exasperated, shouted in desperation, truly concerned about Chen Luo's emotional intelligence. Chen Luo chuckled softly, then gently patted Yang Tingyu's shoulder, speaking in a soft tone, stop pretending. You are clearly desiring my body. Infuriated, Yang Tingyu stood abruptly, and before Chen Luo could react, she pinned him to the ground. Yes, I am indeed lusting after your body. Is that enough? Chen Luo, taken aback, gazed up at Yang Tingyu. Their faces mere inches apart, even feeling each other's breath. After Yang Tingyu spoke, tears suddenly streamed down her face, her voice trembling. Chen Luo, I beg you to help my father. You must have noticed that he is afflicted with a chronic illness, and his time may be limited. He wishes to eliminate the threat posed by Yang Jin for my brother before he passes. Please, I implore you. Yang Tingyu buried her head in Chen Luo's embrace, her tears soaking his clothing. At a loss for how to comfort her, Chen Luo simply held her tightly. It seemed the situation within the royal family was not as splendid as it appeared. If Yang Jin truly feared the ancient sparrow sacred land, how could he continue to rebel? He must have some hidden cards against it. Suddenly, a teasing voice broke the tension, startling both Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu into sitting up straight. Chen Luo immediately glanced toward the door. Who was out there? With a wave of his hand, the door swung open with a surge of spiritual energy. There stood Italian outside the door, a smile on her face as she observed the duo. Master? Chen Luo wore an expression of disbelief. This person had eavesdropped. How shameless. Hee, dear disciple, have I interrupted something? Italian entered the room, still smiling. Yang Tingyu turned away, hastily wiping the tears from her eyes. Master, you must have heard everything, right? You should make a decision. Chen Luo shrugged. Upon hearing this, Italian playfully tapped Chen Luo on the head, causing him to wince in pain. Silly boy, your indecisiveness stems from a desire to avoid being trapped in Tianyan Prefecture. Indeed, with your talents, it won't be long before you enter the 4 great sacred lands or even venture farther. But how does this relate to your search for a partner? Adopting the demeanor of a seasoned mentor, Italian began to instruct Chen Luo, rubbing his head in frustration. Chen Luo looked at her, wondering how she could say such things when she herself had no partner. What do you think of Tingyu? Italian coughed lightly, posing the question. Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. After a prolonged silence, Chen Luo finally responded, acknowledging her physique as indeed commendable. Fair and smooth. This candid reply left both Yang Tingyu and He Kai Lian in a state of bewilderment. How straightforward he was. How could he reach such a point and yet not wish to take responsibility for Tingyu? He Kai Lian immediately jabbed her elbow into Chen Luo's neck, nearly wishing to perform a throw on him. As Chen Luo struggled, he exclaimed, no way. That was merely an accident. He Kai Lian scoffed, dismissing his excuse, insisting that since he and Tingyu were good friends, he ought to assist her. Furthermore, a royal engagement was a significant matter. The Tianyan dynasty was in a state of urgency, and a wedding banquet could not be conducted at such a critical juncture. Once the engagement was established, he would nominally be regarded as the prince consort of the Tianyan dynasty, and with the emperor's consent, he would be able to partake in the ancestral trials. Hearing this, Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu immediately turned to one another. Yang Tingyu's face flushed, her gaze evasive. It seemed that their relationship had already been decided. Suddenly, Chen Luo raised his head, addressing his master. Master, your disciple is about to be engaged. Shouldn't you express something as my mentor? He Kai Lian was taken aback, pinching Chen Luo's face vigorously. You rascal. You are coveting your master's wealth. Chapter 149. The father-in-law suffers from a grave illness. The son-in-law must be attentive. In the grand hall, Yang Aoxiong sat upon the dragon throne, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Yang Fengshen stood beside him, his expression somewhat complex. Chen Luo, do you truly agree? Yang Aoxiong inquired with a smile. Chen Luo's talent was evident to all, and he was destined to become one of the foremost powerhouses in Tianyin Prefecture. As long as he did not meet an untimely end, he could undoubtedly contribute to the royal family. Moreover, Yang Tingyu harbored feelings for Chen Luo. Given these circumstances, why not facilitate their union? It would be mutually beneficial. Chen Luo coughed awkwardly. Your Majesty, this matter pertains to the safety of Tianyin Prefecture, and I am willing to contribute my efforts. Upon hearing this, Yang Tingyu rolled her eyes. Here we go again. Yang Aoxiong chuckled lightly, recognizing that Chen Luo had ulterior motives. As an emperor, he could certainly perceive the implications behind Chen Luo's words. This lad was quite shrewd. Retaining him would not be an easy task. Chen Luo grinned, saying, Your Majesty, primarily, my cultivation requires substantial resources, and I worry this is an excellent opportunity for rewards. How could I possibly let it slip away? A man living under another's roof must surely seek benefits. Yang Tingyu, exasperated, pinched Chen Luo's ear. You, how can you still be thinking of such nonsense? Marrying me would not bring you any loss. Hey, I didn't mean it that way. Chen Luo quickly protested. Yang Aoxiong waved his hand with a smile. All right. Yang Tingyu then turned away, still fuming. This matter indeed stems from my request, and I must trouble young friend Chen Luo. Should you find yourself at odds with young master Chen Luo after dealing with Yang Jin, you may choose to depart, Yang Aoxiong continued, though his tone seemed somewhat peculiar as he spoke. Of course not. Both Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu responded in unison, glancing at one another, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Witnessing this exchange, both Yang Aoxiong and Yang Fengshen could not help but chuckle. It appeared that these two had experienced markedly different circumstances. This item shall serve as my gift to you, Yang Aoxiong declared, waving his hand as a square cauldron gently floated to Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo gazed at the cauldron, his pupils involuntarily contracting. This was indeed a treasure of the 5th rank. Truly befitting of an emperor. What generosity. Acquired 500,000 points of wealth. Chen Luo joyfully accepted the square cauldron, realizing that a mischievous child is always rewarded. This item is known as the 9-Cloud Cauldron. Its wondrous applications you may explore at your leisure. I shall ensure that your matters are promptly publicized. In a few days, you will be able to enter the ancestral land alongside Tingyu to partake in the trials therein. Do not let me down in these ancestral trials. Yang Aoxiong said with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. What mattered most was Chen Luo's success in the ancestral trials. Should Chen Luo succeed, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to Yang Jin. With his exceptional talents, Chen Luo had defeated numerous prodigies, including Yin Feng, who had successfully passed the ancestral trials. So he should have no issues. As for Yang Tingyu, her success would be even more advantageous, striking a dual blow to Yang Jin. Should she fail, however, it would not bear significant consequences. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will not disappoint your expectations. Chen Luo replied earnestly, clasping his fist with a serious demeanor. Although Yang Aoxiong did not verbally express it, Chen Luo understood his true intent. Yang Aoxiong sought to showcase Chen Luo's talents to the other powers in Tianyin Prefecture, demonstrating that the royal family's genius far surpassed that of Yang Jin's faction. As for the engagement, it merely served as a ticket for Chen Luo to enter the ancestral trials. Without this engagement, he would be unable to participate. Yang Aoxiong nodded with satisfaction at Chen Luo's response. Your Majesty, I have heard that you are presently afflicted with a chronic ailment. Might there be a cure? Chen Luo's unexpected inquiry elicited grave expressions from both Yang Aoxiong and Yang Fengshen. Only a select few were privy to this matter, and all were trustworthy individuals. It was likely that this information reached Chen Luo through Yang Tingyu. However, as Chen Luo would soon be regarded as family, it was permissible for him to be informed. My father's ailment stems from a battle with the emperor of the Tianfeng dynasty years ago, leaving lasting consequences. It can be cured, but the difficulty is immense. Yang Fengshen lamented. The Tianyin dynasty has certainly contemplated treating Yang Aoxiong's illness, yet the cost is extraordinarily high. And no one within the Tianyin dynasty possesses the capability to do so. Why not share the method with me? The more assistance, the better, Chen Luo suggested with a smile. If he could indeed cure Yang Aoxiong's malady, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the battlefield's dynamics. In the present day, those aboard the same vessel certainly wish for no misfortune to befall Yang Aoxiong. Furrowing his brow, Yang Aoxiong hesitated for a considerable time before he finally spoke. This affliction requires the remedy of a 7th-grade elixir. In the Nine Heavens continent, individuals capable of concocting such a potion are exceedingly rare, and the endeavor entails substantial financial expenditure. It is hardly worth the cost of a 7th-grade elixir. Its value might well approach 100 million copper coins. Merely gathering the requisite ingredients for its creation would deplete the treasury of the Tianyan dynasty, not to mention the necessity of hiring a 7th-grade alchemist for its formulation. Such funds are simply unattainable. 7th-grade elixir. Chen Luo gasped in shock at the exorbitant price. I spoke out of turn. This elixir is known as the purifying bone pill. Should you, brother Chen Luo, venture into the sacred land in the future and fortuitously encounter this pill, I implore you to seize it with all your might. The expenses will be wholly borne by the Tianyan dynasty. Yang Fengshen interjected with a respectful gesture. His entrance into the ancient Quetzalcoatl sacred land was also motivated by the hope of finding the purifying bone pill or an alchemist capable of producing it. Yet, a 7th-grade elixir is indeed a rare treasure. Yang Aoxiong waved his hand with a smile. Dear young friend Chen Luo, do not dwell too heavily on this matter. My time left to live is limited, and by the time you procure the purifying bone pill, I may no longer be of this world. This melancholic statement cast a shadow over the expressions of Yang Fengshen and Yang Tingyu. The siblings understood that Yang Aoxiong's days were numbered, and it was uncertain whether he would survive the year. Rest assured, Your Majesty, should I be fortunate enough to encounter the purifying bone pill, I shall exhaust every effort to obtain it, Chen Luo resolutely replied. The chances of stumbling upon the purifying bone pill were exceedingly slim. Yet one must still endeavor to present a facade of hope. This pleased Yang Aoxiong, who thought that perhaps he might also bestow some rewards. Ha ha ha. Your earnestness is commendable. Prepare yourself, and when the ancestral grounds are ready to be opened, I shall inform you. Yang Aoxiong nodded with a smile, increasingly convinced that Chen Luo was a man worthy of lifelong trust. Yang Tingyu had a remarkable knack for discerning character. Yet, Yang Tingyu gazed at Chen Luo with a look of frustration. This fellow was once again indulging in grandiose dreams, a fantasy she had already witnessed several times before. 2 days later, the ancestral grounds reopened. Chen Luo entered alongside Yang Tingyu. To their surprise, the disciples of the Rain Spirit Pavilion and the Thunder Spirit Pavilion had not departed. The disciples of the 3 sects observed as Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu entered the ancestral grounds. They too were eager to discover whether Chen Luo could successfully navigate the royal ancestral trial. Should he succeed, it could greatly influence their alliances. Chapter 150. Can one really acquire a 6th-grade martial technique? The system upgrades again. Buzz. As the white light burst forth, Chen Luo beheld the familiar scenery once more. Once again, he entered the ancestral grounds. The trial within the ancestral grounds primarily assesses innate talent and character, disregarding cultivation levels. Do not presume that merely reaching the foundation establishment stage will allow you to pass the test unscathed, Yang Tingyu remarked, glancing at Chen Luo. Fully aware of his temperament, Chen Luo could not help but smile as he wrapped his arm around Yang Tingyu's slender waist. What is the matter? You should speak more courteously to your future husband, he teased, for the news of their engagement had circulated, making their union seem as inevitable as fate itself. Upon hearing this, Yang Tingyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily extricated herself from Chen Luo's embrace. What are you saying? Who knows if you will even acknowledge this engagement once the matter is settled? She instinctively turned away, not wanting Chen Luo to see her rosy cheeks. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, Yang Tingyu would not have allowed herself to dwell on romantic entanglements. For a cultivator, the utmost priority remains the path of cultivation. Moreover, as a princess, she must possess sufficient strength to ensure the stability of the dynasty. If Yang Aoxiong were to pass away, it would be unreasonable to place the entire burden of the empire on Yang Fengshen alone. Chen Luo chuckled and shrugged, playfully engaging in a game of teasing. I'm not joking with you anymore. Let's hurry to the trial. Yang Tingyu shot him an exasperated glance, irritated that he was merely fooling around. The pair swiftly made their way toward the towering mountains within the ancestral grounds. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they were immediately met with an overwhelming sense of pressure, which intensified the closer they drew to the summit. My elder brother mentioned that the ancestral trial comprises 3 stages. The first stage is to reach the mountain peak. Many prodigies have failed even this initial challenge. Yang Tingyu gazed up at the summit, her heart racing with anxiety. Her innate talent surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, yet she knew she lacked the advantage against true geniuses and even fell short compared to Yang Longtian. The ancestral trial would likely prove exceedingly difficult to conquer. If they failed, it would simply be a testament to their weakness. As for us, as a couple, we shall pass with ease, Chen Luo asserted, taking hold of Yang Tingyu's delicate hand and dashing toward the peak. What couple? Yang Tingyu retorted, her face tinged with indignation. Ever since Chen Luo had consented to the engagement, his demeanor had grown increasingly presumptuous. Without responding to her, Chen Luo quickened his pace. Although the oppressive force intensified, it barely affected him. In contrast, Yang Tingyu began to struggle for breath. Noticing her distress, Chen Luo swiftly lifted her, bearing the brunt of the pressure to alleviate her struggle. With her capabilities, Yang Tingyu could indeed reach the summit, but the time required would likely span days. Whoosh! Chen Luo accelerated, drawing closer to the peak. In his arms, Yang Tingyu clung to his neck, nestling against him like a delicate bird. Finally, they reached the top. Chen Luo shouted triumphantly as he overcame the terrifying pressure and forcefully ascended the summit. At the peak, a colossal stone tablet stood, inscribed with several lines of golden text. Panting, Yang Tingyu landed gracefully on the ground, her gaze fixated on the splendid characters etched upon the stone tablet. This is the enigmatic scripture of the ancestral land, the purpose of which remains a mystery to this day. By placing a hand upon the stone tablet, one can access the second challenge. Yang Tingyu turned to Chen Luo and spoke. In the second challenge, she could no longer rely on Chen Luo. The two would be transported to different locations, each facing their own tribulations. Chen Luo nodded, then approached the stone tablet, scrutinizing the scripture etched upon it with a furrowed brow. The inscriptions on this tablet surely possess significant origins. Then I shall proceed first, Yang Tingyu declared, placing her hand upon the stone tablet, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Chen Luo, however, remained unhurried, continuing his examination of the scripture. He pondered whether the system could decipher the inscriptions. Furrowing his brow, he decided to give it a try. If the scripture pertained to formations or martial techniques, perhaps success was within reach. Cost to decipher this martial technique, 200. 000 wealth points. Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. It truly was a formidable endeavor. This scripture was indeed a martial technique. But if he were to decipher it using the system, would he actually acquire the technique? If he couldn't obtain it, what purpose would the deciphering serve? After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely chose to proceed with the deciphering. One must take risks to reap rewards. Successful deciphering. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the third volume of the 6th grade martial technique, Heavenly Fury Sacred Body. You have gained 1,000,000 wealth points. System evolution. Acquired the treasure appraisal and hard insight functions. Treasure appraisal function. Consume wealth points to see through all treasures. Heart insight function. Consume wealth points to perceive the thoughts of others. Wow. Chen Luo couldn't help but marvel again. This was an incredible windfall. Not only had he obtained a 6th grade martial technique, but the system had also evolved, adding 2 new functions. Although these functions were auxiliary in nature and offered little in terms of combat strength, they were nonetheless extraordinary abilities. Heavenly Fury Sacred Body, 3rd volume, speed. Chen Luo glanced over the attributes of the Heavenly Fury Sacred Body. This volume's capabilities were primarily related to speed. This suggested that there were multiple volumes of the Heavenly Fury Sacred Body. If he were to collect the remaining volumes, wouldn't the power of the Heavenly Fury Sacred Body far exceed that of the 6th grade martial techniques? Chen Luo's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had stumbled upon an extraordinary martial technique. A 6th grade martial technique was enough to incite fierce competition among the major regions. Such a treasure had remained undiscovered in the Tianyan Empire for many years. If Yang Aoxiong were to learn of this, he would likely be driven to an early bout of illness from rage. Who would have thought there would be such unexpected gains? Chen Luo chuckled, rubbing his hands together as the wealth points displayed on the system interface surged to 1,490,000. He had never been so affluent. He decided to enter the second challenge, as there might be more treasures awaiting him. With a grin, Chen Luo promptly placed his hand upon the stone tablet. However, the stone tablet remained unresponsive, just as Chen Luo found himself at a loss. The stone tablet suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, enveloping him entirely. When his vision finally cleared, he discovered himself amidst a vast expanse of blue ocean. Yang Tingyu? Chen Luo rubbed his eyes, realizing that Yang Tingyu was not far ahead of him. Yet, at this moment, she was utterly unadorned, her form perfectly revealed before Chen Luo. The waters of this ocean relentlessly encroached upon Yang Tingyu's body, as if intent on reducing her to mere pulp. Suddenly, Yang Tingyu let out a cry of anguish, her body seemingly under the strain of an overwhelming pressure. Isn't it just me who has to save you? Woman, you owe me far too much. A mischievous grin spread across Chen Luo's face as he rushed toward her. He swiftly gathered Yang Tingyu into his embrace. As his spiritual energy surged forth, the expression on Yang Tingyu's face visibly softened. Chapter 151. Don't be so formal. Isn't it commonplace for a couple to engage in such matters? Yang Tingyu let out a soft groan, slowly opening her eyes to find that the pressure weighing down on her had notably eased. Had she endured it? Yet. Before her stood Chen Luo's face. To her astonishment, she was in his arms, completely exposed. You. Yang Tingyu's eyes widened, her body growing increasingly warm. What was happening? Why was Chen Luo here during her trial? Was this also a part of the test? Do not speak. Focus on adjusting your internal spiritual energy. I will assist you in overcoming this challenge, Chen Luo said gently, then began to infuse Yang Tingyu with a stream of spiritual energy. As the energy flowed into her, Yang Tingyu's body trembled noticeably. Soon after, the surrounding ocean transformed into a golden hue, and the intensity of the pressure surged dramatically. Yang Tingyu had no choice but to cling tightly to Chen Luo, enduring the overwhelming force. This second trial evaluated one's temperament. Those with weak fortitude risked being trapped here until the trial's conclusion. Yang Tingyu had previously found herself in such a predicament. Had Chen Luo not arrived, she would have surely failed this second trial. However, Chen Luo's presence significantly intensified the trial's challenges. The golden waters exerted a tremendous influence on him as well. Gritting his teeth, Chen Luo supported Yang Tingyu, while simultaneously resisting the pressure emanating from the golden ocean, his bones cracking under the strain. When he could bear no more, he dared to glance down. Beholding her delicate form, flames ignited within him, compelling him to withstand the relentless onslaught of the golden waves once more. Suddenly, the golden ocean receded. The two tumbled onto a patch of yellow earth. Yang Tingyu lay atop Chen Luo, gasping for breath. Having just endured such an immense pressure, her body felt utterly drained. The gazes of the two individuals inadvertently met, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Stop looking. Yang Tingyu shyly buried her head in Chen Luo's embrace, suddenly realizing that the fabric of Chen Luo's clothes had also been shattered by the deluge. The pair found themselves lying together, inexplicably exposed. I'm utterly exhausted. Bear with it. You'll feel better soon. Chen Luo exhaled deeply, the pressure of the torrent far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Fortunately, his resilient spirit enabled him to endure the second trial. Yang Tingyu, helpless, could only remain atop Chen Luo, awaiting the restoration of her strength. Suddenly, an object poked her. You. Yang Tingyu's face flushed with indignation, yet upon seeing Chen Luo's helpless expression, she could only stifle her anger. That guy. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Chen Luo finally regained his composure and hastily donned his clothing. Meanwhile, Yang Tingyu remained beside him, unable to move. Chen Luo gazed at Yang Tingyu on the ground, furrowing his brow. How much longer until you recover? Yang Tingyu rolled her eyes. My physique is not as formidable as yours. It will likely take quite a while. Chen Luo's body was undoubtedly superior to hers, allowing for a quicker recovery. However, the sensation of being scrutinized by a man while completely exposed was unsettling. Forget it. I suppose I must grow accustomed to this. Who knows? Such situations may arise again in the future. Could you help me put on a garment as well? Have you not seen enough? Yang Tingyu called out as Chen Luo, having dressed himself, showed no further intention of assistance. Is it right for a young girl to lie here, completely unadorned? Chen Luo hesitated for a moment before retrieving a spare outfit and gently assisting Yang Tingyu into it. Don't touch me indiscriminately. Yang Tingyu shivered suddenly, her body temperature rising once more. Chen Luo shrugged. You asked me to help you dress. How could I avoid touching you? You need not be so formal. We are already betrothed, and such matters will surely become commonplace between us. Yang Tingyu clenched her teeth, refraining from retorting. Although she was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, she understood that within marriage, such interactions were not considered unusual. As Chen Luo helped Yang Tingyu into the clothing, the garment appeared notably oversized due to her smaller stature. Wearing Chen Luo's attire, Yang Tingyu's fair skin subtly peeked through, exuding an air of mysterious beauty. Chen Luo then lifted Yang Tingyu onto his back. He could not simply abandon her in this desolate place. Is this the third trial? What should we do next? All around them lay an endless expanse of yellow earth, devoid of any discernible clues. Chen Luo surveyed the surroundings, his face etched with confusion. What does this third trial entail? After a moment's hesitation, Yang Tingyu bit her lip and responded, I heard from my elder brother that the third trial requires us to find a golden needle buried within the yellow earth. There is a possibility that a creature of extreme may emerge from beneath the surface, so we must exercise caution. Those who reach the third trial are the most exceptional talents in the history of the Tianyun dynasty. Like Yang Longtian, he reached the third trial, yet he could not succeed. In recent years, only Yang Fengshen had triumphed in this challenge. A golden needle? In such an expanse of yellow earth? How are we to find a single needle? What a jest! This is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chen Luo could not help but voice his frustration, oblivious to the foolish mind that conceived this trial. What significance does such a trial hold? Suddenly, Yang Tingyu took a deep breath. If we were to locate the golden needle and pass the trial, the ancestral land would reward the trial taker based on their performance. The exceptional 5th grade spear in my elder brother's possession is a testament to the rewards bestowed by the ancestral land. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. An exceptional 5th grade spear. Why was this not mentioned sooner? Indeed, this is the sacred ground for trial prodigies. We must hasten to find the golden needle and pass this trial. With righteous fervor, Chen Luo declared, then swiftly surged through the yellow earth, carrying Yang Tingyu on his back. Rewards. Treasures. Here I come. Suddenly, the yellow earth ahead began to collapse, forming a massive pit. Observing this, Chen Luo quickly halted his steps. Gazing up, he was taken aback to see a colossal phantom emerging, its form serpentine. An extreme beast? Roar. The extreme beast opened its ethereal maw in fury, bellowing at Chen Luo. As one of the challenges in this third trial, these extreme beasts would certainly not allow Chen Luo to easily locate the golden needle. Get out of my way. Do not obstruct my quest for treasures. Chen Luo shouted in anger, delivering a punch while still carrying Yang Tingyu. In an instant, his blow shattered the body of the extreme beast, leaving it no chance to react. The cultivation level of the extreme beast matched that of its adversary. In the same realm, Chen Luo could achieve a swift victory. Yang Tingyu, perched on Chen Luo's back, watched as the fervent Chen Luo twitched his eyelids. Indeed, no one in this world could thwart Chen Luo's determination to seek treasures. This fellow is insatiably greedy. Rolling forward, Chen Luo pressed on, unstoppable. The extreme beasts along the way could not withstand the force of his fists. Regardless of their numbers, they were no match for his might. Eventually, they arrived at a colossal altar. Surrounding the altar stood 2 10-meter-tall stone statues. At the center of the altar lay a golden needle. This was the item needed to pass the trial. Chapter 152. Are you jesting? I have just begun to warm up. The golden needle. I have found it. Upon seeing the golden needle, Chen Luo's eyes shone with brilliance. Locating the golden needle signified passing the trial and obtaining treasures. Wealth awaits. Beware of those 2 stone statues. My elder brother has warned that their strength is formidable. Yang Tingyu quickly cautioned, realizing that seizing the golden needle would not be so simple. The difficulty of this third trial far exceeds that of the first and second trials. Chen Luo grinned, dismissing any concern. Whatever stands in my way, I shall crush them all. With that, Chen Luo hastily advanced, stepping into the altar. The altar seemed to sense the arrival of Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu, erupting with a dazzling golden radiance. Immediately, golden needles floated into the air. The 2 stone statues beside the altar began to shed their stone fragments, revealing their bronze forms. Both statues turned their gaze towards Chen Luo, their swords swiftly striking at him. The cultivation level of the statues eluded Chen Luo's perception. His expression darkened as he realized he could not ascertain their realm. Reluctantly, he drew the azure dragon sword, unleashing all his strength in an attempt to forcibly block the impending assault. However, as he intercepted the attack from the 2 statues, his countenance changed dramatically. Such terrifying force. This power was likely even more formidable than that of Zhang Yinwen. Could it be that these 2 statues were in the golden core stage? There was no time for further contemplation, as Chen Luo was sent flying, retreating 100 meters before he finally halted, his hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly. Chen Luo, watch your feet. Yang Tingyu, who was on his back, suddenly exclaimed, her tone gravely serious. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately glanced down, only to discover that the yellow earth beneath him was sinking, akin to a quagmire, slowly engulfing his legs. Realizing the peril, Chen Luo swiftly leaped into the air, standing atop his sword. Indeed, this third trial was far from simple. Meanwhile, the 2 statues charged at him once more. They flanked him, relentlessly launching attacks. The fierce onslaught forced Chen Luo to retreat. 10,000 spirits technique. Chen Luo bellowed, elevating his cultivation to the 9th stage of foundation establishment, barely managing to fend off the statue strikes. However, carrying Yang Tingyu made it exceedingly difficult for him to exert his full strength. Bang! The 2 statues combined their might once again, sending Chen Luo hurtling through the air. He teetered precariously on his sword, barely managing to stabilize himself. Chen Luo, let me down, or you want to pass the trial. I want to die. I'll just be considered a failure in the trial, Yang Tingyu urged through clenched teeth, although she too wished to succeed in the trial. The current situation clearly did not afford her that opportunity. With her as a burden, Chen Luo might also find it impossible to prevail. However, Chen Luo smiled, patting Yang Tingyu's hands that clung tightly to his chest. What a joke. Even in a trial, I would never abandon you. With you by my side, I will still triumph. As his words fell, Chen Luo surged forward with a powerful strike, the terrifying sword intent reaching its zenith. Yang Dingyu, on his back, gazed at Chen Luo's face, warmth blossoming in her heart. Though he often acted roguishly, in critical moments, he proved to be remarkably dependable. Hardest sword technique. Boom. The azure dragon sword cleaved into one of the statues, the astonishing sword intent relentlessly battering against its form. Yet, this strike failed to inflict any harm upon the statue. The statue retaliated with a sword of its own, forcing Chen Luo back. The defensive power of this statue far exceeded his expectations. These two statues were exceedingly resilient. Gritting his teeth, Chen Luo shook his arms. That last blow had nearly dislocated his shoulder. The strength of these two stone statues undoubtedly reaches the golden core stage. My elder brother only managed to defeat them after sustaining severe injuries. With your foundation establishment cultivation, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to inflict any damage with attacks below the 4th rank. At this moment, Yang Tingyu spoke, for she possessed some knowledge regarding the stone statues. The power of these statues fluctuates according to the strength of the challenger. When Yang Fengshen traversed the ancestral grounds, he was still in the body refinement stage, and thus, the statues were nowhere near as formidable as these two. It was only through a rare 3rd-rank martial technique that Yang Fengshen successfully passed the 3rd trial. If Chen Luo wishes to conquer these two statues, he must employ at least a 4th-rank martial technique, if not an exceptional 4th-rank one. A 4th-rank martial technique. Chen Luo inhaled sharply, sheathing his qi longsword, and then unleashed the might of thunder and fire from his fists. He decided to first test the stone statues with the Thunderfire Fist. Boom. In an instant, Chen Luo surged forward, reaching one of the statues in the blink of an eye. As he struck, the thunder and fire energy forcefully collided with the statue. Indeed, cracks began to appear, yet they were minuscule and hardly affected the statue's integrity. How incredibly resilient! Chen Luo gritted his teeth and quickly retreated from the statue's range of attack. To think that a perfected 4th-rank martial technique could only yield such minimal damage. These statues are astonishingly strong. Fortunately, their speed is not particularly swift. Had they been any faster, this battle would have been decidedly hopeless. It seems we might not be able to pass this 3rd trial. Do not fret too much, Chen Luo. My father will not retract the gifts he previously bestowed upon you, Yang Tingyu reassured. Yang Axiang's meticulous care for Chen Luo stems from his belief in Chen Luo's potential to succeed in the ancestral trial. However, the chances of passing the trial now seem slim. Should Chen Luo fail, the repercussions of the engagement would be far less favorable than previously anticipated. If Yang Axiang were to be more ruthless, he might very well reclaim all the treasures he had given. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo merely chuckled. What a jest! How could we possibly fail at this juncture? Your husband has merely warmed up. Yang Tingyu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chen Luo in astonishment. You've just warmed up? Does Chen Luo still possess hidden cards? The two stone statues charged once more, their massive stone swords descending with terrifying pressure upon Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu. With a deep breath, Chen Luo swiftly retreated. Between his hands, he began to gather a mist. As he infused his spiritual energy into it, the mist expanded, forming a sphere of water. Yang Tingyu stared in shock at this water sphere, sensing an extraordinarily formidable aura emanating from it. Is this truly the power that can be unleashed at the foundation establishment stage? Even an initial golden core practitioner would struggle to manifest such an aura. Chen Luo did not cease his concentration. Instead, he continued to flee with the water sphere, evading the statue's attacks. This technique required a certain amount of time to prepare. Yet the unleashed force undoubtedly surpasses that of the Thunderfire Fist. Wait, just a moment. With a sudden burst, the water orb in his palm shattered, and Chen Luo's eyes flew open. Enough. He stepped upon his sword, ascending into the heavens, as torrents of water gushed forth from the broken orb. The water spread at an astonishing rate, swiftly transforming into a vast ocean. The ocean of immortals. With a powerful tremor of his arms, Chen Luo let out a fierce roar. The ocean surged forth, creating a colossal wave reaching dozens of meters high, resembling a monstrous beast that obscured the sky. Fall. At Chen Luo's command, the massive wave crashed down, instantly engulfing two stone statues. The yellow earth beneath was once again consumed by the deluge. Chapter 153, Above Grade A. Congratulations on acquiring the sword of the couple. My goodness. The magnificent scene before Yang Tingyu left her utterly awestruck. The destructive power of Chen Luo's strike was such that even a newly ascended Golden Core master might struggle to withstand it. Is this truly Chen Luo's genuine strength? How foolishly underestimated he was. Suddenly, Yang Tingyu pondered that this man would be her future partner, her heart racing with fervor. Indeed, no matter how high the talent, It pales in comparison to discerning foresight. As the ocean receded, the moist yellow earth was revealed. The two stone statues had been shattered into fragments, collapsing onto the ground. Chen Luo inhaled deeply and descended with Yang Tingyu onto the altar. Before them, golden needles gently floated down. This must signify their passage, right? Chen Luo furrowed his brow and grasped the golden needle tightly. At that instant, a golden radiance illuminated the air. Moments later, a golden tablet descended from the heavens. The tablet landed upon the yellow earth, erupting with a dazzling golden light that morphed into several prominent characters. Below grade B, Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu stared in astonishment at the large characters on the tablet. These 4 words should denote the results of their trial. Below grade B? That cannot be right. My elder brother achieved above grade B. Surely, you should surpass him. Yang Tingyu immediately defended Chen Luo, believing in her heart that he was indeed superior to Yang Fengshen, despite not having witnessed his trial. What if he is her elder brother? How could he possibly surpass her man? Chen Luo shrugged nonchalantly. It mattered little to him as long as treasures were acquired. Suddenly, the golden tablet shattered, sending fragments scattering. A white sword soared from the remnants of the broken tablet, landing in Yang Tingyu's hands. This spectacle left both of them astounded. It turned out that this result was not Chen Luo's, but rather Yang Tingyu's. Even she had not anticipated her success in the trial. Grade A. What a magnificent sword. Chen Luo gazed at the white sword in Yang Tingyu's grasp, his eyes gleaming with desire. This sword must be worth a fortune, easily 1,000,000 copper coins. The white feather sword, imbued with an essence of sword intent. Yang Tingyu joyfully regarded the sword in her hands, her excitement causing her to tremble with exhilaration. Her success in the trial was largely attributed to Chen Luo's assistance. Without him, she would likely have been eliminated in the second round. The rewards she received were beyond her expectations. This sword was no less impressive than Yang Fengshen's silver spear. Sword intent? What sword intent? Chen Luo swallowed hard, utterly captivated. To possess a 5th-grade sword imbued with sword intent was extraordinary. Yang Tingyu was truly soaring. However, Yang Tingyu shook her head, uncertain. I cannot wield this sword intent. It seems to require a specific opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden tablet descended from the sky, capturing both of their gazes instantly. This time, the tablet bore the inscription of 4 large characters, A grade, upper tier. Chen Luo's eyes widened in excitement. It was finally his turn. Yang Tingyu, being in the B grade, lower tier, had already acquired a 5th-grade sword. Surely his A grade, upper tier would not be inferior. The golden tablet shattered, and a black sword shot out rapidly, landing in Chen Luo's hands. An exquisite 5th-grade sword. Both of them spoke in unison, utterly astonished and momentarily speechless. Such a high-caliber sword was exceedingly rare in Tianyan Prefecture. To acquire such a treasure at the Foundation establishment stage was nothing short of a dream. He gently caressed the Highland sword, his expression becoming increasingly extravagant. This sword was truly magnificent. Acquired 3,000,000 wealth points, gasp. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Luo inhaled sharply. A whopping 3,000,000 wealth points. What a tremendous gain. The value of this Highland sword far surpassed that of ordinary treasures and even approached that of a 6th-grade supreme artifact. This journey was undoubtedly worthwhile. Chen Luo sensed that the Highland sword also contained a hint of sword intent, similar to that of Yang Tingyu's Baiyu sword. They exchanged glances, instantly comprehending the nature of the 2 sword intents. Unfortunately, Yang Tingyu had yet to recover and could not wield her sword intent. Otherwise, they could have tested its strength. Now that the trial is over, should we not take our leave? Chen Luo inquired as he stowed the Highland sword. Having passed the 3 rounds, it was time to depart from the ancestral ground. Wait, there is also the ancestral spirit infusion, Yang Tingyu interjected hastily. This infusion could significantly enhance the spirit power of the participants, boosting their cultivation. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Yang Fengshen reached the Foundation establishment stage through the ancestral spirit infusion. Even if I cannot attain that level, I could at least break through 1 or 2 realms. Upon hearing about the ancestral spirit infusion, Chen Luo furrowed his brow in frustration. He could not utilize this infusion to enhance his cultivation. He wondered if it could be exchanged for treasures. Otherwise, it would be a wasted opportunity. With a hum, a beam of golden light descended from above, enveloping Yang Tingyu's form. She floated into the air as the spiritual energy within her surged visibly. This was the gift of the ancestral spirit infusion bestowed upon the successful participants. Chen Luo, feeling disheartened, lifted his gaze, only to find a radiant beam of golden light emerging in the sky, a brilliance several times more potent than that of Yang Tingyu. Should I give it a try? Chen Luo gritted his teeth, his eyes fixated on the celestial glow. If it were successful, he could at least break through a realm, saving tens of thousands in wealth. Whoosh! The magnificent golden light descended, halting just before reaching Chen Luo. Observing the suspended light, he couldn't help but curse. Indeed, it was futile. However, rather than dissipating, the golden light veered off, charging towards Yangtingyu. With the addition of this golden energy, Yangtingyu's realm surged at an astonishingly visible rate. Refinement stage, 9th level, 10th level. Then, it transitioned into foundation establishment. Only when she reached the 4th level of foundation establishment did the golden light finally fade away. Chen Luo clenched his jaw, his fists instinctively tightening. What a loss. All of it went to Yangtingyu. Had this individual not been Yangtingyu, he would have struck her with a punch by now. 4th level of foundation establishment. Yangtingyu gazed in astonishment at her own body as she gently descended to the ground. The rapid enhancement of her cultivation had restored her body, allowing her to move freely once more. Yet, she was acutely aware that her ancestral ground could only elevate her to the 10th level of refinement stage. This 4th level of foundation establishment was utterly abnormal. Turning to Chen Luo, she noticed that his cultivation remained unchanged, and she quickly understood what had transpired. You transferred the ancestral ground's essence to me? Yangtingyu promptly inquired. Such a precious gift, and Chen Luo had willingly given it to her. She felt deeply moved. Chen Luo cleared his throat and replied with a smile. I could only ascend one realm by absorbing this essence. It was better to bestow it upon you. Before he could finish, Yangtingyu embraced him tightly, planting a fervent kiss on his lips. This unexpected moment left Chen Luo feeling quite awkward. He couldn't possibly admit that he was unable to accept the ancestral ground's essence, could he? Well, at least it wasn't a total loss. He had gained a sweet kiss in return. Now that I've regained my strength, should we give it a try? Yangtingyu gazed tenderly at Chen Luo, who was close at hand. Chen Luo chuckled softly, then reached towards his belt. What are you doing? I meant to try the sword's intent. Chapter 154, Son-in-Law. Speak your mind. They have emerged. Yang Aoxiong and the others rose simultaneously, their eyes fixed on the ancestral rift that had reappeared, having taken so long to emerge. They must have passed the trial. As the ancestral rift fully opened, Chen Luo and Yangtingyu stepped forth together. The crowd's gaze widened in astonishment upon seeing the two. Yangtingyu had actually reached the 4th level of foundation establishment. My goodness, Yangtingyu has attained the 4th level of foundation establishment. Is the royal ancestral ground that formidable? Could it be that Yangtingyu's talent surpasses even that of Yang Fengshen? Meanwhile, Chen Luo's aura showed no signs of change had he failed to pass. How amusing it is. If Chen Luo has failed the ancestral trial, then Yang Aoxiong has unwittingly sent forth his prodigious daughter in vain. The crowd buzzed with speculation, marveling at Yangtingyu's innate talent while expressing astonishment at Chen Luo's complete lack of change. After all, the collective hopes rested upon Chen Luo, not Yangtingyu. Yang Aoxiong, too, furrowed his brow. If Yangtingyu had indeed succeeded in the trial while Chen Luo had not, then the situation would be quite askew. In such a case, Chen Luo would be rendered useless. All the advantages bestowed upon Chen Luo would have sunk without a trace, yielding no response whatsoever. Your Majesty. The two immediately approached Yang Aoxiong. He hastily inquired about the situation. The crowd turned their gaze toward Yangtingyu, eager to discern whether Chen Luo had indeed passed the trial. Taking a deep breath, Yangtingyu struggled to contain her smile. Thanks to Chen Luo's assistance, I too have passed the trial. We both succeeded. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Both had succeeded? This outcome would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the royal family. If Yang Jin were to hear this news, he might very well be driven to despair. With the previous generation overshadowed by Yang Fengshen, and now this one overshadowed by Yangtingyu, when would they ever emerge into the light? Yet, if both had succeeded, why had Chen Luo's cultivation shown no signs of change? At that moment, Tao Kuan stepped forward to inquire. One can ascertain whether they passed the ancestral trial by observing their cultivation changes. Yangtingyu's cultivation had increased significantly, while Chen Luo remained unchanged, casting doubt in the minds of many. Once more, the crowd turned their attention to Yangtingyu and Chen Luo as this question mirrored their own curiosity. Yangtingyu, however, merely smiled. Chen Luo bestowed the ancestral spirit elixir upon me, which is why he has not experienced any enhancement. Nevertheless, his trial results surpassed those of my elder brother. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. All eyes suddenly converged upon Chen Luo. What immense generosity it must take to bestow the ancestral spirit elixir upon another. Are there truly such noble men in the world? Chen Luo, smiling, waved his hand dismissively. I have received so many favors from the emperor. This is merely what I ought to do. Upon hearing this, Yang Aoxiong could not help but burst into laughter, gently patting Chen Luo on the shoulder. Well said. Truly, you are worthy of being my son-in-law, distinctly exceptional. I entrust you to you with complete peace of mind. A man capable of sharing the opportunity of the ancestral spirit elixir with Yang Ting cannot be evil character. In Yang Aoxiong's heart, Chen Luo had already become the unequivocal choice for his daughter's husband. Not at all. It is merely my duty, Chen Luo swiftly interjected humbly, sensing Yang Aoxiong's elation. Perhaps he might reward him with something of value. Chen Luo, if there is anything you desire, feel free to speak. As long as it is within my power, I shall endeavor to fulfill your request. Indeed, buoyed by his joy, Yang Aoxiong was poised to bestow a reward upon Chen Luo. The results of this ancestral trial had far exceeded Yang Aoxiong's expectations. How could he not offer a reward? Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately brightened. Your Majesty, might I request to observe the void forging body technique? In the royal court, what Chen Luo cared about most were the 3 unexamined volumes of the Wuxu body refinement technique. Upon mentioning this, the atmosphere in the room turned solemn. After all, the Wuxu body refinement technique was a coveted treasure sought after by both the powers of Tianyin Prefecture and Tianfeng Prefecture. Yang Aoxiong hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter, stating that observing it was certainly permissible. After all, you are about to become my son-in-law. How could I, as your future father-in-law, deny you this modest request? Once the matters here conclude, I shall have Ting Yu accompany you to take a look. His tone, however, carried a hint of chill in the last sentence, not directed at Chen Luo, but rather at the others present. The Wuxu body refinement technique was one of the closely guarded secrets of the Tianyin dynasty, and those who had the opportunity to see it were exceedingly rare. Anyone daring to covet the Wuxu body refinement technique would certainly face Yang Aoxiong's wrath. Chen Luo nodded repeatedly, surprised that becoming Yang Aoxiong's son-in-law came with such benefits. Previously, he had been racking his brains on how to encounter the Wuxu body refinement technique, only to realize that he could obtain it with ease by offering his allegiance. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave now. We will discuss the matters previously deliberated in detail with the guild leader upon our return. Both Tao Kuan and Zhang Hu spoke in unison. There was nothing left for them here, so there was no need to linger any longer. Yang Aoxiong smiled and nodded, watching the 2 factions depart. Now, only the disciples of the Wangxian sect remained. We shall wait for Chen Luo. After he concludes, we will return to the Wangxian sect together. He Kailian cast a glance at Chen Luo, feeling quite envious. This disciple truly was fortunate. Not only had he become a prince consort, but he had also acquired treasures through the ancestral trials. Now, he had the opportunity to observe the Wuxu body refinement technique. What a windfall. How unfortunate that her position as a master did not afford her such luck. However, Ting Yu, take Chen Luo to the treasury and bring my token. Otherwise, Elder One will not allow you entry. Yang Aoxiong chuckled, tossing Yang Ting Yu a token that symbolized his status. Yang Ting Yu nodded and immediately led Chen Luo towards the treasury. Inside the treasury, every item was a meticulously curated royal treasure, with the least valuable being of at least 5th grade. Ordinary treasures could not even enter the royal treasury. How could you think of observing the Wuxu body refinement technique? It consists of only a few fragmented pages, which are of no help whatsoever. It would be far more practical to acquire an actual treasure. Yang Tingyu looked at Chen Luo with confusion, unable to comprehend his reasoning. Based on her understanding of Chen Luo, she knew he would not choose something useless for himself. Could it be that Chen Luo was capable of practicing the Wuxu body refinement technique? That seemed implausible. Chen Luo merely smiled. It's mainly because your descriptions were so vivid that I wanted to see it for myself. After all, it poses no loss to your father, does it? Yang Tingyu paused for a moment before nodding. Simply observing indeed bore no risk. If one could learn the Wuxu body refinement technique by merely observing it once, then Chen Luo would be truly extraordinary. In this world, how could such a monstrosity exist? Halt. Just as the two were about to step into the treasure chamber, an ancient voice halted their advance. This voice sent a surge of vitality coursing through Chen Luo. The prowess of this individual was likely nearing the transformation into divinity. Master Wen, this is His Majesty's token. I have brought Chen Luo to observe the remnants of the Wuxu body refinement method. Yang Tingyu quickly produced the token of Yang Aoxiong, for Master Wen only acknowledged tokens, not individuals, rendering her status as a princess of the Tianyin dynasty irrelevant. Chen Luo? This is the young lad you are to wed, my dear Tingyu. Quite the talent indeed. You may enter. The voice of Master Wen resonated once more as the door to the treasure chamber slowly creaked open. Yang Tingyu awkwardly beckoned to Chen Luo, and the two hurried inside. To think that even Master Wen was aware of our affairs, news travels remarkably swiftly, Yang Tingyu remarked with a bitter smile. Master Wen had long stood guard at the treasure chamber and would not leave unless under extraordinary circumstances. Few could enter the chamber. How could anyone have learned of their impending marriage? Chen Luo merely chuckled dismissively. It matters not. Let us hasten to view the Wuxu body refinement method. Yang Tingyu rolled her eyes, noting that Chen Luo's sole focus was indeed on treasures. Chapter 155. Who dares to challenge? I shall accompany you. At the top level of the treasure chamber, 4 stone platforms were arranged. On these platforms lay 4 treasures, among which were the 3 fragments of the Wushu body refinement method. These 4 treasures represented the pinnacle of the Tianyin dynasty's treasures. Each surpassed the 6th rank. As Chen Luo gazed upon these invaluable artifacts, tears of longing welled up at the corners of his mouth. This is pure wealth. If these 4 treasures were to fall into his possession, they would surely amount to millions in value. How long would it take to exhaust such riches? This is the Wushu body refinement method you wish to see. Merely a glance will not suffice for you to learn it, Yang Tingyu said curiously, observing Chen Luo. The Wushu body refinement method comprises 8 volumes. Only by collecting all 8 can one truly cultivate this technique. If a single fragment were sufficient for cultivation, it would not hold such rarity. The Tianfeng Prefecture and the Tianyin Prefecture have been embroiled in a fierce contest over the Wushu body refinement method. Only 3 fragments? Should there not be 4? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow at Yang Tingyu. Before acquiring the 8th volume, the Tianyin dynasty possessed 3 fragments. Why do we still see only 3? The final fragment is in Yang Jin's possession, Yang Tingyu replied coldly. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, but soon redirected his attention to the 2 unfamiliar fragments of the Wushu body refinement method. Regrettably, he could not procure these 2 fragments. Otherwise, he might have had the chance to cultivate the method to a minor level of mastery. Detected other volumes of the Wushu body refinement method. You may utilize 1,000,000 wealth points to decipher and replicate them. Shall you proceed with replication? Replication? Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing such a possibility existed. Thus, could not the martial techniques held by others also be replicated? Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Luo smiled wryly, realizing he had overthought the situation. Then let us proceed with the replication. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to replicate. Acknowledging that acquiring the 2 volumes of the questioning void body refinement technique would be nearly impossible. Consuming 1,000,000 wealth points, replication successful. The questioning void body refinement technique can be elevated to the minor success realm. Enhance. Consuming 1,000,000 wealth points. The questioning void body refinement technique elevated to the minor success realm. Boom. As the system's voice faded, countless golden inscriptions erupted from Chen Luo's body. These inscriptions shimmered with radiant gold, seemingly merging with Chen Luo's corporeal form. Yang Tingyu, standing nearby, gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment, her eyes brimming with incredulity. What is happening? Is Chen Luo truly utilizing the questioning void body refinement technique? Chen Luo himself was taken aback. He had not anticipated that elevating the questioning void body refinement technique to the minor success realm would create such a commotion. This little secret was scarcely concealable. However, what transpired next plunged Chen Luo into deeper despair. The golden inscriptions coalesced at his forehead, from which a beam of light surged skyward, even piercing a hole through the treasure pavilion. Rumbling, a mass of golden thunderclouds gathered in the sky, incessantly unleashing golden lightning. This spectacle would undoubtedly attract the attention of all forces within Tianyin Prefecture. The questioning void body refinement technique. The elderly one, guarding the treasure pavilion, was immediately drawn by the tumult, swiftly making his way to Yang Tingyu's side, his expression mirroring her astonishment. This lad has only glanced at the questioning void body refinement technique a few times, and he has already mastered it? What sort of prodigy is he? Wen Lao. What is happening with Chen Luo? Yang Tingyu inquired, swallowing hard, her gaze filled with confusion. Wen Lao nodded, acknowledging that this youth was indeed enigmatic. Having merely glimpsed at the technique, he had already grasped it. It could only be said that he was fated to this art. Has he truly mastered it? Yang Tingyu gasped, her face a mask of shock. The questioning void body refinement technique was an exceptional 6th-tier martial art. No one in the entirety of Tianyin Prefecture could claim to wield such a technique. It was utterly preposterous. Wen Lao, Tingyu, Yang Aoxiong and Yang Fengshen hurriedly arrived. Before their arrival, they had already ordered the palace to be sealed off. Such a tremendous upheaval in the treasure pavilion could not permit outsiders to approach easily. Upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Chen Luo, both men widened their eyes, rendered speechless by their astonishment. The 6th-tier martial art, fiercely contended between Tianyin and Tianfeng prefectures for decades, had unexpectedly been claimed by Chen Luo first. What could this possibly mean? This boy's mastery of martial arts was undeniably terrifying. Has he genuinely mastered the questioning void body refinement technique? Yang Fengshen posed the question again. Receiving affirmative nods from both Yang Aoxiong and Wen Lao, it seemed they had underestimated Chen Luo. His capabilities were far more formidable than they had imagined. Rumbling. In the sky, a golden thundercloud suddenly unleashed a bolt of golden lightning, striking Chen Luo. As the golden lightning dissipated, everything returned to normal. Chen Luo slowly descended to the ground, a faint white smoke emanating from his body. After achieving a minor breakthrough in the Wensu body refinement technique, he distinctly sensed a qualitative transformation in his physical form. It seemed he had surpassed the realm of the golden core stage. Why are all of you here? Chen Luo exclaimed in astonishment, noticing several individuals had suddenly appeared beside him. Yang Aoxiong chuckled, stepping forward to gently pat Chen Luo on the shoulder. You've mastered the Wensu body refinement technique with just 3 fragmented scrolls. You truly never cease to impress us. If it were so easy to learn the technique from fragments, the royal family would have accomplished it long ago. The reason it has remained idle is precisely because it cannot be learned that way. You've opened our eyes. Chen Luo offered an awkward smile, struggling to find an explanation and resorting to a fabricated story. After seeing these 3 fragments, I suddenly felt a connection with them. He thought to himself. It would be unwise to reveal that he possessed a system that granted him advantages. Yang Aoxiong smiled knowingly. Everyone harbors their own secrets, we understand. Your ability to master this technique is your fortune, and we shall not pry. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo felt a weight lift from his heart. Fortunately, Yang Aoxiong was a good man. Had it been someone else, he might not have left this place alive. However, this matter must be kept confidential. No one else should know. I will find an excuse to dismiss what has transpired here. Yang Aoxiong's tone turned serious. The Wensu body refinement technique was far too conspicuous, and Chen Luo's strength was still lacking. It was crucial to prevent others from learning of it. Otherwise, he would face numerous powerful foes. Yang Aoxiong did not wish for his son-in-law to encounter such peril. Everyone nodded, understanding Yang Aoxiong's intent. Chen Luo, you should depart the palace with your master as soon as possible. The commotion was too great, and many powerful individuals may come to investigate. The sooner you leave, the less likely they are to associate this incident with you, Yang Aoxiong advised. Chen Luo nodded repeatedly, truly grateful for such a kind father-in-law. Your Highness, if the other factions do not relent, Yang Fengshen suddenly furrowed his brow. This commotion will be difficult to dismiss with mere excuses. Yang Aoxiong straightened his chest. Speaking coldly, no matter. I am still alive. Whoever dares to persist, I will stand against them. Chapter 156, Plan Advanced, Chaos in the Realm of Immortals. In the western territory of Tianyan Prefecture, within a grand palace, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, his fierce expression rendering the generals below him speechless. This man was none other than Prince Jin, Yang Jin. Such a simple matter, and you have bungled it. You even lost Xia Yuan in the process. How do you conduct your affairs? Yang Jin roared, shattering the armrest of his throne, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloping the entire hall. As the assembly of officials lowered their heads in trepidation, the atmosphere was thick with apprehension. In this domain, Yang Jin reigned supreme, and none dared to oppose his authority. Your Highness, I have thoroughly investigated the matter. The principal reason for our plan's failure lies with the disciple of the Wenshan sect named Chen Luo. Had it not been for him, our endeavor would undoubtedly have succeeded, declared a young man boldly stepping forward, the first to voice his thoughts amidst Yang Jin's wrath. All eyes turned to him, for he alone possessed the courage to speak in such dire circumstances. Yang Jin inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon the young man. Huang Ming, are you implying that the prodigies under my command pale in comparison to a long-fallen sect like the Wenshan? He questioned, incredulity evident in his tone. The Wenshan sect had languished in decline for centuries within Tianyan Prefecture, now barely a shadow of its former glory, reduced to a mere 30% of its peak. How could such a diminished power possibly produce a peerless genius? It defies comprehension. Huang Ming quickly shook his head. No, that is not my meaning. What I suggest is that we underestimated the depth of the Wenshan sect's foundation. Had we been better prepared, this plan would not have met with failure. Upon hearing Huang Ming's words, Yang Jin exhaled, recognizing that he would not unduly burden Huang Ming, as he was a remarkable talent on the Qingxian ranking and his most gifted prodigy. Once he secured the imperial authority of the Tianyan dynasty, Yang Jin hoped Huang Ming would enter the sacred grounds and introduce him to formidable allies. I have heard that Yang Aoxiong has betrothed Yang Tingyu to this Chen Luo. Moreover, Chen Luo assisted Yang Tingyu in passing the ancestral trials, garnering the favor of numerous factions towards Yang Aoxiong. What a fortunate hand he has played. Yang Jin clenched his fists tightly, feeling the weight of this cascade of news, each revelation a blow to his ambitions. If he did not devise a counter-strategy, a multitude of powerful figures might rally to Yang Aoxiong, exponentially increasing the obstacles to his ascension. This could not be allowed to transpire. The officials exchanged glances, at a loss for a solution. News of Chen Luo and Yang Tingyu's success in the ancestral trials had spread like wildfire throughout Tianyan Prefecture. Furthermore, Yang Foshan had joined the ancient Sparrow sacred grounds. The situation, once advantageous to Yang Jin, had been completely overturned. Unless he could unveil a more potent trump card, the odds would remain stacked against him. Huang Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating before suggesting, what if we eliminate Chen Luo? Would that not alleviate the predicament? Since Chen Luo is the linchpin in this affair, his demise could unravel this situation. They were already aware of Yang Aoxiong's ailment and had refrained from seizing power, biding their time for Yang Aoxiong to succumb to his illness. Originally, capturing Yang Tingyu would have constrained Yang Fengshan's influence, but the unexpected emergence of Chen Luo had rendered their position increasingly precarious. To kill Chen Luo, however, would not be a simple task. Once he returns to the Wenshan sect, he will undoubtedly receive special attention from his sect members. Such an endeavor would require significant effort, one remarked. But Yang Jin had not finished his thought when Huang Ming interjected, unless the Wenshan sect descends into chaos, allowing us to strike while the iron is hot and eliminate Chen Luo. This proclamation sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the assembly. They inquired about the Wenshan sect, which has indeed buried numerous pieces on the chessboard, with the intent of thoroughly dismantling it. However, the moment is not yet ripe. To reveal our hand now would lack the certainty needed to vanquish the Wenshan sect. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin erupted into laughter, understanding the intent behind the words. At this juncture, there is no alternative. He commanded his men to inform Xue Fantian that their plan had been expedited, and they must first resolve the issue with Chen Luo. This grand gesture, even should the Wenshan sect withstand it, would undoubtedly require considerable time for recovery. By the time I lead the army to the capital, the Wenshan sect will certainly be preoccupied. Once we eliminate Yang Aoxiong, it will not be too late to eradicate the Wenshan sect. Huang Ming raised the corners of his mouth and clasped his fists toward Yang Jin. Since the Wenshan sect is so eager for its own demise, let us first strike at them. By the way, has the cause of the celestial phenomena that appeared in the imperial city been ascertained? Yang Jin spoke again, having sensed that anomaly himself. He had a vague feeling that it was related to the Wushu body refinement technique. The generals exchanged glances, none daring to answer Yang Jin's inquiry. The royal family had thoroughly sealed off information regarding this matter, leaving few in the know. Noticing the silence, Yang Jin waved his hand, deciding to wait for news. The most pressing concern at present is to eliminate the menace that is Chen Luo. Finally, he has returned. Chen Luo leapt off the treasure ship, stretching lazily. This trip to the imperial city was nothing short of a windfall. Indeed, one must venture forth to reap greater rewards. You should keep a low profile lately. Many powers are aware of the matters concerning the ancestral land, and I fear someone may harbor ill intentions toward you. Heat Xilian shot a glance at Chen Luo and remarked that the ramifications of this situation are profound. Once those powers learn of Chen Luo's talents, they will undoubtedly seek every means to eliminate him. Yet, Chen Luo laughed nonchalantly, unperturbed. With my master by my side, what do I have to fear? Master, you will protect me, won't you? Observing Chen Luo's cheeky expression, Heat Xilian broke into a smile, pinching his cheek playfully. Of course, I shall protect my dear disciple. However, the price for calling upon your master's aid is quite steep. Chen Luo quickly retreated, looking exasperated at Heat Xilian. Pa, what kind of master schemes against their own disciple? Heat Xilian responded with a grin. You have gained quite a bounty this time. You might even be wealthier than me. Don't pretend to be poor. Chen Luo warily stepped back, asserting that no one could pluck a single hair from him. Heat Xilian rolled her eyes at Chen Luo, then tossed a pill bottle into his hands. This is the elixir promised by the Wenshan sect. Take good care of it, lest it be stolen. Having said that, Heat Xilian mounted her sword and departed to report back to Zishan. Gained 300,000 wealth points. Chen Luo promptly stowed the elixir, opening the system panel to find that his wealth points remained at 2,790,000. Such a substantial fortune might very well edge him closer to the threshold of the golden core stage. Chen Luo. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Chen Luo immediately turned to look, only to find Su Dandan. At present, Su Dandan had already reached the 8th stage of the body refinement period, and surely would enter the inner sect after next year's assessments. However, beside Su Dandan stood a middle-aged man clad in a long robe. The man exuded a formidable aura, his strength likely rivaling that of Old One. He was already half a step into the transformation stage. Chen Luo, this is my father, Su Linghai. Su Dandan cheerfully exclaimed as she bounded over to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback and quickly glanced at Su Linghai, realizing he was the president of the Alchemist Association. Hello, Uncle Su, Chen Luo grinned, his eyes sparkling. since he was the president of the Alchemist Association. He must be quite wealthy. Having taken care of Su Dandan previously, wouldn't a few 5th or 6th grade pills be a fitting reward? Chapter 157. The sister with an unhinged mind is truly brave. What Chen Luo was pondering could not escape Su Linghai's notice. Indeed, as rumored, this young man was obsessed with wealth. Su Linghai chuckled. I have come today to take Dandan away. I have heard from her that you, my young friend Chen Luo, have been exceptionally kind to her, and I am truly grateful. If the opportunity arises, you must visit the Alchemist Association. I would like to treat you well. Upon hearing Su Linghai's words, Chen Luo awkwardly smiled. It was clear that a mere thank you would suffice, and any reward was out of the question. How stingy. Uncle Su, you flatter me. Dandan and I are good friends. When I have some free time, I will definitely visit the Alchemist Association to see you and Dandan. Chen Luo coughed, realizing he couldn't press Su Linghai for anything. After all, he wouldn't dare to rob him. Su Linghai was a formidable nascent soul master, and Chen Luo had no intention of risking a confrontation. Su Linghai glanced around, his brows suddenly furrowing as he lowered his voice deliberately. Chen Luo, news of your affairs has spread throughout Tianyan Prefecture. Many eyes are now upon you. The Wuxian sect has already been infiltrated by outside forces. It is equally perilous. It would be prudent for you to join my Alchemist Association. I can guarantee your safety, and if you perform exceptionally, I can even recommend you to pursue cultivation in the sacred land. Chen Luo's talents had already garnered the attention of various forces in Tianyan Prefecture. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly achieve great heights in the future. While the Alchemist Association primarily focused on alchemists, it did not mean they did not require martial arts prodigies. If Su Linghai could recommend Chen Luo to the main association, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement for him. Chen Luo looked at Su Linghai in astonishment, never expecting such a direct invitation. He even mentioned the sacred land. The Alchemist Association can recommend me to the sacred land? Chen Luo couldn't help but inquire. Even the royal family of the Tianyun dynasty lacks such capability. How can the Alchemist Association manage it? Su Linghai replied with a smile. I may not have that ability, but the main association does. The Alchemist Association is far more extensive than you can imagine. Not to mention Tianyun Prefecture, even across the entire Nine Heavens continent. Few factions would dare to provoke the Alchemist Association, including the 4 great sacred lands. The Alchemist Association is, strictly speaking, not a power in itself, but rather a coalition formed by a group of alchemists. This alliance was initiated by the most distinguished alchemists of the Nine Heavens continent. Even the 4 sacred lands must show utmost respect to these esteemed alchemists, let alone a mere ordinary faction. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully. It appears that the Alchemist Association is far more formidable than he had previously imagined. Nonetheless, I am grateful for Uncle Su's kindness, but I still wish to remain at the Asking Immortal sect, Chen Luo declared, clasping his hands in refusal. While leaving with Su Linghai might indeed help him evade the turmoil in Tianyan Prefecture, he had already formed a betrothal with Yang Tingyu. Regardless of the circumstances, he could never abandon her. The treasures of the Tianyan dynasty cannot be taken without due consideration. Chen Luo held firm to this principle. Su Linghai chuckled, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Very well, then, young friend Chen Luo, do take care. Do not allow yourself to be used as a pawn. I hope to see your name on the Qingtian ranking in the future. With that, he departed with Su Dandan. It was precisely because the Asking Immortal sect was at the epicenter of this turmoil that Su Linghai intended to take his daughter away. They had played enough. He could not allow his daughter to perish here. As he watched the father and daughter leave, Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. Even the president of the Alchemist Association did not dare to let his daughter remain at the Asking Immortal sect. It seemed the storm in Tianyun Prefecture had already begun. After a brief pause, Chen Luo hastened to the elegant hall. Inside, Wang Shiqin and Mu Shinan were seated together, their expressions far from pleasant. Upon seeing Chen Luo, the 2 senior sisters managed to compose themselves slightly. Junior brother Chen, you have returned. Wang Shiqin greeted with a smile. Chen Luo scrutinized the 2 senior sisters, his brow furrowing in confusion. Senior sister Wang, why do you look so troubled? Has something occurred during my absence? It can't possibly have changed so drastically in less than a month. Wang Shiqin shook her head with a smile. It's nothing. It doesn't concern you much. However, Mu Shinan interjected, how could it not concern junior brother Chen? He is part of this as well. We must find a solution together. Chen Luo was taken aback. It seemed that something significant had indeed transpired. Senior sisters, please elaborate on what exactly has happened, he inquired with curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Shiqin sighed in resignation. It's about your 7th senior sister, Insuyi? Chen Luo recalled this stunning yet somewhat eccentric senior sister. If it involved her, it indeed did not heavily concern him. What has happened to her? Did she end up fighting with an elder? Chen Luo could not help but jest. Wang Shiqin shook her head. It is far more serious than that. She has slain Ma Wendao, the only grandson of the esteemed Ma Taishan. Excuse me? Chen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. His somewhat eccentric seventh senior sister was indeed quite audacious. Among the 12 esteemed elders, aside from the Grand Elder who has long been absent from the sect, the most formidable is undoubtedly this Elder Ma. He has audaciously slain the only grandson of Ma Wendao. Can Ma Wendao simply let this matter rest? It is likely that at this very moment, He Cailian is in Zishan, fervently confronting Ma Wendao. Where is Sister Yin now? Chen Luo inquired curiously. Wang Shiqin shrugged. I do not know. After Yin Suyi executed Elder Ma's grandson, she hastened to Taiya Mountain for cultivation. Both the second and third sisters have been searching for her in Taiya Mountain for several days and have yet to return. The second sister is Jiang Yinran, while Chen Luo has never met the third sister. Shall we also seek them out? Chen Luo blinked. Despite Yin Suyi's eccentricity, she is still his senior sister. It would be unconscionable to stand idly by while his senior sister is bullied. Wang Shiqin immediately shook her head. No, we have yet to attain the Golden Core stage. It would be perilous to venture to Taiya Mountain. Moreover, Ma Wendao has dispatched disciples there, and they may very well take action against us. Our presence would only exacerbate the burden on the second and third sisters. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. Then what are we to do? Perhaps we should wait for our master to return and discuss matters once she is back from Zishan. Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan exchanged glances, resigned to this course of action. By the way, sister, this fine item should be of assistance to you. Chen Luo smiled as he produced 2 spirit cultivation fruits. Originally, there were 3. He had given one to Yang Tingyu before departing the palace. This item holds no value for Chen Luo. Spirit cultivation fruits. Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan's eyes sparkled upon seeing the fruits. These fruits are beneficial even to foundational cultivators. And although Wang Shiqin has already reached the 10th stage of foundation, she could still advance further with the spirit cultivation fruits. Junior brother Chen, why don't you consume one yourself? Mu Xingnan promptly asked. After all, Chen Luo is also a foundational cultivator. It would be most suitable for him to partake. Chen Luo chuckled as he touched his nose. My dear sisters, you both risked your safety to rescue me from the royal city. I must repay this kindness. Besides, I have already consumed 2, or else how could my cultivation have progressed so swiftly? Please accept them. I, Chen Luo, am not a miser. Chapter 158. Are you two perhaps attempting to pilfer my senior sister's undergarment? Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan exchanged glances. Realizing that Chen Luo had indeed reached the 4th stage of foundation, likely thanks to the spirit cultivation fruits. In that case, we shall not be polite. The 2 women accepted the fruits and immediately consumed them. Once they refined the fruits, their aura surged to a higher level. Seeing both of them partake, Chen Luo grinned. Dear sisters, am I not treating you well? At this remark, both women displayed peculiar expressions, recognizing that this lad's flattery surely masked some ulterior motive. Ahem. Wang Shiqin cleared her throat. Junior brother Chen, if you have something to say, please do not hesitate. Chen Luo smiled, and, with a wave of his hand, a multitude of items cascaded to the ground. These items are merely the discarded trinkets stripped from our adversaries, alongside a collection of treasures and martial techniques that Chen Luo has deemed obsolete. Previously, there was insufficient time to address these possessions, but as circumstances worsen, it is imperative to manage them promptly, exchanging these goods for copper coins to enhance one's own strength. Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan gazed in astonishment at the myriad of belongings, discovering even a 4th-grade treasure. How many individuals has this lad robbed? Sisters, would you be so kind as to assist me in converting these items into copper coins? Of course, I would not ask for your help without recompense. Should there be anything you desire among these, feel free to take it. Chen Luo chuckled. These items had already been transformed into wealth and had lost much of their utility. Their sole purpose now was to be exchanged for copper coins. Though the amount would likely be meager, Wang Shiqin took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Since you have requested it, junior brother Chen, both Mu Xingnan and I will certainly assist you. With that, Wang Shiqin began to gather the items. Meanwhile, Mu Xingnan wore a complex expression. The things Chen Luo discarded were worth far more than all her possessions combined. What on earth has this little junior brother done to acquire such treasures? Suddenly, the door to the elegant hall was flung open. The 3 turned to face the intruder, their expressions darkening. The individuals who entered were disciples from the enforcement hall. Which room belongs to Yin Suyi? The leading disciple demanded, his tone laced with arrogance. Wang Shiqin sprang to her feet. Duan Mao, who permitted you to barge in here? Even disciples from the enforcement hall must obtain permission from our master to enter. As a direct disciple, there was no need to fear the disciples of the enforcement hall, who, despite being inner sect members, held lesser status than core disciples. Duan Mao, however, merely sneered and produced a token. This is the token of Master Ma Wendao. commanding us to search Insui's quarters for any clues. If a few core disciples wish to obstruct us, do not blame us for being impolite. The mention of Ma Wandao's token darkened Wang Shiqin's expression. She had not anticipated him to resort to such measures, clearly determined to capture Insui. Impolite? The strongest among you is merely at the 4th stage of foundation establishment. What gives you the audacity to speak so boldly? Chen Luo stood up, unable to suppress a laugh. No matter how one viewed it, Duan Mao and his companions, as inner disciples, were far inferior in strength to core disciples. What courage did they possess to challenge them? Junior brother Chen, you truly embody the spirit of one destined to become a prince consort, radiating such arrogance, someone remarked. However, the enforcement hall disciples were not to be trifled with. Suddenly, several figures stepped forward. Upon seeing them, Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan's faces turned ashen. Even the disciples from the tribunal hall had arrived. The tribunal hall was superior to the enforcement hall, comprised entirely of core disciples, including those celebrated on the Immortal Inquiry list. The individual at the forefront is Chang Yan, ranked 25th on the Immortal Inquiry list, and he is a cousin of Chang Yunxian, the leader of the Wanchen gang. Chen Luo furrowed his brow as he gazed at this group of disciples from the Judgment Hall. These individuals were indeed formidable, each possessing a foundation building level of at least the 8th stage, likely all figures of note on the Immortal Inquiry list. Chang Yin, Insui does not have a permanent room here. Searching would be futile, Wang Shiqin declared coldly. Acknowledging that Chang Yan's superior ranking on the list implied his strength surpassed hers. However, Chang Yin merely smiled indifferently. Then let us search this elegant hall thoroughly. That is out of the question. Wang Shiqin immediately objected. There was no way they would allow Chang Yan and his associates to ransack their quarters. Who could say what these individuals intended? Chang Yan's expression hardened as he fixed a cold gaze upon Wang Shiqin. Are you going to stop me, Wang Shiqin? She did not respond. Though she lacked confidence in defeating Chang Yin, she would not permit him and his entourage to run rampant. As the standoff continued, a group of individuals approached swiftly. Chang Yin, even with the talismans from the Taishang, do not think you can act recklessly on our territory. The speaker was a woman clad in red, her figure striking and her beauty captivating. Upon seeing her, Chen Luo instantly recognized her as the 5th senior sister. The aura she exuded was even more formidable than that of the 4th senior sister, Wang Shiqin, suggesting her rank on the Immortal Inquiry list was also above Wang Shiqin's. Hualingyan, are you attempting to rebel against the Hunting Demon Hall? Chang Yin clenched his fists, his expression unusually serious. The Hunting Demon Hall was responsible for dealing with the dangerous beasts near the Immortal Inquiry sect, and due to the perilous nature of their work, the disciples there were not to be underestimated. Behind Hualingyan, Chen Luo also spotted a familiar figure, Zhang Yi, a disciple of the Hunting Demon Hall, whose cultivation had reached the 10th stage of foundation building, likely rivaling Chang Yan. Ridiculous. The sect's rules state that without the command of the sect master, one cannot trespass upon the residence of the elder. Even with the talismans from the Taishang, you are not permitted to intrude. Hualingyan retorted with a cold laugh. Showing no sign of fear, the Hunting Demon Hall often danced on the edge of death. Such trivial matters held no terror for them. Chang Yin narrowed his eyes, realizing that with Hualingyan and others present, they could not breach the elegant hall. Were they to return in disgrace? At that moment, several figures arrived, riding on magical artifacts, emanating a similarly formidable aura. The leader among them was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Hualingyan, the sect master has issued a warrant for the capture of the criminal Insui. Will you still obstruct us? All eyes turned to the Golden Core disciple, who was none other than Chang Yunxian, the leader of the Wanchen gang. What if I refuse? Hualingyan retorted fiercely, snapping her whip in the air with a resounding crack. What of Chang Yunxian? This is our residence. We will not allow you to intrude. Chang Yunxian smirked. But before he could finish his thought, Chen Luo stepped forward, interrupting him with a loud declaration. Wait, that's not it. I perceive that you are not here merely to seek out senior sister Yin. Rather, it is evident that you wish to invade my senior sister's quarters. What? May I ask, are you miscreants attempting to pilfer from her? Is it her undergarments? How grotesque. As Chen Luo's words fell, the expressions of Chang Yunxian and his companions plummeted into the depths of indignation. When had they ever been subjected to such insult, being branded as deviants? Preposterous. We act under orders. Chang Yin bellowed in anger, adamant that he was no pervert. Chen Luo, however, merely scoffed, his tone turning icy. If you are indeed acting on orders, then your search must be restricted to senior sister Yin's room. Yet, senior sister Yin does not possess a private chamber. She typically cultivates in the hot springs on the rear mountain. Shouldn't your search be directed there instead? If you insist on invading my senior sister's rooms, what are you if not perverts? Chapter 159. What Ma Wandao seeks is all of us. You. Chang Yin and the others' faces turned a shade of iron as they found themselves labeled as shameless by Chen Luo. This affront, who could tolerate it? However, mere words could not alter the decree of the sect leader. Now, Yin Suyi has been deemed a sinner of the Wuxian sect. Does Chen Shidi intend to shield her? Chang Yunxian coldly snorted, remarking that verbal prowess holds little weight. For cultivators, true strength is paramount. No amount of eloquence can surpass the reality of one's cultivation. Chen Luo raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Chang Yunxian. With Jiang Yanren absent, Chang Yunxian was indeed rather arrogant. Absurd. I am merely presenting reason to you. Should you persist in your intrusion, then let us see what transpires. Chen Luo stood firm, having already established his moral ground. If it is Chang Yunxian who continues to provoke, then let the confrontation begin. Huh? Without Jiang Yanren, do you truly believe you can withstand us? Chang Yunxian smirked, drawing forth a golden longsword, pointing it directly at Chen Luo. Chang Yin and the others wore mocking smiles, with Chang Yunxian present. What audacity did Chen Luo and his companions possess to obstruct them? Yet, at that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly sent chills down Chang Yunxian's spine. He swiftly turned to see a copper puppet coldly fixated upon him. The copper puppet slowly extended its hand, resting it upon Chang Yunxian's sword, its chilling pressure rendering him immobile. The onlookers were seized with fear, trembling at the sight. It was indeed a puppet of the nascent soul stage. Previously, it was rumored that Chen Luo possessed a nascent soul puppet, which he had employed to slay the inner sect elder, Tang Ping. However, many had doubted this tale. For how could Chen Luo, merely at the foundation establishment stage, control a puppet of such caliber? Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, the truth was undeniable. This copper puppet was likely more formidable than some of the esteemed elders. Are you paralyzed with fear? Have you now come to understand the gravity of your situation? Chen Luo observed the motionless Chang Yunxian, a smirk gracing his lips. It is indeed through overwhelming strength that one can silence such impertinent fools. Chen Luo, you despicable coward. Employing a nascent soul puppet. If you possess courage, let us engage in a fair battle. Chang Yunxian swallowed hard, gritting his teeth as he shouted. The emergence of the copper puppet in the nascent soul stage left them with no chance of resistance. Even if the Grand Elder were to arrive, it would be a formidable challenge to deal with this copper automaton. Chen Luo, however, impatiently waved his hand and retorted, enough of this nonsense, get out of here. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to leave a few corpses behind. Upon hearing this, Chang Yunxian and his companions trembled in fear. If Chen Luo truly decided to act, none of them could withstand his assault. This copper puppet could easily eliminate one person with a single strike. Although they understood that Chen Luo could not control the puppet for long enough to kill multiple individuals, who among them would dare gamble on not being the one to perish? You're quite ruthless. I will report this to the sect leader and see how they deal with you. Chang Yunxian shouted in fury, hastily leading his followers away. Observing their retreat, Chang Yin could only lead his own people in a disheveled flight. Without Chang Yunxian, they had no capability to press forward. These adversaries would undoubtedly seek revenge. Wang Shiqin stepped forward, regarding Chang Yan's departing figure with a serious expression. The Wang City Gang and the Tribunal are here not merely to investigate Yin Suyi. They surely harbor ulterior motives. However, I doubt they can outmaneuver us. The real trouble lies in the fact that Yin Suyi is being hunted by the Qingshan sect. It appears that Master cannot protect her. Hualingyan interjected, letting out a resigned sigh. He Kailian must have argued fiercely before Lu Qianqiu and Ma Wendao, but alas, she failed. After all, Yin Suyi killed the grandson of Ma Wendao. How could he possibly let her go? This has escalated significantly, Chen Luo observed silently. Feeling that the situation was rather peculiar, Ma Wendao seems to be targeting all of us, including our master. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo spoke. Upon hearing his words, the three senior sisters simultaneously displayed expressions of disbelief. Targeting all of us. That's implausible, considering it was Yin Shimi who first killed the grandson of Elder Ma. If not for this incident, Elder Ma wouldn't be. Mu Xing'an began, but her expression abruptly darkened mid-sentence. Wang Shiqin, standing nearby, mirrored her grave demeanor. Both women suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Yin Suyi hardly ever left this place. It was likely that Tahi Mountain was manipulated by Ma Wendao to drive Yin Shimi away, using his own grandson as bait to making Shimi a scapegoat for the Qingshan sect. The arrival of Chang Yunxian and his entourage was also orchestrated by Ma Wendao. Had I not summoned the copper puppet, these individuals might have accused us of complicity and apprehended us all. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, realizing that this line of thought was intricately linked. Ma Wendao was willing to sacrifice even his own grandson. His ultimate aim must be far more complex than merely eliminating Yin Suyi. We must swiftly locate our master and allow them to determine the course of action. Wang Shiqin exhaled deeply, recognizing that this predicament was far graver than they had initially perceived. If it were truly Ma Wenda who orchestrated this scheme, it would certainly not be merely for the sake of Yin Suyi. There exists no enmity between Yin Suyi and Ma Wenda. Why would he use his own grandson as bait? The choice of Yin Suyi is solely because she is the most easily manipulated among Hitsailian's disciples. The crowd nodded in agreement, intending to seek out Hitsailian first. Just then, a figure swiftly approached. Sister Qin? Chen Luo gazed at the newcomer in astonishment. It was indeed Qin Siyuan. Chen Luo, I've seen several elders departing from the sect, including Elder He. Qin Siyuan exclaimed breathlessly. Wang Shiqin quickly inquired about their destination. Are they heading west? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Siyuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, they are headed west. The west leads to Taiha Mountain. They must be going there to find Yin Suyi. Wang Shiqin clenched her fists, realizing the gravity of the situation. With multiple elders heading to Taiha Mountain, the likelihood of Yin Suyi escaping was slim. Once captured, she would undoubtedly face Ma Wenda's wrath. We should go as well and assess the situation, Chen Luo suggested, furrowing his brow. Although the earlier thoughts were mere conjecture, they were not without merit. If Ma Wenda truly laid this trap, his true target might very well be Hitsailian. I shall seek out Elder Mingfeng. He may be able to assist us. Huling Yin took a deep breath and promptly departed with the members of the Demon Hunting Hall, which was managed by Mingfeng. Chen Luo and Wang Shiqin exchanged glances before swiftly mounting their swords and heading towards Taiha Mountain. It is not far from Wenshan sect, requiring only an hour of flight. However, the mountain is rife with ferocious beasts. Foundation-building disciples here could easily meet with disaster. In the heart of Taiha Mountain, a dazzling black light suddenly erupted, shooting skyward. A dark figure raced towards the source of this black light. It was none other than Yin Suyi. Chapter 160. Encountering an ambush. Sister, let me handle this. Ma Wenda. Until matters are clarified, you shall not lay a lethal hand on my disciple. Who knows if your grandson is merely provoking trouble, preying upon my Na'vi disciple. Hitsailian shouted angrily as she flew towards Ma Wenda. Accompanying her were 4 esteemed elders, Hitsailian, Ma Wenda, Pang Donghai, and Shangwan. Their objective was clear, to capture Yin Suyi and present her before Lu Qianxiu. Ma Wenda glanced disdainfully at Hitsailian and scoffed. Elder He, do you still intend to shield your disciple? My grandson has already lost his life. Isn't it only right that a life is repaid for a life? Hearing Ma Wenda's words, Hitsailian clenched her fists tightly. How could one who has lost a grandson still find mirth in conversation? This old fool must surely harbor ulterior motives. Suddenly, an astonishing black light surged forth from ahead, soaring into the heavens. All 4 esteemed elders turned their gaze and swiftly rushed towards the origin of the black light. This phenomenon must be related to Yin Suyi. At this moment, Yin Suyi has found herself in a realm illuminated by dark light. Before her lies a small black creature, weakly sprawled on the ground. Its fur is as dark as night, and a single white horn adorns its forehead, resembling a long-horned kitten, exuding an aura of softness and cuteness. Shaoli. Yin Suyi hurriedly approached, cradling the small beast in her arms. This creature is a member of her mother's clan, a demon beast. It was the detection of Ling Li's aura that prompted Yin Suyi to rush out of the Asking Immortals sect. Sister Suyi, hurry, hurry and leave. Ling Li uttered weakly, her body trembling slightly. Who is it? Who has harmed you? Yin Suyi roared furiously after assessing Ling Li's condition, her pupils turning crimson. It was evident that Ling Li had been abandoned here. It was a ploy to lure her. What kind of despicable person would dare to lay hands on a mere juvenile beast? Just as Ling Li was about to finish her sentence, she fainted. Suddenly, an eruption of dark light surged from her body, penetrating into Yin Suyi. As the dark light entered her, Yin Suyi staggered back several steps, her body becoming uncontrollable. This dark light possesses the power to control demon beasts. With half of her bloodline being demon, she was naturally affected by the dark light. Buzz. Yin Suyi abruptly halted, her entire being falling into stillness. Yet, the aura emanating from her surged at an astonishing rate, rising until it reached the Yuanying stage. Up ahead is Taiha Mountain. Wang Shiqin exclaimed, pointing towards the mountain range. After over an hour, they had finally arrived at Taiha Mountain. Chen Luo lifted his head and immediately noticed the black light emanating from the center of Taiha Mountain. This dark light is undoubtedly suspicious. Should we not first regroup with Sister Jiang and the others? Mu Shengnan inquired, glancing at Wang Shiqin. With their cultivation at the foundation stage, it would be perilous for them to survive on Taiha Mountain. They might perish at the jaws of demon beasts before even finding Yin Suyi. Sister Jiang and the others must have sensed that dark light and are likely heading towards it, Wang Shiqin replied with a raised eyebrow. This dark light is so conspicuous that everyone would certainly rush towards it. The best course of action is to converge with the others at the side of the dark light. Chen Luo nodded in agreement with Wang Shiqing's plan. Surely. Xilian and the others had also proceeded towards the dark light. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted as a flaming arrow shot up from below. Exploding before the three of them, they quickly retreated, unleashing their spiritual energy to deflect the attack. The archer was at least at the 10th level of the foundation stage. Oh, we didn't catch Yin Sui, but we VE got you 3 instead. Very well, taking you back to report will suffice. Below, several figures were eyeing Chen Luo and his companions with ill intent. Chen Luo lowered his gaze, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The leader among them was Tang Qi from the Wancheng gang. The others, all figures from the immortal ranking, possessed at least the 7th stage of the foundation establishment realm. This group must have been dispatched to capture Yin Sui. Tang Qi, what are you doing? Wang Shiqing shouted in fury. Tang Qi could not help but chuckle. What am I doing? I am, of course, here to apprehend Yin Sui. And you all are merely accomplices of this criminal. Should I not take you down? Upon hearing Tang Qi's words, Chen Luo became even more convinced that Ma Wendao's target extended beyond just Yin Sui. Was Ma Wenao intent on eliminating them all in Taiha Mountain? Tang Qi, do you truly think I fear you? Wang Shiqing unsheathed her sword, unafraid of Tang Qi. They had clashed numerous times, with Wang Shiqing always gaining the upper hand. Yet Tang Qi laughed heartily. Wang Shiqing, do you believe I came unprepared? With a series of claps, the ground trembled ominously. Chen Luo and his companions furrowed their brows, realizing that numerous ferocious beasts were emerging from the woods. The weakest among these beasts was at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Where had Tang Qi found these creatures? Tang Qi, are you seeking mutual destruction? Wang Shiqing gritted her teeth, knowing these beasts could not have been raised by Tang Qi. Summoning them would surely endanger him and his companions as well. But Tang Qi merely smiled. The arrow I shot contained a powder that attracts beasts. They will prioritize attacking you. Indeed. The beast charged at Chen Luo and his companions as if they were blind to Tang Qi and his group. Among them were several flying beasts. Forcing Chen Luo and his companions to the ground, encircled by the horde. Let us withdraw for now. We shall return to collect their corpses later, Tang Qi remarked nonchalantly. Leading his team away from the scene, Chen Luo and his companions were completely surrounded by the frenzied beasts, which attacked with wild abandon, resembling a horde of rabid zombies. It's the beast-attracting powder. How despicable of Tang Qi. Wang Shiqing shouted angrily, fending off one beast with her sword. There were nearly 100 beasts in total. Although there were not many at the 10th stage of foundation establishment, their sheer numbers were enough to wear down the trio. Sisters, fall back. Chen Luo suddenly called out. Activating the Wanjing technique, his aura swiftly ascending to the 9th stage of foundation establishment. Wang Shiqing initially intended to admonish Chen Luo not to overexert himself. But she gasped in astonishment at his sudden surge in power. What a terrifying secret technique. It has elevated him by 5 minor realms in an instant. Not enough. Chen Luo took a deep breath, his aura swelling once more, reaching the 10th stage of foundation establishment, nearly breaching the golden core realm, consuming 400,000 wealth points. The Wanjing technique ascends to a perfected state. That should suffice. As he felt ready, Chen Luo's eyes flared open, a vast mist of water enveloping him. Ocean of the Immortals. With a furious roar, colossal waves surged forth, swiftly engulfing the oncoming beasts in the blink of an eye. Wang Shiqing and Mu Xingnan stood behind Chen Luo, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed at him. The aura emanating from his strike left them both trembling with trepidation. Their junior had indeed surpassed them, his prowess eclipsing that of his 2 senior sisters. Chapter 161. Clear the way. Do not obstruct our path. Sister Tang, shouldn't we keep a watchful eye? Wang Shiqing inquired, her strength considerable. What if the 3 of them broke through the horde of beasts? A disciple glanced toward Tang Qi, seeking her counsel. Their mission was to prevent Yin Sui from escaping and to intercept anyone attempting to assist her. If Chen Luo and his companions managed to escape the encirclement of the demonic beasts, it would jeopardize the elders' plans, leading to dire consequences. Tang Qi scoffed. I am well aware of Wang Shiqing's capabilities. With so many beasts around, and 4 at the 10th stage of foundation establishment, they stand no chance of fleeing. We merely need to wait. Soon we shall collect their remains. Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous sound of crashing waves erupted from behind. Splash, splash, splash. Tang Qi and the others swiftly turned, astonishment etched on their faces as they beheld the surging tide approaching them. A wave, 2 to 3 meters high, crashed forth, prompting them to brace themselves. Ugh! The group clumsily rose from the water, incredulous as they stared at the flowing torrent below. Is this the overturning immortal sea? Wang Shiqing thought it implausible that this technique belonged to her. Tang Qi's eyes widened, her expression grave. The overturning immortal sea was a technique known only to a select few disciples of the Golden Core stage. Wang Shiqing lacked the qualifications to master such a martial art. Could it be that she was not the one responsible? Sister Tang, look, a disciple behind them suddenly shouted. Tang Chi quickly lifted her gaze, only to see Chen Luo and his companions soaring toward them on their swords. However, it was apparent that their destination was not them, but rather the location of the ominous black light. They must not pass. Intercept them. Tang Chi gritted her teeth, her expression intensely focused. Prior to their departure, the esteemed elder Pang Donghai had specifically cautioned her that this mission was of utmost importance. They could not allow outsiders to discover the true purpose of their undertaking. Even though Chen Luo and his companions were on their list of targets, the time to eliminate them had not yet arrived. Tang Chi led her group swiftly into the air, charging toward Chen Luo and his companions with haste. It's Tang Chi. Wang Shiqin narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy. These individuals had indeed not strayed far. There was no time to waste on them. Drawing a deep breath, Chen Luo felt every muscle in his body tense. Since achieving minor success in the void-forging body technique, his physical prowess had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Even against Golden Core beasts, he was more than a match. How could mere Foundation Establishment disciples withstand his onslaught? Thunderfire Fist. Chen Luo took a step forward, his speed reaching its zenith. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before Tang Chi and the others. Before they could react, they found Chen Luo's fist barreling toward their faces. 10th stage of Foundation Establishment. Tang Chi could not help but exclaim upon discovering that the aura exuded by Chen Luo had astonishingly reached the 10th stage of Foundation Establishment. Just moments ago, it had only been at the 4th stage. How could he ascend to the 10th stage so rapidly? Block him. Yet. Now was not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. The power of Chen Luo's punch far exceeded the imagination of Tang Chi and the others. They had to stop it. Get away from me. Chen Luo roared, unleashing a surge of thunderfire energy that forcefully struck against the defenses of Tang Chi and her companions. Boom. With a resounding explosion, they were sent flying, their faces adorned with expressions of disbelief. They were, after all, top disciples on the immortal ranking. Their strength not something ordinary individuals could compare to. Yet, faced with Chen Luo, they could not withstand even a single punch. This level of power placed Chen Luo undoubtedly within the top 20 of the immortal ranking. Let us go. With the obstacles removed, Chen Luo immediately dashed towards the source of the black light, accompanied by Wang Shiqin and Mu Xingnan. Meanwhile, Tang Chi and her group landed awkwardly on the ground, sustaining considerable injuries. Sister Tang, should we pursue? Several disciples looked at Tang Chi with frustration. Tang Chi clenched her fists, her face ashen with rage. Pursue? How can we pursue? The combined strength of us all cannot withstand even a single punch from Chen Luo. To chase after him would be akin to seeking our own demise. How could Chen Luo be so monstrous? Swish. He Kai Lian and her companions descended, their gazes immediately locking onto the black light emitting Yin Sui. Sui. He Kai Lian hurried forward, eager to assess Yin Sui's condition. However, before she could reach her, Yin Sui suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils a deep black. This was the black light worm. He Kai Lian instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The black light worm was a peculiar insect species capable of controlling demonic beasts and allowing them to inherit a portion of its power. The controlled beasts would become puppets and nourishment for the worm, gradually being devoured. Such black light worms were exceedingly rare. It was improbable for one to appear suddenly near the immortal sect. This particular worm must have been deliberately placed here by someone. He Kai Lian clenched her fists. Disregarding all else, she needed to expel the black light worm from Yin Sui's body first. Get out of her. He Kai Lian shouted, channeling her spiritual energy to forcefully impact Yin Sui. Yin Sui mechanically raised her head, immediately retaliating with a punch, engaging in combat with He Kai Lian. Aren't you coming to help? He Kai Lian realized that the black light worm was exceedingly formidable, possessing the strength of the 8th stage of the nascent soul. She turned to Ma Wendao and his companions, shouting. Her own cultivation was at the 7th stage of the nascent soul, making it difficult for her to confront the worm alone. Ma Wendao, however, scoffed. He, esteemed one, this girl killed my grandson. I would relish in her suffering. Beside him, Pang Donghai concurred. Perhaps you should give up, esteemed one. Without the aid of Master Ma, we cannot subdue this black light worm. I stand with Shang Taishan, unwilling to suffer injuries for the sake of this wretched sinner. Although Shang Wen intended to assist, he was halted by Pang Donghai, who, upon grasping Pang Donghai's implication, abandoned any thoughts of aid. Upon hearing these words, He Xiaolian's expression darkened instantly. These 3 scoundrels were targeting her. From the very beginning, she had been their objective. Damn it. Yin Sui awaken. He Xiaolian roared as she relentlessly fended off Yin Sui's assaults, empowered by the black luminescent insect. Although Yin Sui's strength fell short of the 8th stage of the nascent soul realm, it was still comparable to an ordinary 7th stage. This level of combat prowess forced He Cailian to barely withstand the onslaught, unable to endure for long. Ma Wendao and his companions observed coldly from the sidelines. This trap was devised solely to eliminate He Cailian. He Cailian was the catalyst for the upheaval within the Xianwen sect. Ma Taishang, the wait has grown excessively protracted. I fear unforeseen complications may arise. Why not we act directly and extinguish He Cailian? Pang Donghai inquired softly, casting a glance at Ma Wendao. Ma Wendao immediately shook his head. Foolish. If we were to slay He Cailian, it would undoubtedly leave traces. Lu Qianxiu would conduct a thorough investigation into her demise. Should the inquiry lead back to us, how could we proceed with our subsequent plans? Let the black luminescent insect deal with her. It is the most prudent course. Chapter 162. Mere Golden Core. How audacious. Ma Taishang. It seems someone is approaching. Shangwen suddenly interjected. Should outsiders discover the events unfolding here, it would be highly detrimental to them. However, Ma Wendao scoffed. Rest assured, I have made meticulous preparations. They shall not advance. Without absolute certainty, Ma Wendao would not have concocted a scheme to ensnare He Cailian. This time, He Cailian would not leave Taiya Mountain alive. Once she is deceased, they would unite to eliminate Yin Suyi and the black luminescent insect. At that point, they would merely attribute He Cailian's death to the black luminescent insect. Pang Donghai and Shangwen exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They were merely to follow Ma Wendao's orders. Should any complications arise, the responsibility would fall upon Ma Wendao. He Cailian continued to struggle against Yin Suyi's onslaught, her countenance exceedingly grim. Little did she realize, Ma Wendao and his companions were all agents of Yang Jin embedded within the Xianmen sect. She must survive and convey the events here to Lu Qianxiu. Drawing a deep breath, He Cailian felt a small caterpillar suddenly emerge from her waist, taking advantage of the others' inattention to dart into the dense forest. Boom. Two graceful figures staggered back a few steps, their expressions extremely grave. Before them stood a man in black robes, wielding a cleaver, his demeanor cold, exuding an extraordinarily powerful aura. Wang Meng, we are here in search of someone. Why do you obstruct us? These two figures were none other than Jiang Yin and Yao Man. Having searched Taiya Mountain for an extended period, they finally discovered that streak of black light, only to be thwarted by Wang Meng. Wang Meng ranked 7th on the Xianwen list, surpassing Jiang Yanran. Even if Jiang Yanran and Yao Man were to join forces, they might still find it challenging to subdue Wang Meng. Here I am, diligently honing my skills, and yet you dare to intrude upon my sacred training grounds. To question my motives for obstructing you is indeed laughable. Wang Meng, wielding a formidable blade, directed it towards Jiang Yanran and Yao Man, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Clearly, he had been positioned here by Ma Wendao to specifically intercept Jiang Yanran and her companions. Jiang Yin tightened her grip on the sword, fully aware that Wang Meng was deliberately blocking their path. To advance, she would first need to defeat him. Yao Man, I will hold Wang Meng at bay for now. You must seek out Sister Yin. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her intense gaze upon Wang Meng. Although the odds were not in her favor, the disparity between them was not insurmountable. She could still manage to impede Wang Meng's advance. Yao Man nodded in agreement. Though she had only just entered the Golden Core stage and was not equipped to confront Wang Meng, the task of dealing with him fell solely to Jiang Yanran. TSK, my apologies, but you cannot leave. You have trespassed into our training grounds, and it will not be so easy for you to depart. At that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows. Though there were only 3, each was a Golden Core cultivator and among the most talented disciples of the Wenxian sect. Zhang Yi, Tao Li, and Pang Lu. Upon seeing these 3, Jiang Yanran and Yao Man's expressions darkened instantly. How could their appearance be mere coincidence? They must have been ordered to lie in wait. Why dispatch so many elite disciples for the sake of a single Yin Suyi? Clearly, there was something amiss. Wang Meng chuckled coldly. Jiang Yanran, you shall not pass. The matters beyond are none of your concern. The elders will handle them. As for the outcome, you need only wait and see. As a direct disciple of Ma Wendao, Wang Meng was well aware of his true intentions, though he could not openly reveal them just yet. It was not time to expose everything. As long as Lu Qianxiu lacked evidence to prove that Ma Wendao orchestrated the demise of He Cailian, no matter how rumors spread within the Wenxian sect, Ma Wendao would remain unscathed. The subsequent plan must proceed. Sister Jiang, I fear for our master's safety. Yao Man gritted her teeth, voicing her concerns. Such a grand display could not possibly be aimed at Yin Suyi. It was likely that Ma Wendao's true target was He Cailian. Jiang Yanran also recognized the gravity of the situation, yet without evidence, the Wenxian sect would not condemn Ma Wendao based solely on the doubts of a few disciples. Sister Jiang. At that moment, 3 figures hastily descended. All eyes turned to these newcomers. Junior brother Chen? Jiang Yanran was astonished to see Chen Luo, and his companions arrive. Chen Luo immediately assessed the situation, his gaze fixed on Wang Mang and his companions. What a grand spectacle! They have deployed so many Golden Core disciples to establish a defensive line here. Do they truly believe we are unaware of Ma Wenda's nefarious intentions? Chen Luo spoke directly, feeling no need for circumlocution with these individuals. Upon hearing his words, Wang Mang and his three companions simultaneously furrowed their brows. Presumptuous! How dare you slander Master Ma, a mere Foundation establishment disciple? Wang Mang rebuked vehemently. Chen Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Slander? You know the truth in your hearts. Yet, that old rogue Ma Wendao dares to plot against my master? Not a chance. Jiang Yanran and the others gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment, surprised by his forthrightness in voicing his thoughts. In comparison to Chen Luo, they had indeed overthought their approach. Why not confront Wang Mang and the others directly? As Chen Luo had. Utter nonsense. Regardless of your words, we shall not yield. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to seek help elsewhere, Wang Mang snorted dismissively. Returning now, even if you bring other esteemed elders, it will be too late. Kai Lian is surely dead at the hands of the Blacklight Worm. What good is seeking help? Chen Luo roared. Against you, I alone am more than enough. With that, he drew the black scale sword and lunged at Wang Mang and his companions. A supreme 5th grade sword. The four exclaimed in unison, astonished by the weapon in Chen Luo's grasp. Although they were at the Golden Core stage, their weapons were merely of the 4th grade. How could Chen Luo possess such a formidable 5th grade sword? Do not be afraid. He is but a Foundation establishment disciple. Even with a 5th grade sword, he cannot harm us. Capture him, Wang Mang commanded, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Orders had been given from above to eliminate Chen Luo at the first opportunity. And since he had delivered himself to them, it could not have been more fortuitous. At worst, they would be expelled from the Wuxian sect and return to the side of Prince Jin. The other three nodded in agreement, brandishing their weapons. Junior apprentice, we are here to assist you. Jiang Yin and her companions rushed forward to help Chen Luo. Whether it was to save their master or Yin Sui, they had to act. They could not allow Chen Luo to face them alone. Chen Luo took a deep breath, locking his gaze on the strongest among them, Wang Mang. The other three would be left to Jiang Yin and her companions. Without Wang Mang, they would gain the upper hand. What a joke. You, a mere Foundation establishment disciple, dare to challenge me? Wang Mang could not help but laugh upon realizing Chen Luo's target was himself. He was a 3rd stage Golden Core, a genius ranked 7th on the Wuxian list. How could Chen Luo, a mere Foundation establishment disciple, contend with him? Chen Luo fixed his gaze on Wang Mang, roaring in defiance. What of the Golden Core? I can ascend to the Golden Core stage whenever I desire. Breakthrough. Chapter 163, Master. Your disciple has come to rescue you. Consume 300,000 wealth points. Cultivation level upgraded to the 5th stage of Foundation establishment. Consume 350,000 wealth points. Cultivation level upgraded to the 6th stage of Foundation establishment. Consuming 400,000 points of wealth. Chen Luo's cultivation ascended to the 7th stage of Foundation establishment. Consuming 450,000 points of wealth. His cultivation rose to the 8th stage of Foundation establishment. Consuming 500,000 points of wealth. His cultivation reached the 9th stage of Foundation establishment. The 10,000 spirits technique. Chen Luo's aura surged continuously until it finally stabilized at the 2nd stage of the Golden Core realm. Nearly a step away from the 3rd stage. Boom. Chen Luo unleashed a sword strike, the black scale sword erupting with terrifying sword intent, forcefully impacting Wang Mang. Holding his treasured blade, Wang Mang was momentarily paralyzed by Chen Luo's overwhelming presence. As the sword intent collided with him, Wang Mang realized the sheer terror of Chen Luo. Being sent flying several dozen meters away. The 2nd stage of the Golden Core realm? How is this possible? Wang Mang stared at Chen Luo in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Just moments ago, Chen Luo had been at the 4th stage of Foundation establishment, and now he had stepped into the Golden Core realm, achieving the 2nd stage. What kind of secret technique could possess such formidable power? The others also noticed Chen Luo's sudden outburst, their eyes wide with shock. How many hidden abilities does this young man possess? Get lost. Chen Luo pointed his sword at Wang Mang, shouting furiously. There was no time to waste with Wang Mang and the others, who knew what had transpired in that dark light. Perhaps Yin Sui and He Xiaoyan were already in danger. Wang Mang tightened his grip on his treasured blade, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. He understood all too well that he could not allow Chen Luo to grow any stronger. Such a monster must be eradicated. Yet, the 2nd stage of the Golden Core realm. Did he truly think Wang Mang feared him? Gritting his teeth, Wang Mang shouted defiantly, and immediately, purple patterns erupted from his body, Heavenly Silkworm Technique. As he unleashed this fourth-grade secret technique, Wang Mang's aura surged into the fourth stage of the Golden Core realm. Although he had only advanced a small tier, it was sufficient to create a significant gap. For cultivators, even a minor advancement could determine the outcome of a battle. Not letting me pass, are you? Seeing Wang Mang's obstinacy, Chen Luo no longer held back. His sword surged forward once more, terrifying sword intent erupting instantaneously. Wang Mang's eyes widened. Despite reaching the fourth stage of the Golden Core realm, he was still deeply shaken by Chen Luo's sword intent. How had this man cultivated to become so monstrous? Bang! Chen Luo furiously wielded the black scale sword, striking down upon Wang Mang again and again. There was no embellishment in his attack. He relied solely on the advantages of the black scale sword and his physical strength to continuously suppress Wang Mang. Even with Wang Mang employing fourth-grade sword techniques, he could not withstand Chen Luo's onslaught. The Chen Luo before him resembled a ferocious tiger from ancient times. And the black scale sword was its fearsome fawn, utterly domineering. Damn it! How could this guy be so formidable? Wang Mang gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling from the pressure of Chen Luo's terrifying assault. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had never encountered an enemy as fearsome as Chen Luo. Even the top-ranked individuals on the immortal ranking were not as overwhelming as Chen Luo. Do not let go. I command you not to relent. Chen Luo intensified his efforts, the essence of his swordsmanship surging forth, gradually reaching its zenith. Each strike possessed the power to obliterate a novice cultivator in the Golden Core stage. Had it not been for Wang Mang's years of experience in this realm, he would have been unable to withstand even a single blow. With a resounding thud, Wang Mang finally succumbed, propelled away by Chen Luo's sword, blood spilling from his lips, his complexion a ghastly pallor. As a prodigious talent of the Asking Immortals sect, despair washed over Wang Mang in this moment. The defeat was utterly humiliating. It was not even a contest of comparable levels. How could this be? What granted Chen Luo such formidable prowess? If not for my pressing schedule, I would surely vanquish you. Chen Luo cast a fierce glare at Wang Mang before redirecting his gaze and hastening towards the source of the ominous black light. Wang Mang, incapacitated and devoid of combat capability, no longer posed a threat to Jiang Yin and her companions. The remaining adversaries could be dealt with by Jiang Yin and her team. With a swift motion, Chen Luo accelerated, racing towards the vicinity of the black light. As he approached within a mere 100 meters, the unfolding scene became clear. Master? Senior Sisterine, how could they be engaged in combat with one another? Before long, Chen Luo's attention was drawn to the three elders, Ma Wendao and his companions. Observing from the sidelines, as he narrowed his eyes, it dawned on him that these three esteemed elders had orchestrated this scheme. It was indeed a trap aimed at Hetzalian. Chen Luo, how did he arrive here? Shang Wen was the first to notice Chen Luo, his face betraying astonishment. Despite meticulous preparations and the interception by Wang Mang and others, how could this Chen Luo, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage, breach their defenses? Golden Core stage. Second tier. When did this brat ascend to such heights? Peng Donghai stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he gazed at the approaching Chen Luo. How could it have been such a brief time since he had entered the Golden Core second tier? It was truly unfathomable. Damn it. What now? We cannot allow this brat to thwart our plans. Peng Donghai swiftly turned to Ma Wendao, realizing the precariousness of their meticulously laid trap for Hetzalian. They must ensure her demise, for allowing Chen Luo to interfere could lead to their complete undoing. Should Hetzalian return alive, their identities would be wholly exposed. Ma Wendao narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent glimmering within as he fixated on Chen Luo. He had anticipated the possibility of someone overcoming obstacles to reach this location, but he never imagined that it would be Chen Luo. Furthermore, Chen Luo was already on their list of targets. Then let us eliminate him. This will conveniently aid Lord Jean in eradicating this threat. However, the plan has already commenced. There must be no trace left behind. Execute it flawlessly. Before Ma Wendao could finish his thought, an astonishing aura erupted from behind them. The three esteemed elders turned to witness a colossal butterfly descending beside Hetzalian. Clinging to the butterfly was a caterpillar. It was the 7-star butterfly king. How could it possibly be here? Ma Wendao was taken aback as he gazed at the 7-star butterfly king. This majestic creature, one of the apex beasts of Taiha Mountain, possessed an impressive cultivation level of the 8th stage of the nascent soul realm. Given its demeanor, it seemed to be here to rescue Hetzalian. Elder Butterfly, do not allow them to harm my disciple. Hetzalian immediately called out to the 7-star Butterfly King, her summoned ally. Little Caterpillar has done a great job. The 7-star Butterfly King swiftly flew towards Ma Wendao and his companions, ready to lend aid to Hetzalian. I never expected that you, woman, had ties to the 7-star Butterfly King of Taiha Mountain. However, to think that this creature could turn the tide of battle is quite naive. Ma Wenda scoffed, unsheathing his treasured sword and unleashing the full force of his ninth stage nascent soul cultivation. As the second-ranking elder of the Winshan sect, his power was formidable. Chen Luo is in your hands. Be cautious of his nascent soul puppet, Ma Wenda advised Pang Donghai and Shangwen, before charging at the 7-star Butterfly King. Pang Donghai and Shangwen exchanged glances, both wearing mocking smiles. They were well aware that Chen Luo possessed a nascent soul puppet. Yet it required immense spiritual energy to operate. Even if Chen Luo reached the Golden Core stage, he would not be able to impede the two nascent soul experts. Their gazes turned menacingly towards the approaching Chen Luo, intent on his demise. Youngster, you are delivering yourself to us. Pang Donghai grinned widely. His sword aimed at Chen Luo's form, while Shangwen stood by, poised to strike. Upon seeing the two, Chen Luo immediately halted, his expression grave. These two esteemed elders. One ranked 7th with a 5th stage nascent soul cultivation, and the other 12th with a 2nd stage cultivation, were formidable opponents. Yet, he knew that without overcoming these two formidable mountains, he could not save each Xiaoyan and Yin Sui. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo focused his mind, summoning the bronze puppet to his side. With the aid of the 10,000 spirits art, having reached the 2nd stage of the Golden Core realm, he could control the bronze puppet for 20 minutes. However, the puppet's combat prowess would only suffice to stall Pang Donghai, making it nearly impossible to defeat either of the two. Pang Donghai and Shangwen noticed the bronze puppet, their eyes gleaming with interest. Such a puppet was a rare treasure, and once they subdued Chen Luo, they were determined to claim it. I will hold off the puppet. You take care of this boy, Pang Donghai declared. Shangwen nodded, acknowledging that even with his strength, it would be challenging to block the puppet. The two elders wasted no time. Having assigned their tasks, they immediately attacked Chen Luo. Delaying further could lead to complications. It was imperative to resolve this predicament swiftly. Go! Chen Luo commanded as he unleashed the bronze puppet, which charged towards Pang Donghai, engaging him in close combat to buy time. Meanwhile, Chen Luo prepared to confront Shangwen, the elder who had already reached the 2nd stage of the nascent soul realm. You are affiliated with Prince Ji. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the advancing Shangwen. To his astonishment, among the 12 esteemed elders of the Immortal sect, 3 were clandestine agents of Prince Jin. It is possible that there are more hidden among the other elders. With a faint smile, Shangwen decided that there was no need for further concealment. They were indeed agents of Prince Jin. You are destined to perish here, and your master will meet the same fate. Your deaths will ultimately be attributed to the Blacklight Worm. With that, Shangwen drew his blade and slashed, cleaving the sky with a terrifying force directed at Chen Luo. Chen Luo's eyes widened. The strike from a Yuan Ing stage expert clearly exceeded his expectations. To withstand such a blow head-on would mean certain death. Jiao Yun Ding. He swiftly retrieved the Jiao Yun Ding, gifted by Yang Ao Xiong. This precious artifact was forged from exceptionally hard material, impervious even to the mightiest of Yuan Ing stage attacks. In terms of defense, it surpassed the Highland Sword. With a resounding thud, both Chen Luo and the Jiao Yun Ding were sent flying, tumbling several dozen meters before crashing to the ground. Although he landed in a disheveled state, he had successfully withstood Shangwen's strike. A middle-grade treasure. Shangwen gazed at the Jiao Yun Ding with gleaming eyes. Even he, a Yuaning stage practitioner, rarely encountered such a level of artifact. His own blade was merely of upper-grade quality. What a marvelous find. Shangwen grinned widely, once again turning his blade toward Chen Luo. The copper puppet was not his to claim, but this middle-grade Jiao Yun Ding surely should belong to him. He needed to swiftly eliminate Chen Luo to seize the treasure. Seeing Shangwen charge at him once more, Chen Luo hurriedly retreated with the Jiao Yun Ding in tow. Having already endured Shangwen's strike, he understood that he could not defeat him with his current strength. The disparity between a 2nd-tier Golden Core and a 2nd-tier Yuan Ing was insurmountable. Don't even think about escaping. You will not evade your fate today, Shangwen taunted, a broad smile adorning his face. How could a mere individual who had reached the Golden Core stage through secret methods possibly escape from his grasp? Their speeds were on entirely different levels. Chen Luo clenched his teeth, resolutely fixing his gaze on the advancing Shangwen. His previous breakthrough had consumed a significant amount of wealth points, leaving him with a mere 390,000 points. This scant sum was insufficient to elevate his realm any further. The only avenue for improvement lay in his martial skills. However, Chen Luo did not possess any lethal martial techniques exceeding the 5th grade, which meant he lacked the capability to take down Shangwen. The only potential method to defeat him would be to thrust the Highland Sword into Shangwen's south vital points at close range. But Shangwen was hardly a fool. He would never fall for such a basic error. Damn it! As Shangwen's attack approached, Chen Luo hurriedly raised the Jiao Yun Ding to defend himself. The overwhelming force once again sent him flying. Were it not for the Jiao Yun Ding's formidable resilience, which absorbed much of the damage, coupled with Chen Luo's robust physique. Those two strikes from Shang Wen would have surely claimed his life. This youth possesses a truly terrifying physical strength. Even with this formidable barrier in place, he should not have sustained merely minor injuries. Shang Wen noted Chen Luo's formidable physique, his eyes widening in astonishment. This body, it seems, could very well reach the Yuaning stage. How was such a physique cultivated? One must swiftly eliminate him. Allowing this youth to live is not an option. Shang Wen clenched his teeth, rapidly condensing spiritual power within. Chen Luo's terrifying talent instilled a sense of dread in Shang Wen. No wonder Prince Jin was so anxious, willing to risk exposure for the sake of eliminating Chen Luo. There is indeed something amiss with Chen Luo. Nevertheless, today marks the end of Chen Luo's life. Shang Wen abruptly opened his eyes, the treasured blade in his hand emanating a brilliant crimson light. As the red radiance shone forth, the surrounding trees withered instantly, leaving a desolate stretch of barren wood for hundreds of meters. The Desolation Blade Technique. Shang Wen roared, launching a formidable fifth-grade blade technique. The crimson light transformed into a colossal blade, hurtling toward Chen Luo with incredible speed. Chen Luo swiftly turned, fixating intently on the impending strike. The power of this attack could eliminate even a Yuaning. Regardless of the strength of his physique, it would be impossible to withstand. Counter. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, immediately activating the system's countering martial ability. However, this capability would not allow him to directly withstand such a blow. If relying solely on the countering ability could thwart such an assault, Chen Luo would have been invincible long ago. 40,000 wealth points consumed. Desolation Blade Technique has been countered. Upon realizing the terrifying nature of the Desolation Blade Technique, Chen Luo swiftly raised the 9-cloud cauldron, preparing for defense. He understood that he could not evade this strike. His speed was vastly inferior to that of the blade. If he could withstand the attack head-on, combined with the system's countering ability, he might have a slim chance of survival. A foolish notion. To think he could withstand my blade, he seeks his own demise. Seeing Chen Luo prepare for a direct defense, Shang Wen could not help but laugh heartily. Of course, whether Chen Luo defended or not, he was destined to die. This strike would ensure his end. Chen Luo took a deep breath, gathering spiritual power within his chest in preparation for defense. Immediately, the ancient river pearl shot forth, forming a protective barrier around him. In Shang Wen's eyes, the barrier created by the ancient river pearl was nothing more than futile effort. How could such a fourth-grade treasure possibly withstand an attack from the Yuaning stage? Out! Chen Luo suddenly bellowed, a crimson pearl soaring forth. It was the Sunfire Pearl, a precious gift from Yang Ao Xiang, a fifth-grade pearl. Shang Wen's eyes widened in astonishment, never expecting Chen Luo to possess such a treasure. Chapter 165. Ambushing Shang Wen. Obtaining the supreme treasure, the 10,000 death token. A fifth-grade pearl cannot hope to block my blade. This precious item shall also belong to me. Shang Wen sneered again, fully aware that with Chen Luo's golden core cultivation, even with the Sunfire Pearl, he could not withstand this strike. Chen Luo's fate was still sealed. He was bound for death. Boom. The blazing sun gem collided with the crimson blade, erupting in a torrent of searing flames that engulfed the crimson weapon entirely. Yet, this fifth-tier gem proved insufficient to withstand the onslaught of a nascent soul powerhouse. As Shang Wen smirked, the crimson blade pierced through the flames, forcefully striking the Jiuyun cauldron. A resounding clang echoed through the heavens. Chen Luo struggled to maintain control of the Jiuyun cauldron, but was still propelled back several hundred meters by the impact of the crimson blade. Shang Wen looked at the disheveled Chen Luo with a mocking expression, his gaze filled with disdain. A mere junior dared to think he could withstand his strike. What a delusion. Once you are dead, I shall safeguard your treasures. How astonishing it is that a disciple possesses such an abundance of fifth-tier artifacts. Shang Wen licked his lips, his eyes brimming with greed. To him, Chen Luo was undeniably a vast treasury. Killing Chen Luo would be more rewarding than slaying an inner sect elder. With a sudden burst of blood, Chen Luo could no longer endure the assault of the Crimson Blade, and the Jiuyun cauldron was sent flying. The Crimson Blade decisively shattered the barrier of the ancient river gem and struck Chen Luo's chest. His body plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, Chen Luo sustained a grievous wound to his chest, exposing his internal organs. To any observer, he appeared beyond salvation. It was merely a matter of time before death claimed him. Shang Wen descended slowly, approaching Chen Luo's side. Upon seeing Chen Luo's pitiful state, Shang Wen could not suppress his laughter. He had never anticipated that Chen Luo would perish at his hands. This would be a significant achievement, certain to earn him the favor of Prince Jin. Thanks to you, I can secure a great triumph before my exposure. Rest assured, I shall deliver your head to Prince Jin intact. With a mocking grin, Shang Wen crouched down, his eyes fixed hungrily on Chen Luo's storage ring. Who knows what treasures might reside within? Eagerly, Shang Wen reached out, slowly grasping for Chen Luo's storage ring. Chen Luo's eyes remained locked on Shangwan, his bodily functions fading rapidly, rendering him immobile. Sensing Chen Luo's furious gaze, Shangwan suddenly halted, leaning closer with a contemptuous chuckle. What? Do you still fantasize about retaliating against me? With your golden core, and in such grievous condition, what audacity do you possess to think you could counterattack? Do you truly believe that vanquishing a few nameless juniors could equate you to a nascent soul? How laughable. With that, Shangwan lunged for Chen Luo's hand, adorned with the storage ring. At that moment, however, Shangwan suddenly felt something amiss. Before he could react, a blade pierced his heart, consuming 300,000 wealth points. Injuries healed. How is this possible? Shangwan stared in disbelief at Chen Luo, unable to comprehend how, despite his severe injuries, Chen Luo still possessed the capacity to fight back. Moreover, the sword that pierced his heart astonishingly reached the 5th rank of excellence. Even if he were a nascent soul, he would be unable to withstand the assault of such a formidable weapon. Chen Luo spat out the blood that had collected in his mouth, delivering a kick that sent Shangwan flying. The Highland sword extracted from his heart. Rising to his feet, he placed his foot firmly upon Shangwan's chest. For anyone else, survival would be impossible and resistance unthinkable. Yet I, Chen Luo, am a prodigy. Shangwan, who lay on the ground, continuously coughing up blood, looked at Chen Luo in bewilderment, unable to believe that Chen Luo's injuries had completely healed. Such a powerful physique could not possibly exist in this world. One capable of recovering from wounds that were nearly fatal. There must be unspeakable secrets hidden within Chen Luo. Shut your mouth. Chen Luo sneered, raising his sword once more to sever Shangwan's head. He would not be foolish enough to grant Shangwan any time for recovery. Of course, once the Highland sword had pierced Shangwan's heart, his demise was inevitable. Swiftly decapitating Shangwan was merely a precaution against any potential retaliation. Chen Luo hastily seized Shangwan's storage ring. A formidable figure in the nascent soul stage must possess numerous valuable items. Damn it, still ensnared in peril. He could not access the wealth contained within. Chen Luo gazed at the treasures within the storage ring, gritting his teeth in frustration. If only he could accrue several million points of wealth, he could ascend directly to the golden core stage, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. However, with Peng Donghai and Ma Wendao still nearby, the wealth remained inaccessible. Suddenly, Chen Luo discovered a pitch-black token within the storage ring, inscribed with the character for death. Remarkably, this token was a 5th-rank magical artifact, the most valuable item in the storage ring. The 10,000 death token? Chen Luo retrieved it, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. This token might prove useful. Concealing the 10,000 death token, Chen Luo swiftly dashed back to the original battlefield. Peng Donghai was still entangled with the copper puppet, though its condition was dire and it likely could not endure for much longer. After all, it was merely a puppet, incapable of contending with a true nascent soul stage expert. Upon seeing Chen Luo return, Peng Donghai's eyes widened in shock. Why was it Chen Luo who had returned? What had become of Shangwan? How could Chen Luo possibly have slain a nascent soul like Shangwan? Chen Luo, where is Shangwan? Peng Donghai bellowed in anger, unable to believe that Chen Luo had survived. Chen Luo turned to Peng Donghai, a smirk gracing his lips. Shangwan? That fellow is dead at my hands. You are next. This is impossible. Peng Donghai's eyes bulged as he stared intently at Chen Luo. He could not fathom that Chen Luo possessed the capability to kill Shangwan. Although Shangwan was merely at the 2nd stage of the nascent soul, he was not someone that the golden core Chen Luo could easily contend with. Furthermore, Chen Luo had only reached the golden core stage through secret methods. Strictly speaking, he remained a foundation establishment cultivator. How could a foundation establishment practitioner slay a nascent soul? In an eloquent display of words, it seems that Shangwan has been ensnared by you. Once I resolve this troublesome puppet, I shall personally deal with you. Peng Donghai let out a cold snort, unwilling to believe that Chen Luo possessed such capability. Surely, Chen Luo had employed a treasure to trap Shangwan. This individual harbored numerous remarkable items. Perhaps even a treasure capable of restraining someone at the nascent soul stage. Do you doubt it? Then behold this. Chen Luo flashed a grin and promptly retrieved the Wanxi token. As he infused the token with his spiritual energy, a dense black smoke began to coalesce. This very smoke infiltrated Chen Luo's body, causing his cultivation to surge to the nascent soul stage in a remarkably short span of time. This was Shangwan's Wanxi token. Peng Donghai's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such an artifact resided in Chen Luo's possession. It seemed that Shangwan was indeed dead. However, Peng Donghai soon emitted a derisive chuckle. Foolish fellow. You probably do not even comprehend what the Wanxi token truly is, do you? While it grants one the power of the nascent soul in a fleeting moment, it exacts a significant toll on one's vitality. For someone at your foundation establishment stage, employing this token would undoubtedly lead to your demise. The Wansi token is crafted from the essences of myriad spirits, and its use allows one to forcibly elevate their cultivation. Yet, the deathly aura it emanates consumes the user's vitality. Even Shangwen required considerable time to recuperate from the life force he had expended. Ultimately, Chen Luo remained merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Utilizing the Wansi token was, without a doubt, a path to self-destruction. In Peng Donghai's eyes, Chen Luo's actions were nothing short of a desperate gamble for survival, a futile endeavor. Chen Luo was acutely aware of the Wansi token's implications. Upon acquiring it, he had invested 10,000 wealth points to fully comprehend its nature. Without absolute certainty, he would not have dared to employ such a token. With 80,000 wealth points remaining, he could restore the vitality consumed by the deathly aura, potentially sustaining himself for 30 seconds. With a sudden intensification of focus, Chen Luo's gaze locked onto Peng Donghai. Within these 30 seconds, he was determined to eliminate him. With a swift motion, Chen Luo unsheathed the black scale sword, charging aggressively towards Peng Donghai, an exquisite 5th-grade treasure. Upon sensing the terrifying aura of the black scale sword, Peng Donghai's eyes widened in shock. He could not afford to be struck by that blade. The consequences would be dire. "Get away from me," Peng Donghai bellowed as he cleaved the bronze puppet aside, turning swiftly to unleash a powerful 5th-grade sword technique. Now, having attained the nascent soul stage through the Wansi token, Chen Luo, though still at the initial stage, wielded the black scale sword with such ferocity that Peng Donghai could not underestimate him. He had to resist with all his might, as long as he could endure. Chen Luo would inevitably perish as his life force dwindled. Overturning the celestial sea, Chen Luo roared, striking with his sword while simultaneously unleashing the full force of the overturning celestial sea. After reaching the nascent soul stage, the power of this technique had multiplied manifold. Even a formidable Yuan Ing stage expert like Peng Donghai felt a tremor. Boom. The violent collision forced Peng Donghai to retreat several steps, and when he raised his head, his eyes were filled with bewilderment. He had actually been pushed back by a disciple. When had he ever been in such a disarray? Before Peng Donghai could regain his composure, Chen Luo charged at him once more, wielding the Highland sword with its full might unleashed. Defeating Peng Donghai would significantly alleviate Heatsalian's burden. With only Ma Wendao remaining, there was no way to subdue Heatsalian in such a short time. Damn it. This brat is truly a monster. Peng Donghai's face turned ashen with rage as he realized he was utterly defenseless against Chen Luo's relentless assault. However, he remained unperturbed. He was confident that Chen Luo could not endure the oppressive aura of the Wansi token for long. It would not be long before Chen Luo was completely eroded by the deathly energy, meeting a tragic end here. Aware that time was running out, Chen Luo poured every ounce of strength into each strike, attacking Peng Donghai with the utmost ferocity. Unfortunately, Peng Donghai's strength surpassed even that of Shangwen. It was likely that he would not be able to kill Peng Donghai before his wealth was exhausted. "You think you can kill me? Not a chance," Peng Donghai smirked, calmly deflecting Chen Luo's strikes. Though the 5th-grade Highland sword was powerful, the blade in his hand was no slouch either, reaching the upper 5th grade. Coupled with the advantage of his cultivation, how could he possibly face defeat? "Peng Donghai, retreat." Just then, Ma Wendao suddenly shouted. This outburst turned Peng Donghai's expression a shade darker. He raised his gaze to see several figures rushing toward him at high speed. Among them were Shang Guanjiao and Ming Feng, unmistakably bringing reinforcements. Damn it, this is infuriating. Peng Donghai's face turned a deep shade of rage as he fixed his glare on Chen Luo. If not for Chen Luo, how could this plan have failed? Costing them Shangwen? Their cover was now completely blown, forcing him and Ma Wendao to flee from the Wenchuan sect and seek another opportunity. "Ma Wendao, Peng Donghai, stand down," Shang Guanjiao bellowed in anger, quickening his pace. They were still unaware of the events unfolding here. But witnessing the internal members of the Wenchuan sect fighting with desperation was absolutely intolerable. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Ma Wendao cared little for Shang Guanjiao. After sending the 7-star Butterfly King flying with a single stroke, he stepped into the air and departed. He had not anticipated that due to one Chen Luo, the situation would be delayed, allowing Heatsalian to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Were it not for Chen Luo, they could have at least dealt with Heatsalian. Peng Donghai, disregarding everything else, hastily fled, casting a murderous glance at Chen Luo. "Next time, I will certainly kill you." Chen Luo quickly stowed away the Wansi token, his wealth having dwindled to 10,000 points. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Shang Guanjiao and the others, he feared he would have met his demise at Peng Donghai's hands. Ma Wendao and Peng Donghai had escaped. Fuming with rage, Ming Feng bellowed, "There must be something amiss. Let us not dwell on them. Instead, We must assist He Taishang in resolving this predicament. Without hesitation, Shang Wanjiu drew his treasured sword and charged at Yin Suyi. Possessing the formidable cultivation of the ninth stage of the nascent soul, Shang Wanjiu was no weaker than Ma Wendao. With Shang Wanjiu's support, He Taishang felt considerably relieved. Furthermore, with Ming Feng joining the fray, Yin Suyi found herself in dire straits, ensnared in a relentless assault. Do not kill her. Extract the blacklight insect from her body. He Taishang shouted emphatically. Their true adversary was, indeed, the blacklight insect dwelling within Yin Suyi. Exchanging a knowing glance, Shang Wanjiu and Ming Feng sprang into action, working in unison to expel the insect from Yin Suyi's being. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, utterly weakened, collapsed onto the ground. This battle had been a harrowing brush with death. Little junior brother, Hua Lingyan hastily descended, cradling Chen Luo in her arms. As he inhaled a faint scent reminiscent of milk, Chen Luo felt a significant alleviation of his fatigue. Did not Elder Shangwen arrive as well? Where is he? Zhang Yi rushed over, casting curious glances around. He spotted Ma Wendao and Pang Dahai fleeing, but saw no sign of Elder Shangwen. With a smile, Chen Luo pointed to the location of Shangwen's corpse. Right there. I severed his head. He is as dead as can be. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingyan and Zhang Yi were momentarily taken aback, merely nodding in response. However, it was not long before the gravity of the situation dawned on them. Wait, Shangwen Taishan was killed by Chen Luo? And his head was severed? You must be jesting. Zhang Yi sprinted over, only to discover Shangwen's body lying in a pitiful state. Realizing the grim reality, he gaped at Chen Luo in disbelief. During the intersect assessment, he had sensed that Chen Luo was extraordinary, but he never anticipated just how extraordinary he truly was. In such a short span within the intersect, he had managed to slay a Taishang elder of the Washan sect. Who would believe such a tale? Little junior brother, you truly killed Shangwen Taishang? Hua Lingyan inquired curiously, gazing down at Chen Luo resting upon her thigh. Chen Luo chuckled. It was merely a stroke of luck. I possess a copper automaton of the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingyan sighed in relief, finding it hard to fathom that Chen Luo could have slain a nascent soul Taishang elder. She was aware of the existence of the copper automaton, which indeed had the potential to vanquish Shangwen. Chen Luo, of course, withheld the full truth, revealing it would make him a target of ire. Though utterly exhausted, he had garnered substantial rewards from this encounter. Shangwen's possessions were truly plentiful. Acquired 3,000 points of wealth value. Always regained. Chapter 167, Sect Master. I have truly escaped from the jaws of death. Expel the creature from my disciple's body. With He Taishang's furious roar, the three and one beast united their strength, forcing the black light insect out. As the insect emerged from Yin Suyi, the seven-star butterfly king immediately advanced, seizing it and promptly devouring it whole. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, He Taishang refrained from intervening. The black luminescent insect was indeed the reward promised to the seven-star butterfly king. Thank you, Elder Butterfly, she expressed with a deep bow, exhaling a sigh of relief as she mustered her weary body to acknowledge the seven-star butterfly king. Had it not been for his timely arrival, she would have certainly succumbed before the likes of Shang Wanjiu and the others. Of course, Chen Luo's contributions were also significant. He was the true hero of this ordeal. The seven-star butterfly king unfurled his wings and swiftly departed from the scene. The caterpillar that He Taishang had dispatched for assistance returned to her side, accompanied by a small beast. Look, Ming Feng suddenly spoke, pointing towards the unconscious Ling Li on the ground. He Taishang cast her gaze downward, her brows furrowing slightly as she began to comprehend why Yin Suyi had risked everything to come here. That Ma Wendao was truly despicable. Let us take him back for treatment, she suggested, releasing a breath as her attention shifted to Chen Luo, who was still languishing on Hua Lingyan's lap, reluctant to rise. This rascal, feigning severe injury when he is merely fatigued, Shang Wanjiu remarked, approaching He Taishang. Hua Lingyan, unable to discern Chen Luo's true condition, was not as perceptive as Shang Wanjiu. In truth, Chen Luo was not gravely wounded. He had merely overexerted himself. However, He Taishang furrowed her brow, recalling the battle's circumstances, and said with a serious tone, no, Chen Luo must have sustained significant injuries, but has recovered remarkably quickly. Look at his torn garments. That is a mark of Shangwen's blade technique. She recalled vividly that the copper puppet had only been able to restrain Pang Donghai, failing to stop Shangwen. This indicated that Chen Luo had single-handedly vanquished Shangwen. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanjiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Shangwen was not killed by the copper puppet? He had initially believed that Shangwen had fallen to the copper puppet's might. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator possibly slay someone of the nascent soul realm? The disparity in their levels was indeed staggering. He Taishang shook her head, her expression resolute. Shang Wanjiu's face transformed with a myriad of emotions. He had never encountered a case where a foundation establishment cultivator could slay a nascent soul one. It was utterly astonishing. Let us return to the sect. I will relay the details of this incident to Lu Qianxiu, Hetzalian said, taking a deep breath, her countenance extremely grave. The actions of Ma Wendao and his companions were too heinous to ignore. This led Hetzalian to suspect that those three were hidden agents within the Asking Immortal sect. This matter pertained to the very survival of the sect and must be treated with utmost seriousness. The fact that Chen Luo had slain Shangwen should be kept confidential. Let it be said that the copper puppet was responsible. I fear there may be others lurking within the Asking Immortal sect, Shang Guanjie remarked, his brow furrowing. His tone grave. They were fortunate that Chen Luo had come to Hetzalian's aid, exposing the three hidden agents. However, they could not ascertain whether additional agents remained within the sect, particularly those of the elder level. Each of them would be a formidable adversary. He Kai Lian nodded and immediately called out to Chen Luo and the others. You rascal, stop lingering. Let us return. Chen Luo hastily rose from Hua Lingyan's leg, saying, Master, I am indeed your savior. Before he could finish, He Kai Lian swiftly approached him and lifted him as one might a chick. A savior, is it? Then allow me to personally escort my benefactor home, she said with a beaming smile, causing Chen Luo to tremble in fear. And no need. I meant to say, Senior Sister Jiang and the others have arrived as well. Should we not seek them out? Chen Luo shrank his neck, managing an awkward smile. At that moment, Ming Feng approached, saying, It's no trouble. I will fetch them. You all may return first. The matters here must be thoroughly investigated, and upon your return, go directly to Zishan to find the sect master. No sooner had he spoken than He Kai Lian seized Chen Luo and dashed towards the Wuxian sect. Shang Guanjiu observed Chen Luo's twitching expression and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He then took Ling Li and Yin Sui and followed after He Kai Lian. He Kai Lian kept Chen Luo close, fearing he might encounter another ambush. Given Chen Luo's performance today, he would surely become a primary target for their enemies. At Zishan, within the Grand Hall, Lu Qianxiu paced back and forth, his expression exceedingly grave. Before long, He Kai Lian entered the hall, dragging Chen Luo behind her, with Shang Guanjiu following closely. Yin Sui and Ling Li had already been sent for healing. Upon seeing their return, Lu Qianxiu hurried forward, his eyes fixed intently on He Kai Lian. What on earth has transpired? He Kai Lian scoffed, You foolish monarch. The likes of Ma Wenda and his cohorts are undoubtedly Yang Jin's hidden pawns within the Wuxian sect. You even assisted Ma Wenda in targeting my disciples, truly a display of your incompetence. Lu Qianxiu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had been unaware of such matters previously. Yin Suyi's act of killing Ma Wenda's grandson was indeed a transgression and deserved punishment. Now, cease this childish tantrum and promptly recount the events that have unfolded, Shang Guanjiu said with a resigned smile. Only He Kai Lian would dare speak to Lu Qianxiu in such a manner. Considering Shang Guanjiu's standing, He Kai Lian proceeded to narrate the events. Lu Qianxiu's eyes widened, his expression growing more serious as his gaze fell upon Chen Luo. You killed Shangwen? He asked in astonishment, not realizing that Shangwen had met his end at Chen Luo's hands. Chen Luo offered an awkward smile. It was merely a stroke of luck. I used a copper puppet to do so. However, Shangwen mentioned during the chase that they acted under Yang Jin's orders, indicating he is hiding as a pawn within the Wuxian sect. Should we not seize the disciples of those three and interrogate them rigorously? Chang Yunxian and others were indeed the disciples of those three venerable elders. We cannot let a single one escape. It would be best to deal with them all at once. However, Lu Qianxiu shook his head. We cannot act against these disciples for now. Otherwise, the hearts of the Wuxian sect will be thrown into chaos. Let this incident be publicly declared as a matter of personal grievances. Upon hearing Lu Qianxiu's words, Hetzalian and Chen Luo simultaneously spoke in unison. Personal grievances? This is utterly ridiculous. Given that Shangwen had already revealed his identity, how could he still conceal matters from the other members of the Xian sect? Could it be that Lu Qianxiu was truly a foolish ruler? Shang Guanjiu quickly clarified that this matter was of great significance, and being overly aggressive might provoke unforeseen consequences. The sect master's intention was that we should act discreetly, ideally eliminating any other hidden threats as well. Of course, we must also deal with the fleeing Ma Wendao and Pang Donghai. Lu Qianxiu nodded repeatedly. It was evident that Shang Guanjiu understood him well. Hetzalian shot Lu Qianxiu a disdainful glance, insisting that he handle the situation properly and provide her and her disciple with an explanation. My disciple nearly lost her life trying to save me. As she spoke, Hetzalian patted Chen Luo on the back. Chen Luo immediately grasped her meaning and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. Sectmaster, Shangwen and Pang Dong I sought to kill me. I truly escaped death this time. Lu Qianxiu looked at Chen Luo awkwardly, feeling a sense of frustration. This pair of master and disciple was indeed a handful. Chapter 168. Is that so? The Master's original feather garment. Wait, is it true? I received only a bottle of low-grade medicinal pills? Chen Luo shook the pills in his hand, revealing 3 in total, worth a combined wealth value of 1,000,000 points. While 3 low-grade pills were indeed a decent compensation, Hetzalian had received an exquisite feather garment of exceptional quality. This hardly seemed fair. That garment was worth no less than 2,000,000 copper coins. Hetzalian rolled her eyes. What status do you hold, and what status do I hold? Is 3 low-grade pills not sufficient for you? Aren't all the treasures from Shangwen already in your possession? Chen Luo gritted his teeth in anger. But I killed Shangwen. His possessions rightfully belong to me. Master, I saved you, after all, feeling unjustly overlooked as the true hero. He wondered why Hetzalian was receiving such a splendid item. Hetzalian smiled gently, then flipped her palm to reveal a milky white feather garment. This is something I used previously. It's just been retired, so I shall reward it to you. You indeed saved my life this time. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, glancing at the milky white garment in Hetzalian's hand. Although this garment was merely of mid-grade quality, it possessed exceptionally formidable defensive capabilities. Had he worn it earlier, he could have easily withstood Shangwen's strike without sustaining such severe injuries. Master, could you perhaps wash it before giving it to me? You just took it off directly. Chen Luo looked at the garment with a hint of distaste, wrinkling his brow. Upon hearing this, Hetzalian instantly considered retracting the garment. You little rascal, are you dismissing my gift? If you don't want it, Chen Luo, seeing her intention to reclaim it, quickly grasped the garment. No way. Why would I refuse such a treasure? It's worth a whopping 500,000 points. However, he must return and wash a few more times. He has not yet developed a penchant for his master's original feathered attire. During this period, you should refrain from frequenting the asking immortal sect. Ma Wendao is targeting me, and it is likely that you are somewhat involved. Hetzalian's tone became serious, fully aware that Ma Wendao and Pang Donghai would not let this issue rest. These 2 rascals are certainly lurking near the asking immortal sect. Chen Luo nodded. During his battle with Shangwen, the latter had revealed considerable information. According to Shangwen, the bounty on his head was substantial, held by Yang Jin. By the way, how have you advanced your cultivation so rapidly? Hetzalian suddenly inquired, her starry eyes scrutinizing Chen Luo. When he visited the imperial city, Chen Luo was merely at the 2nd stage of foundation establishment. Upon returning from the imperial city, he had reached the 4th stage. And now he had ascended to the 9th stage, even capable of using secret techniques to enter the golden core stage. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation was something she had never witnessed in her lifetime. Chen Luo chuckled, scratching his head, attributing it merely to good fortune. Having acquired so many treasures that must surely serve a purpose. Of course, he could not disclose to Hetzalian that his progress stemmed from the system of cultivation. Even his master warranted a degree of caution. Hetzalian furrowed her brow, clearly skeptical. Nevertheless, Chen Luo had indeed amassed a considerable number of treasures during this time. The wealth he gathered likely surpassed that of an average nascent soul stage cultivator. It was not impossible to exchange such a wealth of treasures for high-grade elixirs, thus achieving this level of cultivation. Still, it would be wise to limit the consumption of breakthrough elixirs to avoid future complications in his training. You should return first. I will go check on Sui. Hetzalian exhaled deeply before departing on her treasured sword. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief and headed toward the elegant hall. Jiang Yanran and the others had already returned. This time, aside from Yin Sui, the remaining 5 senior sisters were present. Upon seeing Chen Luo's return, the 5 sisters cast him astonished glances. Defeating Wang Meng with a single sword strike and slaying Shangwen, this little junior brother certainly possesses formidable skills. I hope all my senior sisters are unscathed. Noticing the intense gazes of the 5 women, Chen Luo approached with a smile, feeling a tad uneasy. It seemed as though these 5 women were ready to devour him. Junior brother, how did your cultivation suddenly break through to the 9th stage of foundation establishment? Jiang Yanran asked curiously. Having witnessed Chen Luo's astonishing leap from the 4th to the 9th stage, such a rate of advancement was unprecedented. Not only Jiang Yanran, but Wang Shiqin and the others had also observed it. Chen Luo could not hope to deceive them. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, offering an awkward smile. In truth, I have always concealed my cultivation. The senior sisters understood. I prefer to maintain a low profile and avoid conflict. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiqin rolled her eyes first. As the one who knew Chen Luo best, she would not be deceived by his words. This fellow surely harbored secrets. However, who among them was without a secret? They deemed it inappropriate to pry further. Thanks to our junior disciple, we were able to thwart Ma Wenda's scheme. I propose we enjoy a sumptuous meal at the Shanghai Tower in Yingshan tonight. Yao Man suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this proposal, the other 4 senior sisters readily agreed, even mentioning that we should invite each Xilian along. Ling Yin, do extend the invitation to your friends from the Demon Hunting Hall. They have been quite helpful this time. Also, let's bring along Chen's friend. This time, the treat is on me. Jiang Yinran immediately turned to Huo Lingyan and Chen Luo, stating that even though the disciples of the Demon Hunting Hall and Qin Xiyin did not exert significant effort, they still contributed, out of both sentiment and reason. We ought to treat them to a meal. All right, I will find Qin Xiyin and also fetch Sister Ling Mo. Chen Luo yawned and swiftly took off on his sword. After this gathering, I must take a good rest. I have been utterly fatigued lately. Qin Xiyin and Ling Mo reside in the inner disciples' quarters. Although Chen Luo had never been there, it was not difficult to locate. In no time, guided by an inner disciple, Chen Luo arrived at the courtyard where Qin Xiyin lived. It is indeed advantageous to be a direct disciple within the Ask Immortal sect. Chen Luo? Upon hearing the knock, Qin Xiyin opened the door and was taken aback to see him, her eyes widening in surprise. Come, my senior sister is treating us to a meal. Where is Sister Ling Mo? Let us invite her as well, Chen Luo said with a grin. Did you not know? Ling Mo returned to the Spirit Slaughter Division a few days ago, Qin Xiyin replied, momentarily stunned. Returned to the Spirit Slaughter Division? Chen Luo frowned. Ling Mo indeed belonged to the Spirit Slaughter Division. The matters in the Imperial City are related to the Spirit Slaughter Division. I wonder if Ling Mo will become embroiled in them. Since Sister Ling Mo has gone back, I shall visit her next time I go to the Imperial City. Chen Luo sighed. However, Qin Xiyin chuckled, saying, Sister Ling Mo did not return to the Imperial City's Spirit Slaughter Division. She went to Tiansha Prefecture, where the headquarters of the Spirit Slaughter Division is located. Upon hearing Qin Xiyin's words, Chen Luo's eyes widened in shock. Ling Mo is actually a member of the Spirit Slaughter Division headquarters. Such a high status? Tiansha Prefecture is the heart of the Nine Heavens continent, significantly more powerful than Tianyin Prefecture. The two are not even on the same level. It seems that to see Ling Mo, one must first enter the 4 Great Sacred Lands. The 4 Great Sacred Lands are located at the core of the Nine Heavens continent, at the juncture of several key prefectures. Chen Luo couldn't help but gasp. I seem to have missed a potential major benefactor. Chapter 169. Merely a defeated foe. Yet they dare to seek us out? In Yingshan at the Shanhai Tower, Jiang Yin had set 3 banquet tables, and everyone took their seats. However, He Xilian did not attend this feast. Due to the recent turmoil, the Ask Immortal sect secretly established a team specifically to investigate the hidden forces within the sect. He Xilian is part of this team. Yet, in the eyes of the disciples, this matter has already passed. No matter how significant the issue, with the elders to bear the brunt, there is no need for them to concern themselves. It was indeed the young disciple who turned the tide. Even the esteemed Shangwen fell at his hands. How remarkable! Huo Lingyan remarked with a cheerful laugh as she sipped her drink. The eyes of the crowd turned towards Chen Luo, for they had heard whispers of his exploits. Yet, upon hearing it again, they were still astounded. To think that an elder of the nascent soul stage could be slain by Chen Luo was an achievement that would shine brightly in any sect. Chen Luo merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He was acutely aware that this matter was far from over. Shang Wen's death was merely the beginning. Who can say what schemes the fleeing Ma Wendao and Pang Dahai were plotting in the shadows? One could not afford to let down their guard. I have heard that you possess a bronze automaton, said to have the combat prowess of the nascent soul stage. Is that true? Zhang Yi inquired curiously. Casting a glance at Chen Luo, many others displayed expressions of intrigue, speculating that it was this automaton that had dispatched Shangwen. Without such a treasure, how could Chen Luo, merely at the foundation establishment stage, possibly contend with someone of Shangwen's caliber? Chen Luo nodded with a smile. At this juncture, he could only attribute Shangwen's demise to the bronze automaton. This automaton was no longer a secret. The crowd erupted in astonishment, envy gleaming in many eyes. If only they possessed such a precious artifact, they too could slay a nascent soul. Chen Luo's fortune in acquiring such a treasure was indeed remarkable. Observing this, Jiang Yin promptly redirected the conversation elsewhere. Meanwhile, Chen Luo continued to sip his drink, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. TSK, 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 such a gathering. It is quite a spectacle. At that moment, a group ascended the stairs to their floor. The crowd turned to see that the leader was none other than Chang Yunxian, the head of the Wanqing gang. Behind him were Wang Mang, Tang Qi, and others. The imposing presence made it clear that their intentions were not benign. Chang Yunxian, how dare you appear before us? Your master is a traitor to the Winston sect, and surely you cannot be any better. Huo Lingyan slammed her palm on the table and shouted, prompting the disciples of the Demon Hunting Hall to rise in support of her. Hearing Huo Lingyan's words, Chang Yunxian could not help but burst into laughter. It was truly amusing. What do the grievances among the elders have to do with us disciples? You accuse us of betraying the Winston sect, yet where is your evidence? Without proof, your claims are mere slander. Although Chang Yunxian and his companions were implicated, they had not suffered any repercussions. There was no evidence to substantiate their betrayal. However, that did not mean the Winston sect would not investigate them. They were simply not the primary focus of the inquiry. Compared to these disciples, the elders of the nascent soul stage and the inner sect leaders were the true targets. Well, Lingyan clenched her fists, aware that indeed there was no evidence. Lingyan, Jiang Yanran interjected, tugging at Lingyan to bring her back to her seat. Jiang Yanran then turned her gaze towards Chang Yunxian, narrowing her eyes as she asked, Chang Yunxian, what brings you here? This floor has been reserved by us, and we did not extend an invitation to you. Please take your leave. As these words were uttered, everyone rose, casting a fierce gaze toward Chang Yunxian and his companions. Observing this, Chang Yunxian could not help but burst into laughter. Haha. There's no need to be so agitated. Engaging in private battles within the sect of questioning immortals will incur punishment, he remarked nonchalantly, adopting a somewhat contemptuous demeanor. Since you are aware, why act so disdainfully? Chen Luo interjected unexpectedly. This statement caused Chang Yunxian to frown in irritation, on the verge of losing his composure. However, in pursuit of his objectives, he managed to suppress his frustration. Clearing his throat, Chang Yunxian's gaze fell squarely upon Chen Luo. Chen Luo, I have heard that you previously defeated Wang Mang. Thus, the 7th position on the Immortal Inquiry list rightfully belongs to you. Upon hearing this, many expressed their astonishment. They had not anticipated that Chen Luo had actually vanquished the Golden Core stage Wang Mang through sheer strength. The shocking event of killing Shangwen had overshadowed this. Yet this revelation was equally striking. Wang Mang, smiling, concurred, indeed, I am no match for Chen Luo and willingly concede the 7th position. Upon hearing Chang Yunxian and Wang Mang's words, Jiang Yanran and the others furrowed their brows. What could this mean? These two surely harbored ulterior motives. Conversely, Chen Luo remained composed, responding with a smile, very well, then I shall be the 7th on the Immortal Inquiry list. Seeing Chen Luo accept this with enthusiasm, Chang Yunxian's smile widened. Since you have claimed the 7th position, you will not decline to participate in the upcoming Ascension contest, will you? The Ascension contest? Chen Luo paused for a moment, then turned to Jiang Yanran beside him. He had never heard of such a contest. Jiang Yanran, equally taken aback, furrowed her brow upon hearing about the contest. The Ascension contest is an event spontaneously organized by the disciples of the sect of questioning immortals. Only those on the Immortal Inquiry list can participate, allowing for the swift updating of the rankings. Junior brother, you may choose not to attend. The 7th position is still yours. Jiang Yanran had witnessed the encounter between Chen Luo and Wang Mang. Although Chen Luo had repelled Wang Mang with a single sword strike, Wang Mang had not exerted his full strength at that time. Moreover, Wang Mang's task was merely to obstruct Chen Luo and his companions, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. In a true battle to the death, Wang Mang might not necessarily be defeated. Additionally, there was a crucial stipulation. In the Ascension contest, the use of precious artifacts is limited, with a maximum grade of 4. This regulation is in place to prevent anyone from leveraging the advantages of superior artifacts to attain unjust rankings. When Chen Luo defeated Wang Mang, he utilized a grade 5 artifact, thus gaining a substantial advantage. What's this? Are you afraid? Chang Yunxian grinned, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Luo, his provocative demeanor igniting irritation. Fear? There are many things I fear, but you are not among them. If it is the Ascension contest, then let it be. I shall simply thrash you once more. Chen Luo replied calmly, displaying no signs of intimidation. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Chang Yunxian could not restrain his laughter. Haha, what audacity. On the path to ascension, we shall see. Let us depart. With those words, Chang Yunxian led the group away. Once they had left, the gaze of the crowd naturally fell upon Chen Luo. It was evident that Chang Yunxian and the others had come specifically for him. Junior brother, do not overextend yourself. Though you have reached the Golden Core stage through secret techniques, they are still merely techniques. If they choose to prolong the encounter, once your secret method concludes, you will find yourself in a precarious position, Yao Man interjected, fully aware of the complexities surrounding the Ascension duel. The fact that their opponents dared to confront them meant they had come well prepared. To rashly agree would undoubtedly play into their hands. Chen Luo chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. What is there to fear? They are merely defeated foes. Observing Chen Luo's unwavering confidence, Jiang Yanran and the others exchanged glances. Since Chen Luo was unfazed, they had no further objections. They too would participate in the Ascension duel and would share some of the burden with him when the time came. Chapter 170. I possess a mind-reading technique. A significant contribution. At the pinnacle of the mountain sea tower, 4 figures were seated together. Among them, one figure bore a mechanical demeanor and an expression of indifference. This individual was Xia Homing, brought back from Blood Valley sect. The 2 individuals flanking him exuded powerful presences, both being prodigies ranked within the top 10 of the Ascension rankings. The final figure radiated an exceptionally formidable aura, unmistakably a Supreme Elder. Yi Yuan. What is your opinion on this, Chen Luo? The Supreme Elder inquired, directing his gaze toward Yi Yuan, who was ranked 9th on the Ascension rankings. Yet, his aura was not inferior to that of Wang Mang. He is merely a fool who relied on a 5th-grade treasure to narrowly repel Wang Mang. With his foundation-building cultivation, he will not progress far in the Ascension duel. He cannot hope to maintain the 7th position. Yi Yuan smirked, looking down at Chen Luo with disdain, as if he considered him insignificant. The Supreme Elder chuckled, indeed, but this young man has been marked for elimination by Prince Jin. Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. With Wang Mang present, capturing this fellow will be sufficient. My true target is Jiang Yanran. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elder nodded in agreement before shifting his gaze to another individual. This person's presence was even more formidable than Yi Yuan's, comparable to Xia Homing's. This man was named Zhang Ju, ranked 4th on the Ascension rankings. Zhang Ju, I leave Song Qinger to you, the Supreme Elder stated with a smile. Zhang Ju coldly nodded, seemingly unimpressed by Song Qinger, who held the 3rd position on the Ascension rankings, a testament to her exceptional prowess. Finally, the Supreme Elder's gaze settled on Xia Homing. Observing the expressionless Xia Homing, he smiled, recognizing him as their ultimate trump card. Xia Homing's target was, of course, the individual ranked 1st on the Ascension rankings. Once all the prodigies on the list were dealt with, the Ascension sect would suffer significantly. This was merely the first step in dealing with the Ascension sect. Of course, the most crucial aspect remained the aging elders of the Ascension sect. Only by eliminating these old fellows can we truly dismantle the inquiry of Immortal sect. The venerable elders, Ma and Pang, exchanged glances with Yi Yuan, who raised an eyebrow at the opposing elders. They had initially believed that the combined forces of the 3 venerable elders would surely dispose of Heatsalian, thereby removing the greatest support behind Chen Luo. Regrettably, the plan faltered, resulting in the loss of a formidable nascent soul cultivator. What a pity. The venerable elder chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, expressing that it was of little consequence. Ma and Pang had already begun preparations outside, coordinating with our internal efforts. When the path to immortality opens, it shall mark the onset of calamity for the inquiry of Immortal sect. After lying in wait for decades, we have finally reached this day. Only 2 months remain until the path opens. These 2 months represent the final tranquility before the storm. Leaning against the railing, Chen Luo's gaze was drawn to 4 figures preparing to depart on their swords. It was none other than Xia Homing and his companions. Sun Kong, the venerable elder? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, sensing that Sun Kong's presence here was rather unusual. Wait, do I not possess the ability to read minds? Let me give it a try. Suddenly recalling this new system feature, which he had yet to utilize, he decided to test it out, consuming 50,000 wealth points. Successfully reading Sun Kong's thoughts. When the path to immortality opens, the beauty of the inquiry of Immortal sect shall be beyond reach. Only a single phrase. Chen Luo frowned in disappointment, realizing that he had expended 50,000 wealth points to glean merely one thought from Sun Kong. How disappointing. But what does it mean? When the path to immortality opens, the beauty of the inquiry of Immortal sect. Chen Luo's eyes widened in alarm, his expression turning grave. Could it be that Sun Kong is also one of Yang Jin's people? Yet, his disciple Xia Homing had once infiltrated the Blood Valley sect, which seemed implausible. Let us see what Xia Homing is thinking. Chen Luo immediately focused on Xia Homing, consuming 50,000 wealth points, successfully reading Xia Homing's thoughts. Save me, help me. What? Chen Luo's eyes widened in shock, fixating intently on Xia Homing's retreating figure. What is happening? Why is Xia Homing in distress? Reflecting on Xia Homing's series of behaviors, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Could it be that Xia Homing has become a mere puppet? No, this is not right. Chen Luo bit his thumb, hesitating briefly before turning swiftly. Sister Jiang, I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, he mounted his Qinglong sword and took off. Jiang Yanran and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Chen Luo's intentions. Instead of following Sun Kong and his companions, Chen Luo sought out Heatsalian. This was a matter of great importance. He must inform his master at once. She should be with the sect leader. As Chen Luo descended on his sword, several disciples immediately blocked his path. The hall was engaged in deliberations of significant matters. How could they allow Chen Luo to enter? Let him in. Suddenly, The voice of Lu Qianxiu echoed within the hall, prompting several disciples to cease their obstruction of Chen Luo. Hastily entering the chamber, Chen Luo discovered that aside from Lu Qianxiu, there were also He Cailian, Sheng Wanjiu, and Ming Feng present. It appeared that the members of the investigative team were all trustworthy grand elders. "You little rascal, just like your master. You barge in here as if it were your own home," Lu Qianxiu remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. He Cailian stepped forward, pinching Chen Luo's cheek. "What brings you here, young one? Are you worried I might be bullied?" Chen Luo cast a disgruntled glance at He Cailian, thinking, who would dare bully this fierce tigress? "Master, I've noticed that senior brother Xia Homing seems a bit off," Chen Luo hastily stated, deliberately omitting any mention of Sun Kong. He certainly couldn't reveal to them that he possessed the ability of mind reading. "Xia Homing?" The four turned simultaneously to Chen Luo, their expressions reflecting confusion. "Off?" Ming Feng chuckled. "Perhaps he has become a bit reclusive after being tormented by the Blood Valley sect for 2 years. However, Shang Wanjiu shook his head. "I too sense something amiss. He seems to have transformed entirely." Lu Qianxiu waved his hand dismissively. "Whether Xia Homing is normal or not pertains to Sun Kong's affairs. We should refrain from." Before Lu Qianxiu could finish, Chen Luo interjected, "But what if Sun Kong himself is not normal?" At this revelation, a heavy silence fell over the assembly, as all eyes turned to Chen Luo. Discussions concerning a grand elder must be approached with caution. "Chen Luo, have you discovered something?" He Cailian inquired urgently. It was evident that Chen Luo would not make such a statement without reason. He must have found something significant. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Luo replied, "I feel that Xia Homing resembles a puppet controlled by someone, much like when I manipulate a copper puppet. However, senior brother Xia Homing should still be alive. It seems his soul has been sealed." Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Lu Qianxiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Little one, are you suggesting that Xia Homing has long been under the control of the Blood Valley sect? That they returned him to us to deal with our asking immortal sect?" This notion was rather alarming. At this point, Lu Qianxiu's expression turned serious, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. "It is entirely possible." Ming Feng and Sheng Wanjiu stared wide-eyed at Lu Qianxiu, marveling at his perceptiveness. Chapter 171. First enter the top 10 of Asking Immortal, then ascend to Qingxian. "Alas, I provided such valuable information, yet the sect master offers me no reward?" Chen Luo grumbled, furrowing his brow in annoyance. He Cailian rolled her eyes. "The matter is not yet resolved. How could you expect a reward? Focus on your cultivation, young one, and strive to place in the top 10 during the Ascension tournament." As the two flew towards the elegant hall, Lu Qianxiu and the others continued their deliberations regarding Xia Homing. "I have already secured a top 10 position. Wang Meng graciously relinquished his 7th place to me." Chen Luo grinned broadly. During the Foundation establishment period, achieving the 7th rank on the Immortal Inquiry list was an unprecedented feat after all. The top 20 on the list were all Golden Core disciples, making it nearly impossible for a Foundation establishment disciple to triumph over them. Chen Luo was indeed an exceptional case. However, He Cailian tapped Chen Luo on the head, chiding him, "Silly boy, securing 7th place now holds little value. It merely enhances your reputation. You must attain that rank during the Ascension tournament for it to be truly recognized." Although the Ascension tournament is organized voluntarily by the disciples, it is of great significance to the sect. As long as you place within the top 10, you earn the right to challenge the Celestial Genius list and gain the sect's support. Do you understand? The Celestial Genius list and the Immortal Inquiry list are entirely distinct tiers of rankings. The prodigies on the Immortal Inquiry list are merely recognized within the Immortal Inquiry sect, while the Celestial Genius list encompasses the entirety of the Nine Heavens continent. Only the top disciple of the Immortal Inquiry sect has managed to infiltrate the Celestial Genius list. And even then, their position is not particularly high. Chen Luo scratched his head, perplexed, and inquired, "Master, is there a reward for entering the Celestial Genius list?" Upon hearing this, He Cailian couldn't help but chuckle. The rewards for entering the Celestial Genius list are no longer significant. What truly matters is the chance of being noticed by the 4 great sacred lands. Should you be fortunate enough to gain entry to one of the 4 great sacred lands, you will have the opportunity to touch upon the path of immortality. Here, He Cailian took a deep breath. The path of immortality is the ultimate aspiration of all cultivators on the Nine Heavens continent. However, those who can even brush against this path are exceedingly rare. The challenge posed by the Celestial Genius list alone is enough to impede numerous prodigies. Furthermore, entering the Celestial Genius list does not guarantee admission to a sacred land. Those with mediocre talents, regardless of their combat prowess, will be overlooked by the sacred lands. After some hesitation, Chen Luo asked, Since the four great sacred lands are home to so many top-tier prodigies, shouldn't they monopolize the celestial genius list? How would we ever stand a chance? The individuals capable of entering the sacred lands are indeed the most exceptional talents on the celestial genius list, akin to yang function. Therefore, the geniuses of the sacred lands should dominate the entirety of the celestial genius list. Hetzalian laughed. Are you foolish? The celestial genius list was established by the four great sacred lands to select prodigies eligible for entry into them. Once one has entered a sacred land, why would they remain on the celestial genius list? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo finally grasped the essence of the celestial genius list. Now it made sense. No wonder various factions were vying for positions on the celestial genius list. It was all in pursuit of entry into the four great sacred lands. However, it was evident that gaining access to these sacred lands was no easy feat. Yang Fengxian had entered the celestial genius list long ago and only recently gained entry into the ancient Quetzal sacred land, which attests to the stringent standards of the four great sacred lands. All right, you should go rest now. As for matters concerning the Immortal Inquiry sect, leave them to us. Be cautious during the Ascension tournament. There are certainly spies from Yangjin within the Immortal Inquiry list, Hetzalian said, giving Chen Luo's shoulder a reassuring pat before descending. The two returned to the elegant hall. Chen Luo shrugged and swiftly made his way back to his room. Once seated on his bed, he immediately activated the system. The wealth accumulated within him stands at an astonishing 410,000 points. This immense fortune is more than sufficient for Chen Luo to ascend to the Golden Core stage. Taking a deep breath, he sets about elevating his realm, consuming 550,000 points of wealth. He advances to the 10th stage of Foundation Establishment. To ascend to the first stage of Golden Core, 1,000,000 points of wealth are required. What a staggering sum! Chen Luo is taken aback by this astonishing figure. It is indeed quite overwhelming. It appears he must seize more from the affluent, for otherwise, his wealth will scarcely suffice. Ascend. Consuming 1,000,000 points of wealth, he rises to the first stage of Golden Core. After reaching the Golden Core stage, he retains 2,860,000 points of wealth. Elevating to the second stage of Golden Core demands an expenditure of 1,200,000 points, which means the remaining wealth can only support his advancement to the third stage at most. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Luo ultimately decides against further elevation. Having attained the Golden Core stage, he recognizes the necessity of enhancing his martial skills. Currently, the only martial technique he possesses at this stage is the Sea of Covering Immortals. It is imperative to acquire several 5th-grade martial skills to compensate for this deficiency. He resolves to study the Heavenly Fury Sacred Body. Chen Luo recalls obtaining the Heavenly Fury Sacred Body in the Royal Ancestral Grounds, a 6th-grade martial skill. However, this technique is not an offensive one, but rather a method of movement, consuming 300,000 points of wealth. He elevates the third volume of the Heavenly Fury Sacred Body to the initial realm, consuming 400,000 points of wealth. He advances the third volume to the minor completion realm, consuming 500,000 points of wealth. He enhances the third volume to the major completion realm, consuming 600,000 points of wealth. He perfects the third volume. Hiss. Chen Luo inhales sharply, having expended 1,800,000 points of wealth to finally cultivate the third volume of the Heavenly Fury Sacred Body to perfection. Now, he is left with a mere 1,060,000 points. Truly, the expenditure is like flowing water. He decides to test it. Calming his heart, he unleashes the Heavenly Fury Sacred Body, causing golden light to erupt between his legs. Whoosh! In the next instant, Chen Luo finds himself in another room. This room belongs to Jiang Yanran, as she is the only one who sleeps with the door ajar. Stealing a glance at the peacefully slumbering Jiang Yanran, he promptly whooshes back to his own chamber. The round trip takes but the blink of an eye. This speed could rival that of even the most formidable nascent soul cultivators. Is the Heavenly Fury Sacred Body truly this remarkable? Chen Luo gazes at his legs, suddenly eager to gather the entirety of the Heavenly Fury Sacred Body. If he can fully assemble it, its might will undoubtedly be terrifying. Let us play a bit more. Chen Luo grins widely, transforming into a streak of golden light that darts out from the elegant hall. With an astonishing swiftness, Chen Luo circled around the elegant hall in the blink of an eye. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, he turned his gaze towards the forest behind the hall and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed forward. When he finally halted, he found himself at the edge of a hot spring nestled in the mountains. As he steadied himself and slowly raised his head, he was taken aback to see a figure reclining in the hot spring. Insi lay there, clad only in a delicate veil of white fabric. The water had soaked the fabric, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. Her fair skin glistened like jade under the moonlight. Through the shimmering surface of the spring, he caught a glimpse of her long, graceful legs, captivating in their beauty. Startled, Chen Luo quickly realized that Yin Suyi was in a deep slumber. He needed to leave promptly. This eccentric senior sister would undoubtedly lose her composure if she awoke to find him there. Just as he contemplated his departure, a shadow suddenly sprang from the bushes, lunging towards his calf and emitting a series of muffled sounds. However, upon biting down, the shadow found only resistance akin to steel, nearly shattering its teeth. Silence. Do not make a sound. Chen Luo urgently covered the mouth of the little black cat that had attacked him. Even if its teeth were broken, it would have to swallow its pride. The little spirit cat, Lingli, gazed at him with pitiful eyes. As a young lady of the spirit cat clan, she had never endured such indignities. Once Lingli ceased her struggles, Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he turned back, he found himself face to face with Yin Suyi, who now stood before him, her expression icy and penetrating. The damp veil clung to her form, still dripping water. And through the moonlight, her fair complexion was faintly visible behind the translucent fabric. You. Yin Suyi raised a hand, pointing directly at Chen Luo. As she moved, droplets of spring water splashed onto his face. Chen Luo shivered at the unexpected sensation and instinctively licked his lips, noticing a peculiar sweetness to the water. Suddenly, Lingli wriggled free and scampered behind Yin Suyi, baring her teeth at Chen Luo. The three of them remained locked in an uneasy standoff for several moments. Senior Sister Yin, I assure you, I did not intend to intrude upon your bath. I simply enjoy exercising at night and happened to pass by, Chen Luo hastily explained, preparing for a swift retreat. It was wise to limit his words in the presence of a senior sister who seemed somewhat unhinged. However, Yin Suyi's unexpected response left him utterly flabbergasted. Last time, thank you, she said, her demeanor shifting from menacing to sincere gratitude. She was acutely aware of the significant effort Chen Luo had exerted in the Tahi Mountains. Had it not been for him, she could have inadvertently harmed Heatsalian. Such a tragedy would have made her a sinner. Chen Luo stared at Yin Suyi in bewilderment, unable to comprehend her words. Was this senior sister truly not in her right mind? Would you like to join me in the hot spring? She inquired, her tone unexpectedly inviting. Yin Suyi spoke while cradling Lingli and re-entering the hot spring. Upon hearing her words, Chen Luo was convinced that his senior sister was indeed not quite sane. Is that really necessary? Chen Luo awkwardly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Once Yin Suyi settled down, her beautiful eyes fell upon Chen Luo, assuring him, it's perfectly fine. This is warm water, and you won't catch a chill. Chen Luo twitched his lips. It wasn't merely a matter of whether the water was warm or cold. This was a matter of principle. Noticing Chen Luo's hesitation, Yin Suyi continued, come on, keep me company and chat. Chen Luo was taken aback, clearly sensing a hint of sadness on Yin Suyi's face. There was no choice. He steeled himself. After all, he was still clothed, and he wasn't doing anything inappropriate. Aren't you going to take off your clothes? The hot spring has benefits for the muscles and bones, and wearing clothes diminishes its effects. Yin Suyi blinked innocently, her expression pure and unblemished. Chen Luo paused, suddenly seeing a resemblance to Lingma in Yin Suyi's expression. However, Yin Suyi's demeanor was truly innocent, while Lingma seemed indifferent to such matters. Come on, Yin Suyi urged again. With no other option, Chen Luo waved his hand, leaving only a pair of shorts on, before lying down beside her. He had to admit, the hot spring was quite effective. After soaking, his fatigue dissipated rapidly, more rejuvenating than a good night's sleep. Junior brother Chen, this is Lingli, my cousin. Yin Suyi suddenly lifted Lingli and presented her to Chen Luo. Chen Luo stared blankly at Lingli, observing both Yin Suyi and Lingli. It was difficult to perceive that they were related. I didn't realize you two were family. Chen Luo laughed awkwardly. Yin Suyi patted Lingli's head, explaining, in the Demon Beast clan, to take on human form, one must reach the transformation stage. Lingli is still at the foundation establishment stage and cannot transform yet. Lingli shook her head and blinked at Chen Luo, due to her exceptionally high bloodline. Lingli's intelligence was not inferior to that of ordinary humans. Her bright, sparkling eyes fixated on Chen Luo, as if attempting to see right through him. Sister Yin, are both your parents at the transformation stage? Chen Luo asked in surprise. If Yin Sui's mother had not reached the transformation stage, she would be unable to take on human form. Surely, Yin Sui's father had a more refined taste. Would he truly be inclined towards such a small black cat? Yin Sui nodded. Of course, both my parents are at the transformation stage. Hearing her affirmative response, Chen Luo exhaled in relief. Sister Yin, since both your parents are powerful at the transformation stage, why not stay with them? Wouldn't coming to the Asking Immortal sect hinder your cultivation? Chen Luo inquired curiously. The Asking Immortal sect only had Lu Qianxiu as a transformation stage cultivator, whereas Yin Sui's parents were both powerful practitioners. Clearly, remaining with her parents would have been more suitable. As this thought crossed his mind, a sense of helplessness appeared on Yin Sui's face. The Spirit Cat clan is no more. My parents, their whereabouts unknown. This encounter with Lingli is perhaps due to the influence of Ma Wendao. Yin Sui and Lingli both sighed simultaneously, their faces clouded with sorrow. If one were left with no choice, who would willingly wander in a foreign land? But rather be compelled by circumstance? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo fell silent, feeling awkward for having asked an inappropriate question. The trio, comprising 2 humans and a beast, lay quietly in the hot spring, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Quickly, let us hasten to Yin Mountain. The Ascension battle is about to commence. I have heard that our sect's eldest senior brother will also participate in this competition. Is it true? Indeed. Our senior brother is the face of our sect and would certainly not miss it. Have you heard? That fellow named Chen Luo actually defeated senior brother Wang Meng, securing the 7th position on the Ascension list. Is that true? Did he not just recently enter the inner sect? Has he already reached the Golden Core stage? It must be false. Senior brother Wang Meng must have let him win. Otherwise, how could he possibly triumph? Regardless, the truth of this matter will be revealed in the upcoming Ascension battle. Let us hurry there. As the battle approaches, the inner disciples of the sect rush towards Yin Mountain. This event belongs to the disciples of the Ascension list, representing the prowess of the top disciples of our sect. However, those ranked lower on the list merely serve as support. The attention of all is drawn to the Golden Core disciples at the forefront. The top 10 on the Ascension list will have the opportunity to compete for a place on the Qingxian list. This is of utmost importance. Chen Luo and his companions arrived early at Yin Mountain. All 7 were renowned on the Ascension list, and they could not afford to miss this battle. Goodness. There are indeed so many people, Chen Luo remarked, gazing around at the throngs of spectators. This far surpasses the number present during the intersect assessment. Moreover, most disciples do not even qualify to participate in the Ascension battle. The rules of the Ascension battle are few. Apart from the stipulation that only treasures and elixirs of 5th rank or lower may be utilized, there are no other restrictions. Even if it leads to fatality, the sect will turn a blind eye. Thus, many disciples take this opportunity to settle personal grievances. Jiang Yanren spoke up, her tone unusually grave. Of course, if one chooses to concede, the opponent must cease their attack. Should they continue, the elders will intervene. After all, these are the elite disciples of the sect, and the sect does not wish to witness significant casualties. Jiang Yanren added, casting her gaze towards the sky. Above, 2 esteemed elders stood watch. These elders would closely monitor the arena, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Chen Luo scanned the surroundings and quickly located Chang Yunxian and the others. A smile crept across his face. Today we shall settle the scores from before. Chapter 173. How utterly dull. Shall we place a wager instead? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, drawing everyone's gaze upwards. A figure descended from the sky, riding a treasured sword. The figure before them donned a resplendent white garb, wielding a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance and striking handsomeness. Numerous female disciples, upon catching sight of him, could not suppress their admiration, their hearts fluttering like startled fawns. The gentleman smiled graciously, gesturing to the crowd below. Chen Luo gazed at the man in astonishment. This must be the first on the Immortal Inquiry list. The esteemed senior brother of the Immortal Inquiry sect. How could someone be this dashing? Senior sister, is this truly our sect's senior brother? Chen Luo turned to Wang Shiqin, who smiled and nodded. Indeed, he is the white moonlight in the hearts of all the female disciples of the Immortal Inquiry sect. Chen Luo clicked his tongue in surprise and could not help but inquire, what is the name of this senior brother? With such striking features, his name must be extraordinary. Perhaps something like Fan, Hao, or Yin. However, the moment he posed this question, a chorus of laughter erupted from the nearby senior sisters. Our distinguished senior brother of the Immortal Inquiry sect is named Lu Dafu. He is the nephew of the sect leader. Wang Shiqin chuckled as she spoke. Dafu? Chen Luo was taken aback. How could someone so handsome bear such an incongruous name? What was his father thinking? Ahem. As if sensing the laughter from Jiang Yanran and the others, Lu Dafu in the air coughed lightly, casting a curious glance at Chen Luo, who was recognized as a rising star. Dear junior brothers and sisters, the Immortal Ascension tournament is officially underway. You may freely challenge any opponent you wish, but refrain from utilizing treasures of grade 4 or higher, spiritual formations, or medicinal pills. Let us keep it lighthearted and avoid injuring our fellow disciples. Lu Dafu announced with a smile, then gracefully alighted on the side of the Yin Yu gang. Wang Yunxi stood beside him, and Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. This Lu Dafu was also the leader of the Yin Yu gang. Realizing he was part of the Yin Yu gang, Chen Luo felt a spark of potential connection. Junior brother, we need not rush into action. Striking too early could make us targets. Many are watching us, Jiang Yanren cautioned. Referring to the likes of Chang Yunxian and her cohort, who were formidable adversaries. Chen Luo nodded, turning his gaze toward the center of the martial arena, where challenges were already being issued and fierce battles commenced. However, the initial clashes involved those ranked lower on the Immortal Inquiry list, which failed to pique Chen Luo's interest. After all, he had already secured the 7th position on the list. He was merely waiting for others to make their move. Not far away, Chang Yunxian and her companions were also fixated on Chen Luo, having meticulously prepared for the tournament with the intent of decisively defeating him. I will deal with him and reclaim the face we lost last time. Wang Meng eagerly sought to engage, only to be restrained by Chang Yunxian. No need to rush. Let us first gauge his current strength, Chang Yunxian replied with a calm smile, then turned her gaze to Chang Yin. Chang Yin, you are but a step away from the Golden Core stage. Why don't you test him first? I am eager to see how formidable he can be without the supreme 5th grade treasure. Chang Yunxian said to Chang Yin. Beside them, Wang Meng quickly interjected, no. Chang Yin could never be a match for Chen Luo. Chen Luo possesses secret methods that enable him to reach the Golden Core stage. Having battled Chen Luo, Wang Meng was well aware of his prowess. How could Chang Yin, who had yet to attain the Golden Core stage, possibly contend with Chen Luo? However, Chang Yunxian replied with a calm smile, it matters not. Chang Yin merely seeks to test this fellow. If Chen Luo requires secret methods to defeat Chang Yin, then he is unworthy to be your opponent. Upon hearing Chang Yunxian's words, Wang Meng nodded in contemplation. Very well, let Chang Yin have his trial. Chang Yin immediately leaped onto the martial stage, his gaze fixed upon Chen Luo and the others. It's Chang Yin. He must be coming for us. Ling Yan unsheathed her whip, believing Chang Yin was most likely to challenge her. Surely, Chang Yin wouldn't dare to challenge the Golden Core practitioners, Jiang Yuran and Yo Man. Would he? Chen Luo, do you dare to fight me? Chang Yin proclaimed, puffing out his chest and shouting at Chen Luo. This declaration elicited expressions of astonishment from many onlookers. Chang Yin dares to challenge Chen Luo? Hadn't Chen Luo just defeated Wang Meng, securing the 7th position on the Immortal Inquiry list? Was there a chance that Chen Luo's ranking was inflated? What was going on? Why would Chang Yin challenge Chen Luo? Was it not true that Chen Luo had not yet reached the Golden Core? I heard that Chen Luo only managed to repel Wang Meng with the aid of a supreme 5th grade sword, rather than achieving outright victory. Perhaps Wang Meng had intentionally relinquished his rank to Chen Luo. So that is how it is. Without the supreme 5th grade sword, could it be that Chen Luo wouldn't even be able to best Chang Yin? It is indeed possible. Chen Luo has only recently become a direct disciple. And even if he has touched the threshold of the Golden Core stage, he may not be able to defeat Chang Yin. The disciples murmured amongst themselves, their gazes fixated on Chen Luo. Most were unaware of Chen Luo's true capabilities, only knowing that he had bested several renowned figures, such as the deputy leader of the Lingsha division and Wang Meng, who ranked 7th on the Immortal Inquiry list. He had even slain Inter-Sect Elder Tang Ping and Grand Elder Shangwen. Each tale grew more extravagant than the last, yet none had witnessed it firsthand. Today, they would finally see Chen Luo in action. Chen Luo smiled, then stepped onto the stage, his gaze locking onto Chang Yin. Sensing Chen Luo's stare, Chang Yin narrowed his eyes. Deep down, he understood that he could never rival Chen Luo. However, he was merely testing Chen Luo's strength. If he lost, he would concede. There was no shame in that. To be honest, I had no intention of fighting. It seems rather pointless to contend with you, Chen Luo suddenly sighed, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Gasps of astonishment surrounded him, for Chen Luo had just belittled Chang Yin so. Chang Yin's face turned ashen with rage. When had he ever been so scorned? How absurd. Now that you cannot wield the supreme 5th grade sword, it is not certain that you can defeat me. Such arrogance. Do you truly believe you can maintain your position at 7th? Chang Yin gritted his teeth and shouted, his eyes coldly fixed on Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled and suggested, how about we make a wager? In this celestial contest, the Xian sect does not bestow rewards. If one wishes to accumulate wealth, they must rely solely on their diligent hands. A wager? Absolutely not. Chang Yin firmly declined, fully aware that he could not match Chen Luo and thus could not engage in such a bet. Chen Luo quickly interjected, do not be so hasty in your refusal. My terms are quite fair. I shall grant you 10 opportunities. After your 10 attempts, I will make one move. If I take a step back within those 10 moves, you win. Should my single strike fail to defeat you, that 2 counts as your victory. What do you think? Upon hearing this seemingly inequitable wager, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Is he out of his mind? Is Chen Luo truly gifting treasures to Chang Yin? Chang Yin was indeed tempted by the odds presented. The prospect of victory was overwhelmingly in his favor. As a 10th-stage cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm, his full-force attack could indeed threaten a Golden Core practitioner. 10 attempts. How could he not compel Chen Luo to retreat even once? This was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 174. The terrifying flesh, as light as a feather. Not retreating after 10 attempts? What a ridiculous notion. Chen Luo's arrogance was astounding. Wang Mang was amused. Allowing him one chance had evidently inflated his ego. He was eager to see if Chen Luo possessed the capability he boasted. If I were Chang Yin, I would undoubtedly agree to this wager. It is a surefire win. Plus, one could gain something valuable without any cost. Outside the arena, gasps of astonishment erupted, as the majority of disciples deemed Chen Luo's words excessively hubristic. 10 attempts without retreating against a single decisive strike. Even those in the Golden Core stage would find it challenging to accomplish such a feat. Though Chang Yin had not yet entered the Golden Core stage, his strength should not be underestimated. Why the hesitation? Are you afraid? Chen Luo teased as he observed Chang Yin's reluctance to commit. Chang Yin clenched his fists, desperately wanting to agree. He turned to look at Chang Yinxian and the others to gauge their decision. Chen Luo is quite audacious to make such bold claims. Wang Mang couldn't help but chuckle. Even he lacked confidence in winning this wager, as Chang Yan's full-force strike was far from negligible. Unless one surpassed the 5th stage of the Golden Core realm, there was no absolute guarantee of victory, having only just passed half a month. How could Chen Luo possibly reach the 5th stage of the Golden Core? That was utterly implausible. I will accept your wager. I am curious to see what tricks this young man has up his sleeve. Chang Yunxian nodded. Seeing Chang Yunxuan's approval, Chang Yin immediately turned to Chen Luo and declared, "A wager it is. But if I lose, do not attempt to evade responsibility." Chen Luo smiled gently. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I shall wager this item with you. With that, Chen Luo produced the fiery pearl. Upon witnessing a 5th-grade treasure, the expressions of the surrounding disciples morphed into shock. Is Chen Luo truly insane to gamble with such a precious item? The 2 elder masters in the sky observed the scene below, their laughter resonating in the air. Even they would not dare to jest with a treasure of the lower 5th grade. Such artifacts are indeed rare. The lower 5th grade? Chang Yin twitched at the corner of his eye. He did not possess one. Chang Yin, utilize this item. At that moment, Chang Yunxian tossed a martial technique into Chang Yan's hands. Upon seeing this martial technique, Chang Yin felt a pang of regret. This technique was a promised reward from Chang Yunxian, with the task of testing Chen Luo. Should he accept this wager, the technique would surely be his. But if he lost, the reward would vanish. What are you afraid of? Do you truly believe you will lose? Chang Yunxian coldly remarked upon noticing Chang Yan's hesitation to use the technique in the wager. Such a splendid opportunity must be seized. That fire pearl can injure someone in the nascent soul stage. Why would one refuse it? Chang Yin swallowed hard, resolutely facing Chen Luo. Then I shall wager this martial technique against you. Chen Luo blinked, realizing it was a lower 5th-grade martial technique, exactly what he lacked. It was a gift delivered right to his doorstep. Chen Luo immediately tossed the fire pearl into the hands of the 2 elder supreme elders, requesting their presence as witnesses. The 2 elders exchanged helpless smiles before nodding at Chen Luo. Chang Yin also placed the martial technique into the elders' hands, then drew forth a remarkable 4th-grade spear. Aiming it directly at Chen Luo, the spear, designed to concentrate force into a single point, possessed explosive power far exceeding that of other weapons. He was determined to see if Chen Luo could truly stand his ground without retreating. I shall accept this lower 5th-grade pearl. Chang Yan's eyes widened fiercely, the spear igniting with blazing flames as he stepped forward, driving it towards Chen Luo's chest. At the onset, Chang Yin unleashed a lower 4th-grade martial technique. Although only mastered to a minor extent, this strike was sufficient to compel any opponent of equal rank to exert their utmost in defense. Rising Sun Spear technique. Go! Chang Yin bellowed, the fiery spear surging toward Chen Luo. At that moment, Chen Luo stood resolutely, chest out, as if he were an unyielding steel barrier. Even with the spear mere inches away, he showed no intention of retreating. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Chen Luo, unable to fathom what would transpire next. Could it be that he would truly not budge? This was Chang Yan's full-force strike. A novice in the Golden Core stage could easily be slain by such an attack. What gave Chen Luo the audacity to remain motionless? You are merely courting disaster. Chang Yin smirked, surprised at how effortlessly he seemed to handle Chen Luo. Suddenly, a crisp metallic clash resonated, silencing the entire arena. All gazes converged upon Chen Luo, their faces etched with disbelief. What was that sound? Whose chest could produce such a noise? Chang Yin, dumbfounded, looked up to find that the spear's tip had merely pierced Chen Luo's outer clothing, his eyes widening in shock. The sensation was akin to striking a steel plate. Chen Luo's physique was truly extraordinary. Could you exert a bit more strength? Is this merely a tickle? Chen Luo yawned. Seemingly unfazed, Chang Yin retracted his spear and stepped back, gazing at Chen Luo in utter bewilderment. What had just transpired? Was this real? How could someone cultivate their physical body to such an extraordinary extent? Even Chang Yunxian and the others were left in a state of confusion, their expressions blank. They were aware of Chen Luo's formidable physique but had not anticipated it to be so exaggeratedly powerful. This was Chang Yan's full-force strike, and yet it had failed to even graze his skin. What a jest! With a smirk, Chen Luo observed the perplexed Chang Yan. After entering the Golden Core stage, his physique had reached an exceptionally terrifying level, comparable to that of a nascent soul expert. This was largely thanks to the successful mastery of the Wushu body refinement technique, which allowed him to withstand Chang Yan's strike without hesitation. This is impossible. I refuse to believe your body is this resilient. Chang Yan clenched his spear tightly and launched another assault. One thrust after another, he relentlessly attacked Chen Luo's form. Chen Luo stood as though unaffected, rooted in place. These attempts were mere trifles to him, no pressure whatsoever. The onlookers were left in awe, exclaiming in astonishment. What a fearsome physique! No wonder Chen Luo held such confidence. His body was likely more terrifying than that of a golden core beast. It seemed the rumors of Chen Luo's victory over Wang Meng were indeed true. After a series of strikes, Chang Yin, fatigued, retreated with a contorted expression. Why was he making no progress? Could it be that he was truly this weak? Observing Chang Yan's self-doubt, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. There is just one strike left. Seize the opportunity. Chang Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Only one strike remained? So soon. Gritting his teeth in anger, he declared, your physique is astonishingly strong. Yet, with this strike, I shall surely shatter your defenses. With a furious roar, Chang Yin tightened his grip on the spear, channeling all his spiritual energy into the tip. A piercing gleam emanated from the spearhead as it shot forth with astounding speed. Akin to a beam of light, nearly impossible to track. Heavenly Flow Spear Technique. Break. A fourth-grade martial skill. The crowd widened their eyes, realizing that Chang Yin had been compelled to unleash his full potential. Chen Luo would undoubtedly have to evade this formidable fourth-grade technique. Chapter 175. You fled without even making contact? Chang Yunstin smirked, her gaze fixed intently on Chang Yin, confident in his ability to push Chen Luo back. The power of a fourth-grade martial skill should not be underestimated. Even if Chen Luo's physique was exceptionally strong, he could not possibly remain unyielding. The eyes of the crowd were firmly locked on the confrontation between Chen Luo and Chang Yin, with most believing that Chen Luo would inevitably retreat. Break for me. Chang Yin roared, his spear surging powerfully toward Chen Luo. With a single strike, he exhausted all his spiritual energy, merely to force Chen Luo back. Yet, Chen Luo stood calmly in place, his gaze fixed on the approaching Chang Yin, displaying no excessive emotion. Observing Chen Luo's unwavering confidence, Chang Yin smirked. He could hardly believe that Chen Luo would not retreat. Boom. The tip of the spear violently collided with Chen Luo's chest, unleashing an astonishing residual force that swept across the entire arena. Many spectators exhibited expressions of shock, unable to fathom that Chen Luo had not even unleashed his martial skills, yet had compelled Chang Yin to reveal all his trump cards. Such a terrifying strike must surely be beyond Chen Luo's capacity to withstand. This blow, one would think, even a golden core cultivator would hesitate to meet head-on. Chang Yin suddenly realized that the spear tip had ceased its advance and quickly raised his head to look. He found Chen Luo standing motionless, the spot where he had been struck displaying only a faint white mark. What kind of terrifying physique was this? You monster! Chang Yin hastily retreated, gazing at Chen Luo with a face full of disbelief. The onlookers also expressed their astonishment, struggling to comprehend that Chen Luo had not budged an inch. Chang Yin, who had previously exerted all his might, now appeared as nothing more than a mere clown. Regardless of the astonishing onslaught he unleashed, he could not make Chen Luo move even a fraction. Chen Luo smiled slightly, then raised his palm, declaring, 10 moves have concluded. Now it is my turn. Upon hearing this, Chang Yin immediately retreated, his gaze sternly fixed on Chen Luo. Although he had failed to repel Chen Luo with 10 moves, he still had a chance. If he could just withstand this next attack, he would claim victory. A physique as formidable as Chen Luo's did not necessarily imply his offensive power was equally fearsome. It was merely one strike. Surely he could manage. However, Chang Yunxian and the others wore expressions of concern, having already discerned the vast disparity between Chang Yin and Chen Luo. Even with all his strength, he had been unable to make Chen Luo budge. The gap was simply too great. The fact that Chang Yin still harbored hopes of withstanding a blow from Chen Luo was utterly absurd. Yet, the wager had been made, and they could only let Chang Yin try. Who knows, he might just succeed. Your physique is indeed impressive. But defeating me with a single strike will not be so easy. Chang Yin inhaled deeply, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Luo. Just block it. Seeing Chang Yin still brimming with confidence, Chen Luo smiled. Heavenly Demon Palm. Chen Luo suddenly stepped forward, gathering a tremendous amount of spiritual energy in his palm before unleashing a powerful strike. As the spiritual energy erupted, Chang Yin's expression shifted from calm to alarm. Golden Core. Chen Luo had actually reached the Golden Core stage. How could this be possible? He hadn't even utilized any secret techniques, yet he had attained the Golden Core stage? Chang Yunxian and the others widened their eyes, equally incredulous. How could Chen Luo's cultivation have advanced to the Golden Core in just half a month? This was utterly outrageous. How had this individual trained? Steady yourself, Chen Luo kindly reminded, closing the distance to Chang Yin in just a few steps before delivering a palm strike. Chang Yin had already sensed something was amiss but still wished to try. However, when Chen Luo's power surged with a resounding force, Chang Yin was instantly thrown into a state of panic. This strike was potent enough to claim his life several times over. No, I cannot withstand it. In his frenzy, Chang Yin abandoned all thoughts of the wager and fled with great haste. What was a mere bet compared to his own life? Receiving Chen Luo's strike would be tantamount to courting death. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Chang Yin dashed out of the martial arena, his speed remarkable. I concede. I concede, he shouted as he ran, disappearing in an instant. Chen Luo, furrowing his brows in annoyance, withdrew the impending heavenly demon palm. He hadn't even struck Chang Yin, yet the latter had fled. Was his courage truly so lacking? A profound silence enveloped the arena, with everyone staring at Chen Luo in disbelief. No one had anticipated that he would achieve victory so effortlessly. The disciples who had previously doubted him quickly silenced themselves. Such prowess was beyond their capacity to question. Chen Luo triumphed. The elder in the air shook his head with a wry smile, subsequently tossing 2 treasures into Chen Luo's hands. Gained 400,000 wealth points. Chen Luo stowed away the items, beaming as he glanced at Chang Yunxian and his companions. The expressions of Chang Yunxian and the others turned ashen, their bodies trembling with rage. Not only had they lost a 5th-grade martial technique, but they had also suffered a tremendous loss of face. They could never have anticipated that Chen Luo would reach the Golden Core stage in such a short time. Had they known he had attained the Golden Core stage, they would never have allowed Chang Yin to present himself as an easy target. The wager had been a trap set by Chen Luo. They had jumped right into it. Thank you for your martial techniques. I shall review them and later use these skills against you. Chen Luo grinned mischievously, provoking further ire from Chang Yunxian and the others. Humph. Do not get too complacent. Chang Yunxian clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Chen Luo. Though he recognized that Chen Luo had become more formidable, it did not imply they were entirely powerless against him. This time, they had prepared thoroughly and were determined to subdue Chen Luo. Chen Luo shrugged and bounded back to his fellow disciples. His senior sisters regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny, as if he were some kind of monster. When had this young man reached the Golden Core stage? Junior brother Chen, several figures approached, their faces illuminated with smiles. It was Lu Dafu, Wang Yunxi, and a group of formidable members from the Yin Yu gang. You've proven yourself quite capable. The last time I saw you, you had just entered the foundation establishment stage, and now you are already at the Golden Core. Wang Yunxi examined Chen Luo with wide-eyed astonishment. Never had she witnessed anyone with such a rapid cultivation pace. How long had it been? Not even half a year. Chen Luo chuckled, scratching his head. I did not intend to cultivate this quickly. It's simply that there are too many excellent resources, and my progress cannot be halted. The group collectively rolled their eyes at his nonchalance. Junior brother, I have heard your name from the sect leader long before this. Now that I see you in person, you truly live up to the expectations set by the sect leader. Lu Dafu spoke with a smile, gently waving the folding fan in his hand, exuding an air of gentlemanly grace. Chen Luo furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The sect leader? Could he possibly speak well of me? His previous encounter with Lu Qianqiu had left a rather unfavorable impression. What kind words could this fellow utter? Lu Dafu offered an awkward smile. Indeed. Lu Qianqiu held a poor opinion of Chen Luo, having referred to him as a petty bandit. As for the notorious brigand, that title belonged to He Xiaoyan. Junior brother Chen, I have received the directive regarding the matter you previously discussed with the sect leader. He has instructed me to use this opportunity to test the waters. If there is indeed something amiss. Lu Dafu's tone suddenly turned serious, causing those nearby to furrow their brows in confusion. Unable to grasp the meaning behind his words, Chen Luo immediately understood Lu Dafu's implication, and their gazes shifted simultaneously towards the distant figure of Xia Homing. Chapter 176. 3 5th-rank pills, sister must pay with her body. A group of onlookers looked curiously at Chen Luo and Lu Dafu. wondering if the two men were secretly acquainted. Just as the crowd pondered this, a figure forcefully ascended the martial stage. It was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan flashed a grin, directing his gaze towards Chen Luo and the others, ultimately settling on Jiang Yanran. Jiang Yanran, please, he declared with a broad smile, his eyes fixated on her. Jiang Yanran's delicate brows knitted together, her expression grave. This Yi Yuan was clearly up to no good. Sister Jiang, be wary of deceit, Chen Luo whispered urgently beside her. Jiang Yanran responded with a reassuring smile. Fear not, he is merely a defeated foe. With that, she stepped onto the martial stage. The surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment, realizing that the contest had escalated to a battle among the top 10 of the Ascension rankings. How swift this has come to pass. The clash of Golden Core prodigies promises to be truly exhilarating. Yi Yuan struck first, unleashing a long spear that surged forth like a dragon. Jiang Yanran swiftly brandished her sword to parry, and though her movements were somewhat languid, each strike perfectly countered Yi Yuan's onslaught. Both combatants were at the third stage of the Golden Core realm, their strengths nearly equal, resulting in a fierce stalemate. What an impressive spear technique. Yi Yuan's progress over the past year has been astonishing, Yao Man remarked. Yi Yuan and Jiang Yanran had clashed numerous times before, with Jiang Yanran always having the upper hand. However, this time, the outcome was uncertain. Sister Yao, do Yi Yuan and Sister Jiang have a grudge? Chen Luo suddenly inquired of Yao Man. Yao Man paused. Junior brother, why do you think that? Although they have battled countless times, it cannot be termed a grudge. Sister Jiang's nature is quite amiable, and she generally prefers to stay in her room, rarely venturing out. How could such a woman harbor animosity towards others? Chen Luo frowned. But Yi Yuan's every strike is aimed at Sister Jiang's life. What? The several sisters widened their eyes in shock, staring incredulously at Chen Luo. How could this be possible? Sister Jiang is such a remarkable woman. Why would Yi Yuan want to kill Jiang Yanran? Indeed, this celestial competition appears to differ significantly from those of previous years. Lu Dafu squinted his eyes, directing his gaze toward Chang Yunxian and others. The nature of this celestial contest seems to have ascended to an entirely new level. These individuals are undoubtedly scheming a grand conspiracy. Suddenly, Chen Luo shouted, Sister Jiang, surrender. This exclamation caught those beside him off guard. Why would Jiang Yanran concede when she has not yet been defeated? Even within the martial arena, Jiang Yanran was momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's words. However, there must be a reason behind his assertion. Yet, to surrender like this would be utterly unsatisfactory. How meddlesome. Yi Yuan shot a glance at Chen Luo, realizing he had been noticed. In an instant, Yi Yuan's eyes widened, his aura rapidly surging to the 5th stage of the Golden Core realm. The long spear in his hand emanated layers of bloody light, its power escalating relentlessly. The dark blood spear technique. With a formidable thrust, Yi Yuan unleashed his killing intent, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Sister Jiang, seeing this sudden turn of events, Yao Man and the others looked at Jiang Yanran with concern. It was no wonder Chen Luo had uttered those words. Yi Yuan's unexpected strength was indeed astonishing. Is that the dark blood curse? This Yi Yuan has lost his mind. Lu Dafu narrowed his eyes, his tone grave. What is the dark blood curse? Chen Luo inquired urgently. Lu Dafu took a deep breath, explaining. It is a 5th-grade secret technique, quite simple to cultivate, which once gained popularity in Tianyin Prefecture. However, its usage inflicts severe damage on the body, necessitating a significant amount of spiritual treasures for recovery. For this reason, the dark blood curse has gradually fallen out of favor. I never expected to see it employed by Yi Yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's expression darkened. These individuals clearly harbored ulterior motives. Sister Jiang, can you withstand it? At this moment, Jiang Yanran's face mirrored her concern, grasping Chen Luo's intent. Yet, the dark blood curse was not enough to compel her to back down. Illusory dreams of 3000. Enigmatic dream butterfly. Jiang Yanran swiftly brandished her sword, her steps light as a feather. Countless colorful butterflies appeared behind her, resembling 2 beams of light, rapidly soaring toward Yi Yuan. This technique was indeed of the 5th tier. With a thunderous roar, a violent explosion erupted within the arena. Chen Luo and the others immediately tensed, their eyes fixed intently on the scene. Before long, a figure was sent flying, about to crash to the ground. Reacting swiftly, Chen Luo rushed forward and caught Jiang Yanran in his arms, preventing her from sustaining further injury. Cough. Jiang Yanran coughed up a mouthful of blood in Chen Luo's embrace, her body extremely weak. Sister Jiang, Yao Man and the others hurried over to assess Jiang Yanran's condition. Chen Luo raised his gaze toward the arena, noticing Yi Yuan looking at the injured Jiang Yanran with a hint of disappointment. This fellow was evidently disheartened at having failed to kill Jiang Yanran. With a click of his tongue, Yi Yuan glared at Chen Luo, his voice dripping with murderous intent. If it weren't for you, I would have certainly taken her down with a single shot. Chen Luo clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. Come down if you dare, he shouted, pointing at Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan merely laughed heartily. I would relish a duel with you, but alas, your fate has already been sealed. With that, he disdainfully leapt off the stage. Suppressing the raging fire within, Chen Luo turned his gaze to Jiang Yanran in his arms. Only to find your chest marred with dark veins. Is this the backlash from the dark blood curse? Why is the backlash affecting senior sister Jiang? Yao Man stared in shock at the dark tendrils, unable to comprehend how Yi Yuan could transfer the backlash to Jiang Yanran. How can we help senior sister expel this backlash? Chen Luo quickly asked Lu Dafu. This fellow must know. Lu Dafu furrowed his brow, hesitating before responding. At least 5 grade healing elixirs are required, and 1 will not suffice. Upon hearing this, Yao Man and the others clenched their fists in frustration. 5 grade elixirs are exceedingly precious treasures. How could they, mere disciples, possess such items? I'll take senior sister Jiang to master, Yao Man immediately suggested, realizing they had no choice but to seek help from Heatsalian. Wait, Chen Luo interrupted, producing a jade vial and pouring 3 5-grade elixirs into Jiang Yanran's mouth in one go. Yao Man and the others gaped at Chen Luo, astonished that he would administer the 5-grade elixirs so recklessly. How extravagant! The 3 5-grade elixirs indeed succeeded in suppressing the backlash of the dark blood curse. Yet Jiang Yanran remained in a state of unconsciousness. Sister Yao, I leave her in your care, Chen Luo said. Knowing that Jiang Yanran would still require Heatsalian's assistance to completely eradicate the backlash, Yao Man nodded and hurriedly carried Jiang Yanran away. 3 5-grade elixirs. Senior sister Jiang has hardly saved any money for her cultivation. After consuming 3 of those elixirs from our junior brother, she will likely have to repay it with her body. Firling Yan couldn't help but chuckle. The other sisters burst into laughter at her remark. How could Jiang Yanran possibly repay 3 5-grade elixirs? Chen Luo rubbed his nose and replied, Sisters, please don't jest. I am currently engaged. The sisters laughed even louder at his response. What of your engagement? It's merely a fleeting pleasure, and that individual wouldn't mind. Firling Yan grinned widely. Chen Luo quickly cleared his throat. We'll discuss that later. Right now, the most important thing is to restore senior sister's honor. As soon as he finished speaking, their gazes turned towards Chang Yunxian and the others. This celestial duel had become a matter of pride. Chapter 177. It is not only I who fear her. Everyone does. TSK. Failing to take down Jiang Yanran and allowing her to escape, by sheer luck left Yi Yuan feeling disgruntled as he returned to his position, lamenting the missed opportunity to eliminate her. Upon hearing this, Chang Yunxian smiled faintly and remarked, It is of no consequence. Our endeavors have only just begun. Tang Qi. It is your turn now. With that, Chang Yunxian's gaze shifted to Tang Qi. Stepping onto the martial arena, Tang Qi cast a provocative smile towards Wang Shiqin. I shall avenge senior sister Jiang. Wang Shiqin exclaimed, drawing her treasured sword and preparing to enter the fray, only to be halted by Chen Luo. She has already entered the golden core stage, he stated solemnly. Wang Shiqin paused, her eyes widening as she regarded Tang Qi in the arena. If Tang Qi had indeed ascended to the golden core stage, victory would elude her. Wang Shiqin, you are not the opponent I seek to challenge. I shall contend with you, man. Tang Qi sneered at Wang Shiqin before directing her attention toward Yao Man. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Tang Qi dared to challenge Yao Man. Ranked 19th on the immortal query list, Yao Man held a significant advantage over Tang Qi. To challenge Yao Man at this juncture seemed audacious, given that Tang Qi had only just entered the golden core stage. Senior sister Yao, defeat her. Wang Shiqin fervently urged Yao Man. This Tang Qi is far too arrogant. Yao Man nodded resolutely and ascended to the martial arena. Without further ado, the two commenced their battle. Chen Luo observed the conflict with a furrowed brow, despite Yao Man's nearly 1-year tenure in the golden core stage, granting her substantial spiritual power. She did not dominate the skirmish. Tang Qi, employing a 5th-tier agility technique, managed to evade Yao Man's attacks for a considerable duration. Is that all this Tang Qi can do? Run away? Wang Shiqin clenched her fists, fervently cheering for Yao Man. I refuse to believe that Tang Qi can triumph over Yao Man. Something felt amiss. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, glancing at Lu Dafu, who shared a similarly concerned expression, recognizing the peculiarities. Indeed, before long, Tang Qi unleashed the dark blood curse, elevating her cultivation to the 3rd stage of the golden core. Even though Yao Man activated her secret technique, she only managed to enhance her cultivation by a single stage, resulting in a widening gap between them. Senior sister Yao. Wang Shiqin and the others watched Yao Man anxiously, astonished that even Tang Qi had mastered the dark blood curse. These individuals have come fully prepared. Chen Luo clenched his fists, his tone laced with murderous intent. It appears that Yao Man may face defeat. With a sharp crack, Tang Qi unleashed a fierce strike aimed directly at Yao Man. Sensing the precariousness of her situation, Yao Man swiftly retreated and, after a moment's hesitation, called out her surrender. At her declaration, the elder above swiftly intervened, dispelling Tang Qi's offensive. Upon witnessing Yao Man concede, Tang Qi bit her lip, returning to her position in discontent. The challenge of eliminating Yao Man indeed proved formidable. Senior Sister Yao, are you all right? Wang Shiqin and the others rushed forward to check on Yao Man. She shook her head, stating, I was concerned that Tang Qi might employ the same tactic as Yi Yuan, so I surrendered. I am unharmed. Hearing Yao Man's words, Chen Luo nodded approvingly. It was a prudent decision. Leave the next steps to me. Clearly, the Wang City faction intended to utilize the Dark Blood Curse to execute their sinister schemes. Yao Man's decision to concede was indeed the wisest choice. It is hardly worth risking one's life for a mere ranking, especially given that Yao Man's position does not qualify her for the Qingxian rankings. Those vile members of the Wang City gang, I shall not let them escape unscathed. Hua Lingyan tightened her grip on the long whip, her desire to unleash her fury upon the Wang City gang palpable. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The crowd turned to witness a disciple, enveloped in dark veins of blood, writhing in agony on the ground. His opponent was none other than a disciple of the Wang City gang. How could these members of the Wang City gang have mastered the Dark Blood Curse? Quickly, we must take him to the elder for treatment. How ruthless are these Wang City gang thugs? This is merely a contest. It is terrifying. I do not wish to attract the attention of the Wang City gang. Even Jiang Yanman has sustained injuries. Confronting the Wang City gang is tantamount to courting death. We should prudently relinquish our quest for ranking. The Wang City gang's cruelty instilled fear in many disciples. The most troubling aspect is that these disciples have all learned the Dark Blood Curse, which allows them to create a significant gap in strength compared to their peers. Overcoming the disciples of the Wang City gang seems nearly impossible. Above all, preserving one's life takes precedence over mere rankings. These individuals, it appears, I must take action. Lu Dafu sighed helplessly, his expression a mixture of complexity. The situation was evident. This group from the Wang City gang was exploiting the rules of the Ascension Duel to inflict harm upon the other disciples of the Wenxian sect. They were likely affiliated with Prince Jin, intent on dismantling the talented disciples of the Wenxian sect. If left unchecked, the younger generation of the Wenxian sect would suffer grievous losses. However, it cannot be the elders of the Wenxian sect who intervene against the Wang City gang. Without absolute evidence, the consequences of confronting the Wang City gang would be dire. It must be other disciples who take the initiative, and Lu Dafu was the ideal candidate. You are the trump card, just wait. Suddenly, Wang Yunxi stepped forward, her tone icy. Lu Dafu was taken aback, offering an awkward smile. Senior brother Lu, are you afraid of senior sister Wang Yunxi? Chen Luo asked, grinning at Lu Dafu. This top-ranked disciple truly lives up to the title. Lu Dafu cleared his throat, puffing out his chest. How could I fear her? I merely respect her. Junior brother Chen, though we possess great power, we must still respect the weaker. Before he could finish, Wang Yunxi halted, casting a sidelong glance. That gaze caused Lu Dafu to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Chen Luo could not suppress his laughter. Lu Dafu was far too timid. Wang Yunxi was only ranked 10th. Why should Lu Dafu be afraid of her? Yet, when Wang Yunxi stepped onto the stage, an eerie silence enveloped the disciples, permeating the air with an unsettling chill. Even the members of the Wang City gang furrowed their brows. These individuals displayed expressions of reluctance to become entangled with Wang Yunxi. Witnessing this scene, Chen Luo instinctively held his breath. Suddenly, I comprehended why Lu Dafeng harbored a fear of Wang Yunxi. It was not merely Lu Dafeng, but all disciples who trembled in her presence. Who among you will step forward? Wang Yunxi inquired directly, her gaze fixed upon the members of the Wang Cheng gang. You? Or perhaps you. You may also join. She first directed her attention to Yi Yuan, then to Wang Meng, and ultimately settled on Chang Yinxian. Yet, these three stood with solemn expressions, none daring to approach. Even though Wang Yunxi ranked below them, they did not dare to engage her lightly. I shall take my turn. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and stepped onto the stage. Although apprehensive of Wang Yunxi's formidable prowess, he believed that with the Dark Blood Curse at his side, he might not be an insurmountable opponent. If he could vanquish Wang Yunxi, it would be a significant accomplishment. Wang Yunxi cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yuan, a cold smile gracing her lips, and then unleashed her aura, fully manifesting her cultivation at the second stage of the Golden Core. In terms of foundational spiritual energy, Wang Yunxi was indeed inferior to Jiang Yanran. However, in Yi Yuan's eyes, Wang Yunxi was infinitely more terrifying. Dark Blood Curse. Chapter 178. Shall we make another wager? Boom. Yi Yuan suddenly raised his gaze, his aura surging to the 5th stage of the golden core, and he charged directly toward Wang Yunqi. He sought to leverage his cultivation advantage to swiftly conclude the battle. Wang Yunqi, unfazed, merely lifted her head and waved her arm. In an instant, several shadowy figures darted forth, positioning themselves before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and forcefully cleaved with his blade. Although he severed one shadow's arm, it had no discernible effect on the apparition. The shadow merely tilted its head, staring blankly at Yi Yuan. That damnable woman. A lunatic. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. These shadows were indeed puppets crafted by Wang Yunqi, and they were made from real individuals. Each possessed the cultivation of the golden core stage. Compared to Chen Luo's copper puppets, these bodies were not particularly robust and could be shattered with relative ease. Yet, these puppets possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities. The one whose arm had just been severed picked up its dismembered limb and reattached it to the wound. In no time, the arm was restored to its original state. The process was somewhat grotesque, yet undeniably effective. The disciples outside the arena observed this scene, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Those who had never encountered puppets before now grasped why Wang Yunqi was dubbed the witch. Would an ordinary woman engage in such practices? Attack! Wang Yunqi raised her arm, and numerous puppets surged forward, launching a fierce assault on Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan could fend them off, he found himself unable to alter the course of the battle. These puppets were nigh impossible to destroy. To eliminate them, one must first confront Wang Yunqi. Break for me! Yi Yuan roared, sending the surrounding puppets flying. And then he dashed toward Wang Yunqi with his blade raised. If he could defeat Wang Yunqi, victory would be his. Yet, Wang Yunqi remained composed, observing Yi Yuan's approach until he was right before her. Bang! Just as Yi Yuan was about to strike Wang Yunqi, a colossal figure descended, forcefully pinning Yi Yuan to the ground. This imposing entity stood at least 4 to 5 meters tall, exuding a formidable aura that could rival a 7th-stage cultivator of the golden core realm. However, the appearance of this figure was utterly grotesque. The puppet was likely a grotesque amalgamation of dozens of corpses, a creature entirely stitched together from the remnants of the deceased. Chen Luo gazed in astonishment at the sight of Lu Dafu, who was twitching at the corners of his mouth, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Senior brother Lu, could it be that Sister Wang Yunqi intends to test her prowess against this puppet? Chen Luo voiced his audacious thoughts, and his expression confirmed his apprehensions. Lu Dafu managed a wry smile, reminiscing about the trials of facing such a repulsive entity, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Who among the sane would willingly engage in combat with such a horrifying creature? Seeing Lu Dafu's pitiful demeanor, Chen Luo could not help but stifle a laugh. No wonder Lu Dafu feared Wang Yunqi. His plight was indeed pitiful. Bang! 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 The massive puppet continued to stomp mercilessly on Yi Yuan's body, the terrifying force rendering him unconscious, leaving him with no opportunity to concede. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. How tragic. Truly tragic. Being trampled by a grotesque mass of flesh was an unbearable fate. I concede. We concede, Chang Yunxian shouted, gritting his teeth in frustration. Wang Yunqi cast a cold glance at Chang Yunxian and snorted dismissively before recalling the puppet from the arena. Can't we deal with you? Chen Luo raised his thumb in admiration towards Wang Yunqi. This effectively extinguished the fervor of the Wang Cheng gang. Do not celebrate too soon. They will undoubtedly seek to reclaim their honor, Wang Yunqi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled confidently, patting his chest. Fear not. I will not grant them the chance to plead for mercy. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Wang Yunqi smiled slightly. That is quite pragmatic. Chen Luo, step forward. Indeed. Wang Mang ascended the martial stage, his gaze fixed directly on Chen Luo. With Yi Yuan incapacitated, the Wang Cheng gang had to reclaim their dignity. Chen Luo glanced at Wang Mang and then stepped onto the martial stage. A defeated foe, and yet you seek to regain your pride? Chen Luo scoffed at Wang Mang. Previously, when he was merely at the 9th stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he had already forced Wang Mang to retreat. Now that he had ascended to the Golden Core realm, how could he possibly lose to Wang Mang? Wang Mang, however, burst into laughter, finding it utterly ridiculous. You thought you were capable of defeating me merely by relying on the aura of a 5th-grade treasure? Today, I shall reveal to you my true prowess. With that, Wang Mang drew a 4th-grade treasured blade, aiming it directly at Chen Luo. All past grievances would be settled today. And he was determined to make Chen Luo pay the price, even to the extent of ending his life. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Wang Mang. Hey, Chen Luo suddenly smiled. You say I am taking advantage of weapons. How about we make a wager? Wager? Wang Mang looked at Chen Luo in confusion, unsure of what this young man was up to. I can defeat you without any weapons, leaving you unrecognizable. If I fail, This sword will belong to you. Chen Luo promptly unsheathed the black scale sword and planted it firmly in the ground. Upon seeing the exquisite fifth-grade treasure, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Chen Luo truly possessed such a rare fifth-grade sword. It was extravagance personified. Even Lu Dafu likely lacked a fifth-grade treasure. Wang Meng's gaze fixated on the black scale sword as he absorbed Chen Luo's words. This was indeed a fifth-grade treasure, who wouldn't covet it? However, he had no such fifth-grade artifacts to his name. I don't possess a fifth-grade treasure, Wang Meng clenched his fists. Realizing that not everyone was as affluent as Chen Luo, Chen Luo chuckled. That's fine. If you lose, simply hand over your storage ring to me. The contents of your storage ring should pale in comparison to this sword, don't you think? The black scale sword is valued at 3 million copper coins. How could a golden core disciple like Wang Meng possibly amass such wealth? No matter how one looked at it, the stakes favored Wang Meng. Wang Meng tightened his fists, his eyes unwavering from the black scale sword. This was an opportunity too good to miss. It was a fifth-grade sword after all. All right, let us wager. Wang Meng swiftly removed the storage ring and tossed it to the elder. However, since you mentioned you wouldn't use a weapon, that is unnecessary. You can borrow a fourth-grade weapon if you wish. Wang Meng didn't consider himself weaker than Chen Luo. The last time he was repelled was solely due to the black scale sword. If Chen Luo truly fought without a weapon, even if Wang Meng won, he wouldn't feel proud of the victory. After tossing the black scale sword to the elder, Chen Luo smirked. No need. I can handle you without a weapon. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Luo lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Wang Meng's chest. Wang Meng immediately countered with a slash, the blade clashing against Chen Luo's fist, producing a sound of metal colliding. What the hell? Is this the physique of a golden core cultivator? Wang Meng gasped, finally comprehending why Chen Luo chose to forego weapons. This physique was likely equivalent to a fifth-grade treasure. He was practically a humanoid beast. Chapter 179. Perfectly overcoming the immortal sea. Utterly helpless. Arrogant. He dares to rely on his physical prowess to confront Wang Meng head-on. Chen Luo is doomed. Chang Yunxian mocked. Even if Chen Luo's physique is formidable, he cannot withstand the assault of a treasure for long. A fourth-grade treasure can injure a nascent soul cultivator. Beside them, Zhang Zhu glanced at Chang Yunxian and replied nonchalantly, let us not forget that Chen Luo possesses a secret technique. Once this technique is deployed, he can at least reach the third stage of the Golden Core realm. With such a powerful physique and terrifying martial prowess, Wang Meng may not necessarily have the upper hand. They have conducted a thorough investigation into Chen Luo. That fifth-grade secret technique must be taken seriously. Underestimating Chen Luo will certainly lead to dire consequences. However, Chang Yunxian remained composed, asserting, what is there to fear? We possess our own secret techniques. She firmly believed that without the supreme grade 5 sword, Chen Luo could not possibly defeat Wang Meng. Chang Yunxian held unwavering confidence in Wang Meng, even contemplating that he could eliminate Chen Luo. Should Chen Luo fall, it would alleviate a significant concern for her. Zhang Zhu remained silent, calmly observing Chen Luo as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Was Chen Luo truly that simple? Sky Demon Palm. Chen Luo executed a powerful strike, forcing Wang Meng to retreat. However, this fourth-grade martial skill was only cultivated to a minor completion stage, insufficient to completely overpower Wang Meng. Wang Meng steadied himself, his grip on the blade trembling slightly. The sheer force was astonishing. Were it not for the support of the supreme grade 4 blade, he would have struggled to contend with Chen Luo. It was no wonder Chen Luo exuded confidence. His physical prowess indeed surpassed that of an ordinary golden core stage cultivator. With a deep breath, Wang Meng fixed his gaze intently on Chen Luo. What does it matter how strong your body is? In the face of an absolute disparity, even the mightiest physique will succumb. Dark blood curse. Wang Meng uttered sharply. His aura began to surge, reaching the 5th stage of the golden core. Chen Luo, I know you possess a technique to enhance your cultivation. Hurry and unleash it, or you may never get the chance. Wang Meng smirked, coldly fixating on Chen Luo. Chen Luo responded with a faint smile, then activated the 10,000 spirits formula, enveloping his entire being. 4th stage of the golden core. Witnessing Chen Luo's sudden elevation of 3 minor realms, Wang Meng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated that Chen Luo would only reach the 3rd stage, but he had unexpectedly ascended to the 4th. The technique Chen Luo utilized was evidently ranked above the dark blood curse. Are you prepared to receive a thorough beating? Chen Luo grinned, stepping forward and launching a punch at Wang Meng. Wang Meng snorted dismissively and advanced with his blade. What difference does it make if our cultivations are closer? I am still superior. Clang. The clash of blade and fist resulted in both combatants retreating simultaneously. However, Wang Meng's backward movement was noticeably greater than Chen Luo's. The use of the secret technique had ironically amplified Chen Luo's advantage. This left Wang Mang in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the source of Chen Luo's extraordinary martial skills and treasures, especially from one of humble origins. It seemed that to conquer Chen Luo, Wang Mang would have to get serious. With a sudden realization, he opened his eyes wide, the blade in his hand exuding an unsettling blood aura. All eyes turned to Wang Mang, their expressions filled with shock. This blood energy was remarkably potent, clearly not an ordinary technique, likely reaching 5th grade. Wang Mang, you are indeed serious now. Receive my blade, Wang Mang bellowed, stepping into the air, surrounded by a swirling blood aura as if he were enveloped in a sphere of crimson. Blood-laden blade technique, supreme grade 4 martial skill. This strike caused a shiver to run through the hearts of many Golden Core disciples. In the past, during the Celestial Ascent duel, Wang Mang would have secured a place among the top 5 solely with this strike. One wonders if Chen Luo is capable of withstanding it. To present a mere 4th grade martial technique at a fledgling level, how audacious. Yet, Chen Luo below merely smiled indifferently, then opened his arms wide before forcefully bringing them together. The ocean of immortality. Water vapor rapidly coalesced, forming a substantial body of water. Due to the limited space, this manifestation of the ocean of immortality was evidently diminished in power. Were it fully unleashed, this area would be engulfed in water, and those foundational disciples below would likely perish under its residual might. How dare you employ the ocean of immortality in such a setting? Truly reckless. Unable to unleash its full potential, I shall see how you withstand my strike. Wang Mang laughed heartily, showing utter disdain for Chen Luo's attempt with the ocean of immortality. This technique, inherently a wide-ranging offensive martial art, was ill-suited for a one-on-one confrontation. Chen Luo's invocation of it signified that he had reached his limit. This battle would conclude with this very strike. Against you, it suffices. However, Chen Luo snorted coldly, his outstretched arms directing the gathered water toward Wang Mang. Though he had intentionally restrained the ocean of immortality's extent, its potency remained formidable. To deal with someone of Wang Mang's ilk, Chen Luo found it more than sufficient. Arrogant. Watch as I shatter this ocean of immortality. Wang Mang laughed, delivering a downward slash, his bloodlust surging against the water's surface. Yet, the moment the blade struck the water, his composure faltered, his expression shifting to one of complex astonishment. The force of his strike was effortlessly dissipated by the ocean of immortality. Akin to hitting cotton, neither painful nor impactful. Alarmed, Wang Mang quickly withdrew his blade, only to discover, to his astonishment, that he was ensnared within the watery embrace. Before he could react, the deluge completely enveloped him. Ugh! Wang Mang struggled to break free from the water, yet found himself utterly powerless. As if countless hands were gripping him, rendering escape impossible. Even summoning all his strength yielded no results. This is dire. Chang Yunstan sensed the anomaly, his expression heavy with concern. The might of the ocean of immortality undoubtedly surpassed Wang Mang's expectations, resulting in such a predicament. Chen Luo had perfected this technique to its pinnacle. Wang Mang was defeated. Zhang Zhu, observing from the sidelines, spoke with calm clarity, having discerned the dynamics of the battle. A perfected 4th grade martial technique, even diminished by the venue's constraints, was far beyond what Wang Mang could endure, unless he could summon a 5th grade martial technique, and at least have it cultivated to a fledgling level. He stood no chance of dispelling the ocean of immortality. Yet, Wang Mang was incapable of producing such a technique. Defeat was inevitable. The perfected ocean of immortality. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's remarks, Chang Yunxian and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Never had they encountered a disciple capable of mastering a 4th grade martial technique to perfection. Even Lu Dafu, the foremost on the immortal ranking, lacked such prowess. How did Chen Luo achieve this? His mastery in martial arts is utterly astonishing. I concede. Wang Mang concedes. Chang Yunstan immediately shouted, wishing to halt the match. Yet, the 2 elder Taishang in the sky paid no heed to Chang Yunxian. The declaration of surrender must come from Wang Mang himself. Previously, Chang Yunxian had called for Yi Yuan's surrender because Yi Yuan had already been rendered unconscious by Wang Yunqi. Having lost consciousness, the elder Taishang naturally deemed Yi Yuan defeated. However, Wang Mang had not fainted. He was still resisting Chen Luo's assault. How could Chang Yunxian's call for surrender hold any weight? Seeing the 2 elder Taishang remain inactive, Chang Yunxian's face turned ashen with anger. What could be done? If Chen Luo were a bit more ruthless, he might very well kill Wang Mang. Chapter 180. Entering the Tao. A decisive strike. Rest assured, Wang Mang will not perish. This attack, however, is lethal. Zhang Zhu spoke again, his expression remarkably calm. This allowed Chang Yunxian to breathe a sigh of relief, but Wang Mang had indeed lost this battle. At this moment, Chen Luo was still channeling the power of the overwhelming immortal sea, attempting to determine if he could eliminate Wang Mang. Since the members of the Wang City gang could strike to kill, why should he refrain? Gather for me. Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes, intensifying the might of the overwhelming immortal sea. A slender water tornado began to form within the sea, seemingly effective. The fourth-grade martial skill, Overwhelming Immortal Sea, can be upgraded to the Dao realm, requiring 500,000 wealth points. The Dao realm? Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that there existed a realm beyond perfection. However, it appeared this Dao realm required certain conditions to be met for activation. He wondered just how powerful the Overwhelming Immortal Sea would be upon ascending to the Dao realm. Upgrade, consuming 500,000 wealth points. Overwhelming Immortal Sea upgraded to the Dao realm. As the system's voice faded, the small tornado in the water suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal water vortex. The water vortex swiftly engulfed Wang Mang, erasing him from the sight of all. The surrounding disciples gazed at this vortex in shock, their faces filled with terror. They had seen the Overwhelming Immortal Sea before, but this water vortex was unlike anything they had witnessed. Even the elders could not conjure a water vortex, could they? Could it be that Chen Luo had unleashed another martial skill in conjunction with the Overwhelming Immortal Sea? This is bad. Zhang Ju's eyes widened suddenly, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Chang Yinxian, startled, exclaimed, "Was it not said that Wang Mang would not die? Then why the outcry? Damn it! Wang Mang is in peril." Zhang Ju immediately glanced at the Elder Taishang in the sky, unable to believe that they had not noticed. Indeed, the two Elder Taishang intervened, effortlessly dismantling the Overwhelming Immortal Sea with a single strike. Chen Luo staggered back several steps, quickly regaining his composure as he gazed ahead. Although the Elder Taishang had acted, his objective had already been accomplished. The power of the Overwhelming Immortal Sea in the Dao realm was likely more formidable than an ordinary fifth-grade martial skill. Crack! Wang Mang fell to the ground, lifeless. All eyes were fixed upon him, etched with confusion. Had he truly perished? He was the first disciple to meet his end in this celestial contest. The two esteemed elders exchanged a glance at Wang Mang's lifeless body, shaking their heads in unison before commanding that he be removed, subsequently announcing Chen Luo as the victor. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Wang Mang had indeed met his demise. This was outrageous. That Chen Luo. Chang Yunxian clenched his fists, seething with rage as he glared at Chen Luo, wishing fervently to eliminate him on the spot. Wang Mang was a vital force among them, and to have him slain by Chen Luo was utterly intolerable. Do not despair. We shall surely defeat Chen Luo in this celestial contest, Zhang Ju reassured, his expression as cold as ice. Chen Luo had always been their primary target, which was why Wang Mang had been dispatched to confront him. However, it was unforeseen that Wang Mang would not vanquish Chen Luo, but instead be killed by him. A miscalculation indeed. Old Hu, was that the power of the Dao just now? Elder Yin Lu inquired, turning to Elder Hu Go beside him. The two esteemed elders, seated at the 10th and 11th positions respectively, possessed slightly greater strength than Shangwan. Hu Go furrowed his brow before nodding in affirmation. There can be no mistake. It was indeed the power of the Dao. Such power is achieved by cultivating martial techniques to perfection, then comprehending that realm. A feat that even the sect leader might not have mastered. Chen Luo's ability to wield it is nothing short of astonishing. Elders, I would appreciate the return of my possessions. Chen Luo grinned at the two. Yin Lu and Hu Go were momentarily taken aback before tossing the black scale sword and Wang Mang's storage ring into Chen Luo's hands. Chen Luo, do exercise caution. After all, he was a fellow disciple. Do not escalate matters too severely, Yin Lu cautioned with a cough, mindful of Wang Mang's untimely demise. Chen Luo chuckled, assuring them he would heed their advice in the future. With that, he happily descended from the arena. The two esteemed elders exchanged a helpless smile. It seemed he had not truly taken their words to heart. Gained 500,000 points of wealth. The possessions within Wang Mang's storage ring perfectly offset the wealth value derived from the surging celestial sea. Excellent. Another profit. Little junior brother. You were remarkable. It was quite satisfying. Wang Shiqin immediately gave Chen Luo a thumbs up. Wang Mang's death was indeed a relief. Chen Luo grinned, directly opening Wang Mang's storage ring before all present. Eyes turned towards him, revealing a bounty of valuable items within. Senior sister, feel free to see if there is anything you desire. Do not hesitate. Take what you wish, Chen Luo said, patting his chest with a cheerful demeanor. Wang Shiqin and the others stared in astonishment at Chen Luo's generosity. However, it was not that Chen Luo was overly generous, rather. Wang Mang's possessions were mostly of little use, with the best items barely reaching the level of a fourth-grade treasure. Such treasures hold little significance for Chen Luo. Since he has already acquired considerable wealth, it would be more advantageous to unveil it. Not only to bolster his reputation, but also to provoke the likes of Chang Yunxian and others. Their faces turned ashen with indignation as they witnessed Chen Luo divvying up Wang Mang's storage ring, their expressions akin to those who have tasted something vile. After a few senior sisters selected their desired treasures, Chen Luo promptly tossed the storage ring into Wang Shiqin's hands. Sister Wang, kindly assist me in selling these items. Just as you did with the previous ones. Once sold, you may return the copper coins to me, Chen Luo grinned. Confident that Wang Shiqin would not shirk her duties after benefiting from his generosity. Wang Shiqin received the storage ring, her expression one of skepticism directed at Chen Luo. Is he merely trying to avoid exertion by bestowing these favors upon us? She mused. Little junior brother is quite astute. Zhang Ju is making his move. Fire spirit, Yin suddenly declared with gravity. All eyes turned to the martial arena, where Zhang Ju stood at the center, ranked fourth on the questioning immortals list. His strength surpassed that of Chang Yunxian. Who would be his target? It was highly probable he would challenge Song Qing'er. Lu Dafu remarked with a click of his tongue. Song Qing'er? Chen Luo blinked, following Lu Dafu's gaze to a corner. There sat a young woman in a green dress, alone and seemingly delicate. With a youthful visage and fair skin, she appeared no older than a budding flower. Furthermore, Song Qing'er sported two charming pigtails, enhancing her allure. Indeed, Zhang Ju's focus is on Song Qing'er, as she stood gracefully within the martial arena. Chen Luo could not suppress his curiosity. Sister Wang, how old is this sister Song? Wang Shiqin paused, contemplating before responding. She is probably in her early 30s. Early 30s? Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. Song Qing'er, at 30, bore a striking resemblance to a mere 15 or 16-year-old. This was hardly lawful. Both individuals were at the fifth stage of the Golden Core realm. Previously, Zhang Ju had been overshadowed by Song Qing'er, and the current situation was uncertain. It was possible that Zhang Ju also possessed the blood curse technique. Lu Dafu continued with a serious tone. The Wancheng gang clearly targeted all the prodigies of the questioning immortals sect. Many had already been injured by the disciples of the Wancheng gang. It was conceivable that the top-ranked individual on the questioning immortals list was also their objective.